Ah, woo-woo-wah. Mako opened her eyes, cradling her head in pain. Wukong, are you all right? Sun Wufan asked, holding Sun Wukong and gently patting his head. Wukong? Mako blinked at the bearded elder clad in bright yellow attire. Wasn't this Sun Wukong's grandfather, Sun Wufan? Could it be that she had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball as Sun Wukong? How splendid! She found herself in a realm where she could soar through the skies, traverse the cosmos, and wield energy orbs at will. It was simply marvelous. Reflecting on her former life, Mako remembered the daily grind, leaving early and returning late, toiling for 12 hours merely to earn 5,000 yuan, only to see 2,005 vanish in rent, utilities, and food expenses. Lacking the intellectual prowess to earn a high income, she was left to scrape by on meager wages. Endlessly subjected to the PUA tactics of her boss and the ridicule of colleagues, she no longer bore the burden of a mortgage or car loan. How splendid it was to declare that from this day forth, Mako would be Sun Wukong. Sun Wufan, noticing his grandson lost in thought, gently patted his head. No pain, no pain. From that moment, Mako ceased to exist, and she officially merged with Sun Wukong, becoming the true Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong grew, Sun Wufan recognized his grandson's remarkable resilience and extraordinary talent for martial arts. Each day, Sun Wufan trained Sun Wukong, often taking him to fish in the river using his tail. Sun Wukong's appetite was prodigious. He could devour an entire fish in one sitting and would quickly feel hungry after exertion. Sun Wufan frequently prepared copious amounts of food for him. Sun Wukong was acutely aware of his ability to transform into a great ape during the full moon, and he would go to bed early each time. This continued until he turned 11. However, fate took a turn on one fateful full moon when he suddenly felt an urgent need to relieve himself, only to be ambushed by a monster. Forced to confront the creature, he inadvertently gazed at the moon and lost consciousness, transforming into the great ape and wreaking havoc. Sun Wufan, awakened by the commotion, quickly opened his eyes to find Sun Wukong missing. Peering out the window, he witnessed his grandson undergoing the transformation. Wukong! Wukong, wake up! He shouted, but to no avail. Sun Wukong had lost his sanity and could not hear him. The rampaging great ape flattened mountains and caused destruction. Sun Wufan, unwilling to harm his grandson, could only dodge and call out his name. In a moment of chaos, the great ape struck Sun Wufan with a powerful blow, sending him flying into the mountains. Sun Wufan struggled to rise and approach Sun Wukong, but the mindless creature lunged at him, ready to crush him underfoot. As the moon was obscured by clouds, Sun Wukong regained his senses, only to find that it was too late. Sun Wufan had perished beneath his feet. Heartbroken, Sun Wukong cried out, "Grandfather, grandfather!" Sun Wukong, raised by Sun Wufan, held profound affection for him, and he regretted ever stepping out during the full moon. In despair, he punished himself relentlessly. With great care, Sun Wukong cradled Sun Wufan's body, placing him in a beautiful casket and selecting a suitable resting place for burial. Suddenly remembering the Dragon Balls could resurrect him, Sun Wukong hurriedly placed his grandfather's body in a cold storage to preserve it. He returned to inter the Dragon Balls in the grave he had prepared. Once the initial sorrow subsided, Sun Wukong conceived a plan. He could use the Dragon Balls to bring his grandfather back to life. With a year remaining before Bulma would seek the Dragon Balls, he resolved to train under Master Roshi to enhance his strength and seek out the Dragon Balls. Along the way, he would encounter formidable adversaries. Grasping the Rui Bang gifted by his grandfather, Sun Wukong concealed the 4-star ball beneath his grandfather's gravestone. "Grandfather, wait for my return," he vowed, kneeling at the grave on the journey to Master Roshi's island. Sun Wukong faced numerous trials. One day, famished from running, he arrived at a river to fish, but after a long wait, no fish would bite. With a determined leap, he plunged into the water, spotting a colossal fish below. It seemed that all the fish in the river were consumed, as the giant fish opened its mouth to devour him. Sun Wukong extended the Rui Bang and soared back to shore. The fish, teasing him, soon found that Sun Wukong had seized the perfect moment to strike, thrusting the Rui Bang into its mouth and gaining control over its movements. The fish quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. Sun Wukong, grasping the fish's tail, emerged from the water and roasted it over a fire. The aroma was delightful, and he devoured the fish, leaving only the bones behind, a satisfying sight for his perfectionist tendencies. After satiating his hunger, Sun Wukong rested beneath a tree, cradling his full belly. The next morning, he awoke, his tail hooked around a sturdy tree trunk. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he gazed adorably at the sun, bursting with energy. "Good morning, sun. Good morning, little Wukong," greeted little Wukong, a large dinosaur from the mountains. As he journeyed on, Sun Wukong wondered how long it would take to reach the seaside. Upon inquiring with villagers, he found them terrified, hastily closing their doors at the sight of him. Bewildered, he pondered why they would fear someone as innocent and charming as himself. "Quickly, hand over your money and women." A threatening voice echoed from behind, revealing their true fear was not of him. "Hey!" Sun Wukong called as he approached them. Clad in red attire and brandishing guns, they demanded, "Hey, little brat, take me to your home and gather your valuables." A black bear spirit pointed a gun at Sun Wukong. Curious, he reached out to touch the gun. His first encounter with one. "Get lost, brat, or I'll kill you." The black bear spirit growled menacingly. Sun Wukong smirked and bent the barrel of the gun. The black bear spirit and his accomplices stared in terror at Sun Wukong. "Shoot him," the black bear spirit commanded, urging his subordinates to fire. Bayu bayu. Bullets flew, and Sun Wukong evaded them, darting around. A stray bullet grazed his head, causing him pain, but he was unharmed. Irritated, Sun Wukong extracted the bullet and shot back, hitting several of them, causing some to flee in fear. "You fools, why are you running? A little brat can't be that tough." The black bear spirit bellowed, swinging his club at Sun Wukong. The club struck Sun Wukong's head and shattered, leaving the black bear spirit astonished. Is he even human? Sun Wukong clutched his head, yelping in pain. All he had wanted was to ask for directions. Chapter 2. Oh no, wrong path. As the black bear leader witnessed the terrified figure of Lien rolling and crawling away, the villagers peeked through their windows. Elated to see Sun Wukong driving the black bear away, they joyously emerged to cheer, with some lifting Sun Wukong high in appreciation. To express their gratitude for Sun Wukong's bravery in vanquishing the black bear, the villagers invited him to partake in a grand feast. Sun Wukong's stomach rumbled in agreement, for he was indeed famished, and he accepted the invitation without hesitation. An elderly woman, her head wrapped in cloth, gazed at Sun Wukong with benevolence, marveling at such prowess in one so young. Sun Wukong's eyes widened at the sight of the delectable dishes laid before him, far surpassing the flavor of his own roasted meats. He devoured a large chicken leg in one bite, leaving onlookers astonished by his speed and appetite. Sun Wukong consumed 10 bowls of rice, savoring what he deemed the most exquisite meal he had ever had. Living in the mountains, he was accustomed to a less varied diet than that found in the city. Before long, the table was cleared, and the villagers, filled with laughter, inquired if Sun Wukong was satisfied. Holding his now full belly, he let out a contented belch and asked them the direction to the ocean where his master, Wu Tian, resided. The villagers informed him that the ocean lay to the south, while the north was dominated by glaciers. Realizing he had been heading in the wrong direction, Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude. As he prepared to depart, the elderly woman unexpectedly knelt before him. Sun Wukong quickly helped her to her feet, but soon the entire village followed suit, kneeling in unison. They implored Sun Wukong for assistance in rescuing the women taken by the black bear leader, promising another feast regardless of the outcome, simply to know their fate. Aware that their request was a significant burden, they believed in Sun Wukong's strength after witnessing his extraordinary abilities. Sun Wukong readily agreed, motivated by the delicious food and the prospect of gaining further combat experience. The villagers dispatched a strong young man named Bill to accompany him, providing ample provisions for the journey. As they traveled, Bill advised Sun Wukong to exercise caution and shared information about the black bear leader's lair. Upon nearing the base, they spotted numerous guards stationed at the entrance, causing Bill to hesitate. He warned Sun Wukong that entering would be akin to inviting death. With a swift farewell, Bill dashed away like a whirlwind. Undeterred, Sun Wukong charged forth, wielding his Rui Jingu Bang, dodging bullets and incapacitating the guards with ease. He boldly called out for the black bear leader to release the girls, threatening to unleash his wrath if he did not comply. The sight of Sun Wukong sent the black bear leader into a panic, who quickly inquired of his subordinates how he had arrived. With a single punch, Sun Wukong shattered the wall, confronting the Black Bear leader with a radiant smile. Hello again. The Black Bear leader, stricken with dread, ordered his men to open fire before fleeing into an elevator. Sun Wukong leaped upward, crashing through the ceiling and landing atop the castle. The Black Bear leader, feeling triumphant within the elevator, was startled to see Sun Wukong's distinctive hair upon opening the door. Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of blows upon the Black Bear leader, who cried out in surrender, promising to release the captives. The Black Bear leader then instructed his men to escort Sun Wukong to the room where the girls were held captive. Upon entering, Sun Wukong reassured the frightened girls. "Fear not, your parents sent me to rescue you. Follow me." Despite their initial trepidation, the girls soon sensed Sun Wukong's sincerity. The bravest among them chose to follow him. And soon all 8 girls emerged from captivity. Sun Wukong urged them to remain calm, assuring them that the villains had been defeated. When one of the Black Bear leader's subordinates questioned why they were being released, he was met with a beating from the Black Bear leader. After liberating the girls, Sun Wukong wreaked havoc upon the Black Bear's lair, incapacitating those who dared to continue their misdeeds. Having dealt with the situation, Sun Wukong escorted the girls back to the village, where they embraced him joyfully. The villagers expressed their profound gratitude upon seeing their daughters return safely. After the skirmish, Sun Wukong found himself hungry once more. The elderly woman urged him to wait, as they were preparing another feast. Miss Buki inquired about Sun Wukong's home and destination. The girls pampered him, gently massaging his shoulders and legs, and offering him refreshing beverages, creating an atmosphere of comfort. Once the feast was ready, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, prompting Sun Wukong to sprint towards the meal. It was utterly delightful, transforming him into a voracious eater. He quickly devoured a bowl of noodles before preparing to embark towards the South Sea. The villagers bid him a warm farewell, while the girls showered him with snacks for the journey ahead. As Sun Wukong set off towards the South Sea, he was oblivious to fatigue, running for an indeterminate time until he was caught in a sudden downpour. Seeking refuge, he found a cave to shield himself from the rain. However, as hunger pangs struck, he discovered that he had consumed all the snacks given by the girls. Hearing sounds of movement from outside, excitement surged within him, for it seemed food had come to him. Grasping his Rui Jingu Bang, he ventured out to find a massive beast resembling a cow. With hunger driving him, Sun Wukong attacked the creature, swiftly killing it and preparing for another hearty meal. Dragging the carcass back to his cave, he gathered firewood and seasonings from the village to cook his meal. As the fragrant aroma filled the cave, Sun Wukong savored the food, finding it far superior to his previous meals. He finished eating with great satisfaction, reclining against a stone in blissful slumber. The next morning, upon awakening to clear skies, Sun Wukong resumed his journey. He dashed through the woods and approached a lakeshore when he stumbled over a large stone, unable to stop in time. Rubbing his eyes, he discovered a turtle poking its head out from the stone. Could it be the sea turtle belonging to Master Wu Tian? The turtle inquired how far they were from the ocean. Sun Wukong replied that he was headed in that direction as well and invited the turtle to join him. Chapter 3. Master Wu Tian. Here I come. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, the turtle felt a surge of joy, exclaiming, "Fantastic, we can travel together." The turtle's pace was slow, so Sun Wukong hoisted it onto his back and sped away. The turtle closed its eyes, relishing the swift journey. Soon, Sun Wukong caught the scent of the sea, and his excitement grew as they approached their destination. With a mighty leap, he dove into the ocean, exhilarated to reunite with Master Wu Tian. The sea turtle inquired where Sun Wukong was headed, to which Sun Wukong replied that he was on a quest to seek Master Wu Tian and become stronger under his tutelage. The sea turtle claimed to know the whereabouts of Master Wu Tian and agreed to accompany him. As Sun Wukong followed closely behind the sea turtle, he was pleased to see that he could keep pace for such an extended duration, recognizing him as a promising candidate. Upon arriving at the turtle hermit's abode, the turtle hermit was engrossed in a yoga program on television, practicing along with the instructor. His gaze was fixated on the screen, captivated by the instructor's form clad in yoga attire. The sea turtle led Sun Wukong to the turtle hermit's dwelling, where Sun Wukong peered through the window to see a bald man dancing with a turtle shell on his back. This was indeed Master Wu Tian. Sun Wukong knocked and entered, startling Master Wu Tian, who promptly asked what brought him there. Meanwhile, the turtle hermit's eyes remained glued to the voluptuous figure on the television. Exclaiming in awe at her size, Sun Wukong, observing the hermit's distraction, articulated his request. The turtle hermit, still fixated on the screen, casually acquiesced, prompting Sun Wukong to leap in joy at the approval. Once the yoga program concluded, the turtle hermit's thoughts finally crystallized. Noticing Sun Wukong's Rui Bang, he recalled having given it to Wu Fan, leading him to wonder if this little one was indeed Wu Fan's adopted son Wukong. Sun Wukong explained that it was his grandfather Wu Fan who had taught him. The turtle hermit expressed his condolences upon learning of Wu Fan's demise, which Sun Wukong revealed had been caused by his own actions. The turtle hermit expressed regret, but informed Sun Wukong that he had not yet formally accepted him as a disciple. Sun Wukong inquired about what he needed to do to gain this acceptance. The turtle hermit stated that Sun Wukong must fulfill a certain condition before he would agree to take him on as a pupil. Just then, the sea turtle approached, surprising the turtle hermit with his arrival. The sea turtle explained that Sun Wukong had assisted him in finding his way back to the sea and urged the turtle hermit to hastily accept Sun Wukong as his disciple. The turtle hermit, his mind racing, first thanked Sun Wukong for returning the sea turtle. To express his gratitude, he offered Sun Wukong a cloud of nimbus. Although he intended to gift it to Sun Wukong, he emphasized that it was contingent on Sun Wukong's own abilities. Sun Wukong touched the soft nimbus cloud, then leaped onto it without falling off. The turtle hermit was astonished to encounter someone with such pure-heartedness. Grateful to Master Wu Tian, Sun Wukong soared through the skies on the nimbus cloud, reveling in his newfound ability to fly. After indulging in his excitement, he returned to the turtle hermit's abode, calling him master. The turtle hermit quickly instructed Sun Wukong to fetch a charming young lady for him. The sea turtle could only shake his head in disbelief at the turtle hermit's lecherous nature. Sun Wukong agreed, thinking it a simple task. He departed on the nimbus cloud, while the turtle hermit retreated inside, perusing his magazine featuring beautiful women, his nose bleeding from excitement. The sea turtle, in utter disbelief, covered his face and sought rest elsewhere. Sun Wukong arrived at a quaint village bustling with people. As he descended, he noticed a commotion where a group of individuals wielding large knives were causing chaos. Sun Wukong charged in and swiftly dealt with them. In a corner, he spotted a stunning young lady with purple hair, Lanchi. He informed her that the villains had been dispatched and asked if she could assist him with something. Lanchi, charmed by Sun Wukong's adorableness, agreed. He invited her to ride on the nimbus cloud, and she complied. He suggested they go visit. However, as the wind gusted, Lanchi sneezed uncontrollably. Sun Wukong was aware that her sneezing would transform her into a more volatile version of herself. He quickly grasped her arm and commanded the nimbus to descend. In her irritable state, Lanchi found herself airborne and held by a diminutive figure. As she opened her mouth to scold Sun Wukong, she unexpectedly tumbled from the nimbus. Despite Sun Wukong's attempt to hold onto her hand, she slipped away during her struggle and fell. Lanchi landed heavily in a forest, and Sun Wukong hastened to find her. As he searched, he noticed a towering temple nearby, filled with bald individuals clad in yellow robes. His curiosity piqued. He wished to investigate but prioritized locating Lanchi. In her frustration, Lanchi produced a gun from seemingly nowhere and began firing indiscriminately at the trees, becoming stuck in a tree hollow. Sun Wukong, hearing the gunshots, flew through the air to her location. Upon arriving, he was met with the sight of Lanchi, her body upside down, wedged in the tree. He couldn't help but laugh, which only infuriated her further as she demanded he assist her in getting free. Sun Wukong punched the tree, causing it to splinter. With no support, Lanchi fell, and Sun Wukong attempted to catch her. However, a swift yellow flash intercepted her descent. Lanchi braced herself for a painful landing, but was surprised to find the ground beneath her soft. Krillin, having been struck in the midsection, was unable to rise and urged Lanchi to get up. Lanchi looked down to see a small bald figure beneath her, causing her cheeks to flush. The irritable Lanchi, with a haughty demeanor, declared that she would not express gratitude simply because she had been rescued. Sun Wukong found Krillin endearing and reached out to pinch his cheek. Krillin shoved Sun Wukong away, demanding to know how they had ended up there. Lanchi, meanwhile, was intent on robbing a bank, brandishing her gun and questioning Krillin about nearby vehicles. Sun Wukong produced a blade of grass and playfully tickled Lanchi's nose, prompting her to sneeze once more. As she sneezed, the irritable Lanchi transformed back into her gentle self, leaving Krillin bewildered and confused. After introductions were made, Krillin learned of Sun Wukong's intentions to seek Master Wu Tian's guidance. His eyes lit up, and he expressed his desire to accompany Sun Wukong in this endeavor. Lan Shi, however, discovered she had injured her hand during the earlier chaos. Krillin, noticing her injury, offered to tend to it as he lived nearby. Sun Wukong inquired if it was the temple they had seen earlier, to which Krillin confirmed he was indeed associated with it. Sun Wukong called for the Nimbus cloud and mounted it, with Lan Shi joining him. Although there was no room for Krillin, Krillin reached for the Nimbus only to find he could not grasp it. Sun Wukong explained that only those with pure hearts could ride it. Krillin, upon noticing Sun Wukong's tail, expressed astonishment. Sun Wukong reassured him that it had always been a part of him. As Krillin ascended with Sun Wukong, his fellow disciples mocked him for befriending someone so small. Lan Shi intervened, urging them not to bully Krillin, as he felt embarrassed in front of Sun Wukong. Upon the sight of the enchanting beauty, Lan Shi, the senior disciples softened their demeanor, offering her assistance with her injuries. As she was escorted inside, Sun Wukong observed the plight of Kellen and approached to comfort him. Kellen, reassured by Sun Wukong's presence, insisted he was fine, claiming he had merely yielded to them, for he possessed great prowess. Deep within, Kellen resolved to seek the tutelage of Wu Tian. Sun Wukong patted Kellen on the shoulder, expressing his unwavering belief in his potential. In response, Kellen, seeing Sun Wukong's encouraging smile, felt a surge of pride, asserting he was undoubtedly more skilled. Kellen led Sun Wukong to his modest chamber, the smallest of all. Inquiring about Wu Tian's preferences, Kellen learned from Sun Wukong that he favored charming and playful women. Realizing this insight, Kellen smirked, understanding how to endear himself to Wu Tian. As Sun Wukong requested sustenance, Kellen informed him that mealtime had not yet arrived, thus no food was available. Suddenly, a cry from Lan Shi pierced the air, prompting Sun Wukong to rush to her aid, finding her surrounded by a group of bald-headed monks. Engaging in combat, Sun Wukong astonished Kellen by successfully fending off his seniors. He entrusted Lan Shi to Kellen, who caught her with care. Sun Wukong brandished the Rui staff, delivering a blow to each assailant, rendering them unconscious. Kellen's seniors condemned him for his betrayal, yet Kellen declared his voluntary departure from their ranks, turning to escort Lan Shi away. Alas, Kellen stumbled, his short legs slipping, causing Lan Shi to fall and resulting in his own face colliding with the ground, drawing blood. Undeterred, Kellen rose with resolve, striding forth with an air of bravado. Outside, he clasped his face, exclaiming in pain. After subduing their foes, Sun Wukong and Lan Shi departed together, ascending upon the Jinduyan. Questioning Kellen on his direction, Sun Wukong learned that he intended to procure a gift for Wu Tian. Reminded of his own obligation, Sun Wukong realized he too needed to acquire a present, yet lacked funds. Kellen dashed towards the city, while Sun Wukong and Lan Shi sought opportunities to earn money. Lan Shi directed Sun Wukong to a suitable job, and he opted for brick moving, a task that allowed part-time work alongside other options such as shepherding, dishwashing, and delivery services. In the sweltering sun, Sun Wukong toiled, while Lan Shi relaxed beneath a parasol, occasionally offering him water. After 2 arduous hours, he completed his task, earning a substantial amount. After rinsing off in a nearby lake, he and Lan Shi ventured into the bustling city. Sun Wukong marveled at the towering structures and questioned Lan Shi about an appropriate gift for Wu Tian. She suggested fine tea, prompting Sun Wukong to purchase the finest available, depleting his funds but securing a pound of exquisite tea thanks to Lan Shi's charm that delighted the shopkeeper. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Sun Wukong awkwardly admitted his need for food. Lan Shi guided him to a nearby restaurant, where he ordered an extravagant array of dishes. Despite her caution against waste, he confidently asserted his capacity to finish it all. As the food arrived, he devoured it voraciously, leaving Lan Shi and onlookers astounded. Meanwhile, Bulma, the heiress of the Capsule Corporation, found herself in peril after being abducted by criminals upon returning from the shopping mall. The armed assailants threatened her, demanding valuables. In desperation, Bulma offered her purchases, pleading for her release. Unmoved, the kidnappers insisted on their course of action, forcing her into a vehicle, while she silently cried for help. After Sun Wukong finished his meal, Lan Shi prepared to settle the bill, only to discover they lacked sufficient funds due to Sun Wukong's voracious appetite. The restaurant owner proposed a dubious alternative. If Lan Shi would date him, he might waive their charges. Protectively, Sun Wukong stepped in, offering to work in exchange. The owner refused, But as they overheard Bulma's cries for assistance, Suin Wukong sprang into action, leaping from the window to rescue her. Upon spotting Bulma, he vaulted onto the roof of the vehicle, prompting the kidnappers to accelerate and attempt to shake him off. Undeterred, Suin Wukong struck the roof with force, creating a gaping hole. The driver, distracted, crashed into a wall, rendering the occupants unconscious. Seizing the opportunity, Suin Wukong retrieved the dazed Bulma and, disregarding the criminals, steered the vehicle towards the police station. In Chapter 5, having rescued Bulma, it was revealed that she remained unconscious, likely due to a head injury. The restaurant owner, recognizing Suin Wukong's valor, graciously absolved him of his meal expenses. Elated, Suin Wukong and Lan Shi realized they were free from the obligation to work. With Bulma still unconscious, Lan Shi urged Suin Wukong to take her to the hospital, where he carried her, while Lan Shi handled the arrangements. The hospital staff promptly attended to Bulma, ensuring she received immediate care. Suin Wukong, satisfied by her condition, departed, as he had other matters to attend to. He and Lan Shi returned home with the prized tea. Spotting Kellen sprinting with a bundle, Suin Wukong, descending on his Jinduyan, greeted Kellen, who, breathless, expressed his desire to ride with them. Encouraging him, Suin Wukong urged Kellen to hasten his pace. Meanwhile, Master Ren of the Kuei Xian house eagerly awaited the arrival of the beautiful companions Suin Wukong would bring. With a mischievous grin, he playfully rubbed his hands together in anticipation, while the sea turtle, witnessing his antics, found it embarrassing and sought refuge in the shade for a nap. As Suin Wukong and Lan Shi reached the Kuei Xian house, they found Master Ren absent. Investigating, they discovered him emerging from the restroom, flustered and admonishing Suin Wukong for his silence. Repulsed by the unpleasant odor, Suin Wukong quickly retreated. Master Ren then changed into a suit, adorned with a new turtle shell, while Lan Shi conversed with the sea turtle, wondering about his delay. Sun Wukong was somewhat perplexed as the turtle sage emerged holding a bouquet of flowers, presenting them to Lan Shi. "Beautiful lady, please accept my flowers." Lan Shi accepted the bouquet, but suddenly a gust of wind blew the pollen into her nose, causing her to sneeze and her hair to turn a vibrant yellow. The irate Lan Shi then hurled the flowers at the turtle sage's face. In a flash, Sun Wukong hid behind a tree, while the furious Lan Shi brandished a gun, aiming it at them. The turtle sage inquired about the situation, and Sun Wukong explained that Lan Shi had a changeable temperament. The turtle, in its entirety, retreated into its shell. The turtle sage, adhering to his principle of not harming women, could only evade the attacks. Sun Wukong remained concealed behind the tree, but as the tree was shot down, he felt several bullets strike his backside, causing him great discomfort. With a leap, Sun Wukong sprang from the tree and landed behind Lan Shi, delivering a swift chop that rendered her unconscious. The turtle sage, gazing at the unconscious Lan Shi, was momentarily entranced and approached her, reaching out with the intention of feeling her bosom. Sun Wukong urgently cautioned him against such actions, but the turtle sage insisted it was merely a touch. His trembling hand inched closer, and he even began to bleed from his nose in anticipation. Upon regaining consciousness, Lan Shi spotted the lecherous turtle sage and promptly kicked him in the face, leaving a sizable shoe print. Both the turtle and Sun Wukong exclaimed that the turtle sage deserved it. With a grin, the turtle sage claimed he was merely trying to remove a bug from Lan Shi's clothing, stating she had misunderstood his intentions. Lan Shi, perplexed, asked Sun Wukong how she had arrived there, recalling she had been in the woods only moments before. Dismissing the confusion, the irate Lan Shi demanded that the turtle sage prepare a boat for her departure. The turtle sage, seeing her wrath, promptly acquiesced. Feeling hungry, Sun Wukong picked up a banana and began to eat, carelessly tossing the peel onto the ground. "Hurry up, old man," Lan Shi urged impatiently. After a thorough search, Lan Shi, growing increasingly impatient, fired a shot at the turtle sage's rear. Sun Wukong, perched in the tree, observed the scene while munching and chuckling. Eventually, Lan Shi found the capsule and exited, only to trip over the banana peel discarded by Sun Wukong. Witnessing this, Sun swiftly tossed a flower onto the ground, and due to the flower's pollen, Lan Shi transformed back into her gentle self. Noticing the banana peel in the banana in Sun's hand, Lan Shi admonished him not to litter. Sun Wukong nodded obediently, and the now gentle Lan Shi appeared to have forgotten her previous fury. In her newfound tenderness, Lan Shi asked the turtle sage if she could stay, to which he nodded, indicating it was no issue at all. The turtle sage, with a glimmer of desire in his eyes, swallowed hard. Hearing a splash, Sun Wukong and the turtle sage turned to see Colleen approaching. Upon spotting Sun Wukong, Colleen grinned and exclaimed, "Wukong, I'm here." He reached the shore and greeted Master Wu Tian, requesting to be taken as his disciple. Master Wu Tian, with a serious demeanor, remained silent. Understanding the unspoken, Colleen produced a magazine filled with images of beautiful women in swimsuits. Master Wu Tian, seeing this, begrudgingly consented. Recalling his own gift, Sun Wukong presented his tea leaves to the turtle sage. Thus, both Sun Wukong and Colleen began their rigorous training under Master Wu Tian, diligently rising early and returning late. With a mischievous streak, Colleen often played tricks on Sun Wukong. Yet Sun Wukong paid little heed, instead teasing Colleen. Each time he witnessed Colin's misfortunes, couldn't help but laugh heartily. After being rescued, Bulma awoke in the hospital, learning that she had been saved by a boy and a girl. Once recovered, she sought to discover her saviors. Later, while perusing a book, she stumbled upon the legend of the Dragon Balls. As memories of a gallant figure surfaced in her mind, she felt she might know who had rescued her, simultaneously yearning for a perfect boyfriend, which left her in a quandary. In her laboratory, Bulma diligently researched tools to locate the Dragon Balls. Through her data analysis, she finally developed a Dragon Ball radar. When her father called her for dinner, her mother inquired about her activities. Bulma explained her quest to find the 7 Dragon Balls and identify the man who had saved her. At this point, she felt a flutter in her heart. Bulma's father encouraged her preparations, while her mother advised her to stay safe. Her parents were not overly strict, showing little concern for her travels. "Dear, after dinner, let's have a cup of coffee," Bulma's mother suggested, pulling her father away. Bulma recalled the Dragon Balls scattered across various locations, prompting her to return to her laboratory to develop tools suitable for different environments. In Chapter 6, encountering Bulma again, Sun Wukong had made considerable progress under the turtle sage's rigorous training. The turtle sage lounged in a chair, perusing a magazine, when Sun Wukong approached him with a smile. "Master Wu Tian, this is a fizzy orange drink for you, complete with ice." After serving it, Sun Wukong began to massage the turtle sage's shoulders. The turtle sage sensed that Sun Wukong had an ulterior motive. "Press harder," he urged, but as Sun Wukong applied too much pressure, the turtle sage let out a cry akin to a slaughtered pig. Hearing this, Colleen, who had been lying on the ground watching television, sprang up to investigate. "All right, Sun Wukong, stop." The turtle sage, eyeing the attractive 3-cornered shorts, found himself yearning for a girl's underwear. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong requested that the turtle sage teach him the Kamehameha technique. Fearing the turtle sage's wrath, Colleen quickly covered his mouth, but the turtle sage set aside his magazine, maintaining a stoic expression. Lan Shi emerged with a prepared slushie. Sensing the tension in the air, suddenly, the turtle sage burst into laughter. "Ha! You wish to learn my Kamehameha technique? You're not ready yet." Sun Wukong confidently asserted that he was fully prepared. The turtle sage, observing his earnestness, stroked his beard and raised an eyebrow. "I can demonstrate it for you, but there's a condition." The turtle sage was not trying to withhold knowledge, but felt they were not yet at that stage. Although their physical training had improved, their current strength was insufficient to wield the Kamehameha effectively without exhausting themselves. "What condition?" Sun Wukong inquired eagerly. Colleen, enjoying a slushie, watched closely, also eager to learn Master Wu Tian's techniques. The turtle sage tugged at Sun Wukong's ear and instructed, "Lan Shi, please go to the kitchen and slice some watermelon." Once Lan Shi was out of earshot, he turned to Sun Wukong and said, "I need you to find me a girl's underwear." "Girl's underwear? That sounds simple," Sun Wukong nodded, thinking he was to seek out a charming older sister. Leaping onto his Nimbus cloud, Sun Wukong headed towards the city, recalling a shop that sold such items. Meanwhile, Bulma rummaged through her shopping list, realizing she still had many items to procure. Riding on his Nimbus, Sun Wukong swiftly reached the city. As Bulma looked up, she thought she saw something floating overhead. She entered the mall humming a tune, and soon after, Sun Wukong arrived at the same mall. He headed straight for the underwear store and casually purchased a pair. Upon exiting, he collided with Bulma. "Sorry," he exclaimed. Bulma observed Sun Wukong's distinctive hair, feeling a sense of familiarity. "Hi, we meet again," Sun Wukong greeted, but Bulma looked on in confusion, questioning if she had indeed met him before. Wukong explained to Bulma, who looked at Sun Wukong in astonishment, realizing that a mere child had come to her rescue. She mused to herself that the charming young man she had imagined was no more. "Hello, I am Sun Wukong." He introduced himself to Bulma, who reciprocated the introduction. As Bulma gazed upon Sun Wukong's handsome visage, she considered the prospect of waiting for him to mature. Her imagination wandered, envisioning what a grown-up Sun Wukong might look like. Inquisitive, Bulma asked Sun Wukong about his age, to which he replied that he was 11. She thought to herself that at 15, she was still young and not in a hurry. A boyfriend to nurture could be quite appealing. Bulma inquired about the item Sun Wukong held in his hands, and he lifted the bag to show her, explaining it contained underwear for Master Wutian. At the mention of underwear, Bulma refrained from looking further, pondering if this was truly the legendary Master Wutian. Sun Wukong nodded, and Bulma expressed her desire to meet the famed master, asking if he could take her along. Sun Wukong readily agreed and summoned the Nimbus cloud. Bulma, seeing the Nimbus, mistook it for a new mode of transportation and hopped on, only to find herself tumbling as the cloud dispersed, landing painfully. Sun Wukong hurried to clarify that only those with pure hearts could ride the Nimbus, questioning Bulma's thoughts. Blushing, Bulma playfully struck Sun Wukong, insisting he mind his own business. At that moment, Bulma noticed a tail protruding from behind Sun Wukong. Curiously, she tugged at it, causing Sun Wukong to lose his strength, pleading with her not to touch his tail as it would render him powerless. Bulma regarded Sun Wukong as a peculiar child, contemplating whether he could indeed be a suitable boyfriend. She then produced a capsule, transforming it into an airplane, and requested Sun Wukong to lead the way. At Turtle Hermit's abode, Krillin observed Master Wutian's excited demeanor and promptly questioned Turtle Hermit about what he had discussed with Wukong. Turtle Hermit, sitting upright, declared it a secret. Krillin, eyeing him playfully, speculated whether Master Wutian had instructed Wukong to steal girls' underwear. "EW, how perverted!" exclaimed Lan Chi, overhearing the conversation. "You fool, how could that be? I am Master Wutian." Turtle Hermit retorted, his face flushing in embarrassment as he hastily denied the implication. From Master Wutian's reaction, Krillin inferred that the old man had indeed prompted Wukong to do something inappropriate. Lan Chi admonished Krillin not to make unfounded accusations, asserting that Master Wutian would never engage in such lewd acts. Krillin merely chuckled, deciding not to expose the old man's true nature. As Master Wutian delivered a punch to Krillin, he remained oblivious, enduring the blow without protest. "Krillin, your reactions still leave much to be desired," Turtle Hermit lamented. Krillin recognized that Master Wutian was intentionally teasing him, and while he felt no anger, he acknowledged his sluggish reflexes compared to Wukong. Wukong arrived at Turtle Hermit's residence with Bulma. Hearing the sound of an airplane, Krillin and Lan Chi rushed outside to investigate. "It's Wukong, and there's a girl flying the plane." Upon seeing the girl, Turtle Hermit's eyes sparkled with delight, surprised that Wukong had returned with a girl, wondering about her measurements. Krillin observed Turtle Hermit's lecherous expression, suspecting mischief. "Master Wutian, I brought back the girl's underwear," Sun Wukong announced, presenting the item to Turtle Hermit. Krillin wore a mischievous grin, while Lan Chi stared at Turtle Hermit in astonishment. Clearing his throat, Turtle Hermit approached Lan Chi, claiming the underwear was a gift for her. Blushing, she accepted it, while Turtle Hermit playfully struck Sun Wukong on the head, calling him a fool. Bulma disembarked from the plane, taking in the sight of the bald old man with a purple shell, another little bald boy, and a beautiful woman with purple hair. Turtle Hermit, upon seeing Bulma, brightened and approached her, extending his hand for a handshake and introducing himself. Sun Wukong introduced Bulma to Krillin, and Lan Chi recognized her as the girl who had accompanied Wukong to the hospital previously. Standing behind Bulma, Turtle Hermit, wearing sunglasses, eyed her with interest. Sun Wukong then asked Turtle Hermit to teach him the Kamehameha technique. Chapter 7. Learning the Kamehameha technique. Turtle Hermit, glancing at Lan Chi and Bulma, assured them that he had no objections. Sun Wukong and Krillin eagerly awaited Master Wutian's demonstration. Turtle Hermit removed his outer garment, instructing them to stand back, and flexed his muscles, transforming from a frail old man into a remarkably strong figure. Slowly, he gathered his energy, producing a beam of light from his hands and shooting it into the distance. Sun Wukong and Krillin were left astonished. After concluding the technique, Turtle Hermit dressed again and turned to chat with Bulma and Lan Chi. Turtle Hermit was eager to reach out to touch Bulma, and she swiftly discerned his inappropriate intentions. Krillin remained in shock, impressed by Master Wutian's ability to unleash such powerful energy. Sun Wukong, wishing to give it a try, attempted the Kamehameha as Krillin scoffed, mocking him for attempting something beyond his capability. Suddenly, Krillin was taken aback as Sun Wukong successfully executed the Kamehameha, albeit with limited power. Master Wu Tian, noticing this, was somewhat surprised by Sun Wukong's high aptitude for learning, realizing he could master the technique after just one demonstration. Encouraging Sun Wukong to try again, he directed the Kamehameha at a stone on the ground, unexpectedly shattering it. The power of this attempt surpassed the initial one, revealing Sun Wukong's innate talent as a warrior. Krillin, witnessing Wukong's significant progress, resolved to intensify his training under Master Wu Tian. The old master cautioned Sun Wukong not to become overly proud, reminding him that there are always stronger individuals beyond one's own abilities. After imparting this wisdom, Turtle Hermit appeared quite pleased with himself. Bulma, observing him, mused that this lecherous old man indeed possessed the qualities of a master. Having completed the Kamehameha, Sun Wukong felt a pang of hunger and inquired if Lan Shi had any food. Lan Shi replied that he should wait a moment while she prepared a meal. Bulma, impressed by Sun Wukong's capabilities, sat inside Turtle Hermit's house and noticed numerous magazines under the table. Upon seeing this, Turtle Hermit hurriedly began to tidy up. During this, Bulma spotted an orange sphere with 5 stars, the 5-star Dragon Ball. She gazed at it in astonishment. Turtle Hermit regarded the Dragon Ball with indifference, dismissing it as an ordinary small orb. Seeing Bulma's interest, Turtle Hermit seized the opportunity to make a small request, if she would allow him to touch her rear. As he had little time left to live, Bulma promptly kicked the old man, chastising him for his lewdness. Sun Wukong asked Bulma if she also intended to seek the Dragon Balls, to which he countered by asking why he sought them. Wukong replied that he wished to resurrect his grandfather. Krillin and Lan Shi exchanged puzzled glances, inquiring what the Dragon Balls were and why they were sought. Turtle Hermit nudged Krillin aside and seated himself beside Lan Shi, recounting the history of the Dragon Balls. He explained that they were created by the gods as a gift to humanity, but greed led to war and plunder, causing the gods to divide the Dragon Balls into 7 parts, scattering them across the world. Collecting all 7 would summon the Eternal Dragon, who could grant any wish. Upon hearing this, Krillin felt intrigued, wondering if the Eternal Dragon could make him stronger than Wukong. Sun Wukong reiterated his desire to find the Dragon Balls, prompting Turtle Hermit to advise caution, while Bulma declared her intention to join him, revealing her development of a Dragon Ball radar. Bulma, curious about the dragon that could fulfill any wish, insisted on accompanying Wukong. Krillin resolved to train diligently, determined to surpass Wukong, who had suddenly become so formidable. Bulma mentioned that the Dragon Ball radar was at her home, suggesting they first return to retrieve it. Bulma, you are truly wonderful. Thank you for accompanying me. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude. Of course, just make sure to protect me, Bulma replied, patting Sun Wukong on the shoulder. No problem, Bulma. I will protect you, Sun Wukong affirmed. Krillin, observing from the side, sensed something amiss with Wukong's behavior. Bulma piloted the aircraft while Sun Wukong trailed behind her. The Dragon Ball was securely nestled within Bulma's bag. Following Bulma's plane, Wukong arrived at West City. Upon reaching Bulma's residence, Sun Wukong gazed in astonishment at the grandiosity of her home. Bulma, your house is enormous, he exclaimed. Of course, Wukong. Come inside, Bulma invited, leading him through the entrance. As they stepped in, a robot diligently cleaned the area. Welcome back, Miss Bulma, it greeted. Bulma guided Sun Wukong to her laboratory, where he marveled at the mechanical apparatus and various robots. Ah, so this is Bulma's home, truly impressive and distinctly hers. At that moment, Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs, approached, and upon seeing Sun Wukong, he inquired if he was Bulma's boyfriend. Bulma quickly denied it, urging her father not to make such remarks. Sun Wukong remained silent, instead greeting Bulma's father. The elder observed Wukong's diminutive stature, finding him quite adorable. Bulma asked her father to step out, then handed Sun Wukong the dragon radar, explaining its operation. Subsequently, Bulma presented a mini wristband she had discovered earlier, expressing her desire to ride on Sun Wukong's Nimbus cloud. As Bulma shrank in size, Wukong admired her transformation, marveling at her abilities. Before long, Bulma's mother entered, carrying 2 glasses of wine, inadvertently knocking Bulma over with her foot. Bulma's mother was remarkably youthful and beautiful. Sun Wukong, pointing at Bulma, greeted her. Hello, Auntie, that is Bulma. Bulma hastily pressed the button to return to her original size. Why are you lying at your mother's feet? Bulma and her mother began to bicker. Mother, you stepped on me, Bulma retorted. Sun Wukong urged them to cease their quarrel, but Bulma snapped at him to be quiet. He obediently closed his mouth, feeling intimidated by Bulma's fierceness. I apologize, little Wukong. My daughter can be quite loud. Here, have some wine, Bulma's mother offered. Bulma interjected, explaining that Wukong was still a child and shouldn't be offered alcohol. Bulma's mother sighed, remarking that children in their rebellious phase often behave this way, demonstrating her gentle nature. Bulma felt exasperated with her mother. Wukong expressed that he was a bit hungry and inquired if Bulma had any food. Upon hearing this, Bulma's mother suggested Wukong have a cup of coffee while she prepared something to eat. Wukong sipped the coffee, relishing the long-awaited taste. Considering the potential for extreme weather to affect the wristband's functionality, Bulma enhanced it. Wukong, come and eat. Bulma's mother called out warmly. Thank you, Auntie, Wukong replied, eagerly digging in. He consumed a great deal of food, and rather than being surprised by his appetite, Bulma's mother complimented him on his hearty consumption. After enhancing her wristband, Bulma entered the dining area and, upon witnessing Wukong's impressive appetite, contemplated going out to prepare more food. She ventured out to purchase a significant quantity of meat, packing it into capsules. Bulma, are you in such a hurry? Bulma's mother urged Wukong to slow down. Mother, time waits for no one. Bulma insisted, eager for adventure. Feeling secure with Wukong's strength to protect her, Sun Wukong summoned the Nimbus cloud, and Bulma shrank again, settling on his chest. Riding atop the Nimbus was exhilarating for Bulma as she joyfully observed the city below, directing Sun Wukong towards the shopping center. At the mall, Bulma purchased another ton of meat, prompting Wukong to question the excess. This is for you to eat. Who told you to have such a large appetite? Bulma replied candidly, making Wukong feel a bit bashful as he cradled his stomach, admitting he was easily hungry. After their shopping, Bulma noticed the dragon radar indicating a small village to the south. Upon arriving at the village, Sun Wukong and Bulma found all the doors tightly shut. Bulma politely knocked, but when no one answered, she grew impatient and smashed the door with her fist. The villagers trembled inside, and one exclaimed, Lord Oolong, I have already submitted the tribute. Bulma and Wukong inquired about the identity of Lord Oolong, as the radar indicated a Dragon Ball was located in this village. An elderly woman welcomed them in, explaining that a fearsome monster had been troubling their village. Her son then brought tools to repair the broken door, and Bulma felt remorseful for the damage. She asked Wukong for assistance, and he readily agreed, skillfully repairing it without further destruction. Bulma then inquired about Lord Oolong, and the elderly woman explained that he was a powerful monster living nearby, capable of transforming into various forms, frequently harassing the village and demanding tributes of girls and food. Bulma was incensed by this injustice. The elderly woman produced a Dragon Ball, stating it was one they had found and kept because it was beautiful, offering it to Bulma and Wukong. Bulma accepted the Dragon Ball, while Sun Wukong expressed his desire to confront the monster to test his strength. Bulma was equally curious about Wukong's capabilities, but the elderly woman cautioned him against facing the beast, claiming it was formidable. Bulma inquired when the monster might appear, and the woman revealed it had already come earlier that day and would not return soon. Bulma requested the woman to inform them of Oolong's whereabouts. When she hesitated, Bulma urged Sun Wukong to demonstrate his prowess. He leaped out and delivered a powerful punch to a nearby tree, toppling it effortlessly. The villagers were astonished by his strength, never expecting such power from someone so small. The elderly woman's son directed them to the west, where Lord Oolong resided in a grand castle. Wukong, let us set forth, Bulma commanded. Bulma, you are truly kind, Wukong complimented her. Bulma, displeased with the praise, playfully pinched Wukong's chest. What do you mean by that, Wukong? I am inherently kind, she asserted. Wukong, grinning, thought Bulma had a bit of a spoiled princess demeanor, yet he found her to be quite wonderful through their interactions. As they approached a magnificent white castle, Bulma urged Wukong to hasten. She knocked on the door, and upon hearing a voice, Lord Oolong transformed into a handsome man, opening the door and gazing at Bulma with admiration. Taken aback by the monster's handsome form, Bulma's attraction surfaced. Wukong cautioned her that Oolong could assume any shape. Bulma's imagination of a grotesque figure was shattered as she stood behind Wukong. Handsome, do you not find me striking? I am the most handsome man in the world, Oolong declared narcissistically while admiring a flower in his hand. Wukong and Bulma exchanged glances, unable to suppress their disgust at his pompous words. Wukong confronted Oolong. asking if he often disturbed the nearby village and abducted women. Oolong scoffed at Wukong, belittling his stature. You, little one, should kneel before Lord Oolong. If not, go home and find your mother for comfort. I am small, Wukong replied, pointing to himself. I am only 12 years old, and I will certainly grow taller. Oolong then transformed into a towering monster, 3 meters tall with horns, wielding a spiked club. Bulma gasped at Oolong's sudden transformation, and Wukong urged her to retreat to safety. Before he could finish his warning, Bulma had already dashed behind a tree to hide. Wukong, you can do it. I believe in you. She cheered. Haha, little brat. Your friend is already cowered in fear. Oolong laughed, mocking Bulma's retreat. Son Wukong leaped into action, extending his arm and tightening his fist, aiming directly at Oolong's forehead. Oolong was struck down by Wukong, showcasing his lack of prowess. Infuriated, Oolong rose, brandishing his wolf fawn club and wildly swinging it at Son Wukong, who nimbly evaded each blow. Wukong then positioned himself beneath Oolong and delivered a powerful punch, sending him soaring into the air. In mid-flight, Oolong transformed into a fighter jet, unleashing a barrage of bullets at Wukong, who deftly dodged the attack. After 5 minutes, Oolong's transformation ended, reverting him to a diminutive pig that plummeted to the ground. Wukong summoned his cloud, Jinduyan, to rescue Oolong, leaving the latter astonished that Wukong would come to his aid. Bulma, observing Oolong's pig form, couldn't help but chuckle, realizing why Oolong considered himself a handsome fellow. Oolong rolled his eyes at Bulma, and a minute later, he morphed into a hammer, aiming to strike Bulma. Wukong intervened just in time, delivering a hefty blow to Oolong. Bulma, incensed by Oolong's audacity to harm her, instructed Wukong to restrain him and proceeded to remove Oolong's shoes, exclaiming how unsightly they were, prompting Wukong to cover his nose in disgust. Oolong, blushing with embarrassment, questioned Bulma's intentions, to which she, pinching her nose, playfully teased him with a blade of grass, inquiring if he surrendered. Oolong, unable to contain his laughter, begrudgingly conceded. Bulma spared Oolong, demanding he release the captured girls. Oolong led Wukong and Bulma to his expansive home, where the sounds of laughter from the girls echoed. He insisted he had not harmed them, merely seeking a gentle wife, unaware of their unruly nature. The girls, upon spotting Oolong, urged him to procure more fruit, as their supply had dwindled. Bulma watched them frolicking in swimsuits, leisurely sipping drinks, and noted their carefree demeanor. Wukong and Bulma eventually encouraged the girls to return home, as their parents were anxious for their safety. Chapter 9. Considerate Wukong as Oolong contemplated escape, Bulma seized his tail, insisting he accompany them in search of the Dragon Balls, believing he could be of assistance. Oolong shot Bulma a disdainful glance, but she brandished her fist threateningly above his head. Oolong pouted, remarking that such a fierce woman surely had no suitors. Bulma, catching Oolong's muttering, glared at him, prompting him to hide behind Wukong, who advised him not to provoke Bulma. Witnessing Wukong's protective stance over Bulma, Oolong refrained from antagonizing her further. Upon returning to the village, they were greeted warmly, and upon learning their daughters were unharmed, the villagers sighed in relief. Bulma compelled Oolong to apologize sincerely, which he did, leading the villagers to express their gratitude by treating Wukong and his companions to a lavish feast. After their meal, Wukong and his party set off to search for more Dragon Balls, with the villagers bidding them farewell. Thus began Wukong's quest for the Dragon Balls, now accompanied by Oolong. With Oolong aboard, Bulma piloted her aircraft under the sweltering sun, while Wukong sought refuge from the heat inside the cool cabin. They had already located the 5-star and 3-star Dragon Balls, leaving 4 more to find, one of which was at Wukong's grandfather's grave. Oolong navigated the aircraft, while Bulma, equipped with the Dragon Ball radar, directed him toward the next Dragon Ball. Upon reaching the designated location, they disembarked, and Bulma spotted a narrow opening where the Dragon Ball was located. She illuminated the depths with a flashlight, revealing the glowing Dragon Ball. Yet the entrance was too constricted for them to enter. Wukong and Bulma exchanged knowing glances, prompting Oolong to reluctantly transform into a drilling machine to access the cavern. As Oolong burrowed deeper, he unexpectedly emerged, propelled by an unseen force. Peering into the opening, Bulma and Wukong were met with the sight of a massive, dark serpent. Bulma's legs wobbled in fear as she clutched Wukong's hand, imploring him for protection. Wukong, unperturbed, cradled Bulma to safety, instructing Oolong to ensure her protection. Oolong, pointing to himself, retorted that it would be more prudent for Bulma to guard him. As Wulong prepared to flee, Bulma caught on and halted him from escaping. Wukong, with a serious demeanor, watched the serpent emerge, irate at the disturbance to its slumber. The serpent lunged at Wukong, its mouth agape, intent on devouring him. Bulma watched anxiously from a distance, warning Wukong to be cautious. Undeterred, Wukong brandished his Rui Bang, extending it to strike the serpent's head. Enraged, the serpent retaliated by sweeping its tail at Wukong while ensnaring him with its tongue. After several unsuccessful attempts to subdue the beast, Wukong soared onto Jinduyan, opting to unleash the Kamehameha wave. The serpent, sensing the impending danger, coiled around a rock and hurled it toward Wukong. Wukong assumed the Kamehameha stance and released a wave of energy, shattering the stone. The exertion left Wukong feeling famished, prompting him to launch another assault. The serpent, aware of the threat posed by Wukong's energy wave, retreated into hiding. With the Dragon Ball situated below, Wukong refrained from using the Kamehameha wave, fearing damage to the precious orb. The serpent remained hidden, and they were unable to proceed. Bulma turned to Wulong, suggesting he transform into a pump to fill the serpent's lair with water. Though reluctant, Wulong acquiesced. Wukong ventured to locate a water source, finding one nearby, while Wulong transformed into a pump, with Wukong wielding a hose to siphon water from the river. Bulma activated the mechanism, and the water flowed continuously. Wukong stood guard at the cave's entrance, and as the serpent could no longer endure the rising water, it surfaced, only to be met with Wukong's punch, which sent it reeling. The serpent fled at incredible speed, but with the Dragon Ball still within the cave, Wukong chose not to pursue it. To their delight, they discovered a one-star Dragon Ball, a fortunate find. Bulma carefully stored it away. As night fell, Bulma produced a house capsule, instantly conjuring a dwelling. With only one bed inside, Wukong and Wulong resigned themselves to sleeping on the floor. Wulong grumbled about the unfairness of being relegated to the ground, while Wukong urged him to settle down. The house contained a refrigerator stocked with ample meat, as Bulma, not particularly adept at cooking, instructed Wulong and Wukong to prepare a meal while she took a bath. Wulong, bemused by Bulma's high-handedness, complied nonetheless. Wulong and Wukong prepared a simple feast. Wukong, skilled merely at barbecuing, left the more intricate tasks to Wulong. Sensing a lack of food, Wukong ventured to the river to catch a large fish for grilling. Wulong cooked noodles, adding an abundance of seafood and meat, showcasing the wealth of ingredients available. Meanwhile, Bulma luxuriated in her bath, savoring the leisurely moment. Upon her return, she found Wulong already indulging in the meal, leading her to strike him on the head for not waiting. Wulong defended himself, citing his hunger. Wukong presented Bulma with a bowl of noodles, encouraging her to eat. Grateful, she acknowledged Wukong's kindness. After devouring 2 bowls, Wukong still felt unsatisfied, prompting Bulma to produce another capsule filled with meat, which he declined, preferring to save it for later. As the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, Wukong excitedly announced that it was nearly ready, stepping outside to season the fish. After Bulma finished her noodles, she brewed a cup of oolong tea for Wulong. Wulong drank it, and Bulma smiled, remarking on her gentle side. She then ventured outside to join son Wukong, who was grilling a particularly large fish that emanated an appetizing aroma. Noticing Bulma's interest, son Wukong sliced a piece of the fish for her, seasoning it generously. Bulma, having just bathed and wishing to keep her hands clean, opened her mouth, signaling son Wukong to feed her. He tore off a small piece and offered it to her, and she thought to herself how considerate he was. After feeding her, son Wukong quickly devoured the rest of the fish, finishing it in no time. Once satiated, Bulma instructed son Wukong to take a bath. After his bath, he laid a blanket on the floor and went to sleep. In another corner, Bulma, restless in her slumber, rolled off the bed in the middle of the night and landed softly on son Wukong, who remained undisturbed. The next morning, son Wukong felt a heaviness pressing down on him, struggling to breathe. Upon opening his eyes, he realized Bulma was lying on his chest, causing his discomfort. He gently pushed her aside, noticing her underwear was exposed, and he tidied her skirt. Rising early for his morning exercises, son Wukong soon ventured to the riverbank where he hunted a wild boar of considerable size and strength, which even knocked over a tree in its fury. Eager for some boar meat, he provocatively stuck out his tongue at the creature. Enraged, the boar charged at him, but son Wukong leaped onto its back. The boar ran wildly, crashing into trees in an attempt to unseat him. Ultimately, It knocked its own head against a tree, rendering itself unconscious. Sun Wukong delivered several punches to the dazed creature, ultimately killing it. The commotion of the crashing trees awoke Bulma and Wulong. Bulma, finding herself on the ground with Wulong at her feet, kicked him away, asking if he was the reason she had fallen. Wulong, covering his face, denied it. After washing up, Bulma prepared breakfast, making herself a sandwich accompanied by coffee. Sun Wukong returned, carrying the wild boar. Wukong, you're up so early hunting boar? Wulong assisted in roasting the meat, using his own grilling apparatus, which made the boar's flesh particularly fragrant. Sun Wukong wielded a knife, tossing the boar into the air and slicing it into pieces that landed on a plate. Bulma joined in to help, adding vegetables to the grill, and once ready, she offered some to Sun Wukong, who praised her culinary skills. After satisfying his hunger, Sun Wukong announced their next destination. The next Dragon Ball lay in the northern region of Pulu Longshan. The north was exceedingly cold, but Bulma had prepared warm clothing in advance. As they journeyed northward, the chill intensified, prompting Sun Wukong to don a padded coat. The wind and snow grew fiercer as they pressed on, with Wulong urging them to move faster. As they approached their destination, Wulong piloted the aircraft downwards. But a sudden gust of wind caused the plane to crash onto the ice. The aircraft was damaged, and Bulma clung tightly to Sun Wukong. Once the plane came to a halt, they exited, only to be met by the biting cold that left their faces numb. Bulma produced a mask for herself, the only one she had, while Wulong wrapped himself tightly in his clothing. Seeking refuge from the harsh winds, they found a cave to wait until the storm subsided. Bulma embraced Sun Wukong for warmth, prompting Wulong to express envy, suggesting she hug him instead. Bulma kicked him away, irritated. As the winds lessened, she handed the Dragon Ball radar to Sun Wukong, opting to stay behind due to the cold. Sun Wukong took it, assuring her he would manage. He leapt onto the glacier, locating the Dragon Ball, which was encased in ice. Bulma instructed Wulong to pull the sled back, keeping a safe distance. Sun Wukong struck the ice with a powerful punch, which was immensely hard and painful. He continued to strike until the ice shattered, revealing the Dragon Ball within. Bulma, I've got the Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully. Fool, hurry down. The glacier is about to crack. His punches had weakened the ice, and his chunks fell from above. Sun Wukong leapt towards Bulma, but he miscalculated and was struck by the falling ice. Bulma quickly steered the sled towards him, attempting to clear away the ice. I can't move it. Wulong, come help, she urged. Bulma asked Wulong to transform into a crane to lift the debris. Wukong, where are you? Sun Wukong, awakened by the cold, heard Bulma's voice and unleashed a powerful aura, shattering the ice that encased him. Bulma, relieved to see him, hugged him tightly, exclaiming how glad she was that he was unharmed. Exhausted and chilled, Sun Wukong was carried to the sled by Bulma. Suddenly, the entire glacier trembled, and Bulma called for Wulong to hurry up as the ground beneath them began to crack. With wide eyes, she urged him to move faster. Bulma quickened her pace, while Wulong held Sun Wukong tightly, who stirred awake in Wulong's warm embrace. As Bulma glanced at the fissures in the ice, she pressed on. A piece of ice fell nearby, creating a shockwave that altered the sled's trajectory, sending them into a hole. They plummeted downwards, and Bulma clutched Sun Wukong, fearing for their lives. Looking into the dark abyss, she was gripped by terror, tears streaming down her face. Wulong clung to Sun Wukong, contemplating his life with regret, lamenting that he had never kissed a woman. Bulma, too, felt sorrowful that her first kiss might be lost forever. They descended deeper into what appeared to be a vast cavern, and Sun Wukong observed that the tunnel seemed artificially constructed. After what felt like an eternity, a glimmer of light appeared, causing Bulma to excitedly tug at Sun Wukong's neck. He urged her to remain calm. Oh, Wukong, it's over. Bulma gasped as she saw that below them lay a treacherous expanse of ice, certain to spell their doom if they fell. The Rui Bang elongated to an extraordinary length, allowing Bulma and Wulong to grip it tightly. With a thud, the sled struck the ice, creating a small hole. Sun Wukong instructed the Rui Bang to shorten, and they gradually descended onto the icy surface. However, as soon as they landed, they were surrounded. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into our icy kingdom? A penguin-headed figure brandished an ice blade at them. We accidentally fell in, Bulma explained, waving her hands. Fell in? Aren't you with the Red Ribbon Army? An elderly penguin inquired. After clarifications were made, they learned that the penguins had been hiding from the Red Ribbon Army. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, The penguins warmly welcomed Sun Wukong and his companions. "Don't you get cold living here?" Wulong asked, observing the icy surroundings with discomfort. "Not at all. Thanks to the clothing developed by our doctor," they replied. Upon entering, Sun Wukong and Bulma were astonished to find a large village with cultivated gardens. "Gulyalu." Sun Wukong's stomach growled, revealing his hunger. "Are you hungry? Come eat with us." The villagers invited, presenting a feast of lobster and fish. "Thank you for your hospitality," Sun Wukong replied, diving into the food without hesitation. Bulma was charmed by their kindness, while Wulong felt a bit bashful, his cheeks flushed. Chapter 11 captured the penguin. People merely watched as Sun Wukong and his companions feasted, refraining from partaking themselves. Bulma, gazing at the food, inexplicably lost her appetite. Sun Wukong, famished, noticed Bulma's lack of interest and expressed concern. Bulma explained that she simply had no desire to eat. Unlike Sun Wukong, who possessed a carefree spirit, she was preoccupied with thoughts of their escape and found the inhabitants of this place rather peculiar. Their excessive hospitality struck her as somewhat unsettling. Wulong, disregarding the atmosphere, seized a piece of meat and began to eat without a second thought. Despite the insistence of the locals for Bulma to eat, she remained resolute in her refusal, growing increasingly frustrated with their persistence. Bulma turned her attention to a young boy, approaching him to inquire about his name. He replied that he was called Chi-Er. Bulma could not shake the feeling that these people were odd, their gazes unsettling. Once Sun Wukong finished his meal, he asked the elder penguin how they might exit. With a gentle smile, the elder informed them that they must wait until the morrow, as the passage would not open until then. Thus, Sun Wukong and his companions were obliged to spend the night. Sun Wukong and Oolong glanced at Bulma, who had no choice but to acquiesce. That night, the villagers assigned them separate quarters. Oolong was placed in the far west, Bulma in the north, and Sun Wukong in the south. Oolong and Sun Wukong paid little mind to the arrangement, but for the anxious Bulma, it was unacceptable. She needed to be close to Sun Wukong for comfort. Oolong urged Bulma, the young lady, to settle down and sleep, emphasizing the need to leave early in the morning. Despite their claims of being unfazed by the chill, the cold was biting, and they had not provided any means for warmth. The villagers, with serious expressions, informed them that their sleeping quarters were quite small, barely accommodating 2 individuals. Bulma, observing their demeanor, could no longer refuse and reluctantly agreed. Although Bulma consented, she did not relinquish her determination. As the others succumbed to slumber, she stealthily rose to seek out Sun Wukong. Were they all asleep? At that moment, Bulma overheard hushed voices. "They are asleep. I administered a sufficient dose of sleeping powder." "How could they not be?" one remarked. "Even though that woman did not eat, she is merely one woman." Bulma desperately stifled her mouth to suppress any sound. What if Sun Wukong, having consumed so much, fell into a deep sleep? They would be finished. "Let us prepare the ritual swiftly. Otherwise, the high priest will be furious." The 2 speakers departed. At that moment, Bulma noticed someone approaching her quarters. She hurriedly opened the door, feigning sleep. As they found her still resting, they exhaled in relief, but, feeling insecure, sent in a cloud of sleeping gas. Bulma quickly turned, holding her breath, and once they left, she dashed outside for fresh air. The village was eerily empty, and Bulma observed that all the houses were devoid of occupants. She immediately set out to find Sun Wukong, but each house appeared like a white ice sculpture, making her search arduous. Eventually, she stumbled upon Oolong, who was lost in a deep slumber within an icy cave. Utterly disoriented, furious at Oolong's lethargy, Bulma pinched his cheek, but he merely swatted her hand away and turned over to continue sleeping. As she reached for her bag, she realized it was missing. Consequently, she resorted to dragging Oolong in her search for Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong resided at the southernmost point, and Bulma pulled Oolong in the opposite direction towards him. In his dreams, Oolong envisioned himself trapped in ice, despite the layers of clothing he wore. He felt the cold penetrating him, especially on his back. Bulma arrived at the southern area and, once discarding Oolong, began her search for Sun Wukong. "Not here, not here," she muttered, scouring room after room until she finally located him. She entered and attempted to rouse him by slapping his face, but he remained in a profound slumber, unresponsive to her calls. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching. They were returning. "The ritual is prepared. We must offer the sacrifices." Bulma felt a jolt of fear. Crouching behind the door, "Sun Wukong, wake up. We are doomed." Tears welled in her eyes. "The high priest." It's bad. That woman has escaped. And that pig is missing. They discovered Bulma and Oolong's absence from the room. In a flash of inspiration, Bulma leaned close to Sun Wukong's ear and whispered, Sun Wukong, it's time to eat. There are plenty of big chicken legs. Upon hearing the mention of food, Sun Wukong's tail sprang to life. High Priest. That woman is in that child's room. Bulma was spotted. The High Priest commanded his followers to capture Bulma, who found herself overwhelmed and seized. Sun Wukong remained asleep, while Oolong was bound tightly. Sun Wukong, it's time to eat. If you don't wake up now, your chicken legs will be gone. Bulma was cornered by the penguin people. Sun Wukong, upon realizing the food was gone, jolted awake. Upon awakening, he found his mind clouded. Bulma, why are you tied up? Fool, look at yourself. Sun Wukong glanced down to discover he too was bound. A gust of cold air swept in, snapping him back to clarity. Observing his captors, he quickly grasped the situation. Eventually, Bulma and Sun Wukong were taken away, while Oolong remained in his slumber. Sun Wukong, recognizing that their food had been laced with sleeping powder, understood the gravity of their predicament. They were led to a blood-red chamber adorned with bizarre formations, at the center of which stood a terrifying black horn statue. Thanks to his memories from Moku, Sun Wukong recognized it as a formation. Sun Wukong inquired about their capture, but they offered no response, instead kneeling in unison before the statue. Bulma, frightened, huddled closer to Sun Wukong. Do not ask them anything. They seem entranced and will not answer. Sun Wukong wished fervently that Oolong were awake to transform into scissors. Straining against his bonds, Sun Wukong found his tail ensnared, rendering him unable to exert his strength. He urged Bulma to free his tail from its bindings. Bulma leaned against him, reaching to untie the rope binding his tail. Once their chanting concluded, they turned as one to face Sun Wukong and advanced, intending to cast Oolong into the formation. Bulma, drenched in sweat and anxious, felt the tension rising. Just as she was about to free Sun Wukong, they separated her from him. Almost there. How infuriating. Sun Wukong, undeterred, summoned his strength and broke free from his restraints, the ropes shattering under his might. The High Priest, witnessing this, commanded the penguin people to seize Sun Wukong. He swiftly dispatched his assailants with a flurry of punches, moving with such speed that they appeared as mere phantoms. Excellent. Bulma, roll away from the formation. Sun Wukong encouraged. They were no match for him, but the High Priest, seeing his kin fall, resorted to dark magic to immobilize Sun Wukong. Bulma, observing the High Priest's actions, warned Sun Wukong. As black smoke rushed towards him, Sun Wukong leaped, retrieving his Rui Bang and striking at the High Priest. Chapter 12. The Ice Demon King. The High Priest deflected the blow with his staff, and Sun Wukong engaged him in combat. A swift kick to the High Priest's abdomen left him momentarily dazed. Sun Wukong swiftly approached Bulma to untie her. You were amazing, Bulma exclaimed, embracing him in excitement as he freed her. He gently pushed her away before unbinding Oolong. We must leave this place, Sun Wukong urged. He struck Oolong, waking him with a start, to which Oolong protested, Why did you hit me? Bulma, exasperated, exclaimed, We are on the verge of death, and you still sleep. Oolong, witnessing the villagers who had warmly welcomed them now collapsed on the ground, began to sense that something was amiss. Do not think you can escape. The High Priest bellowed as he regained consciousness and inadvertently activated a mechanism that awakened the ominous statue. A beam of laser emitted from the eye struck Sun Wukong, who sensed the danger and quickly leapt aside with Bulma in his arms. Wukong, this is bad. The statue has come to life. He urged Bulma to escape first. Bulma instructed Oolong to transform into a vehicle so that she could drive off in search of their belongings, which she recalled had been placed in a room by a child. Sun Wukong remained behind to confront the statue, leaping up to strike it with his Rui Bang. However, his efforts proved futile as the laser continued to fire, eventually hitting him and leaving him paralyzed, with his hair singed. Wukong quickly circled around to the back of the statue, discovering a protruding section which he attempted to strike with his fists. The stone was too hard to break, prompting him to resort to the Kamehameha wave. He soared into the air, directing an attack wave at the statue's head. The statue was struck and its movement slowed. Wukong unleashed 3 consecutive attack waves, finally halting the statue's advance. He then rushed to awaken those below, slapping them awake and inquiring about the situation. They provided no answer, transforming into bones as they chanted, I do not want to die, I want to live. It was then that Sun Wukong noticed the High Priest had awakened. lifting the unconscious individuals with his staff and murmuring incantations. The people in the formation gradually transformed into bones, while the high priest's face became remarkably youthful. Haha, I have finally revived. Wukong watched the high priest with caution. Raising a hand, the high priest conjured ice blocks to hurl at Wukong, who swiftly dodged. Meanwhile, Bulma and Oolong had found the Dragon Balls and were observing Wukong from a distance. At a disadvantage, Wukong struggled as Bulma hurriedly retrieved her computer to investigate the situation. Ultimately, through her diligent efforts, she uncovered that in ancient times there existed an ice demon king, named so for his ability to create ice, which served as his weapon. The narrative continued, revealing that the ice demon king had once unified the realm, but his reign ended when 7 Dragon Balls were used to encase him in ice, rendering him dormant. Nevertheless, the Ice Demon King's followers were undeterred in their quest to resurrect him, though historical records ceased thereafter. Bulma speculated that the Ice Demon King's kin had ventured to the site of his entrapment, leading to the loss of documentation. The text indicated that to defeat the Ice Demon King, the dragon's seal was paramount, and his weakness lay in his heart, which when shattered, would lead to his demise. However, this heart resided externally, serving as the key to his resurrection. Oolong, observing Wukong's plight, lamented the dire situation. Wukong was painfully pierced by sharp ice needles. Cursing the vastness that left him no means of evasion, he could only wave his Rui Bang to deflect the attacks. The Ice Demon King fashioned a throne of ice and sat upon it, relentlessly launching assaults. Wukong, fatigued, took refuge behind the statue, only to be caught off guard as the ice needles curved, striking him down from his perch. Bulma, think of something. Wukong is in grave danger, Oolong urged Bulma, who was tirelessly searching for the heart's location. As ice needles aimed at Wukong, the Ice Demon King declared he had grown weary of the battle. You little brat, have lasted long enough. Join me as my subordinate, and together we shall dominate the world. Wukong resolutely refused. Infuriated by Wukong's defiance, the Ice Demon King unleashed a barrage of ice needles. Bulma instructed Oolong to transform into a flamethrower to assist Wukong. Despite Oolong's fear of the dire consequences should Wukong perish, Oolong, realizing the urgency, transformed and unleashed flames to melt the ice needles. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong evaded the attacks as the needles struck the ice. Bulma pinpointed the heart's location, discovering it lay 10 meters beneath the formation. Wukong, the Ice Demon King's weakness is beneath the formation where his heart is kept. Wukong realized the necessity of luring the enemy away. As Bulma spoke, an ice block hurtled towards her, but she deftly rolled aside, only to find her computer rendered inoperable. Fortuitously, she had kept her bag, and the Dragon Balls remained intact. Oolong's flames proved ineffective, and soon he was pierced by ice, yelping in pain. Fleeing, Oolong watched as Wukong attempted to approach the Ice Demon King, but faced continual obstruction. It was time to employ the Kamehameha Wave. Wukong sought an opening while Oolong, nursing his wounds, rushed to Bulma for assistance. She quickly helped remove the ice needles. Exclaiming how cold it was, Wukong was overwhelmed, with no place to hide, while the Ice Demon King attacked relentlessly, leaving Wukong no time to counterattack. Oolong transformed into a flying bird, carrying the laser gun to Wukong. Upon catching it, Wukong's spirits lifted as he deftly dodged while firing at the Ice Demon King. The beam struck the Ice Demon King, causing his form to begin melting. The relentless assault ceased, and the ice needles fell to the ground. In the next chapter, Wukong wasted no time, using the laser gun to melt the ice encasing the formation. Bulma and Oolong rejoiced at the Ice Demon King's defeat, but their celebration was short-lived as his body began to regenerate. How dare you harm my esteemed body? The Ice Demon King roared, summoning a multitude of ice pillars to launch at Wukong. Wukong leaped onto the ice pillars, but the Ice Demon King noticed the laser gun in Wukong's possession. As Wukong ascended, his feet became encased in ice, which spread rapidly over his body, trapping him. Wukong, now frozen, focused his energy and broke free from the ice, leaping towards the Ice Demon King. The Ice Demon King conjured a protective shield, but Wukong shattered it with a punch. A powerful kick to the Ice Demon King's abdomen sent him reeling. Wukong continued to unleash a flurry of attacks, but the Ice Demon King sought to create distance. Wukong pressed the attack, cornering the Ice Demon King against the formation. Meanwhile, Bulma quietly approached to break the ice surrounding Oolong. Hurry, I'm freezing, Oolong pleaded. Suffering from the cold, As Wukong and the Ice Demon King engaged fiercely, the Ice Demon King summoned ice creatures to aid him. But Wukong shattered them only for them to reconstitute. Observing the ice on the ground, Wukong devised a plan, targeting the Ice Demon King while attempting to dismantle the ice layers beneath. Sun Wukong trod upon the form of the Ice Demon Emperor, then leaped into the air to unleash the Kamehameha wave. The Ice Demon Emperor sensed his body beginning to melt. However, he felt no fear, for as long as his heart remained, he would not perish. The glacier cracked open, revealing his heart within. Sun Wukong beheld the heart. Noticing the ice layers starting to close in again, and the Ice Demon Emperor's body beginning to restore, he realized he could no longer use the Kamehameha wave. Sun Wukong ascended, utilizing the ice to accelerate his descent, his right hand outstretched towards the heart. The Ice Demon Emperor emitted a sound of terror, while Bulma and Oolong watched anxiously from the side. The heart was struck repeatedly, exploding into fragments. The Ice Demon Emperor, now restored, gazed in disbelief as his body began to dissipate. Joyously, Bulma and Oolong danced with elation. When Bulma noticed Wukong had not yet surfaced, she hurried over, relieved to find him asleep. She instructed Oolong to retrieve Wukong, and this time, Oolong did not complain. Bulma carried Sun Wukong on her back, entrusting her backpack to Oolong. Suddenly, the glacier above began to collapse. In a panic, Bulma and Oolong dodged the falling ice and searched for an exit. Nearby, additional ice fell, revealing blinding light and a chilling wind. Exhilarated, Bulma and Oolong rushed towards the exit, only to misstep and plummet rapidly down the icy cliff. Bulma clutched Sun Wukong tightly, the icy wind slapping her face, rousing her from slumber. Upon waking, she realized they were in free fall. Sun Wukong swiftly summoned his Nimbus Cloud. As they neared the ground, Bulma squeezed Wukong tightly, shutting her eyes, while Wukong struggled to breathe against her embrace. Just half a meter from the ice, the Nimbus Cloud arrived, gently catching them and allowing them to settle softly onto the surface. After a moment, Bulma felt no pain and opened her eyes, discovering everything was fine. Oolong, noticing Sun Wukong gasping for air beneath Bulma, urged her to release him. Bulma, you must let Wukong go. Your embrace could suffocate him. What nonsense are you spouting? Bulma retorted, jumping off Wukong and playfully swatting Oolong on the head, telling him to mind his words. Once Wukong regained his breath, Bulma shrank down and sat on his chest while Oolong tugged at him. Not long after their departure, the entire glacier began to collapse. Do-do-do. They exited the glacier, and Wukong, feeling unbearably cold, sought refuge in a village. Wukong's nose ran, indicating he had caught a cold. The trio soon found themselves with fevers, and Wukong collapsed at the doorstep of a house. Lord Pilaf, there is someone passed out at our door, said Xiaowu, observing the surveillance monitors. Ignore them, Pilaf commanded, wishing them to leave. Pilaf gazed at the 2 Dragon Balls he had collected. Lord, they possess 3 Dragon Balls, Xiaowu pointed out, noticing the Dragon Balls nestled in Oolong's backpack. What? Splendid. With just 2 more, we can complete the collection. Pilaf was ecstatic. Xiaowu tossed Wukong and his friends down, and with a thud, the inhabitants below heard the commotion and rushed out to investigate, discovering 3 unconscious figures. A young girl with red hair approached, exclaiming, "Someone has collapsed." They were rescued and, as warmth enveloped them, Wukong was the first to awaken, expressing gratitude to the family that had saved them. Did you rescue us? And where are my friends? He inquired, noticing the absence of Oolong and Bulma, causing him concern. Your friends are in another room. Do not worry, the young girl. Jojo reassured him. Jojo are my friends all right. Wukong rose to check on them. Oolong quickly recovered after taking medicine, but Bulma faced more difficulties. Wukong observed Bulma's head burning with fever and, seeking to cool her down, held ice against her forehead. Oolong was busy chatting with Jojo's sister, who possessed an enviable figure, utterly captivating him. Oolong transformed into a dashing man, saying, "Hello, miss. Please accept this bouquet as a token of my affection." Jojo's sister, Zhou-Chi, was equally smitten by Oolong's handsome visage. Oolong, emboldened, invited Zhou-Chi for a walk, and they held hands. Wukong, preoccupied with Bulma's condition, noticed she remained unconscious, having yet to take her medicine. The host family warned that if Bulma's fever did not subside soon, she might suffer lasting effects. Concerned for Bulma, Wukong observed her tightly shut lips, and with a clever thought, he ground the medicine into powder and administered it to her. He then ensured she was warmly dressed and inquired where the nearest hospital was. Just head east, and you'll find a hospital, they directed. Wukong mounted his Nimbus cloud, carrying Bulma to the hospital. Upon arrival, after an examination by the doctor, they were relieved to learn that they had arrived in time. Following some intravenous treatment, Bulma's fever gradually subsided. When she awoke in the hospital, Wukong was asleep at her bedside. Looking at him, Bulma felt a profound sense of security. After 5 minutes, Oolong reverted to his pig form, his face swollen and disfigured from being struck, and he grumbled about being deceived. After Bulma recovered, Wukong expressed gratitude to the villagers who had saved them. Upon returning, they found Oolong with a bruised face, and Bulma surmised the reason, playfully questioning him. Chapter 14. Retrieving the Dragon Balls. Oolong rolled his eyes at Bulma, while Zhou explained their predicament. Bulma and son Wukong burst into laughter, having been so smitten by beauty that they forgot the time for transformation. A handsome man turning into a pig. What a psychological trauma, Oolong lamented. He informed Bulma that the Dragon Balls, along with the entire backpack, had gone missing. Infuriated, Bulma grasped Oolong, demanding to know why he had failed to protect the Dragon Balls. Wukong urged Bulma to remain calm, explaining that someone had taken advantage of their unconsciousness. Do not fret. The dragon radar is with me, Wukong reassured her, retrieving it from his pocket. Bulma took the dragon radar, saying, "You are so reliable, far more trustworthy than this pervert." However, she soon realized it was broken and inquired if there was anywhere to repair it, as she had no tools. Zhou suggested they visit Dr. Ross, who lived to the north of the village, and guided Bulma and Wukong to his home, where snow blanketed the ground. Wukong playfully rolled a snowball, engaging in a snowball fight with Oolong. It was Wukong's first experience with snow, and for the southern-born Oolong, it was a novel sensation as well. Bulma observed Wukong's joyful expression without interruption. Wukong's antics proved mischievous, and Oolong transformed into a snowball launcher, pelting Wukong with snowballs. "Hey Oolong, I'm over here, come at me." Wukong hid behind a tree, poking his head out, sticking out his tongue, and wiggling his backside. "Wukong, stop hiding," Oolong called out. "I'm coming out," Wukong declared, stepping before Oolong, swaying his hips. Oolong aimed and unleashed a barrage of snowballs, which Wukong skillfully dodged with a tilt of his head. As 5 minutes elapsed, Oolong reverted to his original form. "Oolong, I'm coming, you better watch out," Wukong teased, swiftly throwing snowballs at Oolong, who, unable to evade, fell into the snow, the snow piling up on him until he resembled a small hill. Wukong paused, and Oolong, now resembling a snowplow, flattened the snow and compressed it into ice. Zhou and Bulma arrived at Dr. Ross's house and called, "Dr. Ross, are you home?" "Zhou, what brings you here?" Dr. Ross opened the door. Zhou introduced Bulma to Dr. Ross and explained their purpose for visiting. Dr. Ross welcomed them inside, bringing Bulma into the laboratory. She was given free rein to use the tools within. Bulma nodded and, wielding a screwdriver, promptly set to work. The doctor rose to prepare 2 cups of milk. In just a few moments, Bulma had repaired the Dragon Ball radar. "Bulma, it's fixed," she exclaimed. "Thank you for your assistance, Dr. Rashi." Dr. Rashi gazed at Bulma, surprised that such a young individual could be a scientific inventor. After a brief chat with the doctor, Bulma took her leave. From a distance, son Wukong spotted Bulma and mischievously threw a small snowball that struck her on the head. "Wukong," Bulma called, as she and Zhou rushed towards him, playfully engaging with Wukong. Due to Wukong's remarkable prowess, Zhou, Bulma, and Oolong had to team up against him. After tiring themselves out, they returned to Zhou's home, where her mother had prepared a feast. "Thank you so much, Auntie. Wukong is famished." After satisfying their hunger, they set out once more. Observing the location indicated by the Dragon Ball radar, son Wukong took flight on his Nimbus cloud. They soon encountered a large house, within which the Dragon Ball was located. Descending from the Nimbus, Bulma knocked on the door, but received no response. Meanwhile, King Pilaf's anxious minion, resembling a small dog in a purple ninja outfit, rushed to report the situation to him. "Don't worry, our traps are incredibly effective," Pilaf assured, lounging in his chair. However, Pilaf did not anticipate that son Wukong would bypass conventional entry and instead leap through a window. Bulma, Oolong grabbed the Rui Bang. Bulma and Oolong followed suit. "King Pilaf." They did not enter through the front door, but through the window. Pilaf scolded, furious that they hadn't used the main entrance. Bulma, leading the way with the Dragon Ball radar, caught the attention of Pilaf's crew through the surveillance cameras, prompting them to speculate about the device in her hands. Realizing it was a radar for locating Dragon Balls, Pilaf decided he must seize it. He activated a mechanism, and a mechanical hand descended from the ceiling to capture Bulma. In a swift motion, Sun Wukong severed the mechanical arm. Pilaf and his accomplices gaped in disbelief as Sun Wukong demonstrated his formidable strength. "This way, Bulma," she directed, pointing towards an adjacent room. Sun Wukong nodded, understanding her intent, and began to ram his head against the ceiling. When he found no success, he decided to leap downward. Smashing through the floor, Pilaf and his crew, astonished by Wukong's recklessness, prepared to flee with the Dragon Ball. "The Dragon Ball is on the move," Bulma exclaimed, observing the changing position on her radar. Suddenly, a plane zoomed past them, prompting Oolong to point excitedly. "Bulma, is the Dragon Ball on that plane?" Bulma confirmed. And Sun Wukong summoned his Nimbus to pursue the aircraft. "King Pilaf, they're coming after us," shouted Xiaowu, alarmed by Wukong's advance. "Hurry up, Ashu," Pilaf shouted, stepping on Ashu's head in frustration. Sun Wukong reached the plane and smashed through the glass, wreaking havoc within the cockpit. The entire aircraft plummeted as Wukong chased after it. Pilaf and Ashu swiftly abandoned ship, deploying their parachutes. Xiaowu clutched the Dragon Ball on her back, while Sun Wukong retrieved the backpack to inspect its contents. 5 Dragon Balls, plus 1 extra. "Goodbye," Bulma cheered, delighted to see Sun Wukong return, and playfully rubbed Oolong's face. As if, Oolong protested, "Enjoy yourself, but don't mess with my handsome face." With only 2 Dragon Balls remaining to collect, Wukong informed Bulma that one was at his home, the 4-star ball. Thus, they needed to find just one more. The next moment, they arrived at Pan Fry Mountain. Upon hearing its name, Oolong expressed his reluctance to proceed. "Why not?" Bulma inquired. "There's a powerful Ox King there, and I don't want to meet my demise," Oolong replied. "With Wukong around, what is there to fear?" Bulma insisted, pulling Wukong closer. Despite his reservations, Oolong reluctantly agreed, yielding to Bulma's insistence. To reach Pan Fry Mountain, they had to traverse a vast desert under the scorching sun, which drained Wukong of his strength. Bulma, feeling uncomfortable atop Wukong, realized their capsule vehicle was missing, leaving them without transportation. Eventually, they sought refuge under a large rock to escape the heat. "It's sweltering." Bulma urged Oolong to transform into a large fan. "I knew you'd pick on me," Oolong retorted. Chapter 15, Pan Fry Mountain. "Chi-chi-ah, this feels wonderful," Sun Wukong exclaimed as he stood before the fan, feeling parched. Fortunately, Bulma had the foresight to bring several bottles of water, though they were scarcely enough for her. Observing Wukong's thirst, she tossed him a bottle. "Thank you so much, Bulma," he exclaimed, drinking eagerly. Oolong, too, craved water, and Bulma graciously obliged, knowing Oolong would help cool them with his transformations. 5 minutes later, Oolong reverted to his original form. "It's so hot," Sun Wukong panted, his tongue lolling. Unbeknownst to them, a figure suddenly emerged, clad in green attire with a red tie, threatening them with a knife, accompanied by a flying blue creature. "Hand over the universal capsules," he demanded. "No way," Bulma retorted defiantly. "This is how it ends for you." Yamcha, brandishing a weapon, made his move. "Puar, show them what we can do." Puar transformed into a fearsome beast, causing Bulma and Oolong to cower. Sun Wukong, realizing Yamcha was a desert bandit, assumed a fighting stance and leaped towards him. "Here I come." "What? You dare challenge me, little brat?" Yamcha scoffed. But upon seeing Wukong's fearlessness, he readied himself for battle. Yamcha launched a kick, which Wukong deftly evaded. Realizing Wukong was formidable, Yamcha unleashed his signature move, the Wolf Fang Fist. Wukong countered with ease, landing a decisive kick to Yamcha's face, sending him flying. "Yamcha, are you alright?" Puar fretted, rushing to assist him. "I'm fine," Yamcha replied, though he was clearly not convinced and charged at Wukong again. However, Wukong effortlessly dodged his attacks, delivering 3 consecutive blows that left Yamcha defeated. He fled on his vehicle. Sun Wukong returned to the shade, panting, "Oolong, I'm so hot." Turn into a fan. After a few moments of cooling off, Wukong felt better. As night fell, hunger gnawed at him, and the desert offered no sustenance. Bulma glanced at Oolong, knowing he must have some capsules. "Oolong, transform into a tent to shield us from the sandstorm." "Impossible," Oolong protested, before producing a capsule from his foot. Wukong and Bulma pinched their noses in disgust. "What are you complaining about?" Oolong pressed the capsule, revealing a house. "I knew Oolong wouldn't come empty-handed," Bulma remarked as she stepped inside to bathe. Feeling the sand clinging to her hair, Sun Wukong entered and, upon opening the refrigerator, took out meat, seasoned it, and placed it in the oven. Oolong anxiously eyed the food, concerned for his provisions. After her bath, Bulma chastised Oolong for being so stingy. Meanwhile, Yamcha and Puar, having failed, plotted to sneak in and steal the capsules while the others slept. Puar transformed into a mosquito to scout the situation. Having finished his icy drink, Oolong felt satisfied. Only one Dragon Ball remains, Wukong. Is it truly that powerful? Indeed, Wukong affirmed. Gathering all 7 Dragon Balls summons Shenron, who can grant any wish. Bulma replied, serving Wukong the grilled meat, turning her attention back to him. Upon overhearing the conversation between Oolong and Bulma, Puar promptly conveyed the information to Yamcha. Upon learning about the Dragon Balls and the wish-granting Shenlong, Yamcha expressed his desire to wish away his fear of women. He could not fathom why he felt paralyzed with nervousness at the sight of a beautiful woman, yearning for physical contact, yet feeling trapped in his own home. Lamenting why he must sleep on the floor when Oolong was equally unwilling to do so, Goku, ever obedient, prepared the bedding. While Oolong noted the need for boys to be considerate towards girls, with Bulma agreeing, asserting the inappropriateness of a girl sharing a bed with them. Once Goku and Bulma fell into a deep slumber, Yamcha instructed Puar to transform into Goku's likeness to stealthily procure the Dragon Balls. As Oolong ascended, clutching a bag, he intended to tease Bulma, who had claimed his bed. While both Goku and Bulma slept soundly, Oolong mimicked Bulma's voice, and out of fear, transformed into Goku's appearance. They exchanged startled glances, caught in a moment of mutual surprise. Puar urged Oolong to descend, and he complied. Suddenly, Oolong noticed Bulma holding the bag containing the Dragon Balls. Bulma, where are you taking the Dragon Balls? He inquired. Dragon Balls? What Dragon Balls? I thought I placed them safely, Bulma muttered sleepily. Realizing something was amiss, Oolong called out for Goku to wake up, exclaiming that someone was stealing the Dragon Balls. Goku rubbed his eyes, and, upon seeing Bulma and the transformed Oolong, questioned their activities. Puar quickly reverted to his original form and fled as Goku pursued him, striking with his staff and reverting to his original shape. Yamcha, witnessing Puar, instantly confronted Goku, demanding the return of the Dragon Balls. Goku delivered several punches, rendering Yamcha unconscious, and swiftly reclaimed the Dragon Balls. Puar and Yamcha then made their escape. Bulma remained undisturbed by the commotion, and the following day, the group awakened early, seizing the cooler weather to hasten their departure from the desert. Bulma provided Goku with ice-cold water to carry, while Yamcha, observing Goku flying away on his Nimbus, hastily retrieved his capsule aircraft to follow. Upon reaching Frying Pan Mountain, they were met with raging flames. Bulma and Goku gazed at the inferno, knowing the Dragon Balls lay within. Bulma urged Goku to fly over, and as he soared into the sky, the intense heat singed his backside, forcing him to retreat. While Bulma watched, a colossal figure emerged, startling both her and Oolong. Oolong recognized the figure instantly as the Ox King and hid behind Bulma. Bulma, equally frightened, called out to Goku for help. Responding to her distress, Goku charged in, delivering a punch to the Ox King. Although the Ox King blocked the blow, he was still shaken. After a brief exchange, the Ox King assured them he meant no harm, prompting Goku to cease his aggression. The Ox King offered to provide the Dragon Balls, but insisted they extinguish the flames first, suggesting the use of a fan known as the banana fan. Goku, however, dismissed the need for it, speculating that, given Master Roshi's character, the fan was likely lost. Do you have a plan? Bulma asked, puzzled by Goku's confidence. Goku instructed them to step back. On his way to rejoin the group, Yamcha encountered Chi-Chi, who asked if he could escort her to Frying Pan Mountain. Initially reluctant, he quickly agreed when she presented him with a gold coin. Chapter 16. Chi-Chi joins Master Roshi's school. Puar eyed Yamcha curiously, glancing at Chi-Chi and questioning why he was no longer afraid of women. Yamcha rolled his eyes, noting that Chi-Chi was merely a child, not someone to be fearful of. He delivered Chi-Chi to the village at the base of Frying Pan Mountain before departing with Puar to find Goku. Young master, the Ox King is here, Puar exclaimed, tugging Yamcha out of sight of the towering figure. That's the Ox King, Yamcha observed as Goku conversed with him, marveling at Goku's audacity. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi approached the Ox King, impressed by Goku's prowess. Yamcha seized the opportunity instructing Puar to snatch the Dragon Balls while the attention was diverted. Puar transformed into a hook, stealthily snagging the backpack and attempting to drag it away. Chi-Chi noticed the movement and approached, gripping the bag and spotting the hook. Puar and Yamcha were seized with anxiety, unprepared for Chi-Chi's arrival. With a powerful Kamehameha wave, Chi-Chi extinguished the flames engulfing the mountain, flattening it in the process. Seizing the moment, Puar transformed into a mosquito and escaped just in time. Once the flames were quelled, Goku ventured in to retrieve the Dragon Balls. The Ox King, witnessing the destruction of his castle, was heartbroken. Chi-Chi consoled him, reminding him of their wealth and the possibility of rebuilding. Yamcha and Puar, overhearing their conversation, realized Chi-Chi was the Ox King's daughter and breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that their previous actions had not drawn his ire. Finally, they gathered the last Dragon Ball. Chi-Chi approached Goku, expressing her gratitude and inquiring about his name. Bulma interjected, pulling Goku close, asserting his allegiance to her and warning Chi-Chi not to compete for him. Chi-Chi, noticing Bulma's age, sparked a quarrel between the two. Yamcha, observing Bulma's discomfort, grew anxious at the presence of another girl. Puar, noticing Yamcha's stiff demeanor, inquired about his distress. Yamcha crouched down, avoiding eye contact with Bulma, claiming he was fine and that they would have to wait for another opportunity. The Ox King, amazed by Goku's Kamehameha wave, recognized it as a technique taught by Master Roshi. "How did you learn it?" he asked. Goku replied that he was a student of Master Roshi, who had taught him the technique. The Ox King revealed he was also a pupil of Master Roshi and inquired about his health. Goku assured him that Master Roshi was well, still engaging in his usual antics. The Ox King expressed his desire to visit Master Roshi when possible. Bulma informed him of Master Roshi's whereabouts. To show his gratitude, the Ox King invited Goku and his companions to stay for a meal. Just then, Goku's stomach growled audibly, prompting Bulma to note that they had successfully gathered 6 Dragon Balls and could afford to rest. Bulma slung her bag over her shoulder, eager to explore the village, but upon entering, found the villagers had barred their doors, refusing to come out. Goku knocked, asking why they were hiding. An elderly woman explained they were avoiding the Ox King, who had been harassing them for tribute. Goku and Bulma confronted the Ox King about his misdeeds, to which he promised to cease his wrongdoings. Chi-Chi sought out Goku to speak with him, while Bulma glowered at Chi-Chi, feeling left out. "Why am I unhappy?" she pondered, viewing Chi-Chi as merely a child in Goku's eyes. As the feast was served, Goku noticed Bulma's discontent. "Bulma, try this, it's delicious," he urged. After they had eaten their fill and prepared to depart, Chi-Chi insisted on accompanying them. The Ox King intervened, while Bulma strongly opposed the idea. Chi-Chi declared her intention to train under Master Roshi, which delighted the Ox King, pleased that she had an interest in martial arts. I came house. Krillin was diligently honing his skills, counting 999, 1000, 10001. Seated behind Krillin were 2 sea turtles and a turtle sage, who was engaged in performing one-finger push-ups. Lan Shi was bustling about in the kitchen when the turtle sage, feeling a mischievous stir, stealthily approached. As he crouched behind her, intending to reach out, Lan Shi turned around, prompting him to feign the act of retrieving something. "Turtle Sage, what are you looking for?" "I can fetch it for you," Lan Shi offered. The turtle sage declined her assistance, humming a cheerful tune as she sautéed vegetables. Lan Shi remained blissfully unaware of the turtle sage's lascivious grin as he extended his hand once more. Suddenly, a boisterous voice echoed from outside, causing Lan Shi to look up in confusion, while the turtle sage, irritated, wondered who was interrupting his antics. In a fit of anger, he stormed outside, where the Bull Demon King, accompanied by Chi-Chi, appeared. Upon seeing his disciple, the turtle sage donned a broad smile. "Bull Demon King, what brings you here?" "It's been a while, Teacher Wu Tian," the Bull Demon King replied, presenting a modest gift. The sight of the offerings softened Teacher Wu Tian's heart, leading him to forgive the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King pulled Teacher Wu Tian aside, discreetly handing him a parcel filled with treasures. The turtle sage, catching the Bull Demon King's knowing glance, understood his cue. Clearing his throat, the turtle sage politely made a request, which he assured would not be a burden. The Bull Demon King asked the turtle sage to train his daughter, Chi-Chi. Observing the curious girl, the turtle sage was pleasantly surprised by her charm, never expecting the Bull Demon King could sire such a delightful daughter. Chi-Chi, eyeing the turtle sage, found him rather peculiar. "You must be Chi-Chi." Come here and spar a bit with Kalin to test your skills, the turtle sage instructed, adopting a masterful demeanor as he perched upon a rock. Chi-Chi reached out to touch Kalin's bald head, exclaiming, "Your head is shiny." Kalin rolled his eyes, retorting, "Though you're adorable, commenting on my head is off limits." Lan Shi, observing the cute girl, exclaimed, "What an adorable little girl." "Hello, I'm Lan Shi." Thus, Lan Shi and Chi-Chi forged a friendship. Aware of Chi-Chi's lineage, Kalin refrained from striking too hard, lest he incur the Bull Demon King's wrath. The turtle sage, charmed by Chi-Chi, consented to her staying. The Bull Demon King, pleased, brewed tea for the turtle sage, positioning himself outside, peering through the window. As they sipped their tea, the Bull Demon King spoke of Sun Wukong, relaying updates about his current endeavors. The turtle sage stroked his beard in surprise upon learning how swiftly Wukong had gathered 6 Dragon Balls. Chapter 17. Yamcha steals the Dragon Balls. Bulma and Oolong embarked on their journey to Baozi Mountain, the home of Sun Wukong. Bulma piloted her aircraft while Wukong rode alongside on his Nimbus cloud. Yamcha and Pure had not given up on the Dragon Balls, consistently seeking opportunities to pilfer them. Meanwhile, a small aircraft was on its way, with Pilaf still relentless in his quest for the Dragon Balls. "King Pilaf, the Dragon Balls are just ahead," his crew announced as they flew toward Baozi Mountain. Wukong, feeling hungry, prompted Bulma to find a place to land. Noting that it was getting late and they were only 1 Dragon Ball away, so there was no rush. Wukong was overjoyed at the prospect of resurrecting his grandfather. When asked about his grandfather's condition, Wukong described him as wonderful, stating that even when he misbehaved, his grandfather never scolded him. He was the ideal grandfather in Wukong's eyes. Bulma inquired about Wukong's feelings toward Chi-Chi, to which Wukong replied earnestly, "Chi-Chi is just a little girl." Bulma, reflecting on Wukong's response, mused that he was not much older himself. For years Bulma's senior, she possessed a maturity that lent her perspective on matters of the heart. Oolong, observing their exchange, chuckled mischievously, "You two are quite the pair." Bulma playfully tugged at his ears, urging him to stop joking and get to cooking. With a scoff, Oolong dutifully prepared the meal while Wukong went fishing. Bulma followed, watching as Wukong dipped his tail into the water, questioning whether he could actually catch a fish that way. Wukong confidently assured her it would work, and soon enough, a large fish, startled by the tail's movement, lunged to bite. With a swift punch, Wukong sent the fish flying. "Look, Bulma, I caught a big one," he exclaimed, proudly displaying his catch. Bulma patted the fish's head, remarking on its foolishness. As Wukong set the fish up for cooking, Bulma helped ignite the fire, while Wukong gathered firewood. She sliced the fish and added seasonings, and when Wukong returned with the wood, a delicious aroma filled the air. "What did you put in it? It smells amazing," Wukong inquired, his nose twitching. "I added barbecue sauce and cumin," Bulma replied. Suddenly, Bulma gasped, prompting Wukong to rush over. "What's wrong?" he asked, noticing her clutching her foot. "I twisted my ankle," she lamented, her foot swelling. Wukong fetched ice for her, insisting, "Just sit there and don't move. I'll get you anything you need." Oolong, overhearing her plight while chopping onions, smirked, "Serves you right for bullying me." Once Oolong finished cooking, Wukong served Bulma her meal, but Oolong suggested she could help herself. Infuriated, Bulma scolded Oolong, while Wukong urged him to avoid provoking her. As night fell, Bulma slept downstairs while Wukong and Oolong shared a room upstairs. "Yamcha, they're asleep," Pure whispered to Yamcha, who had been hiding in a tree, swatting at mosquitoes that had bitten his arms. Yamcha and Pure crept quietly to the back of the house, with Pure transforming into a key to unlock the door. They entered one after another, and Yamcha observed Wukong and Oolong's restless sleeping positions before sneaking in. He stealthily took the backpack containing the Dragon Balls, while Pure eyed the Dragon Ball radar on the table, transforming it into an arrow and asking Yamcha if he should take it. Yamcha nodded, instructing Pure to grab it, realizing it was the device they used to locate the Dragon Balls. Having secured the Dragon Balls, Yamcha and Oolong fled into the night, seeking the next one. "King Pilaf, are we sure we want to proceed? It's quite desolate, with mountains everywhere," a show queried as they navigated their aircraft through the night. "Never mind that. We must seize this Dragon Ball, and then find a way to reclaim the other 6. Pilaf commanded, pointing forward. "A show, look ahead," Xiao Wu exclaimed, noticing a mountain suddenly appear, resulting in a tragic crash. The following day, Wukong awoke first, brushing his teeth and washing his face before engaging in morning exercises. Shortly after, Oolong and Bulma stirred to prepare breakfast, unaware of the brewing trouble. When Bulma reached for the Dragon Ball radar, she discovered both the Dragon Balls and the radar were missing. Someone must have stolen them while we were sleeping, she deduced. Without the radar, they were at a loss for locating the Dragon Balls, needing to secure the last one, while Bulma planned to recreate the radar upon their return to find the remaining 6. Perhaps they will come to us, Bulma suggested as she and Wukong hastened towards Baozi Mountain. Yamcha, we're out of fuel, Yamcha exclaimed as their plane ran dry mid-journey, forcing them to bike the rest of the way. As Pilaf's group awoke, they deployed their car capsules and drove off. The car, slower than the plane, struggled against the challenging terrain of Baozi Mountain, which was riddled with winding paths. Observing the mountainous landscape below, Bulma remarked, "It's so remote." Wukong, is your home really here? Yes, I live in the mountains with just my grandfather. Now, I'm all alone, Wukong replied with a hint of sorrow. Bulma gently patted son Wukong's head, reassuring him, "Do not be disheartened, I am here with you." "Thank you, Bulma," he replied gratefully. Soon, they arrived at Baozi Mountain, with Wukong's home in sight. "Bulma, over there, that is my home." Bulma landed the aircraft in a nearby clearing. Son Wukong took Bulma to his grandfather's grave, where the Dragon Balls were laid to rest. Meanwhile, Emperor Pilaf discovered Ashio and Xiao Wu, who were laboriously digging with shovels. The Dragon Balls began to reveal themselves, and Pilaf, elated, exclaimed, "I shall become the ruler of the world." Observing Pilaf's smug demeanor, Xiao Wu reminded him, "You still need to collect 6 more Dragon Balls." Pilaf froze in embarrassment, muttering, "You foolish idiot." Yamcha, seeing the Dragon Ball in Pilaf's grasp, felt a sense of foreboding. As they spotted Xiao Wu, he panicked a woman. "This is bad." Pilaf's henchman, Puar, saw the Dragon Ball in Pilaf's hand and realized the gravity of the situation. Yamcha, feeling tense, decided to take action. Transforming into a bird, he swooped down to snatch the Dragon Ball from Pilaf. The diminutive Pilaf jumped and ran, unable to keep pace. Xiao Wu brandished a gun, and Puar exclaimed, "Hurry, fly to Yamcha." "Yamcha, run," cried Puar. They fled from Pilaf's trio, who pursued them. Son Wukong and his companions heard the commotion and rushed to investigate. The Dragon Balls were missing, prompting Son Wukong to summon Kintown to give chase, while Bulma piloted the aircraft to follow. Upon spotting Yamcha and Pilaf, Son Wukong quickly closed the distance. Yamcha, startled by Wukong's sudden appearance, collided with a tree. Pilaf and his crew fired bullets at Son Wukong, who deftly evaded their attacks. At that moment, the Dragon Balls rolled out of his bag, coming together to emit a radiant glow. Chapter 18. Wukong's grandfather is revived suddenly. The sky darkened, and a fierce wind began to blow, forcing Bulma to land the aircraft. Son Wukong sensed a powerful force and leapt into action, swiftly overpowering Pilaf and his cronies. A colossal green Shenlong materialized before them, leaving Yamcha and Pilaf in awe. What a magnificent and imposing dragon! Bulma marveled from a distance, realizing the dragon's true form. Shenlong regarded Son Wukong and the others with disdain, demanding, "State your wishes promptly." "I want," began Yamcha. "I want," echoed Pilaf. But Son Wukong interjected, declaring swiftly, "I wish to revive my grandfather." "I want to overcome my fear of women," Yamcha added. "I wish to rule the world," Pilaf chimed in. "A trivial matter. Your grandfather has already been revived," Shenlong announced, transforming into the 7 Dragon Balls and scattering in all directions. Yamcha and Pilaf glared at Son Wukong, infuriated that he had spoken first. Overjoyed, Son Wukong rode Kintown towards the icy cavern, with Bulma sharing in his excitement. Upon seeing the familiar figure, tears streamed down his face as he called out, "Grandfather! Grandfather!" Son Wukong's grandfather, Sun Wufan, looked at his beloved grandson, smiling tenderly. "Wukong," he said. "I am sorry," Son Wukong sobbed, embracing his grandfather. Sun Wufan reassured him. "There is no need to worry, it is all right." Meanwhile, Bulma and Oolong spotted Yamcha and Puar. Puar, recognizing Oolong, exclaimed, "Isn't that Oolong?" Bulma inquired if they were acquainted, but Oolong feigned ignorance. Puar exposed Oolong's past, recounting how he was expelled from a kindergarten for misbehaving. Bulma laughed heartily at Oolong's misfortune. Yamcha stood blushing in silence. Pilaf, dragged away by Xiao Wu, attempted to sneak off. Due to Bulma's presence, Yamcha hesitated. "Why did you steal our Dragon Balls?" Bulma confronted Yamcha, with Oolong chiming in. Because Yamcha desires to overcome his fear of women, Por confessed candidly. What? Bulma exclaimed, incredulous. While Yamcha's face turned as red as a monkey's rear. Oolong stifled a laugh, teasing, you must want to be with women but can't approach them, right? Yamcha reprimanded Por for his loose tongue. Bulma advised, if you wish to heal, seek a doctor. What you suffer from is a psychological issue. Yamcha acknowledged Bulma's wisdom, tossing a capsule and departing with Por. Sun Wukong recounted his experiences from the past year to Sun Wufan. Wufan learned that Sun Wukong had also studied under Master Roshi, which surprised him, though he had expected as much. Wufan noted Sun Wukong's growth and patted him on the shoulder. Grandfather, Sun Wukong beamed, his tail wagging with joy. It is wonderful, you have returned at last. Sun Wufan challenged Sun Wukong to a sparring match to assess his progress. Sun Wukong, wary of harming his grandfather, agreed. Thus, the two began to duel. Bulma and Oolong arrived just in time to witness their clash. Wasn't that supposed to be your grandfather? Why are they fighting? Bulma questioned, cheering for Sun Wukong below. Wukong, you've made friends. Sun Wufan remarked, feeling gratified as he observed Bulma and her companions. He urged Sun Wukong to give it his all, eager to gauge Sun Wukong's true strength. Bulma opened a capsule and began grilling meat, ready to serve Sun Wukong upon his victory. Sun Wukong focused intently on his grandfather, responding, all right, grandfather. The two exchanged blows at remarkable speed, with Sun Wukong's grandfather proving to be a formidable opponent. Sun Wukong endured several hits, and the battle continued for an extended period. He launched a powerful punch, which Sun Wufan expertly caught, retaliating with a kick to Sun Wukong's calf. Feeling the strength behind Sun Wukong's blows, Sun Wufan was pleased to witness his grandson's growth. Ultimately, Sun Wukong was defeated when Sun Wufan seized his tail, rendering him powerless. Grandfather. Sun Wukong's stomach growled, prompting Bulma to bring over the meat. Thank you, Bulma. Grandfather, please eat, he urged as he devoured the food voraciously. Bulma chatted with Sun Wufan, sharing amusing anecdotes about Sun Wukong. After reviving his grandfather, Bulma inquired about their next steps. Their goal was to reach Karen Tower to enhance their strength and acquire senzu beans. Sun Wufan supported Sun Wukong's decision to embark on this journey, planning to visit Master Roshi as well. Sun Wukong expressed his desire to accompany him. Summoning Kintown, Sun Wufan admired the cloud, giving Sun Wukong a pat on the back. Bulma offered to fly Sun Wufan to Roshi's island, catching the attention of Chi-Chi and Ox King, who rushed out at the sound of the aircraft. Sun Wufan and Ox King exchanged glances, reminiscing about their time training under Master Roshi. Time had flown by, and both had aged. Master Roshi greeted Sun Wufan, surprised to see him after such a long time. Sun Wufan bowed and expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, Master Roshi, for teaching Wukong so well. Roshi humbly replied that he had only imparted the basics. Ah, Wukong, Bulma, Launch, and Chi-Chi, he greeted warmly. The group was curious about Chi-Chi's presence, to which Ox King explained that she was undergoing training under Master Roshi. You are heading to Karen Tower? Master Roshi inquired, astonished. Launch and the others expressed their confusion about Karen Tower, and Master Roshi succinctly explained that it was a place to enhance one's strength. However, before they departed, Master Roshi requested that Sun Wukong spar with Krillin, eager to assess Wukong's current abilities. Sun Wukong readily agreed. Bulma held a lounge chair and a sunshade, sipping a drink while observing. Lan Shi and Chi-Chi watched with curiosity. Sun Wukong and Krillin began to spar. Krillin, cunning as ever, launched the first attack, but was swiftly blocked by Sun Wukong. Krillin, you've made considerable progress, praised Sun Wukong. You too, Krillin replied, astonished by Sun Wukong's growth, recalling their initial encounters when their strengths were nearly equal. Now, Sun Wukong's prowess had multiplied several times over. The two engaged in an exhilarating match, ultimately resulting in Sun Wukong's victory. Afterward, Sun Wukong and Bulma headed to Karen Tower. At the tower, UPA, captivated by an aircraft, called for his father, who was remarkably robust. Sun Wukong dashed towards Karen Tower, arriving after Bulma. UPA gazed up at Bulma, who looked down at the adorable little boy, greeting him with a friendly hello. Chapter 19, Karen Tower. When UPA's father approached, Bulma, undaunted by his imposing stature, sensed no malice from him. UPA's father inquired about Bulma's purpose for being there, to which she explained that her friend was coming to climb Karen Tower. Upon mentioning the tower, UPA's father turned his attention to Bulma, prompting her to quickly clarify, "It's not me, it's Wukong." From a distance, Sun Wukong spotted Karen Tower, towering high above, seemingly endless. Upon his arrival, he found Bulma and UPA's father grilling a large piece of meat. Bulma, thrilled to see Wukong, exclaimed, "Wukong, come here. This is my new friend, UPA, and this is his father, Uncle Wusu." "Hello, Uncle Wusu," greeted Sun Wukong politely. Wusu asked Sun Wukong why he wished to climb Karen Tower, to which Wukong responded that he aimed to become stronger to protect his friends. Wusu shared the history of Karen Tower with them. Once satiated, Sun Wukong commenced his ascent while Bulma waited below. She pondered Wukong's mention of a gravity device. Sun Wukong requested Bulma's assistance in creating a gravity training arena, one that could amplify Earth's weight by 10-fold or even 100-fold. Bulma agreed to undertake the task, but warned that she would need time since she had never done such a thing before. Sun Wukong reassured her that he was not in a hurry. Bulma began researching and modeling the device, while UPA eagerly assisted her, fetching tea and water. "Bulma, I want coffee," he said. Upon hearing this, Bulma turned to him, surprised that he had never tasted coffee. After brewing 2 cups, she offered one to UPA, who curiously tasted it, only to grimace at the bitterness. However, being averse to waste, he swallowed it before his taste buds could fully react. Sun Wukong continued his ascent with remarkable speed and soon reached Karen Tower, finding it deserted. He called out for the hermit but received no response and was suddenly struck down by a stick. The cat hermit emerged, exclaiming, "You dare to touch the hermit? How adorable." Sun Wukong reached out to pinch the cat hermit's cheek, but the hermit nimbly dodged, using a wooden cane to swat Wukong's hand away. "My face is not for your fingers," the cat hermit retorted haughtily. The cat hermit asked Wukong why he had come, and he explained his desire to grow stronger to protect those around him. A fierce competition ensued between Sun Wukong and the cat hermit for the super holy water, while Bulma busied herself with designs below. That night, Bulma dreamt of Wukong wresting a bottle from a cat. As evening fell, the cat hermit, fatigued, returned to bed, and Wukong, watching him sleep, soon dozed off himself. The next day, Wukong awoke, his stomach growling, and inquired if the cat hermit had any food. The hermit promptly handed him a senza bean. After consuming it, Wukong felt rejuvenated and ready to spar with the cat hermit, who was astonished by Wukong's rapid improvement. Meanwhile, Bulma worriedly wondered if Wukong had succeeded in obtaining the super holy water. UPA, encouraging Bulma, said, "Don't worry, Bulma. Brother Wukong will definitely get the super holy water." As the sun set, Wukong successfully acquired the coveted water, surprising the cat hermit with his swift achievement. After bidding farewell to the cat hermit, Wukong descended the tower, eagerly calling out for Bulma. "Bulma, I'm back," he shouted as he rushed down, his voice echoing. Bulma, enjoying her coffee and grilled meat, looked up to see Wukong's figure approaching. "Wukong," she exclaimed, having prepared a feast for him. Wukong devoured the food, filling his belly. Soon after, Bulma received news from Master Roshi about the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament in a week, where many skilled fighters would gather. Master Roshi hoped Wukong would participate. Wukong affirmed his intention to join, stating he wished to train further beforehand. Determined to enhance his strength, Wukong planned to bind heavy weights to his limbs. Bulma promptly set to work on this task. Sitting atop his nimbus cloud, Wukong playfully patted Bulma's head, thanking her. "By the way, Wukong, the gravity device you mentioned will take me a year to complete, as it requires extensive research." "That's all right, Bulma. No rush. Here, have some dumplings," Wukong offered, presenting her a plate. Bulma, busy with her hands full, was fed by Wukong directly. During their leisure, Wukong engaged in sparring matches with Wusu, emerging victorious each time. UPA approached Wukong, hugging him. "Brother Wukong, you're amazing." After a long day, Bulma finally completed the gravity device. Wukong, observing her fatigue, tenderly offered a shoulder massage. "Now, try it on," Wukong encouraged. As he donned the device, he felt his body grow heavier, initially weighing 10 pounds, then escalating to 40. At first, he struggled to rise, but eventually adapted and walked with it. "UPA, let us go fishing," Wusu suggested, leading UPA and Bulma to join. UPA, perched on his father's shoulders, asked Wukong, "Is it heavy?" "Not too heavy. It feels just right," Wukong replied, walking while Bulma rode her motorcycle. Upon reaching the riverbank, Bulma readied her fishing rod while UPA and Wusu wielded fish spears. Sun Wukong leaped into the water to catch fish, but his newfound weight hindered his speed. Watching from the shore, Bulma cheered as she successfully reeled in several fish, while Wukong struggled to catch even one. As Wusu and Bulma began grilling fish and preparing soup, Wukong continued to practice catching them. "I got one," he exclaimed joyfully after finally succeeding. After feasting, Wusu trained with Wukong, throwing stones for him to dodge. Bulma, having crafted a tracking device, monitored Wukong's progress from below. Growing weary, she sat before the machine, sipping coffee as she watched Wukong train. By the end of the day, Wukong's agility had significantly improved, and he resolved to challenge Karen Tower once more. Bulma reminded him to keep track of time, as only 5 days remained before registration. Concerned Wukong might forget, she gifted him a communicator. After Wukong departed, Bulma immersed herself in her work. Wukong ascended Karen Tower again, taking twice as long as before. The cat hermit, noticing Wukong's return, inquired about his intentions. "Cat, I'm here to challenge once more," Wukong declared. The cat hermit, observing Wukong's weighted limbs, immediately understood his determination. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, Krillin, and Chi-Chi were engaged in rigorous training. Initially, Master Roshi had assigned Chi-Chi a simple task, but her tenacity compelled her to insist on participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament as well. Lanchi prepares meals every day, eagerly awaiting their return, while the turtle sage harbors mischievous thoughts. When the gentle Lanchi transforms into the irritable Lanchi, the turtle sage finds himself at her mercy. Chapter 20. The world's greatest martial arts tournament. Everyone is striving diligently for this prestigious event. Yamcha is also preparing for the tournament, training daily with the people at the dojo, who emerge battered and bruised. Pu'er, watching from behind a window, feels a pang of sympathy for the young Master Yamcha. Meanwhile, on the Korin Tower, Sun Wukong lies breathlessly on the ground, having failed to touch the bottle even once. The cat sage strikes Wukong on the head with his staff, urging him to rise. It hurts. Wukong groans, clutching his forehead as he engages in a playful tussle with the cat sage. As the days pass, Bulma grows anxious as the tournament approaches, wondering why Wukong has yet to descend. On the day of the tournament, Bulma is filled with urgency, calling Wukong. Upon hearing her voice, Wukong responds, "Is that you, Bulma? What is the matter?" "Wukong, today is the registration time for the tournament. Don't forget." Bulma's tone is laced with anxiety, while Wukong remains unhurried. "All right, I'll be down shortly," he assures her. Grateful, Bulma replies, "Thank you, don't worry." Wukong, feeling a sense of calm, prepares to descend. "Cat sage, let us hurry," Wukong urges, displaying remarkable agility. An hour later, he obtains the super holy water. Just after securing it, Bulma calls again, reminding him that there are only 30 minutes left for registration. "I'm on my way," Wukong exclaims, leaping down. Bulma has everything ready, and Upa and Yulong are aware that Wukong is departing. Upon his arrival, Bulma instructs Wukong to change his outfit first. She advises him against using the flying nimbus, while Upa and Yulong wave him goodbye. Bulma pilots her modified plane, which is faster than the nimbus. The turtle sage, Krillin, Chi-Chi, and Wukong's grandfather are also present, all having registered. Seizing the opportunity while they are distracted, the turtle sage registers himself, eager to gauge Wukong and the others' progress, all while concealing his identity to avoid the embarrassment of being surpassed by his pupils. Disguised as Jackie Chan, the turtle sage hopes to maintain his dignity. "Wukong, where are you?" The turtle sage anxiously awaits at the entrance. Krillin is unfazed, comforted by Bulma's presence with Wukong, confident that Wukong will not stray. In the final 5 minutes of registration, Wukong and Bulma arrive. The turtle sage hurriedly registers Wukong, confirming, "Yes, that's him, son Wukong. Grandpa, Krillin, Master Wutian." Wukong rushes to greet them. "Are you participating too?" He inquires of his grandfather, who nods, eager to witness the strength of the current fighters. The turtle sage asks Wukong what he is carrying, to which Wukong replies, 40-kilogram iron rings. Krillin and the turtle sage gaze at Wukong in astonishment, acknowledging his extraordinary prowess. "Let us go eat. The battle won tea starts so soon." "The meals inside are free," he suggests, as Wukong's stomach growls in hunger. Bulma and Lanchi observe from the sidelines. This tournament is rather rudimentary, lacking seating, forcing attendees to stand. Irritated by the crowd, the irritable Lanchi brandishes a gun, demanding they disperse, and the throng obliges. Yulong and Bulma follow closely, securing prime viewing spots. Grandpa, these buns are quite delicious. Come and try. Wukong calls out, still eating. Feeling nervous, Krillin refrains from eating. After finishing his meal, Wukong approaches Yamcha, greeting him warmly. Hello, we meet again. I didn't expect you to participate in the tournament. Yes, Yamcha replies, reciprocating the friendliness. Krillin inquires about Yamcha, and Wukong explains that Yamcha is a friend he met while searching for the Dragon Balls, omitting any mention of Krillin's past misdeeds or Yamcha's theft of the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Yamcha blushes, touched by Wukong's kindness, vowing to abandon his wicked ways. As Wukong observes the other participants, he notices a monk-like figure, appearing sorrowful and refusing to eat despite his growling stomach. Aren't you going to eat? It's all free. Wukong offers a piece of meat to the monk. Is it really free? The monk, Namu, responds bashfully, having been hesitant to buy anything due to a lack of funds. Indeed, go ahead and eat. Wukong encourages, and Namu, grateful, rises to accept the food and begins to eat. Wukong brings him a plate of meat. Krillin notices a large, muscular man wearing boxing gloves and a kangaroo boxer among the competitors. The drawing of lots begins, with Krillin in the first match, Jackie Chan in the second, Chi-Chi in the third, Yamcha in the fourth, Namu in the fifth, Wukong's grandfather in the sixth, and Wukong in the seventh. Due to the low number of participants, the matches are fewer in number. The matches commence swiftly. Krillin faces a hefty opponent, whose size is many times greater than his own. Bulma and Yulong cheer him on from the sidelines. The large man possesses remarkable flexibility, rendering Krillin's attacks ineffective. Eventually, Krillin targets the giant's legs, executing a kick that sends him flying out of the ring, securing victory. Krillin, beaming with pride, believes his opponents to be weak, flashing a 2-weak sign with 2 fingers toward Wukong. As the competition continues, Wukong and the others advance successfully. The format of the matches shifts. Krillin faces Jackie Chan. Chi-Chi battles Yamcha, Namu fights Wukong's grandfather, and Wukong takes on the kangaroo boxer. Krillin feels confident facing the older opponent, while Wukong cautions him to be careful. Sensing the unique aura around Jackie Chan, Wukong deduces that he is Master Wu Tian in disguise, likely testing their abilities without revealing his true identity. As Jackie Chan and Krillin engage in combat, Wukong observes attentively, analyzing their moves. Initially, Krillin is on the defensive against Jackie Chan's attacks, but with Wukong's guidance, he manages to counterattack. However, Jackie Chan's combat experience proves formidable, and he eventually gains the upper hand. After the match, Jackie Chan ponders the strength of Wukong and Krillin, intrigued by their growth. The subsequent match features Yamcha against Chi-Chi. Yamcha finds it challenging to strike a girl, while Chi-Chi, aware of her disadvantage, does her utmost to compete. Not wanting to be underestimated, she pushes herself, but Yamcha ultimately delivers a decisive kick, knocking her out of the ring. The recently arrived Ox King, witnessing Chi-Chi's defeat, feels a surge of protectiveness, but Bulma and Lan Chi restrain him. Chi-Chi, unfazed, vows to train harder for future competitions. Chapter 21. The World's Greatest Martial Arts Tournament, Part 2. Next, Namu faces Wukong's grandfather. Wukong cheers for his grandpa enthusiastically. Namu bows before commencing the match, and Wukong's grandfather proves to be quite formidable. The two engage in a fierce exchange, their speed so rapid that ordinary spectators can hardly keep up, while Wukong and Krillin follow their movements closely. The Turtle Sage remains untroubled by the match involving Wukong's grandfather. Grandfather Wukong sent Namu soaring into the air. Namu halted in midair, extending his palm downward, causing an invisible colossal hand to press towards Grandfather Wukong. Without hesitation, Grandfather Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave, shattering Namu's 5 Buddha hands. Namu was severely wounded and flung downwards, after which Grandfather Wukong swiftly kicked him off the stage. With Namu's defeat, the golden-haired host, Jamie, promptly announced Grandfather Wukong as the victor. On the sidelines, Wukong's formidable grandfather, along with Bulma, Lan Chi, and Oolong, engaged in fervent discussion. Next, it was Sun Wukong against the kangaroo boxer. As soon as Wukong stepped onto the stage, the kangaroo boxer launched a surprise attack. Such treachery! Bulma, witnessing the underhanded move, shouted angrily at the kangaroo boxer to rally Wukong. The kangaroo boxer, however, remained unfazed, deeming his actions tactical rather than deceitful. Sun Wukong leapt behind the kangaroo and delivered a powerful kick, but the kangaroo anticipated the move and swiftly dodged, retaliating with a flurry of punches. Wukong was struck, and Bulma, filled with excitement, urged him on. The turtle hermit and grandfather Wukong remained calm, confident that Wukong would not falter. The kangaroo taunted, "Little brat, go home and drink your milk." Rising to his feet, son Wukong smirked coldly at the kangaroo before leaping up and delivering a kick to its head. In a surprising twist, the kangaroo turned and released a foul-smelling fart, so pungent that the audience could smell it. Wukong, overwhelmed by the stench, fainted. The spectators cried out for Wukong to awaken, and Bulma continually urged him to rise. "Hey, kangaroo boxer, let the host count." Krillin and grandfather Wukong anxiously awaited Wukong's revival. As the count reached 8, Wukong regained consciousness, exclaiming, "What the heck? That stinks." "What did you eat?" The kangaroo retorted, "None of your business." Wukong then unleashed a fierce kick to the kangaroo's backside, sending it flying. As the kangaroo attempted to fart again, it was propelled to the ground, landing with a thud, stunned by its own flatulence. The crowd erupted in laughter, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. With this victory, Wukong advanced to the next round where he would face his grandfather. The subsequent semi-final match saw Jackie Chan against Yamcha, and Wukong against grandfather Wukong. Yamcha, observing Jackie Chan, quickly recognized his formidable strength. In their bout, Yamcha fought valiantly for 10 rounds, but ultimately succumbed, accepting defeat with grace. Acknowledging Jackie Chan's prowess, Wukong approached Yamcha to offer consolation, assuring him not to be disheartened. "Forgive me, Wukong," Yamcha apologized for his past misdeeds of stealing Dragon Balls. "Grandfather, it's our turn now. I will give it my all," Wukong declared, with grandfather Wukong affirming that Wukong should indeed fight with all his strength. While Wukong trained at Karen Tower, grandfather Wukong was also engaged in preparation. The match began, and as the host announced their names, the resemblance between Wukong and his grandfather was striking. "Grandfather, I'm up," Wukong exclaimed. In the ensuing exchange, Wukong struck his grandfather's hand, while grandfather Wukong responded by hitting Wukong's face, the two ascending from the ground into the air. Krillin and Yamcha observed the aerial duel, marveling at grandfather Wukong's enhanced abilities. "Wukong, you've improved as well," grandfather Wukong acknowledged while rubbing his sore back, feeling the strain of age. Bulma and Lan Shi watched nervously as the two battled, their hearts pounding. The turtle hermit, with keen insight, discerned that Wukong would emerge victorious. Bulma and Lan Shi, puzzled by the absence of the turtle hermit during such an exhilarating match, speculated about his possible ailments. "Perhaps he has a stomachache," Lan Shi explained on his behalf. "Forget that lecherous old man," Bulma remarked, having equipped Wukong with a small device to record the battle with Krillin for later review. Noticing his grandfather's discomfort, Wukong approached him, asking if he was unwell. "I'm fine," grandfather Wukong replied, indicating his surrender. The host announced Wukong as the winner, much to the audience's dissatisfaction, who were eager for more action. "Bulma, my grandfather hurt his back. Can you help?" Wukong pleaded, his stature proving inadequate for the task. Bulma assisted grandfather Wukong off the stage, calling for a doctor to examine his injury. Although the doctor suggested a hospital visit, grandfather Wukong insisted he was fine and wished to continue watching Wukong's matches. The host then announced the upcoming match, Jackie Chan versus son Wukong. Wukong felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of facing the martial arts master. Jackie Chan, observing Wukong, greeted him with a smile. "Hello," he said, his gaze wandering to the audience, captivated by the women present. As the match commenced, Wukong noted Jackie's distracted demeanor. "Let us begin," he urged. The audience speculated, with some confident that the elder would prevail over the younger fighter. Bulma stood on tiptoe, cheering, "Wukong will definitely win." Lan Shi pulled Bulma back, while Oolong distanced himself, embarrassed by the display. Jackie Chan initiated the fight with a fierce assault on Wukong, who responded with equal seriousness. Chan employed the phantom fist technique, momentarily dazzling Wukong, who was struck squarely in the face and fell to the ground. Rising again, Wukong retaliated with fervor, but Jackie deftly evaded his strikes. Wukong landed a solid kick to Jackie's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. "I told you Wukong would win," Bulma exclaimed, brimming with pride. However, Jackie was not to be underestimated, employing drunken fist tactics to catch Wukong off guard. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither gaining a clear advantage. As the battle raged on, Wukong, sensing the struggle, discarded his weighted attire. Jackie seized Wukong's arm and delivered a swift kick to his face, propelling him into the air. In a moment of inspiration, Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha wave, while Jackie responded in kind. The audience watched in awe as the two energy waves clashed, creating a dazzling spectacle. Grandfather Wukong observed Jackie, recognizing him as a familiar figure. The collision of Kamehameha waves was a sight to behold, as both energies surged against each other, a testament to their formidable strength. The audience was captivated. As the light dissipated, leaving Jackie Chan sprawled on the ground, while Wukong's attire lay tattered from the confrontation. Teacher Wu Tian is indeed formidable. Son Wukong does not underestimate him. The host begins the countdown. At the 5th second, Jackie Chan stands up and seizes Wukong's tail. In an instant, Son Wukong is rendered powerless, while Bulma and Krillin watch with great concern as Wukong's vulnerability is exposed. It's over. Wukong has lost his strength because of his tail. Bulma worries aloud. Jackie Chan employs a trick, tossing Wukong off the stage by his tail. Wukong's grandfather and Master Roshi had previously discussed the issue of Wukong's tail, acknowledging it as his weakness. Wukong has been defeated, and Jackie Chan breathes a sigh of relief, knowing that had the fight continued, he would surely have lost. Wukong and Bulma are in disbelief. Wukong has lost. Wukong's grandfather observes Jackie Chan's smug expression, certain that it is teacher Wu Tian's doing, and he begins to comprehend the reason behind Wu Tian's actions. The host, with a tone of regret, announces that Son Wukong has been thrown off the stage by Jackie Chan, declaring him the victor. The host hands over the prize money of 500,000 yuan to Jackie Chan. Lan Shi and Bulma consider Jackie Chan's actions despicable. Yet Wukong's grandfather and Krillin do not share this sentiment. The grandfather had advised Wukong to train his tail, but he had forgotten, and thus, a loss is a loss. Seizing the opportunity, Master Roshi sneaks away, donning a disguise as he gleefully contemplates how to spend the 500,000 yuan. Should he buy magazines, or perhaps some undergarments? His mind is filled with rather inappropriate thoughts. As Son Wukong and Bulma leave the venue, their stomachs growl with hunger. Master Roshi, now wealthy, generously treats everyone. They all dine joyfully, and Master Roshi reminds Wukong to train his tail, transforming it from a weakness into a strength. Wukong nods, affirming that he will find a way to overcome his weakness. In the end, Wukong indulges in bowl after bowl of noodles, with his grandfather encouraging him to eat more. After Wukong is satiated, Master Roshi heads to settle the bill, only to be stunned by the total of 480,000 yuan. Quickly, teacher Wu Tian, Krillin and the others are waiting at the door. Roshi mutters, taking his time. All right, I'm coming, he replies, reluctantly paying the hefty sum. Bulma suggests they all visit the amusement park, having already purchased tickets. Yamcha trails behind Bulma and the others, and sensing his presence, Wukong swiftly turns and approaches Yamcha from behind, startling Puer. Son Wukong brings Yamcha along, and Krillin and the others recognize him as the one who lost to Jackie Chan. Thus, Yamcha joins Wukong for a day of fun at the amusement park. Wukong's grandfather and Master Roshi, however, show little interest in the rides and instead take their tortoise to a nearby tea house to sip tea, engage in conversation, and observe the lovely women. Despite Wukong's grandfather appearing serious, he is quite similar to Master Roshi, a rather lecherous old man. The two stand at the window, watching the women in revealing outfits pass by, while the tortoise face bombs at the antics of the two lecherous masters, relieved that Wukong and Krillin are not like them. Bulma drags Wukong onto the roller coaster, while Krillin opts for the swinging pendulum ride, and Yamcha and Puer enjoy the extreme roller coaster. The fiery Lan Shi, always eager for action, heads for the shooting game, while Oolong sits on the Ferris wheel, peering through binoculars at the curvaceous women below. On the roller coaster, Wukong hears the screams from behind, finding it quite noisy. As Bulma clings tightly to his hand, her face alight with excitement. After the roller coaster concludes, Wukong takes Bulma to experience the extreme roller coaster. Bulma, I believe this is exhilarating, he exclaims. After learning the operation instructions, they eagerly jump into action, with Wukong immediately flooring the accelerator, closely tailing other cars to surprise them. Hey, Yamcha! Wukong calls out, and upon seeing his face so close, Yamcha is taken aback but quickly speeds off to catch up. Meanwhile, Bulma and Puer drive cautiously, while Wukong and Yamcha race against each other. Bulma, prioritizing her safety, drives close to the wall. Wukong, Bulma, and their friends thoroughly enjoy all the rides in the amusement park before departing. As they regroup, Wukong notices Oolong covered in something and inquires about his injury. The fiery Lan Chi twists Oolong's ear, accusing him of either bleeding from ogling women or getting hit for groping someone. Sister Lan Chi, I was wrong. Please don't twist my ear, Oolong pleads, wanting to retaliate but quickly backs down upon seeing Lan Chi's fierce demeanor. At the tea house, Rashi expresses his fondness for a woman with green hair, having watched her all day. Upon entering, Wukong and Krillin overhear Master Rashi's lewd commentary. Lan Chi, exasperated, approaches and twists Rashi's head, rebuking him for being a perverted old man and urging him to leave. Rashi, despite having his head twisted, clings to Lan Chi with a blissful expression, having caught a glimpse of her figure. Noticing this, Lan Chi kicks him away. After a hearty meal, everyone disperses to their respective homes. Yamcha occasionally glances at Master Rashi, his face betraying discomfort, fed up with the old man's antics. Rashi quickly asks Yamcha what is bothering him. Yamcha kneels before Rashi, expressing his desire to become his disciple and seek his guidance and training. Rashi declines, stating that he already has 3 disciples. However, Yamcha pulls Rashi aside, suggesting that if he agrees to take him on as a disciple, he will allow him to touch a woman's chest. Rashi's eyes widen, and blood rushes from his nose. Yamcha assures him of the truth in his offer, thumping his chest for emphasis. Rashi, unable to resist the temptation, agrees under the condition that he gets to touch. Wukong and Bulma watch the bizarre exchange between Rashi and Yamcha in confusion. Krillin speculates that they are likely discussing inappropriate matters, observing the glimmer of desire in Rashi's eyes. Chapter 23. Individual training. Master Rashi, filled with anticipation, awaits as Yamcha pulls Puer aside to whisper something. What? Young Master Yamcha, I refuse. I won't do it. That lecherous old man. Puer vehemently protests. Please, Puer, just help me out, Yamcha implores, looking at Puer with pleading eyes. Seeing Yamcha's earnestness begins to sway Puer's resolve. Bulma and Wukong sneak over to eavesdrop, stifling their laughter upon hearing the conversation. Krillin and Lan Chi join them, just as Yamcha and Puer finish their discussion. Well, for young Master Yamcha, I will do whatever it takes, Puer finally concedes. In a flash, Puer transforms into a voluptuous woman with flowing golden locks, donning low-rise attire that accentuates her curves. Yamcha leads Rashi outside, and upon seeing the enticing figure, Rashi can no longer contain himself. His face becomes a mask of lecherous delight as he reaches out, while Puer covers her face in embarrassment. Bulma, witnessing Rashi's disgraceful behavior, struggles to refrain from physically reprimanding him. Wukong quickly restrains an enraged Bulma, while Lan Chi brandishes a gun, aiming it at Rashi. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi and the Ox King have already returned home, as the Ox King has pressing matters to attend to. Rashi, lost in the softness of Puer's form, blissfully faints from overwhelming excitement. As it is time to part ways, Wukong needs to accompany his grandfather back to Baozi Mountain, while Bulma intends to head back to West City to study the gravity device Wukong had mentioned. Krillin and Yamcha choose to stay with Master Rashi for further training in preparation for the next martial arts tournament. Oolong joins Puer and the others heading to Rashi's house. Goodbye. With Wukong's grandfather unable to use the Kintown, Wukong must pilot a plane, prompting him to ask Bulma for lessons. Wukong quickly masters the skill, thanking Bulma as she departs to fly away. Goei Shinwu, the turtle hermit, lay on his bed, drooling and snoring, lost in a realm of blissful dreams. Beautiful women. So many beautiful women, soft and ample. I am truly fortunate, murmured the turtle hermit in his slumber. Yamcha and Colleen reminisced about old times, while the gentle Lan Chi brewed tea for them, listening intently to their tales, particularly those involving Sun Wukong. And she do, father, I'm back, said Bulma as she entered her home and spotted her father cycling toward her. Bulma, you've returned. By the way, why isn't your little boyfriend Wukong here? Your mother has been mentioning him constantly. Bulma chided her father to refrain from such talk, while her mother echoed the sentiment, wondering why Wukong had not come. Bulma's mother was hosting a tea party, where a group of ladies sipped tea and discussed their children's lives, exams, love, marriage, and so forth. She also brought up the arrival of a new handsome man, showing off photographs. Bulma retreated to her research room, organizing the footage she had captured and refining her machines. In Bao Zishan, Sun Wukong flew back home. Having been away for an extended period, the house was cloaked in dust. With the help of his grandfather, they took brooms and cleaned the entire place. Wukong, Let us go find some food, suggested his grandfather. Spotting birds flying low in the sky, Suin Wukong, longing for a taste of wild fowl, jumped high and landed on one, delivering a fatal blow. By the time he returned, his grandfather had already kindled a fire, and Suin Wukong prepared the meat. Afterward, drenched in sweat, he stripped off his clothes and leaped into the river, calling, "Grandfather, join me for a bath." "All right, I'm coming," replied his grandfather as he entered the water. "Let us have a breath-holding contest," Suin Wukong exclaimed, taking a deep breath before submerging himself. His grandfather chuckled, watching with satisfaction, while Suin Wukong opened his eyes underwater, observing his grandfather. The old man playfully prodded Suin Wukong's belly, causing him to stifle laughter. In retaliation, Suin Wukong swam behind his grandfather and attacked his back. Ultimately, Suin Wukong lost, caught by his tail, but remained undeterred. He spent a week in Bao Zishan with his grandfather, who encouraged him to continue his training, especially focusing on strengthening his tail. On the day of his departure, his grandfather prepared a feast for him and urged him to be cautious. Suin Wukong first visited Guixianwu, opting to run and swim rather than travel by the Qindoyun. Upon reaching the shore, he sensed no presence and recalled the training ground of Wutian, where he and Colleen had trained. He leaped across to a larger island where Colleen and Yamucha were engaged in frog jumps, while the turtle hermit fanned and served water to the irritable Lan Chi. Wulong was cooking, and Puer was massaging Lan Chi's legs, who snapped at the turtle hermit, demanding to know if she had been fed. The turtle hermit quickly withdrew his hand. As Suin Wukong arrived on shore, he observed Colleen and Yamucha diligently practicing. "Hello, Yamucha," Colleen. He greeted them. "Wukong, what a surprise," exclaimed Colleen and Yamucha. "I came to see Wutian." The turtle hermit, recognizing Wukong's intent, informed him that he had little left to teach and suggested that he travel the world to train and battle formidable opponents. Before embarking on his journey, Suin Wukong planned to visit Bulma and inform her. "In 3 years, I will surely grow stronger," Colleen declared, looking up at Suin Wukong. "I will too," Suin Wukong replied with a smile. "Don't forget about me," added Yamucha, placing her hand on their shoulders. The trio gazed at the sky, resolute in their determination to grow stronger. Suddenly, a pained cry from the turtle hermit broke the moment. He clutched his backside, having been caught by Lan Chi, who, armed with a gun, had retaliated against his lascivious advances. "Ha ha, it serves you right, Wutian," laughed Suin Wukong and Colleen at the disheveled turtle hermit. "We will see you in 3 years," Colleen and Yamucha said, watching Suin Wukong leap away. In Shidu, Bulma had successfully modified her tracking device, allowing her to keep tabs on Wukong. Additionally, her communication device would ensure that she remained connected, impervious to water and fire. Suin Wukong arrived at Bulma's home, ringing the doorbell. "Bulma, it's me. Wukong, I've come to see you," he called out, standing patiently at the door. Chapter 24. Overcoming Weakness. "Wukong, you're here," Bulma's mother exclaimed as she opened the door, enveloping him in an enthusiastic embrace. Overwhelmed by her warmth, Suin Wukong managed to ask, "Auntie, where's Bulma?" Bulma's mother led him to her research room. "Hello, Bulma," Suin Wukong greeted her. "Wukong, what brings you here?" she replied, tightening a screw on one of her machines before descending from the ladder. Suin Wukong explained his intention to travel the world for training, which intrigued Bulma as she considered it an adventure. She wished to accompany him, but he cautioned her about the challenges of training. Upon hearing this, Bulma pondered and decided to remain at home. She insisted that Suin Wukong take her communication device and tracking gadget, so she could monitor his whereabouts. Suin Wukong accepted without hesitation, and Bulma's mother pulled him to the dining table, declaring, "I've prepared a feast for you." Bulma's mother had an eccentricity for watching others eat, particularly enjoying Suin Wukong's hearty appetite, which often whetted her own. Bulma rolled her eyes at her mother's quirk. After enjoying the meal, Suin Wukong bid farewell to Bulma and set off toward the east. He arrived at a remote village plagued by tiger demons that raided their food supplies daily. As he passed through, he encountered the demons and swiftly defeated them with a single punch. Along his journey, Suin Wukong liberated numerous villages from the tyranny of the demons. Meanwhile, Bulma watched Suin Wukong's exploits on the large screen, while her mother, engrossed like a viewer, commented on his challenging battles. "Wukong is working so hard," she remarked, prompting Bulma to usher her mother out to attend a concert of a recently debuted star. As the mention of the concert sparked excitement, Bulma's mother hurriedly grabbed her bag and left. Bulma faced a dilemma and sought her father's assistance. "This is simple. Try installing this here," he suggested. Just then, Suin Wukong, having picked an apple from a tree, prepared to eat it when he heard a voice and leaped forward. "Please let me go. I'll do anything for you," pleaded Zhulu Tiao, who was kneeling on the ground. "Then I want you to take your own life," the man responded menacingly. Tianjiao reminded them to be cautious. Suin Wukong jumped down to intervene, but Tianjiao dismissed him, viewing him as merely a child. Suin Wukong recognized that his appearance often invited condescension. He initiated an attack, but Tianjiao countered, delivering a kick that sent Suin Wukong crashing into a tree. Bulma, watching from the television, noted, "That guy is somewhat handsome." Bulma's mother exclaimed, "Oh, how handsome," when Bulma inquired about her opinion. Her mother confessed that while she supported Wukong, she found the man quite dashing with his strong muscles, almost tempting to touch. Bulma's father approached, saying, "Mom, stop watching, your coffee is ready." Meanwhile, Bulma watched anxiously as Suin Wukong was struck by Tianjiao. Suin Wukong leaped onto a tree to evade further attacks, and the two fought fiercely, toppling trees along their path. Tianjiao soared into the air, delivering a blow to Suin Wukong, who skillfully dodged the assault. Tianjin Fan gazed at Sun Wukong, this little imp, small in stature, yet possessing immense strength. Inspired by Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan felt a surge of fighting spirit. While Jiaozi approached, aiming to use his super abilities to control Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan halted Jiaozi, declaring his desire to battle with his true strength. Excitement coursed through Tianjin Fan upon encountering such a formidable adversary. Sun Wukong felt similarly. Tianjin Fan was indeed powerful, and the two engaged in a fierce duel from dawn until dusk, with Jiaozi watching anxiously from the sidelines. Bulma, too, along with her parents, observed with trepidation, captivated by the extraordinary clash. As their speed escalated, the machinery struggled to capture the action, only able to witness the falling trees. Bulma's mother urged her to devise a plan, while Bulma's father pressed a few buttons, managing to capture a fleeting glimpse of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's velocity was astounding. Tianjin Fan could not even see him, merely hearing the sound of his footsteps. In that moment, Tianjin Fan executed a backward kick, striking Sun Wukong, who crashed into two trees. Sun Wukong quickly regained his footing and retaliated, unleashing a flurry of 10 punches in a single second, to which Tianjin Fan responded with an equal number, but found himself continually forced back. Ultimately, Sun Wukong spun around and delivered a powerful kick, sending Tianjin Fan crashing to the ground, creating a sizable crater. Bulma and the others sighed in relief, while simultaneously questioning what had transpired, as the preceding battle had unfolded too rapidly for the machinery to fully capture. Sun Wukong leaped onto a tree, preparing to deliver a blow to Tianjin Fan, but suddenly, Tianjin Fan soared into the air, declaring his intention to continue the fight before departing. The pale-faced Jiaozi also retreated, leaving Sun Wukong puzzled as to their abrupt exit. Exhausted, Sun Wukong strolled to the riverbank to bathe and catch fish. Bulma and her parents decided to end their video recording. Sun Wukong removed the iron rings from his arms and legs, stripped off his clothing, and dove into the water. Submerged, he spotted several fish, none of significant size, merely about the length of his arm. Sun Wukong managed to catch 20 fish. He tossed out a capsule, a culinary device crafted by Bulma, which would soon prepare a meal. While waiting for the food, Sun Wukong sat upon a rock, reflecting on his battle with Tianjin Fan. Ding dong, the food was ready, beckoning him to dine. In the dead of night, "Master, you called us here," Tianjin Fan addressed his mentor, Crane Hermit. Although Tianjin Fan wished to continue battling Sun Wukong, his master persistently urged them to return, compelling him to depart. The following day, Sun Wukong resolved to train his tail. He observed a line of monkeys perched upon a tree, grasping their tails, and undertook the task of mastering control over his own tail by striking a stone. After 3 days of relentless effort, the stone finally shattered. Subsequently, Sun Wukong approached a waterfall, gripping a tree above it, instructing the monkeys to seize his tail. Initially, when his tail was grasped, he lost strength and fell into the water. After 3 days of back-and-forth attempts, he finally overcame his weakness. A dozen monkeys tugged at Sun Wukong's tail as he clung tightly to the tree, vigorously shaking his tail. Meanwhile, Bulma and her father completed the gravity device, which Bulma had constructed in a spacious room designed specifically for it, equipped with various features that could amplify gravity by 100-fold. Bulma finally enjoyed a well-deserved rest, bathing and sleeping for an entire day. Chapter 25. Bulma is captured. After a day of rest, Bulma drove to the mall to purchase the latest handbag. "Miss Bulma, it's been so long since we last saw you," exclaimed the counter attendant, her eyes sparkling upon spotting Bulma, a valued customer and the daughter of the Capsule Corporation. Bulma admired the beautiful clothing, selecting several items, including a lovely white long handbag. The attendant quickly retrieved it, exclaiming, "Miss Bulma, this perfectly complements your elegance." Flattered by the compliments, Bulma purchased it on the spot, swiping her card and leaving the burden of carrying her purchases to the store staff. Contemplating Sun Wukong's perpetual martial attire, Bulma decided to buy him some clothing. Considering his height, she called him. Just as Sun Wukong had defeated the Demon King and was carrying the princess back to her kingdom, he handed the phone to the princess, who answered. Upon hearing the female voice, Bulma was intrigued. Sun Wukong explained, "I'm currently escorting the princess back. She was captured by the Demon King, and I promised the king I would rescue her." Bulma, hearing this, paid little mind to his predicament. "Please provide your measurements," she requested. "Measurements? What do you mean?" Sun Wukong responded, puzzled. The princess, nestled on Sun Wukong's back, expressed her gratitude, declaring, "Hero, thank you for saving me. I wish to repay you." The princess harbored feelings for Sun Wukong, while Bulma, overhearing, grew irate and shouted, "How dare you, you big-headed fool. Wukong, don't agree to her." Sun Wukong gently set the princess down, saying, "I do not have feelings for you. My rescue was a transaction made with your father." Bulma was pleased with his candid response. Sun Wukong inquired about Bulma's machine, suggesting it could accurately capture his data. This prompted Bulma to consider designing clothing for him. She called her classmates for dinner. Often skipping classes, she found them too simplistic. 3 friends joined her. Chinyu, a short-haired girl with a spirited demeanor, Buck, a long-haired boy enamored with his own appearance, and Iha, a blue-haired boy who admired Bulma. Buck sat beside her, constantly adjusting his angle for the best look. Chinyu reminded Bulma that exams were approaching, urging her to participate in the entrance examinations. Iha asked Bulma why she had come to chat and whether she was dating anyone, suggesting she consider him. Bulma replied that she already had a boyfriend, albeit unofficially. Iha and the others expressed curiosity about her boyfriend, but Bulma asked them to be patient until she had time to share. As time passed, Bulma bid them farewell and returned home, only to find her house in disarray, tables overturned, and robots destroyed, bearing signs of a struggle. Grabbing a gun, Bulma rushed to find her parents. Upon entering, she saw 2 burly men assaulting her mother. Bulma aimed her gun at them, and they fell. Just as she felt relief in helping her mother, a massive figure emerged behind her. "Be careful," her mother warned, fainting at the sight of the imposing man. Bulma turned to fire but was swiftly kicked down, her gun knocked away. She was struck hard and lost consciousness. "General Blue, we have searched the entire house and found no Dragon Ball radar," reported the soldiers under General Blue of the Red Ribbon Army, who had come to retrieve the Dragon Ball radar. Armed with leads, they were aware that Bulma's group had fabricated the radar and immediately set out to find them. Bulma's parents, attempting to question the intruders, were swiftly silenced. "Lord Blue, this woman is the one who can create the Dragon Ball radar," Pilaf revealed, divulging their secrets. When Pilaf sought to locate the Dragon Balls, he discovered that the Red Ribbon Army was also in pursuit of them. Aware of their inability to contend with the formidable Red Ribbon Army, Pilaf and his companions resolved to align themselves with them, hoping to receive a mere 1/10 of the world's dominion in return. "Take this girl away," commanded General Blue, instructing his subordinates to escort Bulma. General Blue then turned his gaze upon Pilaf and Xiao Wu, urging them to depart hastily. Pilaf queried the general, "Could we not negotiate for our 1/10 rule over the world?" Xiao Wu and Axie, observing General Blue's fierce demeanor, retreated, recognizing the futility of their proposition. General Blue, brandishing a firearm, aimed it at Pilaf, declaring, "This dominion belongs to the Red Ribbon Army." Pilaf and his companions fled in disarray, clutching their backsides. "You deceitful scoundrels." Upon reaching a place of safety, Xiao Wu remarked, "What world dominion? We might as well return home," to which Axie silently nodded in agreement. Pilaf, in a fit of frustration, began to pummel Axie's head, prompting Axie to shield his face. A loud fart escaped, leading Pilaf to inquire, "Who let that out?" Both Axie and Xiao Wu fixed their gaze upon him. Pilaf, blushing, exclaimed, How could King Pilaf be responsible? Axie, if you did it, just admit it. Axie gradually insisted he had not, and it was only after Axie conceded that Pilaf ceased his relentless accusations. At the Red Ribbon Army's base, Bulma was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. After finishing his bath, General Blue, mirror in hand, ordered his subordinates to compel Bulma to rapidly construct a dragon radar. Initially resistant, Bulma's defiance waned when General Blue brought her parents into the equation. Bulma, do not acquiesce, her parents urged. With a gun trained on Bulma's father, General Blue threatened. If you refuse, I cannot guarantee where my aim may land. With a gunshot, he struck Bulma's mother in the arm, blood spilling forth. Bulma rushed to embrace her mother, only for General Blue to shoot her mother in the leg as well. In her heart, Bulma longed for Sun Wukong to come to their rescue. It seemed as though Sun Wukong heard Bulma's call. A sense of unease washed over him. Contemplating the situation, he resolved to end his rest and seek Bulma. Summoning Kintown, he set off towards the West capital. At the base, Bulma reluctantly agreed to their demands, but insisted they ensure her mother received medical treatment first. General Blue waved his hand, instructing them to tend to Bulma's mother and then take her to the medical room. After a day of labor, Bulma managed to produce the Dragon Radar, which General Blue took to locate the Dragon Balls. Initially intending to eliminate Bulma and her companions, they reconsidered, realizing that having each person possess a Dragon Radar would be more advantageous. Thus, they decided to keep Bulma around a few more days for additional radars. Chapter 26. The rescue of Bulma's son Wukong sped towards the West capital, situated at the opposite end of the earth. He attempted to contact Bulma, but received no response, filling him with concern. Meanwhile, Krillin and Yamcha swam to the market to buy groceries. Spotting Sun Wukong on his Kintown, Krillin exclaimed, "Look, isn't that Wukong?" Yamcha called out loudly, but Sun Wukong sped past, oblivious to their voices. "Forget about him, Krillin. Let us hurry and buy our groceries. Otherwise, we'll go hungry tonight." At Bulma's home in the West capital, Sun Wukong entered to find the yard in disarray, riddled with bullet holes. Closing his eyes, he sensed the atmosphere within the house. No one was present, indicating that Bulma and the others were in peril. A robot approached him slowly, projecting video footage that revealed intruders had stormed in and abducted Bulma and her companions. The assailants were clad in uniforms marked with RR and donned red scarves, leading Sun Wukong to deduce that they belonged to the Red Ribbon Army. Realizing they had taken Bulma to seek the Dragon Balls, he recalled the Dragon Radar Bulma had left at home. Leaping onto Kintown, he dashed towards Baozi Mountain to retrieve the radar. As Sun Wukong returned home, his grandfather was about to inquire about his sudden arrival, but Wukong hurried inside to grab the Dragon Radar before soaring back onto Kintown. "Grandpa, I'll explain everything once I resolve this," he promised. "Good, Wukong," his grandfather replied, returning to his gardening, eager for Wukong's return. Sun Wukong focused on the direction of the Dragon Balls, noticing one moving rapidly, and pursued it. "General, we have located a Dragon Ball. This radar is remarkably precise," reported Chi Lu to General Blue. "Excellent. Continue searching for the next one. If this persists, we shall gather all the Dragon Balls," he replied. Sun Wukong observed an aircraft but decided against pursuing it, opting instead to use the Dragon Balls to locate Bulma, who he suspected was imprisoned within their base. At the Red Ribbon Army base, a subordinate informed General Blue the girl insists on reuniting with her parents. "Tell her that once she completes 2 Dragon Radars, she may have her family back together," General Blue replied with a sly smile. Bulma gazed out the window, wondering where Wukong was. Utilizing the tools provided to her, she attempted to create a communicator but was interrupted and severely beaten for her efforts. "Little brat, if you keep scheming, you might lose your head," General Blue warned, firing a shot above her head and causing Bulma's legs to weaken in fright. "Wukong, please hurry," she silently pleaded. "Is this the Dragon Ball?" General Blue mused, admiring the Dragon Ball he had acquired. After securing it, he set out to find Commander Rita. Sun Wukong arrived at the Red Ribbon Army's base, surveying the area from above. "Is Bulma here?" he wondered before leaping down. Noticing him, the soldiers initially dismissed him as a mere child, but began shooting at Sun Wukong, who adeptly evaded their fire. He dashed into the expansive building, which resembled a labyrinth. As he navigated through, soldiers opened fire, but he retaliated by redirecting the bullets back at them. Calling out for Bulma, he received no response. Each floor was filled with robots firing lasers. But Sun Wukong punched through walls and raced into rooms, swiftly neutralizing the occupants. Yet, he found no sign of Bulma. Had she been moved elsewhere? Bulma, noticing that her guards had fled and hearing the commotion outside, wondered if Wukong had arrived. Though her location was concealed, she needed to devise a means to inform him, knowing he must possess the dragon radar. Bulma dismantled the dragon radar to create a transmitter, hoping to signal Wukong with their position. General, there's been an intrusion at the base, a subordinate reported, startled by Sun Wukong's prowess. General Blue, engrossed in music, switched off his communicator and headed towards headquarters. Sun Wukong scoured the rooms within the Red Ribbon Army base, but found no trace of Bulma. The soldiers he had incapacitated were too dazed to provide any information, while the remaining soldiers were too low-ranked to know anything about Bulma's whereabouts. Doubt crept in. Was Bulma not here? Sun Wukong activated the dragon radar, tracking the movement of a dragon ball, which led him to a basement. Could it be Bulma? He thought, as she sensed the disturbance nearby. In the basement, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful punch, creating a gaping hole in the ground, revealing a hidden space. Without hesitation, he leaped down, triggering alarms that echoed through the corridor, while the ceiling descended with a barrage of guns aimed at him. With remarkable speed, Sun Wukong swiftly dismantled the machine guns. Bulma, where are you? He called, crashing through walls in his quest to find her, obliterating each adjacent barrier. Meanwhile, Bulma anxiously awaited his arrival, questioning why he had not yet appeared. Were his eyes deceiving him? Bulma's parents, hearing an eerie silence outside, shared their concerns. As Bulma approached the door, intent on examining a mechanism, she inadvertently triggered an electric shock, causing her to scream in terror. Her parents, hearing her distress, rushed to her aid, fearing for her safety. Open the door. What has happened to my daughter? Bulma's father shouted, but no one responded. Sun Wukong, hearing the familiar voice, sprinted towards it, crashing through the wall with a resounding thud. Wukong, you've come. Bulma's mother exclaimed, turning to see the destruction. Uncle, Auntie, come quickly. Sun Wukong exclaimed, effortlessly bending the iron bars to free them. Bulma's mother, recalling her daughter's anguished cry, urged Wukong to hurry, concerned for Bulma's safety. Sun Wukong instructed them to remain calm while he searched for Bulma. Reaching the end of the corridor, he found nothing. Bulma, are you there? Please respond. He called out in desperation. In her unconscious state, Bulma seemed to hear his voice and slowly opened her eyes, paralyzed from the shock. Chapter 27. The battle against the Red Ribbon Army. Sun Wukong collected himself, focusing on his energy. With a mighty punch, he broke through another wall, but was met with another electric shock that coursed through his body, leaving him momentarily stunned and flat on the ground, his hair singed. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Bulma felt a wave of relief wash over her as she closed her eyes. Once he regained his composure, he noticed Bulma lying on the ground, filled with concern. Realizing the wall was electrified, he used his Rui Bang to breach it, cradling Bulma as he exited. Bulma's parents, witnessing their daughter's injuries, were filled with sorrow. Sun Wukong carefully laid Bulma down, then turned to the ceiling, using his fists to break through. Uncle, Auntie, we must ascend, he urged, but they struggled to follow due to the height. Sun Wukong gently set Bulma down and lifted them up. Then he rushed them to the hospital. Meanwhile, General Blue and his troops were alerted and were returning, spotting the aircraft piloted by Sun Wukong, preparing to shoot it down. Sun Wukong opened the door, declaring, "Leave the plane to you. I will deal with them." He summoned his Nimbus cloud. General Blue, recognizing the impish figure riding the cloud, recalled how this very creature had decimated his base. Filled with fury, shedding his clothing to reveal his muscular physique, General Blue prepared for a confrontation. Sun Wukong leaped from the Nimbus, delivering a single, decisive blow that knocked Blue to the ground, his teeth scattering. With no time for games, Sun Wukong swiftly dispatched the soldiers who opened fire, leaping behind them and eliminating them with ease. He then continued pursuing Bulma and her family. At the hospital, Bulma's condition deteriorated, the doctors issuing a critical notice. Sun Wukong felt a surge of panic. Bulma had always accompanied him on his adventures, providing him with everything he needed. He felt he had failed to protect her, despite promising to keep her safe. Standing outside her room, he recalled the Dragon Balls. He could seek them to bring her back. Armed with the Dragon Radar, he set off in search of the Dragon Balls. At Karen Tower, UPA witnessed his father gunned down and charged forward with his spear. "Little brat, I told you to bring me the Dragon Balls. Comply, and you will not suffer," The Red Ribbon Army threatened mercilessly, shooting him without hesitation. Sun Wukong detected the Dragon Balls moving in the direction of Karen Tower. Upon arriving, he discovered the lifeless bodies of UPA and his father, memories flooding back. Filled with rage, he buried them before preparing to leave. As he contemplated the possibility of using Senzu beans, he ascended the tower on his Nimbus. Finding Master Karen at the top, upon seeing Sun Wukong, Karen inquired about his visit. Sun Wukong stated his purpose directly. He needed Senzu beans to save Bulma. Acknowledging the urgency, Master Karen provided him with the beans, offering a glimmer of hope. Thank you, Master Karen. Once Bulma recovers, I shall bring you a gift. Sun Wukong promised as he raced back to the hospital. Inside, the doctors shook their heads, and Bulma's parents were distraught. Sun Wukong burst into the room, shoving the Senzu bean into Bulma's mouth, but she was unable to swallow. Despairing, Sun Wukong was forcibly ejected from the room, startled by the commotion. The hospital ultimately declared Bulma may not awaken. Sun Wukong sat by her bedside, repeatedly calling her name. In her darkness, Bulma wandered, engulfed in fear, lost in an abyss devoid of light, tears streaming down her cheeks. Then she heard Wukong's voice, igniting hope within her. "Wukong, I'm here," she joyfully called, racing towards the sound. As she approached the light, she quickened her pace and leaped into its embrace. Bulma opened her eyes, and Sun Wukong sensed a shift in her energy, fixating on her as she awoke. "Bulma, eat this," he urged, but she remained unable to move or swallow. Noticing a cup of water on the table, he took a sip and transferred it to her. With the aid of the water, Bulma managed to swallow. At that moment, the doctors arrived, ordering Sun Wukong to leave to avoid causing a disturbance. Remembering the Senzu bean's effects, he assured them he would step out shortly. Bulma, regaining consciousness, recognized the scent of antiseptic, realizing she was in the hospital. She observed Sun Wukong being escorted out, while she remained in her hospital bed. "Wukong, what is happening?" she exclaimed, startling the doctors and nurses, who then took her for an examination. Bulma's parents hurried over, inquiring about the situation. The doctors confirmed that Bulma had awakened. Sun Wukong nodded, and Bulma emerged from her room, declaring her health restored. The doctor examined her report, astonished by her miraculous recovery, relieved that Bulma was safe. Sun Wukong remembered UPA and his father. He informed Bulma of his intention to seek the Dragon Balls and confront the Red Ribbon Army. Bulma expressed concern over his plan, explaining that the Red Ribbon Army was the most nefarious and ruthless organization in the world. She relayed this information to Krillin and the others, urging them to assist Wukong in his fight against the army. Sun Wukong reassured them, suggesting they pursue the Dragon Balls while he handled the Red Ribbon Army, seeing it as a form of training. Understanding the gravity of Bulma's situation and Wukong's resolve, Krillin and the others pledged to help, recognizing that, as Wukong stated, it too was a means of growth. Bulma crafted a Dragon Ball radar for Krillin and his companions, enlisting their aid in the quest for the Dragon Balls. Without hesitation, Son Goku confronted the members of the Red Ribbon Army, swiftly collecting 3 Dragon Balls in the process. Meanwhile, Bulma and her team also discovered one, but encountered the Red Ribbon Army, ultimately overcoming them. Son Goku soon found himself on the wanted list of the Red Ribbon Army, with orders for his immediate execution. Unbeknownst to him, even if he were aware, such threats held no weight in his mind. He was resolute in his intention to dismantle the Red Ribbon Army. And with each victory, his understanding of their malevolence deepened. Numerous villagers had fallen victim to the indiscriminate violence of the Red Ribbon Army. At their headquarters, Commander Red received alarming news regarding the theft of the Dragon Balls they had secured. In a fit of rage before General White, Commander Red executed his subordinates without mercy. Trusting in the prowess of the infamous assassin Tao Pai Pai, Commander Red enlisted his services to eliminate Son Goku. Chapter 28. The Assassin, Tao Pai Pai. Tao Pai Pai regarded the photograph of Son Goku with disdain, dismissing him as merely a bothersome child. He proclaimed his swift return, severing a pillar to use as a makeshift vehicle, soaring towards Son Goku's location. As Son Goku seized a Dragon Ball from a monkey's grasp, he sensed a powerful presence approaching. Turning to investigate, he spotted a figure perched on a pillar, wielding a whip and clad in pink attire, with the character Tao emblazoned upon it. Upon spotting Son Goku, Tao Pai Pai leaped from the pillar to a tree opposite him. Displaying indifference, he demanded the Dragon Ball, threatening a swift demise should Goku refuse. Unfazed, Son Goku positioned himself for an attack, placing the Dragon Ball securely aside. Tao Pai Pai lunged for Goku's heart, but Goku evaded with an agile leap, countering with a kick that sent Tao Pai Pai tumbling from the tree. Regaining his footing, Tao Pai Pai was taken aback by the child's unexpected strength. To counter, he unleashed his ultimate technique, firing a laser towards Son Goku. The beam struck Goku's chest, causing him to fall from the tree. With a smirk of arrogance, Tao Pai Pai approached to claim the Dragon Ball from Goku's grasp. However, as he drew near, Goku rose, leaving Tao Pai Pai stunned. No one had ever survived that attack. What was this child's secret? Goku laughed heartily, proclaiming his opponent's weakness. Comparing the attack to a mere tickle, Tao Pai Pai's expression shifted to one of discomfort as he steeled himself, launching a flurry of assaults at Goku. Yet, Goku playfully taunted him, appearing and disappearing in a game of distraction. Tao Pai Pai, realizing he could not prevail against Goku, suddenly knelt, tears in his eyes, pleading for mercy. Goku, however, remained unimpressed by this display, understanding that for someone like Tao Pai Pai, such submission was insincere. Seeing Goku's stern demeanor and lack of leniency, Tao Pai Pai hastily produced a bomb from his pocket and threw it at Goku before leaping away. Goku, with a swift kick, sent the bomb back, resulting in Tao Pai Pai's explosive demise. With 4 Dragon Balls now in his possession, Goku pondered the situation of Krillin and the others, setting off towards the nearest Dragon Ball. At the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, Commander Red reveled in his possession of the Dragon Balls, confident that Tao Pai Pai would eliminate the troublesome child, allowing him to make a wish to the Eternal Dragon for greater height. His towering assistant, Black, approached with a glass of wine, but Commander Red, irritated by Black's stature, ordered him to keep his distance. Commander, we have received word that Tao Pai Pai has acquired 4 Dragon Balls and is heading our way. Upon hearing this, Commander Red smoothed his hair, instructing Black to prepare a feast, eager to celebrate. Meanwhile, Bulma and her friends were in pursuit of the 7th Dragon Ball, which lay beneath the sea. Bulma, Krillin, and Yamcha descended in a submarine, navigating the ocean depths. The radar indicated the Dragon Ball's location within a narrow trench, which appeared impassable. Bulma investigated the underwater terrain and discovered an entrance to the trench, allowing them to enter. Faced with the dark abyss, Krillin and Yamcha felt trepidation, prompting Bulma to express her disdain for their cowardice, noting that they were less courageous than Goku. Shortly after entering, they encountered the Red Ribbon Army, who launched an attack. Bulma and her team accelerated deeper into the trench, but the superior technology of the Red Ribbon submarine posed a significant threat. Krillin, seeing the approaching pursuers, bravely volunteered to confront them. Despite Yamcha and Oolong's protests, Krillin insisted he had devised a strategy to shake off their tail. Once outside, he stood atop the submarine and unleashed a Kamehameha wave at the Red Ribbon submarine, causing it to falter. Yamcha and Bulma watched in astonishment as Krillin executed his plan. With the enemy submarine destabilized, Bulma seized the opportunity to beckon Krillin back inside. Upon his return, they praised him for his ingenuity, eliciting a proud but slightly irritated response from Krillin, who insisted he was always clever. Oolong affectionately ruffled Krillin's bald head, teasing him about his lack of hair. Amidst their light-hearted banter, Yamcha marveled at Krillin's mastery of the Kamehameha wave, realizing its sophistication was far beyond what he had previously witnessed. Curious, he inquired when Krillin had learned the technique, noting that he had kept it from him. Krillin, with a mischievous smile, playfully refused to divulge the details. He had originally intended to surprise Goku with his newfound power during the World Martial Arts Tournament, but the urgency of their situation had shifted his focus. Having successfully evaded the Red Ribbon Army's pursuit, Bulma and her companions remained vigilant. Spotting a glimmering light ahead, she urged them to press on. Hold on tight, she commanded as they surged forward. Breaking the surface, they disembarked, recognizing the entrance to the cavern where the radar indicated the Dragon Ball awaited. Despite her apprehension, Bulma followed Yamcha, who led the way, with Krillin trailing behind and Oolong illuminating their path as a makeshift flashlight. I came house. The Red Ribbon Army viewed it as Son Goku's stronghold, launching an offensive against it. Master Roshi, lost in his yoga practice and distracted by the beauty surrounding him, remained blissfully unaware of the impending threat. Meanwhile, the gentle launch was preparing a meal. Originally, she had intended to accompany the group, but due to limited space and her unpredictable nature, she had stayed behind. Noticing her solitude, Master Roshi chose to remain as well. Chapter 29, The the pirate's treasure. Launch fretted over the safety of Goku and the others, while Master Roshi's wandering gaze returned to her, his intentions far from innocent. Master came. I wonder if Krillin and the others will return safely. Rest assured, my disciples will surely come back, replied Launchi. Not noticing Launchi's gaze, Master Kame reached out. But Launchi sneezed, transforming into her irritable self. Startled, Master Kame quickly withdrew, while the irate Launchi seized him, ready to unleash her wrath. Upon hearing the sound of planes outside, Master Kame and the others looked out. The Red Ribbon Army personnel appeared, but Master Kame remained unperturbed. However, the irritable Launchi had no patience. She stepped out with a gun in hand. Seeing a woman and an old man, the Red Ribbon Army members dismissed them, demanding compliance and the surrender of the Dragon Balls. Launchi, visibly annoyed, retorted, "You're truly bothersome. Get lost." She fired at them, swiftly neutralizing the Red Ribbon Army members. Master Kame advised Launchi to calm down and instructed the surviving individuals to take the fallen away. Shortly after Krillin and Bulma entered the tunnel, the Red Ribbon Army arrived. Suddenly, Yamcha let out a scream, startling Bulma, who clutched Oolong. Oolong, the lecherous creature, wore a satisfied expression. Once she regained her composure, Bulma kicked Oolong down and began to violently pound Yamcha, exclaiming, "Why did you scream out of nowhere? You nearly scared me to death." Observing the pirate attire scattered about, Bulma realized they were in a pirate base. "Doesn't that imply there's treasure?" she exclaimed. Filled with excitement, Oolong urged Bulma and Yamcha to hurry forward. The Red Ribbon Army, having spotted the fallen pirates, was led by General Blue, who had narrowly escaped execution. Instead of returning to headquarters, he sought the Dragon Balls as a means of atonement. General Blue was the one with yellow hair, clad in military attire, and with a proclivity for boys. Yamcha suddenly halted, causing Bulma to bump into him. "Why did you stop?" she queried. "There are traps here," Yamcha replied, eyeing the dark spots on the ground and the holes on either side. Krillin approached, skeptical about the existence of traps. As he stepped onto a circular mark, an arrow shot out from the left, nearly causing Krillin to soil himself as he fell to the ground. "Haha, Krillin, lucky you're short. Otherwise, it would have been the end for you," Oolong teased. Bulma and Yamcha laughed. "Mind your own business. I'll grow taller than Bulma one day," Krillin asserted confidently. "We have traps to contend with. How do we proceed?" Bulma observed the densely packed traps, realizing they could not jump over them. "I have a plan," Krillin said, taking a few steps back before leaping over the obstacles. Bulma and Yamcha stared in disbelief, while Oolong transformed into a bat and flew over. Yamcha, however, was unable to jump across due to his height. He risked hitting the ceiling if he jumped too high, or falling short if he jumped too low. "Hey, did you forget about me, Poir?" Poir quickly transformed into a magic carpet. "Haha, Yamcha nearly forgot about Poir," he chuckled. Bulma urged Yamcha to hurry up, as the Red Ribbon Army was closing in. Once past the traps, they entered a long corridor, which Bulma was reluctant to traverse. Yamcha, on the other hand, descended to walk, treating it as a training exercise and refusing to slack off. Poir, fearing Bulma's wrath, remained transformed, carrying her along while lamenting her weight. The Red Ribbon Army soon arrived, and General Blue instructed his men to proceed cautiously. After all, they were in pirate territory, rife with traps. Indeed, those at the front charged ahead, triggering traps that led to their demise. General Blue advised against advancing, asserting that if there were traps, there must also be an entrance. After a swift search, he located the mechanism. However, he was not one to send his subordinates to test the dangers. Krillin, Bulma, and the others traversed the lengthy corridor, arriving at a dark opening. As Krillin led the way, he suddenly stepped into thin air and fell. Below him lay molten lava, and neither Bulma nor Yamcha reacted in time. Yamcha reached out, but couldn't grasp Krillin. Looking down at the lava, Krillin struggled to climb back up, but it proved futile. In desperation, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave, using the shock wave to propel himself upward. Yamcha quickly caught Krillin, and they both hopped onto Poir's magic carpet. Feeling crushed, Poir called for Oolong to assist, while Bulma threatened Oolong to hurry or risk being left behind. Riding the carpet, they entered an area of habitation, where Bulma spotted a port, indicating an exit. Krillin expressed confusion, and Bulma explained that before the invention of the universal capsule, it was impossible to bring such a large ship inside. As Bulma checked the Dragon Ball radar, she noted they were getting closer. General Blue and his men arrived as well, but only 5 members of the Red Ribbon Army remained. General Blue urged them to hide, planning to take advantage of the ensuing chaos. Krillin and Yamcha admired the vintage architecture of the buildings. Suddenly, they sensed something amiss. Bulma inquired about their concern. Yamcha instructed Puar to scout ahead, while General Blue and his men concealed themselves in a dumpster to avoid detection. As Puar flew toward a corner, he encountered a mouse-like robot that launched an attack, knocking him down. Yamcha rushed to check on Puar, while Krillin assumed a defensive stance, observing the robot. The robot attacked, and Yamcha carried Puar away, seeking refuge in a room. The robot quickly pursued them, and as Puar fainted, Yamcha jumped down, handing Puar over to Oolong while engaging the robot. Krillin joined Yamcha, leaping over the robot and striking down with force. Yamcha unleashed a series of rapid strikes, the Wolf-Fang fist, against the robot. As the robot retaliated by shooting at Yamcha, Bulma and Oolong took cover inside a house, eventually entering a room filled with numerous surveillance monitors. Bulma deduced that the robot was controlled by a central computer. Suddenly, Oolong spotted someone seated at the computer. Both Oolong and Bulma were frightened and inquired about the figure, but received no response. Bulma picked up a skull from the ground and tossed it. The chair turned around, revealing a pirate skeleton with a knife embedded in its belly. Bulma hurried to the computer, but being an older model, she could not decipher the text. Chapter 30. The Seventh Dragon Ball is found. Oolong peered out the window to see Yamcha and Krillin battling the robot, one of its arms severed. Krillin leaped up, crashing down onto the robot. Yamcha kicked the robot in the abdomen, while Krillin smashed its head with his own. Observing their struggle, General Blue seized the opportunity to search for the Dragon Balls. After defeating the robot, it self-destructed, sending debris crashing down from the ceiling. Bulma instructed Oolong to transform into a magic carpet, guiding him as she urged Krillin and the others to follow. They soon arrived at a well, beside which lay numerous garments belonging to the Red Ribbon Army. "We must hurry. The Red Ribbon Army is entering," Bulma urged as she stripped off her outer clothing, revealing her undergarments. Oolong, the lecherous creature, gazed with wide eyes, saliva dripping from his mouth, prompting Bulma to punch him on the head. Just then, stones from the ceiling began to fall around them, and after a brief rest, Puar revived. Yamcha and the others quickly jumped into the well. General Bulu and his men swam over, gazing at a colossal statue of the thousand-handed deity, each hand brandishing a sword. Before the statue lay 3 chests, treasure boxes that promised untold riches. Commanding his subordinates to open the chests, General Bulu witnessed a sudden tragedy as the statue launched its swords, slaying several of his men. Displeased, General Bulu scoffed at their ineptitude. He seized one of the swords and retaliated, driving it into the statue's forehead. Approaching the central chest, he opened it to reveal a pirate figurine armed with a gun, which immediately attacked him. Fortunately, due to his towering stature, the bullets whizzed harmlessly beneath him, nearly costing him dearly. Cautiously, General Bulu opened another chest, uncovering a key. He inserted it into the keyhole beneath the statue, which promptly expelled a cascade of glittering gems from its mouth. Contemplating the gems, he envisioned presenting them to the commander-in-chief as a means of atonement for his prior failures. Turning to his companions, Bulma and the others, he caught Bulma's admiring gaze, prompting her to reflect on his striking appearance. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong soared towards the headquarters of the Red Silk Legion on his Nimbus cloud. The Red Silk Legion, alerted by surveillance cameras, promptly notified Commander Reuter. At that moment, Reuter was enjoying a steak, and the shocking news caused him to choke. "What? That fool Taobai failed? How infuriating," he declared, issuing orders to thwart Sun Wukong's advance. Instantly, all weaponry was aimed at him. However, Sun Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha wave, obliterating the artillery. Simultaneously, he targeted airborne planes, kicking their engines and sending them plummeting. "Commander, we are in dire straits. The enemy is too formidable. We cannot halt him. He is already en route to Army District A." The Red Silk Legion witnessed this unfolding disaster, and some astute individuals began to flee. Faced with such a powerful adversary, they realized their legion was nearing its end. Sun Wukong pressed forward, unstoppable, soon bringing alarming news to Commander Reuter, who could scarcely believe that his hard-built legion was being dismantled by a mere child. "No, you useless fools, go and eliminate him." Meanwhile, Vice Commander Bulak advised Reuter to take refuge in the basement. "No, I will not retreat." Bulma, on the other hand, found herself in a skirmish with Yamcha and Krillin against General Bulu, whose formidable powers enabled him to freeze their movements. Thus, Yamcha and Krillin alternated their attacks. Bulma and Oolong watched from the sidelines, with Oolong pocketing several gems. Per, witnessing Oolong's greed, chastised him for being so concerned about the treasure. Bulma, on the other hand, stored her gems in a capsule, prompting Oolong to accuse her of being underhanded. Krillin was eventually knocked down by General Baloo, who landed several blows to his head, leaving him bloodied. Seizing the moment, Yamcha kicked Baloo from behind, only for Baloo to turn and taunt him. That kick felt delightful. I would prefer if you spank me instead. Krillin, Bulma, and Oolong were left aghast and disgusted. Are you a pervert? Yamcha felt sullied by the remark, as he despised being called such. Baloo continued to pummel Krillin, while Yamcha landed another kick below the belt, causing Baloo to clutch his groin and retaliate against Yamcha. Bulma, meanwhile, spotted the Dragon Ball shimmering in a nearby pool. She instructed Oolong to retrieve it, but he refused, suggesting Per do it instead, which angered Bulma. Both Oolong and Per ended up with swollen heads, realizing that Bulma was even more fearsome than the Red Silk Legion. They jumped into the water and discovered the Dragon Ball amid the gems. Oolong's eyes gleamed with excitement as he quickly swam towards the treasure, stuffing gems into his pants. Per, noticing Oolong's fixation on the gems rather than the Dragon Ball, seized the latter and kicked Oolong in the rear. Per salvaged a few gems for Yamcha. As Per surfaced with the Dragon Ball, Oolong struggled to ascend due to his heavy haul. Let it go, Oolong, Per urged, but Oolong was unwilling. Ultimately, Per transformed into a rope, pulling Oolong up. Adorned in gold necklaces, bracelets, rings, and a crown, Oolong and Krillin exchanged determined glances and struck General Baloo hard, sending him crashing down. Bulma exclaimed, "Let us flee." However, just as she spoke, the ceiling began to collapse, shaking the entire cavern. Could the previous tremors have caused this? Bulma urged everyone to escape, being the weakest among them. Krillin and Yamcha wasted no time, diving into the water. Oolong was about to leap in when General Baloo grasped his leg, refusing to let go. Curse you! Oolong struggled to break free. Even transforming proved futile. In desperation, he swung a gold bracelet at Baloo's head. After smashing a necklace, Baloo still held firm, until a final gold ingot struck him in the face, prompting him to release Oolong. Oolong quickly dove into the water, transforming into a fish and swimming away. How dare you mar my handsome visage? Baloo fumed, preoccupied with his appearance even as chaos ensued. Bulma, Krillin, and the others retraced their steps, the ground trembling beneath them as walls crumbled. Chapter 31. The fall of the Red Silk Legion. Sun Wukong had reached the headquarters of the Red Silk Legion, wielding his Rui Bang with ease, swiftly dispatching the Legion's minions. Upon entering the chamber where Commander Reuter sat, Reuter, observing through the camera, panicked and fled with the Dragon Ball, instructing Bulak to stay back and confront Sun Wukong. Reuter, still clinging to a sliver of hope, believed he could contend with the formidable adversary. Emerging from the floor, Wukong surveyed the scene and inquired, "Where's your leader?" "Your opponent is me," Bulak declared, stripping off his clothing and assuming a fighting stance. Sun Wukong merely glanced at Bulak, dismissing him as too weak. Offended, Bulak swung a fist at Wukong, who effortlessly dodged. Bulak, bewildered by Wukong's agility, unleashed a flurry of punches, all of which were evaded. Sun Wukong, focusing on the Dragon Ball radar, spotted it above. He leapt towards the ceiling, but instead of breaking through, he bumped his head painfully. Bulak, witnessing this absurdity, bolted in fear. Reuter, observing Bulak's attempt to flee, pressed a button, causing the ceiling to descend. Bulak, seeing the impending danger, shot through the wall to escape. Sun Wukong leapt down, while Reuter believed he had crushed Wukong, relishing the moment. Excellent. Now I can finally be tall. He reveled, as his height barely exceeded Wukong's. Realizing Reuter's true motive for seeking the Dragon Balls was not world domination, but simply to gain height, Bulak was incensed. For this man's vanity, we have sacrificed our entire legion. Unable to bear it, Bulak shot Reuter dead. Sun Wukong ascended, observing the Dragon Balls rolling by, reaching out to seize them, only to have them snatched away by Baraku. Startled to see Sun Wukong still alive, Baraku invited him to join the Red Ribbon Army, claiming the position of its supreme commander, proposing they rule the world together. Disinterested, Sun Wukong ignored him and forcefully reclaimed the Dragon Balls. Baraku, realizing that Sun Wukong was not amenable to persuasion, mounted his robot and engaged in combat. After exchanging a few blows, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful punch, rupturing the robot's belly and causing it to short-circuit. In disbelief, Baraku was met with a Kamehameha wave from Sun Wukong, vanishing along with his machine. The soldiers below, clutching their belongings, fled in panic. Sun Wukong cast a glance at the minions, but chose not to pursue them further. He then mounted his Nimbus cloud to rendezvous with Bulma and the others, confident in the abilities of Krillin and the group. Upon reaching the port, Bulma and Krillin prepared to depart on their vessel, with Por informing Bulma of Oolong's absence. Frustration mounted as they awaited Oolong's return, while debris fell from the ceiling, adding to their distress. Eventually, Bulma, exasperated, closed the door, prompting a retort from her companions about leaving Oolong behind. As they debated, Oolong, panting, approached, only to find the door shut, threatening to sink. "Hurry, Oolong!" Krillin and Yamcha shouted. Once Oolong boarded, Bulma swiftly secured the hatch, and they set sail. Oolong complained about Bulma's apparent intent to abandon him, to which Bulma admonished him to be quiet or risk their collective demise. Oolong, looking forlorn, felt unjustly scolded for his own mistakes. Sun Wukong arrived at the site of the Dragon Balls, spotting the ocean below where Bulma and the others were located. He leaped from the Nimbus cloud, only to witness the seafloor fissuring and a massive vortex forming, threatening to engulf him. Struggling against the current, Sun Wukong found himself spinning uncontrollably underwater, feeling dizzy. Utilizing his signature Kamehameha wave, he propelled himself upward, emerging from the tumultuous sea, albeit with concern for Bulma and her companions. The vortex was alarmingly close to their position. Not far off, he spotted a submarine and flew over on his Nimbus cloud. Krillin glanced up, exclaiming, "Wukong, we found the 7th Dragon Ball." Upon reaching the shore, Bulma presented the Dragon Ball to Sun Wukong, revealing that another was in the possession of Master Roshi. Oolong, hoarding the remaining gold rings and gems on his person, stashed them away. Bulma, noticing a nearby Red Ribbon Army aircraft, commandeered it for their own use. "What? Wukong, you obliterated the Red Ribbon Army?" Yamcha and Krillin looked incredulously at Sun Wukong. Realizing their leader was defeated, they lamented their own inadequacy. Sun Wukong expressed his dissatisfaction with the ease of the battle, noting he still bore iron bands. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army, hiding in fear, could hardly believe their ears as they frantically attempted to contact headquarters, only to receive no response. After Sun Wukong departed, General Blue remained alive, learning of the army's demise, and expressed disbelief as he piloted his plane toward headquarters. At Master Roshi's abode, the old turtle watched as Lan Chi pummeled the master for his misdeeds, indifferent to his disciples' skirmishes with the Red Ribbon Army. "Oh, Turtle, do not fret for Wukong. With his strength, the Red Ribbon Army is but child's play," Master Roshi mused, acknowledging Wukong's considerable growth in power after a year of training. Lan Chi, having caught Roshi off guard, lifted his leg. "My back, Lan Chi," he exclaimed, as Bulma and the others disembarked from the aircraft. She declared their successful collection of the Dragon Balls. "I will revive UPA and his father. Wait for my return," Sun Wukong said as he took the Dragon Balls and soared toward Karen Tower. Exhausted, Bulma collapsed onto a lounge chair and fell asleep. Master Roshi, the lecherous old man, eyed Bulma as she slept in her undergarments, preparing to extend a lascivious hand, only to be thwarted by a punch from the irate Lan Chi, instructing him to let Bulma dress properly. Bulma awoke to see Roshi sprawled on the ground and kicked him. Upon arriving at Karen Tower, Sun Wukong assembled the Dragon Balls and summoned Shenron. He wished for UPA and his father to be revived. Once his wish was granted and the Dragon Balls scattered, he seized the 4-star ball just as it was about to disperse. UPA and Oolong emerged from the earth, expressing their gratitude to Sun Wukong, who, pressed for time, exchanged brief words with them before departing on his Nimbus cloud. "Brother Wukong, I aspire to grow as strong as you. I will climb Karen Tower," UPA declared, voicing his heartfelt ambition. Chapter 32. A sparring match among brothers at Master Roshi's residence. After a long day, Lan Chi prepared a feast upon knowing Wukong's prodigious appetite. Bulma instructed Krillin and Yamcha to catch seafood for the barbecue. As she crafted the grilling apparatus, Lan Chi presented a refreshing dessert for all to enjoy. Sun Wukong arrived. Witnessing Krillin and Yamcha gathering seafood, he descended from the Nimbus cloud and dove into the water, joining them in their pursuits. "Let us compete to see who can catch the most," he challenged, prompting Krillin and Yamcha to plunge into the depths after octopuses and lobsters. Soon, Sun Wukong and his companions returned with an impressive haul, while Lan Shi and Yulong prepared the seafood for the grill as Bulma finished assembling the barbecue. Master Roshi brought out tables, and Lan Shi sliced various fruits, watermelon, apples, oranges, grapes, and more. Yulong, fetch the drinks from the fridge. Bulma instructed, and Yulong, accustomed to her commands, hurried to comply, inadvertently bringing out all the beverages at once. Master Roshi retreated to his room to retrieve his prized liquor. Enough with the fishing. We have plenty of seafood already, the turtle urged, declaring Sun Wukong the victor of their little competition as he had caught 2 additional octopuses. The grill chimed, signaling the seafood was ready. Bulma sampled a piece, declaring it delicious. Soon, everyone gathered to feast, sharing tales of their Dragon Ball adventures, including Sun Wukong's encounter with the Red Ribbon Army and their training experiences. As Master Roshi indulged in drink, he became particularly audacious, leaning in toward Lan Shi. "Could you pour me some wine?" he queried. While Lan Shi complied, she accidentally sneezed due to the barbecue spices, her purple hair transforming to yellow. "Lan Shi, you're looking fierce. Now you want me to pour you tea?" she retorted, gripping Master Roshi's face and pouring an entire bottle of wine down his throat. "Drink up, you lecherous old man," Lan Shi exclaimed, forcefully emptying the remaining 2 bottles into him. Master Roshi became utterly intoxicated and began dancing nearby. Bulma raised her cup, saying to Goku, "I toast to you. Thank you for saving me." Goku replied, "No need to thank me. I promised to protect you, didn't I?" Oolong also indulged in the drink and joined Master Roshi in his dance, prompting Bulma to capture the moment on video. That evening, everyone enjoyed a delightful feast. The following day, Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha engaged in a friendly competition. Meanwhile, Bulma and Launch boarded a plane to a nearby floating island, where they settled down at a distance to watch. Bulma produced a capsule, instantly revealing a large house. She and Launch retrieved lounge chairs and refreshments. The first match featured Goku against Yamcha, with Master Roshi bringing out the lounge chairs and Sun Umbrella. The 5 of them sat in a row, relishing the moment. "Oolong, fetch me a slice of watermelon," Bulma commanded lazily. Oolong, understanding her tone, rose to retrieve a watermelon for her. "Oolong, are you foolish? You must cut it first. How can I eat it otherwise?" Bulma shouted at him. After receiving her reprimand, Oolong quickly sliced the watermelon and presented it to her. "I want a piece too." Launch chimed in, her gentle voice prompting Oolong to approach her with a markedly different demeanor. Launch graciously accepted the slice, thanking him softly, causing Oolong's face to flush with embarrassment. Goku encouraged Yamcha to strike first. Yamcha rushed forward and landed a punch on Goku, who deftly blocked it, maintaining a defensive posture. Yamcha urged Goku to retaliate. Goku's fist connected with Yamcha's face, prompting a swift kick from Yamcha in response. Their fists flew with remarkable speed. "Come on, Goku!" Bulma cheered for him. "Hurry up and hit him, Yamcha!" Launch exclaimed, visibly frustrated with Yamcha's hesitation. Yamcha found himself cornered by Goku, who then delivered a headbutt to Yamcha's abdomen, draining his strength. Defeated, Yamcha gazed at Goku, sensing that Goku had not exerted his full power. He recalled their first meeting, where Goku had been 2 levels stronger than him. Now the disparity had grown to over 7 levels. How has Goku progressed so much? Yamcha pondered, feeling the gap between them widen. "Yamcha, are you alright?" Bulma and Launch rushed to help him up. Master Roshi observed the duel, noting Goku's swift movements and the fact that he had not yet unleashed his full potential. Goku is a natural warrior, growing stronger with each training session, and his progress is unmistakable. Gohan truly found a gem. Krillin stood in awe. Goku is incredible. He has completely dominated Yamcha. "Next, it will be our turn to battle," Goku announced to Krillin. Krillin set down his drink and approached the stage, performing a brief warm-up. "Look, there's a flying chicken," Krillin pointed skyward. Goku, Bulma, and the others turned their gaze to the sky, noticing a flock of crows pass by. Seizing the moment, Krillin launched a surprise attack, striking Goku's face, causing him to tumble to the ground. "You're quite cunning, Krillin," Goku exclaimed as he leapt up, bringing his fists down towards Krillin. "In battle, one must employ strategy," Krillin replied, waving his finger with a sense of pride. As Krillin dodged to the right, Goku's punch created a massive crater on the training ground. Krillin thought to himself that if Goku landed a single blow, he would surely be finished. Krillin retaliated with a kick, but Goku seized his leg, causing Krillin to lose his balance and fall face-first to the ground. Enduring the pain, Krillin pushed himself up, delivering a kick to Goku's chest. "Go for it, Krillin." The audience cheered. The two rolled on the ground, Krillin managing to break free. Goku dashed away, leaving Krillin momentarily disoriented as he searched for Goku's location. Glancing up at the sky, but finding no sign of him. Where could Goku be? Krillin wondered. Suddenly, he spotted Goku and swung a punch. Only to hit nothing but air, an illusion created by Goku's afterimage technique. From behind, Goku struck Krillin with a series of powerful kicks, forcing him to block 6 of them while landing 3 punches in return. In the end, Krillin was caught off guard by the final kick and fell to the ground. He quickly sprang back up to attack Goku once more. Bulma, Launch, and Oolong could barely follow the swift exchange, only seeing the two of them close together before Krillin collapsed. In Chapter 33, the daily life of the grandfather and grandson continued. Krillin unleashed his own afterimage technique against Goku, creating 8 illusory clones. 7 of them either stuck out their tongues or made silly faces, while Goku focused on the blinking Krillin and delivered a punch that knocked him down, causing the clones to vanish. "What are you playing at, Krillin? If you don't get up, I might just have to finish you off," Launch threatened, her foot tapping impatiently on the stage. Bulma leisurely sipped her tea, cheering for both Krillin and Goku. Krillin performed a somersault away from Goku, declaring, "Let me show you the results of my training." He unleashed a Kamehameha wave. Master Roshi, surprised to see Krillin execute the technique. Didn't he expect him to have learned it? "Goku, here I come," Krillin shouted. Goku easily leaped aside, dodging the attack, which obliterated a nearby mountain. Swiftly, Goku approached Krillin from behind and struck him on the neck. Unaware of Goku's presence, Krillin crumpled to the ground. This sparring session made it clear to both Krillin and Yamcha just how far behind they were compared to Goku. Master Roshi, astonished by Goku's advancement, recalled the time when Goku struggled against him, and now he had far surpassed his master. Witnessing his disciple's progress brought Master Roshi great joy, affirming that the world belonged to the youth. After the training session concluded, Bulma treated Goku and the others to a feast at a nearby restaurant. After satisfying their appetites, Goku expressed his intention to visit Grandpa at Bowsy Mountain, while Bulma planned to return to Shidu. Yamcha and Krillin continued their training, with Master Roshi adapting his teaching methods to allow them to spar together each month, enabling them to identify their weaknesses. At Bowsy Mountain, Goku asked, "Grandpa, would you like to visit Teacher Wutian?" Not wanting his grandfather to feel bored. "No need. I have plenty to do here, tending to the vegetables. Look, I've prepared a lot of jerky for you," Grandpa replied, presenting a large pot. Goku assisted his grandfather as he took out 2 pieces of jerky. Goku chopped them into small pieces and washed them before placing them in the pot. "Go to the back mountain and gather your favorite vegetables," Grandpa instructed, while washing a large bag of rice. "All right," Goku said, making his way to the back mountain, which was filled with various vegetables such as cabbage, carrots, and radishes. He filled a basket with produce and headed to the river to wash them. After rinsing, Goku chopped the vegetables for a mixed dish. Grandpa poured the rice into a pot with water, while Goku gathered firewood. Once everything was prepared, Grandpa asked Goku to crack some eggs for frying. After cooking, he set the eggs aside for later to mix with the rice. "Grandpa, let me tell you about my adventures this past year," Goku began, sharing his experiences. "Haha, my grandson is truly remarkable," Grandpa replied with a kind smile, attentively listening to Goku's tales. As the aroma of the cooking filled the air, Goku exclaimed, "Grandpa, the food is ready." "I know," Grandpa said, rising to serve Goku, filling his large bowl. "Thank you, Grandpa," Goku said gratefully, mixing the eggs into his rice, enhancing the flavor. This dish was Goku's favorite. Lala, Bulma was enjoying a bath, applying shower gel to her feet, arms, and abdomen. Son Wukong arrived at Bulma's home riding on his Nimbus. Hearing Bulma humming a tune, he approached the window, which was left ajar. Filled with delight, he pulled open the window. Bulma stood beneath the shower, tilting her head back to rinse off the bubbles. Upon hearing Wukong's voice, she turned and exclaimed, "Ah, Wukong, you lecher." In a fit of anger, she hurled the bathroom brush, shower bottle, and toothbrush at him, prompting Wukong to hastily close the window. Realizing he had angered her, Wukong settled on the Nimbus, awaiting Bulma's emergence. Once dressed, Bulma glared at him with fury, while Wukong bowed his head and apologized profusely. "Humph, fine. I'll forgive you this time since it was unintentional," Bulma replied, though her hands continued to move with irritation. Wukong, nursing his bruised face, expressed his regret. "Whenever you need me, just call," Bulma said, as she brought him a drink while she operated her machine. Wukong, contemplating his grandfather's solitude at home, decided to purchase some modern television equipment for him. However, lacking funds, he asked Bulma to lend him money and assist in selecting items. Of course, no problem, Bulma agreed. "Wukong, would you like to try out the gravity chamber I created?" She activated the mechanism and led Wukong to the gravity chamber. "Sounds good," Wukong exclaimed, discarding the iron ring on his hand. Bulma noted the imprints left on his skin. "Wukong, I'll make you a gravity wristband." "Thank you, Bulma." Wukong expressed his gratitude once more. Bulma shook her head, stating, "You saved me. These are trivial matters." She urged him to enter and test it out. Upon entering, Wukong was instructed to press the button at the entrance and input the numbers. Starting with 5 times gravity, Wukong immediately collapsed, unable to support his own weight. Bulma, from outside, canceled the switch, and the gravity vanished instantly. Wukong sprang up, signaling that he was fine. Overwhelmed with excitement, he felt a thrilling rush despite the pressure of gravity. Eager to try the chamber again, he remembered his grandfather at Baozi Mountain and bid farewell to Bulma, agreeing to meet the next day. That night, Wukong and his grandfather slept soundly, with Wukong's feet resting on his grandfather's legs. When his grandfather awoke, he gently moved Wukong's legs aside and covered him with a blanket. The following day, after sharing breakfast with his grandfather, Wukong dashed to Bulma's house, calling out, "Bulma, I've arrived." Bulma, still groggy, replied while brushing her teeth, "Wukong, you're here so early." Her mother urged Wukong to join them for breakfast. "Wukong, eat more. I have plenty here. Try this sushi," Bulma's father chimed in, sipping tea. "Wukong, have you kissed Bulma?" "Father, stop saying nonsense," Bulma retorted, her cheeks flushing as she entered the room. "Good morning, Bulma," Wukong greeted her. After breakfast, Bulma drove her impressive little car out, with Wukong climbing aboard, marveling at the bustling traffic in the city. "Wukong, I'll take you to the largest electronics market in Shidu, where there are many gadgets and robots. Would you like to buy a couple of robots for your grandfather to help with chores?" Bulma chattered on. Chapter 34. Shopping with Bulma. At the electronics market, there were vendors selling televisions, refrigerators, airplanes, capsules, and much more. Wukong shared his needs, and Bulma selected a plethora of items for him. After a while of browsing, Wukong completed his purchases and prepared to leave with Bulma. Suddenly, Bulma spotted a beautiful handbag and rushed over, while Wukong was captivated by the aroma of delicious meat buns. He hurried to the stall, salivating at the sight of the appetizing buns. "I'll buy this one," Bulma said, trying on the bag and twirling to show Wukong. Noticing Wukong was no longer by her side, she inquired at the counter if anyone had seen him. The clerk, bewildered, hesitated before expressing concern about Bulma being alone. "Miss, you came in by yourself. What are you afraid of?" Bulma swiped her card, intending to find Wukong. "Hey, kid, do you want something to eat?" called a tall figure named Billy, resembling a bear. "Are you inviting me?" Wukong asked without hesitation. "Yes, just come with me," Billy tempted. "No, I have to wait for Bulma," Wukong insisted, still eyeing the meat bun. "Bulma's with me. Come along," Billy urged, raising an eyebrow. Feeling a sense of urgency, Wukong followed, worried something might be wrong with Bulma. "Wukong, what are you doing?" Bulma shouted, rushing towards him as someone blocked her path. Bulma punched the assailant, demanding he get lost, stating she had an urgent matter. A group of ruffians surrounded her, demanding she hand over her universal capsules and money. "Wukong, help!" Bulma cried out. "Help! No one will save you here." A blonde thug threatened Bulma with a knife. "Shut up, or I might accidentally stab you," another thug warned, reaching to touch Bulma and striking her across the face. Upon hearing Bulma's distress, Wukong kicked Billy down and raced to Bulma's aid. Seeing Bulma being harassed, Wukong leaped down. The gang of thugs burst into laughter upon spotting him. "Little brat, go back to your daddy for milk." Suddenly, Wukong responded with a powerful strike, causing the thugs to fall. The leader, a red-haired thug, watched in horror as his minions collapsed, exclaiming, "What is this?" before fleeing in fear. Bulma inquired where Wukong had gone, and he explained he was waiting at the meat bun store. Wukong then took Bulma to the meat bun shop. "Bulma, these buns smell amazing," he said, nearly drooling from the delightful scent. Bulma, recognizing his craving, declared, "Let us go. I want to try some too." She promptly ordered 20 large meat buns. The owner, Concerned Bulma might not finish, advised against ordering so many to avoid waste. Don't worry, Bulma reassured him, waving her hand dismissively. I'm ready, my stomach is prepared, Wukong added, patting his belly. The owner, wiping sweat from his brow, summoned his staff to expedite the preparation. Soon, the large meat buns were ready, and upon serving them, Bulma found the aroma delightful. Wukong devoured them in a matter of moments, drawing attention for his voracious appetite. Bulma, feeling embarrassed by the attention, urged, Wukong, could you eat a bit more slowly and elegantly? Wukong glanced around, nodding in agreement. He then mimicked Bulma's refined manner, cutting the buns into smaller pieces. Before long, he devoured 19 buns, exclaiming how delicious they were. Bulma handed him a napkin to wipe his mouth. Wukong, look at you. You've got food all over your face, she admonished gently. Wukong obediently allowed her to clean him up, grinning. Thank you, Bulma. Between us, there's no need for thanks, she replied nonchalantly. As they made their way home, Bulma's father inquired about their outing. Bulma blushed, asking him to refrain from asking such questions. Wukong, I'm heading back now. I'll come find you in a few days, Wukong said, hurrying away. All right, Bulma replied cheerfully, humming a tune. Upon returning to Baozi Mountain, Wukong equipped their home with numerous high-tech devices. He also brought along the training footage Bulma had recorded to show his grandfather. After spending 3 days with his grandfather, Wukong set off for Shidu, determined to continue his training to become even stronger. Before departing, Yi gently stroked son Wukong's head. His eyes filled with a hint of reluctance. In the West capital, son Wukong entered the gravity chamber, embarking on a rigorous training regimen. Initially, he struggled to rise, but as he acclimated to the gravity, he began performing sit-ups and push-ups. Bulma, where's Wukong? Bulma's mother recalled hearing Wukong's voice, yet he was nowhere to be seen. Mom, Wukong is training, Bulma replied, leisurely sipping coffee while watching television. Bulma, aren't you supposed to be in class? You shouldn't skip. Your teacher called me in again today. Bulma's father returned home on his bicycle. Dad, the material is far too simple. Bulma waved her hand dismissively. Your father knows that it's too easy for you. But at least clarify things with your teacher. This old bone of mine can't handle too much trouble, Bulma's father added, feigning a cough. Understood, Dad. Bulma acknowledged her father's intent. The teacher at Bulma's school was quite handsome, causing her mother to swoon, which made her father jealous. He always answered the phone when the teacher called. Having completed 300 push-ups, son Wukong collapsed. After a brief rest, he resumed his training. On Kong Kong Island, Krillin held a glass of milk, his short legs outpacing Yamcha, who was looking down at the bald Krillin and quickened his pace. The two engaged in a playful chase, while Master Roshi, wearing sunglasses, discreetly observed Lan Chi. Oolong and Puar were engrossed in a television debate, Oolong wanting to watch a romance drama, while Puar preferred an animated show, leading to a tug-of-war over the remote. Give it to me, Oolong demanded, snatching it away, only for Puar to reclaim it. Eventually, their bickering resulted in the remote breaking, leaving both in a panic as they blamed each other for the mishap. Oolong accused Puar of being greedy, while Lan Chi, enjoying her dessert in a gentle manner, smiled at the commotion, a scene that had become commonplace for her. After son Wukong's departure, Yi continued his routine of hunting in the forest to procure meat for his grandson, as Wukong had consumed most of his supplies during his stay. With Wukong's purchase of a capsule, he could store more provisions. In Chapter 35, the news of son Wukong's grandfather's passing reached Bulma, who received an invitation from Chi-Chi's family for a celebration at the Nyo-Mo Wang's new residence. Thinking of the delicious food that would be prepared, son Wukong readily agreed, knowing he needed a break from training. Master Roshi and the others also received the invite, and he decided they would all attend. Krillin and Yamcha hesitated, as the World Martial Arts Tournament was approaching and they needed to train. Upon learning of their plans, Master Roshi approached Krillin, playfully tapping his head. Krillin, when you trained here with Wukong, didn't you say that appropriate rest is also a form of cultivation? I understand, Master Wutian, Krillin replied. And both he and Yamcha decided to join the gathering. In West Capital, Bulma selected a suit for son Wukong. Wukong, you look so dashing. The only drawback is your height. Bulma, I will grow taller, Wukong asserted, measuring himself against her, noting how much he had grown since they first met. After trying on various outfits, Bulma piloted her clothing aircraft to pick up Master Roshi and Lan Chi. Wukong, it's been a while. You've grown taller, Krillin remarked, comparing their heights. You too, but not as much as me, Wukong teased, ruffling Krillin's bald head. Don't touch my head. It won't grow hair, Krillin protested, pulling away Wukong's hand. You're already bald. How can you claim you won't grow hair? Oolong chimed in. I'm not like Master Wutian. I shave my head myself. Krillin retorted, removing Master Wutian's hat to reveal his shiny scalp. At the frying pan mountain, Neo Wang directed his servants to set up the feast while Chi-Chi changed outfits in her room. Upon their arrival, Sun Wukong shouted from above, Congratulations, Neo Wang. Master Roshi instructed Krillin and Yamcha to deliver gifts to Neo Wang, who warmly welcomed them. The banquet commenced swiftly, with Neo Wang clapping for the dancers to take the stage. The dancers, clad in revealing attire and veils, captivated the audience, particularly Master Roshi, who watched with gleaming eyes. Neo Wang raised an eyebrow. Master Wutian, this is a special arrangement for you. Master Roshi joined the dancers, much to Bulma's embarrassment, while Krillin and Yamcha shared her sentiment. Master Roshi danced exuberantly, occasionally reaching out to touch the dancers, who were not oblivious to his antics. Lan Chi, suddenly sneezing, transformed into Huang Mao Lan Chi, and witnessing Master Roshi's embarrassing behavior, intervened to pull him down. You lecherous old man, how disgraceful. Sun Wukong laughed at the spectacle, while Chi-Chi urged the dancers to exit, finding the situation mortifying. As the meal was served, Sun Wukong dug in, and after everyone was satiated, Master Roshi proposed a martial arts demonstration. Chi-Chi turned to Bulma, inquiring about her relationship with Sun Wukong. Bulma intertwined her arm with his, but did not answer, instead asking, What do you think? After the banquet at Neo Wang's frying pan mountain, training resumed. Suddenly, Sun Wufan felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by difficulty breathing. He recalled the fortune teller's warning before his resurrection that his lifespan was nearing its end. Sun Wukong grew anxious, unable to focus on training, yearning to see his grandfather. Yi, Sun Wukong called, summoning his Nimbus cloud. Bulma planned a camping trip and wanted Sun Wukong to accompany her. Where's Wukong? She asked her father, who shrugged and turned to her mother. Mom, have you seen him? Bulma asked, noticing her mother watering flowers. Oh, I saw Wukong, riding Nimbus hurriedly towards that direction. He must be in a rush, her mother replied. Worried, Bulma gazed towards Baozi Mountain, wondering what could be troubling Wukong. Upon arriving, Sun Wukong found his grandfather was not home, prompting him to search. Riding Nimbus, he eventually discovered his grandfather under a tree, clutching his chest in agony. Yi, what's wrong? Sun Wukong asked, lifting him. Receiving no response, he hastily took his grandfather to find Bulma. Bulma, Bulma. Sun Wukong's anxious voice echoed. Mom, did you hear that? Bulma looked outside, believing she heard Wukong calling her. No, not at all, her mother replied, dancing whimsically. Bulma, come quickly. It's about my grandfather. Sun Wukong exclaimed as he descended from Nimbus, rushing towards her. Noticing Sun Wukong's distress, Bulma quickly approached. We need to check on my grandfather. Wukong, hurry with me. Bulma sensed something was amiss and led him to the medical kit. Dad, come help. She called as her father passed by, and Bulma pulled him along. After a thorough examination, Bulma shook her head, indicating a grave situation. It was pathological heart disease. Unfortunately, there is no specific remedy for this ailment. Relief can only be sought through medication, and it was evident that grandfather's condition would not endure for much longer. Bulma urged Sun Wukong to prepare himself. Determined, Sun Wukong mounted his Nimbus cloud, intent on seeking out Master Kalen for the magical Suindo. Just then, Sun Wufan awoke, grasping Sun Wukong's hand, reluctant to let him depart. Wukong, fate has been sealed. Do not force Sun Wufan, for he has already come to terms with life and death. Spend these days accompanying me, Sun Wufan said, and Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Observing this poignant scene, Bulma felt at a loss for words. Providing silent companionship to Sun Wukong, Bulma relayed Sun Wufan's condition to Master Goatian. Upon hearing the news, Goatian sighed, acknowledging the inevitability of life and death. Witnessing the gradual departure of those dear to him, Goatian felt a twinge of sadness. In Shidu, Goatian also visited Sun Wufan, who, despite his ailing body, maintained a commendable spirit. Wukong, grandfather awaits you in the underworld, Sun Wufan said, possessing a serene outlook, as he had already ventured into that realm once before, rendering death less intimidating. That very night, Sun Wufan departed with a smile. Chapter 36. The disappearance of Sun Wufan's corpse the following morning, upon awakening. Suin Wukong discovered that his grandfather had passed away. Bulma gazed at Suin Wukong with concern. He did not shed tears. Instead, he lifted his grandfather's body to return to Baozi Mountain. Wu Tian Laosher, Bulma, I will be back shortly, Suin Wukong declared as he leaped onto the Nimbus cloud, only to find that Suin Wufan's body had inexplicably vanished. Grandfather, Suin Wukong exclaimed, scanning the surroundings in disbelief. What is happening? How could grandfather's body simply disappear? Turning to Goatian, he inquired urgently, Master Goatian, what is going on? Goatian, wearing a serious expression, admitted his lack of clarity regarding the situation. Kellen and Yamcha, aware of Suin Wukong's predicament, immediately ceased their training and rushed to Buma's side. Knowing that such an event would undoubtedly sadden Suin Wukong, they felt compelled to offer their support. On the aircraft, Wu Tian Laosher, Suin Wukong, Yamcha, and Kellen also witnessed the unfolding drama. Kellen, Yamcha, would you care for some refreshments? Suin Wukong offered as they settled in Buma's living room. Buma's mother, noticing Yamcha's good looks, began to swoon. This series of events was unprecedented. Bulma searched her computer for relevant information, but found none. Determined, Suin Wukong resolved to scour the entire planet until he located his grandfather's body. Goatian, perhaps you should seek out the fortune teller, he suggested. Fortune teller? Bulma and Suin Wukong echoed in confusion. Indeed, there is nothing she does not know. Wukong, you should seek her out, Goatian directed, revealing her whereabouts. Yamcha, let us accompany him, Kellen decided, and Yamcha nodded in agreement. Then let us hasten, Bulma declared. Retrieving the aircraft, Yulong, initially reluctant to join, was unceremoniously tossed into the aircraft by Bulma. Their journey led them through ominous clouds to a lake nestled within the desert, where a peculiar abode marked the residence of the fortune teller, standing out starkly amidst the arid landscape. Suin Wukong descended and was approached by a white specter. Are you a band of conspirators? It queried. I am not, Suin Wukong replied, while Goatian donned sunglasses and distanced himself from the group. A long queue of individuals awaited entry. Suin Wukong peered ahead, wondering when it would be their turn. As he observed, a couple clad in opulent attire exited the premises and departed in a luxurious vehicle. Ah, it seems we are nearing our turn, Suin Wukong thought, filled with anticipation. Grandfather, I will certainly find you. However, the 5 individuals who had entered before them emerged, shrieking in terror, their faces battered and bruised. The flamboyant fortune teller stepped forward. All right, it is your turn. Please enter, she beckoned. Goatian hesitated, his demeanor suggesting unease. What a lecherous old man you are. Are you afraid of incurring her wrath? Bulma teased. Absolutely not. Goatian retorted, that wretched old hag. Upon entering, the atmosphere grew dim, evoking a sense of foreboding. Are you the fortune teller? You appear rather peculiar. Suin Wukong remarked. You are the peculiar one, she shot back, casting an eye at Suin Wukong. I seek your assistance in locating my grandfather's body, he stated directly. The fortune teller agreed, but demanded a fee of 10 million yuan. 10 million? Kellen and the others gasped in disbelief. Sister, you remain as greedy as ever, Goatian interjected. Stepping forward. Indeed, the fortune teller is my sister, Goatian admitted, surprising Suin Wukong. That's right. You borrowed 10 yuan from me a decade ago, and have yet to repay it, the fortune teller reminded him, still mindful of the debt. You cannot be serious, sister. You remember that paltry sum? Goatian was astonished. On account of Wu Tian Laosher, grant us a free reading, Bulma implored, gesturing toward Goatian. Nay, monetary gain and combat are my pleasures. Defeat my warriors, and I shall grant your request for free, the fortune teller proposed, pointing towards her arena. Is that how you address your brother? Goatian remarked, taken aback by his sister's apparent ruthlessness. Then let us proceed with payment, Bulma suggested, only to be halted by Suin Wukong. Very well, we accept your challenge, Suin Wukong stated resolutely. Wukong, I possess funds. There is no need to engage her, Bulma replied. Perplexed. Do not fret, Bulma. I shall surely defeat them, Suin Wukong assured her confidently. Goatian, observing Suin Wukong's determination, affirmed, indeed, this is a form of training as well. Kellen, you shall take the first match. Suin Wukong volunteered to go, and Goatian patted him on the shoulder. Wukong, remember, Kellen and the others wish to support you. You are not alone. Suin Wukong nodded in understanding. Kellen faced a vampire, who possessed both humanoid and bat forms, and was known for blood-sucking. Kellen, feeling somewhat arrogant, dismissed the vampire as weak. Do not become overconfident. Treat every opponent seriously, Goku cautioned from the sidelines. Kellen nodded and swiftly maneuvered behind the vampire, delivering a powerful punch that sent the creature flying, before leaping and clasping his hands together. The vampire transformed into a bat to evade the blow, much to the fortune teller's delight. Suddenly, Kellen altered his trajectory mid-air, landing a kick that sent the bat plummeting into the water. Curse you! You have bested me this time, but next time, victory will not come so easily, the fortune teller declared, quickly setting up the next match. The subsequent challenger was a transparent being, and Kellen was swiftly knocked down, caught off guard, and unable to react. Observing intently, Suin Wukong closed his eyes to sense the energy around him. Kellen, to your right, now to your left. Goku marveled at Suin Wukong's newfound ability to perceive energy. Steadying himself, Kellen followed Suin Wukong's guidance, throwing a punch that connected with the transparent entity. Kellen, stay calm and sense its energy, Suin Wukong instructed. Kellen closed his eyes again, tuning into the transparent being's energy, and when he opened them, he struck forward with precision. The transparent entity was hit, and Kellen unleashed a flurry of punches, ultimately forcing it to surrender by raising a white flag. The fortune teller, taken aback, had not anticipated such prowess from the young fighter. Kellen, well done. Yulong and Yamcha cheered, applauding Kellen's performance. It was nothing. They were simply too weak, Suin Wukong remarked, patting Kellen on the shoulder. Kellen, you fought admirably, Suin Wukong praised. Thank you, Wukong, Kellen replied gratefully. In the next round, Yamcha is set to take the stage, and the fortune teller advises Sun Wukong and his companions not to be overly confident. Clin, you are remarkable. Bulma and Puer give Clin a thumbs up. Chapter 37, The Demon Realm. They arrive at the demon's lavatory, where two demonic stone statues expel stones that intertwine to form a battle arena, with toxic water beneath that would obliterate any unfortunate soul who falls in. The third warrior is a mummy, an immortal fighter. Yamcha faces the mummy, who proves to be stronger than his previous opponents. Initially unfamiliar with the mummy's capabilities, Yamcha finds himself in a fierce struggle as Bulma and Oolong watch him ensnared tightly by the mummy's wrappings. Gritting his teeth, Yamcha exerts himself to break free from the bindings, his muscles growing increasingly robust. He steadies himself and pulls the mummy closer, then charges at it with his head. The impact causes the mummy to stagger, and taking advantage of the moment, Yamcha delivers a powerful kick to its abdomen. As the mummy gasps, Yamcha feels the wrappings loosen, allowing him to break free and unleash a flurry of punches, over 10 strikes in quick succession. The mummy collapses, unconscious. It was merely luck that the fortune teller pulled the bandage monster out, he remarks. Next to enter the fray is a werewolf. Yamcha prepares to battle, while Sun Wukong does not rush to join, curious about the strength of Clin and his friends. Observing Clin and Yamcha's significant growth, Sun Wukong feels a surge of joy. It would be meaningless for him to be the only one growing stronger. Yamcha, well done. Oolong applauds. You are spectacular. Young master, Puer exclaims with delight. Yamcha glances at the werewolf entering the arena, noting that this foe is even stronger than the mummy. He carefully observes the werewolf's movements, which are exceptionally swift. The werewolf suddenly leaps behind Yamcha and delivers a powerful kick, sending him flying towards the edge of the poisonous, green sludge below. The onlookers gasp in concern as the werewolf rushes to kick Yamcha down. However, Yamcha grabs the werewolf's leg and uses its momentum to leap upward, moving even faster than the werewolf. He appears before the werewolf and lands a barrage of punches to its face. The werewolf retaliates with a kick to Yamcha's abdomen, but he remains grounded. Clinging tightly to the werewolf's shoulders, he endures the pain and seizes the opportunity to flip the werewolf over, pinning it down and unleashing over 30 punches upon its body. Young Master Yamcha is incredible. Just a few punches and that opponent is done for, Puer observes. Not quite. Yamcha landed 30 punches, 2 of which struck the werewolf's face, Sun Wukong calmly clarifies. Clin watches in awe at Yamcha's rapid punches, noting how swiftly everyone is improving. The werewolf is defeated, and the fortune teller looks at Master Roshi in surprise, realizing that his lecherous brother could teach such formidable disciples. Now, it's my turn to enter the arena, Sun Wukong declares, feeling an itch in his hands. He leaps into the arena, calling for the last warrior to step forward. Wukong, you can do it. Everyone cheers in support. Klin, Yamucha, and Master Rashi are eager to gauge Ryukong's strength after his training. Come forth, Demon Man. A figure emerges, entirely purple with wings and a tail. Hey, little ghost, you might as well surrender, the Demon Man sneers, dismissing Sun Wukong as weak. Let us begin. Sun Wukong retorts, refusing to engage in banter. The Demon Man unleashes a wave of energy towards Wukong, but before he knows it, Wukong has vanished, only to feel a sharp pain in his back as he collapses to the ground. Master Rashi and Yamucha are astonished. Wukong's speed is beyond their comprehension. The fortune teller urges the Demon Man to rise, but he lies unconscious, unable to get up. With a single decisive move, Master Rashi is utterly amazed. And Klin and Yamucha share a feeling of hopelessness, realizing they may never catch up to Wukong. What kind of being is he, growing ever more formidable? Who is this little monster? He defeated my Demon Man in one strike. The fortune teller exclaims in disbelief. Sitting before Sun Wukong, she inquires, "What do you wish for me to find?" "Wukong, please help me locate my grandfather, Sun Wufan." Wukong implores the fortune teller. "Sun Wufan." The fortune teller murmurs softly. "I shall perform a divination." She descends from her fortune ball. "Show yourself. Reveal the location of the caged monkey. Where is Sun Wufan's body?" She gestures and chants incantations. In the fortune ball, a black castle materializes amidst an ominous darkness, with crows circling around it. A tall man, draped in red, brandishing a weapon, stands over a black coffin where Sun Wufan's body lies. The coffin is adorned with bizarre red symbols, and beside it is another coffin, also red. Where's this place? Bulma and the others gaze at the fortune ball in confusion. How could Sun Wufan be in the demon realm? The fortune teller wonders aloud. What is happening? Wukong questions, bewildered. Everyone turns to Master Rashi, who replies, "Sister fortune teller, you are more familiar with that situation. The demon realm exists parallel to our world, inhabited by various demon races. Sun Wufan's resting place is in the Shura Palace of the demon realm, and the black coffin belongs to the former Shura king," the fortune teller explains. Wukong clenches his fists. "Grandfather, be careful, Wukong. If your grandfather didn't report to the underworld in time, he may become a wandering spirit, lost beyond the three realms." The fortune teller warns gravely. "What?" Wukong's gaze hardens as he recalls his grandfather's gentle demeanor. "Fortune teller, how can I reach the demon realm?" He resolves to go there. "Wukong, we will accompany you." Klin and Yamucha place their hands on his shoulders in solidarity. They realize that Wukong has consistently challenged formidable foes, growing stronger each time. They cannot remain in Master Rashi's house, confined to basic training indefinitely. "I want to go. I can't fight, and my transformations are mediocre," Wulong admits. "Wukong, the entrance to the demon realm opens atop the demon realm peak. You must unlock it to enter. Once inside, head towards the green flame. Do not stray, or you may wander into the territory of other races and face dire consequences," the fortune teller instructs. Bulma and Lan Chi cannot go, and Wukong will not allow Bulma to risk herself in such danger. The peak is 1,000 kilometers away, to the north. "I will fly you there," Bulma states. Retrieving a capsule. Chapter 38. Entering the Demon Realm. Bulma pilots the aircraft, carrying Wukong, Klin, and the others towards the peak of the Demon Realm. It looms in a desolate area, devoid of life. As the plane pierces the storm clouds, thunder strikes the aircraft, prompting Bulma to accelerate through the tempest. "Wukong, look. That must be the entrance to the Demon Realm." A massive black door, adorned with dark elements, emanates an intimidating aura. Bulma lands the plane 100 meters from the entrance. Wukong and Klin disembark, gazing at the imposing door, feeling its oppressive presence. "I can't take it anymore. Wukong, Klin, be careful. We'll wait for you elsewhere. This place is too terrifying," Bulma exclaims. Wukong, Master Rashi, Pu'er, Wulong, farewell. Klin and Yamucha look at the daunting door before them. Sun Wukong stepped forward, the grand gate towering approximately 20 meters high, with Klin and Yamucha trailing closely behind him. Yamucha's legs felt somewhat weak, and Klin, noticing this, smirked. "Are you afraid?" "I am not," Yamucha protested. "It's you who's scared. Look at how your little legs are trembling," he teased, playfully patting Klin's shoulder. "Klin, Yamucha, let us hasten," Sun Wukong urged, reaching out to push the door, but it would not budge. The fortune teller had foretold that the gate to the demon realm weighed several thousand pounds and was exceedingly difficult to open. "Wukong, let us push together," Klin suggested. positioning himself beside Yamcha. All right, I will count to 3, and we shall all push with all our might, Wukong instructed. Klin and Yamcha complied. 1, 2, 3. On their first attempt, they exerted their strength, but the door remained unmoved. Klin's bald head glistened with sweat. Klin, you hesitated. Son Wukong exclaimed. I understand now, Klin replied, determined to keep pace with Wukong. Let us try again. 1, 2, 3. With a mighty heave, Son Wukong pushed with vigor. Klin and Yamcha followed suit, and gradually, the door began to yield. Klin watched as Wukong gritted his teeth, straining with all his might. Come on. Wukong exerted every ounce of energy, while Yamcha's legs trembled and Klin's hands shook. The door was half opened, revealing a latch at the bottom. Seizing the moment, Klin bent down, using his head to brace the door while reaching for the latch. Son Wukong pushed with renewed strength as Klin, with his shorter arms, slowly maneuvered to grasp the latch. Finally, he secured it, and the door was held in place. Son Wukong and Yamcha collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The effort had drained them, and Wukong's stomach growled with hunger. He sensed that a fierce battle awaited them within, and he felt fatigued. Klin produced a capsule, knowing that Wukong could not afford to be weak from hunger. Meat! Wukong exclaimed gratefully, devouring the food without hesitation. Klin and Yamcha, feeling somewhat hungry as well, refrained from eating as much as Wukong. After satisfying their hunger, Son Wukong and Klin ventured into the demon realm. Upon entry, they were engulfed in darkness, and Klin and Yamcha clung tightly to Wukong in fear. Klin, perhaps you should lead the way, Yamcha suggested. Why should I go first? Klin retorted, puzzled. You're bald, so you might bring some light, Yamcha argued, to which Klin rolled his eyes. Shoo! Someone's coming, Son Wukong warned, as footsteps approached, prompting Klin and Yamcha to press against the wall. Once the footsteps faded, they breathed a sigh of relief. Son Wukong spotted a figure donning a torch and beckoned, Klin. Yamcha, come here. They stealthily followed, but soon lost sight of the individual. Left with no other choice, they pressed onward. Look, there's light, Klin exclaimed, tugging Wukong along as they hurried towards the illumination. Upon reaching it, Son Wukong beheld the true demon realm. It was a land of trees and water. Yet the sky above was a haunting crimson and black. Wukong, this place is terrifying, Klin remarked, gazing at the ominous sky. Bulma and Master Roshi, observing from afar through Bulma's device, monitored Wukong's situation. As Son Wukong ventured into the forest, they encountered werewolves howling fiercely, alerted to their presence. Wukong, run, Bulma urged, her heart racing as she saw Wukong's tail nearly caught. Son Wukong leaped, delivering a kick to the pursuing werewolf, while Klin and Yamcha found themselves surrounded. The werewolves were formidable, yet Klin and Yamcha held their own. As they battled fiercely, taking down one werewolf only for another to leap into the fray. Son Wukong swiftly dispatched those encircling him, moving so quickly that they barely registered his presence. The werewolf king observed from the treetops, a smirk crossing his face as he discarded his cloak. King, make your move, cried the werewolves, rallying behind their leader. Son Wukong covered his ears, overwhelmed by the cacophony. In a flash, a werewolf darted in front of him, unleashing a flurry of punches that left Son Wukong's face swollen and bloodied. Bound by the werewolves, he found himself immobilized. Klin, witnessing Son Wukong's plight, yearned to assist but was ensnared, unable to lend a hand. Yamcha was similarly restrained. The sheer number of werewolves made it impossible for them to split up. Wukong, you must defeat that ugly creature, Bulma cried, her excitement palpable, nearly causing her to break her machine. Calm down, Bulma. Oolong and Poir rushed to restrain her, fearing she might damage the device. In a moment of desperation, Son Wukong coiled his tail around a rock and hurled it at the werewolf king, who dodged effortlessly, allowing Wukong to leap away from danger. The werewolf king, perched in the trees, regarded the beleaguered Wukong with disdain. Wukong wiped the blood from his face and charged at the werewolf king, engaging in a fierce battle. Their movements were so swift that they blurred to the onlookers. The werewolf king was astonished that this child could withstand him for so long. The surrounding werewolves stood agape, unable to fathom the tenacity of this little fighter. The werewolf king landed a punch on Wukong's face, who retaliated with a blow to the king's midsection. Clutching his abdomen, the werewolf king was sent soaring by Wukong's kick, and Wukong leaped after him, delivering a powerful strike that sent the werewolf king crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. Chapter 39. Entering the Shura King's palace, the werewolves were left stunned, while Yamcha and Klin managed to fend off the remaining werewolves. Panting heavily, the werewolf king glared at Sun Wukong, fiercely defiant, unwilling to concede. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. Sun Wukong approached the werewolf king, saying, I apologize. We did not mean to intrude. We seek the Shura King's palace and accidentally wandered here. The werewolf king regarded Sun Wukong, then glanced at the fallen werewolves, ultimately disclosing the location of the Shura King's palace. I apologize, Sun Wukong said, leading Klin and Yamcha away from the werewolf territory. Why did you tell him? If the Shura King learns of this, it could spell trouble, the werewolves murmured around their king. If they manage to defeat the Shura King, it could be advantageous. The werewolf king smirked. Guided by the werewolf king's directions, Sun Wukong and his companions avoided stumbling into the territories of other races. However, they could not escape the provocations of others. As they fought their way through, nearing the Shura King's palace, Yamcha and Klin were particularly fatigued. Let us rest here, Sun Wukong suggested, gazing at the serene lakeside. All right, Klin and Yamcha agreed, leaning against a tree to recuperate. After battling alongside Wukong, they felt the disparity in their strength, but were determined to grow stronger. Sun Wukong, feeling ravenous, stripped off his clothes and leaped into the water to catch fish. However, there were none to be found. Instead, he discovered a shimmering golden palace beneath the surface. Intrigued, he surfaced and shared his discovery with Yamcha and Klin. Do you think we should investigate? Yamcha inquired. Klin, equally curious, replied, Wukong, what do you think? Seeing Wukong's eagerness, Klin was apprehensive about potential complications. Before they could make a decision, a beautiful woman emerged from the lake. Upon noticing her, Klin and Yamcha rushed forward. The woman, adorned with blue hair and wearing a bikini, swam to the shore and greeted them. Hello, handsome young man. Would you like to visit our mermaid palace? Klin and Yamcha, entranced, nodded eagerly. Klin's gaze was drawn to her ample bosom, and he felt blood rush to his face. The two lecherous figures, Bulma and Oolong, observed Klin and Yamcha's reaction with mischievous grins. Bulma, come closer. I want to see. Oolong urged as he and Master Roshi pushed Bulma aside to lean closer to the screen. Bulma retaliated with a playful smack to each of them. Sun Wukong, however, remained unperturbed by the mermaid's allure, sensing no malicious intent from her. We have many beautiful women for you to choose from. If you're willing, you might even find a bride tonight. The mermaid continued her enticing invitation. This is it, Purr, covering her eyes, remarked. Yamcha and Klin are definitely going to agree. Don't worry, Wukong will surely decline, Bulma reassured, trusting Sun Wukong to resist the mermaid's charm. By the way, we have a plethora of delicious food, the mermaid added, glancing at Sun Wukong. The mention of food instantly piqued his interest, and he readily agreed, prompting Bulma to cover her face, having anticipated his reaction. Thus, Yamcha and Sun Wukong made their way to the mermaid palace. Welcome, esteemed gentlemen. The mermaids greeted at the entrance, forming rows with their legs clad in sheer garments that hinted at their forms. Klin and Yamcha felt their faces flush, lowering their heads, while Sun Wukong dashed inside, driven by his hunger. Upon entering, he found himself surrounded by numerous beautiful women, with a special seat seemingly reserved for him. Without hesitation, he began to feast, while the mermaids surrounded Klin and Yamcha, personally feeding them. Sun Wukong, however, found the chatter of the mermaids bothersome and requested they step aside, not to interrupt his meal. Are you too full yet? Once you are, we can leave, he said after finishing his meal. Wukong, are you leaving so soon? Klin and Yamcha, being pampered by the beautiful women, felt reluctant to part ways. Yes, Sun Wukong nodded. Very well then. Klin and Yamcha followed closely behind him. Don't go just yet. We know you came from the outside world to find the Shura King. We can help you enter the Shura King's palace. A mermaid named Kalon stopped them in their tracks. What do you want? Yamcha asked, taking a defensive stance. We simply wish to request your assistance. Brave warriors, in rescuing Princess Kamu, Kalon pleaded. Yamcha and Klin looked to Sun Wukong for a decision, and he agreed, motivated by their generous hospitality. Kalon was overjoyed at their acceptance, feeling a sense of hope for her kind. That night, the mermaids welcomed Sun Wukong and his friends, planning to guide them to the Shura King's palace the following day. Exhausted, they sought rest, and Kalon instructed the guards to take them to their quarters. General, this is wonderful. The princess can be saved. Kalon expressed her relief once Sun Wukong and the others departed. Yet, doubts lingered among some. Can those two lechers and that glutton truly defeat the Shuriken? A warrior-clad mermaid questioned. Better to have some hope than none at all, another remarked. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and his companions had already succumbed to slumber. Yamu Cha dreamt of delightful maidens, drooling in his sleep, while Bulma and the others rested in their tents, separated due to Master Roshi's antics. In the dead of night, Master Roshi stealthily approached Bulma's tent. As she slept soundly, he eyed her with a lecherous gaze. Bulma, caught in a nightmare of Sun Wukong being beaten, awoke in a panic, rushing to his aid. Just then, a clock fell and struck Master Roshi in the face. Get away. I'm coming to save you, Wukong. Bulma muttered in her sleep, flailing her arms. Master Roshi fled in disarray. The next morning, Bulma and the others laughed at Master Roshi's swollen face, teasing him about his nighttime escapade. Did you crawl into Bulma's bed and get beaten up? Oolong raised an eyebrow. Sun Wukong and the others awakened, and Sun Wukong, feeling famished, inquired about breakfast. Kalon promptly summoned the meal. After they had eaten to their fill, Kalon led Sun Wukong through a hidden passage. This will take you directly to the Shura King's palace. Be cautious, and you must bring Princess Kamu back. She instructed, knowing this was their only hope. Within the Shura King's palace, numerous guards stood watch, their wings flaring behind them, their bodies tinted red and eyes bulging, brandishing weapons. Suddenly, Yamu Cha clutched his rear, a relaxed expression on his face. What is that awful smell? He exclaimed, having inadvertently attracted the attention of the Shura guards. Realizing they had been discovered, the guards hurled their swords towards Sun Wukong and his companions. Sun Wukong leapt upward, while Klin rolled aside, and Yamu Cha jumped to safety. Yamu Cha, what was that fart about? Klin complained. Sorry, Klin, but don't you lack a nose? Yamu Cha jested. Intruders! The Shura guards shouted, ringing the alarm. The sky darkened as the guards descended upon them. Klin clung to Sun Wukong. What do we do? Wukong? He sensed the guards were formidable, their strength rivaling that of the Wolf King. One of the guards, with powerful arms, seized Klin tightly, rendering him breathless. Klin! Yamu Cha shouted, but was struck down by a guard's punch. Quickly, he evaded another attack. Sun Wukong retaliated, sending one guard flying, intent on saving Klin. Unexpectedly, a guard soared overhead, executing a swift kick aimed at Sun Wukong, forcing him to halt and engage. Surrounded by 3 guards, Sun Wukong found himself under attack, each one landing blows upon him. He was launched into the air but managed to steady himself, preparing to unleash a Kamehameha wave. Just then, a guard appeared behind him, striking his back and sending him plummeting. As he fell, Sun Wukong twisted his body, landing firmly on the ground, brandishing his Rui Jingu Bang, aiming for the guard's wings. Klin and Bulma watched in horror as Klin's face turned purple. Kamehameha! Klin shouted, targeting the guard, but the impact caused them to lose their grip. Klin fell, utterly drained of strength. Sun Wukong glanced back at Klin, firing a Kamehameha wave at the guards. He then rushed to Klin's side, shielding him from the guard's grasp, sustaining injuries and spitting blood in the process. Wukong! Klin cried, worried. I'm fine, Sun Wukong reassured him, applying pressure to a guard's leg, snapping it with a crack before delivering a powerful punch to his head. Klin regained his stance, standing back-to-back with Sun Wukong as Yamu Cha was thrown towards them. Sun Wukong caught him, forming a defensive circle. Surrounded by the guards, their situation appeared dire. It's over for Wukong and the others. Those guards are too strong. They won't make it back, Oolong lamented, closing his eyes in fear. Bulma urged him to be quiet, admonishing his negativity. Master Roshi's expression turned grave, recognizing the precarious situation Sun Wukong and his friends faced. The turtle sage, with eyes closed, engaged in telepathy with the fortune teller, inquiring about the weaknesses of the Shura clan. The fortune teller shook her head, indicating her lack of knowledge. One by one, the Shura guards fell, yet Sun Wukong and his companions were also nearing exhaustion. Krillin was struck in the abdomen and collapsed, while Yamcha, having evaded attacks from the front, could not escape the assault from the rear guard. Yamcha was heavily hit on the back of his head and fell straight down. Alone, Sun Wukong struggled to hold on, finding the guards exceedingly troublesome, and his energy reserves were dwindling. With a fierce determination, Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha, dispatching 3 Shura guards, but he too succumbed to fatigue and plummeted from the sky. Bulma activated the aircraft, intent on rescuing son Wukong and the others. The turtle sage intervened, urging her to remain calm, stating that their current strength would be of no use. What then? Should we simply watch as Wukong is killed? Bulma exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Pool cried out for young Master Yamcha, sobbing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Wulong, who had been watching, noted that Sun Wukong and Krillin were being taken away by the Shura guards. Alive, but at the mercy of their captors. Bulma exhaled a sigh of relief upon realizing they were still alive, though she understood this merely represented a difference between early and late demise. In the Mermaid Palace, Kaylin was alarmed upon hearing the news of Sun Wukong's capture. What shall we do next, General? She asked, shaking her head in frustration. The Shura guards knelt, their left arms crossed against their chests. The Shura king, with a sinister smile, raised a blood-red goblet and drank deeply. Your intention is to utilize their bodies to infiltrate the human realm? The guards inquired, looking up at their king. Indeed, I aim to unify the three realms and trample upon the gods, the Shura king declared with a malevolent grin. Given that our demonic identity is easily detected, we shall adopt human forms. I have a particular interest in those bodies, especially that little fellow, whose form conceals immense power. The Shura king summoned Sun Wukong with dark magic, his long, muscular fingers pressing against Wukong's forehead. In agony, Sun Wukong writhed, crying out in pain. Wukong, grandfather turtle sage, what is happening to him? Bulma trembled, shaking the turtle sage desperately. The turtle sage, alarmed, explained that the Shura king intended to extract Wukong's soul from his body. What happens if that occurs? Bulma continued to plead. He will die. Once the soul departs the body, death is inevitable. The turtle sage sighed, stepping away from Bulma. With their current strength, they were powerless against the Shura king and could only rely on the fortune teller. Krillin and Yamcha stirred awake upon hearing Sun Wukong's tormented cries. Wukong. Krillin rushed toward his friend, only to be kicked back by a nearby Shura guard, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a large crater. Wukong. Krillin. Yamcha attempted to rise but was pinned down by a guard. In pain, Sun Wukong opened his eyes to behold the towering figure of the Shura king, who stood 3 meters tall, with wings spanning 1 meter, adorned with horns and a menacing black-red hue. Sun Wukong, desperate to rise, found himself utterly drained of strength, unable to utter a word. The Shura king, noticing Wukong's continued struggle, intensified his grip, enveloping Wukong in crimson magic. Ah! Sun Wukong cried out, his head throbbing painfully, feeling both physical and spiritual torment. The Shura king intended to obliterate Wukong's soul entirely, while Wukong's spirit resisted fiercely. The turtle sage clenched his fists, his expression grave. Sister, please think of a way. We must save Wukong. He implored the fortune teller, who was searching through her tomes. I'm looking for a solution, she reassured. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's soul was expelled from his body, and Krillin and Yamcha were oblivious to his plight. Bulma, noticing Wukong's lifeless form, cried, what has happened to him? Wukong, observing his own body, was bewildered. What is this? Am I dead? His spirit floated in the air, ensnared by the Shura king's magic. The Shura king, surprised by Wukong's formidable spirit, placed Wukong's body into a crimson coffin, sealing it shut while murmuring incantations, black talismans inscribing the coffin's surface. Yamcha and Krillin watched helplessly as Wukong was entombed. Wukong, they shouted, struggling to rescue him, only to be dealt severe blows by the guards. You will be next. The Shura king taunted, eyeing them. Have you found anything? The turtle sage pressed the fortune teller. Yes, they plan to seize Wukong's body and conquer the world. They will first annihilate the souls and then commandeer the bodies to avoid detection from the underworld and the gods, the fortune teller explained, realizing the gravity of the situation. We must return to the underworld to inform Lord Yama. Trouble is brewing in the demon realm, she exclaimed. Bulma, witnessing the calamity befalling her friends, insisted. We must gather the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron and save Wukong. Pool was instructed to remain behind and report any developments. The turtle sage, Oolong, and Lan Chi quickly set off to find the Dragon Balls. This is our only option, the turtle sage reflected, recalling the time spent training Wukong and Krillin. Bulma piloted the aircraft, her heart heavy yet resolute. She could not falter. Memories of her encounters with Wukong flooded her mind, and she pressed on. Arriving in West City, she grabbed the Dragon Ball radar. Dr. Briefs, noticing Bulma's urgent demeanor, approached her. Without a word, she departed with the radar, while her mother remarked on the seriousness of the situation. As Bulma and her friends sought the Dragon Balls, son Wukong faced dire circumstances. Hearing the fortune teller's words, Lord Yama handed her a box, stating, "Place their souls within. As long as their souls are preserved, there remains a sliver of hope." After she departed, Yama informed King Kai of the situation. King Kai closed his eyes, probing the demon realm, confirming the severity of the threat. He summoned the strongest warriors from the underworld to assist. "King, we are prepared. Yamcha and Krillin's souls have also departed their bodies," they reported. Due to their training, their souls were stronger than ordinary. Yamcha and Krillin felt a peculiar sensation as they gazed at their bodies. The Shura king, unable to shatter their souls, resorted to imprisoning them in a vessel. Son Wukong and his companions were drawn into the vessel, enveloped in darkness. "Wukong, you too?" Son Wukong's son Gohan, heard his voice. "Grandpa, Grandpa." Son Wukong embraced Gohan's spirit, overwhelmed with relief. "I'm so glad you're still here," he wept, fearing he might lose even his grandfather's spirit. "Don't cry, Wukong," Gohan comforted, wiping away his tears. Meanwhile, Bulma navigated the aircraft to a scorching desert. "Be careful, Master Roshi," she cautioned as the turtle sage leapt into a vortex, seizing a Dragon Ball before fleeing. Gasping, he handed the Dragon Ball to Bulma, who suddenly thought of Oolong. "We should have sent Oolong. He could transform into a bird and retrieve the Dragon Ball directly," she exclaimed, patting Oolong's head. "Enough chatter. We need to find the next one," the turtle sage urged, his expression grave. In the west, 200 kilometers away, the old turtle sage gazed ahead, hoping that everything would be timely. Son Wukong and his companions were ensnared within a bottle, the soundproofing so effective that they could not hear the world outside. "We have 3 Azura warriors entering," one of them remarked, their faces marred by scars. The Azura clan delighted in battle, having fought almost to exhaustion in the demon realm, finding it far less exhilarating than the human world. "Xiona, Xiutai, Xiuka, prepare yourselves. We are set to wreak havoc in the human realm," declared Azura King Xiu-Yi, his ambition palpable as he pointed towards the direction of humanity. "We are ready," the Azura warriors affirmed as they opened the black coffin. The Azura king reclined within Son Wukong's coffin, and together, the 4 red coffins were sealed. "Grandfather, what should we do?" Son Wukong inquired. Reverting to the innocent child he was when beside his grandfather. "Wukong, let us engage in a contest," Son Wufan proposed, rather than responding to Wukong's question, prompting a spar. Yamcha and Krillin observed Son Wukong's grandfather, wondering if he should be contemplating how to return to his original form. "To return to your former bodies, you must possess the strength to do so, correct?" Son Wufan elucidated. With this realization, the 4 began to spar, causing the bottle to tremble. 8 coffins, 1 red and 1 black, symbolizing life and death, turned black and red, as souls danced between existence and oblivion. Beneath the crimson sky, red rain began to fall, astonishing the denizens of the demon realm, who were bewildered by the transformation. From the 4 black coffins emerged 4 figures: Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, and Son Wufan, each adorned with the distinctive Z-pattern markings of the Azura clan. "This human body is quite impressive," Xiuka remarked, patting Yamcha's shoulder. "Let us depart," Xiu-Yi commanded, donning a crimson cloak as he led his Azura army towards the gates of the demon realm. Upon witnessing this scene, Per immediately reported to Bulma and the turtle sage. "Bulma, Bulma, it's dire. Yamcha and the others have transformed into Azuras." Upon hearing the news, Bulma and the others exchanged astonished glances. "We must hasten to collect the Dragon Balls," the turtle sage instructed calmly, recognizing the urgency of the situation. "All right, Oolong, turtle sage, hold on tight," Bulma urged. Accelerating towards the location of the 3rd Dragon Ball, Per sensed a powerful, menacing aura approaching, prompting him to hide in a small crevice with his machine. "Young Master Yamcha," Per cried, tears streaming down his face as memories of their time together flooded his mind. The cave echoed with his sorrowful weeping. Chapter 42. The mermaid girl Xiuka and Xiu-Yi swiftly reached the gates of the demon realm, stepping into the blinding sunlight without fear. The Azura warriors followed, each donning veils to shield themselves from the sun's rays. Xiu-Yi instructed them to wait at the gates until nightfall before they commenced their assault. Per, hearing Yamcha's voice, yearned to approach, only to remember it was not truly Yamcha. Xiu-Yi, accompanied by Xiao Ka and Xiao Na, advanced, leaving destruction in their wake. Looking down upon the village below, Xiao Yi remarked on the stark differences of the human realm. The villagers, alarmed by their presence on the rooftops, urged them to descend. Warning of the danger, Xiao Yi extended his hand, unleashing a beam of energy that obliterated a house entirely. The villagers scattered in terror as Xiao Ka swiftly dispatched the fastest fleeing man, piercing his chest. The villagers, dropping their belongings, knelt and pleaded for mercy. From this day forth, I am your king, and you shall be my slaves. Do you understand? He proclaimed. A tall, defiant man challenged him, only for a smaller companion to restrain him, pleading, Lianrong, do not act impulsively. Xiao Yi remained seated upon his throne, unmoving. Xiao Ka approached Lianrong, asserting, simply because you are inferior beings. Without hesitation, he thrust his hand, transforming it into a blade that extracted Lianrong's heart. In disbelief, Lianrong gazed at his own heart before collapsing lifelessly. Xiao Ka presented the heart to Xiao Yi, who consumed it with satisfaction, remarking on its tenderness. Xiao Yi commanded the villagers to prepare feasts and fine wines, threatening death if they failed to satisfy him. In haste, the villagers gathered their provisions, and Xiao Yi reveled in their fear, stating, my brothers and I shall venture to other villages. Turtle Sage, witnessing their emergence, noted that their army had not yet exited the demon realm. Bulma relayed Per's observations. Demons cannot freely enter the human realm. The sunlight would strip them of their powers, which is why they must inhabit human bodies. Bulma and the others quickly gathered 5 Dragon Balls, but their aircraft soon ran low on fuel, necessitating a stop for refueling. Bulma, anxious, gazed at the sky, where the clouds formed the visage of Wukong. I heard a rumor of a heart-eating demon nearby. I advise you to flee. An elderly man declared as he prepared to leave with his family. Sir, what has transpired? Bulma inquired of the old man. What did this demon look like? Was it like this? She asked, suspecting it was the entity that had usurped Wukong and his companions. The old man nodded, confirming, that is indeed them. This is disastrous. If this continues, the world will inevitably fall into their hands, and we do not know if Wukong can return, Bulma lamented. Let us hasten to gather the Dragon Balls. The Turtle Sage concurred. The next Dragon Ball lies to the north, Bulma noted as she piloted their craft toward its location. The Turtle Sage spotted Krillin below, witnessing his violent actions. Krillin, he cried. It's over. Krillin has become a murderer. Oolong exclaimed. Could you please silence yourself? Bulma retorted, her frustration mounting. In the Demon Palace, Sun Wukong and Krillin battled within the confines of the bottle, their collective power overwhelming the vessel until it shattered. Emerging from within, Sun Wukong and Krillin realized their bodies were gone. Understanding that their forms had been claimed, Krillin despaired. It's over. We are truly dead. I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. Yamcha echoed his sentiment, lamenting, I haven't even married yet. The fortune teller, possessing a box she intended to deliver to the Turtle Sage, learned of their quest for the Dragon Balls and the emergence of the Azura King. She consulted her crystal ball, arriving at Per's location. I can only entrust this to you. Per, you must bring Sun Wukong's soul out in this bottle, she instructed. Per nodded, determined to carry out her request. The fortune teller outlined the route to Per, who listened intently. Transforming into a bat, Per took flight with the box, stealthily entering the palace. Grandfather, Krillin, let us hasten our escape, Sun Wukong urged as he prepared to depart the palace, only to be repelled by an unseen force. Krillin and the others rushed to assist him. I am fine, Sun Wukong assured, discovering an energy barrier encasing the palace that prevented their exit. In the Mermaid Palace, Ka Lan and her companions learned of the Azura clan's exodus and promptly dispatched individuals to rescue the princess. Ka Lan surveyed the desolate palace, having searched extensively with the princess and their kin, yet finding no trace of her. Hearing her name called, Ka Lan instinctively moved towards the Azura main hall. Kaylin sensed an overwhelming force restraining her, preventing her from advancing. Upon reaching the palace gates, she felt a familiar power and reached out to touch it. Tears streaming down her face, it was the power of the princess. Kaylin attempted to enter, but was repelled. She called upon her fellow clansmen to join forces and break through this energy barrier. Sun Wukong and the others saw Kaylin and her companions, waving and calling their names. Yet their voices fell on deaf ears. Grandfather, there is someone inside, Sun Wukong declared as he passed through the wall into a hidden chamber. where he discovered a youthful girl lying in a pool of blood. The girl was continuously bleeding, her lower half resembling the tail of a fish. Kring and Yamcha watched in anguish, noting the numerous scars adorning her body. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes, startling Kring, who quickly embraced Suin Wukong. Suin Wukong stepped forward, enraged by the cruelty inflicted upon the girl, who lacked eyes, having only 2 bloody sockets. After careful observation, he concluded that this girl was the source of the energy shield. Her body emanated a power akin to that of the barrier, and beneath her was an array that siphoned her strength to sustain the protective energy. The fortune teller, upon receiving a message from Yin Wang, hurried to the realm between life and death to retrieve souls. As the intermediary of both realms, it was her duty to guide the beings from the underworld, and she had only one day to do so, as per the established rules. Chapter 43, The Fall of the World. Bulma, are the Dragon Balls truly here? Came Sinin inquired, facing the biting wind. They are indeed here, right beneath your feet, Bulma replied, shrugging her shoulders, tightly wrapping her clothing around herself as she clutched the dragon radar. Came Sinin instructed Bulma to fly the aircraft further away and leaped into the air, unleashing a Kamehameha wave upon the ice, creating a hole. Once the hole was breached, the Dragon Balls became visible beneath the surface. Came Sinin launched another Kamehameha wave, revealing the Dragon Balls fully. He secured one and promptly jumped aboard the aircraft, exclaiming, "It's freezing. Bulma, hurry and take off." With the 6th Dragon Ball found, only one remained. As night fell, Bulma and her companions, exhausted from their day's endeavors, landed the aircraft in an open area to rest. They had not encountered the sun's hindrance, as the Shura clan emerged from the gates of the demon realm. Nearby villages suffered assaults, plunging half of the world into chaos. Came Sinin felt the terrifying aura, and Bulma, trembling in fear, clutched a tree, lamenting, "The world is doomed." "Bulma, Oolong, you must find the first Dragon Ball," Came Sinin urged, listening to the distant sounds of explosions. "Understood," Bulma replied, piloting the aircraft toward the 7th Dragon Ball. Came Sinin rushed to the explosion site, witnessing a group of black and red-winged Shura warriors wreaking havoc with their blades. "Mama, wah mama," a small child cried, clutching a doll as he searched for his mother. The Shura warriors seized the child, intending to devour him. A blue-white energy wave struck the warrior's hand, prompting him to release the child, who fell to the ground. Just then, Came Sinin caught him. "Quickly run," Came Sinin urged the child. The Shura warrior glared at the old man, enraged. "You dare obstruct my meal." The warrior swung his blade at Came Sinin, who nimbly leaped onto the blade's hilt and then onto the warrior's shoulder. The Shura warrior emitted a crimson light, and upon contact, Came Sinin was violently thrown to the ground. The warriors were formidable opponents. Came Sinin leapt into a tree as the Shura warrior swung forward, toppling trees in his path. Came Sinin retaliated with a Kamehameha wave, but the warrior crossed his arms, blocking the attack. Came Sinin was left in shock, pondering what to do next. Meanwhile, Bulma and her group, searching for the Dragon Balls, were also struck down by the Shura warriors. Oolong transformed into a bird, laboriously guiding Bulma to a safe landing in the forest. The Dragon Balls lay scattered about, but fortunately, the radar remained intact, allowing them to locate the scattered orbs. "Bulma, I have found 2 Dragon Balls," Oolong exclaimed. "I possess 3, and one is by the riverside." "Oolong, run over there and transform into a fish to retrieve the Dragon Ball," Bulma instructed as she gathered the Dragon Balls. "I can't, those monsters are nearby. I'm too scared," Oolong protested, eyeing the Shura warriors by the river. "Oolong, you are my only hope. Can you not muster the courage?" Bulma urged him, attempting to inspire bravery. "I'm a pig, not a hero," Oolong declared, refusing to go, fearing for his life. As Bulma and Oolong argued over who would fetch the Dragon Balls, a Shura warrior approached. They panicked and dashed back and forth, fearing discovery. Oolong transformed into a stone, while Bulma found a small hollow and hid among the grass. "I distinctly heard a noise. How can there be no one?" the Shura warrior mused, approaching Bulma. Terrified, she shut her eyes, trembling as the grass quivered with her. The Shura warrior squatted down, using his knife to cut away the trees nearby. Oolong was unfortunate enough to be struck by a falling tree, promptly reverting to his original form and stifling his cries. After searching, the Shura warrior found no one and departed. Once he left, Bulma felt her body relax, but Oolong cried out for help. "Bulma, come help me." Bulma crawled over, her legs weak, and pulled Oolong free. You've crushed me. Oolong moaned, holding his sore backside. Bulma covered Oolong's mouth to silence him and led him away. However, Oolong, due to his pain, refused to retrieve the Dragon Balls. With no other choice, Bulma resolved to go herself and instructed Oolong to keep watch over the Dragon Balls. Observing the surroundings, she noted the beast's absence and leapt into the river to search for the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls were slowly moving, and Bulma dove in, managing to grasp one. Suddenly, she felt a chilling sensation behind her and turned to see a swarm of toothy piranhas fixated on her. With her heart racing, Bulma swam desperately to the shore, a bite mark left on her backside. Oolong, witnessing this, laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha. Bulma retaliated with a kick to Oolong's rear, causing him to squeal like a pig. Bulma tossed out a capsule, revealing a medical kit, and applied medicine to her sore backside. Bulma, you're so cruel. Why didn't you bring out the medical kit sooner? Oolong complained. I just remembered. Bulma blushed in embarrassment. The two then set off toward the next village in search of a vehicle. Meanwhile, came Sanine and the Shura warriors were locked in a fierce battle. Both sides suffering heavy losses, with Kame Sennin barely emerging victorious. Leaning against a tree to rest, he closed his eyes, lamenting, Indeed, I am growing old. A single fight drains my strength. Shioi was relishing the delicacies of the human realm. Suddenly, he stood up as someone began to confront him in battle. Though the face was obscured, a halo adorned the individual's head. They fought fiercely, rising from the ground into the air with astonishing speed. You are from the underworld? Huh. Even those from the underworld cannot stop me. Shioi scoffed. Outside the Shura royal palace, the attackers assailed the energy barrier, which weakened under the relentless assault. Inside the secret chamber, Suin Wukong and Kring witnessed the girls suddenly spitting blood, which splattered onto their souls. Ow! Suin Wukong and the others felt a sudden pain. Puzzled by the phenomenon, Suin Wukong collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, while Kring experienced similar torment. Suin Wufan was somewhat better off, having only received a slight touch of the blood. The blood was predominantly splattered upon Suin Wukong, causing his spirit to wane, flickering in and out of existence. Kellen and Yamcha endured the pain, sensing a significant strengthening of their own souls. Wukong and his companions gazed at Suin Wukong with concern. Chapter 44. Regaining the body. As they opened the barrier, Kalen and the others shattered the protective shield, for it belonged to the same origin, allowing them to breach it. Hello, little girl, she suddenly began to speak. Suin Wukong and the others looked around, bewildered by the surrounding walls, questioning who she was addressing. Hello, it is I, Kaleo. The one before you, speaking to you with sincerity. Do not be overly astonished. Suin Wukong and his companions observed the mermaid girl, still asleep with her eyes closed. She informed them that her blood could solidify their souls, enabling the living to perceive them. Finally, she implored them to aid her in returning her body to her kin. Upon finishing her request, she expelled a pearl from her mouth. This is my heart-protecting pearl. Possessing it will allow you to expel them from your bodies. Suin Wukong approached and cradled Kaleo. To his astonishment, he was able to lift her. He struck the wall with a powerful punch. Hearing the commotion, Kalen and her companions turned to see Suin Wukong and the others. Are you all right? Kalen inquired, her expression suddenly turning pale as she beheld the child in Suin Wukong's arms. The princess, Kalen, took the child into her embrace. I am sorry. We could not save your princess, Suin Wukong expressed with regret. Other members of Kalen's tribe arrived, horrified to see their princess marred with wounds. How dare the Shura king treat our princess in such a manner? Suin Wukong revealed the pearl, and Kellen patted his shoulder. Wukong, how did you manage to take it out? He recounted Kaleo's words to Kalen, who, upon seeing the pearl, instantly grasped its significance. This is for you. I hope you can defeat them, Kalen declared, drawing a knife to slice her hand and letting her blood drip onto Kellen and Yamcha's souls. Their essences became increasingly solidified. Your time is limited. The solidification of your souls can only last for 3 hours, so you must hurry. Kalen instructed Suin Wukong on how to utilize the pearl before departing with the princess. Wukong and Kellen exchanged glances. Let us go, Wukong urged, racing toward the exit. They encountered numerous obstacles posed by the demon tribe, yet they did not linger. Pu'er rushed in, visibly frightened, soaring high above. Is that not Yamcha? Pu'er exclaimed, quickly flying over. Yamcha, Wukong, Kellen, it's wonderful to see you alive. Tears streamed down Pu'er's face upon seeing them. Yamucha inquired how Pu'er had entered, to which Pu'er explained the matter of the box. Suin Wukong and his companions entered the box, guided by Pu'er, emerging at the gate of the demon realm, where two Shura guards stood watch. Upon their exit, Pu'er informed Suin Wukong about Bulma and their quest for the Dragon Balls. As dawn broke and the sun illuminated their souls, Suin Wukong felt as though his essence was being scorched by fire. Realizing the sun's detrimental effect on their spiritual forms, he hurried back into the box. Bulma and Wulong were still on the path to locate the seventh Dragon Ball. In a single night, the human realm had succumbed to the Shura tribe, with every household television broadcasting the event. Wulong, hurry. The Dragon Ball is right above. You must go find it, Bulma urged, pointing to the mountain where the Dragon Ball was situated. Breathless, Wulong reached the peak, having exhausted much of his strength. If you help me retrieve the Dragon Ball, I will give you this gem, valued at 10 million yuan, Bulma tempted. Recalling the gem she had obtained from the ocean depths, Wulong accepted the gem, responding, I'll help you for the sake of this gem. Transforming into an airplane, he soared upward, approaching the Dragon Ball nestled in a bird's nest. As he prepared to leave with the Dragon Ball, the mother bird returned, clutching a worm to feed her chicks. Wulong found himself trapped as the mother bird attempted to feed him, causing him to regurgitate. After several exchanges, 5 minutes elapsed, and Wulong reverted to his original form. The mother bird, witnessing her chick transformed into a gem, was unable to comprehend the situation. The mother bird took flight, charging at Wulong, who hastily leaped from the nest, narrowly escaping. Bulma, witnessing Wulong's fall, quickly descended to find him. Fortunately, Wulong was unharmed, having become ensnared in the branches. Wulong, we must find Master Wu Tian, Bulma urged, scaling the tree to drop Wulong. Then dragging him away to seek came Sanin. Xiui observed the formidable warriors of the underworld. Surprised by their prowess, he promptly summoned Xiona and Xiutia. Outnumbered 4-1, the underworld warriors struggled, prompting Pu'er to hide behind a distant tree as he released Suin Wukong and his companions from the box. Yamucha, Wukong, I've located them. They are not far off. However, due to the daylight, Suin Wukong and the others could only conceal themselves in the shadows. Wukong, that individual is incredibly swift, and they are a match for 4. Kellen remarked, disbelief etched on his face. Suin Wukong watched in awe, excitement coursing through him as he yearned to grow stronger. Yamucha gazed at them in astonishment, questioning whether they could triumph and reclaim their bodies. Time is running short. I didn't anticipate these demons to be so tenacious, and I have yet to defeat them. As the underworld warrior leaped forward, unleashing a wave of energy toward Shoka, the wave struck him down. Just as the underworld warrior pressed the attack, time expired, causing him to vanish. Kellen blinked in disbelief, questioning whether he had truly witnessed that. Wukong, did you see that? Kellen asked, to which Suin Wukong and Yamucha nodded in affirmation. Indeed, his presence has completely dissipated. Suin Wukong approached as the sun dipped below the horizon. Curse it. Xiui was poised to ambush the underworld warrior. I did not expect him to flee. Quickly, return our bodies. Suin Wukong and Kellen took stance atop the tree, ready for battle. Ah, it is you. You have managed to escape. This time, I shall ensure your complete obliteration, Xiui coldly declared, fixing his gaze upon Suin Wukong and his companions. Let us go. Suin Wukong charged forward, with only an hour remaining to reclaim their bodies. Failure to defeat their foes would spell disaster. Engaging in combat, Suin Wukong found it peculiar to face his own body. In the heavenly temple, the deity embodied a human form, making his way toward Wukong in the underworld. Return my body. Suin Wukong launched his assault. Xiui regarded Suin Wukong with disdain. A defeated foe. Sidestepping the attack, Suin Wukong leaped, delivering a kick, only to have his foot seized. In a swift motion, Suin Wukong spun around, landing a punch on Xiui's face. At that moment, he involuntarily felt the sting on his own visage. Chapter 45, Suin Gongfan. Until we meet again in the underworld, Kellen was struck in the abdomen by Shoka, sending him flying, after which Shoka utilized him as a punching bag. Regaining his balance, Kellen executed a spinning jump from the tree, leveraging its strength to charge at Shoka. Shoka intercepted Kellen's strike, tossing him to the ground, yet Kellen rebounded once more. Perpetually on the receiving end, Kellen beheld his body approaching with a sinister demeanor. He unleashed a mighty cry, channeling the Kamehameha wave. Shoka was struck, collapsing as Kellen initiated his counterattack. Yamuchag seized Shona's hand, and delivered a swift kick to his waist. To his surprise, Shiona's strength was overwhelming, enabling him to break free and execute a shoulder throw on Yamcha. With his face pressed against the ground, was fortunate to be a spiritual entity. Otherwise, his visage would have been ruined. Sun Wukong leaped up, attempting to strike Xiaotia's back, only to find his attack evaded. Per, who had been monitoring the time, noted that there were still 5 minutes remaining. Yamcha and his companions remained locked in combat, both sides at an impasse, transforming into a trumpet. Per alerted Sun Wukong and the others. The mention of 5 minutes made Sun Wukong's heart race. He unleashed a Kamehameha wave at Xioi, striking him squarely in the abdomen, causing injury and slowing his movements. In retaliation, Xioi fired a magic beam towards Sun Wukong, inflicting significant spiritual harm, but Sun Wukong managed to evade the attack by leaping. Positioned behind Xioi, Sun Wukong threw a punch, but Xioi, surprisingly, had eyes in the back of his head and intercepted the blow. Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving Xioi with no means of defense, and he endured the onslaught. Meanwhile, Yamcha and Krillin turned the tide in their favor. Perhaps it was their spiritual nature that prevented them from feeling fatigued, whereas their opponent's stamina waned after battling the mysterious man. Sun Wukong produced a white orb that floated in the air, and Xioi and his companions found themselves unable to control their bodies, their souls drifting away. Xioi gazed in disbelief as his soul detached. "King, this is terrible. We are leaving our bodies." Xiona and Xiaotia also sensed the shift within their forms. Enraged, Xioi glared at the orb, secretly gathering strength to shatter it. "Wukong, this is bad," Krillin exclaimed as he noticed Xiui's intent to destroy the orb. Sun Wukong turned to deliver a kick, but he was a moment too late. Suddenly, a yellow wave of light disrupted the attack, revealing an elderly, rotund figure. "What are you standing around for?" The celestial being bellowed, snapping Sun Wukong and Krillin back to attention. They swiftly extracted Shokai from their bodies and took their places. However, Sun Wufan, having perished, could not reclaim his own form. The celestial being took Sun Wufan's body and retrieved the box given by the fortune teller, preparing to contain Shokai's soul. "I will not allow you to succeed," Xioi declared, gripping Sun Wukong's soul to prevent him from re-entering. Sun Wufan held back Xiona, urging Krillin to hurry back to his body. As Xiona attempted to kick Sun Wufan, he clung tightly to Xiona. "Krillin, help me," Sun Wufan shouted. But Krillin hesitated until Sun Wufan commanded him to hurry back. Krillin complied, while Yamcha kicked Shokai away and returned to his own body. In the end, only Sun Wukong remained, with Xiona and the others grasping his soul. He managed to enter his body just in time. The celestial being held the box as Sun Wukong tossed them inside. With a powerful punch, Sun Wukong sent Shokai into the box, followed by Xiona. Sun Wufan fired a Kamehameha wave, dispatching Xiaotia into the box, leaving only Xioi. A struggle ensued between Sun Wukong and Xioi for possession of the body. Xioi kicked Sun Wufan aside, and Sun Wukong retaliated with a punch that Xioi seemingly ignored, countering with a kick of his own. "Go, Wukong!" Yamcha and Krillin cheered, urging Sun Wukong to reclaim his body. As Sun Wufan launched a Kamehameha wave at Xioi, Sun Wukong mirrored the attack, while Xioi dodged one. Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to return to his own body. The sensation of being whole again was exquisite, prompting Sun Wukong to stretch contentedly. Sun Wukong embraced Krillin and Yamcha. The celestial being secured Xioi within the box, then turned to Sun Wukong. "Now it is your responsibility." Sun Wukong approached the celestial being, inquiring, "Who are you?" "I am the celestial being," he replied before departing. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged astonished glances, realizing that deities truly existed. The king of Azura will be defeated one day, Sun Wukong thought, feeling a profound sense of his own limitations in the face of such formidable foes. "Grandfather, are you still there?" he pondered, recalling Sun Wufan. Sun Wukong lifted Sun Wufan's body, preparing to lay him to rest. Just then, the fortune teller arrived. "Wukong," she called out, "what are you doing here?" Sun Wukong exclaimed as he pulled her down. Her skirt fluttered in the wind, and she struggled to hold it down. "Wukong, don't pull on me," she protested. Krillin, noticing the fortune teller's embarrassment, remarked, "Fortune teller, you don't need to cover your skirt. We won't look." "How rude," she shot back, giving Krillin a glare. Upon her arrival, she waved her hand over Sun Wufan's lifeless form, restoring him to life. "Grandfather, grandfather." Sun Wukong embraced Sun Wufan tightly, exclaiming, This is wonderful. You're alive. Wukong, your grandfather has already passed away, the fortune teller pointed out, indicating the halo above Sun Wufan's head. Due to Sun Wukong's merits on Earth, Yama had made an exception, allowing him to retain his physical form and remain in the underworld for training or as a staff member. The fortune teller urged Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan to bid farewell quickly, leading Sun Wufan to Yama. Grandfather, I will become stronger. Sun Wukong vowed. I believe in you, Wukong. I will wait for you in the underworld, Sun Wufan reassured, stroking Sun Wukong's head. Wukong, I am leaving now. Krillin, Yamucha, farewell. I will await your arrival in the underworld, hoping you all grow stronger, Sun Wufan said as he followed the fortune teller away. Grandfather, goodbye. I will find you when I pass. Goodbye. Sun Wukong watched his grandfather's departing figure, vowing to grow stronger. How wonderful. Her, who had been blown away by the battle between Sun Wukong and the others, flew back, tightly embracing Ucha. At that moment, Bulma and the others piloted their aircraft to locate Master Roshi, who had awakened and used a communicator to contact Bulma, instructing them to come and pick him up. Chapter 46. Back to the old home. Wukong, stop wasting time. Hurry and drive those Azuro warriors back, and remember to close the portal to the demon realm. The celestial being reminded Sun Wukong. Understood, celestial being, Sun Wukong replied, his expression turning serious. Krillin, Yamucha, let's go and send those monsters back home, he declared as he dashed towards the direction of the explosions. Krillin and Yamucha nodded in agreement and ran towards the other explosive sites. Stop! Sun Wukong shouted as he observed the destruction in the village, fury igniting in his eyes. He leaped behind an Azuro warrior and delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying, following up with another blow to the face. The Azuro warrior, caught off guard, was sent soaring into the air, only to spread his wings and take flight. Sun Wukong smirked and unleashed a Kamehameha wave, toppling the Azuro warrior before moving on to the next. The sounds of explosions echoed through the night as Sun Wukong employed his flight technique. That evening, he dispatched a dozen Azuro warriors. Just as he was preparing to confront the next, he witnessed a battle unfolding against the Azuro warriors. Flying closer, he spotted Tianjin Han, with his 3 eyes, engaging in combat with the Azuro warriors. Tianjin Han unleashed a powerful energy cannon, swiftly eliminating one of the Azuro warriors. Dumpling. Let's move on to the next location and deal with them, Tianjin Han suggested as he soared into the air, ready to leave, but suddenly sensed Sun Wukong's presence. Hey, you all are amazing, Sun Wukong greeted enthusiastically. Dumpling scrutinized Sun Wukong, feeling a sense of familiarity. We should hurry, Tianjin Han urged, seemingly indifferent to Sun Wukong. Leave that to them, Sun Wukong said as he bound an Azuro warrior, delivering a beating to quell any resistance. By morning, the Azuro warriors would be rendered powerless. Per recalled Bulma and quickly contacted her. Puer, what has transpired? Bulma has already contacted Kame Sennin, and they are preparing to summon Shenlong to make a wish. What? Goku has returned. Upon hearing this, Bulma's heart swelled with joy. All right, let us go find you, she exclaimed, instructing Oolong and Kame Sennin to board the aircraft promptly. A radiant smile graced Bulma's face as she set off towards Sun Wukong and the others. Bulma, Kame Sennin is here. Puer waved a small red flag as she spotted the airplane. Bulma landed the aircraft, leaping out and running towards Sun Wukong. Goku, it's wonderful to see you safe. Kame Sennin and Oolong approached, the former wearing a look of satisfaction. I'm fine, by the way, do you still have capsules? Sun Wukong inquired of Bulma, intending to store the Azuro warriors within. Goku, they are not dead yet. You cannot store them, Bulma reminded him. What then? How shall we dispose of them back to the demon realm? Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. I have a solution. Bulma's eyes sparkled with inspiration as she produced a capsule containing a bag of powder. This is my Lala powder, hee hee hee, Bulma exclaimed with a mischievous grin, instructing Goku to fetch water, 1 bucket each. To ensure the effectiveness of the powder, she added several times the dosage. Oolong looked at the Lala powder. Bulma, you are too mischievous. Kame Sennin realized Bulma's intent. Bulma playfully pinched Oolong's ears. Oolong, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Oolong quickly changed his expression. Miss Bulma, I meant to say you were clever for coming up with such a brilliant idea. All right, Goku, it's ready. Bulma smiled, loudly calling out, la la la. The weakened Azuro warriors clutched their stomachs and bottoms in distress. You actually gave us laxatives, they exclaimed as a cacophony of flatulence erupted. Sun Wukong held Bulma and soared into the sky. Krillin and Yamcha jumped into the water, swimming away, exclaiming, "It stinks." "Bulma, it seems they purged themselves." "In that case, shall we go eat?" Sun Wukong's stomach grumbled. "Bulma, can you not say that out loud?" She chided, but upon hearing him, a vivid image flashed in her mind, leaving her feeling nauseated. Sun Wukong took Bulma to the riverbank, where they reunited with Krillin and Yamcha. Bulma retrieved a barbecue robot, and Sun Wukong dived into the water to catch several large fish, along with a wild beast for their meal. Kame Sennin sat nearby fishing, while Pu'er flitted about Yamcha. And Oolong was bossed around by Bulma. Krillin sliced the beast's meat into pieces, placing them in the barbecue machine, while Bulma prepared the sauce to apply once the meat was ready. "Let us eat," she announced, retrieving the cooked meat and placing it before Wukong. Krillin and Yamcha sat beside Wukong, who devoured his food rapidly, driven by hunger. Bulma placed fish meat inside the machine and switched it on, knowing Wukong would surely require more sustenance. Krillin and Yamcha soon felt full, yet Sun Wukong continued to eat. "Bulma, is there more?" "Wait a moment. It will be ready in a minute," she replied, astonished by Wukong's voracity. Bulma placed the plates into the dishwasher, activating the cleaning robot. "Ding! It's done," she announced, holding the meat before Wukong. "Thank you, I'm starting." As Krillin and Yamcha observed Wukong's appetite, they shook their heads in disbelief, marveling at his insatiable hunger. Bulma glanced at Wukong, realizing she would need to work harder to earn money, otherwise she might not be able to support him. As night fell, the Azura warriors regained their strength and hurried to bathe in the river, with Sun Wukong carrying Bulma. "I'll tell you, you must voluntarily fly back to your homeland. Otherwise, I shall ensure you endure such discomfort again. I imagine you do not wish to experience today's affliction once more." Sun Wukong brandished his Rui Bang, while Krillin and Yamcha had also mastered the flying technique taught by Sun Wukong. Kame Sennin piloted the aircraft closely behind. Krillin flew in the rear, Yamcha to the right, and Sun Wukong and Bulma to the left. The Azura warriors, witnessing Sun Wukong and his companions, obediently returned, embarrassed by their earlier predicament. Moreover, their king had been defeated, rendering their presence here futile. Even the three generals had succumbed to their might, leaving them no chance of victory. After escorting the Azura warriors back to the demon realm, Sun Wukong secured the gate, which gradually closed. "Wukong, we have gathered the Dragon Balls," Bulma exclaimed, producing the orbs. "Shall we summon Shenlong for a wish?" Krillin inquired, eyeing the Dragon Balls. "Then I wish for a pair of girls' panties," Oolong declared, stepping forward with a lewd expression. "Oolong," Bulma scolded, her face contorted in disbelief. "Let us wish for the resurrection of those slain by the Azura tribe," Sun Wukong proposed, recalling the many lives lost in the village. "All right." Bulma arranged the 7 orbs together, summoning Shenlong to restore those who had perished at the hands of the Azura warriors. "King Pilaf, Shenlong has been summoned," he exclaimed in frustration, having intended to gather the Dragon Balls himself, but was outpaced. Chapter 47. Entering the gravity room for training at Bulma's residence in West City, Yukon. "Krillin, make sure to eat plenty." Dr. Briefs entered with drinks. "Uncle, thank you," Sun Wukong said, gulping it down in one go. Bulma observed Wukong, noting how he grew increasingly handsome. "Krillin, there's more here. Eat slowly." Mrs. Briefs instructed the robot to serve meat beside Krillin. "Cheers." Kame Sennin and Dr. Briefs raised their glasses, both indulging heavily, causing Kame Sennin's face to flush. The gentle Lan Shi advised Kame Sennin to drink less. Around the table, everyone enjoyed their meal, and afterward, Sun Wukong took Krillin and the others to the gravity room that Bulma had constructed for him. Krillin and Yamcha expressed their desire to stay and train, with only 3 months remaining until the World Martial Arts Tournament. Bulma agreed, and thus Krillin and Yamcha remained at Bulma's home. Lan Shi stayed to assist, and upon seeing her, Kame Sennin chose to remain as well, leading to everyone residing at Bulma's house. Lan Shi frequently discussed cooking and makeup with Mrs. Briefs, while Dr. Briefs enjoyed tea and drinks with Kame Sennin, also engaging in physical training. Bulma constructed smaller gravity rooms for Yamcha and Krillin, as Wukong had already adapted to 3 times the gravity and needed to progress to 5 times. Therefore, Krillin and Yamcha would train separately from Wukong. Sun Wukong trained for 10 hours daily, spending the remainder of his time accompanying Bulma on shopping excursions, as his appetite necessitated frequent purchases. 3 months later, the time for the World Martial Arts Tournament arrived. Bulma noticed the hour was near, but Wukong was still training. All right, I'm coming. Son Wukong emerged from the gravity room, instructing Krillin and the others to leave first as he wished to shower. Bulma retrieved Wukong's Kame Sennin GI, placing it on the table. With her little bee robot, she set off again, having modified numerous settings to swiftly capture Wukong's movements. At Kame Sennin's house, he donned a suit, accompanied by a turtle and Yamcha, heading toward the tournament. Krillin and Yamcha had prior engagements and returned to Kame Sennin's house, departing from there. As Kame Sennin's group could not ride the Kintoon, they took an airplane to the tournament. Bulma piloted the aircraft, urging, Wukong, hurry up, or we will miss the flight. As the tournament was on the other side of the Earth, they required air travel. After bathing, Son Wukong felt particularly refreshed and invigorated. Bulma arrived at the airport, and it was Wukong's first visit. He looked around in wonder, while Bulma held his hand tightly, fearing he might wander off. Suddenly, a little girl sat on the ground, crying. Son Wukong released Bulma's hand and approached her. Little one, why are you crying? He asked, lifting her up. Brother, I can't find my mommy and daddy. The little girl sniffled. Bulma turned to assist Son Wukong with check-in, only to find he had vanished and hurried off to search for him. Son Wukong observed Bulma in a state of frantic urgency and approached her, inquiring about her search. Bulma grasped Wukong's arm, exclaiming, Where have you been? We must hurry. The plane is about to depart. Without hesitation, Son Wukong embraced Bulma and sprinted towards the boarding platform. The individuals waiting in line felt a gust of wind as Bulma clung tightly to Wukong. At the Tianxia di Iwudaohui, Krillin and Yamcha had already disembarked from their flight and summoned 2 luxurious vehicles to the venue. Son Wukong gazed out of the airplane window, pondering whether he would encounter formidable opponents this time, filled with anticipation. Master Roshi and Krillin awaited Wukong at the entrance, as he was the only one yet to arrive. Master Roshi instructed Lan Chi to call Bulma. However, due to their being on the plane, the call could not connect. Isn't that the foolish turtle? Master Karasenin approached Master Roshi with his 2 disciples. Ah, it's you, the dull crane, Master Roshi retorted. Foolish turtle, I hope those 2 imbeciles are not your students. They appear too dim-witted to even qualify for the preliminary rounds. Master Karasenin observed Krillin and Yamcha enjoying ice cream. Rest assured, my disciple will undoubtedly triumph. You should be wary of being thoroughly defeated, Master Roshi boasted. I eagerly await the day your disciple kneels before mine, Master Karasenin replied smugly, stroking his beard. I suggest you concede now, Tianjin Fan remarked, casting a cold glance at Yamcha. Jiaozi hovered before Krillin, stating, I advise you to surrender quickly. Tianjin Fan is quite formidable. You are the bald one, Krillin shot back, feeling provoked. I have hair, Jiaozi asserted, removing his hat to reveal a single strand. Laughter erupted as they beheld Jiaozi's bald head, with Lan Chi joining in the merriment. Tianjin Fan blushed, instructing Jiaozi to put his hat back on. Let us move quickly. Master Karasenin urged Tianjin Fan and the others. Who are those masters? Krillin and Yamcha wondered, intrigued by Master Karasenin's disdain for their teacher. Master Roshi explained that Master Karasenin was once a disciple of Master Utedu, but had been expelled due to past misconduct. Master Roshi harbored concerns about the character of Karasenin's disciples. What is going on? Wukong and the others have yet to arrive, Krillin inquired at the registration desk, noting that there were only 5 minutes left before the deadline. If worst comes to worst, let Pure disguise himself as Wukong to register, Yamcha suggested, pushing Pure forward. Pure promptly transformed into Son Wukong, obediently awaiting Master Roshi's command. Let us wait a bit longer. If necessary, we will assist Wukong with his registration, Master Roshi said. Glancing at his watch, feeling a tinge of anxiety, Bulma and Son Wukong, aware of the dwindling time, urged, We must hurry. Only 5 minutes remain. Do not worry, Bulma. We will arrive swiftly, Son Wukong reassured, encouraging her to hold on tightly as he took flight. In no time, they reached the venue of the Tianxia di Iwudaohui. Krillin looked up and spotted Son Wukong, leaping with joy, exclaiming, Wukong, it's you. Master Roshi and Lan Chi sighed in relief upon seeing Son Wukong. Wonderful. We finally made it. The registrar noted Wukong's name, acknowledging him as the previous runner-up. Indeed, I hope to face even stronger opponents, Son Wukong replied, brimming with excitement at the prospect of engaging with masters. This time, Master Roshi opted not to participate in the Tianxia di Iwudaohui, acknowledging that Wukong and his companions were already formidable enough for him to compete. Sun Wukong and the others proceeded to the preliminary rounds, while Bulma and Lan Shi awaited outside the arena. Lan Shi, let us grab something to eat. Wukong and the others will take a while, Bulma suggested, leading Lan Shi and Pure outside. Hello. I'd like 4 servings of chocolate cake and 4 servings of strawberry ice cream, Bulma called out to the vendors. Delicious, Yulong exclaimed, devouring the cake and chocolate in one bite. Bulma, do you still want your cake? If not, I'll have it, Yulong inquired. Bulma snatched the cake back, declaring, it's mine. Yulong pouted, crossing his arms. How stingy. Chapter 48. The Tianxia Di Yi Dao Hui commences once again. Suddenly, a beautiful woman walked by, and Yulong, with a mischievous glint in his eye, followed her, even entering the restroom. After being discovered, he received a beating. Lan Shi and Bulma burst into laughter at Yulong's bruised appearance. Pure, did you go peeping again and get beaten up? Yulong sulked. You just can't resist. Can you? Pure responded. You don't understand. The greatest joy in life is collecting women's clothing and spying on them while bathing, Yulong replied. His lewdness met with a punch from Bulma and an enraged Lan Shi. Pure covered his face, lamenting, there's no saving you. The host announced. Sun Wukong advances to the finals, as do Krillin and Yamcha. Sun Wukong effortlessly dispatched his opponent. Krillin, you've completed your match as well. Sun Wukong high-fived Krillin. Looks like we finished the preliminaries the earliest, Yamcha exclaimed as he joined Krillin and Wukong. Not quite. There's still one more person, Sun Wukong pointed out, observing Tianjin Fan as he effortlessly knocked out his opponent. Tianjin Fan smirked at Sun Wukong. It's good to see you again. Jiaozi also flew over after defeating his opponent. I look forward to our match, Sun Wukong stated as he faced Tianjin Fan. Indeed, are you prepared for a thorough beating? Tianjin Fan scoffed at Sun Wukong. Who will defeat whom remains to be seen, Krillin chuckled. Jiaozi hovered by Krillin, comparing heights. What? I'm short? How much taller are you? I might grow taller than you in the future, Krillin retorted, refusing to back down. Jiaozi, let us go, Tianjin Fan urged, pulling Jiaozi away. What's with the attitude? Yamcha dismissed Tianjin Fan's bravado. Following the preliminaries, Sun Wukong and his companions began drawing lots for the finals. I hope we don't end up in the same group. I don't want to lose in the first match, Krillin remarked as he rolled up his sleeves to draw. Krillin faced Jiaozi, Wukong faced a werewolf contender, and Yamcha faced Tianjin Fan. Yamcha, don't underestimate him. Tianjin Fan is quite strong, Sun Wukong cautioned. No worries, after my training, I feel stronger, Yamcha boasted, exuding confidence. Tianjin Fan. Make sure to teach those from Kame Senin's school a lesson, so they understand the prowess of our Karasenin, Master Karasenin said with a sly grin towards Master Roshi. Bulma and Lan Shi struggled to push through the crowd, unable to find a good spot. Lan Shi implored Yulong to fetch some dogtail grass to tickle her nose. After sneezing, she transformed into her feisty self, demanding, please help us secure a good position. Absolutely no problem. Feisty Lan Shi drew out 2 guns and fired into the air, shouting, everyone, clear the way. The crowd, fearing the bullets, hastily parted, allowing Bulma and Master Roshi to follow Lan Shi to prime viewing spots. The competition commenced swiftly, with the blonde host announcing the start of the matches. The first match featured Krillin against Jiaozi, as Master Karasenin stood beside Master Roshi, urging, Jiaozi, give it your all. Jiaozi obediently nodded. Krillin launched a punch at Jiaozi, who deftly evaded, soaring into the air. Excellent. The higher you go, the better, Krillin grinned, leaping onto Jiaozi's back to strike. Tianjin Fan watched from below in astonishment, taken aback by Krillin's speed. Apologies, but our Kame Senin school clearly surpasses yours, Master Roshi boasted to Master Karasenin. Jiaozi, what are you waiting for? Master Karasenin barked in frustration. Attack! Tianjin Fan urged from the sidelines. Jiaozi stood and charged at Krillin, attempting a headbutt, but Krillin skillfully dodged. Foolish one. I found myself behind Jiaozi, and with a swift kick, I struck him. Jiaozi was propelled to the edge of the platform, managing to stabilize himself without falling off. He glanced at his feet and sighed in relief, then soared into the air, unleashing his laser beam at me. Overcome with hubris, I was struck and fell to the ground, as Jiaozi pressed his attack relentlessly. I rolled to evade his strikes, then ascended to deliver a Kamehameha wave to Jiaozi, who looked at me in astonishment, bewildered by my mastery of flight. There was no time for surprise. as I sensed a powerful aura aimed at me. And upon looking back, I realized there was nowhere to evade. Jiaozi was hit by the Kamehameha wave and fell, smoke escaping his mouth. Tianjin Fan, I have lost, he said, looking towards Tianjin Fan. Damn it, Tianjin Fan remarked as he witnessed Jiaozi's defeat. Jiaozi, how could you be so inept? This is truly embarrassing. Master Crane, witnessing this, felt humiliated, his anger directed at Jiaozi. Tianjin Fan, concerned, asked Jiaozi, are you alright? You did your best. Hearing Tianjin Fan's words, Jiaozi closed his eyes, acknowledging Tianjin Fan's victory in this match. Tianjin Fan lifted Jiaozi, relieved that his injuries were not severe. I will defeat you, Tianjin Fan declared to me. I await your challenge, I replied, raising an eyebrow, feeling that Tianjin Fan's strength was not particularly formidable. Tianjin Fan scoffed in my direction. I'm fine, Jiaozi said as he descended from Tianjin Fan's embrace. Son Goku patted my shoulder, commending my performance. You did well, Krillin. Yamcha, give it your all in the next match against Tianjin Fan. If you win, it will be a showdown between us, I encouraged Yamcha with a clap. I will thoroughly defeat you, Tianjin Fan glared at Yamcha menacingly. Goku assessed Tianjin Fan, noting that his strength was comparable to Yamcha's, but his techniques contained lethal intent, leading Yamcha to potential defeat. Master Crane felt a sense of disgrace, lamenting, Jiaozi, how could you lose to Krillin? He is quite formidable, Jiaozi replied, lowering his head. Master Roshi could not bear to see this any longer, stating, a loss is a loss. Why blame a child? What is it to you? I can reprimand my own disciple as I see fit, Master Crane retorted angrily. Krillin did well. He's improved, Master Roshi declared loudly, which further infuriated Master Crane. Jiaozi was surprised that Master Roshi would defend him. The second match commenced swiftly, as Yamcha leaped onto the martial arts platform. Tianjin Fan smirked. You will soon understand our prowess. Without delay, Tianjin Fan engaged in close combat, landing a punch directly behind Yamcha. Tianjin Fan missed, as Yamcha leapt into the air, eliciting Tianjin Fan's surprise at not having perceived Yamcha's movement. Yamcha retaliated with a kick aimed at Tianjin Fan's neck, but Tianjin Fan caught his foot and spun him around. Chapter 49, Yamcha vs. Tianjin Fan. Yamcha felt dizzy from the rotation, and Tianjin Fan hurled him away, quickly reaching the edge of the arena. Goku observed Tianjin Fan's speed with admiration. How fast? Tianjin Fan delivered a kick that sent Yamcha soaring, resembling a punching bag as he was struck repeatedly. Damn it! Yamcha exclaimed as he plummeted back down, with Tianjin Fan following him. Yamcha quickly regained his composure and attacked Tianjin Fan, employing the Wolf Fang Fist, gripping Tianjin Fan's hand and delivering a series of kicks. Now, Yamcha held the initiative. Jiaozi watched anxiously, while Master Crane, furious, took out his frustration on Jiaozi. So cool. Tianjin Fan, counterattack, exclaimed Lan Shi, suddenly smitten with Tianjin Fan. Bulma and Oolong exchanged glances, questioning her judgment. Tianjin Fan broke free from Yamcha's grasp, kicking him away. Realizing this opponent was quite formidable, he wiped the blood from his face and steadied himself, gathering energy, his expression turning fierce. His muscles bulged significantly, and Yamcha sensed Tianjin Fan's sudden surge in power. Yamcha smirked, I can do the same, and began gathering his own energy, his muscles strengthening. Tianjin Fan launched himself at Yamcha, who successfully defended against the attack. Goku, I never imagined that Tianjin Fan possessed such strength, Krillin remarked, astonished, believing he had trained hard enough. There are always those stronger than oneself, Goku observed intently, captivated by their combat. The pace of their battle quickened, becoming so rapid that the spectators could hardly see their figures. Bulma produced her martial arts capture device, recording the swift exchange between Yamcha and Tianjin Fan as she and Oolong squeezed to get a better view. Oolong's head blocked the screen, prompting Lan Shi and Master Roshi to pull him aside. Oolong protested, you're just picking on me. Go Yamcha! Pu'er cheered from Bulma's head, gaining the best vantage point. Yamcha executed the Kamehameha wave from the air, catching Tianjin Fan off guard, who marveled at Yamcha's ability to fly. Yamcha unleashed a Kamehameha wave, but Tianjin Fan dodged effortlessly. Tianjin Fan soared towards Yamcha, who attempted to confuse him with the after-image fist, but Tianjin Fan, with his third eye, quickly discerned Yamcha's movements. A swift kick sent Yamcha plummeting, but he flipped mid-air, regaining his stance and staring up at Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan pointed at the sun, preparing a solar flare. With one solar flare, the world became blindingly bright. The audience shielded their eyes in shock. My eyes, why can I suddenly not see? They cried out in confusion. Goku, seizing the moment, donned the host's sunglasses while Krillin shielded his eyes, exclaiming, I can't see anything. Master Crane squeezed beside Master Roshi, his expression smug. I have won this time, ha ha ha. My disciple is stronger than yours. As Tianjin Fan unleashed the solar flare, he pointed at Yamcha, firing the Dodon Ray. A yellow beam aimed at him. Son Goku shouted at Yamcha to dodge. Yamcha sensed the formidable energy approaching, leaping backward, but was hit on the arm by the Dodon Ray. Tianjin Fan pressed his attack. Yamcha's vision was still compromised, and in an instant, Tianjin Fan injured his arm. As Tianjin Fan descended rapidly to kick Yamcha out of the arena, Yamcha's eyesight returned just in time to evade the strike. How despicable! Bulma scolded Tianjin Fan. I think Tianjin Fan is impressive and not despicable. Using the solar flare does not violate any rules, Lan Xi defended him. Oolong, realizing Lan Xi's sudden admiration, watched as Yamcha, using his injured arm, retaliated with a Kamehameha wave. Tianjin Fan, too close to evade, was struck, feeling his hands burn and tingle. Go Tianjin Fan, Lan Xi urged, furious at Oolong, who shielded his head from her blows. Goku, he managed to block the Kamehameha wave. Krillin exclaimed, astonished. Yamcha was equally surprised. He had poured all his strength into that attack. Suddenly, Tianjin Fan knelt, clearly feeling the strain of absorbing the Kamehameha wave. Fool, if you lose. I will not spare you, Master Crane shouted at Tianjin Fan. He Xianren signaled to Jiaozi with a glance. Jiaozi, eyeing Tianjin Fan, reached out, intending to unleash his superpower upon Yamcha. However, Yamcha had lost all his strength and collapsed directly, resulting in Tianjin Fan's victory, prompting Jiaozi to retract his hand. Observing Tianjin Fan's triumph, he Xianren exhibited a particularly smug demeanor, mocking, your Kame Sennin style is truly pathetic. Kame Sennin rolled his eyes, retorting that it was still uncertain who would win or lose, as Sun Wukong had yet to fight. As Tianjin Fan aimed to unleash a Kamehameha at Yamcha's legs, Sun Wukong intervened to catch Yamcha, declaring that there was no need to further injure him now that he had already lost. Tianjin Fan's intentions seemed malicious, as he appeared intent on harming Yamcha's legs, much to Bulma's disdain, who found him thoroughly detestable. Tianjin Fan glared at Sun Wukong, incredulous that he had caught his Kamehameha. Finally, the time had come for Sun Wukong to compete against a werewolf opponent. Upon taking the stage, he performed a few simple stretching exercises. The werewolf approached Sun Wukong and advised him to step down, warning that if he fell, he would be reduced to mere mush. Sun Wukong replied, thank you, but you should be cautious of me. In a swift motion, he vanished and reappeared behind the werewolf, who, startled, began to search for him in confusion. I'm right here, you fool, Sun Wukong exclaimed, yanking down the werewolf's pants, leaving him in nothing but white underwear. The audience erupted in laughter, some exclaiming, how amusing. He's wearing women's underwear. How embarrassing. Parents quickly shielded their children's eyes. Bulma lowered her head in embarrassment, while Lan Xi found the situation hilarious, clutching her stomach in laughter. Oolong, looking displeased, insisted he would never wear women's underwear. Tianjin Fan maintained a serious demeanor, though his cheeks flushed slightly, betraying a hint of shyness. It was evident that this Sun Wukong was formidable, and his previous appearance was no coincidence. The werewolf, covering his shame with his hands, lamented the humiliation. Observing this, Sun Wukong returned the werewolf's belt, which he hastily fastened around his waist. Chapter 50. Tianjin Fan's Dilemma. Furious, the werewolf launched an attack at Sun Wukong, who effortlessly evaded the strike. Bulma, unconcerned about Wukong's potential defeat, casually chatted with Lan Xi. I'm a bit thirsty. Could you fetch me a drink? She instructed Pu'er, expressing her boredom with the match. Pu'er was just about to take off when Kame Sennin requested a drink as well. Ultimately, Pu'er returned with 4 drinks, thanking Bulma as he handed them over. Sun Wukong found himself cornered by the werewolf, and the commentator eagerly anticipated how he would evade the next attack. Wukong, come on, don't play around, Krillin remarked, stifling a laugh at the werewolf's predicament. As Sun Wukong neared the edge, the werewolf smirked wickedly and attempted to push him down. You want to embarrass me? Watch how I deal with you. In a flash, Sun Wukong soared above the werewolf, causing him to lose his footing and tumble off the stage, resulting in Sun Wukong's victory. The commentator announced the outcome, and after the match, Sun Wukong and his companions departed for a meal, uninterested in watching the next match. At the restaurant, Sun Wukong piled his plate high with meat, as the meals provided at the World Martial Arts Tournament were complimentary and served buffet style. Bulma also collected a generous amount of food for him, cautioning, "Take your time eating. Once you finish, I'll get you more." Kame Sennin observed the trio with a sense of pride, remarking on their rapid improvement. He Xianren, seated behind Kame Sennin, deliberately provoked him. Kame Sennin approached He Xianren's seat and released a loud fart, prompting He Xianren to cover his nose in disgust. "You truly are a bald turtle," Kame Sennin retorted, unwilling to engage in a quarrel. Once everyone had finished their meals, Kame Sennin instructed Sun Wukong and the others to return to the inn, as he had matters to attend to. "We want to wait for you," Bulma said, tugging at Sun Wukong as they made their way back. Kame Sennin lingered under a tree, seemingly awaiting someone. Tianjin Fan approached him, asking, "Did you summon me for the sake of your disciple?" Kame Sennin chuckled. "Wukong needs no plea for mercy. I came to inform you that your strength has surpassed He Xianren's. You need not remain in his shadow. I believe you are different from him." Kame Sennin wished to prevent the promising martial artist from being led astray by He Xianren. "You approach me just to convey this?" Tianjin Fan turned to depart. "Living in the light is far better than dwelling in darkness," Kame Sennin called after him. Tianjin Fan remained silent, returning to find He Xianren inquiring about his whereabouts. "I just stepped out for a moment," Tianjin Fan replied. He Xianren, "You must defeat the Kame Sennin's disciples tomorrow and show that bald turtle the strength of our style," He Xianren insisted. Jiaozi sensed something amiss in Tianjin Fan's mood as he stood beside him. "What do you think of Kame Sennin?" Tianjin Fan's question puzzled Jiaozi. Glancing at He Xianren, who was preoccupied with toilet paper, Jiaozi replied, "I think that old man is quite kind." "I see," Tianjin Fan responded, casting a wary glance at He Xianren. "Well, good luck tomorrow. I believe you will win," Jiaozi encouraged, patting Tianjin Fan's head. At the inn, Sun Wukong and Bulma had gone to bed early, lying in a row. While Oolong snored loudly, Bulma, disturbed by the noise, pinched Oolong's mouth shut to silence him. In the dead of night, the islanders were fast asleep. Suddenly, a shadow approached, slicing open the glass balcony door to enter stealthily. The figure advanced towards Sun Wukong, brandishing a hand like a blade, aiming to stab him. Sun Wukong dodged just in time, opening his eyes to see the intruder illuminated by moonlight. He Xianren, "You truly are despicable," he remarked. Kame Sennin and the others were awakened by the commotion. "You haven't changed, He Xianren. Knowing your disciple cannot win, you resort to such underhanded tactics," Kame Sennin said, rubbing his eyes. "Wukong, quickly evade," Bulma shouted, realizing He Xianren was about to strike. She hurled a pillow at him. Sun Wukong retaliated with a swift kick, sending He Xianren tumbling out. Tianjin Fan emerged in time to catch He Xianren. He shot a fierce glare at Sun Wukong, while Bulma interjected, defending Wukong. "What are you glaring at?" It was He Xianren who intended to kill him first. Tianjin Fan faced He Xianren, who accused Sun Wukong of being the one who killed his brother, Tao Baibai. He Xianren, having encountered remnants of the Red Ribbon Army, learned of his brother's demise at Sun Wukong's hands and sought revenge through a covert attack. "Kill him, avenge your master," He Xianren pressed Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan hesitated, torn by his feelings for Tao Baibai, who had been akin to a father figure throughout his training. "Surely you jest. Your brother accepted a mission to eliminate Wukong. He merely acted in self-defense. Why blame Wukong?" Bulma protested, confronting Tianjin Fan. He Xianren continued to urge Tianjin Fan to act against Sun Wukong. "You wish to avenge him? Tomorrow's match will provide an opportunity," Sun Wukong interjected. Kame Sennin pulled Bulma aside, advising, "Do not be angry, Bulma." "Humph," she replied, crossing her arms defiantly. "Tianjin Fan, he is your master's uncle. Are you intent on being ungrateful? Do not forget who nurtured you into becoming a killer." A punch from He Xianren landed squarely on Tianjin Fan's face. "Daihe, remember, there are 4 of us here. If you 3 wish to fight, you must speak with Gue Xianren," He Xianren remarked, glancing at Klin and Yamcha before departing with a cold snort. Jiaozi, dressed in pajamas, flew over and noticed the injury on Tianjin Fan's face, bewildered. "Tianjin Fan, what happened?" "Jiaozi, we must go," Tianjin Fan replied without elaboration, rising to leave. That He Xianren is truly despicable. It was clearly Wukong who retaliated, yet he shamelessly seeks revenge for Wukong, Klin observed, disgusted by He Xianren's retreating figure. as if he had tasted something vile. Come on, Wukong, tomorrow you will be competing. Tianjin Fan is incredibly strong. You must be cautious, Yamcha advised Clint. The next match was set to be Wukong against Tianjin Fan. Chapter 51. Clint vs. Millen. The next day, Bulma and Lan Xi leisurely enjoyed breakfast, unconcerned about securing a good spot due to Lan Xi's fiery temperament. Lan Xi, have a cup of coffee, Bulma offered, purchasing a cup for her. Pure and Wulong were indulging in ice cream, prompting Bulma to tease Wulong about the potential stomach issues from eating ice cream in the morning. Where did you hear such nonsense? Wulong retorted, waving the ice cream in front of Bulma. If you don't believe me, you'll regret it, Bulma replied dismissively. After enjoying their meal, Bulma and Gue Xianren strolled to the audience seats, which were already bustling with spectators. Lan Xi, it's up to you, the crowd urged, directing their gaze at Lan Xi. Holding a gun, she demanded, step aside, make way. Mamma mia, my good spot has been stolen. A voice lamented as people reluctantly yielded their places. Clint, good luck, Yamcha encouraged, patting Clint on the shoulder. Clint nodded, determined to give his all. Wulong, give me one of your lollipops, Clint requested. Wulong, enjoying his lollipop, casually offered, if you want one, just ask. Wulong, dissatisfied, handed the lollipop to Bulma, who also expressed her desire for one, prompting Wulong to retrieve another from his pocket for her. Pure-eyed Wulong, who offered him a lollipop as well. Receiving a grateful response, Gue Xianren directly rummaged through Wulong's pockets, commenting on the delightful taste of the lollipops. Wulong noticed he was left with only two. His lips pursed in dismay. Don't be so stingy, Wulong. After the match, I will treat you to as many lollipops as you desire, Bulma assured him, patting his head. You better remember that, Wulong replied with a grin. Of course, here, take this, Bulma said, handing Wulong some money for his purchase. The first match was Clint against Millen, a recently celebrated fighter. Millen, handsome and tall, captivated many young girls in the audience, who cheered his name fervently. Who is this Millen? It's so noisy, Bulma complained. Shut up, Lan Xi threatened with her gun, silencing the crowd. Clint and Millen met backstage. Millen, towering at 6 feet, with flowing yellow hair and a muscular build, boasted a striking face. Baldy, I suggest you concede. With a face like that, you don't want to risk becoming even uglier, Millen taunted. You are the ugly one. Since you said that, don't blame us for being merciless, Clint retorted, intending to go easy on him. Now, let us welcome Clint and Millen to the stage, the announcer proclaimed, and the audience erupted with excitement. Clint, surprised by the enthusiasm for this arrogant man, watched as Millen posed, thanking everyone for their admiration. Ugh, how can someone so handsome perform such greasy antics? Bulma grimaced. Clint, hurry up and fight him. What are you waiting for? Lan Xi shouted excitedly. Clint swiftly maneuvered behind Millen and delivered a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. How dare you strike my handsome face? Millen yelled, furious, as he retaliated with wild punches. Clint observed him, bemused by the glaring openings in Millen's defense. How did this guy even make it to the finals? As Millen kicked toward Clint, he easily dodged, finding the match tedious and longing for Wukong's company. Clint supported himself with his hands, spinning to land a blow on Millen's face, which instantly swelled. My face! Millen shrieked, clutching his injured visage as Clint covered his ears from the noise. At that moment, Wukong and Tianjin Fan approached. Tianjin Fan, what brings you here? Wukong inquired, surprised. The next match is ours. Why the rush? I will defeat you to avenge my master, Tianjin Fan declared fiercely. All right, I look forward to it. That will make it interesting, Wukong smirked, in a fit of rage. Millen's appearance transformed into that of a lizard man, shocking the audience as their beloved handsome fighter became grotesque. Bulma and Lan Xi shielded their eyes, exclaiming about the peculiar transformation. Clint, you must defeat him. They cheered. The lizard man extended his tongue to ensnare Clint, who leapt to evade the slimy attack. Clint, now serious, positioned himself behind the lizard man and delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. Just as the lizard man was about to fall, he ensnared Clint's foot with his tongue, causing Clint to stumble. Determined, Clint shot energy waves towards the lizard man's mouth, seizing the moment to kick him off the stage as he released his grip. The thrilling match concluded with Clint's victory, announced by the host who leapt onto the stage. As Clint descended, the lizard man, unwilling to concede, produced a sword and hurled it at Clint. Bulma and Lan Xi gasped in alarm. Clint turned just in time to see the sword aimed at his forehead, but before he could react, a laser shot down the blade, saving him. Clint exhaled in relief and hurled the lizard man aside. Tianjin fan, your reflexes are impressive, Wukong remarked. Clint, well done, he added, exchanging a high five with Clint. I await our match, Clint expressed, exhilarated at the prospect of facing Wukong. Due to the damage to the arena, the match between Wukong and Tianjin fan would be delayed for cleanup. Clint, you performed admirably. Here is a reward. A lollipop, Bulma said, patting his shiny head. Great job. Clint, Lanchi smiled, gifting him his favorite milk pudding. Thank you, Lanchi, Clint replied as he joyfully savored the treat. Once the cleanup was complete, the second match commenced, Wukong versus Tianjin fan. He Xianren commanded Tianjin fan from the sidelines. You must avenge your master. Do not forget the kindness he bestowed upon you. Gue Xianren, overhearing, found he Xianren's words revolting. Ignore he Xianren, he is mistaken. The light of righteousness needs you, he urged Tianjin fan. Bulma and Lanchi, astonished by Gue Xianren's unexpected wisdom, exchanged glances. Lanchi admired Tianjin fan, remarking on his handsomeness while still rooting for Wukong. Tianjin fan, go for it. Jiaozi cheered for Tianjin fan. Chapter 52. Wukong versus Tianjin fan. Wukong and Tianjin fan quickly engaged in combat, their movements swift and graceful. What? Wukong and Tianjin fan have vanished, the announcer exclaimed, looking skyward. Gue Xianren and Clint focused their energy to perceive the fierce battle unfolding. Yamcha, astonished, observed Tianjin fan's prowess, realizing he had not fought to his full potential in their previous match. Sun Wukong and Tianjin fan engaged in a fierce battle, rising from the ground into the air. With a powerful punch, Sun Wukong struck Tianjin fan, who was unable to evade the attack, and fell downwards. Suddenly, the host noticed a shadow descending rapidly and quickly looked up to see Tianjin fan. The audience also followed suit, gazing at the unfolding spectacle involving Sun Wukong and Tianjin fan. As Tianjin fan flipped his body and regained his stance, he leaped above Sun Wukong, launching a Kamehameha wave towards him. Sun Wukong had been anticipating this moment, bending forward and delivering a swift punch to Tianjin fan's abdomen. In pain, Tianjin fan doubled over, seizing Sun Wukong's hand and delivering a knee strike to his face. Seizing the moment while Sun Wukong was momentarily distracted, Tianjin fan kicked him downwards and unleashed his ultimate technique, the Kikaho. Master Roshi expressed concern, aware of the immense destructive power of the Kikaho, which also demanded a significant amount of energy from its user. The host announced that Sun Wukong was now falling down. What had transpired? The Kikaho aimed at the descending Sun Wukong, who attempted to dodge, but suddenly found himself immobilized. What was happening? The energy wave loomed before him. Jiaozi glanced at Crane Hermit, then back at Tianjin fan. Well done, Jiaozi, Crane Hermit remarked, observing the Kikaho about to strike Sun Wukong. Master Roshi and Krillin, witnessing Sun Wukong's lack of movement, questioned why he hadn't evaded. Tianjin fan, noticing Sun Wukong's stillness, wondered if he intended to absorb the Kikaho. Jiaozi relaxed his grip, and Sun Wukong felt a surge of mobility, quickly initiating the Kamehameha wave. What? Sun Wukong was actually able to unleash the Kamehameha wave? Just as Master Roshi and Krillin worried, Sun Wukong managed to fire the Kamehameha wave. The two energy beams collided midair, and Tianjin fan spotted the blue light racing towards him, prompting him to evade instantly. Tianjin fan glanced back in surprise, only to find Sun Wukong right behind him. Startled, Tianjin fan wondered how he had gotten so close. Sun Wukong grasped Tianjin fan's waistband, causing his pants to slip down. Tianjin fan, be cautious of your trousers, Sun Wukong exclaimed, twirling Tianjin fan's red belt. Since they were midair, those below remained oblivious. Otherwise, Tianjin fan would have been mortified. Adjusting his pants, Tianjin fan remained unaware of Sun Wukong's impressive prowess. Tianjin fan, your strength is formidable. I am thoroughly enjoying this, Sun Wukong said as he returned the belt to Tianjin fan. Jiaozi, I instructed you to control him. Crane Hermit noticed Jiaozi's actions. Jiaozi lowered his head, and Crane Hermit glared at him before seizing him by the neck. You dare defy my orders? Then I shall eliminate you. Bulma and Launch, witnessing this scene, were astounded. Are you out of your mind? Jiaozi is your disciple, and you would threaten to kill him? Humph, a disciple who disobeys his master? Crane Hermit smirked, causing Jiaozi's already pale face to grow even paler. You remain as shameless as ever, Crane Hermit, Master Roshi retorted, launching into a conflict with Crane Hermit. Yamcha delivered a punch to Crane Hermit's back, allowing Master Roshi to pull Jiaozi away. Launch and Bulma observed Jiaozi's condition, noting he had fainted. Master Roshi led Crane Hermit away to prevent any harm to the audience. The host, wiping sweat from his brow, remarked on the chaos that had erupted outside the arena. "Jiaozi, are you all right?" Bulma asked, shaking him gently, but Jiaozi appeared unwell. Launch drew her gun, clearing a path for the event staff to transport Jiaozi to the hospital. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong continued their intense bout in the air. Tianjin Fan sensed that Sun Wukong was not fighting at full strength. He unleashed his maximum power, creating 3 clones of himself that surrounded Sun Wukong, launching a coordinated assault. As Sun Wukong dealt with the 3 Tianjin Fans, he kicked one, only to be struck from behind by another. Tianjin Fan bound Sun Wukong's arms and relentlessly kicked his back, bending his body and rendering him incapable of retaliating. Another Tianjin Fan struck from above, causing Sun Wukong to spit blood. Sun Wukong, concede. Tianjin Fan urged. Surrender? That is out of the question. Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's body erupted with immense energy, and he unleashed a single-handed energy wave, striking the Tianjin Fan who had captured him. The impact caused Tianjin Fan to lose focus, merging the 3 clones back into one. Sun Wukong retaliated with a punch, sending Tianjin Fan plummeting. In an instant, Sun Wukong descended to the ground, faster than Tianjin Fan's fall. Tianjin Fan crashed heavily onto the arena floor, creating a large crater, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Rising from the rubble, Tianjin Fan resumed his combat with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong employed the multi-clone technique, creating 7 copies of himself. Tianjin Fan quickly discerned the real Sun Wukong, launching a flurry of 20 punches at him. Sun Wukong leaped into the air to evade the onslaught, prompting Tianjin Fan to follow suit, and they exchanged blows mid-air, captivating the spectators below. "Wukong, go for it!" Bulma cheered, thoroughly engrossed, while Launch urged Tianjin Fan on, saying, "If you lose, I won't let you off the hook. Which side are you even rooting for?" Oolong licked his lollipop, staring at Launch. Launch slapped Oolong across the face. "Mind your own business. What a fierce woman. I wonder which unfortunate man will end up marrying her," Oolong complained, covering his face. Tianjin Fan relentlessly attacked Sun Wukong, who continued to evade. "Sun Wukong, are you toying with me?" Tianjin Fan felt mocked by Sun Wukong's evasive maneuvers. "Fine then, I shall get serious," Sun Wukong thought, not wishing to provoke Tianjin Fan further. In a swift motion, he struck downwards, sending Tianjin Fan tumbling out of the arena. Sun Wukong flew after him, while the host took to the air to explain the situation to the audience. Bulma and Launch observed the scene, with Bulma's display indicating that Sun Wukong had secured victory. Launch rushed towards Tianjin Fan as he fell, with numerous audience members following suit. "Bulma, we should go too," Yamcha exclaimed, soaring after them, while Bulma and Launch sprinted alongside. Tianjin Fan landed heavily in a patch of grass, and as Sun Wukong approached, Tianjin Fan acknowledged his defeat. "Next time, we shall battle again." Sun Wukong extended his hand. Tianjin Fan reciprocated, declaring, "I will grow stronger and defeat you." At that moment, the audience gathered, lifting Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan in celebration, exclaiming their admiration for the thrilling display. In Chapter 53, titled Daily Life at Baozi Mountain, Bulma embraced Sun Wukong, spinning joyfully as she exclaimed, "Wukong, you were incredible." Tianjin Fan searched for Jiaozi and Crane Hermit when Master Roshi approached to inform him of Jiaozi's situation. Tianjin Fan turned to Master Roshi, questioning, "Why did you save Jiaozi?" "As a martial artist, one must not turn a blind eye to those in peril," Master Roshi replied before departing. Tianjin Fan regarded Master Roshi, then glanced at Sun Wukong, a smile of relief spreading across his face as he turned to find Jiaozi. Sun Wukong was awarded the championship, and the host presented him with a prize of 500,000. Sun Wukong handed the money to Bulma, as he still owed her a debt. "Let us go out for a meal," Bulma suggested. "King Pilaf, are you certain this is the place?" Shu inquired, searching for the discarded rice cooker. "I am uncertain. This book lacks clear records." Pilaf perused the ancient tome. "King Pilaf, do you truly intend to release the Demon King Piccolo?" Mai expressed her concerns. "Of course. I care not for the consequences, as I seek to dominate the world," Pilaf replied. "Can you guarantee that once Piccolo obtains the Dragon Balls, he will share half with us?" I find that highly improbable, Mai voiced her apprehensions, aware of Piccolo's ruthless reputation. Mai, do you dare defy me? Pilaf threatened, glaring at her. King Pilaf, how could Xiao Wu ever betray you? Xiao Wu quickly shook her head. After a hearty meal, Sun Wukong and Krillin were fully satisfied. When Bulma went to settle the bill, she was shocked to find it amounted to 500,000 yuan, leaving her with empty pockets. Bulma looked at Sun Wukong, feeling the weight of responsibility in raising such a character, realizing she needed to earn more money. Wukong, you have made tremendous progress, Krillin remarked, placing a hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, Yamcha nodded. This kid is becoming increasingly formidable. Wukong, what are your plans after the World Martial Arts Tournament? Master Roshi inquired about Sun Wukong's future intentions. Grandpa, I plan to return to Baozi Mountain and continue my training. Sun Wukong replied, thinking of his grandfather. Krillin, Yamcha, you should learn from Wukong, Master Roshi encouraged, gesturing for them to follow his example. What brings you here? Bulma asked, eyeing Tianjin Fan with disdain as he approached. I wanted to thank you for saving Jiaozi, Tianjin Fan explained earnestly. Having decided to leave Master Crane, he aimed for more rigorous training to surpass Sun Wukong. I'll be waiting for you, Sun Wukong said, looking at Tianjin Fan. Next time at the World Martial Arts Tournament, I will defeat you, Tianjin Fan asserted. Jiaozi, are you alright? Poir asked, concerned for Jiaozi beside him. I'm fine, thank you for your concern, Jiaozi replied, bowing in gratitude. Goodbye, Master Roshi. They bid farewell as Master Roshi and the turtle returned to Kame House, with Krillin and Yamcha following suit. Wukong, may I return to Baozi Mountain with you? Bulma asked, trailing behind him. Upon arriving at Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong felt immense joy at seeing his familiar home. Though his grandfather was no longer there, he vowed to protect the house. Bulma noticed the place had been uninhabited for some time, with cobwebs adorning it. Taking out her cleaning robot, she began tidying up. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong ventured to the back mountain, where he gazed at the vegetables his grandfather had planted. Stirring memories within him, he harvested the crops, all of which were his favorites. Wukong, I've cleaned the house, Bulma announced after finishing her task. Great, Sun Wukong said, carrying a basket of vegetables, while Bulma prepared the cooking robot for their meal. Bulma, may I ask if it's possible to install a gravity chamber here? Sun Wukong inquired. That shouldn't be a problem, but since this place is empty, it will take quite some time, Bulma replied. It's all right, Bulma, I appreciate your hard work, Sun Wukong said, concerned about bothering her. Haha, I don't find it burdensome, Bulma smiled, admiring how handsome Sun Wukong had become. Bulma, what do you like? Sun Wukong pondered, considering a gift. Are you planning to give me something? Bulma exclaimed joyfully, cupping her cheeks. What do I want? I'll let you know once I think of something, she replied, momentarily indecisive. At Kame House, Master Roshi lounged, observing Krillin and Yamcha. Your abilities are quite formidable. Why do you still linger here? He asked. It's time for dinner. Launch joined them as she returned to Kame House. With that, Master Roshi set aside his magazine and headed for the meal. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances, realizing Master Roshi's words held truth. Sun Wukong had indeed become stronger, suggesting he must have endured more rigorous training. They too needed to follow in his footsteps. Meanwhile, King Pilaf had located a Shio, who piloted a submarine to retrieve the rice cooker that had sunk to the ocean floor. Fantastic. Soon, this world will belong to me. King Pilaf. He laughed heartily. Xiao Wu and Shio exchanged worried glances at Pilaf's villainous grin. Back at Baozi Mountain, Bulma returned to West City to assist Sun Wukong in constructing the gravity chamber, while he worked on cultivating the untapped farmland at the back mountain. I'm out. Finally free. Demon King Piccolo emerged from the rice cooker. Pilaf informed him about the Dragon Balls, reminding him of his ambition to rule the world and share half of it with him. Piccolo regarded Pilaf with disdain. If not for their potential usefulness, he would have already disposed of them for their incessant chatter. As he produced an offspring, Pilaf and Xiao Wu found the scene revolting. Sun Wukong nearly finished digging up the land at the back mountain. Next, he needed to address the water supply. Soaring into the sky, he scanned the surroundings and discovered a waterfall, directing the water flow towards his land with a Kamehameha. This eliminated the need for daily trips to fetch water. Afterward, he washed the vegetables and placed them into the cooking machine left by Bulma. He then grabbed some soap pods and headed to the river for a bath. While washing, he noticed a hole in the riverbed and, driven by curiosity, he crawled inside, following the current to a cave. The cave was guarded by a massive spider. occupying the entire space. "Hello," Sun Wukong greeted before attempting to leave. Unexpectedly, the spider shot silk at him. Swiftly dodging, he leaped onto its head and delivered a punch. The spider screamed in pain, retaliating with a flurry of silk, ensnaring Sun Wukong and rendering him immobile. As the spider opened its mouth, seemingly intending to consume him, Sun Wukong rolled away to evade the attack. Engaging in a playful struggle, he attempted to break free from the webs, but found it challenging. With the spider's leg pinning him down, he summoned his energy, breaking free from the silk. Emerging from the web, he retaliated, shattering the spider's 8 legs. The spider screeched as Sun Wukong delivered a final blow, using the Kamehameha to roast it. Unsure if the spider was edible, he split it open. Feeling the pangs of hunger, in no time, he devoured the spider meat, leaving only an empty shell behind. Just as he intended to leave, he heard a roar from within. Intrigued, Sun Wukong ventured deeper into the dark cave, traversing a long corridor until he reached a massive chamber. Inside were 7 robots, which activated upon sensing his presence, launching an assault on him. The narrow confines of the cave made it difficult for him to dodge, and he was struck. Clutching his chest where he had been hit, Sun Wukong retaliated with a wave of energy, but to his astonishment, the attack was absorbed rather than destroying the robots. Intruder detected. Engage. The robots announced as they advanced on him. These were no ordinary machines, and the confined space limited his movements. As Sun Wukong destroyed one robot, another quickly took its place, and their speed matched his own. While he battled the robots, the outside world underwent a significant transformation. Demon King Piccolo had emerged, harboring resentment towards the martial artists who had sealed him in the rice cooker. He aimed to eliminate all martial artists and dispatched his subordinate, Damblin, to hunt them down according to a list. "Bulma, are you going to find Wukong?" Dr. Briefs remarked as he watered his plants, noticing Bulma carrying a pile of machinery. "Yes, Dad, you should stop watering. You're going to drown the flowers," Bulma retorted, piloting her aircraft towards Baozi Mountain. At Kabo Mountain, Jiaozi, throw it hard and fast, Tianjin Fan instructed as he and Jiaozi left Master Crane to train alone in the wilderness. Tianjin Fan removed his clothing, revealing his robust muscles. While Jiaozi hurled stones at him, Tianjin Fan swiftly dodged the stones, inching closer, as Jiaozi continued to throw until he ran out. Feeling famished, Tianjin Fan expressed his desire for a meal, patting his flat belly. "Jiaozi, let us venture to the nearby village to procure some food," suggested Tianjin Fan, leading Jiaozi towards the city for a meal. "Hooray!" Jiaozi clapped in delight. In Nyonai village, they soared towards the nearby settlement. "Look, Tianjin Fan, is there trouble over there?" Jiaozi pointed out a gathering crowd. As they approached, the villagers retreated in fear upon seeing Tianjin Fan. A fallen figure, the Flying Dragon Man, lay on the ground with a gaping wound in his back. Tianjin Fan turned the body over and noted the fatal strike, his expression growing grave. Beside the corpse, he found a paper inscribed with a mysterious symbol, which he picked up. Inquiring with the villagers, they soon learned that Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi posed no threat. The villagers recounted an incident involving a green figure with wings who had slain Mikafu with a mere gesture. A news broadcast interrupted their conversation, warning of a murderous entity lurking in the alleys of Dongdu, who left behind a paper marked with the same symbol. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi exchanged glances, pondering the identity of the killer, particularly as the victims were all participants of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Clenching his fists, Tianjin Fan resolved to consult Master Wu Tian, who, with his extensive experience, might possess valuable insight. The duo set off towards Master Wu Tian's location. Meanwhile, in a serene setting, Lan Shi urged everyone to join in exercise, while the Turtle Hermit donned a pink yoga outfit. Krillin and Yamcha had departed for training, leaving the Turtle Hermit, Lan Shi, and a solitary turtle in an otherwise quiet abode. Lan Shi sat nearby, engaged in knitting. Suddenly, a yoga session was interrupted by a news flash, catching the Turtle Hermit's attention as he recognized the symbol and witness accounts. In disbelief, he realized that the resurrection of Piccolo Daimao was at hand, despite having disposed of the rice cooker deep in the sea. Sensing the Turtle Hermit's distress, Lan Shi rushed to support him. "Master, are you all right? What has transpired?" she inquired. "Quickly, call Goku." The Turtle Hermit immediately thought of Sun Wukong. The phone rang incessantly, but when unanswered, the Turtle Hermit then remembered Bulma, suspecting Goku might be at her place, and dialed her number. Dr. Briefs answered. "Is Goku home?" Lan Shi asked politely. "Oh, Lan Shi, Bulma has gone to find Goku. By the way, are you coming over? I developed a new coffee today that you must try, he continued, oblivious to their urgency. Unable to reach Goku, and with Krillin and Yamcha away training, the turtle hermit retrieved a capsule and set off with Lanchi towards Baozi Mountain in search of Goku. Meanwhile, Krillin and Yamcha were scaling mountains, racing each other. Are you sure Caring Tower is this way? Yamcha asked, following the path previously taken by Goku. I think so, but I forgot to consult Master Wu Tian. Krillin lamented, patting his bald head. Did you see something fly by just now? Yamcha inquired, having caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow. Probably just a large bird, Krillin replied dismissively. Damblin, observing from a distance, paused to check his notes. Having noticed the bald figure of Krillin, he flew back to confirm his sighting. Krillin, hurry up. I've already made it. Yamcha lay exhausted on a rock, taking out food from the capsule to eat. Chapter 55. Defeating Piccolo Daimao. Son Wukong suddenly recalled that this moment was crucial, as Piccolo Daimao posed a significant threat. He needed to act swiftly, unleashing the Kamehameha to obliterate everything in his path. Damblin regarded Krillin and Yamcha with disdain. Who are you? Krillin challenged. Without hesitation, Damblin launched an attack, initially underestimating them. However, as Krillin and Yamcha began to inflict damage, he took them seriously. At this point, Krillin and Yamcha, having trained diligently, matched Damblin's strength, and together they severely injured him. Yet, they too were gravely wounded and unable to move. Meanwhile, Balu quickly located 6 Dragon Balls, prompting Piccolo Daimao to order Pilaf to navigate the ship to the location of the 7th Dragon Ball, instructing Damblin to follow suit. On their journey, Tianjin Fan encountered the Turtle Hermit, relaying the grim news. Sun Wukong emerged from a cave, realizing the 4-star ball was missing, indicating that action had commenced. How could I forget such an important matter? He scolded himself, hastening towards West City, where he fortuitously ran into Bulma. Noticing Sun Wukong's serious demeanor, Bulma inquired about his troubles. He asked if she had brought the dragon radar, to which she shook her head. The Turtle Hermit and Tianjin Fan deliberated on summoning Shenron to eliminate Piccolo Daimao, redirecting their course towards West City. Sun Wukong and Bulma soon arrived in West City. What is happening? Bulma pressed. I cannot discuss it now, but I will inform you once the situation is resolved, Sun Wukong replied, observing the 7 Dragon Balls gathering together. Suddenly, the sky darkened, prompting Bulma to exclaim, what is going on? Someone has used the Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong stated, flying towards Shenron's location. As Yamcha and the Turtle Hermit reached Bulma's home, they witnessed the ominous change in the sky, indicating the Dragon Balls had been activated. Master Wu Tian, what brings you here? Bulma asked, puzzled by the Turtle Hermit and Tianjin Fan's presence. As questions swirled, the Turtle Hermit requested the dragon radar, only to learn it had been taken by Sun Wukong. Bulma voiced her frustration. Goku ran off as soon as the sky changed. Bulma, hurry and pilot the ship to the location of the 7 Dragon Balls. We can discuss matters on the way, the Turtle Hermit urged. Alarmed for Sun Wukong's safety, Bulma expressed her concerns, fearing he would confront Piccolo Daimao alone. On their way, they stumbled upon the disheveled forms of Krillin and Yamcha. They must have been attacked by Piccolo Daimao's minions. If they are this strong, then Piccolo Daimao himself must be formidable, the Turtle Hermit mused, his expression grave. Do not worry, we have Goku. He has gone to confront him, Bulma reassured, her faith in Sun Wukong unwavering. Meanwhile, Piccolo Daimao made a wish to restore his youth. Upon the dragon's fulfillment, he ruthlessly eliminated Shenron, reveling in his regained vigor and leading his minions in pursuit of his favorite endeavors. Pilaf, witnessing Piccolo Daimao's rejuvenation, once again suggested a division of power. In response, Piccolo Daimao unleashed a powerful energy blast at both Pilaf and Shalu, leaving them in disbelief as they plummeted from the spacecraft. Bikuradowang commanded his subordinates to pilot the spaceship towards the capital city of the king. As the dawn broke, Sun Wukong quickened his pace. The nefarious acts of Bikuradowang and his minions wreaked havoc. Master Roshi tuned into the radio, which reported on the mayhem caused by Bikuradowang. Bulma, realizing the imminent threat, urged a change of course. Sun Wukong also soared towards the site of the explosion. Upon arrival at the capital city, he found the king being coerced into abdicating his throne. Sun Wukong launched an attack against Bikura, seizing the opportunity to rescue the king. Damblin and Balu positioned themselves in front of Bikura, but Sun Wukong swiftly defeated them in mere moments. Feeling provoked by Sun Wukong's prowess, Bulma adopted a serious demeanor. Recognizing the formidable obstacle Sun Wukong posed to his aspirations of world domination, Sun Wukong lured Bulma to a nearby clearing. By the time Master Roshi and the others arrived, they witnessed an intense battle between Sun Wukong and Bulma. Meanwhile, Dambalin and Baloo attacked from below, causing further chaos. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tianjin Fan engaged Dambalin and Baloo in combat. Tianjin Fan initially intended to assist Sun Wukong, but was intercepted by him. Sun Wukong exerted all his strength in his duel with Bulma, resulting in a fierce and rapid exchange of blows. Even Bulma below could hear the commotion above. While Krillin and Yamcha faced off against Bulma's henchmen, Tianjin Fan confronted Baloo, while Krillin and Yamcha took on Dambalin. Sun Wukong struck a powerful punch towards Bulma, who retaliated in kind, their strengths nearly equal. Observing from a distance, Master Roshi, Lan Shi, and Bulma could only watch through their binoculars, as they noted Sun Wukong was gaining the upper hand, sparking a glimmer of hope in Master Roshi's heart. Bulma and Lan Shi were immensely worried. Having heard of Bulma's formidable nature from Master Roshi, Lan Shi cried out in concern as Tianjin Fan was struck. Bulma, surprised by Sun Wukong's speed, unleashed an energy wave from his mouth, which Sun Wukong caught with his bare hands. Swiftly, he leaped behind Bulma and launched a flurry of punches, forcing Bulma to dodge incessantly. As Bulma attempted a kick, Sun Wukong skillfully evaded and countered with a mock flash, only to be struck. In that moment, Bulma seized the opportunity to land a heavy blow on Sun Wukong from behind, causing him to plummet. Worried, Bulma moved forward, but was held back by Master Roshi. As Sun Wukong fell, Bulma fired an energy wave at him, but Sun Wukong stabilized himself, evading the attack before soaring upward to deliver a punch to Bulma's abdomen, causing him to spit out saliva. Sensing Bulma's energy waning, Sun Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha, severely injuring him. Staring at Sun Wukong in disbelief, Bulma could hardly fathom being overpowered by a youthful adversary, refusing to accept defeat. In a desperate attempt, Bulma summoned all his strength to produce an egg from his mouth, which Sun Wukong caught. Defeated, Bulma collapsed, while Dambalin and Baloo were dealt with by Krillin and the others. Overjoyed, Bulma and Lan Shi clasped hands and jumped in celebration upon realizing that Bulma was defeated. Bulma piloted the aircraft towards Sun Wukong, exclaiming his brilliance. Krillin and Yamcha lay on the ground, gazing at the fallen bodies of Bulma and Dambalin, relieved that the crisis was finally resolved. Holding the egg that emerged from Bulma, Sun Wukong was questioned by Master Roshi and Krillin about its nature. He explained it was the egg of Bulma. Bulma and Lan Shi recoiled in fear as Oolong poked the egg with a stick. Poir hovered nervously beside Yamcha. Master Roshi cautiously prodded the egg with his cane, producing a cracking sound that made them all retreat in unison. As Sun Wukong approached, Bulma warned him to be cautious. The shell shattered, revealing a small Bulma, who immediately retaliated with a wave of energy. Sun Wukong caught him, but after a brief struggle, subdued the little creature. Bulma found the small Bulma surprisingly endearing despite his odd appearance, speculating that he might be the offspring of Bulma. Alarmed, Krillin and Bulma urged Sun Wukong to eliminate him. Master Roshi observed the small Bulma, pondering his fate. Sun Wukong declared his intention to adopt Bulma, finding him charming in his current state, and vowed to be the first to stop him should he engage in mischief. Sun Wukong playfully pinched Bulma's cheek, reveling in his cuteness. Krillin and Yamcha looked on in bewilderment, unable to comprehend Sun Wukong's decision. Master Roshi, eyeing the playful interaction, speculated that Bulma might change for the better under Sun Wukong's guidance. Trusting in Wukong, he noted that the small Bulma, being but a child, deserved a chance rather than death. As Bulma attempted to resist, Sun Wukong held him firmly. Bulma approached, cautiously reaching out to touch Bulma's smooth face, marveling at the experience. Yamcha and Krillin soon joined in, attempting to engage with the small creature. Krillin, questioning Bulma, wondered if young children required milk. Unsure, Bulma deduced that Bulma seemed to be around 3 or 4 years old and might be ready for solid food. She retrieved snacks from a capsule to offer to Bulma, who promptly refused, his voice soft yet adorable. With the threat of Bulma behind them, Sun Wukong and his friends returned to the Kame house. To prevent the mischievous child from escaping, Sun Wukong decided to tie him up proclaiming, "Stop thinking about running away. From now on, I shall be your father." The little creature retorted fiercely, "You are not my father, Sun Wukong. I will kill you." Playfully, Sun Wukong replied, "Behave yourself, little one. Daddy is waiting for you." Bulma then offered Beaker a pudding cake, enticing him to taste it. Sun Wukong, noticing another pudding cake, eagerly requested it. "Here, Wukong, this large pudding cake is for you." Bulma presented him with a bigger one. Beaker immediately spat out the treat, declaring his disdain. Sun Wukong savored his cake, urging Beaker not to waste food. The little creature turned away, ignoring him. Bulma found Beaker's attitude adorable, sensing a hint of pride in his demeanor. In the kitchen, Lan Shi and others busied themselves, while Krillin and Tianjin Fan assisted, knowing that with Sun Wukong's hearty appetite, they needed to prepare ample food. Krillin caught a squirming octopus thrown by Tianjin Fan, which landed squarely on his bald head. "Your new hairstyle looks fabulous," Bulma chimed in, seizing the moment to capture a photo. Sun Wukong and Master Roshi erupted in laughter, while Krillin struggled to remove the octopus. Watching the camaraderie unfold, his eyes reflected a tinge of envy. Noticing this, Bulma approached him, asking if he found the scene amusing. "Sun Wukong, come help. This octopus is tightening its grip," he exclaimed as Sun Wukong swiftly yanked the octopus away. "Ouch!" cried Krillin, rubbing his head. "Tianjin Fan, could you come and help me cut this fish?" Lan Shi looked at Tianjin Fan, requesting his assistance. Tianjin Fan, taken aback by Lan Shi's gentle demeanor, felt a flush of warmth and shyness. Once the meal was prepared, everyone gathered to dine together, while Baiku lingered in a corner. Sun Wukong pulled Baiku over, but Baiku resisted, only to be forcibly brought back by Sun Wukong. "Baiku, this meat is delicious," Bulma said, serving him some, along with a glass of orange juice. Sun Wukong, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and Yamcha raised their glasses in a toast, led by Master Roshi. "Baiku, you should join us," he encouraged. Sun Wukong held Baiku's hand, and Baiku, contemplating their camaraderie, hesitated in his desire to disrupt the moment. However, upon witnessing Bulma's smile, he retracted his intention. Sun Wukong smirked as they all drank heartily. Sun Wukong spent 2 days at Kame House with Baiku. "Bulma, you should head back while I take Baiku elsewhere," Sun Wukong suggested. Despite Baiku's numerous attempts to sneak away, he was always caught by Sun Wukong. "All right, Wukong, I leave Baiku in your capable hands," Master Roshi said, patting Sun Wukong's shoulder. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tianjin Fan decided to take their leave as Sun Wukong and Baiku set off for Karen Tower. Rather than returning to West City, Bulma went to Baozi Mountain to prepare Wukong's gravity chamber. Unlike West City, where everything could be purchased, Baozi Mountain was surrounded by mountains and trees, necessitating Bulma to procure many items from West City. "Krillin, did we forget something?" Yamcha inquired, observing Krillin's contemplative expression. "It seems we've overlooked something important," Krillin mused, stroking his chin. The gentle Lan Shi had transformed into a more volatile version of herself, engaging Tianjin Fan in conversation. Through their interactions, Tianjin Fan recognized Lan Shi's drastic changes. The once tempestuous Lan Shi softened under the influence of affection, becoming less irritable than before. Chapter 57. Taking Baiku to the Heavenly Temple Karen Tower. Krillin suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling their original intent to visit Karen Tower, which had been set aside due to the incident with Baiku de Ma Wan. "What is Karen Tower?" Tianjin Fan questioned, puzzled. Master Roshi took the opportunity to explain the significance of Karen Tower to Tianjin Fan. Upon learning of its potential to enhance strength, Tianjin Fan expressed his eagerness to accompany them. Thus, Krillin, Yamcha, and the others made their way to Karen Tower, guided by Master Roshi's directions. "Fantastic! Master Roshi, we're off!" they exclaimed, swimming across the water as part of their training. Lan Shi, embodying her gentler self, chose not to accompany them, feeling that her affection for Tianjin Fan was genuine. She was acutely aware that her transformation into another persona could lead to chaos. Master Roshi observed Lan Shi with concern. "What's bothering you, Lan Shi?" he inquired. "Master Roshi, I've been pondering whether I am a burden. I transform into someone else at the slightest sneeze," Lan Shi admitted. Her head bowed, revealing her own unhappiness in causing trouble for others. "Allow me to investigate your situation," Master Roshi offered, retrieving a collection of old tomes from his storied cabinet. "Thank you, Master Roshi," Lan Shi replied, joining him in his efforts. Sun Wukong and Baiku arrived at Karen Tower. The cat sage, upon seeing little Baiku, exclaimed in surprise, Wukong, what is going on? This is the child of Baikuda Ma Wang, son Wukong explained. Why have you brought me here? The cat sage questioned, perplexed. I need to find the heavenly god, son Wukong stated plainly. You wish to take Baiku to meet the heavenly god? The cat sage asked, bewildered. Indeed. Quickly. Lead us there, son Wukong urged, gently coaxing the sulking little Baiku. I won't go. I refuse to meet that guy. Little Baiku protested. His mind clouded with memories of Baikuda Ma Wang. Karen, allow them to ascend, the heavenly god instructed the cat sage. Understood, the cat sage replied. Wukong. Ascend by inserting the Rui Bang, and it will extend to allow you passage, he elucidated. All right, son Wukong agreed, inserting the Rui Bang as instructed. Little Baiku remained obstinate, refusing to ascend and recoiling in defiance. Son Wukong swiftly approached little Baiku from behind, rendering him unconscious. Karen, I am departing now, he announced, extending the Rui Bang. As the unconscious little Baiku lay cradled in son Wukong's arms, the cat sage watched him leave, hoping that Wukong would not be taken aback upon encountering the heavenly god. Soaring through the skies, son Wukong swiftly arrived at the heavenly temple. Little Baiku, sensing the heavenly god's presence, awakened. At that moment, a figure dressed in traditional Arab attire, adorned with a hat, approached, a dark-skinned man with comically large white eyes. Greetings. I am son Wukong, and this is little Baiku, son Wukong introduced, urging Baiku to be courteous. Hello, son Wukong and little Baiku, I am Bobo. The heavenly god's personal attendant, Bobo introduced himself. Bobo, I wish to meet the heavenly god, son Wukong stated directly. That is not possible. I cannot allow you to see the heavenly god, Bobo replied, shaking his head. Why not? Son Wukong questioned, perplexed. I do not know, Bobo admitted, expressing uncertainty regarding the heavenly god's intentions. Baiku, did you not claim you would defeat me? How can you hope to prevail without growing stronger? Son Wukong challenged Baiku. Thus, son Wukong and Baiku remained in the heavenly temple, training diligently. Son Wukong absorbed vast knowledge during his time there, while Baiku experienced remarkable growth, albeit suffering defeat at son Wukong's hands each time. Within a mere 3 months, son Wukong mastered all that Bobo and the heavenly god had to teach. Subsequently, he continued sparring with Baiku and even sought out the King Kai, learning the Kaioken and Genki-Dama techniques. While son Wukong explored other realms, Baiku dedicated himself to training, aspiring to seek out the King Kai as well. Yet he was resolute in his desire to rescue the heavenly god, showing no inclination to rely on son Wukong. Krillin, Yamcha, and the others spent several months training at Karen Tower before descending to engage in various forms of practice. Eventually, they learned of son Wukong's journey to the heavenly temple and marveled at his opportunity to receive guidance from the heavenly god, longing for the same training for themselves. At Baozi Mountain, Bulma piloted her aircraft, surveying the lush landscape filled with vegetables, feeling a sense of accomplishment. She retrieved a capsule, releasing several robots that promptly began harvesting the crops. Where could Wukong possibly be? Bulma pondered as she developed her latest invention, high-tech robots capable of locating Wukong and allowing her to see and converse with him. As Bulma admired her creation, she praised herself, declaring her genius. Suddenly, she heard a noise and looked up to see the sky darkening. Stepping outside to investigate, she was startled to behold a colossal spaceship in the distance, from which numerous robots emerged. Terrified, Bulma crouched down, bewildered by the turn of events. Why were there robots? And why did they resemble humans rather than her own creations? Curiosity piqued. She grabbed a pair of binoculars and cautiously drove closer to observe. As she entered the forest, shadows flitted past, prompting her to quickly exit her vehicle and hide behind a tree. A swarm of mechanized robots dispersed around her, and one turned to glance in her direction. Bulma instinctively recoiled, covering her mouth in fear. What if they discover me? She thought, trembling. Wukong, where are you? I'm in trouble. The robotic sentinels detected Bulma hiding behind the tree and unleashed a laser beam, toppling the tree. Meanwhile, son Wukong was engaged in a fierce battle with Baiku, whose speed had increased significantly, while son Wukong's speed surpassed even that. At that moment, Baiku had grown taller and no longer appeared as endearing as before, though he had become undeniably more handsome. Bulma observed son Wukong and Baiku, reflecting on their swift progress. The celestial being emerged, prompting Bobo to turn and inquire, Master, What brings you out? The celestial being regarded Baiku's gradual transformation with approval, having initially disapproved of Sun Wukong's methods. Observing Baiku's nature, which differed significantly from that of the former Demon King, the celestial being ultimately consented to Baiku training alongside Wukong. Ultimately, the responsibility lay with him. Baiku was his malevolent doppelganger, yet witnessing Baiku's improvement brought solace to the celestial being. Currently, Baiku's desire for world domination was not as fervent as that of the Demon King, yet the yearning to defeat Sun Wukong intensified. Defeating Wukong would surely lead to dominion over the world. Baiku prepared to confront Wukong's Kamehameha wave. His expression hardened as he caught the wave, rebounding it. At that moment, Krillin and Yamcha ascended to the celestial being's temple. As Krillin reached the top, a Kamehameha wave surged towards him, quick on his feet. He deflected it into the air, resulting in an explosion. That nearly scared me to death, Krillin exclaimed, clutching his chest, grateful for his swift reaction. Chapter 58. The Mechanoid Invasion. Sun Wukong greeted Krillin and Yamcha briefly. We have come to seek training from the celestial being, Krillin stated, giving Wukong a friendly pat on the shoulder. Wukong, shall we have a little competition? Yamcha flexed his muscles, noting that their training at Lord Karen's had significantly enhanced their strength. I apologize for interrupting, the celestial being interjected, his demeanor suddenly shifting. Master, what has transpired? Bobo quickly sensed the change and approached. Sun Wukong and Krillin turned their attention towards the celestial being, while Baiku, feigning indifference, cast a furtive glance at him. Wukong, a legion of robots has inexplicably appeared on Earth, wreaking havoc. You must act swiftly to save our planet. Upon hearing this, the light-hearted expressions of the group transformed into seriousness. Celestial being, could you clarify the situation? What do we know of these robots? Tianjin Fan pressed forward. The celestial being shook his head, indicating uncertainty, yet provided Wukong and the others with the locations of the attacks. Wukong exchanged glances with Krillin and declared, once we have dealt with those robots, we shall resume our training. Very well, Baiku, let us proceed, Wukong urged, pulling Baiku along. They jumped from the celestial being's temple, dispersing in different directions. Zhaozi accompanied Tianjin Fan westward. Yamcha headed south. Krillin ventured north, while Wukong and Baiku moved east. I have no intention of rescuing anyone, Baiku stated defiantly. Baiku, this is also a form of training, Wukong replied, ruffling Baiku's hair. You are becoming less endearing by the day. Humph, I can defeat them all on my own, Baiku scoffed, deeming it a waste of his training time. The mechanoid robots relentlessly fired laser cannons, laying waste to the urban landscape. Wukong observed a robot demolishing a building, unaware that people were trapped within. He surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the mechanoid, only to recoil in pain, astonished by the robot's formidable exterior. Baiku, unimpressed by Wukong's failure to incapacitate the robot, approached from behind and delivered a fierce kick, yet the robot remained unfazed. Undeterred, Baiku unleashed a flurry of kicks, but the robot merely captured him. Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha wave upon the mechanoid's arm, but it remained unscathed. Baiku grimaced, exerting all his strength to pry himself free, but the mechanized grip tightened, robbing him of breath and strength. This robot was unlike any ordinary automaton. Wukong struck the mechanoid's head with great force, yet it proved ineffective. He unleashed his most powerful Kamehameha wave at the robot's cranium, but instead of being harmed, the robot retaliated with a barrage of laser blasts aimed at Wukong. He evaded the onslaught, yet the speed and density of the attacks overwhelmed him, and he was knocked to the ground. The robot, seeing Baiku lifeless, hurled him aside, his body colliding with two buildings before coming to a halt. The terrified occupants within the structures screamed and fled. The mechanoid approached Wukong, raising its fist to strike. Wukong rolled away just in time, only to find the robot extending its arm to grasp him. Wukong unleashed a series of Kamehameha waves, stirring up dust and debris. Seizing the opportunity, he darted to Baiku's side, noticing he still had some breath left, and swiftly took him to Karen Tower, realizing that the enemy was more formidable than anticipated. Meanwhile, Krillin found himself in a desperate battle, leaping into the air to execute a keyblade, only to have the mechanoid evade him. Breathing heavily, Krillin was astonished by the robot's superior speed, and its construction material seemed indestructible. Determined, Krillin prepared to unleash a Kamehameha wave, only to be met with the robot transforming its arm into a weaponized gun, firing lasers at him. These were not bullets, but rather energy projectiles. The impact was tremendous. Krillin was struck and fell hard to the ground, while the robot continued its rampage, ignoring him as it swept through the city. Krillin lay motionless, blood spilling from his mouth, reflecting on his overconfidence in his training with Lord Karen. A sardonic smile crept across his face. Yamcha faced similar struggles, underestimating the robot's capabilities. He believed he could dispatch it with ease, but was caught off guard by a punch, sent flying without even witnessing the attack. The blow struck his abdomen, causing excruciating pain, and he promptly lost consciousness beneath the debris of a fallen building. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, upon arrival, engaged the robot with a Kamehameha cannon, while Jiaozi attempted to control its movements. Elated by a successful hit, Jiaozi celebrated too soon as the robot's arm lunged towards him. Tianjin Fan, noticing this, moved to protect Jiaozi and unleashed a series of Kamehameha waves to force the mechanical arm back. Realizing the robot was no ordinary foe, the two understood that they could not confront it alone. Tianjin Fan urged Jiaozi to flee while he continued to obstruct the robot with relentless Kamehameha waves. Jiaozi, concerned, watched as Tianjin Fan insisted he seek out Wukong. Nodding, Jiaozi departed swiftly. Yamcha executed a final Kamehameha cannon before retreating, but the robot's targeting system locked onto Tianjin Fan, preparing to unleash a colossal laser blast. Tianjin Fan turned to face the enormous beam, unable to evade in time, as it struck him down. Jiaozi, witnessing Tianjin Fan's injury, hesitated before rushing back to save him. Tianjin Fan lay scorched and battered, his body a mess, as Jiaozi hoisted him up and flew low. The robot, having accomplished its objective, made no move to pursue. Chapter 59. Sneaking in. Kalin, the esteemed master, provided Sun Wukong with the magical beans to administer to Piccolo. In no time, Piccolo regained consciousness, and his wounds swiftly healed. Concerned for Krillin and the others, Sun Wukong took a bag of the beans and separated from Piccolo, heading off to search for Krillin and Yamcha, while Piccolo sought out Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. Initially reluctant, Piccolo was coerced by Sun Wukong's threat that he would cease fighting alongside him if he did not comply. With arms crossed and the beans in hand, Piccolo flew towards Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, choosing to remain silent, a clear indication of his displeasure towards Sun Wukong. After watching Piccolo depart, Sun Wukong bid farewell to Kalin and set off to find Krillin. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on sensing Krillin's energy, which he realized was growing increasingly faint. Accelerating his pace, Sun Wukong arrived at a city in ruins, where Krillin's energy was barely perceptible. Gliding low over the rubble, Sun Wukong searched for Krillin, observing numerous slain bodies strewn across the ground. After inspecting each one without success, he ascended to the highest, undamaged building. From there, he spotted mecha robots relentlessly assaulting the ground, creating massive craters. With a quick glance, he resumed his search for Krillin, focusing intently on detecting his energy. Finally, he located Krillin, who lay unconscious on the ground. Sun Wukong hastily fed him a magical bean, reviving him. Upon waking, Krillin looked at Sun Wukong with grateful eyes and remarked on the formidable nature of the mecha robots. Sun Wukong acknowledged this, suggesting they first seek out Yamcha, as he likely faced similar dangers. Nodding in agreement, Krillin accompanied Sun Wukong to Yamcha's location. Upon arrival, they found the area completely devastated. After a brief search, they discovered Yamcha trapped beneath a fallen wall, fortunately unharmed. After administering a magical bean, Yamcha awoke and promptly followed Sun Wukong back to the heavenly sanctuary. Meanwhile, Piccolo encountered Jiaozi while searching for Tianjin Fan, handing him a magical bean before departing. Upon learning from Jiaozi that the beans had been delivered by Piccolo, Tianjin Fan expressed surprise, realizing they were in dire straits against the robots and speculating that Sun Wukong and the others had returned to the heavenly sanctuary. At the Turtle Hermit's abode, Master Roshi remained engrossed in his yoga program, while Lan Chi gazed pensively out the window, wondering about Tianjin Fan and the others. Suddenly, the television broadcast footage of the city's ruination, with a reporter providing commentary. Abruptly, a mecha robot appeared on screen, mercilessly slaying the reporter, causing chaos as others fled. Master Roshi, clutching the television, exclaimed in disbelief at the calamity unfolding, fearing the world was nearing its end. Lan Chi grew increasingly anxious, certain that Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong would engage the threat. In the heavenly sanctuary, The deity pondered over the situation with the robots, baffled by their overwhelming power against Yamcha and Krillin. According to my investigations, these robots originated from an advanced alien civilization, though their true intentions remain unclear. The deity inquired if their spacecraft could be located, as Sun Wukong sought to investigate their purpose on Earth. After a moment of concentration, the deity pinpointed their location, approximately 800 miles away. Sun Wukong, recognizing the area as Baozi Mountain, felt a sense of urgency as Piccolo had yet to return. "Wukong, we shall accompany you," Krillin and Yamcha declared, sharing the same apprehension regarding the robots. They had just acquired magical beans from Ka-Lin before departing. Piccolo, having returned to the battle site, refrained from engaging the robots, opting instead to observe from a distance, hoping to discern their weaknesses. He noted the robots collecting the bodies from the city and disposing of them in pits, careful not to draw attention to himself. Meanwhile, Bulma awoke, trapped beneath a fallen tree, her leg injured. Sensing her distress, Sun Wukong hastened his pace, soon discovering the alien spacecraft. The colossal vessel loomed ahead as he and Yamcha cautiously approached. Moving closer, Sun Wukong noticed the collapsed trees and soon found Bulma trapped beneath one. With great effort, he lifted the tree off her, offering her a magical bean. "Bulma, how are you?" he inquired. "Wukong, you've finally come," she exclaimed, embracing him, relieved to be alive. After assuring her that she was no longer in pain, she warned him of the multitude of robots she had witnessed. "I intend to investigate further, as these robots pose a grave threat to the world," Sun Wukong explained, advising Bulma to stay safe at home. Understanding the severity of the situation, Bulma resolved to gather the Dragon Balls to restore peace once the aliens were defeated. "Be careful, Bulma. Join Master Roshi," Sun Wukong urged, recognizing the wisdom in her plan to utilize the Dragon Balls for revival if necessary, provided Piccolo survived. He entrusted Bulma with 3 magical beans for her safety before she departed to retrieve the Dragon Radar and seek Master Roshi. As Tianjin Fan and the others approached the spaceship, they noticed its lack of response and boldly infiltrated it, finding it eerily silent within. Chapter 60, Weaknesses Krillin. "Let us split up. If danger arises, flee immediately," Tianjin Fan instructed. Sun Wukong also ventured into the spacecraft, which was unsettlingly quiet. He crept along the ceiling, discovering numerous chambers, one of which contained a tank inscribed with alien characters that he could not comprehend. Suddenly, a loud explosion resonated from within, prompting the group to cautiously investigate. Tianjin Fan recalled that the commotion originated from Jiaozi's direction. Sun Wukong was the first to arrive, finding Jiaozi ensnared by a lithium alloy mecha robot, which hurled him violently against the wall. Jiaozi crashed heavily, blood spilling from his mouth, his energy waning. As the robot's fist descended towards Jiaozi's head, Sun Wukong swiftly intervened, catching the blow. Tianjin Fan promptly fed Jiaozi a magical bean, reviving him just in time for him to retreat behind Tianjin Fan. "Who are you?" the mecha robot inquired, its voice startling. This particular robot was round with 6 mechanical arms and an oversized head. "That is what we wish to ask you. What exactly are you?" Sun Wukong demanded, pushing back against the robot's fist with all his might. "Oh, so it turns out to be a lower life form," remarked the mechanoid robot Daibi with a tone of disdain as it launched an attack against Sun Wukong and his companions. 6 mechanical arms swung toward them, but Sun Wukong deftly evaded their grasp and landed a punch squarely on Daibi's face. Krillin and Yamcha were entangled with the mechanical arms, which hurled powerful punches at them. At that moment, another mechanoid robot, Daikwan, emerged from within the craft. This robot was diminutive in stature, yet exuded an aura of formidable strength, setting it apart from the others. Sun Wukong immediately noticed the distinction. Unlike the other robots, which lacked any energy, Daikwan was imbued with it. Daibi seized Krillin and Yamcha, dragging them away from the spaceship, but Sun Wukong skillfully evaded capture, determined to confront the lower life form. He turned his back on Daikwan and slammed the mechanical door shut. Suddenly, the ground emitted a series of lasers, prompting Sun Wukong to leap aside. More lasers followed, forcing him out of the spaceship. Yamcha and Krillin retaliated against Daibi, launching energy spheres at him. After enduring their onslaught, one of Daibi's mechanical arms was severed. "Excellent, Krillin. Maintain this assault." Upon witnessing the severed arm, Yamcha felt a glimmer of hope. It seemed that these robots were not invincible after all. Tianjin Fan, "Krillin, let's keep attacking." Yamcha soared into the air, relentlessly targeting Daibi. As Sun Wukong attempted to enter, the spaceship's main door shut before him. He struck the door repeatedly, but it remained unyielding. Meanwhile, Daibi unleashed laser blasts from behind, targeting Sun Wukong's back. With a nimble sidestep, he evaded the attack just in time, but the laser struck the door, leaving scorch marks in its wake. Sun Wukong took note of this peculiar phenomenon. Krillin, watch out! A mechanical arm lunged at Krillin. He turned just in time to see it approach, but was unable to evade capture. Daibi held Krillin aloft, using him as a shield against Yamcha and the others, who could only dodge to avoid harming him. Sun Wukong sidestepped to Daibi's side, striking at the joint of the mechanical arm while Yamcha and Tianjin Fan targeted the same spot to create an opening. Krillin strained against the grip of the mechanical hand, while Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi assisted him in prying it open. Sun Wukong aimed for the robot's mechanical head, while Yamcha dealt with the other mechanical arms to buy time for Tianjin Fan and the others. With all his might, Tianjin Fan managed to pry the mechanical hand apart. Jiaozi, seizing the moment, approached the robot from behind, employing his psychic abilities to halt its movements, though he was quickly shaken off. In that brief interval, Krillin escaped. As Krillin emerged, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The robot retaliated by firing a laser sphere at him. Sun Wukong, noticing the attack, reached out in an attempt to deflect it. However, the force was overwhelming, causing the laser sphere to explode and injuring his hand. Worried, Krillin and Yamcha looked on as Sun Wukong reassured them, "I'm fine. Focus your attacks on Daibi." Daibi retaliated, launching another laser sphere, determined to seize the opportunity. In a flash, Sun Wukong dashed in front of Krillin and unleashed the Kamehameha wave, sending the sphere back at Daibi. Seeing the attack return, Daibi bent low to avoid it. Watching this movement, Sun Wukong smirked, having discerned their weakness. Utilizing the rebound attack, he finally struck Daibi, causing the laser sphere to ricochet off Daibi's arm, severing it instantly. Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha gazed in disbelief at the severed mechanical arm. How could this happen? We fought tirelessly to break it before, yet now a single laser sphere does the trick. Sun Wukong shared his revelation with Tianjin Fan. On Daibi's screen, the laser sphere attack ceased, revealing that their weakness had been uncovered. Cursed be it, Wukong and his companions have discerned our weakness. Daibi began to transform, becoming a close combat robot, its body growing more agile and quicker. Sun Wukong paused to observe Daibi's transformation, noting that while it had become more nimble, a section of its back was now exposed beneath a transparent panel. Inside, it resembled a switch, concentrating his power at his fingertips. Sun Wukong gathered energy until it glowed with a bright yellow light. Taking aim, he released the concentrated energy, and in an instant, a flash of yellow light pierced through the air. Daibi's movements halted as a large hole burned through its back. Yamcha and Krillin watched apprehensively, reluctant to approach for fear of a sudden counterattack. Sun Wukong stepped forward, penetrating the glass and firing into the robot's interior. Krillin, carry this robot to find Bulma's father so he can examine it, Sun Wukong instructed as he handed the robot over to Krillin. Me? Krillin pointed to himself, apprehensive about the robot waking up before he reached safety. I'll accompany you, Yamcha reassured him, patting Krillin's shoulder. Grateful for Yamcha's support, Krillin had no choice but to accept. Then Wukong, we shall take our leave. Krillin and Yamcha lifted the robot and soared into the sky. At the Kame house, Bulma arrived with the Dragon Ball radar, informing Master Roshi of the situation before gathering him, Puar, and launched to search for the Dragon Balls. Oolong had not returned to the Kame house. He had departed while Tianjin Fan and the others left for Karen Tower to return to his home. Chapter 61. The Rat-like Beings on the Desert Hill. Bulma called out to Master Roshi, hurry up, as she lowered the rope. Master Roshi was being pursued by a scorpion, while Bulma and Launch were aboard the aircraft. In her gentler demeanor, Launch was unable to assist with gunfire. Master Roshi leaped onto a small slope, using the Kamehameha wave to obliterate the scorpion before grabbing hold of the rope. Excellent. We have 3 Dragon Balls left to collect. Launch exclaimed as she gathered the Dragon Balls, preparing to head to the next location. After Krillin and Yamcha had departed, Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan consumed the Senza beans and resumed their assault on the spaceship. After half an hour of continuous strikes at the same spot on the door, it finally bore scorch marks and began to warp slightly. Exchanging glances, Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong realized that immense power was required to breach the spaceship. Tianjin Fan, Let's head to Bulma's place. It seems we cannot penetrate the ship. In the West City, Krillin asked, are you here to find Bulma? She has gone out seeking the Dragon Balls. By the way, how did you manage to dirty Dr. Brief's lab? Krillin and Yamcha discarded the robot, allowing Dr. Brief to dismantle it for examination. Isn't this the same robot that appeared in the East City? Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses. Indeed. We only managed to defeat it with Wukong's assistance, Krillin explained as they dragged the robot into the laboratory. Krillin and Yamcha stayed to help, while Dr. Brief marveled at the intricacies of the Daibi robot as he began to disassemble it. When Sun Wukong and the others arrived, Dr. Brief had just finished dismantling the robot. Due to its complexity, it took a considerable amount of time to locate the disassembly point. During Dr. Brief's research, Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan advised Krillin that they needed to harness greater strength to defeat those robots. Sun Wukong and Krillin entered the gravity chamber for training, setting the gravity to 20 times normal. Previously, he had gradually increased the gravity in increments, but time was of the essence now. As Sun Wukong adjusted to the weight, he began his regimen with one-handed push-ups, sit-ups, and other exercises, sweating profusely. Krillin and Yamcha trained under 5 times normal gravity, while Tianjin Fan endured 3 times. During the training of Kellen and Sun Wukong, Bick followed the mecha robot into the forest. As Bick observed, the mecha robot approached the riverbank and suddenly transformed, shrinking in size, with its stout mechanical arms morphing into slender limbs, standing still thereafter. Bick, bewildered by the sight, widened his eyes and smirked, realizing the revelation. A small door at the robot's lower back opened, and a diminutive figure, no larger than a fingertip, scampered out. This tiny being, covered in numerous fine brown fur strands, possessed limbs akin to those of a mouse, with particularly small eyes. Bick refrained from rushing in. Instead, he intended to capture the mouse-like creature. To his annoyance, he watched as the creature held a tiny mirror, preening itself. The mouse creature leapt from the robot, and Bick, initially planning to seize it, found himself thwarted by the creature's remarkable speed. Thus, he decided to bide his time until the mouse creature distanced itself from the mecha robot. With a gleeful chirp, the mouse creature proclaimed its own handsomeness, dreaming of finding a female companion after completing its task, confident that its charming visage would attract admiration. Bick, covering his ears in disdain, found the creature's shrill singing unbearable. Its voice, though incomprehensible, pierced the air sharply, causing Bick great discomfort. The mouse creature, agile and quick, bounded up a tree to pluck and consume apples. Seizing the moment, Bick rushed behind the mecha robot and flipped it over, sending it crashing to the riverbed. The mouse creature, witnessing this spectacle, discarded the apple and darted toward the machine. Bick positioned himself in its path, launching a flurry of punches and kicks, ultimately delivering a decisive blow that knocked the creature to the ground. With a finger poised to strike, Bick hesitated, and instead, he captured the mouse creature, placing it into a bottle. Gripping the bottle tightly, he soared toward Shidu, feeling the presence of Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan nearby. Sun Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha wave, which he deftly intercepted midair. Meanwhile, Yamcha, performing one-handed push-ups, dripped sweat onto the ground. After dismantling the machine, Dr. Briefs discovered the dead mouse creature inside, a result of Wukong's handiwork. "Dad, what is this?" Bulma inquired, as she approached to retrieve the mouse creature. "Mom, it must be the alien operating this machine," she continued. "Please handle it carefully and inform Wukong later," Dr. Brief speculated. "All right, Dad," Bulma replied, placing the creature in a box for safekeeping. Before long, Bick arrived in Shidu, where Sun Wukong sensed his energy. Deactivating the gravity chamber, Wukong emerged to greet Bick. "Green Youth, are you here to find Bulma or me?" "Bulma has gone to search for Dragon Balls, while I am training," he explained. Bulma's mother emerged from the kitchen, carrying a cake, and spotted Bick hovering above. "Bick, I'm here," Wukong called, pulling the bashful Bick closer. "Bulma's mother, this is my friend Bick," he introduced. Entering the gravity chamber, Bick presented the bottle to Wukong, recounting the encounter with the mouse creature. "Well done, Bick," Wukong praised, causing a faint blush to spread across Bick's green visage, though it remained unnoticeable. Suddenly, the bottle shattered, and the mouse creature attempted to flee upon seeing the two. Wukong had numerous questions for it. In the cramped space, the creature's small size and swift movements made it difficult for them to catch it. As the mouse creature jumped about, it inadvertently activated a button, increasing the gravity to 20 times, rendering Wukong and Bic powerless on the ground. Whether due to its natural habitat's high gravity or its light weight, the mouse creature was able to move freely, though not as swiftly as before. Chapter 62. The mouse creature's attack, seeing Wukong and Bic unable to rise. The mouse creature danced mockingly before them. Wukong, propping himself up, decided to treat the capture of the creature as training. Noticing Bic still struggling, he adjusted the gravity to 25 times. Bic managed to rise with difficulty, while Wukong pursued the mouse creature, who continued to evade capture. The mouse creature, having left the robot, entered a bathroom, enjoying a leisurely bath while sipping a drink. These inferior beings are truly bothersome, it mused. Meanwhile, Bulma and Master Roshi were being chased by dinosaurs. Grandpa, think of something. Bulma shouted as she stumbled over a rock and fell, hiding behind a stone as a colossal dinosaur loomed above her. With a resounding thud, Master Roshi used a Kamehameha wave to knock the dinosaur down. Puar transformed into a large bird to lift Bulma into the air. Launching shots from her gun, Launch found that her attacks were merely tickling the dinosaur's tough skin. After landing several punches, Master Roshi knocked the dinosaur out, and Bulma quickly rushed over, instructing him to pry open its jaws to retrieve the Dragon Balls it had swallowed. Unwilling to enter the dinosaur's foul-smelling belly, Bulma devised a plan. Once the dinosaur defecates, no one will want to retrieve the Dragon Balls, she declared. Casting glances at Master Roshi. I, too, am a bit of a neat freak, he replied, pinching his nose. After some back and forth, Master Roshi ultimately retrieved the Dragon Balls, wrinkling his nose in disgust. You youngsters should respect your elders, he chastised, before hastily washing himself. Great. Launch. We have one last Dragon Ball to find, he announced. Meanwhile, Wukong and Bic gradually acclimated to the 15-fold gravity, causing the mouse creature to tire from their pursuit. Bic, I'll head to the Kaioshin's temple. You stay and continue training, Wukong instructed, carrying the mouse creature toward the temple. At the Kaioshin's temple, Wukong presented the mouse creature, and the Kaioshin delved into its thoughts. They belong to the race of the mouse creatures from a planet 100,000 light-years away. Highly intelligent, they possess advanced technology, but their overuse of energy has caused their life trees to wither. Thus, they seek a new planet suitable for cultivating life trees, leading them to Earth. After gaining this understanding, Wukong returned to Shidu. Following a day of research, Dr. Briefs finally made a breakthrough. Wukong, the materials they used are extraordinarily durable. Typical attacks cannot penetrate them. To break through, one would require a 100-fold increase in strength, Dr. Briefs explained, handing Wukong the remains of the mouse creature. Wukong relayed the Kaioshin's findings to Yamcha and Kellen. What is the situation outside? Kellen asked, powering on the television, only to be met with static. I see they've piled all the corpses into a pit, Bic suddenly interjected. It seems those pits are meant for planting their so-called life trees. They now had two strategies to defeat the creatures. One was direct confrontation, and the other was to lure the mouse creatures out from their machines. Clint expressed his concern regarding the progress of Bulma and Master Wu Tian in their quest to gather the Dragon Balls. At that moment, Bulma and her companions had successfully located all the Dragon Balls, fortunate that they were scattered within a relatively close vicinity, enabling them to retrieve them swiftly. They were currently en route back. An alert sounded, indicating that Dai Bai and Dai Shu had exceeded the time limit for exiting the mecha cabin. Dai Quan, unfazed by the AI's warning, scoffed at its incompetence in handling even the simplest of organisms. He entered the mecha chamber and emerged from the spacecraft. Arriving at a destroyed cavern, the robots, seemingly sensing something, collectively looked up. Lord Dai Quan, we have identified a suitable location for the life tree's growth. We have fulfilled our mission. It turned out that these robots were a vanguard sent by the Na Bai Shu aliens. Trash, Dai Quan declared, swiftly annihilating the robots, leaving no trace behind. While Sun Wukong and his companions were dining, a tremendous explosion echoed, prompting them to take to the skies. The Na Bai Shu aliens were rampaging. And this time, there were not just one, but 6 of them. Yamcha, Klin, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, Piccolo, here are the Senzu beans, take them. Sun Wukong distributed the Senzu beans among Klin and the others. As they soared towards the chaos, the robots launched a fierce assault on Klin and his companions. The Na Bai Shu aliens, being acutely familiar with the scent of their fallen comrades, recognized that Dai Bai and Dai Shu had been slain. They had lost contact with them and were enraged by the presence of Sun Wukong and his friends, who carried their scent. Sun Wukong led the Na by Shu aliens away to the outskirts. This is unacceptable. You slaughtered many of our people on Earth. And now we are supposed to remain calm. Clin retorted, dodging an attack. What is the matter? Are we only allowed to be the victims while you seek revenge? Sun Wukong unleashed a ki blast at the Na by Shu mecha, a technique he devised to condense his energy and release immense power upon impact. The mecha sustained a breach, leaving the Na by Shu aliens in disbelief. Sun Wukong continued his assault, ultimately shattering the arm of one of the Na by Shu mechas. Breathing heavily, he felt the strain in his hand, as though it might go numb. After consuming a senzu bean, he instantly regained his strength and resumed the fight while searching for their control room's location. Clin was knocked to the ground but regained his footing, delivering a decisive kick that sent his opponent sprawling. He concentrated his energy into a single point, relentlessly striking, consuming senzu beans as he fought. At long last, Clin triumphed over the robot, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Sun Wukong located the control room and forcibly extracted the Na by Shu alien within. The alien, defiant, attempted to bite Sun Wukong, who swiftly stuffed a piece of debris into its mouth. Yamcha and Tianjin Fan also defeated their respective Na by Shu aliens, rendering their machines in tatters. Meanwhile, Piccolo had already dealt with his foes. Sun Wukong handed the 5 captured Na by Shu aliens to the Kai for confinement, as they still had their uses. Chapter 63. The Life Tree. At this juncture, Bulma and her associates had gathered all the Dragon Balls and were preparing to return to West City. Bulma, keep an eye ahead, Lan Shi urged, as Daquan fixated on them. Not good. Master Roshi noticed an incoming attack and hastily maneuvered the controls. However, it was too late. The aircraft was struck, and Bulma and Master Roshi were unable to leap to safety, plummeting from the plane. Fortunately, it did not explode. Daquan approached, observing Bulma and Master Roshi sprawled on the ground. The electronic screen indicated their energy levels were critically low, but he paid them no mind. Lan Shi's backpack tore, causing the Dragon Balls to spill out. Daquan surveyed the scattered Dragon Balls, the screen confirming they were merely ordinary orbs. He gathered the Dragon Balls and tossed them haphazardly, causing them to collide with numerous trees before some fell into the water. Daquan appeared to enjoy this game, and after playing with all 7 Dragon Balls, he departed for another city. At the Kai's temple, Sun Wukong presented the captured Na by Shu aliens to the Kai, who ensnared them in a magical bottle for future use. Wukong, that Na by Shu named Daquan is their leader and exceptionally formidable. Exercise caution. The Kai informed Sun Wukong about the intelligence gathered from the Na by Shu aliens. Understood, Sun Wukong replied, subsequently retrieving several senzu beans from Karen Tower. The Na by Shu, particularly Daquan, proved to be a challenging adversary, his mecha distinctly superior to those of the other Na by Shu aliens. Meanwhile, Master Roshi and Bulma had succumbed to unconsciousness, while Poir, being smaller, sustained lighter injuries. Upon awakening, Poir was devastated to see Bulma and Lan Shi incapacitated. Bulma, Master Roshi. Lan Shi, please wake up, Poir cried. Master Roshi, roused by Poir's wails, instructed, Poir, quickly find Wukong, before fainting once more. Poir ceased crying and set off in search of Sun Wukong. Hey Poir. Sun Wukong, on his way back to West City, encountered Poir. Wukong. Poir flew to him, burying her face in his embrace. Wukong, hurry and save Bulma and the others. Upon hearing of the trouble that befell Bulma and her companions, Sun Wukong swiftly took to the skies with Poir. Upon his arrival, he found Bulma, Master Roshi, and Lan Shi all lying on the ground. Sun Wukong administered senzu beans to Master Roshi and Bulma, but withheld them from Lan Shi, as she had passed away. Lan Shi had shielded Bulma from much of the damage, and as Bulma awakened, she wept in Sun Wukong's arms. Wukong, Lan Shi is dead because of me. Bulma lamented, burdened with guilt, believing that had she not piloted the plane, they would not have encountered Daquan. Bulma, do not despair, we possess the Dragon Balls. We can surely revive Lan Shi, Sun Wukong comforted her. Master Roshi noticed the absence of the Dragon Balls. Wukong, the Dragon Balls are missing. Could they have been taken? If so, we are in trouble. Master Roshi, even if they were taken, they would be unaware of the Dragon Ball significance, Bulma assured. Having learned from the Kai that the Na by Shu aliens were oblivious to the Dragon Balls, she produced the Dragon Ball radar from her pocket, only to find it damaged in the fall, requiring her to devote time to repair it. Bulma, Master Roshi, we must return to West City, Sun Wukong declared, retrieving a capsule from Bulma's pocket, which contained only a single vehicle. Master Roshi, you take Lan Shi back in the car. I will carry Bulma to West City to repair the Dragon Ball radar. Sun Wukong lifted Bulma into his arms. Poir, hurry and get in the car, said Master Roshi, securing Lan Shi inside, with Poir fastening her seatbelt. In West City, Wukong, Bulma, are you back from your date? Dr. Briefs looked up from repairing his bicycle, noticing Bulma in Sun Wukong's embrace. Dad, I'm back. Bulma rushed to fix the Dragon Ball radar as soon as she arrived. Klin and Yamcha were still training in the gravity chamber, unaware of Sun Wukong's return. They were determined to grow stronger, even if they could not surpass Sun Wukong. They aimed to narrow the gap. Bulma quickly repaired the Dragon Ball radar, astonished to see that the Dragon Balls were scattered near the site of the incident. She handed the radar to Sun Wukong and proceeded to construct a cryogenic chamber capable of preserving a body. As Sun Wukong collected the scattered Dragon Balls on their journey back to West City, he encountered Dai Quan. Sensing Sun Wukong's energy, Dai Quan flew directly in front of him and threw a punch. Sun Wukong evaded the strike and countered with a punch of his own, leaving Dai Quan in disbelief at having been struck for the first time. Dai Quan initiated a scanning procedure, as their investigation indicated that no lowly organisms on Earth could possibly possess such strength. Dai Quan swiftly maneuvered behind Sun Wukong, employing his mechanical arm to subdue him, then grasped a strand of Wukong's hair for analysis. After successfully restraining Wukong, Dai Quan collided his head forcefully against Wukong's back, causing the latter to feel as though his spine might fracture. Concentrating his energy, Wukong retaliated with a powerful kick, but Dai Quan remained unscathed, responding with an even greater force in his assault against Wukong. In a moment of defiance, Wukong unleashed a wave of energy from his hand, striking Dai Quan's mechanical appendage. As the mechanical arm loosened in the wake of the attack, Wukong seized the opportunity to escape its grasp. The electronic display revealed the results of the analysis. Sun Wukong was not of earthly origin, but rather a scion. Dai Quan had previously acknowledged the scions as a warrior race, albeit one viewed as inferior by the Musha aliens. Choosing not to engage further with Dai Quan, Wukong launched an attack at Chang before hastily departing with the Dragon Ball. Dai Quan, unable to pursue, received communication from his subordinates, indicating that the nutrient pit was prepared and it was time to plant the Tree of Life. Observing Dai Quan's retreat, Wukong was tempted to fight, but recognized that the Dragon Ball took precedence. After handing the Dragon Ball to Bulma, he immediately returned to the gravity chamber for training. Testing Dai Quan's prowess, Wukong set the gravity to 70 times Earth's normal level, a burden he could barely endure. Following the planting of the Tree of Life, the seed absorbed the nutrients from human corpses, rapidly growing into a towering tree. The deities in the Divine Palace sensed the changes in Earth's biosphere and promptly communicated with Wukong, urging him to mobilize. They warned that the Tree of Life was capable of siphoning Earth's vital energy, and if depleted, the planet would face annihilation. Wukong halted his training, switched off the gravity device, and gathered his comrades to relay the gravity of the situation. In Chapter 64, Confrontation with the Musha Aliens, Destruction of the Tree of Life, Dr. Briefs lamented the wilting flowers his mother had nurtured. Bulma speculated whether her father had overwatered them. It's not just here, she remarked, noticing the grass wilting beneath their feet. It's the Tree of Life. Its growth is astonishingly rapid. Wukong, accompanied by Krillin and others, soared toward the tree's location. Wukong, Tien Shinhan proposed. The deity mentioned 5 trees of life. Should we split up? Wukong contemplated the idea, realizing that the trees would likely be guarded by Musha aliens. And given Krillin and the others' abilities, they might struggle against the aliens' mechs. He decided they should form pairs, Krillin with Yamcha, Tien with Kaiatsu. Piccolo insisted he required no assistance, declaring he could handle the confrontation alone. He sped westward, confident in his strength. Wukong had no intention of joining Piccolo, recognizing that Piccolo was more than capable of facing the foes. Krillin and Yamcha, however, needed the support of each other. Master Roshi did not participate, acknowledging that his time had passed. Wukong swiftly arrived at the verdant oasis in North City, where a colossal tree, now over 100 meters tall, cast a shadow over the sun, causing the city's skyscrapers to collapse. The devastation was apparent, and Wukong detected no life energy. The inhabitants of North City had perished. The Musha aliens were seen hauling corpses to the Tree of Life, where the roots ensnared the bodies, transforming them into desiccated remains before erasing all traces of them. Upon witnessing this scene, Wukong and his companions felt a chill run down their spines. Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave, intending to fell the tree, but to his astonishment, the energy was absorbed instead. Realizing that energy attacks were futile, Wukong evaded the incoming strikes from the approaching Musha aliens and darted behind the tree. Utilizing the Kaioken technique, he amplified his battle power and struck at the tree with all his might. The Musha aliens recognized his intent and rushed to impede him, extending their mechanical arms to restrain Wukong once more. Yet, Wukong was quick, delivering a blow to the tree before the aliens could reach him. As he prepared for another strike, the aliens unleashed a laser cannon from their backs, catching Wukong off guard and injuring him. Despite the pain, Wukong engaged the Musha aliens in combat, his training allowing him to slightly outpace them and anticipate their movements. The Musha aliens extended their mechanical arms to ensnare Wukong, who gripped one arm and activated the Kaioken technique at 3 times his normal strength, pulling with all his might. The alien retaliated by relentlessly pounding Wukong's head with its other arm. Despite the agony, Wukong persevered, determined to free himself. With a powerful effort, he unleashed the fourfold Kaioken. Tearing the mechanical arm apart, Wukong hurled the severed appendage aside, leaping atop the tree. He anticipated that the Musha aliens would hesitate to harm the tree, thus refraining from attacking. The aliens, however, grew a new mechanical arm from the severed stump, prompting Wukong to exclaim in frustration at their apparent cheating. Breathless yet undeterred, Wukong continued to pummel the tree, which remained remarkably resilient, shedding only a few leaves in response. The Musha aliens reached out with their mechanical arms to dislodge him from his perch. Wukong cleverly maneuvered, luring the aliens near the massive tree before launching his counteroffensive. He leaped onto one alien's head, utilizing the strength of the fourfold Kaioken to distort its mech's head, exposing the inner workings. As he fought, Wukong's speed increased, and the Musha aliens, wary of using their laser cannons, resorted to striking him with their fists. Wukong targeted the control room he had identified, delivering blow after blow, inflicting significant damage upon the alien machinery. With each decisive strike, the Musha alien's movement slowed, and Wukong summoned all his strength to strike at the mech's abdomen, creating a gaping hole. The energy from his fist struck the alien inside, who could only attempt to block it before succumbing to fatal injuries. The mech collapsed, lifeless, and Wukong delivered one final blow, rendering it completely inoperable, with the alien's body tumbling out. As the Musha alien lay dead, Wukong suddenly collapsed. Having exhausted every ounce of energy through the Kaioken technique, he felt an overwhelming fatigue coursing through his body, rendering even the act of reaching for a senzu bean a daunting task. Meanwhile, Krillin and Yamcha were embroiled in their own fierce battle against the Musha aliens. The duo attacked in tandem, but one alien landed a powerful blow on Krillin, sending him crashing to the ground. Enraged, Yamcha retaliated, managing to knock the alien down, but it swiftly regained its footing, delivering a punishing kick to Yamcha. The entire weight of the individual pressed down upon Yamcha, who raised a fist and struck him. The force of the blow left Yamcha feeling as though his very insides were shattering. Rising to his feet, Yamcha Klin fiercely kicked at the mouse alien, knocking its mechanical head askew. The mouse alien, releasing Yamcha, adjusted its head. With a gaze filled with despair, Yamcha looked at Klin, who produced a senzu bean and fed it to him. Just as it was inserted, the mouse alien landed a punch in Klin's abdomen, delivering a devastating blow that caused him to spit blood. The mouse alien relentlessly struck Klin's stomach, propelling him towards the riverbank, where he fell into the water, instantly staining it red. Due to the brutal assault, Yamcha found it difficult to even open his mouth. Watching Klin plunge into the river, he furiously bit down on the senzu bean, enduring the agonizing pain of broken bones as he swallowed it. Chapter 65. Baiku in peril. Once Yamcha's body had recovered, he did not attack the mouse alien, but swiftly flew over the river. The mouse alien, sensing that Yamcha was still alive and realizing his intent, extended its arm in an attempt to grasp him. Yamcha unleashed a Kamehameha wave, pushing the mouse alien away before diving into the water in search of Klin. As Klin slowly sank, memories of his companions, Wukong, Master Wutian, Bulma, Yamcha, Pu'er, Tianjin Fan, and Oolong, flooded his mind. It was so cold. Was this what death felt like? I haven't even married yet. How could I die? Yamcha swam rapidly towards Klin, who, in his dazed state, wondered if Yamcha had also perished. Dragging Klin onto the shore, Yamcha found that the mouse alien was not guarding the bank, but instead was busy collecting bodies. As the Tree of Life required vast amounts of vital energy to grow, the mouse alien dismissed Klin and the others, viewing humans as mere inferior beings. Klin, Yamcha urged, you need to expel the water and take this senzu bean. Searching his pockets, Yamcha discovered that only one senzu bean remained. When Klin regained consciousness, his mind was foggy as he looked at Yamcha, asking foolishly, is this heaven? Klin, we are not dead yet. How many senzu beans do you have left? I have none. Yamcha gave his last senzu bean to Klin. Inspecting the bag, Klin found one more senzu bean inside. Klin, we must devise a plan. Yamcha and Klin hid away to strategize against the mouse alien. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi were on the other side. Jiaozi, don't go over there. Jiaozi intended to sneak behind the mouse alien to control its movements, allowing Tianjin Fan to strike. However, before Jiaozi could reach the mouse alien's rear, he was struck by a mechanical arm and fell to the ground like a kite with its string cut. Jiaozi, Tianjin Fan flew over to catch him. I'm fine, Jiaozi said, wiping the blood from his mouth. You just control the mouse alien from a distance. Tianjin Fan leaped in front of the mouse alien. As Jiaozi restrained it, Tianjin Fan wrapped his fist around it, preparing to strike the control room as Jiaozi maintained his grip. Tianjin Fan was filled with rage because of Lan Chi's death. Get off my planet. Tianjin Fan's fury intensified as he swung both fists, while Jiaozi extended his hand, manipulating his psychic powers. Soon, the mouse alien broke free. Jiaozi's power faltering. Tianjin Fan, watch out. Tianjin Fan was kicked away by the mouse alien, which then attempted to strike him down. Tianjin Fan steadied himself, watching the mouse alien ascend. As he jumped down, the mouse alien followed. Tianjin Fan, be careful, Jiaozi warned. Tianjin Fan turned to see lasers firing towards him. He dodged the beams and flew upward, charging his Kamehameha wave. Since it required time to charge, Tianjin Fan asked Jiaozi for assistance in controlling the situation. Jiaozi nodded, and while the mouse alien was distracted by Tianjin Fan, he stealthily flew behind it, but was soon discovered. Jiaozi accelerated, clinging to the mouse alien as it attempted to shake him off. Jiaozi held on tightly, utilizing his psychic abilities with a determination to sacrifice himself. The mouse alien's movement slowed for a moment before it broke free, tossing Jiaozi aside. With a laser aimed at Jiaozi's face, it fired, and with a resounding blast, Jiaozi was knocked down. Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth, aiming the Kamehameha wave at the mouse alien's head. The energy sphere shot forth, and the mouse alien raised a hand to defend itself, but the immense energy obliterated the ground beneath them. With a smirk, Tianjin Fan swooped down to lift Jiaozi, preparing to give him a senzu bean. The mouse alien shot up from below, firing a laser at Tianjin Fan. He leaped onto the Tree of Life as the mouse alien ceased its laser assault, seemingly grasping the situation. Jiaozi, take the last senzu bean, Tianjin Fan urged. If I eat it, it would be wasted, and I can't be of any help. Jiaozi refused. Understanding Jiaozi's intent, Tianjin Fan consumed the last senzu bean and placed Jiaozi atop the Tree of Life. Tianjin Fan then jumped down, and the mouse alien lifted its leg to kick him, holding back some of its strength to avoid damaging the tree. Tianjin Fan accelerated, evading the mouse alien's punch and quickly distancing himself from its mechanical grasp. Jiaozi tilted his head, watching Tianjin Fan. You can do this, he thought before succumbing to unconsciousness. Piccolo transformed his hand into a blade, channeling all his energy into a thrust aimed at the mouse alien's heart. Instantly, the mouse alien's mech began to convulse, flailing wildly. Piccolo made another move, but this time was blocked. He had intended to strike at the abdomen. It seemed the control room lay in that direction. Piccolo unleashed a magical flash against the mouse alien and darted towards it. Before the mouse alien could react, Piccolo's hand blade plunged into its abdomen. The mech was punctured, but the mouse alien remained unscathed, retaliating with a laser blast. Having expended all his strength, Piccolo could not evade the attack and was struck, hurtling away. His arms severed and blood spilling everywhere. The mouse alien approached, and Piccolo helplessly watched as it advanced. With no hands, he could not consume a senzu bean. The mouse alien stepped on Piccolo. In agony, he groaned and spat blood. You lowly creature, how dare you injure me? The mouse alien seethed, stomping again and again. Sun Wukong utilized the Kaioken, relentlessly assaulting the tree of life, but to no avail. He found a sword and struck at the tree, yet it remained unaffected. This is troublesome, he thought, breaking the sword in frustration. He quickly asked the heavenly god for guidance. In the heavenly god temple, Bobo, take this divine sword to Wukong and help save Piccolo. The heavenly god, weakened by Piccolo's injury, felt their fates intertwined. If Piccolo perished, so would he. Worrying, Bobo supported the heavenly god. I'm fine, the heavenly god insisted, urging Bobo onward. I understand, Bobo replied, producing a magic carpet and flying towards Sun Wukong, the divine sword in hand. This is the sword used by the first heavenly god. A tremendous effort was required to obtain it. Sun Wukong spotted Bobo approaching and flew over to receive the divine sword, which bore a sharp blade and a gentle aura. Chapter 66. The Formal Confrontation. Wukong. Once you topple the tree, go immediately to save Piccolo, Bobo instructed before redirecting towards Piccolo. Though reluctant to aid Piccolo, the fate of the heavenly god was at stake. Sun Wukong brandished the divine sword, striking the tree of life, but it lacked any offensive power. What transpired was a profound exchange of thoughts between the celestial being and Sun Wukong. Wukong, envelop the sword blade with your vital energy to unleash its utmost power. It was indeed essential to harness the vital energy. Suspended in midair, Sun Wukong absorbed the vital energy from the earth. But the amount he acquired was scant compared to what the Tree of Life had absorbed. The vital energy enveloped the divine sword, which radiated a pure white luminescence. With his eyes closed, Sun Wukong unleashed a decisive strike towards the Tree of Life, cleaving it in two. Concerned that he had not sufficiently destroyed it, he severed its roots, rendering it incapable of drawing in vital energy, and the tree began to wither. With a powerful horizontal strike, the ground erupted beneath him, completely shattering the roots before he engulfed them in flames. The Tree of Life ignited instantly, and upon its demise, the vital energy it had absorbed returned to the earth. The surrounding wilted flora gradually regained their vitality, transforming back into a lush expanse of greenery. Once the destruction was complete, Sun Wukong soared towards Bic. By the time Bobo arrived, Bic had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Bobo executed a swift kick, and despite his modest power, he managed to distract the Mouse Star people, leading them away from Bic. With a resounding thud, Bobo was struck down by the Mouse Star people but rose again, quickly. Although Bobo was fast, his movements were soon anticipated. As Bobo dodged, a Mouse Star being landed a punch, striking him in the eye, sending him flying until he crashed into a withered tree, where he finally came to a halt. The Mouse Star being swiftly appeared before Bobo and unleashed a laser cannon. Bobo raised his hand to shield himself. And just as it was about to fire, Sun Wukong arrived in the nick of time, delivering a kick that sent the Mouse Star being sprawling. Bobo, take Bic and leave, Sun Wukong commanded before thrusting the divine sword into the abdomen of the Mouse Star mech, finally ending its existence. Bobo fed a mystical beam to Bic, who gazed at the half-kneeling Mouse Star mech with a sense of unresolved anger. He was determined to defeat them. After Sun Wukong felled the Tree of Life, an unexpected figure appeared behind him, delivering a heavy blow. The speed was so great that neither Bic nor the others noticed. Bic, with a serious expression, observed Dai Quan as he launched a barrage of attacks at Sun Wukong. Each punch landed on Sun Wukong's chest, rendering him unable to retaliate, causing the divine sword to tumble to the ground. Dai Quan was furious about the destruction of the Tree of Life, particularly knowing that it was Sun Wukong who had done it. He was indifferent to Sun Wukong's assaults on other Mouse Star beings, but the destruction of the tree was unacceptable. After consuming a mystical being, Bic's body rapidly healed, even regenerating his severed arm. Witnessing Sun Wukong being relentlessly assaulted ignited Bic's anger, and he focused immense energy at his fingertips. Sun Wukong grasped Dai Quan's fist, while Dai Quan stomped on his leg, fracturing bone with a sickening crack. The agony of the broken bone elicited a cry of pain from Sun Wukong, prompting Bobo to rush to his aid, only to be instantly struck down, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a large crater. The force was tremendous, rendering Bobo unconscious. Curse it. Bic's ultimate move still requires time. Sun Wukong, you must hold on. Enduring the pain, Sun Wukong retaliated with a Kamehameha wave directed at Dai Quan's mechanical hand. While the attack did little damage, it succeeded in pushing Dai Quan away. The moment Dai Quan distanced himself, Sun Wukong took flight, but Dai Quan pursued and captured him. Sun Wukong had no time to consume the mystical being, as Dai Quan held both of his arms captive, unleashing a barrage of punches, summoning strength from his waist. Sun Wukong kneed Dai Quan in the chin. Yet, this posed no threat to Dai Quan, who felt no pain. Finally, Bic completed his energy buildup and launched a magical wave at Dai Quan. Dai Quan's focus remained on Sun Wukong, oblivious to Bic's actions. Or perhaps he simply did not care. The magical wave struck Dai Quan's mechanical arm, causing it to emit blue lasers as Dai Quan released his grip on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong plummeted to the ground, but Bic swiftly dashed to catch him, quickly feeding him a mystical bean. Bic, thank you, Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude. And after they parted, they turned to face the airborne mouse star being, Dai Quan. Suddenly, Dai Quan's mech underwent a transformation, rapidly recovering from the damage inflicted by Bic. With astonishing speed, Dai Quan engaged in combat with Sun Wukong, who strained to match his pace, while Bic struggled to keep up and was ultimately overpowered. Observing the fierce exchange between Sun Wukong and Dai Quan, Bic noted the intensity of their battle echoing in the air. Their fists collided with great ferocity, landing blows on Sun Wukong, who, unlike Dai Quan, felt the pain. This is so unfair, Sun Wukong lamented as he fought back, striving to fend off the rapid assaults. Ultimately, the pain slowed Sun Wukong down, and Dai Quan pummeled him into the ground, causing Sun Wukong to stabilize his descent. Dai Quan followed, delivering a kick that created a deep crater upon impact. Bic charged forward to confront Dai Quan, who seized Bic and forcefully yanked at his arm. Bic opened his mouth to unleash a magical wave, but Dai Quan faced it head-on without any adverse effects, leaving Bic astonished. Dai Quan relentlessly kneed Bic in the abdomen. While Bic attempted to block the strikes with his legs, yet he still suffered. After all, Dai Quan was a mech, not flesh, thus, the clash of limbs favored Dai Quan. Struggling to escape Dai Quan's grasp, Bic felt his strength wane under the pressure. In a desperate act, Bic severed his own arms, plummeting downward. Sun Wukong, witnessing the two remaining mystical beings, consumed one, leaving one behind. He unleashed a five-fold Kaioken, surpassing his limits to amplify his combat prowess. A crimson aura enveloped Sun Wukong as he swiftly caught Bic and transported him to Bobo's side. Dai Quan unleashed a laser cannon aimed at them, but Sun Wukong deflected it. Bic, aware of his limitations against Dai Quan, albeit reluctant, refused to consume the last mystical being. Sun Wukong, I believe you can defeat him. This final bean is for you. Sun Wukong pocketed the bean, rising to confront Dai Quan, rebounding the laser cannon back. Dai Quan, quick as lightning, evaded the attack. The cannon struck the ground, creating large craters, while Sun Wukong maneuvered behind Dai Quan to deliver a punch. Dai Quan retaliated with a kick, and Sun Wukong did his utmost to avoid the blow, for he would be the one to feel the pain. Chapter 67, Kaioken. Krillin and Yamcha devised a plan and launched their assault on the Mouse Star beings. After executing a swift barrage of attacks, Krillin quickly exited the Mouse Star mech. As the Mouse Star being shifted its focus to Krillin, Yamcha seized the moment to strike. Engaging in a rotation of attacks, they repeatedly targeted the Mouse Star being's abdomen, cumulatively delivering powerful blows until it was finally dented. The Mouse Star being exited its mech, and Krillin witnessed the mech retreating and delivered a final strike, kicking it down. Unbeknownst to them, the Mouse Star being was rapidly escaping, their attention fixated on the mech. Observing the now motionless giant mech, Krillin and Yamcha fell to the ground, utterly exhausted. Yamcha, we did it. We finally defeated him, Krillin exclaimed with a triumphant smile. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan had also vanquished his Mouse Star opponent. Remembering the Mouse Star being, he opened its mech abdomen and unleashed a powerful energy wave. The Mouse Star being was unable to escape in time and was struck down. Its charred remains now in Tien Shinhan's possession. After Tianjin Fan confirmed his demise, he soared upwards, intent on bringing down the dumplings. However, he found himself devoid of strength, and as he embraced the dumplings, he plummeted. The roots of the Tree of Life extended, seemingly awaiting Tianjin Fan and his companions. Upon witnessing this, Tianjin Fan recalled the absorbed corpses and immediately unleashed a shockwave, altering his trajectory and landing on another side. After West City Bulma successfully constructed the cryogenic chamber, she placed Lan Chi inside for preservation. Concerned for Goku and the others, Bulma urged, Master Roshi, let us search for Goku. With a capsule thrown, an aircraft materialized, and Master Roshi, equally anxious for Goku, boarded without hesitation. Puer, worried about Yamcha, also joined them. As Bulma piloted the aircraft, her gaze fell upon the towering tree of life. Due to her apprehensions regarding the Mouse Planet warriors, she instructed Puer to scout ahead. Puer discovered the defeated Mouse warriors' mechas, alongside the fallen Krillin and Yamcha. Yamcha, Yamcha! Puer cried, tears streaming down his face. Noticing Puer's absence, Bulma and Master Roshi landed the plane nearby and proceeded on foot. Upon arrival, they were met with the sight of Yamcha and Krillin sprawled on the ground. While Puer wept over Yamcha's form, the two hurried towards them, and upon reaching Krillin, Master Roshi breathed a sigh of relief, sensing his life force still present. Puer, cease your tears. Yamcha yet lives. Bulma urged Puer to transform into a large creature to assist in carrying both Yamcha and Krillin. Master Roshi approached the mecha, questioning Bulma. Will you take this machine back for research? Being a scientist, Bulma was eager to examine such exquisite technology. She retrieved a capsule and stored the mecha inside. Since they lacked Senzu beans, they needed to take Tianjin Fan and Krillin to the hospital for treatment. Puer and Master Roshi, I leave you two in charge, Bulma declared, piloting another aircraft to search for Goku. Ultimately, Bulma did not locate Goku, but instead found Tianjin Fan and the dumplings, whose injuries were severe. Changing course, she transported them to the hospital before hastily setting out again to find Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Dai Quan had been engaged in battle for some time. Fearing damage to the Tree of Life, Dai Quan lured Sun Wukong to an open area. Piccolo picked up the Sword of God, but its magical essence resisted his touch. He tossed it at Bobo, who awakened to find the sword before him. Bobo, fetch the Senzu beans, Piccolo commanded. Bobo handed the sword to Piccolo before soaring away on his magic carpet. Piccolo, frustrated by the sword's resistance, cast it to the ground and stepped on it. Angered, the sword retaliated by striking Piccolo's head. Why are you angry? If you had the ability, you would cut down the Tree of Life. Piccolo scoffed at the sword. In response to his disdain, the sword unsheathed itself and swung towards the Tree of Life, yet it proved futile. Indeed, it cannot even fell a tree. Piccolo mocked once more. Dai Quan, noticing that Sun Wukong could harm his mecha and keep pace with him, resolved to unleash his ultimate attack. Firing countless laser blasts at Sun Wukong, which could even bend around corners to follow him. Sun Wukong ascended swiftly, evading the onslaught. With a sly grin, he redirected the lasers towards Dai Quan, who recognized Sun Wukong's intentions and attempted to outpace him. With a burst of six-fold Kaioken, Sun Wukong surged behind Dai Quan, who could not evade in time, resulting in a clash of laser against laser, neutralizing each other. Sun Wukong pivoted, unleashing the Kamehameha at close range, inflicting damage to Dai Quan's back. The impact reverberated through Dai Quan's body, destabilizing his mecha. After a series of relentless attacks, Dai Quan's mecha bore a significant dent. The Sword of God, scorned by Piccolo, flew into Sun Wukong's hands. He seized it and aimed for the mecha, channeling Kaioken through the blade to sever its arm. Suddenly, the crimson energy enveloping Sun Wukong dissipated, leaving him drained of strength, and he began to fall. Piccolo swiftly caught him, administering a Senzu bean. Thanks, Piccolo, Sun Wukong said, rising to continue his battle with Dai Quan. Suddenly, Sun Wukong noticed an immense power emanating from Dai Quan's mecha, enveloped in a colossal aura. Dai Quan swiftly maneuvered behind Sun Wukong, delivering a kick to Piccolo that sent him tumbling, then struck Sun Wukong, launching him far away. Enraged, Dai Quan lamented the destruction of his mecha by a lesser being. As Dai Quan approached with remarkable speed, Sun Wukong found himself unable to keep up with the rapid movements. Realizing he could not match Dai Quan's velocity without employing Kaioken, he considered the consequences on his body. With no time to ponder, Sun Wukong invoked eightfold Kaioken, a red aura encircling him as he prepared for a swift resolution. In Chapter 68, defeating Dai Quan, Sun Wukong leaped to evade Dai Quan's assault, swiftly slashing at his left arm. In the heat of battle, another of Dai Quan's mechanical arms was severed. Infuriated, Dai Quan attempted to kick Sun Wukong, who evaded and somersaulted behind him, delivering a decisive strike to the mecha's body. The mecha plummeted, its control room door swinging open, allowing the Mouse warriors to escape. Although Sun Wukong witnessed this, he was utterly fatigued from using Kaioken and had exhausted his Senzu beans. Unable to sustain flight, he fell from the sky. Bulma, piloting the aircraft, spotted Sun Wukong descending and accelerated to maximum speed, aiming to catch him. Piccolo, himself low on energy, saw Sun Wukong plummeting and dashed towards him. He caught Sun Wukong, and they both fell together, but Piccolo's weight spared Sun Wukong from severe injury. Sun Wukong, immobilized, urged Piccolo to pursue the fleeing mouse warriors. Piccolo hesitated before Bulma landed the aircraft and rushed to Sun Wukong, lifting him aboard. "No, I must deal with the Tree of Life," Sun Wukong protested. "Fool, you are gravely injured. How will you destroy the Tree of Life?" Bulma complained as she cautiously placed Sun Wukong in a rear seat. "Do not worry. Bobo has already retrieved the Senzu Beans." Piccolo interrupted Bulma's piloting. He sensed Bobo's energy approaching. Bobo delivered the Senzu Beans to Sun Wukong and Piccolo, who consumed them, instantly healing their wounds and restoring their strength. "Bulma, I will take care of the Tree of Life. You stay back," Sun Wukong declared, seizing the Sword of God and proceeding to cleave the tree. Piccolo set off to pursue Dai Quan, now that he was without his mecha and difficult to locate due to his diminutive stature. Bic was speculating whether Dai Quan was seeking other mice star beings or returning to the spacecraft, but he chose to wait at the spacecraft. After Sun Wukong dealt with the Tree of Life, he prepared to resolve the Trees of Life at Krillin and Tianjin Fan's location. Bulma accompanied him, and Sun Wukong carried Bulma as they flew over, with Wukong confirming the direction. After Sun Wukong managed to address the two Trees of Life, one more tree remained unresolved. "Bulma, I must go and deal with the remaining mice star beings. Would you like to return to Shidu first?" Sun Wukong expressed concern for Bulma's safety, urging her to go back. "Wukong, I want to stay with you. I trust that you can protect me," Bulma insisted, not returning but instead following Sun Wukong to the location of the last Tree of Life. Yamcha and Krillin had just returned from the hospital, with Bobo bringing Senzu Beans for them. After Krillin and Tianjin Fan regained their strength, they hurried to the spacecraft as arranged by Sun Wukong. "Wukong, where should I be placed?" Bulma pointed to the summit of the high rock near the Tree of Life, an area with a splendid view. "All right, Bulma is in danger. We must flee immediately," Sun Wukong instructed. "Don't worry, I will be mindful of my safety," Bulma urged Wukong to hurry. Sun Wukong, wielding the Sword of the Gods, swiftly flew towards the Tree of Life, where 3 mice star mechas were stationed. Upon spotting Sun Wukong, they launched an attack. Aware through messages from other mice star beings that this lowly creature had destroyed their Tree of Life, the mice star mechas locked onto Sun Wukong's position, unleashing a barrage of laser cannons. Sun Wukong evaded the lasers, instantly appearing behind them, leaving the mice star beings astonished by his sudden disappearance. With a swift stroke, he struck each one down. As he grew stronger in battle, the 3 mice star beings found themselves utterly helpless against him. Their bodies were cleaved in two, and Bulma watched in awe as Wukong dispatched the mice star beings effortlessly. "Wukong, you look so cool," Bulma gushed, her admiration evident as she piloted the aircraft to collect the mechas into capsules. After Sun Wukong resolved the last Tree of Life, Earth regained its former vitality. Next, he needed to head to Baozi Mountain to regroup with Tianjin Fan and the others. At Baozi Mountain, Tianjin Fan and Bic fiercely attacked the spacecraft's entrance. Yet the door showed no signs of damage. They intended to trap the mice star beings on Earth, ensuring they could not escape. According to the insights gleaned from the mice star beings' memories, their home planet possessed advanced civilization technology, and they were also highly aggressive. If their home planet learned of the situation on Earth, it would be perilous. Moreover, they had a specialized military, and the mice star beings on Earth were merely a standard deployment team. Dai Quan, being a mere squad leader, had superior equipment compared to other mice star beings, indicating that dealing with a general or higher rank would be considerably challenging. If they became aware of Earth's circumstances, it would spell danger for the planet. A diminutive mice star being was hastening toward the spacecraft. "Damn it, those lowly creatures have obliterated my entire squad and destroyed the Tree of Life." Bic unleashed a magical wave, creating a small hole in the door. "Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, how about we simply move the spacecraft? That way, the mice star beings won't find it," Krillin suggested, his mind racing with ideas. "I never expected you to be so quick-witted, Krillin," Yamcha remarked, giving Krillin a pat on the head. "Let's each lift it in a different direction," Yamcha proposed as he moved to the other side of the spacecraft, gripping it tightly. "But where do we move it to?" Jiaozi inquired beside Tianjin Fan, puzzled. "To Bulma's house," I guarantee she will be interested, Krillin assured, thumping his chest confidently. Right. How did I not think of that? Jiaozi nodded eagerly. Bick, come help us. They realized the spacecraft was exceedingly heavy, and it took all their strength to get it moving. Bick, sensing Daichuan's presence, noted that the mice star being had not yet returned. Surprised that they were using their brains, Bick flew over to assist. Yamcha, Krillin, let's maintain the same speed. Fly slowly, Bick commanded, noticing Yamcha was lagging, causing the spacecraft to tilt. All right, Krillin and Yamcha adjusted their speeds to synchronize with the group. Chapter 70. Moving the spacecraft. When Sun Wukong and Bulma arrived at Baozi Mountain, they discovered the spacecraft was missing. Had Yamcha and the others moved it? Bulma noticed something green in the distance, but by the time she approached, it had vanished. Wukong, I think I just saw a mice star being, Bulma remarked, suspecting it resembled the mice star corpse her mother had given her. Where? Sun Wukong shielded Bulma behind him, sensing the mice star's aura. Found it. Sun Wukong quickly flew forward. Daikwan, upon seeing Sun Wukong approach, was filled with rage, blaming him for the destruction of everything he held dear. However, due to Daichuan's diminutive size and the wooded surroundings, he was nearly impossible to locate, proving to be quite elusive. Sun Wukong toppled a row of trees, but the mice star being was too swift and small to hit. Bulma produced her previously shrunken watch. Wukong, use this, she tossed it to him. Sun Wukong caught it, recognizing it as the invention Bulma created to ride on the Nimbus cloud. Upon pressing a button, he shrank in size, gazing up at the towering trees, which now appeared colossal. Observing the world from a different perspective was fascinating. After shrinking, Sun Wukong found everything incredibly novel. He leapt onto a leaf, sliding down and landing amidst the grass. It was time to get serious. Sensing Daichuan's presence, he noted that Daikwan was attempting to escape. Sun Wukong leaned close to Bulma's ear, instructing, Bulma, you should head home. The home he referred to was his residence at Baozi Mountain. Bulma nodded and piloted the aircraft back, relieved that the mice star beings had not discovered their location, which could have led to destruction. Bulma glanced at her tracking robot, wondering where Krillin and the others had gone. She activated the tracking robot, sending it to locate Krillin and the others. Bulma had programmed the data, ensuring that once a specific image was input, the robot would automatically track it. However, it required more than just a simple photo. Comprehensive data input was necessary. The tracking robot soared out from the house and headed westward. Bulma activated the electronic screen, which displayed the tracking robot's perspective in real time. Daikwan, not seeing Sun Wukong, breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he turned to leave, he was startled by the sudden appearance of Sun Wukong before him, causing Daikwan to tumble over in fright. Hello again. Sun Wukong greeted the mice star being, now perceiving them as somewhat endearing, yet he did not slacken his guard due to their appearance. What? Where did you come from? Daikwan exclaimed, noticing the stark difference between this earthling and those he had encountered previously. Could it be that earthlings had transformed similarly? While Daikwan was momentarily distracted, Sun Wukong struck him with a punch. Daikwan fell but quickly rose to retaliate with a kick, which Sun Wukong deftly avoided. Although Daichuan's strength was formidable, he was soon overcome by Sun Wukong. Fearful of pain, Daikwan shielded his head after receiving several punches, exclaiming, Damn, earthlings are so rude. Sun Wukong, unable to comprehend his words, found him quite loud. With a swift chop of his hand, he rendered Daikwan unconscious and grasped him by the scruff of his neck, soaring towards the temple of the gods. Sun Wukong examined Daichuan's green fur, questioning whether it was dyed. The previous ones had brown fur. Could it be that fur color denoted rank? Bick, let us pause for a moment to rest. Klin's hands were propped up for too long, causing an overwhelming fatigue, especially under the weight of this spacecraft. Certainly, we shall rest by the river ahead. There is a suitable clearing, he replied. However, even Bick felt some strain in his hands from managing the ship. Initially, seeing Klin silent, he deemed it unnecessary to speak first. My arms ache terribly, Klin lamented as he massaged his sore limbs, reflecting that this exertion surpassed even Master Wu Tian's rigorous training. He felt as though his arms might snap under the strain. Klin lay down on the grass, gazing up at the azure sky, pondering how Wukong fared. Convinced that he must have triumphed, Bick, from an unknown source, procured a bounty of fruits for Klin and Yamcha. Thank you, Yamcha expressed, surprised at Bick's unexpected generosity. Yet he remained courteous. The others, including Jiaozi and Tianjin Fan, conveyed their gratitude, but Bick, feigning indifference, remained stoic. Although his green visage betrayed no flush, the slight curl of his lips hinted at his inner contentment. As hunger gripped Clin and the others, he suggested, Clin, Tianjin fan, let us go fishing. Bic, you guard the ship. Yamcha shed his jacket and leapt into the water. Bic did not respond verbally, yet his body instinctively moved to protect the spacecraft. After they grilled the fish, they inquired if Bic would join them. He simply shook his head, stating that he required only water. Bic, life necessitates sustenance, Clin insisted, presenting him with a sizable piece of meat. Bic glanced at Clin and then shut his eyes, ignoring him. Clin stood awkwardly before him, conceding, very well. Clin, do not mind him. If he does not wish to eat, so be it, Yamcha said, beginning to eat on his own. Once Clin and the others had their fill, Bic directed his hand toward the robot, launching an attack. Bulma, operating the robot, evaded the strike and activated the communicator. Bic, do not attack. It's me, Bulma. Bulma, what is happening? Clin ascended to examine the robot, his large face appearing on the screen. Clin, do not fly so close. Bulma, are you with Wukong? What is his condition? Clin inquired about Wukong's situation. I separated from Wukong. Upon arriving at Baozi Mountain, we discovered the spacecraft was missing and surmised that you had moved it. Wukong is currently battling that green mouse alien alone. Bulma relayed the situation to Clin and the others. Upon hearing this, Bic and the others were not concerned, knowing that Wukong had previously defeated their mechanized forms. A mere mouse alien posed no threat. Meanwhile, in Shidu, tranquility reigned. Master Roshi observed the revitalized flora, realizing that Wukong and his companions had succeeded once again in saving the Earth. He stroked his beard, reflecting on their valor as Wukong and his friends had once again rescued the planet. Master Roshi, shall we have some tea? We can leave the planet's salvation to Wukong and his team, Dr. Briefs offered, presenting a teacup to Master Roshi. This oolong tea is delightful. Master Roshi replied leisurely as they sipped their tea. My dear, Master Wu Tian, do sample this. Bulma's mother brought forth a platter of small cakes. After the incident with the mouse aliens, son Wukong and his companions resided at Bulma's home, where she diligently worked on a portable communication device. Wukong, take a look at this, Bulma urged, her progress impressive, aided by the resources of the Capsule Corporation. Indeed, we can also incorporate video features, Wukong suggested, sharing insights on modern mobile phone functionalities. Clin and Yamcha also trained at Bulma's home, transforming the atmosphere into one filled with lively energy. Occasionally, Master Roshi would visit, accompanied by Mr. Turtle. 3 days later, Bulma presented the perfected mobile device to Wukong and the others, enhancing their ability to communicate, while Capsule Corporation expanded its product offerings. Concurrently, Clin and Yamcha became employees of Capsule Corporation, earning an annual salary of 2 million, with provisions included and potential for future increases. This arrangement allowed them to focus on training without the burden of financial concerns. Clin, come here. Bulma assigned him a task to venture to the far side of Earth, specifically to Kabushin, to seek out the eggshells of the Yabunio bird. The eggshells were notoriously tough, while the birds themselves were fierce and agile, making them difficult to find for an ordinary person. Luckily, he was among a group of extraordinary individuals. Bulma, is there something you require of me? Clin inquired. Aware of his responsibilities as an employee, Bulma detailed the location of Kabushin and provided descriptions of the Yabunio bird. Understood, boss, Clin acknowledged, grasping the map as he prepared to fly to Kabushin. Clin, where are you off to? Yamcha emerged from the gravity chamber, noticing Clin's sudden departure. I'm going to find Yabunio eggshells, Clin replied over his shoulder. Meanwhile, Yamcha and Tianjin Fan were also busy. Bulma had tasked them with diving into the ocean to procure deep-sea pearls, known for their beauty-enhancing properties, a pursuit that naturally appealed to Bulma's vanity. Son Wukong remained in the training room, having adjusted the gravity to 100 times normal. Noticing that Clin and the others were absent, he surmised that Bulma had enlisted them for tasks. Wukong supported Bulma's initiative, as it allowed everyone to remain together. With tasks arranged, Bulma leisurely enjoyed her afternoon tea. Mother, this cake is delightful. May I have a cup of black tea? By the way, Bulma, when do you plan to marry? Bulma's mother inquired, eager for gossip. Mother, Wukong is not yet of age. Please refrain from such talk, Bulma replied, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Wukong, can you hear me? Bobo has located the individual responsible for altering memories. I heard. The deity replied as Wukong exited the gravity chamber, intending to visit the heavenly palace. But not before indulging in a good bath. Wukong, where are you headed? Bulma had prepared attire for him, a lightweight martial arts uniform. I am going to the heavenly palace. Bulma, will you accompany me? After washing away the sweat, Wukong felt refreshed. Yes, I would like to go. I have never been to the heavenly palace and am curious about the deity's appearance. Bulma expressed her eagerness. Although Klin had mentioned that the deity resembled Bick, her curiosity remained piqued. Bick, with keen ears, overheard Bulma and Wukong's conversation. He concluded his training and stepped outside. Bick, are you also coming? Bulma inquired, observing Bick, whose height had now matched Wukong's, a remarkable transformation from a year prior when he was merely a child. Bick, what is your age now? Bulma asked, her curiosity about Bick's age evident. However, Bick, maintaining his aloof demeanor, refrained from answering. The reason for his reticence eluded him. He possessed the memories of the Demon King Bick and was intrinsically linked to the deity, who was several centuries old. He pondered whether to consider the deity's age or his own, a question no one seemed to contemplate. Wukong emerged from his bath, noticing Bulma and Bick standing awkwardly together. What is the matter with you two? Wukong, do you think Bick is 2 years old or several hundred? Bulma asked, her tone serious as Wukong contemplated the inquiry. Finding it perplexing, I cannot provide a definitive answer to that. Perhaps we should inquire with the deity, Wukong suggested, passing the question to the deity. As they arrived at the heavenly palace, Bulma disembarked from Wukong's embrace, admiring the celestial structure. It was quite splendid, although the air was thin, rendering her breathless momentarily until she acclimated. Bulma gazed at the deity, covering her mouth in astonishment. She truly resembled Piccolo, hiding behind Son Goku. She felt that this deity was rather intimidating. Bobo, where are you? Son Goku held Bulma's hand and approached Bobo. Upon seeing Bobo, Bulma found him even more terrifying. His entire form was black, with 2 large eyes peering out. Bulma, this is Mr. Bobo, the attendant of the deity, Son Goku reassured her, urging Bulma not to be afraid. Mr. Bobo displayed a self-assured smile, which only heightened Bulma's fear, with his ebony skin and pearly white teeth. Bobo led Son Goku and Bulma to a room. Goku, the sage Zunyi is currently at Zunyi Lin Mountain. You can enter here to find him. Bulma was immensely curious about someone capable of altering memories. Naturally, Piccolo followed suit. Initially, Bulma intended to inquire about the deity's age, but upon seeing the deity's demeanor, she decided it would be prudent to refrain from asking. Gripping Son Goku tightly, Bulma leaped inside, with Piccolo following closely behind. Goku, Piccolo, when you wish to leave, call my name, and I shall pull you up, Bobo instructed them. At Zunyi Lin Mountain, Bulma looked around in confusion at the desolate landscape, questioning why there were no trees. Wasn't it supposed to be a forested mountain? Son Goku closed his eyes to sense the energy around him. In the distance, he detected numerous presences. It must be a village. Suddenly, Piccolo darted off in a particular direction, prompting Bulma to ask, Piccolo, where are you going? In the direction Piccolo had taken, there was a powerful presence, certainly not an ordinary one. That must be the sage Zunyi, Son Goku said as he flew with Bulma towards the source. Flying over the barren land, they soon encountered a vast expanse of woodland and lakes. Piccolo focused on an old man fishing by the lake, the energy emanating from him unmistakable. You are the sage Zunyi, Piccolo said, regarding the old man with a haughty glance. The sage merely cast a sidelong glance at Piccolo before returning to his fishing, seemingly indifferent. Feeling slighted, Piccolo's anger flared. I am Piccolo Daimao. He launched an attack at the sage, although his intention was not to cause harm, but rather to issue a threat. When Bulma and Son Goku arrived, they intervened to stop Piccolo. He shot a glance at Son Goku and ignored him. This old man is peculiar. He actually dodged my attack, Piccolo remarked as he halted, intrigued by the sage. This old man is not simple, Piccolo assessed. Son Goku noted how effortlessly the sage avoided Piccolo's strike, his movements remarkably swift. He set Bulma down and approached the sage. Bulma, would you like to join me for some fishing? Bulma sensed the atmosphere was somewhat off, yet she trusted Goku. Son Goku fashioned a simple fishing rod for Bulma. Piccolo, arms crossed, looked at Son Goku in confusion, unable to grasp his intentions. The sage continued fishing, ignoring their presence. Piccolo, are you not hungry? All right. I forgot you can subsist on water, Son Goku replied nonchalantly, while secretly observing the sage. The sage felt a curiosity stirred by Son Goku's antics, wondering why the boy was not inquiring about him. Piccolo, come over here, Son Goku beckoned, though Piccolo remained unaware of Goku's intentions. I've caught a fish, Bulma exclaimed as she felt her rod tugging and pulled it up. While Son Goku entertained Piccolo and Bulma with stories, the sage's ears perked up, paying attention to their chatter. Amidst their noise, the fish fled, yet they were unconcerned. Shoo, Bulma, the fish are coming, Son Goku warned, noticing fish swimming closer. Bulma immediately hushed herself. Another fish, I am amazing, she exclaimed, placing her catch into a bucket. Bulma, time is running short. I will dive in to catch fish. Piccolo, shall we have a competition to see who can catch more fish in 10 minutes? Son Goku declared, removing his clothing but keeping his shorts on, while Piccolo remained fully clothed. I'll count down. 3, 2, 1, go. Bulma brought out her cooking machine. The sage curiously glanced at Bulma's robot, wondering what it was. Having spent hundreds of years at Zunyi Lin Mountain without venturing out, he was filled with curiosity about the unfamiliar. As Bulma tossed out another gadget, a small travel house, she retrieved drinks from the fridge. Observing the sage still fishing, she offered him a chilled soda. Would you like some? Bulma asked. The sage accepted it gratefully. Thank you, young lady. This soda is delightful, orange-flavored. I wonder if you enjoy other flavors? Bulma took out her phone to snap photos of the beautiful scenery. Meanwhile, Son Goku and Piccolo dove into the lake to catch fish, with Son Goku moving extraordinarily fast, catching 2 fish in a flash. With a splash, they tossed their catches onto the shore, and Bulma began counting her fish, placing them into the machine. After tallying, the sage reeled in his fishing rod. Little girl, who are those 2 boys? One is my boyfriend, and the other is Piccolo Daimao, Bulma replied, retrieving a cake from the fridge, which the sage eagerly requested to share. As they enjoyed their treats, the sage directly asked, Why have you come to find me? Bulma, straightforward as ever, inquired, You are the sage Zunyi? Indeed, I am the illustrious sage Zunyi. I did not expect my fame to endure for centuries, yet here I am, still remembered, he boasted. That was what Mr. Bobo said. Bulma clarified, denying any prior knowledge. Ah, so it was Bobo, the sage remarked, his demeanor shifting. Bulma proceeded to inform the sage about the mouse people and their memory alteration abilities. After listening, the sage did not immediately respond, but instead began recounting stories from the past, which piqued Bulma's curiosity as she listened attentively to tales from centuries ago. When 10 minutes elapsed, Bulma tossed a small red flag into the water. Son Goku emerged with 3 fish, while Piccolo, whose arms could extend, triumphantly displayed 7 fish. After counting, Son Goku had 1 more fish than Piccolo, thus claiming victory. Greetings, Sage Zunyi. I am Son Goku, and this green fellow is Piccolo, Son Goku said, having dressed again and greeting the sage naturally. I am aware of your intentions. Should you desire my assistance, you must fulfill my requirements, the sage stated, his mouth watering at the scent of grilled fish. Son Goku sat across from the sage, pondering what the sage might ask of him. Let me finish my meal first, the sage urged eagerly as he began to feast, reminiscing about what he had eaten over the years. Once Son Goku and his companions had their fill, the sage instructed them to retrieve a golden pig box from an ancient castle deep within the forest. Bulma stared at the sage in bewilderment. The journey to the castle is fraught with peril. Are you sure you wish to proceed? The sage cautioned. Of course I want to go, Son Goku replied, feeling the thrill of adventure. Bulma, you stay here with the sage while Piccolo and I venture forth. We shall return shortly, Son Goku assured her, flying off with Piccolo toward the castle. Bulma, do you have any more snacks? Please bring them out, the sage said, displaying a childlike enthusiasm for snacks. All right, Bulma replied, retrieving her treats as she and the sage settled in to watch a television show together. In a contest of speed, Bike and Suin Wukong found themselves racing through the skies. As Suin Wukong glanced downward, he beheld an ancient ruin adorned with numerous sculptures. Suddenly, both warriors plummeted from the heavens, the sensation akin to being crushed under the weight of a colossal stone, rendering them immobile. With a resounding thud, they landed heavily upon the ground, causing the stone's surface to fracture. The gravity here was astonishingly intense, approximately 150 times that of their usual environment. Although Suin Wukong had acclimatized to a gravity of 100 times, he felt little strain, while Bike, having only adapted to 40 times, found himself incapacitated. Are you all right, Bike? Suin Wukong inquired, channeling his energy to counteract the oppressive force. Bike struggled to rise, barely managing to do so, yet lacking the agility of his companion. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently as a stone sculpture advanced toward them. Both warriors dashed to evade its impending collision. However, due to the overwhelming gravity, Suin Wukong was knocked down by the stone figure, which bore down upon him. He executed a swift roll to evade it, while Bike was pinned beneath the weight of the sculpture. Suin Wukong unleashed an energy sphere, shattering the stone and freeing Bike. They pressed onward, either dodging or destroying the relentless stone sculptures that seemed to resurrect after each defeat. Arrows made of stone shot forth, surrounding them in a fierce assault. Bike was struck in the arm, prompting Suin Wukong to obliterate the arrows with another energy sphere, pulling Bike to safety as they fled deeper into the ruins. A stone sculpture loomed overhead, crashing down, but Suin Wukong attempted to punch it away, only to find himself pinned instead by the immense weight. The two were ensnared within the stony labyrinth for 3 days, transitioning from a defensive stance to a counteroffensive, with Suin Wukong predominantly leading the charge. Bike, move aside, he warned as a sculpture barreled toward his companion. With a swift motion, Suin Wukong shoved the stone figure aside and darted behind Bike, pushing him out of harm's way. The sculpture collided with Suin Wukong, who retaliated with a powerful punch, shattering it into fragments. As Suin Wukong's energy surged, Bike gazed in disbelief at his transformed friend. Golden electricity crackled around Suin Wukong, his hair shifting from black to a brilliant hue, radiating an overwhelming aura. Suin Wukong unleashed a barrage of energy spheres, reducing the stone sculptures to mere dust, leaving the area eerily vacant. Gradually, his energy subsided, and Bike, still astonished, eyed the remnants of the stone forest before returning his gaze to Suin Wukong. Bike, stop dawdling. We must move, he urged as a narrow path emerged from the ruins. Bike scrambled to his feet, racing along the path with Suin Wukong close behind, on the brink of transforming into a Super Saiyan. To access the ancient castle, they needed to traverse the stone forest, crocodile lake, and the energy sphere array. Inside the castle, numerous traps awaited, including rapid lead balls and ravenous crows, presenting challenges that tested their resolve. Meanwhile, Bulma watched anxiously as 3 days had passed without any word from Suin Wukong. I hope Master Roshi and the others are safe, she fretted. Rest assured, they are not in any mortal danger, Master Roshi replied, blissfully enjoying his ice cream while watching television. At his reassurance, Bulma relaxed, engaging him in discussions about the show's plot. At Kaboom Mountain, Krillin hesitated at the entrance, wary of the enormous and ferocious Yabbard. As he soared past, the bird pecked at his head, leaving it swollen and red. Get away, you brute, he exclaimed, shoving the creature aside. Yet, the Yabbard seized Krillin, who struggled to free himself before landing on its back. As the other Yabbards launched their attacks, Krillin held on tightly, strategizing not to harm the beast. Seizing an opportunity, he evaded the onslaught and ducked away. However, the Yabbards retaliated with droppings, some landing on Krillin's bald head, leaving him disoriented and sticky. Feeling unclean despite washing in the river, he was relieved to have brought his capsule house with him. With a pop, the house appeared, and Krillin hurried inside to shower, lathering himself in fragrant soap. Afterward, he contemplated how to approach the others. Though he could fly quickly, the sheer number of birds posed a significant challenge, especially in locating the eggs. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ocean, Yamcha and Tenshinhan piloted their submarines underwater. However, shortly after their descent, the weather shifted dramatically, turbulent winds whipping through the water. Yamcha, look out for the whirlpool. We must accelerate to avoid being caught, Tenshinhan warned. Realizing the peril, Yamcha and Tenshinhan worked together to avert disaster as their submarines neared collision. Yamcha unleashed a Kamehameha wave toward the rear of the submarine, but the whirlpool's formidable pull hindered their escape. On his second attempt, he summoned a more powerful Kamehameha, propelling their vessel out of the whirlpool's grasp. Outside, dark clouds loomed, and rain began to pour as Tenshinhan executed his own Kamehameha, successfully breaking free from the whirlpool. Just as they thought they were safe, the water surface roiled violently, causing the submarines to lurch. Ah, Tenshinhan, we're going to be devoured. Both warriors gasped in terror, oblivious to the colossal whale that had appeared above them. In a swift motion, their submarines were engulfed within the creature's maw. Back at the crocodile lake, Suin Wukong and Bike fought their way through, with Suin Wukong incapacitating the crocodiles and roasting them with Kamehameha waves. Bike lay battered on the ground, one arm severely injured. Although he had managed to adjust to the gravity, he could only move as clumsily as a regular human. Suin Wukong shared a similar plight, covered in wounds and devoid of senzu beans. However, despite his injuries, Suin Wukong felt a surge of energy. A good meal and rest would restore him rapidly. He tore the crocodile skin, lamenting the lack of sauce. This tasteless meat is unbearable. I should have brought some seasoning capsules. They had anticipated a quick return. Yet the challenges of the ancient castle proved to be exhilarating. Suin Wukong used the crocodile skin to fetch water for Bike. Do you still have the strength to drink? He asked. I can try, Bike replied, attempting to rise but failing. Suin Wukong supported him, helping Bike to drink. Chapter 74. Entering the ancient castle after quenching his thirst. Bike succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep, albeit with his eyes wide open. In the dead of night, when Suin Wukong arose to relieve himself, he was startled to find Bike's unblinking gaze. Once satiated, Suin Wukong's strength was instantly restored, though his body remained weary. As darkness enveloped the land, Suin Wukong sought a comfortable spot and lay down to rest. On the following day, Suin Wukong had fully recuperated, and Bike's arm had also regenerated. They soon encountered an onslaught of energy spheres raining down upon them. Their options were to evade or deflect the energy balls. But the optimal strategy was to unleash a power greater than the spheres themselves, thereby neutralizing them. As Suin Wukong dashed forward, he quickly found himself repelled. The sheer number of energy spheres was overwhelming, and his speed was insufficient. Bike, upon entering the fray, was struck by an energy sphere that sent him soaring towards the crocodile lake. The crocodiles, having suffered losses at the hands of Suin Wukong and Bike, awaited eagerly with mouths agape. In a swift somersault, Bike turned to face the ravenous reptiles, harnessing the shockwave from a colossal energy sphere to propel himself back. Those crocodiles that sought to feast instead became prey, floating charred and lifeless. After retreating, Suin Wukong gazed at the roasted crocodiles, his hunger rekindled. He indulged in another meal before pressing onward. With each passing moment, Suin Wukong's speed increased, bringing him closer to the ancient castle, while Bike also made progress. Although not as swift as Suin Wukong, he had improved enough to evade the energy spheres momentarily. Each time they were repelled, Suin Wukong's strength grew further. As he adeptly dodged energy spheres, Suin Wukong prepared to break free from the barrage, only to encounter a massive energy sphere blocking his ascent to the staircase. Caught off guard, he was sent reeling, and Bike, distracted by Suin Wukong's plight, was also knocked down. They both braced their feet against the floor to prevent falling into the lake. Just as Suin Wukong prepared to leap forward, his stomach growled with hunger. He paused to eat while observing Bike's maneuvers, noting a significant improvement in Bike's speed. Uncertain of what Krillin and the others were doing, Suin Wukong, after satisfying his hunger, performed stretching exercises to warm up before tossing the crocodiles into the lake. Bike, I'll wait for you, he called out, swiftly dodging all the energy spheres to reach the castle entrance. How swift, Bike mused, a smile creeping onto his face as he resolved to exert himself as well. I'm entering the castle first, Suin Wukong declared, not waiting for Bike, whose current abilities would not suffice for immediate passage. Okay, Bike responded, only to be struck by an energy sphere, forcing him to start anew. Suin Wukong attempted to push the door open, but it resisted his efforts. Undeterred, he summoned a tremendous aura around him, aspiring to transform into a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, the old hermit, Xin Xianren, suddenly sat up. Surprised by the energy emanating from the castle, and a smirk formed on his lips, sensing a leisurely life ahead. In the heavenly temple, Lord Kami. This formidable aura is felt by Suin Wukong and the others, they noted. At Kame House, the turtle hermit, engrossed in his magazine, sensed the overwhelming energy. Wukong is growing stronger, he sighed with admiration. Grandpa Turtle, would you like some shaved ice? Lanshi offered 3 cups from the kitchen. Thank you, Lanshi, the turtle hermit exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he crawled over. A golden aura enveloped Suin Wukong, an endless stream of power surging from within. Thus manifested the Super Saiyan transformation. His hair turned golden, and a radiant glow surrounded him, his expression shifting to one of cold seriousness. Suin Wukong leaped with agility, dodging the lead spheres, as 100 of them blocked his path. He could have obliterated the castle outright, yet he yearned for the thrill of the challenge. The lead spheres swung incessantly, Positioned precariously above corrosive water, a fall would spell certain doom. The spheres were immense and densely clustered. Without adequate speed, he would be swiftly overwhelmed. In a mere 10 seconds, Suin Wukong navigated through the lead sphere mechanism, moving on to the next challenge, the cawing crows. As the name suggests, a flock of crows launched an assault on Suin Wukong. With deft control, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave, incinerating the crows, though he disregarded their unpalatable flesh. After overcoming the cawing crows, Suin Wukong ascended the staircase to the second floor. According to Xin Shinran, passing through this hall would lead him to the golden pig box. Peering through the door's crack, he found it empty, devoid of treasure. Cautiously, he opened the door and sent an energy sphere as a probe. A massive energy sphere struck him from behind, prompting him to quickly evade. Across the threshold emerged a dark figure clad in a martial arts uniform identical to Suin Wukong's, with a hairstyle to match. From the shadows, this doppelganger stepped forth, exuding a power level equal to his own. To progress, he must vanquish this replica. Suin Wukong darted behind the imposter, launching a kick that was narrowly avoided. The doppelganger leapt into the air, attempting to kick Suin Wukong, who blocked the strike with crossed arms. When the counterfeit's attack failed, he sprang back to the ground, allowing Suin Wukong to slide beneath him and spring up behind. The false Suin Wukong glanced back, delivering an elbow strike, which was deftly intercepted. The replica then executed a swift retreat, prompting Suin Wukong to pursue. He unleashed a flurry of punches, but the imposter adeptly dodged, countering with a blow to Suin Wukong's chest, causing him to stagger back. After evading another strike, Suin Wukong retaliated with a powerful punch to the doppelganger's face. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows in a flurry of motion. No matter how swift Suin Wukong became, the replica matched his pace, and in some instances, surpassed it. With a kick, the counterfeit sent Suin Wukong crashing into the ceiling, followed by a powerful leap that collided with his midsection. Suin Wukong gasped, struggling to maintain his Super Saiyan form, for the doppelganger too could transform. The ceiling crumbled under the strain, and Suin Wukong plummeted back down. The replica did not relent, continuing its assault, as Suin Wukong rolled to evade the incoming kick. Chapter 75, Transforming into a Super Saiyan after narrowly avoiding the attack. Suin Wukong rose from his crouch and delivered a punch to the doppelganger's abdomen. The counterfeit seized Suin Wukong's arm, twisting to land a kick to his chin. Enduring the pain, Suin Wukong executed a backflip to distance himself. The replica showed no signs of fatigue, while Suin Wukong, having battled for countless rounds, found his stamina waning and his hunger intensifying, rendering him unable to triumph. The doppelganger slipped behind him, delivering a crushing kick to Suin Wukong's back, sending him sprawling. The replica then pinned Suin Wukong's hand, relentlessly striking his face, leaving him dazed. In a desperate move, Suin Wukong kicked the imposter's rear, forcing him back as the two fought at breakneck speed, causing the walls and floor to become pockmarked from their clashes. In a fierce duel, the two combatants found it impossible to determine a victor. Sun Wukong, drained of his strength, was unable to maintain his Super Saiyan form and was unceremoniously kicked out by the false Wukong. In a moment of cunning, the real Wukong executed a mirage punch, bewildering his opponent, and made a hasty escape from the ancient castle, using the Kamehameha to heat and devour a crocodile that was thrown at him. The false Wukong charged out of the castle, while Wukong continued to eat, fending off his adversary's attack simultaneously. Piccolo, observing from a distance, retreated to scrutinize the two Wukongs. His sharp intellect quickly deduced that the other was merely a counterfeit, a replica of the original, which he found quite amusing and exhilarating. Bulma presented pudding to the old Kai, anxious after nearly a month without news of Wukong, despite the old Kai's reassurances that all was well. Sensing Bulma's underlying worry, she decided to investigate the situation. Bulma offered a plethora of snacks to bribe the old Kai, who recognized her intentions. "Of course, I shall accompany you," he replied, savoring the pudding with delight. Bulma understood the old Kai's implication and promised him a box of pudding from her private stash. "And this capsule, do I get it?" The old Kai expressed keen interest in the multifunctional capsule. Bulma willingly handed over the items and proceeded to the river to catch fish. A fish swiftly swam past the window of her robotic companion, and she maneuvered the mechanical arm to capture it. However, the fish proved to be elusive, slipping away from her grasp. After several attempts yielded no results, the old Kai, standing by the riverbank, extended his hand, radiating a white glow. Fish leapt from the water into the bucket, and Bulma emerged from the water, gazing at the bucket full of fish. "Thank you, old Kai," she exclaimed as she placed the fish into the machine while he assisted with the seasoning. Once the fish were ready, the old Kai was the first to indulge, while Bulma stored the cooked fish into the capsule. Sated, the old Kai reclined in a chair, patting his full belly. Noticing his contentment, Bulma urged him to take her to find Wukong. The old Kai drew a circle on the ground and led Bulma onto it. With a wave of his finger, the earth beneath them stirred, swiftly transporting them to the edge of a cliff above the ancient castle. Bulma stared in astonishment at two Wukongs floating in the air. "What has happened? Why are there two Wukongs?" The old Kai explained. "The other is a replica of Sun Wukong, possessing identical combat prowess." "Why can't I go down?" Bulma inquired, glancing at the castle below. "The gravity there is 150 times stronger. You would likely be crushed," he replied as Bulma retrieved her capsule. She set up a table and laid out the meat, calling out to Wukong, "Stay strong. Wukong, I have prepared delicious food for you." The battle between Wukong and the false Wukong intensified, with the old Kai watching while enjoying his meal. Bulma struggled to keep pace with their speed, unable to catch sight of them, only hearing the sounds of their fierce combat. A collision of energy spheres erupted, sending shockwaves that affected the castle. Wukong, growing stronger with each clash, demonstrated a power that rivaled that of the false Wukong. The old Kai marveled at Wukong's escalating strength, recognizing him as a warrior born for battle. As Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, Bulma gazed at his golden hair and fierce expression, momentarily spellbound. "Is this really Wukong? How has he become so dazzling?" she thought, her heart fluttering at the thought of marrying him one day. With a series of powerful strikes, Wukong landed a blow on the false Wukong's chest, who retaliated with a kick to Wukong's abdomen. The combat was fierce, captivating both Piccolo and the old Kai, while Bulma could only perceive the commotion through sound. She stored the fish and meat in the machine for warmth. With a powerful thrust, Wukong combined his hands and struck from behind the false Wukong, sending him crashing into the castle wall, which crumbled under the impact. After 2 hours of combat, Wukong unleashed the solar flare, taking advantage of the false Wukong's moment of vulnerability to launch successive attacks, culminating in the Dragon Fist, a technique he had devised himself. A massive dragon surged forth towards the false Wukong, engulfing him in its maw. The blinding light of the solar flare forced Bulma and the old Kai to shield their eyes. "This is painful. I should have brought sunglasses," Bulma contemplated. The Dragon Fist, consuming much of Wukong's energy, gradually descended to the ground, where he collapsed, utterly exhausted. "I'm so tired," he murmured, lying flat on the ground, completely spent. Bulma, eager to rush down, was halted by the old Kai, who waved his finger, summoning Wukong to them. Piccolo, blinded by the light, had missed Wukong's spectacular move and, witnessing his prowess, resolved to train harder. He ventured once more into the energy sphere challenge, having attempted it 99 times before, now inching closer to the castle's entrance. "Wukong, you should go take a shower," Bulma suggested, though she longed to embrace him, yet was deterred by his sweaty state. While Wukong bathed, Bulma prepared a feast. "I adore you," Wukong exclaimed as he emerged from the shower, overwhelmed with happiness at the sight of the lavish spread of meat, devouring it eagerly. "Take your time," Bulma gently chided, presenting him with a cup of coffee. After satisfying his hunger, Wukong swiftly regained his strength. "Wait a moment, Bulma," he said, leaping into the ancient castle to retrieve the golden pig-shaped box. "Piccolo, I've got the golden pig box. You should hurry up," he called out. Though Piccolo heard him, he did not respond, leading Bulma to roll her eyes at his rudeness. The old Kai expressed his satisfaction with Wukong, understanding why he could defeat the Demon King Piccolo. He observed that Piccolo's eyes lacked the sinister ambition of the Demon King, instead reflecting the spirit of a tenacious youth. Inside the castle, the golden pig box was placed on the table, its size immense, resembling a pig and weighing more than Wukong himself. He struggled to lift it, the gravitational conditions rendering a ton's weight equivalent to 150 tons. Under such circumstances, transforming into a Super Saiyan became imperative. Wukong clenched his fists, channeling his energy. However, he could not instantly attain Super Saiyan form. He needed to gradually increase his power. Even as a Super Saiyan, he still struggled to move the golden pig box. "Wukong, why is it taking so long to lift that box?" Bulma asked, propping her chin on her hands, growing impatient. Naturally, it weighs over 100 tons. It 1 TB swift, the old Kai commented, chewing on a bamboo skewer. What? It's that heavy? How could Wukong possibly lift it? Bulma complained to the old Kai. Meanwhile, on Kaboom Mountain, Krillin disguised himself as a yabbert, infiltrating the area unnoticed by the other yabberts. Huh, how clever am I? He thought, flapping his fake wings towards the nest where the eggs were located. As Klin hastily attempted to escape, he found himself obstructed by a flock of Yabu birds, one of which seemed enamored with Klin's disguise as one of its kind. Increasing his pace to shake off the persistent bird, Klin was thwarted in his efforts to approach the nest. The Yabu bird fluttered around him, and in a sudden descent, Klin noticed that it was not alone. Several other female Yabu birds pursued him, mistaking him for a male. After evading the relentless females, he sought refuge beneath a tree, preparing to remove his disguise, only to find himself encircled by a ring of Yabu birds perched above him. Confusion enveloped Klin as he pondered the situation, and before he could comprehend, the birds launched an assault. Klin sprang into action, deftly dodging their attacks, using one foot to propel himself off their heads as he took flight. It turned out that these birds were male Yabu birds, jealous of Klin for attracting the attention of the females. As they chased him, pecking at his rear, Klin dashed through the woods. But a branch snagged his Yabu wings, rendering them useless. The birds soon discerned Klin's true identity, squawking to alert their kindred while preparing to attack the intruder. Ascending into the sky, the Yabu birds folded their wings and dove towards Klin with remarkable speed. Observing their beaks aimed at him, Klin realized a direct hit would be fatal. With their swiftness overwhelming, he leaped backward, narrowly avoiding their strikes, while some birds spun and unleashed feathered arrows towards him. Utilizing his Chi Yuan slash, Klin severed the arrows mid-flight, swiftly landing on a tree trunk. With a powerful sun fist, he ascended towards the nest, luring all the Yabu birds in his direction. The sudden flash momentarily blinded the birds, halting their assault. Once they regained focus, they shot towards Klin like arrows. Gathering his energy, Klin sped towards the nest, situated perilously near a magma vent, where the heat was intense. He donned the protective attire crafted by Bulma. Resembling the Yabu eggshell, towering at a meter in height, elegantly green and luminescent by night, Klin descended, stowing the eggshell in his universal capsule. As the eggshells were scattered, he hastily collected one before swiftly moving to another. Upon securing 4, the Yabu birds arrived, forcing Klin to execute a somersault to dodge their feathered arrows. Sliding towards another eggshell, he was about to retrieve his capsule when a gust from the flapping wings sent it flying. Grasping the eggshell, he avoided being swept into the magma. Klin conjured a protective barrier with his chi, successfully stowing the eggshell in the capsule. A barrage of black feathered arrows rained down upon him, striking the shield. Though formidable, his energy was finite, and he needed to act decisively. Retracting his energy, he leaped behind a Yabu bird, incapacitating it with a swift chop. The other birds retaliated, clawing at Klin and tearing his protective suit. With a surge of energy, Klin strained against their grasp. Suddenly, a volcanic eruption occurred, and the ensuing magma caused the other Yabu birds to flee in terror. The bird holding Klin was scalded by the heat, its claws retracting in pain. Klin, struggling for breath, felt the grip loosen as the bird plummeted into the lava. Peering down at the molten flow, he realized he could not afford to perish. With veins bulging, a tremendous force surged within him, allowing Klin to break free just as the Yabu bird fell into the magma. He soared upwards, carrying the bird with him, which flailed its wings in panic, nearly dragging Klin down. "Calm down, you fool. If you keep squirming, I might just drop you," Klin admonished. The Yabu bird whimpered, expressing its distress from the burns it had sustained. Klin placed the bird on a rock, gazing with concern at the relentless flow of magma, aware that a nearby village was at risk of destruction. Utilizing the Kamehameha wave, he carved a channel into the earth, redirecting the magma, albeit with minimal success. He continued to unleash energy blasts, but part of the lava diverted towards the nests of the Yabu chicks. Unlike other birds, Yabu birds incubate their eggs and rear their young in separate locations, with concentrated hatching. The chicks, still featherless, could not fly and were either scuttling or being carried by their parents. Unfortunately, 2 chicks were trapped beneath a tree crushed by the lava, perilously close to being engulfed. Klin flew over, employing the Kamehameha wave to shatter the obstruction, allowing the lava to flow into the newly formed crevice. After lifting the tree, he grasped the Yabu bird's feet, elevating them to safety, before returning to confront the encroaching lava. Using debris to impede its flow, he sought a more effective solution. Spotting a waterfall in the distance, an idea struck him. He redirected the water's flow with the Kamehameha wave, creating a fierce steam explosion upon contact with the lava. Although searing steam enveloped him, he quickly retreated. Throughout this, Clin remained vigilant, using Qi Yuan slash to carve stones, fortifying the lava pathway to prevent it from reaching the village. Upon observing the volcano's newfound calmness, Clin sighed in relief. He ascended to investigate the cause of the disturbance. Fool, why did you toss explosives into the volcano? Do you wish to endanger my life? Jelly scolded as he sprinted alongside Keiji. They, too, were in search of Yabu eggshells, coveted for their strength and versatility, despite the danger posed by the birds. Clin overheard their conversation and confronted them. So it was you two causing all this trouble, he exclaimed, startling Jelly and Keiji with his sudden appearance. What are you up to, bald head? Jelly retorted, clutching his chest in shock. My name is Clin, not bald head, he clarified, raising an eyebrow. I don't care what you're called, you idiot. Get lost, or I'll show no mercy. Jelly commanded his robot to attack. Clin evaded and delivered a powerful punch, creating a hole in the machine, which short-circuited and fell silent. Keiji, what are you waiting for? Attack him, Jelly urged. Keiji lunged with his robot, but Clin effortlessly dodged and countered, sending Jelly's machine crashing down. Are you an idiot? Jelly exclaimed. My apologies, boss, Keiji replied, as Clin disarmed the robot, ripping off its arm. Goodness, you possess immense strength. Are you even human? They marveled, astonished. I assure you, I am human, albeit a martial artist, Clin stated, shattering the glass to pull Keiji out. You triggered the volcanic eruption, endangering the villagers and the Yabu birds. Your actions are inexcusable, he admonished, delivering a sound thrashing to them both. Kellen tugged them up into the air and delivered them to the police station. After ensuring everything was in order, Kellen did not leave immediately. Although the volcanic eruption had been brought under control, the future remained uncertain, prompting Kellen to stay for a few days to observe. As Kellen flew past the lakeside, his reflection in the water revealed a rather disheveled appearance, which he regarded with disdain. After a refreshing bath, he caught a fish from the river. Upon returning to shore, he noticed a flock of Yabu birds surrounding him, leading him to believe they might attack. Just as he prepared to fend them off, one Yabu bird took flight, revealing its eggshell behind it. Observing the eggshell, Kellen scratched his head and wondered if they were expressing gratitude for rescuing them. Indeed, the Yabu bird nodded in affirmation, thanking him for saving its young. Not long after, two Yabu birds that Kellen had rescued approached him, seeking affectionate closeness. Kellen, overwhelmed by their affection, gently pushed them away. He collected the eggshell offered by the Yabu birds and proceeded to check on the volcano's condition. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong found it difficult to lift the golden piggy bank with ease. The immortal Tsin-E instructed Bulma to assist from above while he ventured into the ancient castle. Sun Wukong looked at Tsin-E, puzzled. Grandpa Tsin-E, what brings you here? He asked. Someone sent me to help you, Tsin-E replied with a raised eyebrow. Tsin-E placed his hand on the golden piggy bank, enveloping it with his energy, and easily began to move it. I never thought of that, Sun Wukong remarked, a smile forming on his lips. Thank you, Grandpa Tsin-E. No need for thanks. It has already been taken care of, Tsin-E replied, as Bulma had promised him delicious food in return for his assistance. Sun Wukong attempted to direct his energy to the golden piggy bank, but after 10 seconds of effort, he failed the first time. Undeterred, he continued trying. Tsin-E was somewhat astonished by Sun Wukong's aptitude for learning, as he had taken a year to master the technique. Piccolo, are you hungry or thirsty? Bulma tossed a peach to him, but before it reached Piccolo, it fell straight down the cliff. Seeing this, Bulma quickly distanced herself and returned to her seat, leisurely observing Piccolo. After 7 attempts, Sun Wukong fully mastered the technique and effortlessly lifted the golden piggy bank. Well done, young man, Tsin-E praised without reservation. Wukong, you've returned, Bulma said, curiously examining the golden piggy bank. It's made of pure gold, she noted with astonishment. Grandpa Tsin-E, whose is this golden piggy bank? Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of wealth. Tsin-E tugged at the tail of the piggy bank, causing its lid to pop open, revealing an abundance of jewels and antiques, resembling an infinite space within. He handed Bulma a pure gold dragon statue along with various other treasures. Thank you so much, Suini, Bulma exclaimed, cherishing the pure gold dragon statue. Realizing that while she was wealthy, one could never have too much money. Suini gifted Sun Wukong a training manual and a pure gold monkey statue. Observing Wukong's tale with mild curiosity, but no surprise. As Sun Wukong prepared to leave, Piccolo felt a surge of anxiety. His thoughts became disordered, and his steps faltered, leading him to be struck by an energy ball. He caught it and retreated, muttering in frustration. Chapter 78. The gastric being the golden piggy bank had been retrieved, and Suini had agreed to assist Sun Wukong. Piccolo, are you coming with us, or will you stay here? Sun Wukong asked, steadfast in his determination. You all go ahead. I must conquer this place first. This is a rare training opportunity, and I won't give up. Suini exchanged a glance with Piccolo before approaching him to say something. Piccolo regarded Suini with a look of understanding. Bulma shared with Sun Wukong the stories Suini had previously told her, recounting his centuries of existence filled with fascinating experiences, including encounters with the turtle hermit and his master, Wu Tai Do. Suini remarked on how the turtle hermit had been lecherous from a young age, and he recounted tales of the crane hermit, who had a particularly foul temperament in his youth. He also spoke of the gods, explaining how Piccolo was akin to a deity, as the deities had been tainted by human greed during their elections, and the Dragon Balls were created by the gods. Bulma finally understood why Sun Wukong did not kill Piccolo. If Piccolo were to die, the deity would perish as well, and consequently, the Dragon Balls would vanish. After conversing with Piccolo, Suini returned to Bulma and Sun Wukong. What were you two discussing so joyfully? He inquired, noticing their laughter. Bulma and Sun Wukong were doubled over in laughter, recounting how the turtle hermit had disguised himself as a woman to sneak a peek at girls bathing, only to fall into a pigsty when discovered. That's what he deserves for being such a peeping Tom, Bulma remarked, finding the turtle hermit's antics excessive. Would you like to hear more embarrassing tales about the turtle hermit? Suini asked, eager to share more gossip. Bulma and Sun Wukong responded in unison, yes. Let's talk as we walk, Suini said, storing the golden piggy bank in a capsule. He remarked on the convenience of the capsule before leaving. Before departing, Sun Wukong retrieved drinks from the refrigerator to leave for Piccolo, along with other food items. Piccolo, I've left some food here, if you're hungry or thirsty. Feel free to take it, Sun Wukong called before leaving with Suini. Under the sea, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi found themselves swallowed by a whale. Tianjin Fan. It smells terrible in here, Jiaozi exclaimed, hovering in the air and grimacing at the green, acidic gastric fluid surrounding them. Hang in there, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha urged, searching for an exit. They were currently situated in the whale's stomach and needed to find a way out through its mouth, or, alternatively, escape through its nostrils while it breathed. As Yamcha and Tianjin Fan searched for the nostrils, Jiaozi was horrified to see a gastric being emerge from the gastric fluid. It had a head, arms, and legs, with small fish and shrimp bones visible within its body, which was quite unsettling. Composed entirely of gastric fluid, the being was corrosive and exceedingly dangerous. It flew in the midst of chaos. Tianjin Fan and Yamcha found themselves overwhelmed by the relentless attacks of the gastric entity. As Yamcha deftly evaded a strike by stepping onto the flesh of a nearby whale, he narrowly escaped the assault of the gastric creature. Dumpling, bracing himself, launched an attack that scattered the gastric being's form, only for its viscous remains to drip onto his hat, creating a gaping hole. Tianjin Fan and Yamcha gradually felt their stamina waning, while the gastric entity seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Each time it was dispersed, it rapidly reformed, and Dumpling, being the weakest among them, was in dire straits. The gastric creature swiftly evaded and positioned itself behind Dumpling, who was caught off guard by its assault, causing him considerable pain. In a moment of urgency, Tianjin Fan rushed to Dumpling's side, tossing him to Yamcha while he himself faced the gastric menace. Yamcha quickly retrieved the capsule from Bulma. I will keep it occupied. Tianjin Fan unleashed a barrage of energy spheres upon the creature. Meanwhile, Yamcha guided Dumpling to a safer area and applied medicinal ointment from the medical capsule to his wounds. Dumpling, gritting his teeth against the pain, refrained from crying out, fearing it might distract Tianjin Fan. They knew they had to get Dumpling to a hospital, while Yamcha kept a watchful eye on the gastric entity. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Yamcha's eyes. He had discovered the creature's weakness. Atop the gastric being's head sat a green orb, which had gone unnoticed due to its color blending with the rest of its form. This orb was the core that governed the creature's abilities. Tianjin Fan, be wary. The orb is situated at its center. With newfound determination, Tianjin Fan struck at the creature's head, initiating their counterattack. Witnessing Dumpling's weakened state ignited a fierce anger within both Tianjin Fan and Yamcha. Following a series of assaults, the gastric creature, now enraged, attempted to envelop them with its gelatinous form. Exchanging a resolute glance, Yamcha summoned a protective shield, positioning it in front of Tianjin Fan. As Tianjin Fan unleashed a Kamehameha wave, Yamcha seized the opportunity to swiftly snatch the orb and crushed it with all his might. In that instant, the gastric substance ceased to coalesce and fell away, revealing the truth of Yamcha's insight. The orb indeed controlled the gastric being. As the remnants of the orb crumbled in his palms, Yamcha felt an inexplicably pleasant sensation emanating from the powder. Casting a glance towards Dumpling, who lay exhausted on the medical bed, he pondered the potential of the powder. Tianjin Fan embraced Dumpling, reassuring him with gentle words, "Do not cry. Everything will be all right." Overwhelmed by the comfort of Tianjin Fan's embrace, Dumpling could no longer contain his tears. Chapter 79. The Search for the Green Pearl. Tianjin Fan carefully turned Dumpling over, while Yamcha dabbed a bit of the powder onto Dumpling's wounds. Though unaware of Yamcha's intentions, Tianjin Fan trusted his companion and assisted him in the application. "How do you feel, Dumpling?" Yamcha inquired, cautious not to apply too much for fear of exacerbating the situation. Dumpling felt a wave of relief, particularly where Yamcha had touched, noting the pain had subsided. As Dumpling's wounds transformed from jagged to smooth, Yamcha marveled at the powder in his hands, speculating whether this orb was indeed the pearl Bulma sought. "Dumpling, remain still," he urged, applying more of the powder, which quickly healed the extensive damage on Dumpling's back. Both Tianjin Fan and Yamcha gazed at the remaining powder, awestruck by its remarkable properties. Dumpling, now devoid of pain, soared joyously, but his elation was short-lived as the gastric substance began to churn violently, creating a tumultuous upheaval. Observing the turmoil, Yamcha noticed a piece of flesh shifting, revealing an inner passage. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling followed the light, believing it to be an exit. However, their hopes were dashed as the passage led to another perilous domain, teeming with monstrous beings, each adorned with their own green pearls. "Yamcha, it seems the pearls we seek are here." Tianjin Fan prepared for battle, realizing that the path to victory would not come without effort. "Let us compete to see who can collect the most pearls," Yamcha proclaimed, encasing himself in a protective aura. Reflecting on their previous encounters, they recognized the need for more practical experience to adapt to various foes. Positioning themselves strategically, the trio unleashed a barrage of Kamehameha waves and energy blasts against the oncoming pink-skinned monsters. Though corporeal, these creatures proved formidable, rising again and again. To claim their pearls, they had to incapacitate them and retrieve the green orbs nestled within their heads. Unlike the gastric being, these creatures were unusually pliable, rendering them difficult to capture. Even energy blasts rebounded off their forms. As they fought back-to-back, the trio exchanged blows with the relentless assailants. Tianjin Fan struck with precision, but the rebound left him vulnerable. Dumpling valiantly hammered at the head of one monster, sending it sprawling, only for it to recover and retaliate. "Be careful," Tianjin Fan cautioned, hurling a monster away from Dumpling just as it lunged. "I'll be cautious," Dumpling replied, landing atop Tianjin Fan's shoulders. "This is futile. Our attacks bear no fruit." Yamcha panted, drenched in perspiration. As the battle raged on, their energy began to dwindle. If the struggle continued, defeat was inevitable. They had no time to recuperate. With a fierce determination, Tianjin Fan formed his fingers into a blade and lunged at a monster, slicing through its flesh and releasing a cascade of pink fluid. "Yes," Tianjin Fan declared, realizing the strategy to subdue them. Swiftly, he targeted the location of the green pearl, plunging his hand into the creature's body to secure his grip. However, the other monsters, sensing danger, converged upon him. In the ensuing chaos, Yamcha and Dumpling sprang into action, yanking the monsters away from Tianjin Fan. Blinded by the commotion, Tianjin Fan groped blindly for the pearl within the creature's head, feeling the sticky substance around him. With a decisive pull, Dumpling freed Tianjin Fan from a monster's grasp. At last, Tianjin Fan extracted the green pearl, and without it, the captured monster succumbed to liquefaction. He instructed his companions on their next move, to use their sharpened hands or blades to slice open the monster's skin. With renewed vigor, Yamcha and Dumpling pierced through the monster's skulls, extracting the coveted pearls. After an arduous hour, they had vanquished the creatures. Placing the green pearls into the box provided by Bulma, safely stored within a capsule. Exhausted, Tianjin Fan leaned against the flesh wall while Dumpling rested beside him. Yamcha, unable to withstand the fatigue, collapsed onto the ground, instantly falling asleep. Both Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, equally drained, found themselves unwilling to move. Meanwhile, Bobo, holding Bulma's hand, called out to the small opening in the sky, "Bobo." Wukong and Bulma soared into the sky, with Bulma comfortably resting on Wukong's back. It had been a long time since Bobo greeted the wise sage Tsaui. Wukong informed Bobo of the matters left behind by Piccolo, urging him to remain vigilant. The angel, upon hearing of Piccolo's departure, was not surprised. Wukong's strength far surpassed that of Piccolo, who was undoubtedly eager to enhance his own abilities through sparring with him. During their previous encounters, Piccolo had sensed that Wukong had not unleashed his full potential, which left him feeling deeply unsatisfied. The angel, sensing the immense power emanating from Wukong, pondered who this remarkable individual was, capable of such rapid advancement. Since his arrival at the angel's palace, Wukong's strength had multiplied exponentially. The angel presented a bottle containing the mouse beings to Tsaui, who engaged in nostalgic conversation with Bobo. "Bobo, you haven't changed a bit since we last met centuries ago," Tsaui remarked. "Look at this alien." The angel interrupted their reminiscence. Tsaui, intrigued by the tiny mouse creature, found it quite amusing. The mouse beings, agitated by Wukong and his companions, especially Daquan, bore a deep-seated animosity towards him. Wukong shared the details of the memory alteration with Tsaui, who nodded in agreement and instructed Bobo to lead them to the empty palace where he would perform his secret technique, requiring both space and time. In Chapter 80, A Taste of Restraint, Bulma suggested they descend, as Tsaui would not emerge soon. Leaning against Wukong's shoulder, Bulma reveled in the warmth of his presence. Overcome with happiness, Wukong struggled to suppress his burgeoning feelings, recognizing that he had yet to confess his affection to Bulma. Although he had initially sought to leverage their relationship, he had gradually developed genuine feelings for her, deeply moved by her actions. Wukong resolved to declare his love to Bulma, recalling that he had never explicitly expressed his feelings. With a smile, he gently patted her head. "All right, as you wish," he replied, as they flew downwards, Bulma tightening her embrace, her softness pressing against him. A colossal whale breached the water's surface, sending a fountain of spray upwards. Yamcha and Tianjin Fan were also propelled into the air by the geyser. "Jiaozi, Tianjin Fan. We finally made it," Yamcha exclaimed. The green pearl was indeed what Bulma had been searching for, and upon their return, he was determined to celebrate with a grand feast and perhaps find a girlfriend. "What about you and Lan Chi?" he inquired, his curiosity piqued. Tianjin Fan's face flushed at the mention of Lan Chi, whom he favored for her gentle demeanor, though he also appreciated the fiery side of her personality. However, he wished for a balance between the two extremes. Observing Tianjin Fan's embarrassment, Yamcha felt a desire for companionship as well. "Tianjin Fan, I prefer the gentle Lan Chi," Jiaozi chimed in, agreeing that the more aggressive Lan Chi had a rough edge that could be off-putting. Yet, a touch of fierceness is necessary for self-defense. "The gentle Lan Chi may be too vulnerable," he added. The dichotomy of Lan Chi's personality was striking, with her character shifting dramatically with each sneeze, and their memories diverging. "Use the Dragon Balls," Jiaozi suggested, "but first, ask Lan Chi if she would like to change." Tianjin Fan was naturally aware of this. "Wukong, let's check on UPA. I wonder how he is doing now." Meanwhile, UPA was assisting his father in gathering firewood. "Today, I want to eat a lot of beef rice," UPA declared, motivated to grow strong like his brother Wukong. "You will," replied UPA's father, affectionately ruffling his son's hair. Suddenly, Wukong and Bulma materialized before UPA, startling him and causing him to drop the firewood. Overjoyed, he rushed to embrace Wukong's waist. "Wukong brother, Bulma sister," he exclaimed. "You've grown quite a bit," Wukong noted, now able to reach UPA's waist instead of his chest. "Yes, I feel the same," UPA's father said, approaching with a cow in tow. "Hee, I think so too." UPA's father invited Bulma and the others to stay for dinner. In preparation, he fetched a larger pot due to Wukong's presence. I'll help, Wukong offered, taking a knife to slice the beef. Bulma volunteered to gather mushrooms, feeling that it was better to assist than to sit idly by. Is that robot very powerful? UPA asked, listening intently to Bulma recount their recent adventures. Indeed, UPA, you must train hard and join me in defeating villains, Wukong encouraged. The sun began to set as they finished preparing the beef and vegetables, cooking them together with rice and seasonings before covering the pot. Let's have a little spar, Wukong suggested, engaging UPA in playful combat. Wukong brother, here I come. UPA charged forward, throwing a punch, only for it to be blocked. Hee-ha, hee-ha. UPA's determination shone through, revealing his diligent training. Bulma captured their joyful interaction on her phone, her heart swelling with happiness at the sight of Wukong and UPA, envisioning their future family. As the beef rice was ready, UPA's father called for them to eat. The enticing aroma wafted from the pot, making their mouths water. After a month of fish and meat, Wukong was eager for a change. UPA's father served generous portions, with Wukong receiving the largest bowl. Delicious, he exclaimed, savoring the combination of beef and vegetables. Bulma praised UPA's father for the meal, thrilled by the unexpected culinary delight. After 2 large bowls, she felt satisfied. But Wukong's scion appetite remained insatiable. Wukong, eat more. We are all full, UPA's father remarked, well aware of Wukong's voracious hunger. I won't hold back then. This beef rice is truly delightful, Wukong replied, reminiscing about previous meals. As it came time to part, UPA said goodbye, sitting on his father's shoulder and waving. Goodbye, Wukong brother. Goodbye, Bulma sister. In West City, Mrs. Briefs greeted them with a smile, noticing the closeness between Bulma and Wukong. Wukong, I bought some clothes for you, Bulma said, presenting a change of attire. Wukong, emerging draped in a towel, was surprised to find Bulma still present. Their eyes met, with Bulma's gaze sparkling with boldness as she stepped forward to embrace Wukong. Overwhelmed with emotion, she felt as if her heart might burst. As she drew closer, the atmosphere thickened with tension, and when Wukong hesitated, Bulma took the initiative to pull him into a passionate kiss. Wukong, caught off guard by her fervor, felt a rush of shyness akin to a bashful bride. Not only is Wukong pure-hearted here, but in the past, Moku was also a naive boy. Observing the blushing and bashful Wukong, Bulma's boldness grew, and the young couple naturally indulged in a gentle flirtation. After their kiss, Wukong initially felt shy and embarrassed, but gradually grew accustomed to the sensation. Unlike before, their hearts began to draw closer together. Chapter 81. Officially dating. Shortly after Sun Wukong and his companions returned to Shidu, Yamcha and his friends also returned with green pearls. Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, you are all amazing, Bulma exclaimed upon seeing a large box of green pearls. And in her excitement, she rewarded each of them with $1 million bonus. Beautiful lady, should you need anything in the future, please do not hesitate to call upon us, Yamcha said as he took the money to buy a sports car. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi decided to head out to a nearby restaurant for a feast. Bulma established a 10-story building near her home, spacious on every floor, as a reward for her employees. Yamcha and Jiaozi each received a floor. Bulma, I adore you, Yamcha expressed his gratitude. Clearing his throat, he noticed Wukong's displeased expression and quickly covered his mouth, reminding himself of their friendship. Using those green pearls, Bulma developed beauty products with remarkable effects. Where's Krillin? Why hasn't he returned yet? Yamcha asked, glancing at Krillin's usual spot, which remained empty. Let me check, Bulma said, using her phone's location feature, which indicated that Krillin was still at Kaboom Mountain. At Kaboom Mountain, the incessant ringing of a phone echoed from nearby. Yabu Niao surrounded Krillin, eagerly waiting for food. Krillin, why aren't you answering the phone? Bulma wondered, concerned that Krillin might be in trouble, and suggested that Yamcha and the others go help him if needed. Bulma, is Krillin still not picking up? Yamcha lay back on the sofa, puzzled by Krillin's delay. Hello? Just as Bulma grew impatient and considered hanging up, Krillin finally answered. You big fool. Why haven't you come back yet? You haven't even called to let us know. Bulma's voice was filled with anger, prompting Krillin to cover his ears. Bulma, be gentle. I've got the Yabu Niao eggshell, but due to a volcanic eruption, I need to stay here for a bit longer. I'll be back in a couple of days. Yabu Niao comfortably rested its head on Krillin's lap as he affectionately stroked the bird. Yabu Niao closed its eyes, enjoying the moment. All right then. As long as you're okay. Yamcha has been quite worried about you, Bulma teased. Ahahaha, Yamucha, it's rare for you to care about me. When I return, we should go somewhere fun, Krillin said as he took Bulma's phone. Where's this fun place? Are there beautiful women? Yamucha's face turned red at the mention of beautiful women. Bulma, do you know where Wukong went? Tianjin Fan was looking for Wukong to spar, but he couldn't find him. Wukong? I don't know. He has been acting mysteriously lately, always going out without training, Bulma replied, clearly discontented and somewhat angry. Just yesterday, she had wanted to go on a date with Wukong, but couldn't he find him? Bulma, could it be that Wukong is out chasing women? Yamucha teased. Although Bulma trusted Wukong, Yamucha's words planted a seed of doubt in her mind. Wukong was becoming increasingly handsome, and she worried that he might attract the attention of other women. Bulma, don't listen to Yamucha's nonsense, Puer said, observing Bulma's change in expression and quickly covering Yamucha's mouth. You must believe in Wukong, Jiaozi chimed in. Bulma, come eat a cake. Yamucha, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi. You should all try this cake. It's freshly made from the bakery. Mrs. Briefs entered just in time to interrupt the tense atmosphere. After enjoying the cake, Yamucha went out to flirt, followed by Puer. Tianjin Fan headed to Kame House to find Lan Shi, with Jiaozi tagging along. Left alone, Bulma felt bored and leaned against the window, pondering Wukong's prolonged absence. Just as she was lost in thought, son Wukong returned. Seeing him, Bulma felt anger rising within her and pretended not to see him. Oh dear, she's angry. Bulma's angry face is quite adorable. But soon she won't be angry anymore. Bulma, come here, Wukong called. Bulma pouted, deliberately turning away from him. Suddenly, Wukong swept her up in a princess carry, holding her tightly around the neck. Bulma, I'm taking you to a place you will absolutely love. Bulma looked up at Wukong's serious expression, and her anger dissipated in an instant. Why did Wukong say that? Could it be he was preparing a proposal and wanted to surprise her? She could only think of this possibility. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept it a secret, returning home late every day to make arrangements. Oh no. If it's a proposal, I haven't even done my makeup or changed into something pretty. Bulma, we're almost there. The thought of Bulma's happy face excited Wukong as they flew over forests and lakes, arriving at a small valley. Looking down from the sky, 4 large characters appeared before them. As Bulma gazed at the characters, a smile illuminated her face. Wukong, I like you too. Bulma tilted her head back, straightened her posture, and gave him a kiss. Wukong was taken by surprise, his heart racing as he gently cradled her head. Bulma closed her eyes, savoring the intense affection. Petals danced in the wind, brushing against her face, tickling her. After the kiss, Bulma opened her eyes and nestled into Wukong's embrace, surrounded by falling petals that landed on their heads, creating a picturesque scene. Wukong shifted positions, wrapping his arms around Bulma's waist as they landed softly on the ground. Bulma, I like you, he declared, unable to contain himself. This was his first confession, and he hoped it would be his last. I also like you, Bulma replied, her heart racing at his words. Do you like these flowers? He asked, feeling a twinge of nervousness. I love them. Thank you, Wukong. So, you've been busy with this all along. I misunderstood you, Bulma reflected, feeling remorseful for her earlier anger. Wukong, can you take me flying again? I want to see it one more time. Fortunately, she had brought her phone to capture the moment. After taking pictures, Bulma lay back in the sea of flowers, hand in hand with Wukong. After officially confirming their relationship, they grew particularly close, often teasingly observed by Dr. Briefs and his wife. While they enjoyed their affectionate moments, the celestial beings delivered good news. The memories of the My Star people had been successfully altered. They were entirely unaware of their true identities, believing themselves to be Earthlings. The 5 My Star individuals were entrusted to Bulma, becoming her assistants, further advancing the Universal Capsule Company and bringing numerous convenient gadgets to Earth. Chapter 82. Searching for Krillin. What's going on with Krillin? Wasn't he agreed that he would return in 2 days? It has already been 5 days. He hasn't answered my calls either. Bulma, please tell me Krillin's location. Something feels off. Even if Krillin didn't return on time, he should have at least informed them. Instead, there has been no communication, and despite my repeated attempts to call him, he hasn't responded for over a day. It seems I must go check on him. What is Krillin up to? Wukong, when you find Krillin, make sure to give him a good talking to for not coming back or letting us know. Bulma complained while searching for Krillin's phone location. Krillin, why are you still at Kabo Mountain? Bulma observed the location on the map. He was still there. What on earth is going on? Wukong, where are you heading? Yamcha entered, holding a toothpick in his mouth. Behind Yamcha followed a mature woman with yellow hair, showcasing her voluptuous figure. Yamcha, who is he? Mary leaned against Yamcha, her arms wrapped around his neck, displaying a close intimacy. Mary, this is son Wukong, my friend. Wukong, this is my girlfriend, Mary. Hello, Mary. Wukong greeted her briefly. I am going to find Krillin. He hasn't answered his phone. Yamcha expressed his concern for Krillin, reasoning that he shouldn't be back so soon without informing them. Yamcha indicated he would accompany Wukong, but Wukong replied, Yamcha, you should stay with your girlfriend. I can manage on my own. Yamcha, why would you leave me? Mary pouted, clearly displeased at the notion of being abandoned. Apologies, Yamcha chuckled, attempting to placate her. Let's go, Yamcha. Didn't you say you would take me shopping? Mary tugged at Yamcha's hand, leading him towards the car. I'll leave Krillin in your capable hands, Wukong. I will accompany Mary for shopping, Yamcha said as he was pulled away by her. At the ancient castle, Piccolo smirked, noting that his dodging speed had significantly increased. As he approached the staircase of the castle, he was matching Wukong's training pace. However, after being struck, Piccolo staggered back, utterly exhausted. He flew to the canyon's edge, liberated from the constraints of gravity, feeling remarkably lighter. With a powerful leap, he soared higher and faster than ever before. With a casual flick, he hurled an energy ball at a distant mountain, instantly leveling it. Sensing the newfound strength coursing through him, Piccolo felt in eager anticipation to spar with son Wukong. Yet, his elation was short-lived as hunger gnawed at him, compelling him to return to where Wukong had left food. Grabbing the beverages and water Wukong had left behind, Piccolo also sampled some fruits and snacks out of curiosity. Calculating by human age, Piccolo was still quite the child. He merely tasted the food without indulging excessively, and after replenishing his energy with water, he lay down. Gazing at the azure sky, Piccolo reflected on his past. Recalling the obsession left by the Demon King Piccolo to vanquish son Wukong and dominate the world. However, for Wukong, he no longer harbored murderous thoughts, as Wukong had become a figure who was both a teacher and a rival, a friend and an adversary. It was through their rivalry that he had grown stronger, and for that, he felt gratitude towards Wukong. Lost in thought, Piccolo's eyes fluttered shut, feigning sleep, still resentful after Wukong's departure. Thus, he continued to challenge himself without rest. For even the mightiest of beings could not withstand relentless fatigue. As Piccolo feigned slumber, a dragonfly flitted by, landing on his antenna. Startled awake, Piccolo watched as the dragonfly quickly took flight. After a refreshing nap, he felt completely rejuvenated. With another leap, he surveyed the energy array, moving like lightning to evade numerous energy spheres, finally standing before the castle gate. Success! Piccolo summoned his energy and pushed the door open, discovering that the traps within had been dismantled by Wukong, with no duplicates present. Without lingering, he departed swiftly, returning to the Temple of the Gods. Upon encountering the deity, Piccolo cast a disdainful glance at him, ready to leave. The deity called out to Piccolo, but Piccolo merely remarked, "My affairs are none of your concern," before departing. Bobo, have you noticed the change in Piccolo? Bobo nodded. His strength has significantly increased compared to before, he affirmed. That's not what I meant, Bobo. Have you observed that Piccolo is not the same as the Demon King Piccolo of yore? His eyes no longer reflect greed, but rather a pure-hearted spirit. This transformation is largely attributed to son Wukong. Bobo, do you have any delicacies? The sage Zunyi had not left the Temple of the Gods, as altering memories required substantial energy. Sage Zunyi, I'm here, Bobo said, presenting a sandwich. Not more bread, Zunyi lay back, a look of disdain crossing his face as he eyed the sandwich. You know my culinary skills are limited, Zunyi retorted. Fine, once I recover, I shall indulge in a proper feast. After savoring exquisite dishes, returning to mundane food feels akin to consuming swine fodder. Under the blooming flowers and the moonlit sky, Mrs. Brief hummed a tune while hanging laundry, startled by an unexpected shadow. Piccolo, you nearly scared me to death, she exclaimed upon recognizing him, clutching her chest in mock complaint. Piccolo glanced at Mrs. Brief, his demeanor cold, ignoring her completely. Mom, what's the matter? Bulma emerged, curious at the commotion. Nothing. It's just Piccolo, Mrs. Brief replied, unfazed by his aloofness. With arms crossed, Piccolo regarded Bulma coolly, internally contemplating how to engage her. Their exchange was sparse, and Bulma, discontent with Piccolo's pretentious demeanor, approached teasingly. Piccolo, why the cool act? You're still young. No need to seek a girlfriend just yet. Where's Wukong? Piccolo inquired, aware that if he allowed Bulma to continue, she would surely utter something more embarrassing. You're so fierce and indifferent. Upon hearing I'm upset, I'm angered as well, Bulma retorted, refusing to coddle Piccolo. I'll find him myself, Piccolo stated, searching for Wukong. With Tianjin Fan and Yamcha both absent, Piccolo searched in vain for Wukong, unable to inquire with anyone else. Sitting beneath a sunshade, Bulma leisurely sipped coffee, her gaze falling on the despondent Piccolo. Did you find him? She asked. Piccolo remained silent, instead turning his attention back to Mrs. Brief. The handsome young man seems troubled, Bulma noted. I wouldn't know, but I do know Wukong when to find Krillin. For specifics, you should ask my daughter, Mrs. Brief replied, shaking her head, then offering Piccolo a cup of coffee. I do not drink, Piccolo declined, turning to Bulma. Bulma, could you tell me where Wukong has gone? Piccolo asked, noticing Bulma's smug expression, his brow furrowing. Is this how you ask? Please address me as Bulma, the beautiful. Bulma said, highly pleased with Piccolo's concession. Bulma, the beautiful, may I inquire where son Wukong has gone? Piccolo clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to strike Bulma as he asked once more. Oh, Wukong is over here. You can fly to this location, Bulma replied, nodding with satisfaction, finally relenting her teasing. Piccolo, now informed of Wukong's whereabouts, thanked Bulma before taking flight. I didn't expect this fellow to be quite courteous, Bulma mused, surprised by Piccolo's gratitude. At Kame House, Master Roshi, we are leaving, Tianjin Fan announced as he took the irritable Launch on a date. Chaozu followed suit, observing Launch nestled against Tianjin Fan's shoulder. Master Roshi felt a pang of reluctance, knowing he would miss Launch's presence. Tianjin Fan, Launch, cherish your time together, the turtle hermit remarked, reflecting on the swift passage of time. Tianjin Fan blushed, but remained silent, while Launch affectionately patted the turtle's head, affirming, indeed, Tianjin Fan and I will undoubtedly remain together. Chaozu, will you accompany them? The turtle inquired, watching Chaozu trail behind Tianjin Fan. Of course, wherever Tianjin Fan goes, I will follow, Chaozu replied, naively unaware that he had never been apart from Tianjin Fan. Launch, let us depart. Tianjin Fan opened the aircraft door, ushering Launch inside, with Chaozu following closely behind. At Kaboom Mountain, Krillin, where has that guy gone? Piccolo called out loudly, but Krillin, perhaps deafened by the commotion, did not respond. Oh, those birds have all been startled by Wukong. As he shouted, he flew low, scouring the entirety of Kaboom Mountain, yet found no sign of Krillin. A fleeting glimpse caught my eye of a solitary tent. I flew closer to investigate and, upon examining the contents within, deduced they belonged to Kellen. The provisions lay there, moldy and untouched. I retrieved my phone to contact Bulma, and through its locator, I discovered a phone discarded in the thicket. What could have transpired with Kellen? To lose even his phone? My concern deepened. There were no signs of struggle around, and this desolate place bore witness to no one who might know what had occurred. Was it possible that Raditz had taken him? I recalled the foes I had previously vanquished. If it were them, Kellen's prowess should enable him to confront them. It was inconceivable that there would be no evidence of a skirmish. Additionally, I could sense none of Kellen's energy. Initially, I thought perhaps he had concealed it deliberately. However, it seemed not to be the case. Could it be that Raditz had arrived on Earth ahead of time? No, that was impossible. Kellen was fully capable of handling Raditz. Could it have been Cell, or even a god of destruction? My thoughts swirled chaotically. Where had Kellen gone, and what had happened? I soared rapidly towards the Temple of the Gods. Shortly after my departure, Piccolo reached Kaboom Mountain. He found no trace of me, yet he did not rush to search. Instead, he orchestrated explosions to capture my attention. This served a dual purpose, to draw me near and to test the strength he had acquired. With a single punch directed at the nearby barren hills of Kaboom Mountain, a 100-meter-high mound crumbled effortlessly. Lord Kami, I require your assistance with a matter, I implored. My urgency evident. Kami, observing my anxious demeanor, urged me to remain calm. After I shared my concerns, Kami approached the edge of the temple, utilizing his divine powers to scour the entirety of Earth in search of Kellen. How perplexing. He could not detect Kellen's presence. As if Kellen had vanished from the Earth entirely. Kami's expression mirrored my own unease. Could it be that Kellen was no longer among the living? Wukong, I have located Kellen. Perhaps you should consult the Kaioshin, Kami suggested, believing his abilities insufficient for the search. He guided me to the underworld, where I respectfully addressed Lord Enma. Greetings, Lord Enma, Kami said with deference. Wukong, are you here to consult the Kaishin again? Please extend my regards, Lord Enma acknowledged while penning documents. Lord Enma, I seek information regarding a person named Kellen. Has he arrived here? Flipping through the ledger of life and death, Lord Enma stated. The Kellen you speak of is not deceased. His lifespan remains intact. Upon hearing this, Kami and I sighed in relief. Lord Kami, I must take my leave, I declared, departing as Kami watched me go. Hurry along, he urged, while the souls behind him awaited Lord Enma's attention. The serpentine path stretched endlessly before me. I recalled my previous venture down this route had taken a month. I wondered how long it would take now. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, I sped through the serpentine road, as time was of the essence with Kellen missing. A driver on the serpentine path felt a rush of wind pass by. Bewildered by the sudden occurrence, I traversed the end of the serpentine road in just 2 hours, spotting the small green planet that was the Kaishin's realm. Lord Kaishin, I called, finding him leisurely asleep. My voice startled him, causing him to tumble from his lounge chair. Wukong, what brings you here in such haste? Lord Kaishin queried. Observing my anxious countenance, I recounted Kellen's disappearance and how Kami had searched every corner of Earth without success. If he was not on Earth and not dead, he likely had ventured to another planet, or perhaps to the Western Demon Realm. Lord Kaishin's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he extended his antennae to search the planets surrounding Earth in the Western Demon Realm. Nothing. How peculiar. Even Lord Kaishin could not locate Kellen. Wukong, grant me time, he requested, scouring his dominion thoroughly without finding any trace of Kellen. Frustration mounted. If even the Kaishin could not find him, was it possible he had transcended to another dimension? Perhaps I should consult the fortune teller, I mused. Lord Kaishin, I shall return. But before I do, could you assist me once more? Kellen might be in another universe. Yet how could he have gone unnoticed? As I returned to Earth, Piccolo immediately sensed my formidable energy. Maintaining my Super Saiyan form, I flew towards the fortune teller's palace. Chapter 84. A roundabout journey. Piccolo amplified his energy and soared in my direction. At the fortune teller's palace, I discovered she was absent, and her assistant barred my entry. Where has the fortune teller gone? She has gone to visit her brother, to Master Roshi's, the assistant replied. Midway, Piccolo sensed my shift in direction and altered his course. Pondering my actions, he merely sought a sparring match with me. Master Roshi, what happened to your hair? Did Bulma dye it? It looks quite good, he remarked, gazing at my golden locks with envy. Master Roshi, where is the fortune teller? I inquired, disregarding his comment. Is she not here? She is currently seated upon her crystal ball, enjoying ice cream, I interjected, witnessing her indulgence. Sister, you've consumed my ice cream again. She retorted. Humph, you still owe me money. What's the fuss over eating? She shot back, rolling her eyes at Master Roshi. Is it truly necessary? It's just $1, Master Roshi grumbled. Fortune teller, I implore you to assist me in locating Kellen, I interjected, interrupting their brewing quarrel. Kellen, what has happened to him? Master Roshi's demeanor shifted to concern. Can you locate him? I asked the fortune teller, anxiety creeping in. If she could not, Kellen might truly have vanished. I shall attempt, she replied. Stepping away from the crystal ball, the orb remained blank, revealing no insights. Fortune teller, are you unable to find Kellen? She gazed bewildered at the crystal ball, fearing her magical orb had malfunctioned. After attempting to divine other matters, she stumbled upon Master Roshi's treasure box. Could Kellen be within this box? I pondered, noting that we were indeed at the Turtle Hermit's abode. Wait, sister, what are you doing? I asked you to find Kellen, not rummage through my treasure box. Master Roshi exclaimed, recognizing his belongings. Is this truly the time to be concerned about your box? The fortune teller scolded. Once more, she attempted to divine, but the crystal ball remained opaque. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Master Roshi understood Kellen's disappearance could signify something dire. Kellen is no longer on Earth, the fortune teller affirmed. This possibility hung heavily in the air. As I arrived at Master Roshi's, Piccolo sensed the tension between us. Kellen is missing. He has completely vanished. I sought the Kaishin. Yet he could not find him, I declared. If that is the case, we are in dire straits. Master Roshi's concern deepened. Do not despair. We can summon Shinran for assistance. If Kellen is alive, we can wish for his return. If he is deceased, we can resurrect him. Beaker remained unconvinced, thinking that the Shenlong could simply resolve everything with a wish. Before making a wish with Shenlong, however, we must continue searching for Kellen. Who could have taken Kellen away? Having spent a considerable time in the Dragon Ball world, he has become deeply integrated into it. Kellen is his friend, not merely a character from an anime, but a genuine individual. Master Roshi's eyes welled with tears, concerned for his beloved disciple. Goku, do not worry. I will seek out my master, the fortune teller. The elder sister, naturally worried, joined the search for her brother's apprentice. Sister, I appreciate your help, Master Roshi said, stroking his beard, his face etched with concern. Fortune teller, I shall accompany you, he added, as it was better to go together than to wait idly. Thus, they set off with the fortune teller, who boarded her aircraft. This plane is too slow, Goku remarked, grabbing the fortune teller's hand. Let me take you flying. Your speed is insufficient. Despite her refusal, it was of no consequence. With a burst of energy, Goku lifted off, carrying both the fortune teller and the ever-determined Piccolo in tow. The wind distorted the fortune teller's face as she cautioned. Slow down a bit. Let us return to my palace first. Fortune teller, what has happened to your face? Her assistant inquired with concern. No worries, she replied, guiding Goku and Piccolo into the underworld. This is the underworld, Piccolo observed curiously, watching the wandering souls and the staff bustling about. Before the grand palace of the fortune teller, she inquired, Sister Amu, might my master be at home? Amu, the palace's administrator and assistant to the deity, greeted them with surprise. Little Zhuang, why are you here with two outsiders? The deity may be displeased. Amu, youthful and beautiful, caused the fortune teller to feel slightly odd calling her sister. Greetings, Sister Amu, Goku said politely, while Piccolo, arms crossed, displayed a cool demeanor and did not address her. Amu, noticing Goku's courtesy, smiled approvingly but cast a disapproving glance at Piccolo, who was clearly lacking in manners. Goku, Piccolo, you wait here while I speak with Sister Amu, the fortune teller instructed, pulling Amu aside and revealing a beautiful dress. Sister Amu, is the deity inside? She asked. The deity has gone to seek the great king, Amu replied, her satisfaction evident as she admired the dress. When will the deity return? The fortune teller inquired. It may take a week. She informed Goku about the deity's visit to the great king. Fortune teller, can you take us to see the deity? She shook her head, unable to access the great king's realm. It is not that I do not wish to help, but I lack the authority. Goku, undeterred, suggested. Then let us seek the great king. The fortune teller, being hoisted up, exclaimed, Goku, what are you doing? Where are you taking me? Piccolo picked up the forgotten crystal ball and followed closely behind Goku. Fortune teller, we are going to find the great king. He can take us to the great king's realm. How long have you known the great king? The fortune teller asked, surprised by Goku's familiarity. About 2 years. He even taught me the king's fist and spirit bomb. The fortune teller was astonished, realizing Goku's close relationship with the great king. Like a child, the fortune teller was embraced by Goku, gazing at the clouds below, marveling at the snake path for the first time. Upon reaching the great king's realm, Baburus was thrilled to see Goku. The fortune teller, however, did not utilize the gravity of the great king's planet and fell flat on the ground, forgetting that its gravity was 10 times that of Earth. Apologies, Goku helped her up as she slowly adjusted to the weight. The great king, driving his red sports car, called out, Hey Goku, have you found him? The great king, respecting the fortune teller, bowed in greeting. This is the fortune teller, and this is Piccolo, he introduced. The great king agreed to take them to the great king's realm, and with that, they departed. Goku, could you slow down? The great king exclaimed, feeling like a kite being pulled by the wind. The fortune teller, still struggling, was now tucked under Piccolo's arm rather awkwardly. I'm already moving slowly, Piccolo replied. They traversed the snake path, needing to switch to a plane to reach the great king's realm. I think I will not go, the fortune teller said, clutching her back. Feeling strained by the journey, she leaned on the crystal ball, unable to keep up with the pace and feeling uncomfortable being so close to the great king. Are you not curious about what the great king looks like? The fortune teller shook her head, wishing to avoid the presence of authority figures. Fine, fortune teller. Please tell Master Roshi not to worry. I will surely find Kellen, Goku said, observing her timid demeanor in front of the great king. All right, Goku. I will convey your message, the fortune teller promised, relieved to distance herself from the great king, fearing she might say something wrong and incur his wrath. Goku, let me share a joke with you. A nose hair and the nose got into a fight. Haha, amusing. Isn't it? The great king chuckled at his own joke, unable to contain his laughter. Although bemused, Goku joined in with a polite chuckle. Piccolo stared in bewilderment, regarding the Great King as if he were peculiar. Is this really funny? He thought, unable to comprehend the humor. Not funny. The Great King noticed Piccolo's scornful gaze. Do not be upset. This lad values his pride, likely laughing inside. The Great King found Piccolo's demeanor unappealing. The Great King's realm was far larger than the King's realm, and he reminded Goku and Piccolo to be respectful when meeting the Great King. Of course, it is only natural. The Great King is the chief among kings. Wow, there are so many people here, they observed, seeing numerous beings with halos engaged in combat. Having not fully watched the later episodes of Dragon Ball, Moko only recognized some popular antagonists from memory, but the intricate plot had faded over time. The Great King, fond of battles, explained that these individuals were the finest warriors from the 4 major galaxies. Look at this green fellow. He has been training here for 1,000 years. He introduced, indicating their predecessors as the best in the galaxy. Seeing so many powerful beings, Goku and Piccolo felt a surge of eagerness. However, they reminded themselves that Kellen's situation was urgent. Once resolved, they would seek the Great King's permission to engage in some friendly competition with these warriors. With hands clasped behind his back, the Great King led Goku and Piccolo to the Great King's residence. Passers-by, especially those from the North Galaxy, bowed to the Great King, curious about the identities of Goku and Piccolo, who were personally escorted by the deity. How fascinating. These beings come in all shapes and sizes. Goku remarked, what a grand abode. The Great King's residence was a vast white mansion, many times larger than the King's. Oh, this sports car. It's the latest model. Enthusiastically, the Great King admired the luxurious vehicle. Great King, please take me to see the deity. Goku urged, eager to proceed. Wukong, slow down. Do not rush to the entrance. Just as I was about to inquire with the guardian deity stationed at the door, the Great King of the universe and the sorcerer emerged. Beijiawang, what brings you here? There are still 2 individuals unaccounted for. How did you manage to bring the Great King? The Great King, a stylish elder clad in denim, held a radio in his hand. He relayed the situation concerning Krillin to the Great King, who, upon hearing, nodded and gestured for the sorcerer to approach. Could you assist me, sorcerer? The sorcerer appeared quite amiable. No problem, he replied, donning a long robe reminiscent of ancient times, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom with his long white beard that lent him a mysterious and formidable presence. Here is a photograph of Krillin. I apologize for the trouble, my lord. They had taken numerous photos prior. The sorcerer glanced at Krillin's image, accepted the phone, and began to inquire about Krillin's birth date and time. His fingers twitched slightly, and his brow furrowed. Something is amiss. I cannot ascertain his whereabouts, as if some force obstructs my calculations, or perhaps he exists in another universe, rendering him untraceable. This matter is rather complicated. The Great King remarked, I shall return to the divination hall. It seems I must employ that artifact. What is the outcome? Listening to the sorcerer's words, the situation appeared rather dire. Could it be that even the sorcerer was at a loss? I cannot determine his current location. This scenario presents 2 possibilities. Either someone is concealing his whereabouts, or he is not in this universe, but in another. Concealment seems unlikely. Krillin is merely an ordinary earthling, of little strategic value. Thus there would be no need for such secrecy. He must be in another universe. Yet why would he venture there? The Great King set the radio on his shoulder, cranking the volume to the maximum, filling the air with the most popular rock music of the heavenly realm. The fashionable elder began to sway to the rhythm alone. Oh, is that not Beijiawang? The Shijiawang approached with the strongest martial artist from the Zion, Ribafan. The 2 had never seen eye to eye, often engaging in mutual mockery and quarrels whenever they crossed paths. Ribafan had grown accustomed to such scenes. Piccolo and Wukong watched the squabbling kings as if they were children, each raising a hand in protest. Lord King, this is a matter of urgency. We can quarrel later. Ribafan admonished. Shijiawang stuck out his tongue in response. Who would have thought that the esteemed king would be dragged away like this? Truly a disgrace to our kings. What did you say? Beijiawang's face flushed with rage. Lord King, do not pay attention to that short gourd. Let us depart. The martial god interjected, covering the king's mouth to hasten their exit. What? How dare you call me a short gourd? Ribafan shouted, incensed by Wukong's provocation. Shijiawang, we have matters to attend to, Ribafan asserted as the sorcerer intervened to defuse the situation. In Chapter 86, titled Krillin is Absorbed Ribafan. The strongest martial artist from the Zion, and Piccolo, along with Wukong, gazed at Ribafan in awe. Was this Ribafan truly formidable? However, there was no time to ponder this now. I shall let you off this time out of respect for the sorcerer, Shijia Wang declared, haughtily lifting his chin. Meanwhile, in Tianjin, Tien and Lanchi returned to Kame House to find Master Roshi sitting vacantly on the ground, sketching. Upon closer inspection, they noticed he was drawing Krillin's head. Master, we have brought you plenty to eat, along with magazines, Tien remarked softly. Yet, Master Roshi remained unresponsive, prompting Tien to sense something was amiss. Grandpa Turtle, what is wrong with Master Roshi? He is not even looking at his favorite magazines. Grandpa Turtle was also troubled, sharing a similar sentiment with Master Roshi. What? Grandpa Turtle, are you saying something has happened to Krillin? Grandpa Turtle then recounted the situation regarding Krillin to Tien and Lanchi. What? Krillin has disappeared? Lanchi exclaimed. Disbelief etched on her face as she dropped her golden beans. Tien immediately dialed Yamcha and Bulma, urging them to come to Kame House to discuss the matter. At the West City swimming pool, upon hearing Tien's alarming news about Krillin, Yamcha swiftly exited the water and donned his clothes. Molly, something has happened to my friend. Will you stay here and continue playing, or shall I take you home? Molly, enjoying herself immensely, was reluctant to leave. Yamcha, I do not want to go back. I have yet to have my cake. Very well, I shall depart, Yamcha declared, grabbing his phone as he walked away. Noticing Yamcha's exit, Molly remained indifferent. Returning to her play with the handsome lad next door, Yamcha drove to Bulma's house, intending to head to Kame House together, but Mrs. Brief informed him that Bulma had already taken off in a plane. Meanwhile, the fortune teller had also returned from the underworld to Kame House. How is it with you, Grandma Fortune Teller? Bulma grasped the fortune teller's garments, urgency in her demeanor. Do not fret. Wukong has assured me that he will find him, the fortune teller reassured, distancing herself from Bulma's grasp. That is wonderful. Tien need not worry, Chaozu sighed in relief. However, Tien remained skeptical, doubting whether Wukong could locate Krillin and bring him back. Grandpa Turtle, do not worry. Wukong assured me that Krillin will be fine, Bulma comforted, patting Master Roshi's shoulder to alleviate his concerns. Master Roshi understood Wukong well. The situation was not so simple. Bulma, what precisely is happening? Yamcha finally arrived, and Poir flew over to relay the details to him. That is splendid. Krillin will surely be found. Yamcha expressed his faith in Wukong. If Wukong said it was possible, then there was no doubt. Grandma Fortune Teller, can you see what is happening in the underworld through your crystal ball? Bulma inquired, yearning for insight into the underworld's affairs. Alas, my abilities do not extend that far. I cannot perceive the underworld, and Wukong is likely to seek out the great king in heaven, further diminishing my capabilities. Thus, Bulma and the others could only wait for Wukong and Piccolo to return with good news. The expressions on everyone's faces grew grim as they pondered the dire fate that may befall Krillin. Although he was still alive, if he were trapped in another realm, unable to return to Earth, it would be a fate worse than death. Suddenly, Bulma broke into tears, lamenting, "It is all my fault. If I had not sent Krillin to fetch that Yubunio eggshell, he would not be in this predicament. Bulma, you cannot blame yourself. What is destined to happen will happen." Master Roshi offered, his voice steady and firm. As a mentor, he knew he could not succumb to despair. They had weathered storms before. Lanchi buried her face in Tien's embrace, sharing the deep sorrow of being one of Krillin's closest companions. Memories of Krillin flooded everyone's minds, along with recollections of his playful antics. At the divination hall, the sorcerer guided Piccolo and the others into the chamber, where a screen awaited. Since we cannot pinpoint his location, let us examine what transpired before the incident, the sorcerer declared, gesturing with a wave of his hand as Krillin's image materialized on the screen. It resembled a television playback. Within the imagery, Krillin was energetically hauling fish to feed the Yubunio chicks. Alas, those creatures can truly eat, Krillin mused. Suddenly, a cry from the Yubunio pierced the air, prompting Krillin to toss the fish aside, inadvertently dropping his phone. He remained oblivious to its fall. As he soared towards the sound, Krillin spotted a Yubunio being drawn into a rocky wall. The other Yubunio attempted to assist, tugging at its wings and neck, but to no avail. Krillin grasped the Yubunio's neck and exerted tremendous effort to pull it free. Realizing the danger posed by the mountain, the Yubunio refrained from approaching. Intrigued, Krillin examined the wall. throwing a stone, only to have it sucked inside. What on earth is happening? He wondered, unease settling in as he resolved to keep his distance. Just as he turned to flee, an unseen tongue emerged from within, ensnaring Krillin's leg and dragging him into the abyss, causing him to vanish completely. Lord King, do you have any knowledge of this wall? The king shook his head, uncertain. Sorcerer, do you have any insight? He inquired. But the sorcerer too shook his head in response. Might it be that the time-space tunnel is the cause? Piccolo suddenly voiced. There exists such a possibility. The KO nodded in agreement. Let us depart, Lord KO. The witch god has discerned the whereabouts of Kuririn, thus we must not squander any more time. Goku, exercise caution. That place is not ordinary, the KO instructed, and even they did not comprehend the situation. Understood, after Piccolo and the others departed, the KO wore a worried expression. Observing the KO's concern, the witch god calculated for Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Do not fret, Lord KO. They shall return safely. Upon hearing the witch god's words, the KO's expression shifted instantaneously. Since all is well, he need not worry any longer. This is the energy of Wukong. He has returned. Tianjin Fan had been closely monitoring Sun Wukong, and thus immediately sensed his energy. Yamcha and Chaozu also felt it, yet Wukong's approach was not from this direction. Has he located Kuririn? Lan Shi and Bulma clasped hands and began to dance. Wait, Wukong is heading in the opposite direction. Why is he not returning to Kame House? Madam Fortune Teller, may I borrow your crystal ball to see where Wukong is going? Bulma approached Madam Fortune Teller, though it was framed as a request. It carried an air of threat. I understand, the young lady replied, as the crystal ball revealed the silhouettes of Wukong and Piccolo. Wukong's expression was grave, indicating that the matter at hand was quite intricate. Where are they going? Everyone pondered, especially since Wukong was wielding the Rui Bang. Chapter 87. The time-space tunnel. Bulma retrieved her computer, observing Wukong's location. They were headed to Cabo Mountain, where Kuririn had vanished. Piccolo, you stay outside with the Rui Bang. I will investigate the situation. After Kuririn was drawn in, he could not escape. There are two possibilities. First, that place is exceedingly perilous, and Kuririn has been captured. Second, Kuririn may be unable to find his way back. To ensure safety, he took the Rui Bang with him. If it were the latter scenario, he could use it to return. Piccolo regarded Sun Wukong, wishing to enter as well, but he understood Wukong's concerns. Upon arriving at the site of Kuririn's disappearance, he cast a stone to test the waters. The stone did not bounce back, but vanished entirely. Piccolo, stand back. He tightened his grip on the Rui Bang. The Rui Bang elongated, becoming remarkably long. Wukong too disappeared, while Bulma and the others watched through the crystal ball as Sun Wukong, holding the Rui Bang, vanished into the mountainside. Yamcha and Tianjin Fan could no longer sense Wukong's energy. Yamcha, let us proceed. Tianjin Fan and Yamcha resolved to head towards Cabo Mountain. Kame Sennin and the others expressed their intent to join, and Bulma retrieved a large aircraft from the capsule. We shall depart first. Those who can fly, go ahead. As Bulma and her group were about to board the plane, Oolong arrived in a boat. Bulma, Kame Sennin, where are you off to? I want to go too. Oolong, en route to Bulma's abode, spotted her piloting the aircraft towards Kame House. He believed that Bulma and Kame Sennin were having a gathering without inviting him, despite their shared experiences of life and death. Hurry up, we must leave. Oolong transformed into a bat and entered the plane. A fierce wind surrounded them, laden with sand, making it nearly impossible to open their eyes. They formed a protective barrier with energy, allowing them to barely see in the harsh environment. Tornadoes surrounded them, and if they clutched the Rui Bang too tightly, they risked being swept away upon arrival. It appeared that someone had indeed been blown away, yet something felt amiss. If this were the case, how could Kuririn have been whisked away by the winds? With sand swirling around, visibility was poor, prompting them to ascend into the air. From above, they could see dozens of tornadoes, yet these were unlike any they had encountered before. These tornadoes remained stationary, arranged in a circle, with a tower at the center. The closer one approached the tower, the more densely the tornadoes gathered, each unaffected by the others. It was daunting to approach the tower. The deeper they ventured, the lower the air pressure and the thinner the atmosphere became. To the east lay a grove, and upon retreating from the tornado zone, they felt a peculiar itch in their hair and bodies. Upon inspection, they discovered their hair was caked with sand. I must wash this off. The sand is most uncomfortable. Upon entering the grove, They found it refreshingly cool and the air invigorating. In the heart of the grove lay a lake, its waters green in hue. Scooping up some water, they found it felt strange, yet they could not afford to ponder it further. Stripping off their clothing, they plunged into the water. It was not the sticky liquid it appeared to be, but rather akin to Earth's water. Piccolo continued to hold the Rui Bang, sensing it grow lighter. Sun Wukong was commencing his actions. The Rui Bang shortened, returning to its original form, for they still needed it to navigate back. Thus, Wukong did not take it with him. Piccolo gazed at the mountainside, yearning to venture forth, yet he felt compelled to stay. Suddenly, Piccolo raised his gaze towards the distance. Where three energies approached him, it was Tianjin Fan and the others who had arrived. Piccolo, what is the situation? Tianjin Fan and Yamcha descended, inquiring about the circumstances. Although Piccolo was not well acquainted with Yamcha and Tianjin Fan, he recognized them as Wukong's friends. Moreover, more hands could yield greater strength, perhaps allowing him to enter. Piccolo revealed Wukong's intentions, explaining that this stone wall could traverse time and space, leading to other universes. Tianjin Fan, do you think we should investigate? Yamcha stepped forward, reaching out, but Piccolo unleashed a wave of energy. Yamcha leaped to evade the attack, while Tianjin Fan and Chaozu looked on in astonishment, then warily at Piccolo. What do you mean, Piccolo? Are you attempting to eliminate us while Wukong is absent? Upon witnessing Piccolo's assault, they recalled that he was the great demon King Piccolo. Seeking world domination, Piccolo offered no explanation. Should they wish to fight, he was eager to find someone to spar with. Humph. The three of you together cannot hope to defeat me, Piccolo scoffed. How infuriating. Yamcha impulsively charged at Piccolo, only to be effortlessly sidestepped. Tianjin Fan had initially intended to press Piccolo further, but a skirmish erupted between Piccolo and Yamcha. Yamcha found himself at a disadvantage, and Tianjin Fan, sensing the dire situation, rushed to assist. Chaozu stood by, bewildered, unable to comprehend how the conflict had ignited. Though Chaozu was not particularly astute, he suspected that Piccolo did not intend to kill them. Rather, he wished to prevent them from approaching the stone wall. Tianjin Fan, Yamcha. Chaozu ascended to intervene and dissuade them from continuing the fight. However, his words fell on deaf ears, as the two were caught up in the fervor of battle, exchanging blows with Piccolo for several rounds. Piccolo regarded their strength with disdain. Tianjin Fan split into two, one restraining Piccolo's legs while the other controlled his body. Yamcha delivered a punch to Piccolo's abdomen. Although their individual strengths were lacking, their teamwork compensated for the disparity. The three engaged in a fierce struggle, toppling trees in their wake, while Chaozu utilized his psychic abilities to impede Piccolo's movements. Taking advantage of Piccolo's immobilization, Yamcha and Tianjin Fan struck him with a flurry of punches, leaving Piccolo with blood at the corner of his mouth. When Kame Sennin and Bulma finally arrived in the aircraft, they were met with the sight of the three in combat, filled with confusion. Chaozu relayed the situation to Kame Sennin and Bulma, who, after hearing the account, did not react with anger, believing that Piccolo sought to harm them. Wukong had faith in Piccolo. He was not that type of individual. Thus Kame Sennin also believed in Piccolo's transformation from the former great demon king. Lan Shi sneezed, her blue hair turning yellow, her demeanor shifting to one of fierceness. Young Master Yamcha, please do not strike any longer. Pu'er attempted to intervene, but was immediately repelled by their fierce energy. As Pu'er tumbled down, Bulma deftly caught him. Oolong, in a fit of anger, demanded that Lan Shi transform him into a loudspeaker. Expecting to be fed, he was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Was it too late to leave? Under Lan Shi's intimidation, Oolong transformed into a loudspeaker. Tianjin Fan and Yamcha's mother counted to 3, urging them to cease their actions, or else she would not show mercy. Master Roshi approached, attempting to touch Lan Shi, only to receive a swift kick in return. Dropping the loudspeaker, Roshi raised an eyebrow and shouted at them. Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, the pressing matter is the situation concerning Wukong and Krillin. I believe that Bick has his reasons for acting as he has. Chapter 88. The mobile space-time tunnel. Upon hearing Master Roshi's call, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha paused. Reflecting on the incident, Yamcha realized that Bick's strike was not aimed directly at him, but rather intended to distance him. Therefore, he had misunderstood Bick's intentions. Why had Bick not offered an explanation? Bick rolled his eyes, thinking that in their eyes, he had become the great demon king. Was an explanation even necessary? After a brief struggle, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha apologized to Bick, expressing their regret. Big had not anticipated their apology. Now that the misunderstanding had been cleared, Master Roshi chimed in to ease the tension. Tianjin fan, you foolishly ignored your injuries. Lan Shi stepped forward to bandage his wounds. Young Master Yamcha, you are injured. Please remain still. Pu'er flew over to Yamcha, applying a band-aid to his bleeding arm. I am fine. It is merely a minor injury. As a martial artist, wounds are a common occurrence. What? That area is so perilous. It is unsafe for Wukong to venture alone. Bulma expressed her deep concern for Wukong's safety. Do not worry. Bulma, Tianjin fan and I have agreed to go and check on them, Yamcha reassured her. Both Yamcha and Tianjin fan were extremely worried about Wukong and Krillin. Although they were not as powerful as Wukong, as friends, they could not remain idle. I will join, Bick declared, indicating his intention to accompany them, reminding Bulma to ensure they had the Rui Bang. Once they arrived, the Rui Bang would be essential for confirming their location, and given the tunnel's strong gravitational pull, returning would require considerable effort. Master Wu Tian, Bulma, we are setting off. We will bring Krillin and Wukong back with us, Tianjin fan promised while looking at Master Roshi and Bulma. Tianjin fan, you must return safely, otherwise, I will be forced to beat you, Lan Shi said angrily. Though she knew she could not sway his decision and only hoped for his safe return. Wait, are you planning to go like this? Master Roshi asked sternly. Yamcha and Tianjin fan turned back, puzzled. What else should we do, Master? You fools, do you not need to bring the Senzu beans? You are venturing into an unknown cosmic planet and may encounter formidable foes, Master Roshi admonished, naturally considering many aspects as a teacher. We are leaving. I almost forgot. Tianjin fan replied. I cannot wait any longer. I will go in first, Bick said impatiently. As Master Roshi held the Rui Bang, he felt an overwhelming force attempting to pull him into the space-time tunnel. He was compelled to exert all his strength, his muscles straining visibly. Master Wu Tian, let us assist you. Bulma, Lan Shi, and Jiaozi rushed to help pull on the Rui Bang to prevent Master Roshi from being drawn in. Once Bick entered, they relinquished their grip on the Rui Bang, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Unlike Wukong, Bick found himself in a barren desert rather than a tornado. He soared into the air to survey his surroundings, spotting an area not far away, perpetually engulfed in a swirling vortex. Adjacent to the tornado region were forests and lakes. Bick decided to split into two, leaving one version behind to await Yamcha and Tianjin fan, while the other ventured forth to investigate. Master Wu Tian, we will return to gather supplies. Please wait here, Bulma and Lan Shi announced as they flew back to West City. A feeling of apprehension washed over Bulma. She sensed that Wukong and the others would not return so swiftly. Master Wu Tian, we have returned. Yamcha and Tianjin fan arrived, bearing the Senzu beans. Where is Bick? Yamcha inquired, not spotting him. Bick had already gone ahead. Be prepared, Yamcha, Tianjin fan. You must return safely, Oolong encouraged, patting Yamcha's shoulder. Young Master Yamcha, please exercise caution, Pu'er admonished from the side. After sending Yamcha and Tianjin fan through, Master Roshi distinctly felt the increased intensity of the tunnel's gravitational pull compared to when Bick had entered. What is the matter? Oolong asked, noticing Master Roshi's furrowed brow with concern. It is nothing, Roshi replied, unsure if the increasing gravity was due to the frequency of entries or the passage of time. Where is Bick? This fellow does not wait for us, Tianjin fan remarked as he and Yamcha found themselves in a forest, searching for Bick but failing to spot him. They left markers in the woods to indicate their direction. Is that not Tianjin fan and Yamcha? When did they arrive? Bick wondered, peering down at the location of the space-time tunnel. Upon a sudden realization, he pointed at the tunnel and struck it. The stone shattered instantly. This space-time tunnel was not fixed. Bick quickly flew over to call Yamcha and Tianjin fan. Bick, so you are here. We thought you had gone ahead without us. Yamcha teased upon seeing Bick. Bick, however, was not in the mood for banter and urgently asked for the location of the space-time tunnel. Observing Bick's serious expression, Yamcha and Tianjin fan sensed something was amiss and followed him. It is right here, Yamcha said, throwing a stone into the tunnel, but it produced no reaction. Bick conveyed his assessment to Yamcha and Tianjin fan, stating that even if they found Krillin, they would be unable to return if they could not locate the space-time tunnel. We must search quickly while time is still on our side. Stones began to float from the ground as Bick controlled them to be cast downward, while Tianjin fan and Yamcha remained vigilant for the tunnel's location. Tianjin Fan's third eye swiftly whirled, locating Bic. Yamcha is here. As Tianjin Fan attempted to enter, he encountered a force that resisted him, summoning all his energy. He leaped into the tunnel, with Yamcha and Bic pushing him from behind. Meanwhile, Oolong was startled by Tianjin Fan's half-exposed head. Master Roshi, come quickly. Tianjin Fan has returned. He exclaimed. Tianjin Fan, what has happened? Master Roshi inquired urgently. Tianjin Fan had no time for idle chatter and informed Roshi about the mobility of the space-time tunnel. A tremendous force suddenly propelled Tianjin Fan out. And before Roshi could say anything further, Tianjin Fan vanished. The situation had worsened. Oh no, does this mean young Master Yamcha cannot return? Pu'er cried in despair. It's over. Wukong and the others may have to live in another universe, leaving Lan Shi and Bulma alone, Oolong jested, only to be met with a slap from Pu'er. Fortunately, the space-time tunnel here was fixed, otherwise, it would truly be dire. Chapter 89. Krillin actually launched an attack on Yamcha upon their return. Bulma and Lan Shi found Pu'er distraught and weeping, while Master Roshi wore a grave expression. Oolong, what happened to Pu'er? Roshi asked. Oolong recounted the events, and both Bulma and Lan Shi shared in Pu'er's sorrow, genuinely fearing for their friend's safe return. What are you all grieving for? Is there not a Shenlong? All that is required is a wish for Shenlong to bring them back, is it not? Oolong believes there is nothing to fear with Shenlong around. However, once the desires surpass Shenlong's capabilities, the wishes cannot be fulfilled. The turtle sage remains troubled. Alas, does this mean Wukong cannot return? Bulma begins to weep anew. Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Master Lan Shi, and Pu'er are also frightened by the turtle sage's words, and they too start to cry. Jiaozi joins in the lamentation, expressing his wish for Tianjin Fan's return, and the chorus of sorrow echoes around them. Oolong covers his ears, blaming the turtle sage, lamenting that he had finally managed to calm them down. Once the tears have been shed, Bulma and Lan Shi dry their eyes and gather their resolve. Bulma retrieves a capsule filled with various machines, intending to design a multifunctional communication robot. Jiaozi, do not be disheartened. Go to my home and bring the mice people here. Let us all assist together. Oolong and the others inquire. Bulma, what do you intend to create? I wish to build a robot so that we can observe the situation over there and simultaneously inform Wukong of the location of the time-space tunnel. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Pu'er and Lan Shi embrace her in excitement, while the turtle sage breathes a sigh of relief and joins in, sneakily taking advantage. Oolong, witnessing the turtle sage taking advantage of Bulma and the others, feels compelled to join as well. Bulma swiftly slaps the turtle sage away, who falls to the ground, a satisfied smile on his face. Oolong, do you seek death? Bulma catches him as he attempts to withdraw his hand. Do not strike. I was wrong. Oolong is left battered and bruised by Bulma's blows. Meanwhile, Piccolo creates another version of himself to remain behind as a guard. Yamcha is astonished by the sight of the splitting Piccolo. Let us proceed, Piccolo says, leading Yamcha and Tianjin Fan to reunite with another version of himself. After departing the tornado zone, Sun Wukong arrives in the residential area where the alien inhabitants reside. Observing closely, he notices a variety of extraterrestrial beings, predominantly those with 3 eyes and brown skin. Accompanying each 3-eyed alien is another extraterrestrial, seemingly acting as their bodyguard. Due to the diverse presence of aliens, Wukong's appearance in the streets does not draw much attention. Did you know? Recently, many new goods have arrived. Are you interested in purchasing? A 3-eyed alien converses beside Wukong. Initially, Wukong cannot comprehend their words, but after tasting their food, he begins to understand them. However, the alien cuisine proves to be quite unpalatable, featuring wriggling insects and poorly prepared meat. That Nakesingren beside you, I quite fancy. Are you looking to trade for him? Although his appearance is appealing, I prefer someone more robust. That Nakesingren is far too weak to accomplish anything. By the way, I heard a formidable new arrival has come, boasting impressive attack power. If I possess him, I could join the Melee battle team and follow Melee to Wang to conquer the universe. The alien looks particularly strange. Short in stature, yet possessing remarkable strength. The 3-eyed alien turns to gaze at Sun Wukong, uncertain of his identity, noting the absence of any markings. This one belongs to me, Sal declares, pushing Seaful aside. Karong, go capture him. The alien beside the 3-eyed individual launches an attack on Sun Wukong. They prove to be rather feeble, and Wukong evades effortlessly, realizing he cannot linger. If he is not mistaken, That individual must be Klin. Chase after him. The other three-eyed aliens, sensing Wukong's prowess, are filled with greed. At this moment, Piccolo and Yamcha also converge, arriving in the residential area. Piccolo, what is the situation? Yamcha asks, casually patting Piccolo's shoulder. Through Piccolo's investigations, he finds that the aliens here are quite weak, yet they are always accompanied by another alien, likely captured from other planets. Piccolo, if they are so weak, how could other aliens possibly submit to them? Yamcha questions. I am uncertain. Those aliens show them considerable respect. A point that remains unclear. Suddenly, an explosion erupts not far away. That is Wukong's energy. Both Piccolo and Yamcha feel the surge of Sun Wukong's aura and rush towards it. Sun Wukong engages in battle with those aliens, swiftly overpowering them, sending them crashing down like peanuts. Tianjin fan, is that not Klin? Yamcha notices Klin's figure below. Piccolo, you all go ahead. We will search for Klin. Yamcha declares as he descends beside Klin. Hey, Klin, we have come to find you. Yamcha greets him. Klin nods coldly. 7. Who is this? The three-eyed alien assesses Yamcha. I ought to be asking you, Klin. Who is he? Let us leave. We have located Piccolo, Yamcha urges, attempting to pull Klin away. 7. Capture him. Klin's expression shifts dramatically as he strikes Yamcha with a punch. Unprepared, Yamcha is sent flying, causing surrounding structures to collapse. Dazed, Yamcha stares at Klin, unable to comprehend what has transpired or why Klin has attacked him. As Yamcha gazes at Klin's indifferent face, he dodges another assault. The clash between Yamcha and Klin ascends into the air, toppling buildings around them. 7. Lead him elsewhere. The three-eyed aliens instruct Klin to divert Yamcha to another location for the fight, before following closely behind to observe from a distance. Unexpectedly, another desirable target appears. The energy signatures of Yamcha and Piccolo approach, and they have also located Klin. After defeating their foes, Tianjin Fan and Piccolo hasten to join Wukong. Curse it. Quickly summon Melee to Wang. We are under attack. The three-eyed aliens witness their puppets being vanquished by Sun Wukong, and their city in ruins, prompting them to urgently seek assistance. Klin, what are you doing? Yamcha inquires while evading Klin's strikes. Klin offers no response, resembling a machine as he continues his relentless assault on Yamcha. Chi Yuanzhan. He unleashes a devastating energy slice aimed at Yamcha, seemingly intent on ending his life. Chapter 90. The battle. Yamcha evades the attack, but unexpectedly, the Chi Yuanzhan returns. He counters with a Kamehameha wave, resulting in a mutual cancellation of forces. The Solar Fist. Klin appears unfazed, relentlessly attacking Yamcha. As Yamcha closes his eyes, Klin appears directly in front of him, unleashing a massive Kamehameha wave at close range. Yamcha plummets heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater, severely impacted by Klin's onslaught. Klin drags Yamcha before the three-eyed aliens, who regard him with satisfaction, noting that their prize is well worth it. Just as the three-eyed aliens prepare to have Klin take Yamcha away, a towering three-eyed alien approaches. These two are mine. The large three-eyed alien declares, seizing Klin and Yamcha. General Tsuchi, I was intending to present them to you. Why have you returned so soon? Enough chatter, quickly release them. General Tsuchi commands coldly. The three-eyed alien touches Klin's forehead, causing Klin's eyes to clear, becoming dazed. As he glances at the fallen Yamcha, he opens his mouth to speak, but is abruptly covered by a large hand. Once the hand withdraws, Klin's expression shifts, and it is now Yamcha's turn. Yamcha awakens, ready to flee, but is struck by Klin, leaving a gaping wound in his chest. Dream on if you think you can escape. Tsuchi sneers at Yamcha, who looks down at his injury. Blood spraying onto the ground. Kellen withdrew his hand, and with another jolt of pain, Yamcha fainted instantly. Humph, no one has ever escaped from my grasp. General Tsuchi placed his hand over Yamcha's head. Yamcha felt an excruciating pain in his head before losing consciousness entirely. Master Yamcha's eyes dimmed, and he collapsed to the ground alongside Kellen. General, might I request a planet? Kellen's original master had not left. Instead, he gazed at General Tsuchi with a pleading expression. A planet? How absurd. Those planets are reserved for sale to others, General Tsuchi replied, kicking him away. Bick, hurry up. As Sun Wukong and Bick prepared to search for Yamcha and Kellen, a large spaceship suddenly flew overhead. They were the subordinates of the great King Melee, returning from battles on other planets, and happened upon the conflict between Sun Wukong and the three-eyed aliens. Big brother, leave them to me, one of the generals said. casting a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong and his companions. Although he was unsure how they had arrived on their planet, he was determined to ensure they would not leave alive. Number 99, engage. It was not General Tsushi who initiated the attack, but a tall, green-skinned figure behind him. Number 99 soared towards Wukong, launching an assault. His speed was astonishing, so swift that even Bic could not catch sight of him. Sun Wukong was also quick, countering his attacks, and the two exchanged blows evenly matched in strength. General Tsushi observed in surprise as Sun Wukong managed to keep pace with number 99, a smirk curling upon his lips. Not bad. In a battle of skilled fighters, collateral damage was inevitable. Two massive energy orbs collided, creating a tremendous gust of wind. Tianjin Fan and Bic steadied themselves against the force. Bic crossed his arms, watching the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and number 99, feeling an itch to join in. Wukong's progress is astounding, Tianjin Fan remarked, recalling their previous encounter where he felt only a finger's difference in strength. Now, the gap felt like that of an entire person. From their auras, it was clear their strength was lacking, but the true power resided with those standing behind them. The unsettling gaze of those individuals suggested they lacked independent consciousness. Bic keenly sensed the anomaly, formulating a plan in his mind. Magic Flash. Bic launched an attack against General Tsushi. The latter merely glanced at Bic's offensive, unfazed. The attack was blocked by one of General Tsushi's companions. Bic attempted another strike, only to be thwarted once more. It seems someone is eager for death. Number 90. Grant him what he desires. Number 90, though not as fast as number 99, possessed remarkable physical strength, rendering Bic's attacks akin to mere tickles. When Tianjin Fan attempted to assist Bic, the latter stopped him, insisting he needed no help. Bic and Wukong engaged in battle, while Tianjin Fan could only watch, aware of his own limitations. The individuals behind General Tsushi were stronger than him. Sensing something amiss with Kellen and Yamcha, Tianjin Fan noticed others accompanying them. Seizing the opportunity while they were distracted, he darted away in search of Kellen and Yamcha. General Tsushi noticed Tianjin Fan's stealthy departure, but dismissed it, confident he would be caught eventually. After a fierce struggle, it became apparent that number 99 seemed impervious to pain, as though his body were not his own. Number 99 blocked my attack and kicked me in the abdomen. I retaliated by seizing his leg, swiftly striking 30 blows, before delivering a colossal energy orb at close range. Number 99's leg was shattered, blood gushing forth, yet he remained undeterred, continuing to assault Sun Wukong. However, he was soon defeated. What a worthless creature, I thought, observing the mutilated number 99 with disdain. Meanwhile, Bic initially held the upper hand, but as the battle progressed, his stamina waned and his movement slowed. Number 90, relentless and tireless, soon overwhelmed Bic. After Sun Wukong triumphed over number 99, General Tsushi, infuriated, ordered a group assault on him. Sun Wukong endured relentless blows, realizing the two attackers matched his strength, while he could handle them individually. He was outnumbered in a group fight, which lacked any sense of martial ethics. Each time he found himself on the brink of defeat, Sun Wukong resorted to the solar flare technique, seizing the moment to consume a Senza bean, restoring his strength and vitality to re-engage. Each return from the precipice of death made him feel stronger, a trait of the Scion race. The more he fought, the stronger he became, and Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan state advanced further. Bic consumed a Senza bean, extending his arms to ensnare number 90's limbs and unleashing a point-blank energy orb, obliterating the latter's head. Despite the destruction of its head, number 90 continued to move, thrusting its body towards Bic, who coughed blood and released his grip. Number 90, freed from restraint, repeatedly stomped on Bic's wounds. This is bad. Bic is in danger. Sun Wukong accelerated towards Bic, while the two assailants recognized his intent and halted, redirecting their attacks at Bic. Two energy orbs flew towards Bic's head, but Sun Wukong countered with two energy orbs of his own, deflecting the strikes back towards number 90. With the threat of number 99 neutralized, Bic took the chance to consume another Senza bean, his wounds healing swiftly. Number 90 unleashed a massive energy orb aimed at Bic, seemingly intent on annihilating him. Tsushi, are you certain you wish to kill him? Tsushi's companion, Tsushian, observed number 90 preparing his ultimate move. That fool is so weak he cannot even defeat number 90. Why would I need him? Tsushi dismissed the concern. Only the powerful deserve to serve him. Vic rose, taking advantage of number 90's focus, leaping behind him and plunging his hand into number 90's chest, extracting his heart. Number 90 turned, shooting an energy orb at Bic, who caught it, leading to a contest of strength between the two. Bic's energy surpassed that of number 90, and the orb engulfed number 90, causing him to vanish in an instant. After defeating number 90, Tsushi and his companions recognized that Sun Wukong and his allies were formidable. Bic sought to reunite with Sun Wukong, but found himself surrounded. Their strength exceeded his own. Bic was battered like a punching bag, tossed back and forth. A heavy blow to his back sent him crashing in front of number 102, followed by a kick to his chest that propelled him onto others, only to be kicked away again. Damn it, is this not an affront to Bic? Bic found himself before a shorter enemy, stabilizing himself and leaping onto their back, seizing their arms. The ground shook as Sun Wukong and the two assailants collided, toppling nearby structures. Kamehameha surged forth, but they failed to catch it as Sun Wukong accelerated, catching them off guard. An explosion ensued. While the two did not fall, they were not unscathed either. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan observed Yamcha and Kellen trailing behind General Tsushi. Cautiously, he refrained from approaching. Meeting Yamcha's gaze, Tianjin Fan's third eye revealed the latter's vacant stare, as if he did not recognize him. Noticing their behavior, he discerned a profound respect from Kellen and Yamcha towards General Tsushi. Recognizing Tianjin Fan, General Tsushi ordered Kellen to confront him. Tianjin Fan sensed Kellen's hostility as the latter charged, throwing a punch. Tianjin Fan dodged and retaliated with a kick that sent Kellen sprawling. The two exchanged blows, with Tianjin Fan possessing the upper hand. Kellen, can you hear me? Tianjin Fan called out, evading Kellen's attacks. Tianjin Fan suspected that Klin had been hypnotized. He grasped Klin's hand and slapped his face in an attempt to awaken him. However, this proved futile as Klin retaliated with a series of punches to Tianjin Fan's face, causing him immense pain and forcing him to release his grip and distance himself from Klin. Klin charged forward, headbutting Tianjin Fan in the stomach, making him spit out saliva in agony. Realizing the need to be serious, Tianjin Fan unleashed his multi-phantom fist to bewilder Klin. Faced with multiple illusions of Tianjin Fan, Klin showed no hesitation, kicking and punching to shatter the phantoms. Tianjin Fan slipped behind Klin and delivered a powerful kick, propelling himself downwards faster than Klin, kneeing him upwards. As he soared behind Klin, Tianjin Fan clasped his hands together and struck Klin's back with a heavy blow, sending him crashing down onto a house, which subsequently collapsed. General Chochi, with a satisfied smirk, regarded Tianjin Fan's performance. Although it paled in comparison to his previous works, he had yet to find a worthy substitute. With the relentless resistance from the Ply-Star people depleting his creations, he had no choice but to make do. General Chochi instructed Yamcha to assist, and together, Yamcha and Klin coordinated their efforts. Yamcha executed the Wolf Fang fist to grasp Tianjin Fan's hand, while Klin unleashed the Kamehameha wave. Tianjin Fan retaliated by expelling an energy sphere, growing additional arms that seized Yamcha, reversing their positions and striking him. Yamcha, seemingly unfazed after the hit, retaliated by kneeing Tianjin Fan's leg. Klin flew in, attacking alongside Yamcha in a synchronized assault. Despite being outmatched, their camaraderie and disregard for injury fueled their determination to fight fiercely. Their bond as friends who had faced life and death together made Tianjin Fan hesitant to unleash his full power against them. After several rounds, Tianjin Fan's stamina waned, leaving him restrained by Yamcha and Klin. General Chochi hovered before Tianjin Fan, placing his hand in front of him. As Tianjin Fan launched an attack, a yellow beam struck General Chochi's hand, but after a cloud of smoke dissipated, he remained unscathed, enveloped in a transparent protective shield. Upon realizing his attack had failed, Tianjin Fan extended his arms behind him, grasping Klin's hand and forcefully pulling it away. Sensing Tianjin Fan's resistance, General Chochi reached out, and Tianjin Fan gradually ceased his struggling. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he summoned all his energy to endure without losing consciousness. General Chochi released his grip, allowing Yamcha and Klin to let go of Tianjin Fan. He was henceforth to be named by General Chochi as the 101st. Tianjin Fan, devoid of strength and unable to maintain flight, began to fall. General Chochi observed Tianjin Fan with a puzzled expression. As he plummeted, Tianjin Fan retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket and consumed it, restoring his strength. Spotting General Chochi soaring past him, Tianjin Fan launched a powerful punch, though the protective shield rendered it ineffective. Klin and Yamcha rushed in front of General Chochi to shield him from Tianjin Fan's assault. Failure was not an option. It was no wonder his mental fortitude surpassed their own. General Chochi ordered Klin and Yamcha to devise a plan to incapacitate Tianjin Fan, rather than engage them. Tianjin Fan sought out Sun Wukong, informing him of Klin and Yamcha's predicament, so they could brainstorm ways to restore them. As he attempted to escape, Klin and Yamcha pursued him. Klin unleashed the Chi Yuan Slash to obstruct Tianjin Fan's flight, while Yamcha continuously fired energy spheres at him. Tianjin Fan dodged their attacks mid-flight, but Klin's control of the Chi Yuan Slash grazed Tianjin Fan's arm. Thankfully, he evaded further harm. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured. Glancing back, Tianjin Fan descended towards a residential area filled with houses, where he concealed himself, consuming another senzu bean to heal his arm. Realizing high-altitude flight was no longer feasible, he opted for a lower altitude. General Chochi called upon the other three-eyed beings to help capture Tianjin Fan. They were instructed to attack upon sighting him, creating some inconvenience despite their inferiority. Chapter 92. Tianjin Fan also under control. I've entrusted your back to me. Let's join forces. Both focused on the enemy ahead while relying on each other to guard their backs. Earth had experienced 5 days, with time flowing differently across the cosmos. Bulma, when will your machine be ready? It's been so long, and Yamcha has yet to return, Por expressed concern. It's almost done, Bulma replied, equally anxious, having stayed up late to expedite the machine's completion. As she worked, exhaustion overcame her, and she fell asleep. Launch covered her with a blanket, while Master Roshi lounged in a recliner, observing the time-space tunnel. Oolong played games nearby, and Chaos sat on a rock, worrying about Tianjin Fan. When Bulma awakened, she resumed her efforts. The sun was setting, casting an orange glow across the landscape, painting it in golden hues. I did it. Bulma's jubilant exclamation resonated, startling birds from their perches. Master Roshi and Chaos gathered around her. Bulma activated the robot, projecting its view onto the electronic screen. As she maneuvered the robot into the time-space tunnel, the screen remained unaffected, though the robot narrowly avoided being trampled by animals. Bulma, over here. Chaos and Master Roshi called out anxiously as they guided the robot. Don't move recklessly, Bulma shouted, imploring them not to disrupt her. Let us go find Wukong and Tianjin Fan, Launch suggested. As if it were that simple. This planet is vast, Oolong retorted, dousing their enthusiasm. Suddenly, a gust of wind rolled by, causing the Rui Bang to tumble. Por noticed and rushed toward it, but arrived too late. Oh no, the Rui Bang has fallen in, Por exclaimed in distress. With no other option, Bulma maneuvered the robot to retrieve the Rui Bang. Sun Wukong and Piccolo were gradually wearing out, their stomachs growling with hunger and their strength waning. They had been attacking continuously, leaving no time to eat senzu beans. With a loud crash, Piccolo was knocked down. The blinding light of the solar fist struck their eyes, prompting involuntary closure. What is happening? I can't see, Kiririn cried, shielding his eyes in pain. Swiftly consuming a senzu bean, he darted in front of Kiririn, throwing a punch that was unexpectedly blocked by an invisible protective shield. What the hell? I refuse to accept this. I'll hit him again. Yet, his subsequent punches were also thwarted. If I can't hit him, then I'll target someone else, he thought, noticing the remaining three-eyed beings bore similar protective shields. Tianjin Fan was momentarily obstructed and unleashed the solar fist before retreating swiftly. Klin and Yamcha, blinded, remained motionless. Tianjin Fan recognized their weakness. They lacked the ability to sense energy. Evading them, he accelerated towards Sun Wukong. Once their eyes adjusted, Klin and Yamcha scanned their surroundings, but found no trace of Tianjin Fan. General Chochi, realizing they had allowed Tianjin Fan to escape, produced a whip and lashed out at Yamcha and Klin, striking their backs repeatedly. The barbs tore into their flesh, leaving them in agony. Useless trash, General Chochi spat, as Klin and Yamcha gritted their teeth in pain, their expressions betraying no emotion. This was a form of release for the three-eyed beings toward their puppets, coated in a substance that allowed only the drug to inflict pain. Soon, Tianjin Fan soared to Wukong, exclaiming that something terrible had happened to Klin and Yamcha. Wukong inquired about the nature of their predicament, suspecting it might be akin to their own. He surmised that the inhabitants of this planet possessed minimal combat prowess. However, They wielded a unique ability to manipulate individuals from other planets for their own purposes. Those ensnared by this control would follow commands without any semblance of consciousness or awareness, tirelessly serving until death or until the controller commanded cessation. With Tianjin Fan's arrival, the pressure on Wukong and Piccolo was somewhat alleviated. Son Wukong grew stronger with each battle, facing 4 opponents alone, while Piccolo contended with 2 and Tianjin Fan engaged 1. General Chu Mian and his forces sought to prevent Wukong and his companions from uniting, opting instead to isolate and conquer them individually. The clashes intensified, reverberating through the battlefield and affecting Chu Fun and his crew, who observed from afar in their spacecraft. General Chu Qi, noticing Tianjin Fan and the others, interjected. "Brother, it's them," Chu Qi remarked, drawing the attention of Chu Mian, who suspected an alliance between Chu Qi and Wukong's group. "Look, these 2 puppets were dispatched by me, Chu Qi, to assist Klin and Yamcha." Chu Fan questioned. "What about the others? They have all been destroyed. Those accursed Ply stars annihilated my 2 perfect creations," Chu Qi lamented. Observing the identical appearance of the 5, Chu Qi concluded they were indeed part of the same faction. He devised a plan to send Piccolo and Yamcha to assist. To avoid harming Yamcha and Klin, Wukong and his companions resorted to guerrilla tactics, engaging one adversary at a time before retreating. In one-on-one skirmishes, Wukong and his allies held the advantage. However, through relentless combat, their energy reserves dwindled. Thanks to the presence of Xiando, they could endure longer than their foes. Yet, without energy, they would succumb to fatigue, falling as easily as any ordinary person. Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, General Chu Fan commanded an assault on Tianjin Fan, while the remaining forces sought to block Wukong and Piccolo. Approaching Tianjin Fan, Chu Fan placed a hand upon his face. Tianjin Fan immediately sensed the intrusion, warning Wukong and Piccolo to disregard their safety. He felt Chu Fan's mental force overpowering him and alerted his friends to unleash their full potential. He would rather perish than be compelled to harm his comrades. Once Chu Fan shattered Tianjin Fan's mental defenses, he instantly lost consciousness, becoming part of their ranks. "Damn it! Even Tianjin Fan has been controlled. Piccolo, be cautious," Wukong cautioned as Piccolo flew to his side, the 2 bracing against one another. "Piccolo, do you still have any Xiando?" Upon checking his pockets, Wukong found only 2 remaining. "I have none left," Piccolo replied, having consumed his 3 beans. "Perhaps we should capture them," Piccolo suggested, aware that without Klin and the others, Wukong and his companions could not fight at full strength. "We must first devise a means to defeat them before addressing Klin and the others. With their presence, capturing Klin will be challenging. I'll distract them, you handle the others," Piccolo resolved, knowing he could not overpower them. His only option was to divert attention from Klin and Yamcha, allowing Wukong to fight without restraint. Chapter 93. Exhaustion. Piccolo engaged the 3-eyed aliens, deliberately provoking them. They, underestimating his strength, directed Klin and Tianjin Fan to concentrate their attacks on him. Piccolo darted to the side and unleashed an energy sphere toward Tianjin Fan, who caught it and tossed it back. Enlarging himself several times, Piccolo engaged in combat. Surprisingly, despite his increased size, he remained agile. Piccolo swiftly struck at Klin, who attempted to evade by soaring into the sky. In his haste, Klin overlooked Piccolo's other hand, sending him crashing into the ground. Yamcha launched a Kamehameha wave at Piccolo from behind, which merely tickled him. Tianjin Fan ascended, forming a triangular shape with his hands. Gathering energy, Piccolo, sensing the impending threat, quickly fired an energy sphere at Tianjin Fan. The collision of the Kamehameha and Piccolo's energy created a powerful gust, propelling Tianjin Fan away. Klin, targeting Piccolo's leg, delivered a fierce kick, causing Piccolo to stumble, while Yamcha struck Piccolo squarely in the face. Piccolo retaliated, sending Yamcha flying. Klin concentrated immense energy, crafting a colossal attack aimed at Piccolo. Tianjin Fan executed a solar flare, while Yamcha clutched Piccolo's leg, restraining him. With a swift bend, Piccolo's energy attack severed one of his own arms. Seeing Klin's attack yield results, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha unleashed energy spheres to provide Klin with an opportunity. The explosion of energy spheres clouded the battlefield, complicating matters for Piccolo. Seizing the moment, Piccolo grasped Tianjin Fan and concentrated energy to regenerate his arm. As Tianjin Fan was held captive, Klin and Yamcha continued their relentless assault. Taking advantage of their distraction, Piccolo captured both Klin and Yamcha, disrupting Klin's massive energy attack. With Klin's powerful strike interrupted, Piccolo soared away with Yamcha and Klin in tow. General Chu Chi, witnessing the capture, furrowed his brow and flew in pursuit. To resolve the situation, they needed to utilize powerful attacks. After several rounds of combat, they were all significantly fatigued. To decisively defeat them, high-impact attacks were essential. The Kamehameha would not suffice. It appeared the only option was to combine the 20-fold Kaioken with the Dragon Fist. First, they needed to gather their foes together rather than disperse them. As the Super Saiyan transformation merged with the 20-fold Kaioken, the golden aura shifted to crimson. Observing the ground below, a plan formed. They would employ this strategy swiftly. Utilizing the solar flare to incapacitate their foes, they would then swiftly flank them from behind, delivering a powerful strike that would send them crashing into the earth, creating a deep crater and a cloud of dust. Down you go, they proclaimed as the adversaries plummeted like balls. Curse it, not this trick again. Chu Fan shouted, furious at Wukong's tactics. As the enemies soared from the pit, a colossal red dragon surged forth, moving with incredible speed. They had no time to flee, raising their arms defensively as the dragon engulfed them whole. With a final, all-out effort, Wukong descended from the sky, having poured every ounce of strength into the attack. The dragon erupted in an explosion, enveloping the air in a thick haze. Chu Mian and his companions felt their control over the puppets dissipate, their expressions shifting from nonchalance to sheer rage. These were the warriors they had sought for so long, the mightiest in the universe. Without them, how could they conquer other planets, especially since they had already eliminated the strongest fighters? In their fury, they surged toward Wukong. For figures closing in, Chu Fan stomped his foot onto Wukong's face with immense force, collapsing the ground beneath them. Had Wukong not been incapacitated by pain, he would have sent them flying with a single blow. You will pay for destroying my warriors, Chu Mian declared, pressing his foot against Wukong's chest until ribs cracked. Channeling their wrath into Wukong. This one is mine, Chu Fan asserted, preparing to ensnare Wukong into his control. Chu Fan, as the leader, faced no dissent from his comrades. He aimed to penetrate Wukong's mental defenses and subdue him. Yet, Wukong's mental fortitude was formidable. You think you can control me? Dream on, he resolutely proclaimed. As he bit down on Chu Fan's hand, tasting blood, the figures relentlessly struck Sun Wukong's face, leaving it swollen and painful before finally relenting. Chu Fan, clutching his wound, unleashed a torrent of curses at Sun Wukong, stomping on him several times in frustration. From his pocket, Chu Fan retrieved a vial of reagent and sprayed it on his injury, which healed rapidly without leaving a scar. The Xiando lay hidden in their pockets, and it was exceedingly difficult for them to access it. Even if they could, they would never allow themselves to consume it, as they were aware of its miraculous properties. If only he could summon the Xiando with his mind, he thought, avoiding the need to retrieve it by hand and consume it swiftly. He chuckled, taunting them. You think you can control me so easily? The remaining 3 Saiyan aliens were astonished by Chu Fan's failure, enraged by the failure of his puppet technique. Chu Fan kicked Sun Wukong, sending him crashing into a rock before coming to a halt. As a proud child of heaven who had never known defeat, he found himself thwarted by Sun Wukong. Determined, he resolved to employ a different strategy. Chu Fan's third eye unleashed a wave of energy aimed at shattering Sun Wukong's will. On Earth, Bulma operated a robot, directing it towards high-frequency energy emissions. Bulma and Master Roshi speculated that the significant energy fluctuations must be related to Wukong and his companions. Bulma, why haven't we reached Lan Chi yet? Asked Puer anxiously, having waited for 3 days without locating Wukong and the others. Don't rush me. I am just as anxious as you. This planet is much larger than ours, and its gravity is 10 times that of Earth. The robot was calibrated to our Earth's gravity, so it naturally moves slower here. Bulma, look, is that Wukong? Master Roshi exclaimed, noticing a small dark figure on the screen. Bulma magnified the video repeatedly and then saw Wukong lying on the ground, being assaulted by 3 oddly shaped aliens. It's Wukong. Hurry, Bulma urged, as Master Roshi hastily pressed the acceleration button. It's atrocious. 3 against 1. How despicable. Lan Chi, in a fit of rage and armed with a gun she had somehow acquired, was ready to confront them. Don't be impulsive, Wulong cautioned. But when he attempted to take advantage of the situation, he was caught by the furious Lan Chi, who gave him a beating. Chapter 94. An Unusual World. Wukong. Come help. Bulma called out to the dazed son Wukong, handing him a wrench. Something feels off. I have the nagging sensation that I've forgotten something, Bulma pondered. Tighten the screws, then install the glass window, she instructed. Yes, and can you also replace the exhaust fan? That way I won't have to climb up, she added, handing the exhaust fan to Wukong. Just then, a child's voice called out, Daddy, play with me. It was Gohan. Wukong is working. Let Uncle Tianjin and the others play with you, Bulma said, glancing around the cluttered lab, worried about Gohan getting hurt. What is happening? I'm married to Bulma, and we have a child, yet he seems to have no recollection of it. Wukong thought, bewildered. Wukong, what is the matter? You look unwell. Bulma remarked, picking up Gohan and approaching Wukong. I'm fine, Bulma. How old is this child? Wukong asked, reaching out to pinch Gohan's cheek. Wukong, are you alright? You've even forgotten how old Gohan is, Bulma expressed her concern. I remember clearly. I went to another universe to find Krillin. But that doesn't make sense. He was clearly fighting before, Wukong reflected. It seems you are ill. That was 4 years ago, Bulma stated, handing Gohan back to Wukong so he could rest. For years have passed so quickly. Why do I have no recollection of it? Wukong mused. Wukong, is your illness still not cured? Should I find a doctor? Bulma suggested. Preparing to seek medical help. No need. Perhaps I truly am ill, which is why I've forgotten everything. Daddy, play with me, Gohan said sweetly, snuggling against Wukong's shoulder, caressing his face. Gohan, how old are you? You look about 2, Wukong said. Gohan buried himself in Wukong's chest. Come, I will take you to play. Wukong said as they left, with Bulma reminding them to return early. Understood, Bulma, Gohan replied, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the towering buildings in the distance. Fly, fly, he exclaimed, soaring through the air with glee, unafraid, proving himself to be Wukong's child. Gohan, hold tight, Wukong called out as he increased his speed. Gohan gripping him tightly until he felt secure enough to let go. Gohan, let us swim, Wukong announced, tossing Gohan into the water. Gohan, caught off guard, choked on the water, prompting Wukong to quickly pull him out, realizing he had momentarily forgotten Gohan's age. Daddy, water, water, Gohan spluttered, but after regaining his composure, he found the water delightful. Let us play in the water together, Wukong said, stripping Gohan of his clothes so they could both dive in. Watch how I swim. Then you can try, Wukong demonstrated before Gohan quickly learned to swim. The two enjoyed their time together immensely. Gohan, look, I caught a big fish, Wukong exclaimed, showing off a large fish he had caught while playing with Gohan. Fish, fish, Gohan squealed, reaching out to touch it, finding it amusing. Watching Gohan's joy, Wukong felt that foregoing a day of training to spend time with him was worthwhile. While Wukong grilled the fish, Gohan stood beside him, staring at the large catch. Unsure how to eat it. Gohan, here, pull open the fish's belly so you can eat. It has no bones, making it perfect for you. Gohan, amazed by the fish larger than his own face, initially stared in awe before mimicking Wukong's eating technique. Gohan, is it good? Wukong asked. Gohan nodded enthusiastically, though his clothes became stained with grease, prompting Wukong to think they needed to clean them to avoid Bulma's reprimand. Gohan, naked, lay on a rock, playing with his tail, occasionally patting his belly, eventually drifting off to sleep. After washing their clothes, Wukong hung them on a tree branch to dry. Daddy, Gohan called out in his sleep. Wukong pinched Gohan's soft belly, marveling at his son. He lay down beside Gohan, watching the son until he too fell asleep. A gentle breeze blew, causing Gohan to feel chilly, prompting him to wriggle out of Wukong's embrace. Time passed, and night fell. Suddenly, the ringing of Wukong's phone startled him awake. He checked the screen to find it was a call from Bulma. Hello, Bulma, he answered. Wukong, what time is it? Why haven't you brought Gohan back yet? Bulma's voice was filled with exasperation. All right, I understand. It's already 7 o'clock. I didn't realize it had gotten so late. Gohan, wake up and get dressed, he instructed, noticing Gohan's bewildered expression as if still half asleep. The night breeze was strong, and Gohan clung tightly to Wukong. Upon returning to West City, Wukong faced Bulma's stern admonishment for being so late. Gohan, come with Mrs. Briefs to take a bath, she said, leading Gohan away. Bulma, where are Krillin and the others? Wukong suddenly remembered. Krillin is on a date with his girlfriend, and Tianjin and Lan Chi are on their honeymoon. Dumpling is in class. Tianjin signed him up for math tutoring because he thought Dumpling's arithmetic skills were lacking. As for Piccolo, he's rarely around these days, and we don't know where he goes. Days turned into weeks, and eventually, Piccolo, and Krillin returned. Yet, Wukong couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. As if he had forgotten something important. Observing Krillin with his girlfriend, Tianjin quarreling and then reconciling with Lan Shi, Master Roshi's unchanged nature, and Oolong's peculiar obsession with collecting female undergarments, Wukong felt a sense of unease amidst the warmth and chaos of the scene. Daddy. Gohan climbed onto Wukong's lap. Gohan, what do you want to eat? Wukong pondered, feeling a sense of confusion wash over him. Wukong, what are you doing? Wake up. A voice called out to him. Bulma, is that your voice? Why does it echo in my ears? I turned to look at Bulma, who was supposed to be playing games with Krillin and the others. Goku, what are you doing? Wake up. It was Master Roshi, Oolong, Chaozu, and Launch's voices. What is happening? They are so loud, my head feels like it might explode. Bulma and the others stared at the screen displaying Goku, then glanced at the alien beside them, whispering his name, Son Wukong. Bulma looked at Goku, covered in wounds, and cried out, Goku, Bulma, can you get the senzu beans? I wonder if it's possible to retrieve them without being seen. I'll give it a try, Bulma replied, wiping away her tears. The mechanical arm stretched out, seizing the bag while they weren't paying attention. After retrieving the senzu beans, she prepared to feed them to Goku, but was unexpectedly discovered. Hey, there's a robot here. Is it one of those curved probe robots used by other planets to spy on us? On the other side of the screen, Bulma and the others thought it was over. While they were tense, Master Roshi acted swiftly, and Bulma muted the sound, prompting everyone to chastise Master Roshi. Don't press random buttons. Wait, Bulma, look. Purse finger pointed at a hand on the screen, and suddenly the entire display flipped upside down. It's Goku. Wonderful. Goku has awakened. Bulma and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. They were astonished that Son Wukong could escape the mental space created by the enemy. They had been calling out to him, which helped him realize that world was an illusion. Upon waking, he consumed the senzu bean immediately and recognized the robot's origin. Filled with energy, Son Wukong seized the robot and kicked the curved probe away, sending it crashing into several boulders before it fell. The enemies attempted to flee, but their combat abilities were lacking, and without their puppet, they possessed no fighting power. They abandoned the curved probe, but the heroes would not grant them that opportunity. Although they were shielded, rendering them invulnerable, they could still be tormented. They were kicked around like a soccer ball. You're dead when our mighty king arrives. Bulma tossed the Rui Bang to Son Wukong. Now we can have some fun. He extended the Rui Bang and swung it like a golf club, sending them crashing into several mountains before plunging into the water. The curved probe, hiding beneath the surface, attempted to steal away but was quickly discovered. With a tenfold Kaioken punch aimed at the curved probe, Goku thought, I refuse to believe this shield is that durable. After dozens of punches, cracks began to form on the shield. The curved probe gazed in disbelief at the fractures. What kind of monster is this? Seeing the cracks grow larger only fueled Goku's excitement, his body brimming with strength. After countless punches, the shield shattered, and with an enraged fist, Goku struck the curved probe's face, causing it to bleed instantly, its head concaving. The enemies were enraged upon witnessing their fallen comrade. The curved probe retrieved a button from its pocket, emitting a blinding light. Ha ha ha, you've killed our brother. When our king arrives, he will torment you mercilessly. And what about your companions? Goku thrust the Rui Bang, driving them into the water with tremendous force, forcing them deep into the lake bed. Where are Goku, Krillin, and Tien? Launch anxiously searched for Tien's figure. In a panic, she accidentally shot Oolong in the rear. That hurts. Launch, what are you doing? Oolong complained as he removed the bullet. Launch ignored him, seizing the joystick to search for Tien. As Krillin, Piccolo, and Son Wukong gradually regained their senses, they sensed Krillin's energy weakening. Goku swiftly carried the robot away, flying towards Piccolo. At that moment, Piccolo was holding Krillin, who continued to attack him. But Piccolo's limbs were severed. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha saw the injuries on Krillin and Tien, worry evident in their eyes. Master Roshi reflected on how much Piccolo had changed, realizing that Piccolo's strength surpassed that of Krillin and the others. If he chose to fight, they would surely perish. Tien, why are you attacking Goku? Upon seeing Krillin and Tien, it became clear something was amiss. Krillin and Tien were attacking Goku. Son Wukong seized their hands, controlling their movements. Piccolo, this senzu bean is for you. He handed the last senzu bean to Piccolo. Knowing it was the last, Piccolo hesitated to consume it, wanting to save it for Goku. Hurry and eat it. I found 2 more Senza beans on Yamcha and Tien. As Piccolo consumed the bean, his energy surged back to life. What should we do about Goku? Piccolo extended his arms, binding Yamcha and Tien. Goku, what is happening? Master Roshi pushed Bulma aside. The people of this planet possess the ability to control others. Krillin and the others are under their control. Piccolo, who was bitten by Yamcha, felt the deep bite. Goku, this is bad. They want to commit suicide. Krillin and Yamcha attempted to bite their tongues. What is going on? Wait, Tien was controlled by the curved probe. Why hasn't he returned to normal? Tien struggled, and Chaozu shouted his name. Suddenly, Tien froze. Was it similar to his own situation? Bulma, Master Roshi, Chaozu. Keep calling Tien's name. Maybe we can wake them. They understood Goku's intent. Tien, Bulma, and the others called out. Piccolo, are you alright? He tore Yamcha's clothing and stuffed it into Yamcha's mouth, binding his limbs, just as he did with Krillin. In Tien's mental world, he had just defeated Sun Wukong at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Launch held a child with half yellow and half blue hair. Tien and Launch were married and had a child. Tien, why are you unhappy? Didn't you defeat Sun Wukong? I'm very happy, Tien replied, cradling the child while wrapping an arm around Launch's waist. Really? Why do I feel like you're not happy? Launch leaned against Tien's strong arm. You're amazing. Next time at the World Martial Arts Tournament, I will defeat you. Sun Wukong approached Tien with a smile, devoid of any defeat. Goku, you're impressive too, Krillin chuckled, patting Sun Wukong's chest. Krillin, don't pat my belly. I just ate. Tien pondered. Why can't I be happy? I clearly won. Tien, you fool. Wake up. Tien turned, hearing someone call his name. Hurry, let us go. Today, we're having a feast at Bulma's. Yamcha urged Tien forward. Yamcha, when are you planning to get married? Bulma teased. Haha, Bulma, don't tease me. Yamcha walked ahead, ignoring their banter. Tien looked at Sun Wukong and realized, no? Goku is too strong. I can't defeat him. Tien sensed the world was wrong. With a crack, the entire world shattered like glass, and one by one, Krillin, Goku, and Launch disappeared. Chapter 96. The majestic king of Meat Tianjin Fan awakened, and upon seeing Lan Chi, he asked, do you remember me? Lan Chi noticed something amiss with Tianjin Fan, and swiftly pushed Master Roshi and the others aside. Tianjin Fan, still somewhat dazed, looked at Piccolo, who had bound him. Feeling perplexed. Wonderful, you have broken the control. It seems this method proves effective. I wonder if it will work on Krillin and Yamcha as well. Despite Tianjin Fan calling out to Krillin and Yamcha for an extended period, there was no response. With a loud thud, Krillin forcefully struck the ground with his head, creating a dent in the earth. Goku, someone is deliberately controlling Krillin and Yamcha to harm themselves. They are using our feelings for them as leverage. Piccolo quickly deduced upon observing Krillin's peculiar self-destructive behavior. Goku, we must utilize the Mafuba, Master Roshi interjected. This is the only way to prevent Krillin and Yamcha from injuring themselves. The Mafuba? But I have never learned it. It was intended for defeating the Demon King Piccolo. Once I vanquished him, there was no need for the Mafuba. I can do it, Piccolo replied, recalling the memories left by his father. We lack a rice cooker. How can we manage without one? One does not require a rice cooker. Other vessels will suffice. For the strong, high-end tools are unnecessary. Sun Wukong promptly fashioned bottles from trees, ensuring to hollow them out. He then transformed his chi into a drill and swiftly spun it, creating 2 small bottles. Though it consumed considerable energy, this would require further practice. Piccolo and Tianjin Fan gazed in astonishment at Sun Wukong's drill, marveling at his newfound prowess. The talismans were crafted from Yamcha's clothing, and Piccolo requested, I need to borrow your blood. He dipped his hand in Piccolo's blood to inscribe the talismans. With insufficient blood, Piccolo nicked his finger to write, and once completed, affixed the cloth to the lid. After executing the Mafuba repeatedly, Piccolo commenced sealing Krillin and Yamcha. Sensing danger, Krillin attempted to flee, but Tianjin Fan kicked him back. Krillin twisted grotesquely before being sealed away, and Wukong promptly closed the lid. Next was Yamcha, taking advantage of the moment, severed his own arm. Piccolo quickly extended his arm to ensnare Yamcha's limbs. Tianjin Fan rushed over to staunch Yamcha's bleeding, startling Bulma and Lan Chi at the sight. After a considerable struggle, they finally managed to seal Yamcha as well. Now, they needed to confront Xiu Qian and his associates, who had driven Krillin and Yamcha to self-destruction, an unforgivable act. The thought of turning against Goku and the others filled Tianjin Fan with disdain for the inhabitants of this planet. Tianjin Fan, I entrust Krillin and Yamcha to you, he said, handing the bottles over. I too wish to fight. Ultimately, Krillin and Yamcha were entrusted to Bulma's robot. Wukong placed the bottles inside the robot's belly. Oh, I packed capsules filled with plenty of food. Bulma worried that Wukong might find himself on another planet without sustenance, so she thoughtfully prepared ample provisions. Their stomachs growled in unison. Pressing the capsule button, a feast of meat appeared. Bulma, you are so considerate. Piccolo quickly consumed a drink. Feeling revitalized, they eagerly anticipated the strength of the majestic king of meat. Unsure if he could transform into Super Saiyan 2, Bulma and her companions arrived at nightfall to monitor Wukong's situation. Bulma instructed Oolong to prepare instant noodles. I want to watch. Oolong was reluctant, but Bulma waved a stack of cash before him. Fine, he conceded. I want some too, Lan Chi declared. If you help me, I will teach you my charm techniques. Oolong promised, envisioning himself as a handsome figure on a date with a beautiful woman. I want some too, Por chimed in, tapping Oolong's forehead. I won't help you. You always mock me for getting kicked out of kindergarten for stealing the teacher's underwear, Oolong protested. Por looked at Oolong with teary eyes, and he ultimately relented. Lan Chi pointed a gun at Oolong's rear, and recalling his previous injuries, he nodded vigorously. You want some too, right? I will assist you. Before Dumpling could respond, Oolong, feeling unlucky, ended up cooking dinner for everyone. Although they claimed it was merely instant noodles, Oolong desired something more elaborate. He ventured into the kitchen, adding meat, eggs, and vegetables to the pot. While it simmered, he brewed coffee for their all-nighter. Once the meat was devoured, Tianjin Fan refrained from eating much, fearing an upset stomach during battle. People are approaching, Piccolo announced, sensing two powerful energies ahead. Their strength was significantly greater than that of previous foes, and their small number indicated they were formidable adversaries. Bulma instructed Master Roshi to take Yamcha and Krillin away to hide, wishing to observe Wukong's battle. Quickly, she urged. Their speed was remarkable, heading straight towards them, indicating they could sense their ki. Good. Bulma maneuvered the robot to a distant mountain where their view would be unobstructed. Hey, Puar, time for noodles. Oolong finished cooking and served each bowl to Bulma and the others. You have slain my general. The majestic king of meat said coldly from his flying vessel, eyeing Wukong and his companions. You are so weak, you cannot even defeat this lot. It seems you should retreat. You cannot handle such trivial foes. The majestic king of meat regarded his subordinates as utterly useless. Their strength may suddenly increase, and they grow stronger with each encounter, Su Qin explained. The majestic king of meat dismissed Wukong and the others entirely, not even considering intervening himself. This majestic king bore a resemblance to the three-eyed beings but appeared more akin to Frieza, differing in that his skin was black and he lacked a tail. Baron, you shall confront them. Baron's gaze was fierce, seemingly unaffected by any control. Fear not, my lord. I shall resolve this swiftly. These worthless opponents are of no concern, Baron declared, turning to Su Qin and his associates, intent on eliminating them. Baron, the majestic king of meat interjected, the cap hands still hold value. Baron was not surprised by the majestic king's intervention. Do not overstep your bounds, he warned, inciting fury among Su Qin and his comrades. Chapter 97. Puar and Dumpling approached with the Senza beans. Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, you both retreat. I will handle this barren individual. He is no ordinary foe. It would be futile for you to engage, Piccolo advised. Understood, Wukong, exercise caution. Piccolo and Tianjin Fan moved aside to observe the battle. All of you attack together, Baron taunted, cracking his neck and extending a hand to provoke Wukong and the others. No need, I can manage alone. An instinctive sense warned Wukong that this majestic creature's strength was unfathomable. The majestic king rested his chin in a languid manner, yawning intermittently. Baron suddenly appeared behind son Wukong, delivering a severe kick. Wukong's friends watched in concern as Baron's speed was astonishing. They could not detect any fluctuation in his ki. It felt as though he had not flown behind Wukong, but had teleported into position. This was instantaneous movement, as Baron's ki shifted from across the battlefield to directly behind Wukong. With a resounding thud, Baron unleashed a barrage of strikes to Wukong's body. His face, legs, and abdomen suffered under the relentless assault. As they witnessed Wukong being mercilessly battered, Tianjin Fan, filled with anger, sought to intervene, but was halted by Piccolo. Your presence would only bring trouble to Sun Wukong. Observe his expression. He displays no signs of panic, indicating his confidence in Piccolo's serious analysis of the situation. As Wukong transformed, Tianjin Fan sensed a surge of energy emanating from him. The earth is remarkable. Wukong has counterattacked. Go, Wukong. I knew he would prevail. Bulma watched excitedly as Baron was struck by Wukong, leaping with enthusiasm. Xu Qian and Xu Shi observed Piccolo and Tianjin Fan as they engaged in combat. Piccolo evaded the assault, as Xu Qian and the others proved no match for him and Tianjin Fan. General Melee, witnessing the ineptitude of his subordinates, pointed his finger, shattering the protective shield of General Xu Qian. Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, and Xu Qian stared incredulously at King Melee. Xu Qian approached King Melee, questioning, Your Majesty, why have you destroyed the protective shield? Are you instructing me on my duties? King Melee coldly and mercilessly eliminated Xu Qian. Your Majesty, Xu Qian gasped, clutching his chest, striving to explain, but Xu Qian could not comprehend why King Melee had executed Xu Qian. You took a month to conquer Puri Star, which leaves me quite dissatisfied, King Melee remarked, idly toying with his fingers without sparing a glance at Xu Qian. Xu Qian wished to rescue Xu Qian but was halted by King Melee, who queried, Do you wish to meet the same fate as him? Xu Qian, bleeding, pleaded with King Melee, I granted you power not for you to act recklessly. You believe I am unaware of your clandestine dealings in planetary trading? Xu Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. How could your Majesty know? Xu Qian and Xu Qian exchanged knowing glances. Realizing the king's words held truth. Xu Qian, why did you resort to such actions? As they deliberated, Sun Wukong and Baron clashed with increasing intensity, creating a crater in the ground, while nearby structures and trees collapsed. It seems you are formidable. I must unleash my full power, Baron exclaimed, surprised by Wukong's endurance. With a roar, Baron transformed, his body turning blue, growing taller, and his muscles becoming more defined, exponentially increasing his battle prowess. If the former Baron was evenly matched with Wukong, now his strength far surpassed that of Wukong. Master Roshi observed the dire situation. Wukong was outmatched, and that seated figure had effortlessly destroyed the protective shield. Danger loomed over Wukong. Jiaozi, go retrieve the Senzu beans from Karen Tower. Master Roshi commanded. Grandpa Roshi, do you intend to assist? Bulma and the others gazed at him in confusion. I will make my own arrangements. Jiaozi, you must be swift, Master Roshi insisted, his sunglasses gleaming. Soon, Jiaozi returned with the Senzu beans, concerned for Tianjin Fan and the others, bringing an ample supply. Master Roshi, I have brought the beans, Jiaozi announced, delivering them to Master Roshi. Wukong cannot withstand them. Jiaozi, Pure, you have a task. Deliver the Senzu beans to Wukong and retrieve Krillin and Yamcha. The best strategy is to retreat. Jiaozi, Pure, are you willing? Master Roshi did not press them. Leave it to me, Master Roshi, Jiaozi replied, taking the beans and flying back. Wait, Grandpa Roshi, we lack the Rui Bang, Lan Shi interjected. Do not worry, I possess a retractable rope, similar in function to the Rui Bang, capable of extending freely, Master Roshi said, producing a golden rope from his shell. Chanting a spell, the rope lengthened. Why did you not use this earlier? Bulma remarked, helping to secure the rope around several trees. I only just remembered. Age makes one forgetful, Master Roshi chuckled awkwardly. Instantly, Master Roshi's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Pure, upon arrival, transform into a mole and deliver the Senzu beans to Piccolo and the others. Understood, Master Roshi. Jiaozi affirmed as they prepared to depart. Wait, this is a radar I developed. This is for your use, and this is for Wukong, Bulma interjected, handing the urgently crafted radar to Jiaozi and Pure. I comprehend, they nodded obediently. Pure, Jiaozi, be cautious, Oolong advised from the side. Oolong, why don't you join us? Lan Shi teased, glancing at Oolong. I'm quite weak. I cannot fly like Jiaozi or transform like Pure for long. I can only maintain my form for 5 minutes. I'd only be a hindrance, Oolong confessed, revealing his vulnerability and refusing to risk his life. He distanced himself from Lan Shi, lamenting, I merely wish to join for a feast. Why must it be like this? Wukong always encounters such formidable foes. Oolong, stop being lazy, come help. Jiaozi and Pure urged as they tugged the rope toward the time-space tunnel. Upon entering the tunnel, Jiaozi and Pure were startled to find themselves above a crocodile pit. The crocodiles, enormous and menacing, awaited their fall. Moreover, the gravity here was greater than on Earth. Pure struggled to adjust and could not take flight, but fortunately, the rope prevented them from plummeting. Jiaozi, having trained in the gravity chamber with Tianjin Fan, was unfazed by the increased gravity. Jiaozi, we must hurry, Pure exclaimed, clutching the radar while Jiaozi held the Senza beans, directing their flight towards Ryukong's location. At that moment, Jiaozi and Pure found themselves on the opposite side of the planet. It would take 2 days to reach their destination by Earth's time. Pure's slower speed resulted in him becoming a backpack strapped to Jiaozi, with the Senzu beans and radar stored in Pure's transformed bag. Chapter 98, Jiaozi arrives. Ryukong, Bulma, and Master Roshi gazed anxiously as son Ryukong was mercilessly beaten by Baron. Transforming into a Super Saiyan proved insufficient to contend with the transformed Baron. He remained inadequate. Baron dragged son Ryukong from the east to the west, shattering rocks along the way. Ryukong, Tianjin Fan, and Piccolo could not restrain their desire to intervene. King Melee did not impede their approach, but Xiuqian, sensing their concern, stated, "Your Majesty, do you fear Baron cannot handle them? I shall take a nap. Awaken me when it is over." King Melee, feeling bored, closed his eyes, certain that Baron would triumph. Countless energy spheres launched toward Baron, who waved his hand, returning the energy balls as counterattacks. Piccolo and Tianjin Fan ceased their assaults to evade the energy projectiles. Fools. Baron released his grip on Ryukong's leg, coldly observing them. He directed energy spheres at Piccolo and Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan attempted to retaliate with the Kamehameha wave, but the overwhelming strength of his opponent resulted in Tianjin Fan being struck and plummeting from the sky. Piccolo managed to evade the attack, countering with a special beam cannon, which proved ineffective against Baron. Baron swiftly maneuvered behind Piccolo, piercing a hole through his chest. If Piccolo were to perish, the Dragon Balls would become unusable. Tianjin Fan reached out to save Piccolo, but was hindered by an attack that rendered him immobile. With a Kamehameha, Ryukong launched a surprise attack on Baron, inflicting damage. Baron withdrew his hand from Piccolo's chest, watching as Piccolo fell straight to the ground. "Piccolo, do not die," Ryukong cried, carrying Piccolo to a safe distance. Baron refrained from seizing the opportunity to strike, relishing the sight of the chaos. Tianjin Fan struggled to rise, but Baron stepped on him. Baron forcefully pressed down on Tianjin Fan's knee, resulting in a sickening crack as his kneecap shattered. The excruciating pain caused Tianjin Fan to cry out in agony. Baron gazed at Tianjin Fan, appreciating his expression of torment. Tianjin Fan's complexion turned pale, sweat dripping to the ground. Baron flipped Tianjin Fan over, trampling on his spine. In a fit of rage, Tianjin Fan lost his composure, his anger escalating to such a degree that the trees around him began to topple. Baron delivered a powerful kick, sending Tianjin Fan crashing into a tree, face down, motionless. Upon witnessing Tianjin Fan's lifeless state, Lan Qi fainted in sorrow. In despair, she lamented, "Ryukong cannot defeat them. It's all over," while Bulma's eyes swelled with tears. "Jiaozi, Pure, hurry." The turtle sage turned his back to the screen, unwilling to witness the torment of his disciple. Each blow struck seemed to pierce his heart, and at his age, he could hardly endure such shock. Both Bulma and Lan Qi succumbed to unconsciousness as night turned to dawn on Earth. Oolong sighed, covering them with blankets, urging, "Ryukong, you must win." "Tianjin Fan, hold on," he implored. "Piccolo, you must endure. Jiaozi is on his way." Sensing Tianjin Fan's diminishing energy, Jiaozi accelerated his pace. Lan Qi awoke, the robot she controlled rushing towards Tianjin Fan, pleading, "Don't die. I cannot bear to live alone." "Calm down, Lan Qi," Bulma attempted to soothe her. "If Tianjin Fan dies, I cannot remain composed." Lan Qi was consumed by her emotions, her only desire being for Tianjin Fan to survive. Observing the tear stains on her face, Bulma refrained from intervening. Had it been Ryukong, she too would have lost her sanity in fury. "Lan Qi, your frantic actions will not aid him," Bulma cautioned. But Lan Qi was resolute, her only thought being to save Tianjin Fan. The turtle sage buried his head in Lan Qi's chest, distracted by more inappropriate thoughts. Oolong playfully tugged at Bulma's hair, provoking a sneeze from Lan Qi, transforming her fierce demeanor into one of gentleness. With tenderness, Lan Qi pushed the turtle sage away from her chest upon seeing Tianjin Fan's injuries, weeping uncontrollably, while Bulma sighed in relief. "Where are Jiaozi and the others? Time has passed, yet they are still not here." Suddenly, The screen became blurry, disrupted by the fierce battle between Wukong and Baron, causing disturbances in the magnetic field. Bulma, think of a solution. The group urged her to repair the machine. It's no use. Bulma shook her head, maneuvering the robot away. We must keep our distance from the magnetic field. Amidst the thick smoke, Wukong and Baron clashed, lightning flashing with their strikes. Baron's form flickered in and out of sight, while to others, Tianjin Fan appeared merely as a character from a comic, a mere tool. However, through their interactions, they realized he was more than a character. He was a friend. You will pay for your arrogance, Baron declared, astonished at Wukong's sudden increase in power. Yet, despite his surprise, Baron remained the stronger of the two. The ground beneath Tianjin Fan and Piccolo crumbled, and they fell into the abyss. Meanwhile, Melee De Wong continued to sleep undisturbed by the chaos. The Tsiu brothers departed with the lifeless body of Tsiuchi. Is this the Scion's combative nature? Pure questioned, observing the energy field produced by their battle. Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi called out, flying low and reaching out with his mind. Tianjin Fan, can you hear me? He pleaded. We were sent by Master Wutian to deliver the Senza beans. You're here? Tianjin Fan responded, releasing his aura as Jiaozi sensed it and rushed towards him. In the pit, he found Tianjin Fan, whose limbs and spine lay broken. Overcome with grief, Jiaozi trembled as he cried. Pure, witnessing the scene, also shed tears. Thankful that Yamcha had been sealed away by the Ma Feng Bo. Don't cry. I'm still alive, Tianjin Fan reassured Jiaozi. But living in such a state felt worse than death. Jiaozi, shaking, fed him the Senza beans. Upon consuming them, Tianjin Fan's wounds healed instantly, revitalizing him. Jiaozi, give me the Senza beans. I must find Piccolo. He cannot die. With Jiaozi and Pure in tow, Tianjin Fan soared through the gaps, locating Piccolo, who still had breath. The group sighed in relief as they fed Piccolo the Senza beans. Tianjin Fan, Piccolo, Master Wutian says the enemy is formidable. We must retreat immediately. Jiaozi informed them of the Turtle Sage's orders. Tianjin Fan gazed at the clash between Wukong and Baron, noting that while Baron's aura remained steady, Wukong's began to waver. They realized their presence was of no help. Though reluctant, Piccolo understood that preserving their lives was paramount. Chapter 99, Troubling Friends. Jiaozi handed the Senza beans and radar to Piccolo, who relayed Bulma's instructions from the other side of Earth. Wukong, Jiaozi has brought the Senza beans and radar. We plan to withdraw, he communicated. Understood. I will cover your retreat while I retrieve the beans and radar, Wukong replied. With the Senzu beans in hand, he no longer needed to conserve energy. Employing the Kaioken technique, Wukong's speed and power surged, significantly narrowing the gap between him and Baron. Baron felt a surge of fear at Wukong's newfound strength and began to unleash his full fury. Each attack aimed to eliminate Wukong, who was previously underestimated and merely enjoyed the fight. Attempting to escape was futile as Baron noticed Piccolo and the others trying to slip away. A massive energy sphere hurtled toward them, but Wukong intercepted it, declaring, "Your opponent is me." Baron instantaneously teleported behind Jiaozi, delivering a crushing blow that sent him crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi rushed to Jiaozi's aid. But Baron swiftly blocked Tianjin Fan's advance with a punch, his speed too great for Tianjin Fan to react in time. The impact sent Tianjin Fan flying for miles, colliding with a grove of trees. Pure transformed into stone, clutching two vials, trembling behind a rock. He hurled Baron's energy sphere back at him and attempted to teleport. Failing the first time, he succeeded on his second attempt, appearing behind Baron and grasping his arm, teleporting them elsewhere. Baron swiftly returned, but due to Wukong's inexperience with teleportation, he was flung far away. Just as Piccolo managed to feed the Senza beans to Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, Baron reappeared. Utilizing the magic flash, Piccolo attacked Baron, creating distractions. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi quickly regained their footing. Jiaozi unleashed the Dong Dong wave alongside his psychic abilities. Seizing the moment while Baron was occupied with Piccolo's assaults, Tianjin Fan descended upon him from above. Piccolo continued to bombard Baron with relentless attacks. Pure transformed into a bird and flew away from the battlefield. Their combined efforts were not in vain, as the continuous assault inflicted damage upon Baron. Wukong reappeared, witnessing the joint effort of Piccolo and Tianjin Fan against Baron, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. Casting a glance at the still snoozing Melee De Wong, Wukong realized he had to resolve this matter quickly. he decided to utilize the Genkidama. But first, he needed to consume a Senzu bean. Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, please hold on a little longer, he implored. All right, Piccolo and the others responded in unison. Raising their hands, they gathered energy from the planets and nearby celestial bodies, slowly forming a sphere. Baron attempted to deflect the attack, but he soon found himself struck by Piccolo's punch, leading to an intense struggle. The battle escalated as a swift kick from Tianjin Fan struck Baoyuan's head, only for Bika to tear away his hands. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan was attacked from behind by Baoyuan, who aimed to strike at his neck. Jiaozi managed to catch Baoyuan's foot with his powers, but was soon shaken off. With a powerful kick, Jiaozi propelled Baoyuan, who seized Tianjin Fan's hand and executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing down. Bika regenerated his hand, placing 2 fingers on his forehead to gather energy for the powerful attack. Ma Guan Guang Sha Pao. A beam of yellow light shot forth, leaving a charred wound on Baoyuan's chest. While it did not pierce through flesh, it still inflicted damage. Pu'er, equipped with the radar, took flight with Kellen, as Jiaozi and Tianjin Fan pursued them. Suddenly, an energy ball zipped past Pu'er, knocking him to the ground. The bottle he was carrying tumbled downwards, prompting the noble Yamcha to rush to catch it. Just then, another energy ball swooped in, knocking the cap off one of the bottles. Yamcha fell from the bottle, leaving Pu'er to catch the remaining one. Watching the emotionless expression on Yamcha's face filled Pu'er with dread, and he cried out repeatedly for Yamcha to awaken. Upon seeing Pu'er, Yamcha unleashed a punch, causing Pu'er to transform into a stick to evade the attack, then morph into a bat. However, he was quickly caught by Yamcha, who delivered a slap that reverted Pu'er back to his original form, swelling his face. Tears streamed down Pu'er's cheeks as he reminisced about his moments with Yamcha, who had always cared for him tenderly, even fighting others due to his injuries. Yamcha, it's me, Pu'er. Please awaken, he pleaded, desperately clutching the radar and the bottle, before plummeting downwards. Come, let us share a kiss. Yamcha jested, playfully holding a beautiful woman in each hand. Let us drink together, he suggested, as a woman clad in a star-themed outfit perched on his lap, feeding him mouth to mouth. Yamcha was exhilarated, feeling as if he were nearing ecstasy. Yamcha, drink with me. I have exquisite red wine, he said, as the woman behind him leaned in for a passionate kiss. Yamcha's face flushed with happiness, as he reveled in this dreamlike bliss. You're such a fool, he remarked, turning to Pu'er. Pu'er, why do you call me a fool? Pu'er shook his head, insisting he had said nothing. Relaxing in a lounge chair while sipping lemonade, Pu'er appeared nonchalant. Did you truly not call out? Yamcha questioned, still puzzled, convinced he had heard Pu'er's voice. Certainly not, Pu'er affirmed, denying any deceit. Come, let me oil your body, a woman in a revealing outfit offered, massaging Pu'er's back. And my feet too, Pu'er responded, letting out satisfied murmurs. Yamcha observed Pu'er's familiar demeanor, occasionally reaching out to touch the woman. A sense of unease washed over him. This behavior felt wrong, as if Pu'er would never act in such a way. Yamcha noticed the surrounding women, all exuberant, dancing the samba. This world feels off. I cannot linger here, he thought, flying towards Shidu, to Bulma's home. There, he witnessed a shocking sight. Suin Wukong surrounded by women, while Bulma scolded him for not working or caring for the children. Tianjin Fan sought Kellen, who was chasing after a girl, only to see her leave with a man in an extravagant sports car, leaving Kellen heartbroken. Drinking to forget, Kellen fell into a one-night stand. Chapter 100, Genkidama. Tianjin Fan approached Tianjin Fan and Lanchi, who were embroiled in an argument, escalating to violence as Tianjin Fan struck Lanchi. Enraged, Lanchi retaliated with a gun, but Tianjin Fan sent her flying with a slap. Yamcha watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend Tianjin Fan's actions. Rubbing his eyes, he suspected he had drunk too much, causing hallucinations. He flew to Kuei Xianwu, where he encountered another unacceptable reality, his mouth agape in shock. Kuei Xianren lay in the arms of a woman, indulging in wine, and was in a state of undress. Yamcha, who held the utmost respect for Wu Tianlaoshi, could not fathom this behavior. How could Wu Tianlaoshi be like this? Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, as a horde of extraterrestrials invaded Earth, slaughtering anyone in sight. Yamcha glared furiously at the invaders. Wu Tianlaoshi, the Earth is in peril. The Earth is in danger? What does that concern us? Here, Yamcha, enjoy these 2 voluptuous women. Kuei Xianren leered at Yamcha, revealing his few remaining teeth. Wu Tianlaoshi, we must flee. The earth is in danger. Yamcha implored, trying to dress Koei Xianren, who forcefully pushed him away. You are not Wu Tianlaoshi. Who are you? Yamcha thought, distressed. Though Wu Tianlaoshi was known for his lecherous tendencies, he was also imbued with a sense of justice, and would never utter such callous words in the face of danger. Moreover, Gongzi and Tianjin Fan were not like this. Realizing the illusion, Yamcha felt a sharp pain in his head as the world around him shattered like glass. As the mirror of reality vanished, darkness enveloped him. With a glimmer of light in the distance, he flew towards it and emerged into a scene of devastation, finding Pu'er, battered yet clutching Kellen's bottle and radar tightly. Pu'er, awaken. I am sorry, Yamcha implored, embracing Pu'er tightly. With only the two of them remaining, Yamcha understood that he was the one who had hurt Pu'er. I'm fine, as long as you're awake, Pu'er reassured him, expressing joy at Yamcha's return. Pu'er, how did you come to be here? Yamcha tended to Pu'er's wounds. Wu Tianlaoshi sent Jiaozi and me to deliver Xiando to Wukong, and to bring you all back, Pu'er explained, handing Yamcha the bottle containing Kellen and the radar. By following the radar, we can locate the tunnel, Pu'er instructed. Sensing a powerful energy that did not belong to Sun Wukong, Yamcha felt a twinge of fear at the aura of Bika and Tianjin Fan. He grappled with the decision to return to Earth with Pu'er or assist Sun Wukong. However, given his current strength, he would merely be cannon fodder. After a long inner struggle, he resolved to return. Pu'er, stay here, I will assist them. Yamcha, be careful, Pu'er cautioned. Knowing he could only trust Yamcha to watch out for himself, Jiaozi was flung aside by Baoyuan, losing control of his body and crashing into Tianjin Fan. They collided with a distant rock, shattering it, yet both emerged unscathed. Upon consuming Xiando, they regained their strength, concealing the beans in their mouths to prevent Baoyuan from discovering them. Wukong, how much longer? Bika gasped. A little longer, came the reply, as he gathered energy to defeat Baoyuan completely. Noticing Sun Wukong was missing, Baoyuan began searching for him, suspicious of their actions. This is bad, he has noticed, Bika thought. Raising his hands, he channeled the energy for the explosive Ma Guang Pao, directing it at Baoyuan. Baoyuan raised his hands defensively, hoping to absorb the blast, but was met with an explosion that injured his hands. Exhausted, Bika fell from the sky, having depleted his energy reserves. Jiaozi, retrieve the Xiando for Bika, while I hold him off, Tianjin Fan shouted, soaring upwards as Jiaozi flew low. On Earth, Wukong was preoccupied, seemingly indifferent to confronting Baron Bulma, who had just been restored. Through the screen, one could see Sun Wukong raising both hands high. Tianjin Fan and Piccolo were engaged in a battle against Baron. Wukong and Yamcha did not rush to assist. Instead, Yamcha sought out Sun Wukong first. Yamcha, you've awakened. Excellent, we need your help. Understood, Yamcha responded, launching a Kamehameha wave at Baron. The sudden appearance of Yamcha caught Baron off guard, and he retaliated with a cannon blast, knocking Yamcha to the ground. Although not mortally wounded, Yamcha rose again, realizing that close combat was futile. Baron swiftly maneuvered behind Tianjin Fan, who executed a close-range energy wave attack. Jiaozi fed Senzu beans to Piccolo, which drew Baron's attention. He noticed their unusual resilience. Each time he knocked them down, they quickly recovered as if nothing had happened. Piccolo, sensing Baron's suspicion, shielded Jiaozi, advising him to keep still, for Baron had begun to doubt their endurance. Wukong, how much longer? At that moment, the Genkidama had grown as large as a tree. 1 minute. Piccolo, hold on for just a minute longer. Understood. Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Jiaozi. Let's unleash a continuous assault to stall for a minute. Then we must flee. Got it. A barrage of energy blasts surged towards Baron. Tianjin Fan soared into the sky, while Yamcha positioned himself behind Baron, unleashing another Kamehameha wave. Jiaozi aimed his Dodo wave directly at Baron's head, under the relentless assault from Piccolo and the others. Baron raised his arms defensively. They felt as though that minute stretched on interminably. Piccolo, Yamcha, you need to leave. The Genkidama is complete. Observing Sun Wukong holding the colossal Genkidama, Piccolo and Jiaozi ceased their attacks and flew towards Pu'er, guided by Yamcha. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Baron crossed his arms in disdain, exclaiming, "So you were hiding? I thought you had perished. I wasted time playing with those weaklings." His frustration mounted as he realized he had been manipulated like a fool. "I have no time for idle chatter. It seems the mighty Melee King is about to awaken. We must conclude this swiftly. Piccolo, Yamcha, you must leave. I will catch up. The Melee King was exponentially stronger than Baron, and Wukong knew he stood no chance, realizing he could neither protect Piccolo nor escape unharmed. In this alternate universe, the dragon Shenron might not reach him in time. As Baron attempted to seize the Genkidama, he appeared unconcerned about its potency. Chapter 101. Crisis Point Jiaozi, we must hurry. Tianjin Fan urged as they sped towards Puar. Although Piccolo and the others were curious about Wukong's actions, their survival instincts prevailed over their curiosity. As Baron grasped the Genkidama, his form began to gradually dissipate. The Genkidama, composed of life energy, symbolized goodness, while Baron, having committed countless evils, represented malevolence. Sun Wukong swiftly gathered senzu beans and a radar, teleporting to Piccolo's rear. Piccolo sensed Wukong's energy and exclaimed, "Wukong, you've arrived." However, Baron's fierce expression betrayed disbelief. He had not anticipated this attack. In the instant Baron vanished, he inadvertently roused the Melee King. As a bubble on the Melee King's nose burst, he opened his eyes only to find his once proud subordinates had vanished. Failing to notice Wukong and the others, Puar awaited Yamcha and the others, and upon spotting Yamcha, he flew over. Yamcha grasped Puar tightly as they ascended. With Baron's energy completely extinguished, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha sighed in relief. "Wukong, since we have vanquished him, why must we flee?" Yamcha questioned in confusion. There is an even greater foe. Baron was merely his subordinate. They could only endure here due to the senzu beans. If the Melee King captures them, it would spell doom. The Melee King is dozens of times stronger than Baron, perhaps even beyond our comprehension. To the right, we are nearing the tunnel. Our speed is remarkable. Ranchi, did you see that? That man looks grotesque, Bulma remarked as they observed the Melee King through the robot surveillance. The Melee King, irate, extended his arms, channeling immense energy. Nearby, Bulma's robots were swept away by the force. What kind of monstrosity is this? We are so far away, yet he can blow us away. The screen erupted into static, the signals severed entirely. Master Roshi worried for Wukong and the others. Recognizing that the Melee King's strength was visibly superior to Baron's, they were not of the same caliber. Bulma and Ranchi, equally concerned for Wukong and Tianjin Fan, paced anxiously beside the retractable rope. "Heavenly God, please grant us protection," Bulma prayed. Oolong, filled with despair, lamented, "It's over. That being is too powerful. Wukong stands no chance." The uncertainty gnawed at them, igniting their anxieties. "Oolong, you must remain silent," Bulma admonished, her worries compounded by his negativity. In frustration, Bulma delivered a hefty kick to Oolong, while Ranchi landed a punch, burying Oolong's head in the ground. Master Roshi remained silent, fixated on the temporal tunnel's entrance. Piccolo sensed an overwhelming energy and turned to glance back. The Melee King stirred awake. Why not sleep a while longer? He quickly felt the Melee King's approach, relieved that the Melee King lacked the ability to teleport, otherwise they would be doomed. Nonetheless, the Melee King moved with astonishing speed, likely arriving within a minute. "The entrance is just ahead," Puar indicated, following the radar's guidance. "Jiaozi, Puar, you must enter first." Grasping the rope, Jiaozi and Puar soared forward with all their might. Puar struggled to keep pace, and Piccolo grasped Puar's body and hurled him inside. However, they remained stuck, with only their heads inside. "It's Jiaozi and Puar," Bulma exclaimed, quickly summoning everyone to assist. Gripping the rope tightly, they feared it might snap. Though the rope shortened, they remained lodged in place. On Jiaozi and Puar's side, Wukong delivered several kicks to no avail. Ultimately, he had to exert immense force to dislodge them. Following them were Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Piccolo, who found the process relatively easier. "Hurry, Wukong," Bulma urged, her eyes filled with anticipation for Wukong's return, only to find him absent. Suddenly, the Melee King appeared behind Wukong, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing down like a collapsing mountain. I never expected him to arrive so swiftly. First, a senzu bean to calm my nerves. Kamehameha. The immense Kamehameha wave rebounded, and as Wukong dodged, the Melee King appeared at his back. With no chance to counterattack, Wukong endured a relentless barrage, his body paralyzed. The Melee King unleashed countless energy spheres toward Wukong, leaving him no time to consume the senzu beans. Why do I feel as though I've encountered the King of Hell? No, this is a different universe. I cannot possibly meet the king of hell. Once the Melee King's rage subsided, he seized Wukong by the collar, slapping him repeatedly. Damn it, though furious, I am too weak to retaliate. Fortunately, the Senza beans did not fall. At the moment the Melee King ceased his assault, Wukong quickly consumed a Senza bean, though he had yet to swallow it before being struck again. Since you have slain my subordinates, you shall serve as my own. The Melee King, having vented his fury, decided to make Wukong his slave and enforcer. I am indeed the benevolent Melee de Wong, who expresses my inherent kindness. I ponder the advantages of serving under your command, uncertain if I can grow stronger. Naturally, there are numerous benefits, including the presence of many beautiful women and a legion of obedient subordinates, who will heed your every command without deviation. Do you not relish the sight of those wretched creatures begging for mercy, their lamentations filling the air? The pleasure it brings is exquisite. As Melee de Wong paints a grand vision for Sun Wukong, he savors each word. Is that true? Sun Wukong inquires, his interest piqued, indicating he might consider the proposal. Haha, since you have expressed that, may I inquire about your origins, Melee de Wong? Which planet do you hail from? I come from the foolish planet of Xingyun 242b. Sun Wukong replies earnestly. Ah, I see. Melee de Wong chuckles, tightening his grip. Breathless, he exclaims, what are you surprised about? Did you truly think I wished for you to be my subordinate? I derive immense pleasure from witnessing the agony of my prey. Melee de Wong reveals himself to be a sadistic individual. Realizing this approach will not suffice, he contemplates an alternative method. Sun Wukong catches a glimpse of the retractable cord's end and suddenly has an idea. I must rescue Wukong, Bulma exclaims, filled with fervor as Piccolo and the others attempt to restrain her. Calm down, Bulma. Wukong will surely be fine, Lan Shi reassures her, holding her tightly. Struggling to swallow the Senza beans, Sun Wukong feels his fractured bones mend. He gazes toward the horizon and sees a sphere resembling the moon. Something feels amiss. His body begins to undergo a transformation. Melee de Wong releases his grip, discarding Sun Wukong onto the ground, precisely at the entrance of the time-space tunnel. Chapter 102 concludes as Melee de Wong forcefully stomps on Sun Wukong's abdomen, applying such pressure that he seems to sink into the ground. In the depths of the universe, at the Zhenwang Temple, the Grand Minister observes the King of all, who is engrossed in a game. The king is placing his ring toss game on various planets across different universes. Recognizing the king's enthusiasm, the Grand Minister refrains from interrupting. Come play with me. The king requests, moving some rings from Universe 2 to other locations. Yes, my lord, the Grand Minister replies, selecting several planets from the cosmic expanse to entertain the king. Ah, so this is where you were hiding, Melee muses, a smirk curling his lips. Let me enjoy this game with you. As he steps forward, he inadvertently crushes the ground beneath him. In confusion, he unleashes countless energy spheres, creating numerous craters. Let us see where you can hide. On Earth, Wukong and Bulma observe as Wukong attempts to approach her for an embrace, but before Bulma can reach him, Sun Wukong transforms, growing significantly larger. He lifts a foot to stomp on Bulma, while Piccolo and Tianjin Fan rush to hold him back, preventing any harm. The group disperses just in time, bewildered by the turn of events. Sun Wukong refrains from fully transforming into his ape form, aware that doing so would endanger his friends. He understands that when he becomes the great ape, he loses his rationality, hence he trains himself to maintain consciousness during such transformations. Unfortunately, his efforts have been in vain. In those moments, all he desires is destruction, devoid of reason or awareness. At times, he finds his tail bothersome and has even severed it, only for it to regrow unexpectedly. In his ape form, rationality eludes him, and he perceives Piccolo as an enemy to be vanquished. Wukong, Wukong, what are you doing? Piccolo calls out, recognizing him, yet feeling compelled to avoid conflict. Wukong, Wukong, please wake up, Bulma pleads, urging Oolong to transform into a trumpet and call out to Sun Wukong. Enough of this noise. Sun Wukong growls as he strides toward Bulma. Do not provoke the irrational Wukong. Oolong, terrified, transforms into a bat and flees. Eliminate them. They are obstacles in your path. You are a warrior of the Scion race. Exterminating these earthlings is your mission. A voice echoes persistently in Sun Wukong's mind. Enough of this nonsense. Sun Wukong resolves to remain calm, vowing not to be governed by anger. Suddenly, an energy sphere hurtles toward him, knocking him down. Piccolo turns to see a barrage of energy spheres emerging from the time-space tunnel. The spheres crash to the ground, creating massive craters that threaten to split the Earth apart. Piccolo takes action, positioning himself as a shield to prevent any destruction to the planet. Tianjin Fan and the others retaliate, launching the energy spheres into the sky, where they explode, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. As the balance shifts, Jiaozi and Pure lose their footing and tumble down. Meanwhile, Mylado Wang becomes increasingly irate. "Come out," he bellows, furious, intent on obliterating the planet. "Let us see where you can hide." With hands raised above his head, he conjures a colossal energy sphere destined for the ground. In an instant, the planet shatters, with magma spilling forth. The three-eyed inhabitants have already fled, leaving those unable to escape to face their doom. Bulma, momentarily blinded by a brilliant flash, loses her grip on the bottle containing Krillin, which crashes to the ground. The cap pops open, releasing Krillin, who is initially disoriented and is sent sprawling by an instinctive blow from Wukong. This is bad. Everyone flee. Piccolo senses an overwhelming energy attack barreling toward them. A colossal explosion erupts as the energy attack emerges from the time-space tunnel, obliterating the rock formations surrounding it. Unbeknownst to the group, the transformed son Wukong harnesses the Dragon Fist to send that formidable energy back. Piccolo and the others assist. Yet their efforts prove futile as the immense energy wave engulfs them. In a moment of desperation, Son Wukong shields them with his body, creating an energy barrier. The planet trembles, on the verge of explosion. Mylado Wang gazes upon the impending spectacle with delight. "Ah, how beautiful this explosion will be." At the Jinwang Temple, the king of all notices the imminent explosion. "Oh, this planet is about to explode," he states, retracting his game rings. His demeanor darkens, displeased that the planet is proving to be a disappointment. "Do not fret, my lord. Allow me to investigate," the Grand Minister offers, brandishing his staff to ascertain the situation. Upon learning of the events involving Son Wukong and Mylai, he relays the information to the king, who promptly loses interest in the game. As the blinding light dissipates, the group collapses, and Son Wukong's tail vanishes, returning him to his original form, lying beside Bulma. The crisis has passed, and Son Wukong and his companions resume their normal lives. Krillin awakens, regaining his sanity. As a year swiftly passes, the bond between Son Wukong and Bulma strengthens, though they still engage in their fair share of squabbles. Tianjin Fan embarks on a journey of training, accompanied by Jiaozi and Lanqi. Traveling the world while collecting items for Bulma, Krillin remains in the gravity chamber, invigorated by a newfound determination to improve himself. Yamcha, handsome and pursued by many admirers, finds himself distracted from training. Piccolo spends his early days devising new attack techniques, later dedicating time to rigorous training in the gravity chamber. After a month of leisure with Bulma, Son Wukong resumes his training, striving to maintain his Super Saiyan form for extended periods while aiming to achieve Super Saiyan 2. Following 5 months in the gravity chamber, he successfully transforms into Super Saiyan 2. With his new power, he visits the Great Kai, hoping to forge a strong relationship and persuade him to host the first martial arts tournament in the afterlife. Eager to test his abilities against formidable opponents, he wishes to gauge the extent of his newfound strength as a Super Saiyan 2. During these years, Earth remains free from threats, and the Saiyans have yet to arrive. The Great Kai consents to Son Wukong's request, and he plans to invite Piccolo and the others to participate as well. When Son Wukong informs Piccolo and Tianjin Fan, they are all engaged in rigorous training in the gravity chamber, enhancing their physical capabilities. However, they went to the gravity room at Baozi Mountain for Tianjin Fan, as Shidu was crowded with buildings, making it inconvenient for a confrontation. Upon hearing this, Bulma expressed her desire to join. She playfully clung to Son Wukong, insisting, "I want to go too, Wukong." Bulma's hands were restlessly moving, which was something no man could endure. When Son Wukong acknowledged her, Bulma admitted her mistake, stating that as his woman, she could only be pampered by him. The gravity at the Daijiawang's place was heavier than that of Earth. Was she certain she wanted to go? Son Wukong did not wish to prevent Bulma from joining. "You underestimate me," Bulma retorted, for she had trained in the gravity room before, preparing for a future of happiness. Wukong was formidable, and she could not afford to lag behind. Chapter 103. The Underworld Martial Arts Tournament. What level of gravity are you training under? Let me tell you. The gravity on Daijiawang Xing is 15 times that of Earth. 5 times, but I have a way, Bulma confidently stated, naturally relying on technology to solve the issue. Wukong, I won't accompany you, she declared, seeing that Wukong had acquiesced, humming a little tune as she headed to the laboratory to work on a machine to overcome gravity. There was nothing that the genius inventor Bulma could not accomplish. All right, Bulma, can I borrow your dynamic sound robot? Dejia Wong loves music. No problem, Wukong. Just tell me what Dejia Wong wants, and if I don't have it, I can develop it, Bulma readily agreed. Well then, I shall take my leave, she said, instantly teleporting to Dejia Wang Xing. The convenience of instant teleportation allowed her to arrive without having to traverse through the domain of the gods. Dejia Wang was seated in the courtyard, sipping afternoon tea while observing others in Dejia Wang Xing practicing their dance moves. To amuse Dejia Wang, they put in great effort. Not bad, very impressive. He applauded after an introduction. Their continuous dance was made possible by the interstellar television Bulma invented, which allowed them to watch channels from Earth and even other galaxies. Recently, Dejia Wang had developed a fondness for dance variety shows, so he decided to commence the battle with a dance. Dejia Wang, look what I've brought you. Son Wukong and Dejia Wang had become fast friends across the ages. Wukong, you've arrived. Dejia Wang gestured for him to sit, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the dynamic sound device in Son Wukong's hands. Greetings, esteemed master. I am the dynamic sound robot. What song would you like to hear? The robot inquired as it approached Dejia Wang's feet. I enjoy rock music. The more energetic the better. As the music played, Dejia Wang leaped up, swaying his head and body. After finishing a lively number, Wukong smiled. Dejia Wang. Hee, what do you think? Dejia Wang was particularly pleased with the sound device. Master Dejia Wang, my friends on Earth would like to come watch our competition. By the way, is there anything you would like to eat? We have ice cream and pudding. Flattery works wonders. Dejia Wang's eyes lit up. Those are small matters. Ever since he tasted the earth delicacies brought by Wukong, he had completely fallen in love with them. The food from the underworld was bland and had grown tiresome over the thousands of years he had consumed it. Thank you, Dejia Wang. I'll head to find the king now. With a moment's thought, she instantly appeared on King S planet. King, are you there? The King S planet was empty. Wukong, what brings you here? The king was in the kitchen making ice cream. How did the task I asked you to help with go? Wukong directly snatched the freshly made strawberry ice cream from the king's hands. Almost done, Wukong. Are you planning a space vacation? The king was not upset that Wukong had taken his ice cream. He had plenty more. But Burus, Gulagely, ice cream time. After distributing the ice cream, the king happily settled down to enjoy it. Master King, thank you for your hard work. Please allow me to give you a shoulder massage. I have marked the friendly and habitable planets. I've also highlighted some that require caution. He retrieved detailed information about the planets from the King's drawer. It was written with great detail. Master King, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing the good news, Bulma joyfully leaped on his son Wukong, giving him a loving kiss. With a month remaining until the Underworld's first martial arts tournament, son Wukong had his own plans to make. Before that, he needed to inform Lan Shi, Master Rashi, and the others about attending the tournament on Dejia Wang Xing, registering their numbers so that Bulma could prepare more. At Turtle Hermit's place, Master Rashi was lounging in floral shorts, casually flipping through a swimsuit magazine featuring an array of beauties. Of course, Wukong, I must go. It's Dejia Wang Xing after all. Good, Lan Shi and Pu are a given. Next, I must find Oolong. I remember Oolong's house is in this direction. At Oolong's house, he was drinking while watching a girl swim. Mary, why don't you change into these new swim trunks I bought? As Mary went to change, Oolong sneakily peeked from the ceiling, eager to catch a glimpse. Hurry up, I'm almost there. Oolong's eyes sparkled, and he was about to lose control. Just then, Mary heard Wukong's voice and quickly dressed. Someone coming. Oolong, dejected, exclaimed, No. Oolong, your friend is here, someone called out from behind. I know. Oolong sighed as he got up to open the door. Wukong, what brings you here? Can't you just call me? Oolong was puzzled. I forgot, Oolong. Do you want to go watch the battles on Dejia Wang Xing? Oolong, picking his nose, indicated he would like to go, suggesting Wukong should just send a text. No problem, I just ruined your fun. Oolong's expression showed his disappointment, and the beauty behind him teased. Leaving Oolong's residence, Wukong arrived at a valley. Now that he had matured, it was time to consider marriage. Bulma could hardly wait. After this tournament, he would marry her. Looking at the golden-hued Bulma, he thought she would surely love it. He recalled how Bulma had envied the golden pig from Zini Xianren and had spoken of it for several days. He carefully packed the golden Bulma into a box and stored it in the universal capsule. In Shidu, Lanchi and Pooh joyously held hands and twirled upon hearing they could watch Tianjin fans' competition. Lanchi, could you buy some snacks at the mall? We can eat while watching, Lanchi suggested as she drove her sports car with Pooh to shop. Do you need my help, Bulma? Dr. Briefs noticed Bulma was looking a bit tired. Dad, you came at the perfect time. Can you check the data? I'm going to test it. Bulma donned a wristband and headed to the gravity room for experiments. Soon, Lanchi and the others returned, and Yamcha emerged from the gravity room, noticing Lanchi carrying numerous bags. Lanchi, where are you all headed with so many things? Bulma explained, we're going to watch your competition. These are all our snacks. I see. Yamcha said as he grabbed a bag of chips. Yamcha, please help us put the snacks in the snack machine, Lanchi requested. All right, coming. Yamcha opened his mouth and quickly devoured the snacks. Before long, a month had passed. Chapter 104. The Underworld Martial Arts Tournament begins in Shidu. Master Roshi and Oolong arrived early at Bulma's home. Where's Tianjin Fan? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Krillin, dressed in a suit, sat under a sunshade. I called him. But he didn't answer, Lanchi said, holding her phone. No problem. I'll just teleport him over. It's super convenient. Then let us set off. Bulma distributed the gravity-reducing watches to Master Roshi, Pooh, Oolong, and Lanchi, pressing the buttons, and their bodies felt light as if they could float away. You grasped my hand and led me directly to Daejuangsing. Everyone seemed eager, and in the back garden, anticipation filled the air. Bulma gazed at the elderly man with a long beard, wondering if he was indeed Daejuang. Goku, is this Daejuang? She cautiously inquired. Yes, hi Daejuang. Goku greeted him with a smile, and it appeared that Daejuang was in good spirits. Hello, Daejuang, Krillin and Yamcha greeted in unison. Bulma took out a box of premium red tea, having heard from Goku that Daejuang had a fondness for it. Daejuang, this is a small gift from me, she said, instructing Goku to carry the box over. Tianjin Fan observed the individuals training in the back garden, pausing to remark, this is quite an obvious bribe. They curiously watched Bulma and Lanchi, wondering how they managed to arrive on Daejuangsing with such low combat power. Oh dear, as Daejuang, how can I accept this? Daejuang gave Bulma a knowing look, aware of the many eyes upon him, valuing his dignity. Understanding, Bulma directed Goku to carry the tea into Daejuang's residence. Krillin and Yamcha wandered off to observe the other participants. Piccolo crossed his arms, initially intending to scrutinize his opponents. But he was somewhat disappointed to find their power levels lacking. The disdainful look in Piccolo's eyes incited frustration among them, prompting a desire to confront him. Krillin and Yamcha, whose abilities were inferior to Piccolo's, felt outmatched in comparison. Noticing their hostile glares directed at Piccolo, Krillin patted him on the shoulder, saying, Piccolo, don't make it so obvious. Can't you see they want to fight you? Let them try. If they have the guts, they can come at me, Piccolo replied, unfazed. Well, the more I try to advise, the worse it gets, Krillin scratched his head, acknowledging Piccolo's point. He had anticipated encountering many skilled fighters, but found their strengths to be comparable to his own. Yamcha, let us go. There's nothing much to see, Krillin suggested, suddenly feeling a chill down his spine. Upon turning to face their fierce, angry gazes, he quickly pulled Yamcha towards the front yard. Goku, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi haven't arrived yet, Lanchi thought, missing Tianjin Fan. All right, I'll be right back, Tianjin Fan said as he returned to Bulma's home, only to find everyone had left. Tianjin Fan, you're late. Goku and the others have already gone. Dr. Brisfu approached with a black cat in tow. Understood. I'm sure Goku will be back to fetch me soon, Tianjin Fan replied, unfazed, confident that Goku would return shortly. Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, would you like some cake? Mrs. Brisfu offered as she brought over cake and red tea. We don't want any, Jiaozi began to nod, but upon hearing Tianjin Fan's remark, he withdrew his hand. If you want it, just take it, Tianjin Fan encouraged, offering Jiaozi a piece. Thank you, Auntie, Jiaozi expressed his gratitude to Mrs. Brisfu. While enjoying his treat, Jiaozi spotted Goku. Tianjin Fan, Goku's here. Tianjin Fan, let us go, he said, tugging at their clothes. Watching them depart, Mrs. Brisfu remarked, Honey, come keep me company with cake. Aren't Tianjin Fan and the others with you? She inquired. They went with Goku, she replied. Before long, the four great kings arrived, with Bei Jiawang and Shi Jiawang bickering. Goku is the strongest, Bei Jiawang proclaimed with pride. Rib rice is powerful, Shi Jiawang countered, puffing his chest out. Rib Rice stood behind Shi Jiawang, exuding strength, while a blonde-haired Oliver stood behind Bei Jiawang. Piccolo observed Rib Rice and Oliver, noting their comparable power, though Rib Rice was stronger. However, he felt capable of matching Goku. As they assessed the situation and their respective strengths, excitement surged through Goku and his companions. Ahem, for the first round, you will participate in the preliminary trial, Deji Wang announced, shaking a speaker as he approached his sleek vehicle. Keep up with me, he instructed, and with a whoosh, he took off. What kind of vehicle is this? It's so fast, Bulma exclaimed, gazing into the distance in astonishment. What should we do? Yulong, I'll take you there in an instant, she said, teleporting alongside. Bei Jiawang seized Goku's hand as they sped off. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi swiftly followed in Deji Wang's wake. Upon stopping, Deji Wang turned to see Goku, Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, and Rib Rice arrive promptly. 3, 2, 1. Deji Wang coolly counted down, extending his finger. As he reached 3, 30 participants arrived, while the rest faced elimination. Goku, you must win, Bulma urged, holding his hand as they walked together. Lan Shi also held Tianjin Fan's arm, leaning against him. Krillin and Yamcha, feeling left out, glared at the couples. Krillin, didn't you say you had a girlfriend? Yulong raised an eyebrow, teasing him. When? We broke up ages ago, Krillin lamented, reflecting on his misfortunes. Why am I so unfortunate? Is there not one person who truly loves me? Don't be disheartened. You will surely meet someone who genuinely cares for you, Yamcha comforted, patting Krillin's bald head. He understood Krillin's heartache, noting that the girl seemed rather fickle. In retrospect, Krillin's heartbreak might have been a blessing. Humph, Krillin envied Yamcha, who always attracted admirers, believing himself to be quite handsome as well. Deji Wang opened a door revealing a compact interstellar space filled with numerous planets. You will run from here to the exit to participate in the competition, but you must not fall. Doing so will result in disqualification. During this time, you may hinder others from advancing. He explained the rules of the competition. You all, follow me. Deji Wang directed Bulma and Lan Shi to take the elevator. Tianjin Fan, you must give it your all, Lan Shi kissed him. Yamcha, we're off. Krillin couldn't bear it any longer and entered, with Yamcha following closely behind. Rib Rice glanced at Goku, but remained silent, exuding an air of aloofness. Oliver patted Goku on the shoulder, cautioning, be careful, we are all from Beiyinha, reminding Goku of their shared past, as they had already faced demise. Chapter 105, The Underworld Martial Arts Tournament. 1. As Krillin entered, he collided with a planet, quickly ducking to avoid it. The planets moved slowly, allowing Goku to surge ahead. Accompanying him was Rib Rice. Hello, I'm Goku from Beiyinha. I look forward to battling you, Goku greeted enthusiastically. Rib Rice nodded but did not respond, mirroring Piccolo's arrogance. Piccolo followed closely behind Goku, with Oliver trailing. Tianjin Fan observed the approaching planets, unleashing an energy wave to clear his path. Krillin and Yamcha, lacking sufficient speed, were unable to evade and smashed through a planet, sending debris flying. Seeing Goku nearing the finish line, someone sent a light wave his way, but Goku had sensed it earlier. Piccolo, observing Goku's swift evasion, marveled at his speed. Rib Rice began to take notice of Goku's capabilities. Jiaozi clung to a planet, ensuring it continued to spin. Bulma and the others settled into the audience seats, bringing out snacks to enjoy while watching. Bei Jiawang and Shi Jiawang resumed their argument, with Bei Jiawang asserting that Goku would win the competition. Rib Rice will win, Shi Jiawang contested. Ultimately, Shi Jiawang proposed a wager. If Goku triumphed, he would serve Bei Jiawang. If Rib Rice won, Bei Jiawang would be his servant. Dong Jiawang and Nan Jiawang observed the spectacle with amusement. Bei Jiawang, recalling Shi Jiawang's usual provocations, imagined himself riding on Shi Jiawang's back, directing him eastward, unable to venture west. Rib Rice, you can do it. Shi Jiawang shouted enthusiastically to Rib Rice from the front row. Bei Jiawang squeezed past Wukong, urging him to win against Pai Gu Fan. Bulma was unconcerned, confident that Wukong would emerge victorious. Meanwhile, Lan Shi, with her gentle demeanor, felt the antenna of Shi Jiawang tickling her nose, prompting an involuntary sneeze. This sudden shift in her aura was evident as she noticed the diminutive Shi Jiawang stepping on her foot. In irritation, Lan Shi pushed him aside, exclaiming, "You little winter melon, do you even have eyes?" Bulma and Pooh Air quickly intervened, reminding her, "Lan Shi, He is Lord Jiawang. Shi Jiawang, unfazed, turned to Bei Jiawang, questioning, "Are you the one responsible for these galaxies? You step on someone else's foot and still have the audacity to complain?" Bei Jiawang defended Lan Shi. It was not intentional. As tensions flared, Dong Jiawang pulled Shi Jiawang away, saying, "Enough of your quarrel. The great Jiawang is watching you." Apologizing profusely, Shi Jiawang covered his mouth, lamenting that it was all Bei Jiawang's fault, or he wouldn't have argued. Bei Jiawang's face flushed with anger at the accusation, deeming him a shameless scoundrel. "Lord Jiawang, have some pudding ice cream to cool off," Bulma offered, serving ice cream to Bei Jiawang and the other Jiawangs to silence them. Heaven also had ice cream, but its flavors differed vastly from those on Earth. Given the high mortality rate here, food was scarce, often consisting of lizard meat, eyeball soup, or blood plasma ice cream. The great Jiawang savored the ice cream, claiming it was delightful. Bulma, presenting the largest pudding ice cream to him, added, "If you die, I'll preserve your body. You can ascend to heaven." The great Jiawang, pleased, patted Bulma's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Bulma eagerly asked, "Lord Jiawang, if there is anything you desire, just tell my Wukong to deliver it to you." Yulong, observing nearby, couldn't help but feel envious. "Had I known, I wouldn't have sought immortality." Meanwhile, Master Rashi's gaze was fixated on a young woman beside the great Jiawang. Her attire so scant it revealed her midriff, and her figure was quite ample. With a glint in his eye, Master Rashi peered through binoculars, swallowing hard at the sight. "Bianzi, I'm leaving. I won't play with them anymore," he said, as he had gauged Pai Gu Fan's strength. In an instant, Sun Wukong reached the finish line, closely followed by Pai Gu Fan. "Wukong, splendid," Yulong exclaimed, having anticipated Wukong's victory, yet still feeling exhilarated upon witnessing it. "Tianjin Fan, give it your all. Yamashao Yi, push forward. Krillin, don't let them win." The atmosphere intensified as everyone cheered for the competitors trailing behind. Soon, Bick and Oliver also arrived at the finish line. Krillin and Yamcha found themselves surrounded by other opponents. Krillin unleashed a solar flare, blinding his adversaries. Seizing the moment, Yamcha and Krillin kicked them aside, racing toward the finish line. Bick, however, lagged behind, landing as the 9th contestant while Tianjin Fan surpassed him. Only the top 16 contestants would officially partake in the martial arts tournament. Otherwise, it would be utterly unexciting. With some troubles resolved, it turned out that Bick's prior words had offended several individuals, and now they relished the chance to retaliate against him, knowing they stood no chance of winning. "Bick, your tongue truly is perilous," they mused, finding humor in the scene as Bick maintained his usual stoic expression while others glared at him in rage. "Where's Jiaozi?" Jiaozi, trapped and unable to break free, was being held back by opponents. He executed a solar flare, a highly effective maneuver, and while they squinted, he kicked his way through and soared forward. "Tianjin Fan, I'm on my way," he exclaimed, landing beside Tianjin Fan. Standing before Sun Wukong, Pai Gu Fan declared, "I look forward to our match." The 16 contestants included a majority from Bei Yinha. Bei Jiawang gleefully danced, taunting Shi Jiawang, whose annoyance was palpable. The martial arts tournament officially commenced, with Sun Wukong's first opponent being a centipede demon adorned with 90 pairs of shoes. The centipede immediately ensnared Wukong, the stench from its unwashed shoes overwhelming. With a swift kick to the centipede's abdomen, Wukong released himself, sending the demon tumbling off the stage. The host, Mushroom, exclaimed, "What an exhilarating display." The contestant from Bei Yinha, Sun Wukong, has decisively eliminated the centipede demon from Nan Yinha. The great Jiawang beamed with satisfaction at Wukong's performance. "Lan Shi, tell me, how long would it take for that centipede to remove those 90 pairs of shoes?" Bulma chatted with Lan Shi, while Bei Jiawang roared with laughter. 90 pairs of shoes. How embarrassing. The Nan Jiawang was humiliated by the disgraceful display of his contestant, irritated by Bei Jiawang's amusement. Chapter 106. The Underworld Martial Arts Tournament, Part 2. The next contestant, Rocky from Dong Yinha, stepped onto the stage to face Krillin from Bei Yinha. Rocky, a boxer, danced around the arena, provocatively extending his middle finger at Krillin. Krillin observed Rocky, unimpressed by his bravado. "Yo-yo?" Rocky taunted, unleashing a flurry of punches at Krillin, confidence radiating from him. His speed was astonishing, and Krillin found himself caught off guard, receiving a blow to the face that pushed him to the edge of the stage. "Krillin, stay calm," Wukong advised, recognizing Rocky's remarkable speed but also his evident weakness. Taking Wukong's words to heart, Krillin steadied himself, leaping into the air and evading Rocky's assault, landing behind him and delivering a powerful kick that sent Rocky crashing down. Krillin emerged victorious, and as the subsequent matches unfolded, Tianjin Fan and Bic also advanced to the top 8, though Jiaozi fell short. In his match against Pai Gu Fan, Jiaozi was knocked out cold by a swift punch. Accepting his defeat gracefully, Jiaozi retreated to the audience, munching on snacks with Pu'er while watching the competition. Wukong, let us have a proper match next, Krillin proposed, fully aware of his limitations but eager to spar with Wukong. It's been ages since we fought together, 2 or 3 years, I believe, Krillin reflected. The next bout pitted Sun Wukong against Krillin, both competitors hailing from Beiyinha. Master Roshi observed with nostalgia as the two had matured. Krillin, give it your all. Pu'er and Yulong cheered, knowing Krillin was likely to lose. Wukong, don't hold back, Krillin declared, channeling his energy as they engaged in close combat. Their movements were a blur, imperceptible to the untrained eye. Master Roshi struggled to keep pace, while Bic and Tianjin Fan followed their lead. The great Jia Wang was captivated by the breathtaking display of skill. Wukong, I'm thoroughly enjoying this, Krillin gasped, while Wukong remained unfazed. Krillin unleashed his signature move, the Kikaho. Wukong executed a backflip to evade it, smirking as he remarked, You underestimate me. Krillin, with determination, redirected his Kikaho towards Wukong, who countered with a blue energy wave. As they clashed, the residual energy sent both soaring into the air, showcasing their incredible prowess. Genpaichi Gonbo Kalin unleashed the Kamehameha wave against Wukong. In response, Wukong also launched his Kamehameha, resulting in the 2 azure energy waves colliding fiercely. Kalin watched in dismay as his Kamehameha was repelled back towards him by Wukong's might. Soon, Kalin succumbed to defeat, tumbling off the stage, exclaiming, Wukong, you are as formidable as ever, as he shook hands with Wukong. Subsequently, Kalin soared to the audience section, receiving an approving thumbs up from Gu Xianren. Hee, Wu Tianlaosher, did you watch my match? I thought you were too busy eyeing the lovely ladies beside you, Kalin teased Gu Xianren. Kalin, do not speak so carelessly, Gu Xianren admonished, covering Kalin's mouth, while the KO of the adjacent realm cast a disdainful glance in their direction. Bike, do your best. Next, Bike faced off against the caterpillar competitor from the East Galaxy. The caterpillar utilized its 10 pairs of hands to ensnare Bike, tickling him mercilessly. In retaliation, Bike unleashed his I-beam attack to strike at the caterpillar's hands. Tianjin Fan, do you think Bike is impervious to tickling? He hasn't even smiled while being tickled, one spectator remarked, observing Bike's stoic expression. Perhaps he is unbothered, came the reply. Shortly thereafter, Bike delivered a powerful kick, toppling the caterpillar. Just as he was about to send the opponent flying from the ring, the caterpillar reared up, cocooned by fine threads. This is the caterpillar's special move. Cocoon to butterfly, the host elaborated. Excuse me, sir, when will they awaken? What a peculiar contestant, Bike remarked, appearing bemused. The Grand KO, also dissatisfied, anticipated a fierce battle. Naturally, the caterpillar was eliminated. Following the Grand KO's directive, the results were announced by the mushroom host, who instructed the removal of the caterpillar from the stage. Once the arena was cleared, the third match commenced, featuring Yamcha against Ali Fu. Look at the audience. Most of them are from our North Galaxy. While you only have one from the Rib Rice, the West KO observed, leading to a boastful remark from the North KO. Your people are rather lacking, aren't they? The South KO, with a fiery temper, directly tugged at the North KO's antenna. Ouch! South KO, do not go too far. The North KO protested, invoking the Grand KO's name, which compelled the South KO to release him. Such banter among the 4 great KOs was commonplace, and everyone had grown accustomed to it. Go Yamcha! The crowd cheered. Yamcha listened to Kalin and the others' encouragement from below the stage, wearing a proud expression, convinced that victory was assured. After all, Yamcha will definitely win, Lan Shi and Bulma casually chatted. But Gu Xianren and Kalin both shook their heads. Yamcha is indeed strong, yet Ali Fu possesses formidable power as well. It seems Yamcha has never reached the finals, Bulma mused. True, he often encounters powerful opponents, Kalin pondered. The match began, and Yamcha remained still, employing stillness to observe Ali Fu closely. In a swift maneuver, Ali Fu darted behind Yamcha, gripping his shoulder. Yamcha retaliated with an elbow strike, but Alifu leapt forward, delivering a kick. Yamcha executed a backflip to distance himself from Alifu, then leaped to engage him. The two exchanged blows in rapid succession, with Yamcha momentarily at a disadvantage. Chidan. Yamcha unleashed his signature technique, capable of directing the energy sphere's trajectory and timing its explosion at will. As Alifu soared into the air, he reached for the energy sphere, and at that moment, Yamcha detonated it. Alifu plummeted onto the stage, launching a counterattack of consecutive energy waves towards Yamcha, leaving him with no escape. Yamcha raised his hands to shield against the onslaught, but countless energy waves overwhelmed him, forcing him back down in a humiliating display. How embarrassing! Bulma and Lan Chi covered their faces. Alifu claimed victory, and the following match featured Tianjin Fan against Rib Rice. Undoubtedly, Rib Rice emerged triumphant. However, Tianjin Fan also performed admirably, pushing Rib Rice to unleash his ultimate move, devastating the entire stage. Exhausted, Tianjin Fan finally succumbed. Wukong, what do you think? Bike inquired, observing Rib Rice. His speed is remarkable. Without a hint of hesitation, he can control his strength and conserve energy. Given his current prowess, he could indeed engage Rib Rice in a spirited match. Chapter 107. The Underworld Martial Arts Tournament 3. The finalists consist of Suin Wukong from the North Galaxy, Bike, and Alifu, along with Rib Rice from the West Galaxy, as announced by the Mushroom host. The Grand KO noted that the North Galaxy held half the spots, commending the North KO. The North KO looked triumphantly at the West KO, while the other two KOs, criticized by the North KO, were preoccupied with disciplining their own Galaxy S fighters. So what? My Rib Rice can defeat all three of you. That's worth boasting about, the West KO declared confidently. My Wukong will undoubtedly prevail. Wukong, you must win for me, the North KO implored, waving his hand toward Wukong. Of course I will win, Wukong replied, secretly eager to witness the West KO's disgruntled expression. Wukong, what are you smirking about? Bike questioned, puzzled by Suin Wukong's grin. I'm looking forward to seeing the West KO's flustered expression. That should be quite amusing. Humph, you will not witness it. This time, I shall triumph. Rib Rice asserted confidently against Suin Wukong. With the arena damaged, repairs were required. Bulma brought refreshments for Wukong and Bike, offering a peach-flavored drink. Once the stage was restored, Wukong and Bike ascended to compete. Though their power levels differed significantly, it was only by facing stronger foes that one could truly grow. Bike relished the battle with Suin Wukong, their disparity in strength becoming ever more pronounced. Initially, Bike had been stubbornly determined to surpass Wukong, but after various experiences, he realized he could never catch up. He shifted his mindset, choosing to enjoy the combat with Wukong and to strengthen himself in the process. Bike, it's been ages since we had a proper match, Suin Wukong remarked, feeling a unique bond with Bike, whom he had nurtured. The match commenced, and Bike unleashed a flurry of attacks, culminating in a kick aimed at Wukong's neck, which Wukong deftly caught. In a swift reversal, Bike seized Wukong's body. With a swift motion, Wukong countered, pinning Bike to the ground and landing a strike on his leg. Wukong hurled Bike into the air. Mokong Baowedan. Bike invoked his self-created technique. Countless energy waves ensnared Wukong, who responded with a slight smile, extending his arms to unleash his own energy. The resulting collision of energy waves erupted in an explosion, sending shockwaves that threatened to sweep away Lan Chi and Bulma. Bulma clutched Colleen tightly, her grip leaving marks on his hand, while Tianjin Fan held Lan Chi close, creating a somewhat intimate scene. However, given their long-standing relationship, such proximity was inconsequential. Yet, Tianjin Fan seemed rather bashful, his face reddening as he held Lan Chi. Wulong clung tightly to Guxianren, pleading, Wulong, let me go? The shockwaves caused some of the onlookers to stumble, revealing glimpses of white beneath their clothing. However, the North and West KOs remained unperturbed, their stout figures grounding them firmly. The explosive energy emanated from their antennae, while Wukong swiftly darted behind Bike, clasping Bike's head. The stage was left with a massive crater, necessitating further repairs. With a decisive strike, Bike soared into the air, unleashing an offensive, but Wukong seized Bike's head once more. The Grand KO savored a glass of red wine, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. The velocity of Bike and Suin Wukong intensified, leaving Guxianren struggling to keep up. Bulma and Lan Chi were unable to see, as Lan Chi playfully pinched Tianjin Fan's waist. Can you clearly discern their movements? Tianjin Fan nodded, his third eye intently following the actions of Wukong and Piccolo. In the essence of the martial arts tournament, hand-to-hand combat surpasses the use of energy waves. If you can see clearly, do share with us. For we cannot discern Lan Chi deliberately blowing air onto Tianjin Fan's neck, leaving him tickled and reminiscing about their intimate moments. Tianjin Fan's face flushed crimson. All right, I say, Lan Chi. Come down quickly. Lan Chi shot a glance at Bulma, signaling that it was taken care of. Countless illusions of Wukong appeared before Piccolo, who sensed Wukong's energy and retaliated with a punch. Without transforming, Piccolo matched Wukong in strength, having grown significantly stronger himself. I'm starving. It's time to conclude this battle. Suddenly, Wukong's energy surged astonishingly, his hair shifting to a golden hue. Piccolo smirked, thrilled to compel Wukong to unleash his Super Saiyan form, while simultaneously realizing that this match was nearing its end. With a flicker of movement, Piccolo raised his hands above his head to unleash the Demon Flash. He then dodged Wukong's attack, swiftly appearing behind him and unleashing a Kamehameha wave, sending Piccolo tumbling out of the ring. Lying on the ground, his attire tattered, Piccolo prepared for the next bout against Oliver, a result that seemed undeniably clear. Bulma, do you have any food? Wukong exclaimed, pulling Bulma into his embrace. Bulma pushed him away and opened a capsule filled with meat. The Scion's energy was expended rapidly, leaving them famished. Delicious. Bulma. It would be even better with some chili powder, he remarked, though he felt something was missing. Bulma nodded, preoccupied with adjusting her wristband, having forgotten to brief Lan Chi and the others. After 3 rounds, a powerful energy wave sent Oliver tumbling out of the ring, resulting in his defeat, which he accepted with grace as he approached Rib Fan for a handshake. Ha ha ha, I wonder who is feeling smug now. Look, Rib Fan defeated your Oliver in one fell swoop. The West Kai taunted the North Kai. Wukong, you must defeat Rib Fan, understand? The North Kai stated sternly, gazing intently at son Wukong. Of course, my lord, Wukong replied, noting the playful nature of the North Kai, who clearly believed his lord would not be bested. With Rib Fan's match concluded, it was Wukong's turn to face him. Wukong, it's your turn, the North Kai urged, anxious as Wukong dawdled. With a leap, Wukong took to the arena, transforming into a Super Saiyan. The two began to test each other's strength, with Rib Fan landing a heavy blow on Wukong's shoulder. Wukong retaliated with a swift kick to Rib Fan's leg, their speed accelerating beyond previous encounters, drawing the attention of the Grand Kai, who was so engrossed he forgot to drink. The North and West Kai ceased their bickering as Rib Fan made a swift turn in the arena, while Wukong remained airborne. Rib Fan unleashed an energy wave, which Wukong evaded, causing the nearby asteroid to shatter into fragments. Following this, Wukong launched a series of rapid strikes, forcing Rib Fan to retreat. Rib Fan countered with a powerful punch, followed by dual energy blasts. Wukong, nimble and quick, dodged and countered. Both warriors unleashed energy waves simultaneously, colliding in a spectacular explosion, leaving both standing firm in the arena. As they engaged in a battle of strength, Wukong, with superior power, pushed Rib Fan toward the edge of the ring. Rib Fan, realizing he was about to fall, retaliated with a kick aimed at Wukong. Humph. Wukong unleashed a series of energy blasts that nearly engulfed the entire arena. Rib Fan nimbly evaded, leaping into the air, amused by Wukong's prowess. Then, Rib Fan executed his ultimate technique, the spinning tornado. His body spun rapidly, creating a formidable cyclone that ensnared Wukong, who struggled to maintain his balance within the tempest. Utilizing the Kaioken technique, Wukong broke free from the vortex. Rib Fan dove down, aiming to strike, but Wukong countered with an energy wave from one hand. Yet, the force was insufficient to repel Rib Fan, who charged down, nearly kicking Wukong out of the ring. Wukong performed a backflip to create distance, and Rib Fan, seeing his chance, unleashed his ultimate move, the Thunder Shock Wave. Wukong responded with a Kamehameha wave, the two colossal energy spheres clashing in a test of strength. Oh, I must increase my energy to transform into Super Saiyan 2, Wukong thought, as yellow lightning flickered around him, yet it was not enough to achieve the transformation. His Kamehameha wave deflected Rib Fan's attack, causing a tremendous explosion that obliterated half the arena. Rib Fan fell to the ground, and Wukong seized the moment to strike with energy blasts. Rib Fan, unable to evade, raised his arms to shield himself, and Wukong refrained from further assault. They ascended into the air, engaging in a fierce exchange of punches and kicks. Ultimately, Wukong delivered a decisive blow that sent Rib Fan tumbling from the ring, followed by a blast that left Rib Fan unable to dodge. Wukong stepped into the arena, unleashing a Kamehameha wave that sent Rib Fan flying out of bounds. Rib Fan reached out, but was unable to match Wukong's strength and was propelled down, resulting in a resounding explosion as he landed outside the ring. As anticipated, Wukong emerged victorious. The West Kai glared angrily at Rib Fan, while the North Kai smugly approached, reveling in Wukong's triumph. Wonderful! Wukong has won, Bulma exclaimed, joyfully embracing Lan Shi. Initially unconcerned, they began to worry once they witnessed Rib Fan's true strength. The North Kai shared their apprehension, fearing subjugation by the West Kai. The Grand Kai stood to applaud Wukong, commending the fine display put forth by both Wukong and Rib Fan. You both fought splendidly. Naturally, rewards follow victory, he declared, inquiring what Wukong desired. I wish to enhance my strength to become Super Saiyan 2, 3, and beyond by battling opponents of greater might. In this realm, Rib Fan stood as the strongest adversary, while the Kaioshin were not particularly formidable. With Beerus still in slumber, finding him was a challenge. And Wukong contemplated the possibility of attaining the form of Super Saiyan God. Yet, he wondered about the Grand Kai's strength. What if we were to spar, Grand Kai? He inquired discreetly. That is not possible, the Grand Kai declined, expressing a dislike for combat, preferring to observe others instead. Very well, I shall not press you, my lord. Perhaps your strength is not so great. Wukong approached Rib Fan, suggesting, Rib Fan, I find our battles exhilarating. Would you join me for training? Rib Fan, recognizing he could identify his weaknesses and improve through sparring with Wukong, agreed. Grand Kai, I wish to train alongside Rib Fan for 6 months, he stated. The Grand Kai acknowledged Rib Fan's consent, and Piccolo along with Krillin expressed their desire to remain for training as well. They also wished to train with various opponents. And Dai Jiawang consented, allowing them to stay for only 6 months, considering they were still alive. Wukong was overjoyed, and Bei Jiawang leaped up in excitement. Embracing Wukong's neck, Bulma approached, standing proudly beside Wukong, wrapping her arms around his waist. The old turtle sage also desired to remain, enchanted by the presence of many beautiful maidens. Beautiful lady, may I have a glimpse of your undergarments? The turtle sage approached a lady holding a sign. As a girl of several millennia, she felt delighted to be addressed as a sister by the turtle sage. If you wish to see, I shall oblige, she replied. In this place, devoid of men who were preoccupied with martial training, the women felt neglected and unappealing, leading to their boredom. The turtle sage's eyes widened at the sight of beauty before him, and blood gushed from his nose. Do you like it, sister? She asked, sitting upon the turtle sage's face. He could scarcely believe the delight he felt, overwhelmed by sensations that felt as if they might lead to his demise from blood loss. Wukong, should you not intervene? Krillin remarked, feeling embarrassed for the turtle sage. Bulma, Lan Shi, and the others, witnessing the turtle sage's lascivious demeanor, distanced themselves, wearing expressions of unfamiliarity. Xiao Lu, cease your antics, did Jia Wang admonished, and the maiden reluctantly departed, having encountered such an amusing man. Before leaving, Xiao Lu winked at the turtle sage, and ultimately, Krillin dragged the turtle sage away. The turtle sage was blissfully enraptured, a wave of satisfaction illuminating his face. My shoulders have been rather sore lately, Bei Jiawang remarked, gazing pointedly at Shi Jiawang. Reluctantly, Shi Jiawang began to massage Bei Jiawang's back. While Pai Gu Fan offered his services, Bei Jiawang waved him off, revealing his true desire was not for a massage but to witness Shi Jiawang's reluctant compliance. Pai Gu Fan, do not involve yourself. Bei Jiawang is not seeking a massage. Yamu Cha understood Bei Jiawang's intent. After a brief period of dominating Shi Jiawang, did Jiawang intervened. Wukong, what surprise did you promise me? Bulma inquired, overhearing Wukong's musings. Unable to contain her curiosity, she pressed for an answer. You shall soon find out, he responded, sliding his hand down from the tip of Bulma's nose. Chapter 109, Marriage on Earth. Upon their return, Wukong proposed to Bulma. Bulma, will you spend your life with me? Bulma nodded vigorously, a bashful smile adorning her face. Wow! Lan Shi exclaimed, raising a gun in celebration, then looking at Tianjin Fan, indicating they should follow suit. Tianjin Fan felt immense pressure. Shortly after the proposal, they planned a grand wedding. The couple was preoccupied with preparations, selecting attire and venues, dedicating a week to arranging their wedding site. On the day of the wedding, Wukong exclaimed, "Bulma, I have never seen you in this gown." Bulma, adorned in a flowing white dress, showcased her figure beautifully. Their friends were moved by the sight, filled with joy. "Wukong is already married," Krillin cried, lamenting his own single status, fearing Wukong might have a child while he remained without a partner. "Krillin, why do you weep? This is a joyous occasion." Yamcha consoled, patting Krillin's head. "What do you know?" Krillin retorted, disheartened to see Yamcha with yet another new girlfriend. Presenting the golden ring to Bulma, her eyes sparkled with delight as she embraced Wukong, planting a fervent kiss upon his forehead. Grandfather Gohan also attended, having been specially summoned by Wukong, who utilized his wealth to pay a fortune teller for the privilege, hearing that Gohan lived well in the afterlife with someone special. However, Wukong later realized he hadn't been attentive while watching the broadcast, missing crucial moments. Oolong and Zhaozi arrived dressed in suits to celebrate Wukong's wedding. "Wukong, why were you the first among us to marry?" Oolong mused. "Come, everyone, let us toast." They rejoiced, feasting and playing games. "Krillin, go sing." Yamcha pushed him onto the stage, where he picked up the microphone and sang with confidence. His voice, while not exceptional, was certainly not terrible. Piccolo distanced himself, sensitive to sound, perceiving it as mere noise. "Bulma, strike a pose for a photo." She posed in various stances. Oolong and Puer enjoyed slices of cake, while Dr. Briefs, holding a glass of red wine, reveled in his daughter's wedding. Yamcha and Krillin urged Wukong to drink, attempting to intoxicate him, an endeavor doomed to fail, as he had consumed Bulma's invention of an anti-hangover potion. Anticipating their attempts to intoxicate themselves, he had preemptively requested Bulma to create the remedy. Someone in the crowd encouraged Bulma and Wukong to kiss, and everyone was particularly jubilant. "Bulma, why are they so enthusiastic?" she queried, gazing at Wukong, tilting her head. They slowly leaned in for a kiss, while Tianjin Fan and Lan Chi were also urged to join in. The crowd clamored to know when Tianjin Fan would wed, to which he replied, "Soon." Lan Chi's shifting temperament posed challenges. She intended to wish upon Shenlong to harmonize her personality while retaining her memories. Though her character shifts were part of her charm, they could prove perilous. If the volatile Lan Chi transformed into the gentle version during a moment of danger, it could lead to dire consequences. After the wedding, as evening descended, sweet moments awaited. "Krillin, what brings you here?" Yamcha, unable to sleep, secretly entered Wukong and Bulma's room. "What are you doing here?" Krillin was equally astonished. "I came to use the restroom," Yamcha feigned, pretending to search for the bathroom. A smile crept across Krillin's face, recognizing they shared the same intent. "Wukong, what's wrong?" Bulma emerged from the bathroom. Krillin and Yamcha lingered outside, likely hoping to eavesdrop on the two oblivious fools. "Bulma, let us go somewhere else. Baozi Mountain is secluded enough that no one will hear us," Wukong suggested. "Where?" Bulma questioned, still in her attire, as they instantly teleported to Baozi Mountain. At Baozi Mountain, Bulma shed her robe and embraced Wukong, both tumbling onto the bed. Wukong, still clothed, felt Bulma's eager hands exploring. Her cheeks flushed, and perspiration beaded on her forehead, revealing her exhaustion. They engaged in their playful antics until the dead of night, unaware of Piccolo blushing as he perched in a tree. Krillin and Yamcha sat silently on the rooftop for an hour before departing. The following morning, Wukong and Bulma awoke late, with Bulma nestled against Wukong's chest, reluctant to rise after a tiring night. "Bulma, sleep a bit longer. I shall prepare breakfast for you," Wukong promised, recalling the excitement of the previous night. He cooked himself a pot of noodles before taking a stroll outside, where he encountered Piccolo at the door. Upon seeing Wukong, Piccolo's face flushed, lost in thought. "I shall first warm up with some simple exercises." Life after marriage was serene and blissful. With marriage came the responsibility of not solely focusing on training, as there was a beloved wife at home. A year passed, and Wukong achieved a breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2, mastering his Oozuru form with retained intellect, ensuring he would not lose control. "Today, we shall visit the Turtle Hermit's place. Do not forget," Bulma reminded Wukong. Now a wife, Bulma appeared more mature and increasingly beautiful. The time for training was nearly over, as he pretended to switch off the gravity chamber and stepped outside. "Wukong, how did you come out? Isn't it too early?" Bulma expressed her surprise, as Wukong usually trained in the gravity chamber for 5 hours before emerging. Today, he accompanied her out of the hospital since Bulma had not been feeling well lately. She wondered if it was due to something she ate or perhaps a sign of pregnancy. Shortly after their marriage, Wukong had pursued a driver's license, finding joy in driving despite his ability to fly and teleport. As they gazed at the underground parking lot filled with a variety of cars, Bulma's wealth brought her immense joy, allowing her to choose any vehicle for the day. "Bulma, let us depart," Wukong said, as she settled into the passenger seat beside him. Upon arriving at the hospital, they received delightful news. Bulma was indeed pregnant. Initially, she had conceived shortly after their wedding, but they had opted for contraception to savor their time together a bit longer. Gently caressing her abdomen, Bulma reveled in the thought of their child. Soon, Krillin and the others learned of the joyous news, their faces lighting up in surprise at how swiftly Wukong had progressed. Although Tianjin Fan had enlisted Shenlong's aid to prevent launch from transforming due to her sneezing, they had yet to marry. With Bulma's assistance, they were spared the burdens of job hunting, yet their expenses remained substantial. Balancing training and family duties was challenging, especially since the merged launch could not resort to bank robbery. A delightful little baby was born, small and incredibly soft. "Wukong, what name shall we give our child?" Bulma playfully inquired. "Let us call him Wufan. I have no desire to change it, nor do I wish to ponder other names." "Wufan, is that not the same as your grandfather's name?" Bulma expressed her astonishment upon hearing the name. "Wufan, my precious Wufan." She cooed as their son unconsciously grasped her hand. "Wukong, please hold Wufan while I step outside." "Of course," Wukong replied as he took the baby in his arms, feeling an overwhelming tenderness and a tinge of fear at the thought of accidentally harming him. Once Bulma returned, Wukong immediately handed the child back to her. As Wufan approached his 1-month milestone, Bulma called Krillin and the others to invite them to the celebration. Following Wukong's marriage, Tianjin Fan and Launch had also settled elsewhere, aided by Bulma's support and high-paying jobs, allowing them to avoid the grind of daily survival. Residing near Baozi Mountain, they could train in Wukong's gravity chamber. Upon receiving the news of Bulma's childbirth, Krillin and the others expressed their joy with heartfelt congratulations. They arrived at Bulma's home, bringing an abundance of toys for the little ones. Their frequent gatherings made such encounters feel utterly normal. 2 years swiftly passed, and Wufan had grown into a remarkably strong toddler. Chapter 110, A Journey Through the Cosmos. "Wukong, the spaceship is ready," Bulma exclaimed, having just finished securing the last screw and wiping the sweat from her brow. The spacecraft, an intricate design inspired by the Mouse Star people, had taken considerable time for Bulma and Dr. Briefs to modify into their own vessel. This colossal ship was equipped with comprehensive facilities, including a gravity chamber for training in space, a game room, a study, and a nurturing chamber, ensuring everyone could enjoy fresh vegetables. Let us inform them that Earth is peaceful and rather dull at the moment. It is time for an exhilarating adventure in the cosmos. I am particularly eager to see that fellow Vegeta, along with my beloved brother Raditz, and the ever-tempting Frieza. This plan had been long in the making, as they would eventually come to Earth anyway. Upon sharing this idea, Krillin and Tianjin Fan expressed their enthusiastic agreement. I came house. Master Roshi was caught off guard while in the restroom, startled by Wukong's announcement. Emerging from the bathroom, he approached Wukong. "I didn't hear any hand washing. Did you wash your hands?" "Of course," Master Roshi replied, feigning innocence as he reached for Wukong. "I brought plenty of capsules for the space journey. We might not return swiftly, so I packed extensively." The day for the space tourism adventure arrived, and everyone filled their capsules, carrying numerous bags, except for Piccolo, who opted for minimal luggage. Knowing the trip might last several years, they naturally prepared well. Fortunately, Bulma had anticipated this and packed an ample supply of capsules. Wufan, holding several boxes of capsules, distributed them to Krillin and Tianjin Fan. "Wufan is exceptionally polite," Launch remarked, gently ruffling his hair. As Wufan led Krillin to the spaceship, he announced, "Uncle Krillin, this is your room," pointing to the door marked with his name. The room was spacious, featuring a soft bed, a refrigerator, and a private bathroom, allowing everyone to avoid crowding the toilets. Each room was equipped with a refrigerator and a television, a testament to Bulma's wealth. As everyone explored the ship's layout, Bulma had arranged it into 2 levels, the upper floor for resting and the lower for dining, games, and workouts. "Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tianjin Fan, this is where we will exercise," Wufan pointed towards the large room. "Wow, these are dumbbells. Look at all this exercise equipment," so abundant and varied. Bulma asked her parents if they would join them. We will pass. Dear, we are getting on in years, but do send us photos and videos of Wufan, Dr. Briefs and his wife expressed, lacking interest in space travel. All right, Bulma acknowledged their sentiments. Wufan, remember to eat well and video chat with Grandma and Grandpa every day. Okay, Grandma and Grandpa, Wufan exclaimed, rushing to embrace Dr. Briefs and his wife. Goodbye, Grandma and Grandpa, he waved as they departed. After bidding farewell to her parents, Bulma returned to the spaceship's control room. Wukong, Piccolo, Master Roshi, please take your seats. We are about to take off. Wufan clung tightly to Wukong. The moment the spacecraft launched, a tremendous force jolted everyone, creating an uncomfortable sensation. Launch grasped Tianjin Fan firmly as he held her close. Once the ship escaped Earth's gravity, the turbulence subsided, allowing everyone to move freely. The ship, on autopilot, was en route to their first destination, a planet known as Nabi, renowned for its myriad attractions. Krillin, come over, let us play cards, Yamcha suggested, prompting Tianjin Fan to join in as well. Meanwhile, Piccolo remained in the gravity chamber, training diligently, while Oolong and Master Roshi lounged, snacking and watching television. Chaos and Puer were engrossed in a game, with Chaos urging, take it slow. Wufan, ever the bookworm, continued to read. In the kitchen, Bulma and Launch were busy baking a cake. Piccolo, take a break. It's rare to have some downtime, Bulma advised, noting his relentless training schedule. The spaceship traveled at remarkable speed, taking just one day to reach Nabi. After a day of play, everyone settled down for a nap, and upon waking, they had arrived. Mom and Dad, I want to sleep with you, Wufan expressed. Having been accustomed to sleeping alone for the past 2 months, though a robotic nanny had been by his side. Wufan, you're growing up. You are the best. They praised, preparing for some private time together. All right, Wufan, would you like to sleep with Mommy? Bulma asked tenderly, feeling a mother's instinct to nurture, especially since Wufan was still just a toddler, easily frightened by noises at night. A couple, entangled in their affection, found their desires thwarted by the sound of their child. Even if they could escape to Bowsy Mountain, the thought of their child crying for his mother in the dead of night weighed heavily on Bulma's mind. Now that Wufan had grown bolder and could sleep alone, the couple yearned for their moments of intimacy. By day, Wufan was well behaved, but by night, he was a whirlwind of energy. Bulma pondered whether Wufan had always been this way. After soothing Wufan to sleep, she left the room. Wukong, are you asleep? Bulma locked the door and turned to gaze at her husband, tucked under the covers. Was he truly asleep? No, I'm waiting for you to return. Sleep is out of the question, he replied. Bulma leapt onto Wukong, and they became lost in each other's embrace. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Krillin and Yamcha were engrossed in a video game, while Oolong appeared to be watching an action film, his expression hinting at something more risque. The children of Jiaozi and Puer had long since gone to bed. Master Roshi's room was also alight, as Mr. Turtle insisted on sharing the space with him. Time for bed, Master Roshi, Mr. Turtle urged, interrupting the latter's late-night viewing. Master Roshi, having received a plethora of films from Oolong, had become an avid collector, alongside his peculiar penchant for undergarments. All right, I understand, Master Roshi replied, opting to retire for the night. Chapter 111. Nabi Star. Upon awakening the next day, Bulma found herself alone in bed, a sign that perhaps she had not exerted herself enough the previous night. She had risen early to check the flight path, announcing to everyone that it was time to get up as they were nearing Nabi Star. After brushing her teeth, she found that the robot had prepared breakfast. Suddenly, the spacecraft jolted violently. Wukong, we have a problem. The ship is encountering a meteor shower, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with alarm as countless meteors approached. Piccolo, Tianjin, let us go out and shatter those meteors. It's a rare opportunity, she suggested. They donned their spacesuits and cautiously ascended, aware of the zero-gravity environment that could easily send them drifting into the cosmos. Bulma trusted Wukong and the others, so she remained calm, though Wufan, curious, attempted to rush forward, only to be scooped up by Bulma. Daddy, Wufan called out. Piccolo, even with your strength, it's challenging to withstand the forces of zero-gravity, Bulma remarked as Krillin and Tianjin joined them. With a Kamehameha wave, they struck a massive meteor, obliterating it. Utilizing their unique abilities, they shattered the meteors in a dazzling display. Mom, I want to play too, Wufan exclaimed, watching the excitement unfold on the screen. No, Your father and uncles aren't merely playing, Bulma replied, pinching Wufan's cheek gently. They want tea finish quickly, so let us start with a massage, she suggested, indicating her back discomfort from the previous night's late hours. Just then, a meteor collided with the ship, causing it to lurch. Wukong, a meteor is hurtling toward us, Bulma warned, her voice filled with urgency. If struck, he would be thrown from the spacecraft. With a swift Kamehameha wave, he pulverized the meteor before redirecting another wave back at the incoming threats. With the meteors dispatched, the ship resumed stability. Wufan eagerly awaited Wukong's return, rushing to embrace him as he descended. Wukong quickly closed the hatch. We're almost there. Everyone, brace yourselves, Bulma called, observing the screen that indicated their arrival. Okay, Krillin replied, sealing the hatch as everyone settled in for landing. 3, 2, 1. The ship descended abruptly as Bulma maneuvered it to find a suitable landing spot. Warning, no suitable landing area found, the ship's AI advised. The planet was blanketed in trees, with alien villages and vibrant flower fields nearby, preventing their massive ship from landing. We encountered a dilemma. Let us consult Wukong, Bulma decided. Find a suitable spot. We'll clear those trees, she instructed, pondering the low civilization level of this planet and the appearance of its inhabitants. Piccolo, Tianjin, Krillin, let us go. Wukong beckoned, leading them downward. Look above you. The ground there is firm, so no worries about sinking, Bulma indicated, relying on the ship's analysis of Nabi Star's soil. All right, Piccolo, head east, Wukong instructed as they prepared to clear the area. The trees were immense, requiring significant effort to transport. We can skip the hauling, Wukong. Just use instant transmission to move the trees directly, Piccolo suggested, arranging them efficiently. Good thinking, Piccolo, Krillin praised, giving him a thumbs up. Mom, I want to go down and see, Wufan declared, feeling a bit bored on his own. Stay out of the way while your father works, Bulma reminded him. Understood, Mom, Wufan replied as he flew down. Realizing it would take time, Bulma decided to pamper her face with a mask, attentive to her appearance. Go, Dad. Go, Uncle Piccolo. Wufan cheered, serving as the morale booster. After much effort, they finally cleared the landing area, allowing Bulma to bring the ship down. Just as Wukong and the others were making a commotion, the Nabi people arrived. Wufan took out his camera, eager to capture the moment for his grandparents. The Nabi beings were entirely blue, clad in a half-naked fashion with rounded heads resembling octopuses, possessing 2 arms without fingers and 6 legs akin to their earthly counterparts. Seeing them made Bulma's mouth water as she imagined various delectable octopus dishes. Approaching the Nabi, Bulma, equipped with an alien language translator in her ear, initiated dialogue. The Nabi, brandishing long spears, inquired, "Who are you?" Bulma explained that they were Earthlings visiting Nabi Star. The naive Nabi, believing her words wholeheartedly, warmly invited them to their village. Nabi Star was breathtaking, adorned with trees and fields of vibrant Jonah flowers, which served as both beauty and sustenance. Wukong and his companions spent 3 days on Nabi Star, acquiring the unique Hungwen Shi, a remarkable stone that maintained a comfortable temperature regardless of the season. How's this one, Wukong? Bulma asked, planning to take a larger piece back to sell for a handsome profit. The Nabi people had an abundance of Hungwen Shi, so they were not concerned about Bulma and her companions taking some. Thank you so much, said Gray, the Nabi who discovered them and led them to the village. No need for thanks. You've helped us greatly, Wukong replied, having doubled their living space by clearing the surrounding trees. Everyone come eat, Gray's wife called, summoning everyone to a meal. Amidst their joy, a small spacecraft appeared in the distance, drawing closer. A formidable aura surged towards us, its presence undeniably imposing. Wukong, what's the matter? Bulma inquired, noticing Wukong's hesitation to pick up his chopsticks. Clint, did you feel that? There's an energy approaching us, he remarked. To which Clint shook his head in denial. What's happening? Is there danger? Piccolo expressed his concern. No, the energy isn't particularly strong, so there's no need for alarm. I am merely curious about its source. Could it be Frieza? But surely, this undeveloped planet holds no value in their eyes. Chapter 112. Frieza's minion Wukong. Since there is no danger, let us not dwell on it. Hurry up and play your cards, Bulma urged. Lord Vegeta, I have located Nabi Star. The inhabitants possess exceedingly low combat power. Collectively, they barely reach 1,000, reported perplexed as to why Vegeta desired this seemingly worthless planet, which was nothing more than primitive forest. Lord Vegeta, I shall handle the trivial matters first, Pri concluded, shutting off the communicator as he set course for Nami Star. I can manage this planet alone. You need not follow. What is Vegeta thinking? What purpose does he have for this insignificant planet? They expressed their dissatisfaction with Vegeta. Yet due to his esteemed position under King Frieza, they refrained from voicing their discontent. Upon Priest's arrival, Piccolo and the others sensed his presence but dismissed it. Given his low battle power, Wukong, watch as I claim your cards. Don't even think of cheating. Clint insisted, firmly pressing down on Wukong's hand. Clint, look, there's a spaceship. Why is my luck so poor? I always draw the worst cards. Wukong, your tricks have grown stale. Do you think I am Gohan? I am not foolish. Gohan curiously gazed out the window. Daddy, there's a flying person. He exclaimed upon spotting Pri approaching. Is that so? Let me take a look, Bulma said, her curiosity piqued. Piccolo and Tianjinhan had long anticipated Pri's arrival. Jiaozi, go take a look outside, Tianjinhan urged, engrossed in his game. Jiaozi, the first to be eliminated, complied. Daddy, I want to play too, Gohan said, sitting on son Wukong's lap and reaching for the cards. Gohan, go play a card game with Puar, Wukong suggested, tossing Gohan in Puar's direction. Gohan pouted, letting out a huff, but obediently joined in the card game, crashing into others. Wukong, Bulma, please manage your child. Gohan is causing chaos, Puar exclaimed, overwhelmed by the difficulty of babysitting. Upon witnessing the scattered village, Pri scanned Jiaozi with his detector, revealing a meager combat power of 300. Trash, he scoffed, striking Jiaozi unexpectedly. Jiaozi, caught off guard, dodged and used his abilities to immobilize Pri. Who are you? Why did you attack me? Jiaozi demanded. Fool, let me go? I am a servant of King Frieza. Do you really wish to offend him? Pri attempted to intimidate, invoking Frieza's name. King Frieza? Is that something delicious? Jiaozi quipped as he bound Pri and prepared to take him back. Come quickly and help. Pri called out for assistance. Jiaozi returned, asking, do you know him? As Klin pinched Pri's large ears. Pri struggled, retaliating against Klin, who lost his pudding and ended up soiled. Angered, Klin retaliated, leaving Pri searching for his teeth. Jiaozi mentioned Pri's allegiance to Frieza. Wukong recognized the distinctively ugly attire as belonging to Frieza's minions. His intention was to confront Frieza, and perhaps encounter the god of destruction in the process. The Scion's unique physiology required them to battle stronger opponents to grow in strength. Frieza, I know, it's that short fellow, right? Given my current strength, Frieza is no threat, he mused. Piccolo's power should be sufficient to defeat him, as should Tianjinhan, Klin, and Yamcha. Wukong, how do you know this? Bulma questioned, looking at son Wukong with curiosity. The King of the Worlds mentioned that there is a bandit named Frieza in the galaxy, who annihilates the inhabitants of other planets and sells them to wealthy aliens. However, one thing puzzles me. Why doesn't Frieza simply rob the wealthy planets directly? Bulma expressed her indignation, gripping Wukong's arm furiously. Launcher shares Bulma's sentiments. It's utterly vile to have our ancestral planet taken and sold. Frieza, it's over. We are doomed. Gray exclaimed in terror, fully aware of Frieza's reputation. You know about Frieza? Bulma asked, her heart heavy. Indeed, this is not our original planet. We were seized by King Cooled. Our ancestors escaped before they were slaughtered, finding refuge here. Although this environment pales in comparison to our former home, survival is a blessing. Gray lamented, his people on the verge of despair as they faced potential annihilation. Do not fret. Wukong will protect us, Bulma reassured Gohan, confident in Wukong's ability to defeat the so-called Frieza. Bulma, you cannot grasp their terror. A single strike can annihilate a planet, Gray warned, recalling the fearful expressions of his ancestors. Haha, dealing with you does not require King Frieza's intervention. Pri's comrades soon arrived. Quickly attack them, they commanded. But before they could act, Klin had already knocked them out. Gray finally witnessed the formidable prowess of Klin and the others, fear creeping in as he beheld the lifeless bodies of his fallen brethren. Kill Piccolo, Gray shouted, finding his voice. Do you wish to engage that individual known as Frieza? He asked. No, they are truly formidable, Gray interjected, trying to halt the impending conflict. Rest assured, I will defeat him. Frieza is no longer on our level. Let Piccolo and the others have their fun. Frieza is merely an afterthought. My true interest lies in the proud Prince Vegeta and his brother, Raditz. Wukong, do not provoke him, the King of the World said, concern etched in his voice. Are you not aware of my strength? Wukong replied, dismissing the king's worries. Indeed, the king conceded, recognizing his own anxiety. Once I defeat Frieza, the cosmos shall be at peace. Frieza's clan has dominated the universe for over a millennium. Wukong intentionally released Pri, allowing him to summon Vegeta and Frieza. Is this wise? Clint asked, apprehensive after hearing Gray's tales of Frieza's malevolence. Clint, are you not afraid? Oolong teased, patting Clint's shoulder with a smirk. I am not afraid, Clint declared, puffing out his chest defiantly. Chapter 113. Vegeta after bidding farewell to Reg. Son Wukong and his companions prepared to depart. According to Reg's description, it would take 5 days to reach Nami Star from another planet. Before then, they decided to explore other planets. Piccolo scrutinized Son Wukong. Are you hiding something from us? His intuition proved correct, quickly grasping the true purpose behind their planned space excursion. No. Piccolo, do you not wish to battle stronger foes? Wukong teased, raising an eyebrow. Fool, I cannot even compete with you, Piccolo retorted, crossing his arms with an air of pride. Tianjinhan and Clint expressed their eagerness to confront Frieza and his minions, deciding to train in the gravity chamber. Piccolo himself was intrigued, having heard tales of Frieza's might from the Nami Star inhabitants, as well as from Pri. Bulma observed Krillin and Piccolo as they departed for training. Turning her gaze towards Goku, who was playing with Gohan, she inquired whether he would not join the training as well. The leisurely life could easily lead to lethargy. After all, he was not the true Son Wukong and did not possess a deep-seated obsession with becoming stronger. He merely understood that formidable foes would inevitably seek him out. Now that he had a family, he could not spend all his time in monotonous training. Occasionally, he too needed to rest, and his time with them was limited. Humans had but a few short decades, while he, as a scion, would live far longer. Goku, come here. Oolong beckoned Goku into another room, looking mischievous. What's up, Oolong? Goku asked, puzzled by Oolong's peculiar expression. This planet, when shall we visit? Oolong pointed to the star map. Eurostar, I recall that planet is renowned for its beautiful inhabitants. Many from other planets seek their partners there. The men and women of Eurostar are exceptionally attractive, and their lineage is similar to that of Earth. Oolong had only agreed to come upon seeing this planet. Once we defeat Frieza, we shall travel to that culinary paradise and then to Eurostar. Oolong's thoughts drifted to the beauty, causing him to salivate. Oolong, you better cover your nose when the time comes, otherwise you might end up with a nosebleed alongside Master Roshi, Goku warned. I wouldn't do that. I'll use a tissue to block my nose. But Goku, you have a tigress at home, Oolong lamented, casting a glance at Bulma. What did you say, Oolong? Don't corrupt my Goku. Bulma exclaimed, playfully pinching Oolong's ear. Oolong, help. He cried, his ears turning red. I can't help you. I'm scared, Goku said, as he lifted Bulma into their room. Oolong grinned, secretly following them, believing that some playful antics were in store for Goku and Bulma. Oolong, your smile is rather devious. Are you plotting something? Purr appeared to know Oolong well enough. Not at all, Purr. Dumpling is calling for you. Hurry over. Oolong sent Purr away and transformed into a small bird, perching at the door of Goku and Bulma's room. Pressing his ear against the door. Goku, hurry up. Bulma playfully punched Goku's chest, her cheeks flushed, likely conjuring up numerous enticing scenarios in her mind. Bulma, wait. As she got up to open the door, Oolong tumbled inside. Goku, Bulma, what a coincidence, he exclaimed, but as he attempted to flee, Goku grabbed his ear. Oolong, you're asking for it. Bulma kicked Oolong down the stairs. Haha, Oolong, you deserve it for provoking Bulma. Purr laughed heartily. In response to Purr's mockery, Oolong transformed into a hammer and swung at him, while Purr transformed into an even larger hammer. The two engaged in a playful brawl, both ending up bruised, particularly Oolong. As his transformation lasted only 5 minutes, and he had to rest for a minute. During that minute, he was chased and hit by Purr, who was both clumsy and playful. Grandpa, Grandma, did my video upload? Gohan asked, looking at the screen displaying the Briss family. Yes, my dear grandson. Have you been eating well? They responded, and Gohan answered loudly. Gohan, this is the latest dinosaur toy your grandpa bought. Isn't it splendid? The Briss family chatted with Gohan as he recounted the day's events. In the gravity chamber, Krillin lifted weights while Yamcha, after a brief workout, declared himself tired. Yamcha, are you not up to it? Krillin teased. How could I not be? Men must persevere. You, on the other hand, are the one who faltered after just 100 reps. Krillin, drenched in sweat, replied, given the 100-fold gravity, Managing 100 is commendable. Yamcha approached 1, 2, 3 as he grasped the barbell. He found it quite heavy. After managing 10 reps, he began to tire. Watching from the side, Krillin encouraged him, but Yamcha, struggling, collapsed after reaching 100. I told you not to overexert yourself, Krillin exclaimed as he dragged Yamcha out. Meanwhile, Piccolo sat in contemplation, devising new techniques. While Tianjin Han performed push-ups with a barbell on his back, Chaozu refrained from training. The 100-fold gravity was unbearable for him, and with Goku present, he would not have the opportunity to fight Frieza. Uncle Chaozu, I want some milk. Gohan tugged at Chaozu, who fetched milk from the fridge. Per advised him to heat the milk for Gohan, lest Bulma scold him. At that moment, Goku and Bulma were discussing the spaceship's route. Goku instructed Bulma to amend several points in their previous plan. Understood, Goku. Now it's time for our affairs. Bulma playfully covered Goku's mouth. Beneath the blanket, they engaged in private moments, avoiding any disturbance. After their intimate encounter, Goku emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a robe, revealing his muscular upper body, while Bulma followed, her fair skin marked with rosy imprints. On planet What, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa had just finished clearing the inhabitants and were preparing to dine on their bodies. What? Someone has dared to provoke Lord Frieza? What is the name of this insolent fool? Vegeta inquired, surprised by the news he had received through his informants. It is said to be a person named Sun Wukong, who is waiting for Lord Frieza on Nubia. Vegeta scoffed, fully aware of Frieza's might. By the way, Lord Vegeta, that person was responsible for the deaths of Rigger and his companions and thwarted your plan with the Warm Stone, another added, embellishing the tale. Which arrogant fool is this? Vegeta queried, intrigued yet disdainful. Prince Vegeta, shall we investigate? Let us see which fool dares to claim they can defeat Lord Frieza. Nappa tossed aside a piece of meat. I heard Frieza has gone to Lepus and 1T returned for a week, Raditz commented, tossing a communicator to Nappa. Raditz, I've heard you have a brother sent to Earth. Vegeta redirected the conversation to Raditz's sibling. Yes, by now Kakarot has grown and likely rules Earth, Raditz replied. Why bring up Kakarot, a lowly warrior? Raditz showed little affection for his brother. Prince Vegeta, where do we go next? We completed the task assigned by Lord Frieza, Raditz said, devouring his meat, blood splattering everywhere. Shall we confront that fool who challenged Lord Frieza? Nappa suggested, kicking a writhing corpse. Let us go, Vegeta declared, intrigued by the boastful individual, and boarded the spaceship heading towards Goku and his companions. Nappa and Raditz followed suit, and the three ships sped towards their destination. On planet Troy, the spaceship landed smoothly, while Bulma and Goku remained asleep. Chaozu and Per exited the ship. Unlike Nubia, planet Troy was filled with wooden structures, houses, sports cars, and buses all crafted from timber. Per, look, there's a Ferris wheel. Chaozu pointed excitedly at the towering wooden attraction. Just then, Gohan caught up with them. Uncle Chaozu, Uncle Per, I want to go too, he exclaimed, gazing at the wooden sports cars below, reminiscent of toys from home. As the sun rose, Wufan held on to Jiaozi's hand, guiding him forward. Piccolo opened his eyes briefly to glance at Wufan and Jiaozi before closing them again. Goku, you're awake too, Krillin remarked as he prepared a cup of milk for himself, noticing Goku descending from upstairs and making another for him. Have Tianjin Fan and the others not risen yet? Oh, Jiaozi, Puar, and Oolong have all gone out, along with Wufan, who is in good company, so there is no need for concern, Krillin reassured. Handing the milk to Goku. Aren't you going to step outside and take a look? This planet is incredibly fun, entirely made of wood. I'll go after I finish my milk. Is Bulma still asleep? Yes, she is still resting. Yesterday was quite exhausting for her. Wufan, captivated by the sight of wooden people lining the streets, flew over, extending his hand to touch one. Suddenly, a swift strike was aimed at him. But Wufan's reflexes were sharp, allowing him to evade the attack. Jiaozi rushed over to pull Wufan away as Piccolo positioned himself before the wooden figure, causing its brown face to turn a shade darker with fear. This is bad. The Frieza force is coming. The brown wooden figure fled upon seeing Piccolo. Hey, we're not affiliated with Frieza. We are merely alien tourists here for leisure, Jiaozi explained. Yet his words fell on deaf ears as the others in the street scurried away in panic. Tianjin Fan and Lan Chi found themselves seated on a wooden Ferris wheel, which differed significantly from those on Earth. Its circular design featured ample space within, allowing one to even sleep inside. And the wooden structure could be molded into various shapes at will. Tianjin fan, let us try something thrilling. Lanchi exclaimed, sitting on his lap. Isn't that a bit dangerous? Tianjin fan replied, gripping Lanchi's legs tightly. As Lanchi leaned out, Tianjin fan found his face pressed against her, struggling to breathe. Tianjin fan, pull me up, she pleaded, holding a crystal-clear flower. Once Tianjin fan hoisted her back, he inquired, where did you get this flower? Look, isn't it beautiful? Lanchi said as she reached to touch the petals. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming heaviness, turning to Tianjin fan with concern. What's wrong? She asked, noticing his face contort with fear as her own skin began to transform into wood. Tianjin fan, she cried, but it was too late. She had already become a wooden figure. Tianjin fan embraced her, feeling her body turn rigid and cold. Unsure of what to do, he punched the door open and swiftly flew back to the spaceship with her in his arms, seeking out Bulma and Goku. Wufan picked up a discarded wooden car, which could be activated simply by pressing a button. He enjoyed driving around, colliding with various objects. Isn't that Tianjin fan? Puar exclaimed, spotting him in the distance, holding what appeared to be Lanchi. Lanchi, why do you look like wood? Is this a new outfit? Jiaozi wondered. Wufan, Jiaozi, we should return, Piccolo urged. Perceiving the urgency in Tianjin fan's tone. I haven't had enough fun yet, Wufan protested. Piccolo, undeterred by Wufan's reluctance, grabbed his clothing and pulled him along. Jiaozi and Puar followed suit. Jiaozi, do you know what happened? I don't know, but we should hurry back, Jiaozi replied, sensing the gravity of Tianjin fan's expression. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship, Bulma awoke to find Wufan missing. Where's Wufan? She asked, concerned. He went out with Jiaozi and the others. There's nothing dangerous about this planet, so I'm not worried, Goku reassured her. Bulma, look. What happened to Lanchi? Everyone stared in confusion at the wooden Lanchi. I don't know. She just suddenly changed like this, Tianjin fan replied, bewildered. Don't touch Lanchi, Bulma warned, donning gloves to cautiously approach her. Lanchi was perplexed, wondering why everyone was staring at her. Oolong, transform into a mirror so I can see what's wrong, Lanchi requested. Upon seeing her reflection, she gasped and began to cry, realizing she had turned into a monster. Tianjin fan attempted to comfort her, but she pushed him away, preferring to sob alone. Tianjin fan, don't come closer. Bulma noticed a flower on the ground and picked it up, examining it. Where did this flower come from? She wondered aloud, inadvertently triggering her transformation into wood as well. Mom, Wufan cried, rushing forward. Don't come any closer, Wufan. I understand what is happening. This flower is the source of the problem, Bulma said, maintaining her composure. Quickly, throw it away, Goku urged, alarmed at Bulma's transformation. Bulma crushed the flower, recalling Lanchi mentioning she had picked it from the Ferris wheel. Chapter 115, The Trojan Virus. Both Lanchi and Bulma felt a profound fear, dreading the possibility of remaining in this state forever. Mom, why is this happening? Wufan sobbed, wishing to hold Bulma. The typically composed Bulma broke down at his words. Wufan, Goku, am I going to die? She cried, embracing Lanchi as they wept together. Don't be sad, Bulma. I'll consult the Kaioshin to find a way to reverse this, Goku declared, seeking to reassure them. Jiaozi, fetch a box and some gloves, he instructed, intent on presenting the flower to the Kaioshin. Goku, be careful not to touch it, the turtle hermit cautioned. Once the flower was safely contained, Wufan gazed at his mother, now resembling an alien, filled with dread. I'll go ahead. Don't cry, Wufan. Your mother will return to normal, he comforted the weeping child. Really, Dad? Wufan questioned, his voice quivering. Yes, I promise, Goku affirmed, bringing solace to Wufan. In an instant, he transported himself to the Kaioshin's planet. The Kaioshin, still slumbering, was awakened as Goku gently removed his glasses. What brings you here, Goku? The Kaioshin asked, puzzled by Goku's sudden appearance. Kaioshin, please take a look at this, Goku said, opening the box to reveal the flower. What is this? The Kaioshin inquired, reaching out to touch it before Goku halted him. You must not touch it. If you do, you'll become a wooden figure, Goku explained, causing the Kaioshin to step back in alarm. Why would you bring something like this? The Kaioshin questioned. Equally frightened, Goku elaborated, explaining their visit to the Trojan planet and how Bulma and Lanchi had transformed after touching the flower's petals. The Kaioshin flipped through his galactic encyclopedia, searching for information on the Trojan planet. Ah, here it is. The Trojan planet was once ordinary, but a Trojan virus caused its inhabitants to become immortal wooden beings. This virus erupted suddenly, petrifying everything and everyone. Humans, animals, plants, even buildings and machines. Is there a cure? Goku asked, his concern evident. There is a way, but it's quite challenging, the Kaioshin replied, reviewing the details. Don't leave me hanging. If I could read their writing, I would have figured it out myself by now. While the Trojan virus is formidable, it contains a Trojan heart within its essence, which serves as the antidote. However, acquiring the antidote requires defeating the Trojan entity, the Trojan giant. The Kaioshin lamented, sighing at the thought of facing such a formidable opponent, capable of launching the Trojan virus and boasting immense defensive strength. Back on the Trojan planet, Wu Fan longed to embrace his mother. Wu Fan, do not approach. Mother is unwell and may be infectious. Be obedient. Although Bulma feels sorrow and pain, she must appear strong before her son. Wu Fan wishes to cry but suppresses his tears, fully aware of his mother's distress. Master Roshi, what shall we do now? Krillin crouches beneath the window, gazing outside. Tianjin Fan sits outside the spaceship, observing the city as its inhabitants flee in their vehicles. What is happening? It seems they are escaping for their lives. They claim to be Frieza's subordinates, frightened and fleeing, Jiaozi explains. Oh, why hasn't Goku returned? Krillin waits anxiously. Tianjin Fan returns to Lan Chi's side, wishing to comfort her, but Lan Chi, embarrassed by her appearance, hides her face in the corner. Tianjin Fan, please do not look at me, she sobs, distressed at her own reflection. Lan Chi, do not worry. Goku will find the antidote, Tianjin Fan reassures, attempting to embrace her, but Lan Chi steps back, fearing potential contagion. For safety's sake, it is best to maintain distance. Bulma takes Lan Chi to another room for isolation, while Wu Fan remains with Bulma, leaning against the glass window to watch her. Tianjin Fan, where are you going? Master Roshi observes as Tianjin Fan attempts to leave the spaceship. Wutian, I can no longer wait, he says, troubled by Lan Chi's cries. He wishes to venture outside to seek a solution. Reflecting on how had he not taken Lan Chi to the Ferris wheel or picked that flower, this calamity might have been averted. Master Roshi cannot stop Tianjin Fan, urging Piccolo to restrain him. Piccolo glances at Master Roshi before swiftly trapping Tianjin Fan's hands and feet. Let me go, Piccolo. I must see what is happening. Tianjin Fan demands. Goku, hurry back. Krillin watches as a confrontation seems imminent between Piccolo and Tianjin Fan. I have returned, my friends. Goku instantaneously appears, witnessing the brewing conflict. Goku shares his conversation with King Kai, with Master Roshi, and the others. If that is the case, we must inquire with the locals, Master Roshi suggests, instructing Bulma to retrieve the map of Troy, only to discover no trace of the Troy giants. Very well, Master Roshi, Bulma, and Lan Chi. You shall remain aboard the spaceship while Piccolo, Krillin, and I will descend to ask questions. Goku, we shall accompany you. Given our transformed states, it may facilitate communication. Bulma reasons, aware they would likely be mistaken for Frieza's army and thus hesitant to share information. Bulma also wishes to study this virus, but Goku insists it is safest for her to stay aboard. Goku, we wish to join. Remaining on the ship is dreadfully dull, Bulma pouts. Ultimately, Goku concedes. Lan Chi and Bulma take one aircraft, while Master Roshi and the turtle utilize another. The others fly directly. In the city of Troy, panic ensues due to Jiaozi and his companions, leading most inhabitants to flee, leaving the city desolate. Father, there is someone there. Wu Fan notices a small wooden figure cautiously peering through a window. Bulma and Lan Chi knock on a door, encountering another wooden figure, which opens the door without suspicion, only to swiftly shut it in fear upon seeing Goku and his companions. Do not kill me, Frieza. Lia kneels before Goku. We are not Frieza's people. Bulma helps Lia to her feet, conversing with her to clarify their identities. Upon learning they are not Frieza's allies, Lia breathes a sigh of relief. Chapter 116, The National Master. Grandmother, they are not from Frieza's army. Lia brings her grandmother outside. After the misunderstanding is resolved, Goku inquires why they fear Frieza. Did their ancestors also flee from another planet? No, 500 years ago, Frieza and his forces came to our planet, and our transformation is indeed linked to him. It is shocking to think that our planet's fate is intertwined with Frieza. What transpired that connected them to Frieza remains unclear to everyone. We do not know. Frieza arrived with his army and slaughtered our kin. Afterward, something inexplicable occurred. Upon Frieza's return from the land of demons, a deluge of transparent flowers began to rain down, and upon contact with the petals, we transformed. The beings Frieza brought also turned to wood, and then he eliminated them with a single strike. The Troy giants then appeared, clashing with Frieza, who intended to annihilate our entire planet. However, the Troy giants defended us, shielding our planet from destruction, which is why we endured. Yet, given Frieza's nature, he would not simply relent. The Troy giants retaliated with a storm of flowers, forcing Frieza to retreat, as he recognized the danger posed by those flowers. If even Frieza cannot defeat the Troy giants, must we remain in this state forever? Lan Shi and Bulma weep in despair. In truth, remaining as we are may not be so bad. We are immortal and free from hunger, Lia quips. I refuse to be a monster. How can I face others like this? What about Wu Fan? She laments. Mother, do not cry. Wu Fan hears his mother's tears and rushes to take Bulma's hand. To revert to our former selves, we must obtain the heart of Troy, which will neutralize the poison. This aligns with what King Kai conveyed. However, how did this Troy virus and the Troy giants come to be? Master Roshi raises the question of the poison's origin. Indeed, were you not the creators? Krillin queries, perplexed. We are not well versed in the origins of the Troy virus. Only the Master Sage possesses clarity regarding this matter, Lia explains, urging Goku and the others to seek out the National Master. They subsequently set out to find the National Master, a large, rotund wooden figure who appears unfazed by their arrival. You seem to have anticipated our visit. Master Roshi and Piccolo observe the expression on the National Master's face, which suggests prior knowledge of their coming. You are our saviors. I have awaited your arrival for long. The National Master kneels before Goku and the others, revealing that their ancestors had foreseen the impending peril of the Troy planet. The Troy virus was also crafted by their forebears. Hence, when faced with Frieza's assault, they activated the Troy plan. However, an unexpected event occurred. The Troy giants mutated, gaining self-awareness and unleashing the Troy flowers, which infected the populace with the Troy virus, turning them to wood. While their planet was spared from destruction, its citizens were transformed into monsters. They are immortal and must exist in a state of numbness, requiring neither food nor sleep. The National Master is tormented by the enormity of his error and seeks redemption, having previously organized efforts to seize the heart of Troy, all of which ended in failure and led to further tragedy. Later, he received guidance from his ancestors, foretelling the arrival of saviors 500 years hence. Your ancestors are remarkable. Why did they not conceal the heart of Troy earlier, instead of waiting until disaster struck? The heart of Troy is bound to the Troy giants. The National Master shakes his head, stating that their ancestors were unaware that what was meant to save lives became a virus that wreaked havoc. What are we to do? Sun Wukong inquires. This is the mutagenic liquid I devised. Using it will allow us to slay the Troy giants. If applied to the heart of a Troy giant, it will ensure their demise. Do you truly trust us? Yamcha eyes the vial of serum skeptically. Because you are the saviors guided by the ancestor deity. I have faith that you, ancestor deity, would not deceive us. The National Master has entrusted the reagent to Sun Wukong. Furthermore, this is a divine guidance. As a reward for your assistance, the National Master holds deep trust in Wukong and has revealed all matters and secrets. Wukong, do you truly believe him? Klin whispered to Wukong. The turtle sage also gazed at the National Master with a serious expression, observing his every move, yet found no deceit. Although your words are quite persuasive, do you expect us to sacrifice ourselves for you? Piccolo expressed his skepticism towards the National Master's claims. Such talk of saviors is utterly absurd. If you could foresee future events, why not take precautions instead of making amends afterwards? Tianjin Fan and Bulma echoed Piccolo's sentiments, questioning why, if they were so formidable, they ended up in such a predicament. I understand your disbelief, but you have no other choice, do you? Your two companions have also been turned to stone, leaving you with no option but to trust our National Master, who remains unperturbed. Lan Shi felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, realizing that if her curiosity had not led her to pick flowers, this situation might not have occurred. As long as we obtain the heart of Troy, it will suffice. Sun Wukong took both the divine guidance and the reagent. Piccolo, Bulma, Turtle Sage, let us depart. Gohan, frightened, looked at the National Master, hesitant to enter. This National Master is not simple, and the giant of Troy is not as straightforward as he claims. It was invented to protect the planet Troy. Wukong, I feel that the National Master is indeed speaking the truth, Wulong remarked. Confused as to why Wukong did not trust the National Master, and Clint agreed with Wulong's statement. I cannot shake the feeling that the National Master has not fully disclosed the truth. Sun Wukong entrusted the divine guidance and reagent to Bulma for her research. Bulma, it is now in your hands, she nodded, brimming with enthusiasm. Subsequently, the group began to work in shifts. As Wukong and Piccolo headed towards the Troy forest as instructed by the National Master, where the giant of Troy lay in slumber, Bulma, Lan Chi, and the Turtle Sage returned to the spaceship to study the items given by the National Master. Jiaozi chose not to accompany Tianjin Fan and the others, opting to remain on the spaceship to protect Bulma. Wukong felt an unsettling unease regarding the National Master. After Wukong and the others departed, the National Master emerged from the hall, retrieving a black sphere from his pocket, which was filled with numerous alien faces. Chapter 117. Trapped in the giant tree space upon entering the Troy forest, Wukong and his companions were immediately attacked, feeling an immense pressure that compelled them to retaliate. A massive wooden beam suddenly surged from the ground, catching Klin and Yamcha off guard, sending them flying. Klin, this place is perilous. Be cautious. Wukong swiftly caught Klin by the collar. Yamcha fell from a height, unable to be caught, and unfortunate timing saw a protruding wooden block strike him in a sensitive area, causing him great discomfort as he grimaced in pain. Yamcha, are you alright? Wukong winced at the sight of Yamcha's injury. I'm fine, Yamcha grunted through gritted teeth. Though he was in considerable pain, a giant wooden hand reached out, capturing Wukong and the others. Sun Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha, severing the wooden hand, but it quickly regenerated, encircling Wukong and his companions and forming a colossal wooden sphere. Suddenly, darkness enveloped them as they were surrounded by the giant wood, and the space began to compress, depleting their oxygen supply. Klin, Wukong, Tianjin Fan, let us attack separately, Piccolo suggested, his mind racing. All right, Kamehameha. Wukong was about to use instant transmission to escape. However, it seemed that the properties of this giant wood space prevented him from sensing the outside, leaving him without a reference point. Kamehameha. Special beam cannon. They all launched their attacks. Through their combined efforts, the wooden space expanded, but as soon as they ceased their assault, its regenerative abilities kicked in, and it began to contract again. Wukong, this space's recovery rate is alarmingly rapid. If this continues, we will be crushed. Klin's brow furrowed as he contemplated their fate. They could perish from asphyxiation or exhaustion, leaving Klin disheartened. Klin, do not lose hope, Wukong encouraged him. Due to the space's contraction, they found themselves huddled together. Piccolo. Tianjin Fan, I have a plan, Wukong declared, launching a Kamehameha that carved a path through the wooden space. Follow me, Piccolo. Wukong charged ahead, and the others followed. Grasping Wukong's intentions, prolonged exposure began to hinder their breathing. Sun Wukong felt his body grow weary, and the energy of his Kamehameha waned. Let me. Tianjin Fan stepped forward to take over. As they took turns attacking, the struggle for breath intensified, and they felt they could barely endure. Klin collapsed. His face flushed as he clutched his throat, gasping for air. Yamcha attempted to lift Klin but faltered himself, leaving Tianjin Fan to barely hold on. Piccolo glanced back at the fallen Klin and Yamcha, a frown forming on his face. Piccolo, go get Klin and Yamcha, Wukong urged, also on the verge of collapse. We cannot hold on much longer. Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2, amplifying his output, and soon a glimmer of light appeared. Tianjin Fan, Piccolo, let us hurry. Tianjin Fan's third eye fluttered shut, his complexion turning pale. As Tianjin Fan fell, Wukong managed to grasp him by the waistband. Piccolo carried Klin and Yamcha out first, with Wukong and Tianjin Fan following closely behind. Piccolo noted that the giant wood space continued to extend, explaining their prolonged struggle. Wukong, hurry. This giant wood space is ever expanding, Piccolo warned. Wukong strained as he unleashed energy while hastily escaping the giant wood space. Upon Piccolo's exit, he inhaled the fresh air, feeling revitalized, and soared into the sky with Klin and Yamcha. Though Klin and Yamcha had not fully recovered, the danger was not yet averted. As the giant wood launched an attack at Piccolo, Piccolo unleashed energy beams from his eyes while holding Klin and Yamcha. Wukong dodged the giant wood's assault. However, Tianjin Fan's pants could not withstand his weight and tore apart, allowing him to quickly regain composure and soar into the air, clutching his trousers. Klin and Yamcha also regained their footing, narrowly escaping death within the confines of the space. Everyone, be cautious. They may erupt from underground. We must engage in aerial combat. The giant would transformed into a spherical shape and charged at Sun Wukong. A Kamehameha intercepted the attack of the giant wood sphere. Wukong and Piccolo continuously launched energy blasts at the giant wood. Due to the relentless assault of the Kamehameha, the giant would shrank in size. Yet Piccolo and the others grew fatigued from their repeated attacks. Ultimately, Wukong delivered a dragon fist that consumed the giant wood along with its roots, causing it to vanish entirely. Wukong, I feel we need sins of beans, Kling gasped. This giant wood is not particularly formidable. Rather, it exhausts our energy and stamina, necessitating relentless attacks to overcome it. All right, I will retrieve some. You all must remain vigilant. As they set off, Wukong anticipated encountering dangerous adversaries in the universe. Hence, he brought a jar of Senzu beans from Master Karen. Following his encounter with a giant wooden hand, another colossal figure emerged, formed from the giant wood. The wooden giant stood exceptionally tall, its eyes opening to gaze at Klin and the others as it rose to its full height, towering over 100 meters. As soon as they stood up, they obstructed the light, prompting Klin and Yamcha to swiftly flee from the wooden giant. Meanwhile, the spacecraft Bulma retrieved a droplet of liquid and placed it on the instrument to analyze its composition. However, due to the intricate nature of the liquid, the analysis could not be completed promptly. Simultaneously, the divine pointer resembled a key shaped like an outstretched finger, emanating a soothing blue glow. Jiao Zi and Pu Er observed the divine pointer with curiosity, while Lan Shi approached, finding comfort in the ethereal light. After undergoing a transformation into wood, Lan Shi felt her body becoming increasingly cumbersome and rigid. As she cautiously watched, Oolong accidentally spilled tea, splashing it onto her foot. I'm fine, Lan Shi reassured. Yet she felt no sensation from the splash. Lan Shi, what's wrong? Pu Er noticed her unusual demeanor, having lived together for so long. Lan Shi approached Bulma, who pinched herself and realized her own body had also become stiff, her fingers difficult to bend. Lan Shi, could we truly be turning into wooden beings? Bulma pondered anxiously, sensing her own transformation. Lan Shi, Bulma, what troubles you? Jiao Zi and the others gazed at Bulma, who appeared terrified. Exchanging a glance, Bulma and Lan Shi wished to prevent Goku and the others from worrying. We are fine. Our priority is to analyze the reagent. Chapter 118, The Wooden Giant. Goku, why have you returned? Bulma looked up to see Sun Wukong suddenly appear. I came back to get some senza beans. Bulma, came Sinin, if you encounter danger, leave immediately in the spacecraft, Sun Wukong warned, sensing something peculiar about this planet. All right, I understand. Wukong, Bulma attempted to nod but found her neck stiff. Bulma, what's wrong? Sun Wukong noticed her discomfort. It's nothing. I was just bending my neck too long, and now it aches a bit. Jiao Zi, quickly bring out the senza beans. Bulma redirected the conversation. Jiao Zi produced a bag, dividing the senzu beans into 5 portions. Wukong, how many do you need? 10 in each bag, he stated as he handed them to Wukong. Okay, Pu Er, come here. I have a task for you. Wukong wanted Pu Er to monitor the national master, sensing something amiss. All right, leave it to me, Pu Er acknowledged, while Oolong, fearing he would be called upon, breathed a sigh of relief when Wukong did not summon him. Came Sinin, I leave this to you. Sun Wukong patted Kame Sinin's shoulder before instantaneously teleporting back to the Troy forest. Klin unleashed a key sphere, severing the wooden giant's finger. Yamcha was ensnared by the giant, prompting the group to launch their ultimate attacks. Struggling, Yamcha coordinated with Piccolo's strikes, unleashing the Kamehameha wave to escape the giant's grasp. Klin, Yamcha, let South not get too close, Piccolo cautioned, noting the giant's immense size and agility. Understood. Klin and Tianjin Fan agreed, distancing themselves from the giant. Yet to their surprise, the wooden giant could fly. It swiftly closed the gap with Klin, who narrowly avoided its grasp thanks to Tianjin Fan's key cannon. Klin leaped atop the giant's head and unleashed a key wave, though it failed to inflict any damage. The giant retaliated with a powerful slap, sending Klin crashing into the distant wooden mountains. Piccolo sought the giant's weakness, targeting its heart with a devastating special beam cannon. Although the attack created a large crater in the giant's chest, it rapidly healed, the wood replenishing itself. Yamcha struck the giant's arm, leaving a dent. Piccolo, let us attack together, he suggested, to which Tianjin Fan nodded in agreement. The two unleashed their energy spheres toward the giant's heart. creating a substantial hole but failing to penetrate through. Uncertain if the Troy heart resided in the chest, Yamu Cha joined in, and Clint assisted by blocking the giant's attacks with key spheres. The giant, focusing on Piccolo, attempted to strike him, but Clint intervened with a key slice, severing its wooden hand. In the chaos, the severed wooden fingers extended and ensnared Clint's limbs. "Damn it!" Clint exclaimed, as Piccolo and the others redirected their attacks toward the grasping hand. They managed to free Clint, but the giant's onslaught sent all three crashing to the ground, creating a large crater. Just as Clint escaped the grasp, he was startled by the sudden reappearance of the wooden giant, which opened its mouth, seemingly intending to swallow him whole. Paralyzed by fear, Clint was on the verge of being devoured when a blue ki wave struck, toppling the giant. Sun Wukong, radiating a golden aura, had returned. "Clint, be careful," he said, shielding Clint before delivering another blow to the fallen giant. A colossal dragon surged toward the creature, its immense power obliterating the giant's form. Exhausted from exerting his full strength, Wukong panted. "Wukong, are you all right?" Clint rushed to support him as Tianjin Fan and the others approached. "I'm fine. Let us move quickly." This was just an ordinary wooden giant. "The Troy heart is not here," Wukong urged as they advanced. Tianjin Fan and the others marveled at how effortlessly Wukong had vanquished the giant, questioning their own capabilities. "Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, take care of the Senza beans," Wukong instructed as he distributed them. "Wukong, I don't need that many," Clint protested, feeling useless. "I'll take what I need," Wukong noted, directing his gaze toward the distant area emanating a dark aura, oppressive in nature. "Let us hurry," he urged. "Prince Vegeta?" "We are approaching." Vegeta and his companions traveled in their spacecraft towards the interstellar beacon mentioned by Reg. Gazing at the verdant planet, Vegeta smirked, eager to discover who dared to provoke Frieza. As they neared Nabi Star, Vegeta's scouter suddenly registered a significant spike in data. Frowning, he and Naba, along with Raditz, took note of the readings. "Prince Vegeta, the readings show values of 1,000, 2,000. Raditz reported. They altered their course, skimming the atmosphere of Nabi Star. "Prince Vegeta, according to the scouter, the battle power is increasing as we approach. It has reached 15,000, Raditz stated. Vegeta, incredulous, suspected a malfunction, and both Naba and Raditz echoed this sentiment. "Let us investigate," Vegeta commanded, his brow furrowing as he contemplated the possibility of Frieza's involvement. "Wukong, be careful," Clint warned as he severed the encroaching vines with a key sphere. Sun Wukong transformed it into a blade, relentlessly cutting through the vines. Yamu Cha and Piccolo unleashed their attack waves, toppling the grasping vines, which emitted smoke and a charred scent upon impact. Fire can burn wood. Sun Wukong attempted to incinerate the vines, but his efforts proved futile, the flames insufficient. The explosive energy spheres of the Bao Lian Ma Kong Dan struck the vines, causing them to wilt as if scorched. Yet, once the assault ceased, the vines revived. They had to traverse this vine-laden forest to enter and witness the so-called Taloa Ijuren, from whom they hoped to find the Taloa Ijishin. Chapter 119, Kakaloata. At this moment, Vegeta and his companions had also arrived on Taloa Star, 3 ships slicing through the air before landing. Prince Vegeta watched as Ratz emerged from the ship's cabin, gazing back at him. Wukong, Kalin, and Bika sensed 3 unfamiliar energy signatures, but they did not regard Vegeta's arrival with concern. Kuei Shinran also sensed the energy. He realized that their power surpassed his own, and Wukong was absent. To avoid detection, Kuei Shinran and Jiao Zi suppressed their energy. "Bulma, how is it?" Kuei Shinran entered the laboratory, where Bulma was still preoccupied. At this moment, he noticed something amiss with Lan Qi and Bulma. "What is going on, Bulma, Lan Qi?" "Grandpa Kuei Shinran, we do not know. It just feels like our bodies are becoming increasingly stiff," Lan Qi remarked, touching her own hand. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Naba flew towards Wukong's direction. Before proceeding, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy spheres upon the wooden city below, utterly decimating it. Observing the destruction, Naba felt somewhat uplifted. "Let us go," Vegeta urged, arms crossed. Naba released a massive energy sphere and followed Vegeta. Shortly after their departure, the wooden city restored itself to its former state, while the dismembered Taloarin quickly regained their normalcy. However, those reduced to ashes could not be revived. Hu Longquan, a technique conceived by Sun Wukong, involved compressing energy and spinning it at high velocity to generate a fiery dragon. Due to its singular use, the power of Hulong Chuan was limited, yet it proved particularly effective against the vines. Upon contact, the vines ignited. However, the flames were quickly extinguished, as everyone's attention was drawn to the center of the vines. A small vine, moving with remarkable speed, ensnared Yamcha leg and swiftly pulled him downward. Sensing the peril, Wukong employed Kulin's technique. But it was too slow. Yamcha was engulfed, surrounded entirely by the vines. In a dire situation, Yamcha found himself suspended in the center of the vines, cocooned like a silkworm, with only his head exposed. Desperate to escape, he struggled, but felt all strength being drained from his body. Witnessing this, Kulin acted impulsively, rushing to sever the vine with the Qi Yuan Zhan, successfully rescuing Yamcha. However, Kulin was subsequently captured by the vines. Calm down, Wukong urged as he intercepted Tianjin Fan. Bika and Suin Wukong exchanged glances. Wukong, I believe I have discovered the vine's weakness. They seem to fear fire, Bika noted, observing that the vines were clustered around their roots to avoid the flames. Bika, Tianjin Fan, you distract them, he instructed. The two nodded in agreement. Tianjin Fan descended, vigilant of the vines while launching attacks, with Bika defending him from the interfering vines. Suin Wukong unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken, directing a massive red fire dragon towards the roots of the vines. As Bika and Tianjin Fan evaded just in time, the intense flames surged forth. Wukong's fire was no ordinary flame, and the vines began to writhe. Bika and Tianjin Fan moved to assist Kulin and Yamcha. The moment Baijita's scouter exploded due to Wukong's overwhelming power. They quickened their pace and spotted the red-haired Suin Wukong in the distance. Upon seeing Wukong, Baijita was struck by an inexplicable, intense feeling that this individual would be his lifelong rival. That man is mightier than Frieza. Naba and Ratz sensed the overwhelming power emanating from Wukong, their eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible, Baijita dismissed, asserting that no one could surpass him. Naba unleashed an attack wave towards Wukong, who deftly dodged. Kulin. Yamcha, wake up. Bika and the others assisted Kulin and Yamcha to a safe distance, feeding them sendo. Wukong glanced back at Baijita and Ratz, realizing they had arrived. He lowered his energy. The vines continued to smolder, confirming Bika's analysis that the roots were indeed the vine's Achilles heel. Baijita soared towards Wukong, while Ratz observed, astonished and perplexed. For Wukong bore an uncanny resemblance to his father. Could he truly be Kakaloata? No, Kakaloata was merely a low-ranking warrior. How could such power emanate from him? Ratz, what troubles you? Do you recognize him? Baijita inquired, noticing Ratz's unease. Wukong approached Yamcha and Kulin, who had consumed the sendo but remained unconscious. What is happening? Is it insufficient? Makongbwa. Bika observed two vines grasping his feet, which snapped under his assault. Tianjin Fan was feeding Kulin and Yamcha another sendo. Upon consuming it, Kulin and Yamcha awoke. Bika regarded the vines, his expression darkening as he exchanged a knowing glance with Wukong. They had to be cautious, for the vines siphoned their strength. Kulin and Yamcha relayed their experience of having their power instantly drained upon capture. He seems to be Kakaloata, Ratz speculated, scrutinizing Wukong's face and hair. Impossible. Ratz, you must be mistaken. Look, he lacks a tail. Wukong explained, having removed it to avoid transforming during a full moon, which was cumbersome. He looks just like my father, Ratz reflected. The resemblance to Wukong strikingly clear. There are many who resemble one another, Baijita retorted, unwilling to concede that Kakaloata, a lowly warrior, could surpass him. However, with the scions dwindling in number, Ratz sensed the scion aura radiating from Wukong. He is Kakaloata, he concluded in disbelief, grappling with the notion that such power emanated from him. Baijita confronted Wukong. Who are you? We are Earthlings. I am Suin Wukong, he replied. Baijita's arrival was ill-timed. Earthlings? Ratz, was your brother sent to Earth? Baijita beckoned Ratz closer. Earth, that lowly planet, Baijita remarked, eyeing Bika and the others. You are Kakaloata. Where's your tail? Ratz asserted, pointing at Wukong with conviction. My tail? I removed it. What of it? Wukong replied nonchalantly. Chapter 120. The Frantic Tuluaran. You are Kakaloata, Ratz affirmed, their disbelief evident. For Kakaloata was merely a low-ranking warrior. Baijita, equally incredulous, launched an attack at Wukong, only for it to be effortlessly deflected. Witnessing Wukong's ease in countering his assault, Vegeta was filled with astonishment and fury, intensifying his strikes. Wukong formed an energy shield to protect Kalin and Yamcha. Vegeta halted his assault, incredulous at Suin Wukong, exclaiming, "Damn it! I cannot be bested by a low-ranking warrior." "Wukong, what is happening? Do you know them?" Piccolo listened to Wukong's conversation, filled with confusion. "I do not know them." Wukong shook his head, naturally unable to reveal his awareness of them. "Kakarot, how did you end up here and make friends with Earthlings?" Raditz questioned Wukong. "You are not anyone to me. Why should I tell you?" Wukong thought to himself, unable to resist teasing Raditz upon seeing his demeanor. "I am your brother," Raditz declared with pride, casting a scrutinizing gaze at Wukong. How is this possible? The three were incredulous, wondering how a lower-class warrior had become so formidable. "You are a Namekian," Naba noted, observing Piccolo, whose appearance resembled the Namekians they had encountered before. "What Namekian?" Piccolo pondered, perplexed by Naba's words. "Piccolo, you are not an Earthling. You are an alien," Krillin responded immediately. "This is not the time for such discussions." Piccolo remained focused on the burning vines. The roots were ablaze, creating a thick plume of smoke, and as they were incinerated, the vines began to wither. "Vegeta, we do not have time for idle chatter." Wukong recalled Bulma's odd behavior, needing to venture deep into the Troy forest to retrieve the heart of Troy. At that moment, Bulma had already analyzed the reagent, which possessed tremendous destructive power against wood-like cells. Bulma shared this information with Master Roshi and Kaiatsu. "Since there are no issues, I will hand the reagent to Wukong." Kaiatsu prepared to deliver the reagent when suddenly the spaceship shook violently. "Master Roshi, what is happening?" Everyone looked at Master Roshi, who gazed below at the Troy aliens crashing into the spaceship. "They seem off." Kaiatsu and Poir flew to the spaceship's entrance. As Master Roshi attempted to inquire about the approaching Troy aliens, he was suddenly attacked. Master Roshi and Kaiatsu fought off the Troy aliens and secured the door, while the aliens outside relentlessly battered the spaceship. Have they lost their minds? Oolong activated the intercom, attempting to communicate with the outsiders, assuring them they meant no harm. However, it proved futile as the attacks persisted. "Bulma, we must leave." Oolong rushed into the laboratory to find Bulma. Gohan, who had been unconscious, woke up calling for his mother. Gohan, sensing something amiss, immediately flew towards Bulma. "Mother!" Gohan cried out, spotting Bulma sprawled on the ground. At launch, Gohan turned to see Launch also collapsed. "Mother!" Gohan, seeing Bulma unresponsive, wept bitterly, shaking her continuously. "Gohan, what has happened to Bulma?" Oolong, hearing the commotion, noticed the fallen Bulma and Launch. "Uncle Oolong, mother, mother." Gohan realized his mother was gone. "Gohan, I am fine. Do not cry." Bulma awoke just as Gohan was sobbing. "Mother, thank goodness." Gohan embraced Bulma. "Launch, wake up." Oolong shook Launch, who suddenly sprang up, forcefully pushing Oolong aside, sending him crashing into a cabinet. "Launch, what are you doing?" Oolong exclaimed, bewildered. "Gohan, hurry and escape." Bulma instructed Gohan, her demeanor turning cold as she flung his shirt away and dashed outside, rushing towards Kaiatsu. Gohan, clutching his head, stood bewildered, not understanding why his mother had abandoned him. Kaiatsu, holding the reagent, saw Bulma and Launch rushing towards him and, frightened, soared to the ceiling. "Gohan, are you all right?" Oolong lifted Gohan into his arms. "Bulma, you have gone too far." Oolong thought Bulma's act of discarding Gohan was inexcusable for a mother. "Bulma, Launch, what are you doing?" Kaiatsu was about to descend when Bulma leaped up, attempting to snatch the reagent from him. Kaiatsu realized something was wrong. "Bulma, Bulma," Kaiatsu urged. "Hurry and hand the reagent to Wukong," as Master Roshi was restrained by Launch. Master Roshi observed the interactions between Launch and Bulma and the reagent, realizing its potential efficacy. Good. Kaiatsu also comprehended the gravity of the situation, opening a window and flying out with the reagent. Launch and Bulma appeared as though they had transformed, mindlessly pursuing Kaiatsu, while Oolong noticed the Troy aliens that had previously surrounded the spaceship, now chasing after Kaiatsu. Though they could not fly, they pursued in wooden vehicles and flying machines, prompting Kaiatsu to hasten his flight. "Oolong, come help me," Master Roshi instructed, taking a rope to bind Launch and Bulma. "All right." Oolong transformed and swiftly captured them, tying them together. "Mother." Gohan gazed at the unfamiliar Bulma, staring blankly. Reaching out to her, but receiving a harsh slap across the face. Gohan, do not approach her. The sea turtle blocked Gohan's path, preventing him from advancing. Grandfather Turtle, why did she hit me? Gohan covered his face, bewildered as to why his mother had struck him. Gohan, she is no longer your mother. Do not approach. The sea turtle revealed the harsh truth. How despicable, you Earthlings. Vegeta lashed out at Krillin, who narrowly dodged Vegeta's attack. Vegeta and his companions disregarded everything, launching an assault on Wukong. Nappa and Raditz attacked Tianjin Fan and Piccolo. Sun Wukong evaded Vegeta's punches and retaliated with a powerful kick, landing multiple blows on Vegeta, who was left defenseless. Nappa and Raditz, engaged in combat with Tianjin Fan, were astonished that Earthlings could overpower them. Tianjin Fan executed a Dodon Ray, injuring Nappa, who found himself at a disadvantage after several exchanges with Tianjin Fan. Krillin and Yamcha teamed up against Raditz, who was overwhelmed by their coordinated efforts. Kaiatsu sensed Wukong's energy and flew towards them. Wukong sensed trouble and instantaneously teleported behind Kaiatsu, witnessing countless Troy aliens pursuing them. Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha wave to provide Kaiatsu with an escape. Wukong, this is not good, Kaiatsu exclaimed upon seeing Wukong, handing over the reagent. Chapter 121, The Clone. Kaiatsu informed Wukong about Bulma's madness and the issues surrounding the reagent, causing Wukong's expression to darken. If this is the case, the reagent indeed poses a threat to the Troy giants. Furthermore, it indicates that those afflicted by Troy's poison would have their minds controlled. What will become of Bulma and Launch? This was a question that had never crossed Sun Wukong's mind. Kaiatsu, you must return immediately. If that is true, Bulma and the others are in danger. Wukong teleported back. Vegeta watched in astonishment as Wukong suddenly vanished. Krillin, Yamcha, returned to the spaceship. Something has happened with Bulma. Wukong instructed Krillin and Yamcha. What is wrong with Bulma? Krillin inquired, concerned. Bulma and Launch have been taken control of. Krillin, you must pilot the spaceship elsewhere. Wukong deemed staying aboard the ship far too perilous. Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha exchanged worried glances. What is happening? What has happened to Launch? Tianjin Fan's heart raced upon hearing about Launch's predicament. If Launch and Bulma are transformed into wood, they will lose their consciousness and fall under the control of the Troy giants. Tianjin Fan pondered, worrying for Launch. Do not fret. As long as we defeat the Troy giants and obtain the heart of Troy, Bulma and the others can revert to their original forms, Piccolo reassured. Though uncertainty lingered within him regarding the soothsayer's sincerity about the heart of Troy's ability to save Launch and Bulma. Let us hope so, Wukong could only think. This is all my fault. If I had not brought them here, things might have been different. Damn it. Sun Wukong felt immense self-reproach and simmering anger within himself. Kakarot, Vegeta, and Nappa glowered at Sun Wukong. It is hard to believe that Sun Wukong could defeat himself with a single move, leaving the proud Prince Vegeta utterly crushed beneath his might. Reitais and Nappa clutched their chests in anger and charged at Sun Wukong. Infuriated by their defeat at the hands of a lower-class warrior they had previously scorned. Kellen, Yamcha, hurry back to the spaceship, Sun Wukong urged. The two exchanged a glance. Recognizing that their presence was more of a hindrance than a help, they nodded at Sun Wukong and turned to leave. Vegeta and Nappa watched them depart, attempting to intervene but were blocked by Vegeta. The priority now was Kakaluot. Bike, Tianjin Fan, we must move quickly. We cannot afford to be entangled with Vegeta and the others. He insisted. Vegeta and Reitais, seeing Sun Wukong's group leave, felt their pride as scions trampled by the actions of Sun Wukong and Bike, a transgression they would not forgive. Prince Vegeta, what shall we do? Reitais inquired, seeking guidance. Vegeta gazed after Sun Wukong, a sense of frustration welling within him. Let us follow, he declared, determined to confront Sun Wukong and claim victory. Reitais and Nappa trailed closely behind him. Sun Wukong, they are coming after us, Bike warned, turning to assess Vegeta and his companions, fearing they might disrupt their plans. What is happening? Tianjin Fan asked, noticing the attire and tales of Vegeta's group, reminiscent of Sun Wukong. I was sent to Earth at a young age, so they are my kind, Sun Wukong explained. No wonder, Tianjin Fan mused, considering Sun Wukong's tale, which set him apart from Earthlings. By the way, Bike, you are not an Earthling either. Do you have any memory of your past? Although Sun Wukong was aware of Bike's identity, he refrained from stating it outright. I have no memories of that. Only the Kai knows, Bike replied, shaking his head. The vines lay destroyed, engulfed in flames, bereft of their roots. They were as helpless as a heartless being against the consuming fire. Entering through the remnants of the vines revealed a different realm, filled with numerous replicas, including Kame Sennin, Bulma, Tianjin Fan, Bike, Suin Wukong, and even Frieza. Upon seeing Suin Wukong and his companions burst in, they immediately launched an assault. Suin Wukong unleashed a ki blast, which they effortlessly absorbed without sustaining any damage. Vegeta was taken aback by the replica of Frieza, while Naba and Reitais exchanged wary glances. As Frieza's subordinates, they felt a twinge of fear in the presence of their superior, aware of Frieza's terrifying reputation as the cosmic overlord. Prince Vegeta, greetings, Reitais said, spotting a replica of Vegeta among them. How amusing, Vegeta smirked, launching an attack at Frieza. The replica of Frieza quickly recovered, seemingly unscathed. In contrast to Suin Wukong, Vegeta was more concerned with Frieza. A fierce battle erupted, with the other replicas lacking any real power, easily overwhelmed until they turned to ash, unable to resurrect. Although they could absorb attacks, exceeding their limits would result in self-destruction. The Kamehameha wave found each individual pairing off against their replicas. Suin Wukong noticed that these replicas matched the strength of their original forms. If the original was particularly powerful, the replicas could absorb great amounts of energy. The replica of Suin Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha wave, mirroring the true Suin Wukong's might. In a flash, Suin Wukong teleported behind the replica and struck. Yet the replica felt nothing and attempted to sever Suin Wukong's neck. Seizing its hand, Suin Wukong retaliated with a ki blast, sending the replica flying. The battle escalated, revealing that the replicas possessed identical strength. Suin Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha wave against his replica, which did not evade but instead absorbed the attack, redirecting it toward Bike, who was caught off guard. After being opened up to an attack, Bike was quickly subdued by his replica, sustaining injuries. In the midst of the chaos, no one could assist Bike. Tianjin Fan struck at his replica, causing the ground to cave in. As the smoke cleared, he found his replica missing. Upon looking up, the replica retaliated with a ki blast, striking Tianjin Fan and sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Chapter 122. The virus of the heavens. Suin Wukong found himself overpowered by the replica, who swung its fists at him, grasping the replica's hand. Suin Wukong retaliated with a kick, only to be caught again. He then launched himself upward, striking the replica down, and unleashed the dragon fist, which was met with a counter from the replica, resulting in a tremendous clash of energy. Vegeta and the others found themselves caught in the crossfire, unable to manage the situation, as the replicas matched their strength and possessed immortality. Suddenly, Suin Wukong noticed something peculiar about the eyes of the replica. They were not hollow. He aimed for its eyes, but the attack was blocked with remarkable speed, indicating a weak point. Bike, Tianjin Fan, aim for its eyes. Suin Wukong communicated telepathically, understanding the directive. Bike attacked the replica's eyes, but the replica ensnared him with its elongated arms. The tide of battle shifted. The previously oppressed Suin Wukong now held the advantage. He launched the Dongdong wave at the replica's eyes, but the attack was deflected. Utilizing the ki blade, he aimed for the eyes, but before he could land a blow, the replica transformed its body into a balloon, enveloping Suin Wukong. Tianjin Fan and the others were also ensnared, their strength rapidly siphoned away. What on earth is this? Vegeta struggled, unleashing a ki blast to no avail, finding himself immobilized. Stay calm. Suin Wukong recalled the exquisite stone in its eyes, the Senza Bean. With great effort, he obtained a Senza Bean and consumed it, rapidly restoring his vitality. Suin Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, his strength waning yet again as he sought the stone urgently. He spotted the glowing stone and executed the Kaioken, grasping it. Little did he know, the stone was also siphoning his energy. He attempted to crush it, but lacked the strength. After consuming another Senza Bean, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his hair lengthening. Clutching the stone, he struck it, but it was incredibly resilient, causing his hand to bleed without yielding. Damn it, my body feels weaker. The lack of oxygen is overwhelming. Suin Wukong thought, his vision dimming. Suddenly, a capsule fell from him, containing a reagent. Suin Wukong opened the capsule and dripped the green reagent onto the stone. In an instant, it shattered, freeing him from the wooden bindings. He gathered the reagent and rushed to Bike and the others. administering the substance which caused their bindings to break. Tianjin Fan and the others turned pale, quickly consuming sins of beans to recover. Su and Wukong also saved Vegeta and the others, feeding them sins of beans. However, Vegeta did not express gratitude for Su and Wukong's assistance, instead deeming his actions foolish. Vegeta sensed danger and prepared to depart with Raditz and Nappa. For him, survival was of utmost importance. Prince Vegeta and Raditz did not regard Goku's act of saving them with gratitude. Instead, they believed Goku was no longer a true Saiyan. Indeed, since he forged friendships with the Earthlings, he had strayed from his Saiyan roots. Nappa, Raditz, we must leave. Vegeta commanded as he led them away. Piccolo and Tien Shinhan observed as Vegeta departed. The cunning Vegeta unleashed a Kikaho at Piccolo and Tien. Vegeta harbored a desire to eliminate them, but Goku swiftly appeared before him, delivering a powerful kick that sent Vegeta flying. Raditz and Nappa retaliated with a combined attack against Goku. Goku adeptly evaded their assault, countering with a punch that sent both Nappa and Raditz crashing into Vegeta, resulting in a chaotic pileup. Goku, look out, warned Piccolo, noticing that Nappa and Raditz's attack had struck a translucent flower bud behind them. This bud was the Trojan giant, housing within it a magnificent, crystalline diamond, the heart of Troy. However, before they could claim it, Goku and the others needed to evade the Trojan virus. Countless translucent flowers surged towards them, and though Goku attempted to use instant transmission to escape with his companions, he was too late. Goku erected a protective shield, safeguarding Piccolo and Tien from harm. Unaware of the unfolding chaos, Vegeta unleashed a Kikaho at the swarm of flowers. Nappa, what's wrong? Nappa had been hit. One flower evaded Vegeta's attack and floated to the ground, where it accidentally brushed against Nappa. Raditz watched in horror as Nappa began to petrify, instinctively backing away. What is happening to me? Nappa gazed in terror at his wooden hands, feeling his energy diminish and his body grow heavy. Nappa looked to Prince Vegeta for salvation. But Vegeta, indifferent, mimicked Goku by creating a protective shield to isolate the virus, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. The virus soon spread across the planet. Chaozu and Krillin gazed out from the spaceship, witnessing the sky filled with viruses surrounding them. At that moment, Master Roshi and the others were being pursued and attacked by Bulma and Launch. Struggling to break free, they attempted to sabotage the ship's systems. But Master Roshi and his companions intervened. Bulma, Launch, what are you doing? Krillin and Yamcha seized Bulma and Launch's hands. Unable to incapacitate them, Krillin and Yamcha held on tightly. Master Roshi and Oolong, bruised and battered, saw Krillin and Yamcha as their saviors. Krillin, Yamcha, you finally returned. Oolong cried, fearing for his life. Krillin and Yamcha instructed Oolong to fetch some rope and bind Bulma and Launch. Krillin, Chaozu, you're back. Master Roshi asked. Goku sent me back to assist you. We can't be of help there, and might hinder Goku, Yamcha explained. Oh no, Poor. Chaozu suddenly remembered. Outside, Poor witnessed the oncoming virus and immediately transformed into a mole to burrow underground, inadvertently landing in the residence of the Grand Master. Haha, splendid. I shall become the king of the universe. Frieza, I will usurp your throne, the Grand Master Ram laughed, observing the viral chaos. Those fools have unwittingly aided me. With the heart of Troy in my grasp, it will be my time to dominate the cosmos. Ram removed his outer robe, revealing his true form. He was not petrified. Instead, his body reverted to a blue hue, complete with horns and an elongated face akin to a horse. Poor, hearing this, quickly covered his mouth, intent on informing Goku. Chapter 123. The Heart of Troy. Oh dear, one more person. Ram produced a glass orb containing Nappa's visage. Those fools, not even the Heart of Troy can save them. Poir's eyes widened in fear of being discovered, his body paralyzed. Can Bulma not be saved? What must be done to rescue her? Ram seemed to hear Poir's thoughts. This soul-capturing orb cannot remain with me. If it shatters, it would be disastrous. Ram pressed a mechanism and stored the orb away. Poir, astutely sensing its significance, stealthily poked a hole to peek inside. Piccolo and Tien dug below to hide, while Goku used instant transmission to return to the spaceship. I'm sorry, Vegeta, but I cannot take you back. I fear you would jeopardize the ship, Goku stated. As Goku was about to return, the Trojan giant ceased the virus spray, and the remaining viruses in the flower bud dwindled. Let us wait a moment. Goku directed a Kikaho at the flower bud, which sensed danger and raised a massive wooden hand to shield itself. This indicated that the flower bud was indeed its vulnerability. The Trojan giant did not retaliate against Goku, but focused on defense. Could it be that the Trojan giant was incapable of offense, only adept at protection? Goku pondered this hypothesis, launching a Kienzan that flew towards the Trojan giant's back. The Trojan giant tightly guarded the flower bud in its chest. The Kienzan struck its neck, but rather than blocking, the giant's head simply regrew after being severed, and the flower bud retracted into its body. Vegeta, quickly take cover. Something has gone awry. Goku kindly warned Vegeta. The ground was littered with viral flowers. A careless fight could lead to disastrous consequences. Before addressing that, he needed to clear the area. Goku spun rapidly, creating a whirlwind that swept away the flowers, sending them aloft into the cyclone. Once the flowers were airborne, Goku halted and unleashed a Kamehameha wave into the sky, obliterating the flowers. With the viral blossoms eradicated, Piccolo and Tien emerged from their hiding place. Vegeta and Raditz observed Nappa, who had lost all sense, attacking Vegeta from behind. Vegeta fell hard, and Raditz attempted to intervene but was swiftly overpowered by Nappa. Enraged, Vegeta leaped forward, delivering a flurry of punches to Nappa's chest. Nappa remained unresponsive, seemingly impervious to pain, continuing his relentless assault on Vegeta. Goku, we must devise a plan. Piccolo approached Goku to strategize. What if we distract him while you use instant transmission to slip by and pour the reagent inside? Tien's idea was sound. Let us split up. Goku nodded at Piccolo and then soared into the air, landing on the Trojan giant's head, which appeared oblivious. Tien and Piccolo attacked, but their strikes were absorbed. Goku opened the capsule and retrieved the reagent, diving toward the Trojan giant's chest. Piccolo and Tien watched in astonishment as Goku's swift motion took them by surprise, and he was enveloped by the Trojan giant. Goku found himself enveloped in darkness, surrounded by suffocating wooden debris. Tien and Piccolo relentlessly attacked the area where Goku was trapped. Although their efforts were absorbed, they still inflicted damage. Vegeta and Raditz showed no mercy, mercilessly assaulting Nappa, who was left incapacitated. Vegeta had not anticipated that Nappa had become so formidable. He continuously called out to Nappa, imploring him to cease his actions, attempting to command him with his royal authority. No, I cannot yield, he thought, as Goku emanated an immense power. Gripping a vial tightly in his hand, Goku struck forcefully, indenting the wooden wall, relentlessly attacking as he advanced. The wooden debris scattered, and Piccolo and Tianjin Fan were also under assault, the blows from the wood inflicting considerable pain. They had no time to concern themselves with Goku, forced instead to dodge incessantly. Vegeta and his companions were similarly attacked, with Raditz hurling Nappa towards the wooden beams. They were eager to leave, as the environment felt exceedingly strange. Raditz, let us retreat, Vegeta declared after breaking the wooden beam. He addressed Raditz directly. Nappa watched, indifferent. Do not concern yourself with him. As a cold-blooded scion, abandoning a comrade is of no consequence. Raditz shared this sentiment, believing that Nappa would one day return for vengeance. Vegeta and Raditz hastened towards their spaceship, only to discover that it was malfunctioning, immobilized by the debris. Damn it, Prince Vegeta, what are we to do? They lamented. Unable to emulate Frieza's existence in space without a ship to escape the planet. Had they not arrived by spaceship? Vegeta fixated on Goku's vessel. However, their scanner was broken, leaving them to search with their naked eyes. Goku and Piccolo were deeply concerned. Inside the ship, there was no oxygen, and Goku could not remain for long. With a crack, as Piccolo was struck down, the entire wooden structure shattered like glass, revealing that Goku had poured the vial's contents into a flower bud. The colossal Trojans disintegrated in an instant, leaving behind a heart of Troy, no larger than a palm. Goku, look behind you, Tianjin Fan exclaimed as he and Piccolo observed the remnants of the Trojans, which revealed numerous alien skeletons. If I am not mistaken, they were lured here by the Master to obtain the heart of Troy. Piccolo had never trusted the words of the inhabitants of this planet. Goku, Piccolo, forget about that. We must rescue Lan Chi and Bulma, Tianjin Fan urged, contemplating the potential salvation of Lan Chi. However, we cannot guarantee that this will save them, Piccolo cautioned. Since the Master's words are false, it stands to reason that this may not save Bulma and Lan Chi either. Piccolo, I understand your concerns. Yet we must attempt it to discover the truth. Although the Master's intentions are unclear, we must try, Goku resolved, instantly teleporting back to the spaceship. Chapter 124. The Soul Orb. Upon finding the spaceship, Vegeta and Naba threatened Krillin to open the door. No way, Krillin refused. With a shift in his gaze, Vegeta declared, Kakarot is dead. Are you certain you will not let us in? He relentlessly attacked the vessel. No way, Krillin retorted urgently, while Yamcha sensed Goku's energy. Krillin, do not be deceived. Goku is still alive. Yamcha reassured him, patting Krillin's shoulder. Master Roshi, how are we faring? Master Roshi was at the controls. Having never operated a spaceship before, relying on Bulma's expertise. After pressing a button, the spaceship door unexpectedly opened. Master Roshi had pressed the wrong button. As the door swung open, Vegeta and his companions rushed inside. Master Roshi attempted to reverse the action, but it was futile. Haha, otherwise I'll come in, Vegeta threatened, delivering a blow to Yamcha, who fell to the ground. Krillin rushed over to assist Yamcha. I never imagined Earthlings could design such an advanced spaceship, Vegeta acknowledged. Recognizing the vessel's quality. Prince Vegeta, I will handle them. Raditz prepared to confront Krillin, but was halted by Vegeta. Do not damage the ship. Now, you will all follow my orders. Vegeta seized Oolong, threatening Yamcha and the others. Krillin administered a Senzu beam to Yamcha, and after exchanging glances with Yamcha, they both advanced to confront Vegeta. Are you sure you want to disregard the pig's life? Vegeta dodged, gripping Oolong by the neck. Damn it. Krillin seethed at Vegeta's despicable actions. Oolong, terrified, wet himself, prompting Vegeta to unceremoniously toss him aside. Yamcha and Krillin exchanged looks. The moment had arrived. Solar Flare. Krillin unleashed the technique, while Yamcha donned sunglasses. They opened the door, attempting to throw Vegeta and Raditz out. Vegeta retaliated with a Kamehameha wave. Even though he could not see, after being struck, Yamcha collapsed to the ground. They had provoked Vegeta's wrath. He seized Yamcha and hurled him outward, following up with a massive energy sphere aimed at him. Yamcha and Krillin flew to intercept Vegeta's hand, while Raditz kicked Krillin from behind. Yamcha unleashed his supernatural abilities, attempting to restrain Vegeta. Just as Vegeta prepared to unleash his energy sphere upon Krillin's face, Goku intervened, moving swiftly to save Krillin and expelling Vegeta and Raditz from the spaceship. When everyone saw Goku, a wave of relief washed over them. The savior had arrived. Tianjin Fan. Take this and save Bulma and Lan Chi. Goku entrusted the heart of Troy to Tianjin Fan. Yajirobe, quickly take me to find Lan Chi. He urged as Yajirobe led the way to the innermost chamber. Bulma and Lan Chi were bound tightly. When Tianjin Fan embraced Lan Chi, she unexpectedly bid him. Tianjin Fan. Glancing at the wounded Tianjin Fan, felt concerned. I'm fine, he reassured, placing the heart of Troy upon Lan Chi's forehead and murmuring an incantation, though it bore no fruit. Must we seek out that so-called master? Tianjin Fan pondered, worry flashing in his eyes. Yajirobe, take Bulma outside, Tianjin Fan insisted, clutching Lan Chi as they deliberated. It seemed ineffective. Piccolo observed that Bulma and the others remained unchanged, indicating they must indeed seek the so-called master. Outside, Goku was dealing with Vegeta and Raditz, who were unable to prevail against him in a 2-on-1 confrontation. The pride of Prince Vegeta had vanished as Goku planted his foot on Vegeta's face, slamming him into the ground. Vegeta was still worth a fight, while Raditz was knocked down by a single punch, rendered completely immobile. Prince Vegeta, Kakarot, how dare you? Raditz attempted to command Goku by invoking his brother's identity. I'm sorry, but I am Son Goku. Kakarot is too foreign a name. I do not care for it. Vegeta lay beside Raditz, and Goku had no time for idle chatter. Had it not been for Bulma, he would have had a serious discussion with Vegeta. Goku no? Tianjin Fan exclaimed, shaking his head helplessly upon seeing Goku. I understand, Goku replied, taking the heart of Troy and preparing to seek the master. Do not leave. Vegeta rose, clutching his wounds, his rage palpable and his frustration evident. Being defeated by a lower-class warrior ignited a fierce anger within him, causing Vegeta to unleash a formidable power. However, it posed no threat to Goku. Goku, leave this to me, Piccolo interjected, positioning himself before Goku. All right, Piccolo, I leave it to you. Goku instantaneously teleported to the master's abode. Poor had been hiding below, having ventured outside for fresh air due to the lack of oxygen. Hearing footsteps, Poir transformed into stone, concealing himself behind the door, afraid to breathe. Haha, it seems they have obtained the heart of Troy. Frieza, I am coming, Ram smirked. glancing towards Frieza's direction. With a crash, the door was forcefully pushed open, striking Poir. Poir gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound. Ah! Ram gasped in surprise at the sudden appearance of Son Goku. Wisher, I have acquired the Heart of Troy. Please tell me how to rescue Bulma and Lanchi. Ram nodded. Excellent. We, the Trojans, have hope. Thank you, Wisher. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude to the Wisher. Upon hearing Wukong's voice, Pu'er contemplated stepping out, but then realized he could not let the Wisher discover him, so he transformed into a gecko and crawled back inside. Wukong noticed Pu'er's movements and, with a glint in his eyes, said, Wisher, let us depart. Wait a moment, I must first close the door, the Wisher replied, securing the door before following Wukong. As Sun Wukong led the Wisher away, Pu'er did not return, but instead gazed at the dimly lit room. The interior was remarkably simple. Pu'er approached the location of the trapped soul orb, recalling that he had pressed this button. He removed the lamp and pressed it down, revealing a cabinet before him. Pu'er opened the cabinet and retrieved the trapped soul orb, only to suddenly see a man's face inside, causing him to drop the orb in fright. How terrifying! Pu'er exclaimed. Fighting back tears, young Master Yamucha. Summoning his courage, Pu'er laid a cloth over the orb and took it with him. As he attempted to exit, he discovered the door locked from the outside, leaving him unable to escape. With no other option, Pu'er transformed into a mole and burrowed underground. Emerging, he transformed into an aircraft and flew towards the spaceship with the trapped soul orb. Chapter 125. The Heart of Troy has been stolen. After Sun Wukong's departure, Piccolo and Vegeta engaged in battle. With a flash of magic, Piccolo struck first, only for his attack to be blocked by Vegeta. Although Wukong could not defeat Vegeta, he felt confident in dealing with Piccolo. Vegeta leaped behind Piccolo, who retaliated with a kick that Vegeta caught. The two exchanged fierce blows, having fought dozens of rounds before Wukong returned. Sun Wukong brought Ram back to the spaceship, where Ram gazed greedily at the Heart of Troy. Reaching out to seize it, he was halted by Tianjin Fan, who asked, What must we do to rescue Lanchi? You must hand over the Heart of Troy to me, Ram replied. His eyes filled with avarice, making Tianjin Fan reluctant to comply. Yet only Ram knew how to save Lanchi and Bulma, leaving Tianjin Fan in a dilemma. Wisher, you can guide us from the side, Sun Wukong insisted, bringing the Heart of Troy closer. Ram's gaze remained fixed on the heart, and upon hearing Wukong's words, a smirk crept across his lips. Mr. Wukong, while I appreciate your approach, my cooperation is essential. My magic combined with incantations is required. Ram remained unhurried. Sun Wukong and Master Roshi exchanged glances, facing the choice of whether to trust Ram or seek alternative solutions. Lord Kai, do you have a plan? Wukong inquired. But the Kai shook his head, indicating he did not know. It appeared they could only temporarily place their trust in Ram. Sun Wukong handed over the Heart of Troy while also preparing a backup plan. Ram took the Heart of Troy and placed it upon Lanchi's chest, murmuring incantations. Lanchi's body began to transform, the green hue gradually fading as she returned to her original form. Lanchi, wake up! Tianjin Fan exclaimed, embracing her and repeatedly calling her name. Quickly save Bulma. Sun Wukong carried Bulma over, and the petrification effect on her body slowly receded. Just as Wukong and the others rejoiced, Ram dashed away with the Heart of Troy. The moment Wukong saw him flee, he swiftly moved to snatch back the heart. I wish to ask the Wisher a question. Ram had not anticipated Wukong's swift approach and found himself momentarily thwarted. Haha, what question? I have already rescued the people, and the Heart of Troy is of no use to you. It would be better to hand it over to me, Ram remarked, eyeing the heart. No, Wukong firmly rejected. Very well. Ram pivoted to leave, a smirk playing on his lips as he subtly gestured. The divine pointer levitated towards Sun Wukong. Wukong, be cautious. His companions warned as they rushed to grasp the divine pointer. Realizing too late, Wukong soared into the air to evade the divine pointer, which then sped towards the Heart of Troy. Upon contact, the heart emitted a blinding light, and Wukong felt a sharp pain in his hand as it became searing hot, forcing him to release his grip. Piccolo and Vegeta, engaged in battle, paused to observe. Ram appeared beneath them, seizing the Heart of Troy. As Wukong attempted to reclaim it, a dark aura emanated from Ram, thwarting Wukong's efforts to reach it. Ha ha ha. Frieza, I am coming, Ram proclaimed as he swallowed the Heart of Troy. The ominous power radiating from Ram struck fear into Piccolo and the others, with Vegeta's eyes wide with terror. This presence was even more formidable than Frieza's. Vegeta and Raditz felt their legs weaken involuntarily. Ram underwent a transformation, a mark of the heart of Troy appearing on his forehead. As he reveled in his newfound strength, Ram sought to test his might against others. Fixing his gaze on Wukong, he instantaneously appeared behind him and, before Wukong could react, delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. Wukong regained his footing, planting a foot on the ground and leaping back. Ram unleashed a dark energy sphere towards Vegeta and the others, who were caught off guard and swiftly defeated. The tremendous force injured Vegeta, shredding his clothes and causing him to spit blood before collapsing. Raditz, ever loyal, clenched his fists and unleashed a series of energy waves at Ram, but they proved futile. As the smoke cleared, Raditz found a gaping hole in his chest, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Wukong and Raditz clashed, while Krillin watched in horror as both Raditz and Vegeta fell in an instant. The overwhelming pressure from Ram's power left him gasping for air. Fear gripped the hearts of Krillin and Yamcha as they witnessed Raditz and Vegeta's defeat. Piccolo fed Senzu beans to Vegeta and Raditz, prompting confusion from Krillin and Yamcha about Piccolo's intentions. More allies mean more strength, Piccolo reasoned, displaying his foresight. Meanwhile, Gohan, who had been splashed with water by Master Roshi, was awakened by the immense power emanating from Ram. Mother! Gohan rushed from his room to find Bulma and Lanchi. Mother! Gohan cried out repeatedly, but Bulma remained unresponsive. Master Roshi examined Bulma and grimly noted, "This is dire. Although Bulma's body has recovered, her soul is absent." It was then that Master Roshi recognized the anomaly concerning Lanchi and Bulma. "What should we do?" Tianjin Fan implored, gripping Master Roshi's clothing. "I am uncertain of this situation as well," Master Roshi admitted helplessly. Enraged, Tianjin Fan gazed at Lanchi before darting out, leaving everyone unable to stop him. Gohan, upon hearing about his mother, broke down in tears. "Mother, sob sob." Yamcha and Oolong consoled him. "Gohan, don't cry. We will find a way." Son Wukong unleashed the Dragon Fist, only to have it effortlessly dismantled by Ram. "Who are you?" Wukong demanded. "Ha ha ha. Who am I? Allow me, the benevolent king, to enlighten you," Ram declared, intending to recruit Wukong and the others as his subordinates. "I, Ram, am the new cosmic emperor," he boasted. "You created the heart of Troy and caused this planet's plight. Why would you do such a thing?" Son Wukong inquired cautiously. "Indeed, all of this is aimed at defeating Frieza. Thanks to you, I was able to retrieve the heart of Troy. Otherwise, I would have had to wait another millennium," Ram patiently explained to Wukong. Chapter 126. Wukong is in danger. Ram proactively shared his story, feeling a sense of pride in his actions. Long ago, he was a refugee who escaped from a planet that Frieza had slaughtered. He had joyfully set out to conduct business on another planet, but upon his return, he discovered that his own world had been devastated, and his wife and children were gone. In pursuit of vengeance, he arrived at the planet Troy, where, through his efforts, he uncovered a means to gain power, the heart of Troy. To obtain the heart, one must make sacrifices. Thus, he offered the entire population of Troy as a sacrifice, while continuously luring individuals from other planets to absorb their strength. Now it became clear why. When the vines ensnared him, he felt his own power draining away, being absorbed instead. Ram commanded son Wukong to kneel in submission, a swift shift in dynamics. "Aren't you supposed to be killing Frieza? What does that have to do with me?" Wukong declared, preparing to leave. Eager to check on Bulma and wondering how she was faring. "I had intended to let you go, but the power you possess seems to pose a threat to my ambition of dominating the universe," Ram stated, suddenly appearing before Wukong, reaching for his neck. Wukong, however, evaded and swiftly kicked Ram from behind. Surprisingly, despite Ram's formidable appearance, he lacked combat skills. After being knocked to the ground by Wukong, Ram sprang up and unleashed an energy wave towards him. Wukong dodged the attack, noting that Ram's speed was quite impressive. The dark energy wave crashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble and fissure. Observing the ship being engulfed, Ram followed Wukong's gaze and struck the vessel, prompting Wukong to teleport and intercept the energy wave. Unexpectedly, the wave exploded, injuring Wukong and causing blood to surge forth. Shocked by the power of the attack, Wukong resolved to lure Ram away. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Raditz arrived at the ship, urging the crew to depart promptly. "No," Krillin firmly refused. If you don't leave, you'll be left behind, Vegeta threatened. This is our ship, Yamcha bravely sheltered behind Piccolo. If you seek death, I won't accompany you. Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly. It's laughable that you, a prince, are considering escape at a time like this, Krillin mocked. Vegeta gritted his teeth, veins bulging. You know nothing. As long as the green hills remain, I need not fear a lack of firewood. Piccolo, you wasted your sins of beans on them, Krillin criticized. Presently, Wukong was embroiled in combat with that sorcerer, leaving only them here. The exploding demon wave. Piccolo shielded Vegeta and Raditz while mentally instructing Master Roshi to evacuate the ship. What about you? Master Roshi inquired anxiously. We have Wukong. We can use instant transmission to reach the ship, Krillin assured. You all handle this. I need to fight for Lan Chi, Tianjin announced. All right. Krillin and Yamcha opted not to join the fray, acknowledging their inability to contribute and not wanting to hinder the others. Wait, Poor hasn't returned yet. Yamcha expressed concern for Poor. We can't wait any longer. The ship is already launching, Yamcha observed, realizing it was too late to escape. The ship swiftly departed from the planet Troy. Master Roshi quickly turned the ship around. Yamcha urged. Yamcha, that's not possible. It's already set. Master Roshi shook his head. Don't worry, Poor will be fine, Krillin consoled. Woo woo woo, Gohan cried. Truly a child capable of great lamentation. Krillin and Yamcha lifted Lan Chi and Bulma onto the bed. Poor, witnessing the ship take off, cried out, Yamcha, Wukong, Jiaozi, I'm still here. Don't abandon me. Poor, drenched in tears, felt forsaken. A loud explosion jolted Poor awake. Seeing Wukong and Piccolo engaged in battle, realizing he had not been left behind. What should I do? Jiaozi also noticed Ram. Ram's aura is terrifying, Poor thought. Hiding beneath the soul trap pearl. How could he inform Wukong about this pearl? Damn it, Piccolo, I will kill you. Vegeta seethed, watching the ship depart. Evading Vegeta's assault. Piccolo extended his arm, tightly grasping Vegeta and forcefully slamming him to the ground. Tianjin and Raditz were also fighting, their strengths being evenly matched. Tianjin seized Raditz's hand and delivered a powerful kick from behind. Ram closed his eyes, sensing Furish's presence approaching and smirking. Are you truly unwilling to be my subordinate? I could grant you a quarter of the universe. Ram sought to sway Wukong. Thank you, but I have no need for that. Wukong replied, uninterested in ruling the universe. Since you refuse, don't blame me for being ungracious. Ram's intentions turned lethal. Initially, he had intended to recruit Wukong, but given Wukong's attitude, it was now impossible. And he would instead become a significant obstacle to Ram's ambitions. With a series of rapid strikes, Wukong engaged Ram in close combat, exploiting his weakness. Ram was forced back by Wukong's relentless blows, ultimately unleashing his power to keep Wukong at bay before launching a toxic energy wave attack. Wukong could only evade, careful not to be struck by the poisonous wave. Wukong retaliated with a Kamehameha wave, which Ram deflected. Wukong caught his own wave, hurling it into the cosmos where it detonated. Suddenly, Wukong was struck in the abdomen by Ram's punch, infused with dark energy, causing him to feel as though his very insides were being wrenched. Wukong raised his arm to block the attack, only to have Ram's hand chopped down, breaking his arm. Ram unleashed a barrage of attacks, leaving Wukong defenseless. As the dark energy tainted Wukong's body, the pain intensified. Wukong collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony. Piccolo and Tianjin were alarmed for Wukong, and as they momentarily distracted him, Vegeta and the others seized the opportunity to turn the tide. Vegeta, let us collaborate, Piccolo urged. Collaboration is out of the question, Vegeta flatly refused. Piccolo struck Vegeta with the exploding demon wave before flying to Wukong's side. Ram stomped on Wukong's chest, leaving him feeling as though his ribs had shattered, rendering him unable to breathe. Chapter 127. Ram's energy is toxic. Damn it, son Wukong. My body feels like it's breaking apart, he lamented, immobile. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Tianjin exchanged glances. Tianjin executed the solar flare, temporarily blinding Vegeta and Raditz. Ram was also caught off guard, instinctively shutting his eyes against the blinding light. Piccolo had already closed his eyes at Tianjin signal and swiftly flew toward Wukong. He kicked Ram away and fed Wukong a senzu bean. The actions flowed seamlessly. Once Wukong consumed the bean, his injuries rapidly healed, and his strength was fully restored. With a resounding punch, Wukong struck at Ram, who attempted to block it, gripping Wukong's hand tightly. As Vegeta's vision adjusted, he launched an attack against Tianjin Han, who was sent crashing toward the ground. Raditz followed suit, unleashing an energy wave that struck Tianjin Han. "Be cautious, Wukong," Piccolo warned as he turned to fly towards Vegeta. Wukong faced off against Ram, transforming directly into Super Saiyan 2, his black hair turning golden and elongating. Vegeta and Raditz gazed at Wukong in astonishment and disbelief. "This is a Super Saiyan," Vegeta murmured. "How could a low-class warrior achieve the legendary status of a Super Saiyan?" Raditz, frightened by Wukong's transformation, stepped back. The realization that Kakarot had become the legendary Super Saiyan made Vegeta and Raditz feel uncomfortable as they witnessed someone they deemed inferior surpassing them in strength. "Prince Vegeta? This is the true power of Kakarot," Vegeta pondered, recalling that Wukong had not even unleashed his full potential during their previous encounters. He felt like a mere jester as he and Raditz looked towards Piccolo. Vegeta remembered the moment they faced their demise, when Piccolo had given them beans that restored their health and strength in an instant. "Let us collaborate," Vegeta suggested with a smirk. However, Piccolo, sensing a hidden agenda behind Vegeta's cold demeanor, declined. Unfazed by the rejection, Vegeta pressed on. "Do you still have those beans you gave me?" he inquired, eyeing the pouch that held the beans on Piccolo and Tien's belts. "Raditz," Vegeta called out, then flew towards Tien. Raditz grasped Tien by the waist as Piccolo launched an energy attack at Raditz. Ram observed Wukong, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Ram initiated an attack with a magic wave, sending a dark energy towards Wukong. Wukong jumped to evade, but unexpectedly, the magic wave spiraled back, encircling him before constricting. In a flash, Wukong found himself behind Ram and delivered a powerful blow to his back. Ram plummeted rapidly, stabilizing his body with strength and soaring towards Wukong, his fists charged with dark energy. Wukong intercepted the attack, and their forces clashed. However, Ram's strength proved overwhelming, landing a blow to Wukong's face that sent saliva flying. Stung. Wukong retaliated. The ground trembled as Wukong and Ram exchanged blows, causing rocks to crumble and trees to be obliterated, leaving deep craters in their wake. Piccolo and Vegeta were also caught in the chaos, with Piccolo sustaining injuries. Tien lay on the ground, clutching the pouch of Senzu beans tightly. Raditz struggled to rise. Clutching his chest, Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha towards Ram, who retaliated in kind. The blue energy sphere collided with the black one, and with all his might, Wukong pushed back the dark energy. Yet Ram, undeterred, exerted his strength, consuming Wukong's energy sphere and striking him directly. Noticing Wukong's energy waning significantly, Piccolo glanced at Vegeta, who possessed 2 Senzu beans. Vegeta caught the beans, casting a glance at Raditz. They began a brief alliance as Tien, holding his chest, watched Wukong descend. Ram darted beside Wukong, delivering a relentless barrage of punches to his chest. Struck, Wukong's body hardened, rendered immobile. Although Vegeta was devious and cautious, he held his own pride as the Prince of the Saiyans. He could not abide a lower-class warrior fighting the enemy while he merely survived. It was unacceptable to him. Simultaneously, he could not tolerate Kakarot surpassing him in strength. Vegeta unleashed his power and charged at Ram. Raditz consumed a Senzu bean, his wounds healing more effectively than any healing chamber. "Kakarot!" Vegeta shouted, launching himself at Ram. Observing the impending doom for Vegeta, Ram aimed to strike, but Vegeta, refusing to succumb, continued his assault. Tien and Piccolo soon joined in, attacking Ram. Seizing the moment, Wukong consumed a Senzu bean, fully restoring himself and soaring high to observe Ram. Wukong realized that as Ram attacked him, the dark energy continuously infiltrated his being. If he remained unguarded, his strength would be absorbed. He recalled that Ram had previously exhibited no combat power. It was only due to the heart of Troy that he had become formidable. Ram swiftly appeared behind Vegeta, landing a strike. Wukong noted that as Ram struck Vegeta, the dark energy pierced through Vegeta's body, eroding his clothing and turning his flesh black. How could this be? Wukong wondered, recalling that during his encounter with Ram, his own defenses had prevented such harm. Observing from the sidelines, Wukong noticed Vegeta and Raditz succumbing, their bodies marred by dark patches, emitting a foul odor. Vegeta and Raditz exchanged incredulous glances at the transformation of their bodies. "What is happening?" Vegeta exclaimed, using his energy to repel Ram. "Piccolo, Tien, protect yourselves," His energy is toxic. Following Wukong's warning, Vegeta and Raditz battled against Ram's energy. Piccolo and Tien swiftly shielded themselves with energy before engaging Ram. Tien unleashed a solar flare in collaboration with Piccolo, who seized the opening to unleash a magic burst, launching dozens of energy blasts at Ram. Chapter 128, Interstellar Pirates. Piccolo's attack posed no threat, as Ram deftly maneuvered behind him and struck with a knife-hand blow, snapping Piccolo's neck. Vegeta attempted to kick Ram, but found it ineffective, and both he and Raditz were easily overpowered, with Vegeta collapsing only to rise again. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong executed a dragon fist towards Ram, who merely raised his arm to absorb the attack. Wukong swiftly maneuvered to Ram's front and delivered a punch to his face. The battle resumed, black and white energies clashing. Wukong ascended to Super Saiyan 3, engaging Ram in combat. In this form, Wukong matched Ram's strength. Though Ram's combat skills began to sharpen, Wukong believed he could defeat him, but the only challenging aspect was the black aura emanating from Ram. Utilizing the Kaioken times 30, Wukong propelled himself into the fray. Ram found himself under pressure from Wukong's onslaught, yet when Ram retaliated, Wukong had to evade. Otherwise, a direct hit would severely injure him. Their battle intensified, causing the ground to sink beneath them. Poir, holding the Soul Trap Pearl, was knocked unconscious by the shockwave, causing the pearl to slip from his grasp and roll away. As Vegeta and Piccolo recovered with Senzu beans, they observed Wukong's fierce confrontation. Each clash reverberated through the earth, shaking the ground. Vegeta, arms crossed, wore a grave expression. Beaker gazed into the bag, where a solitary Xiando remained, and asked Tianjin Fan how many he had left. Tianjin Fan retrieved the Xiando, revealing 3 in total, just enough for each of them. Prince Vegeta, what shall we do next? Asked La Tz, expressing a desire to flee, for the formidable Lord Frieza appeared daunting. If you wish to escape, then do so, Vegeta remarked, observing Kakarot, a low-class warrior, engaged in battle. As a Saiyan prince, he deemed retreating in the face of adversity as unworthy of his title. Moreover, he was resolute in his ambition to surpass Kakarot and defeat him. La Tz looked up at Sun Wukong, pondering if this was the extent of Kakarot's power. Why had a low-class warrior grown so formidable? He glanced at Baiku and Tianjin Fan, astonished that he could not best them. How had Earthlings become so powerful? Had they discovered a method to enhance their strength? Could it be the Dragon Balls? La Tz contemplated Baiku and Namekian, and wondered if they had indeed harnessed the legendary Dragon Balls. He intended to extract information from their conversation, convinced that their strength was derived from some external source. Refusing to believe that Kakarot surpassed him, Sun Wukong exerted all his might, battling Ram for several rounds, both warriors displaying signs of fatigue. Yet Sun Wukong found himself unable to secure a decisive victory. Each of his attacks was effectively countered, particularly by the dark energy surrounding Ram. His energy spheres merely drained his stamina without inflicting harm. In a fierce clash, Sun Wukong was thrust into the sea by Ram. Standing at the ocean's floor, he contemplated how to confront Ram. It seemed he would need to employ the Spirit Bomb, for Ram proved to be an even tougher adversary than before, leaving him uncertain if Baiku and the others could buy him enough time to gather energy. Noticing that Sun Wukong remained submerged, Ram unleashed a dark energy sphere into the water, polluting it and causing the aquatic life to surface lifelessly. Sun Wukong, swirling the water around him, surged towards Ram, who was searching for him. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful punch beneath Ram. With a resounding impact, Ram clutched his lower body, eyes wide with disbelief. Although they were extraterrestrial beings, they too possessed vulnerabilities, and coincidentally, Ram's weakness aligned with that of Earthlings, located below. Tianjin Fan and Vegeta instinctively shielded their lower bodies upon witnessing Sun Wukong's strike, wincing at the pain. Sun Wukong chuckled, and then sent Ram crashing into the water. Baiku, Tianjin Fan, I intend to gather a spirit bomb. Buy me some time, he instructed as he soared into the air, raising his hands. The energy on the Troy planet was scarce, necessitating the absorption of energy from other celestial bodies. Wukong, fear not, we shall hold them off. Even at the cost of our lives, Baiku and Tianjin Fan exchanged determined glances before heading towards Ram's location. Prince Vegeta, what are our options? La Tz inquired, observing the high-flying Wukong alongside Tianjin Fan and Baiku. Vegeta squinted, uncertain of Kakarot's intentions. Ram emerged from the lake, a surge of water following him to the shore. A multitude of fish lay dead, emanating a foul odor paired with dark energy. Tianjin Fan, avoid direct confrontation. Advised by Ku. Understood, Tianjin Fan replied. Upon emerging, Ram, unable to locate Sun Wukong, directed his attention towards Baiku and Tianjin Fan, puzzled by Kakarot's absence. Baiku executed a magical flash to deliberately draw Ram's focus. Ram darted towards Baiku, who skillfully evaded the attack with all his speed. Tianjin Fan followed up with a strike, but Ram turned to target him. Baiku veered left, while Tianjin Fan descended with a solar flare. Ram shielded his eyes, waiting for his vision to adjust, then launched a counterattack at the descending Tianjin Fan. The dark sphere hurtled towards him, but Tianjin Fan executed a somersault to evade the attack. Sun Wukong assessed the spirit bomb in his hands, finding it insufficient to defeat Ram. Concerned for Baiku and Tianjin Fan, who might not endure much longer, he suddenly had an epiphany. He could return to Earth to gather energy for a more powerful spirit bomb. The abundance of life on Earth would accelerate the accumulation of energy compared to this desolate planet. Closing his eyes, he sensed Earth's location and, in an instant, transported himself back to his home planet. Upon arrival, he found the spirit bomb coalescing rapidly and growing in size. Meanwhile, Krillin and Master Roshi had landed on a distant planet occupied by space pirates. Upon their arrival, they were swiftly subdued, their ship commandeered, rendering it inoperable. Launch and Bulma lay in a state of unconsciousness, devoid of spirit. Sun Wukong, witnessing his sleeping mother, felt a surge of anger, his aura radiating with immense power. Albeit unstable, the space pirates hacked into their ship, forcibly opening the door, leading to a confrontation between Chaozu and Master Roshi against the assailants. Despite their prowess, Krillin and Yamcha found themselves outmatched, as the pirates wielded advanced laser technology capable of injuring them, while Oolong and Master Roshi had already been captured, along with Gohan. Launch and Bulma were also taken away. After several rounds of combat, Ram realized their strategy and seized Baiku's arm, forming an energy sphere aimed at him. Baiku, confronting the dark energy sphere, severed his right arm to evade the attack. Tianjin Fan launched a Kamehameha from above, causing the ground to crater, but Ram vanished. Behind you, shouted Vegeta as he flew past Tianjin Fan. Turning, Tianjin Fan was struck by Ram, who targeted his back. Tianjin Fan's body began to darken, his expression contorting in agony. Vegeta engaged Ram in combat, while Latizi released his energy and joined the fray to assist Vegeta. Baiku, gritting his teeth, forced a new arm to grow, flying towards Tianjin Fan. In immense pain, Tianjin Fan struggled to expel the dark energy consuming him. Unlike Sun Wukong, he lacked the strength to expel it completely. His muscles tensed, veins bulging as the white and black energies clashed within him. Baiku transferred his energy to Tianjin Fan, who felt as if his back was being hollowed out, the pain overwhelming. Sweat dripped from his brow as he fought to remain conscious, aware that succumbing would mean defeat. Baiku, using one hand to channel energy, fumbled for a Xiando to offer to Tianjin Fan. Despite the excruciating pain, Tianjin Fan was unable to consume it. With a burst of strength, Tianjin Fan unleashed all his power, prompting Baiku to swiftly feed him the Xiando. Although his strength returned, the dark energy remained entrenched. Wukong, Baiku called out, desperation in his voice. Tianjin Fan was on the verge of collapse. Sun Wukong, sensing Baiku's plea from across the cosmos, questioned if he was merely imagining it. Gazing at the spirit bomb above him, he realized it was still insufficient. Observing the malevolent energy enveloping Ram, he understood that he needed to gather even more energy to forge a larger spirit bomb. Baiku, Tianjin Fan, hold on a little longer, he urged. As they descended to conserve energy, the black energy slowly receded from Tianjin Fan's body, while Baiku's energy reserves dwindled, yet the dark energy remained unyielding. Baiku, dig out the flesh from my back, Tianjin Fan declared, feeling his body falter, resolutely making a decision. Tianjin Fan, you endured as Bic observed the dark energy. No larger than a child's palm, clinging to Tianjin Fan's back. There was no alternative, with fingers sharpened like blades. Bic excised the head of the wound from Tianjin Fan's back, who gritted his teeth in agony. The pain had become so intense that he could no longer feel the sensation of flesh being torn away. Bic discarded the removed flesh onto the ground, where it became engulfed in dark energy before slowly decomposing, emitting a foul stench. Without support, Tianjin Fan collapsed to the ground, the wound on his back continuing to bleed profusely. Bick retrieved a fairy bean to feed Tianjin Fan, but he lost consciousness and could not swallow it. Bick placed the fairy bean in Tianjin Fan's mouth, awaiting his awakening. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Raditz were also in dire straits. Vegeta witnessed the aftermath of Tianjin Fan's assault and, faced with the onslaught, could only evade. Raditz, being weaker, nearly fell victim but managed to dodge a ki blast from Vegeta that altered his position just in time. Vegeta unleashed a flurry of energy spheres at Ram, who retaliated with energy blasts of his own. Ram formed a protective shield of dark energy, absorbing the energy spheres without sustaining any damage. When Vegeta and his allies grew weary, Ram launched a counterattack, sending black energy spheres flying towards Vegeta and Raditz. Raditz dove towards the ground, using the rocks and trees for cover. Vegeta soared into the air to evade, launching an attack that collided with Ram's energy, resulting in a cancellation of their powers. Bick observed from below, noting that Ram's energy had significantly increased since their previous encounter, leaving him puzzled, as Ram had appeared to exhaust his energy while battling Goku. Suddenly, with a swift movement, Ram appeared before Vegeta, who was taken aback and quickly swung his fist at Ram. However, Ram, with his enhanced combat experience, tilted his head to evade the attack and retaliated with a kick that sent Vegeta off balance. After dealing with Vegeta, Ram confronted Raditz, landing a powerful strike to his chest. Raditz looked down at his own chest, feeling immense pain. Vegeta, witnessing Raditz's plight, frowned in disapproval and called him a fool. Vegeta consumed a fairy bean and then directed his fury towards Ram. Bick extended his arm to grasp Ram's leg, attempting to pull him down. Meanwhile, King Frieza, having received Goku's provocation, made his way to the scene, contemplating that only a Super Saiyan could defeat him. He pondered whether the challenger was indeed a Super Saiyan. Frieza, monitoring his battle power through his device, descended near Troy Star. At that moment, Vegeta and Bick had both been defeated, while Raditz struggled to maintain his energy. Bick's arm had been brutally torn off by Ram, and he lacked the energy to regenerate it, having exhausted all his fairy beans. Though Raditz possessed some, he was unable to consume them due to the overwhelming pain. As Ram approached, Vegeta scooped up dirt from the ground and hurled it at Ram, who was caught off guard. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta leaped away, clutching his arm. Ram smirked, delivering a kick to Vegeta's abdomen followed by a series of rapid strikes that left Vegeta sprawled on the ground, unable to open his eyes. Ram pressed his foot on Vegeta's face, seemingly trampling on his dignity, while Vegeta clenched his fists in defiance. Just as Ram was about to unleash a dark energy sphere upon Vegeta's head, he suddenly looked up, sensing Frieza's presence. Ram ceased his attack and flew towards Frieza. Vegeta also sensed Frieza's energy, realizing he had consumed all his fairy beans. Meanwhile, Goku observed that the spirit bomb had been completed. It was particularly large. He instantly teleported back to Troy Star, raising the spirit bomb and discovering that Bick and Vegeta had fallen. Goku saw Raditz enveloped in dark energy and rushed over, one hand holding the spirit bomb while the other transferred energy to Raditz. However, Goku arrived too late. Raditz was on the brink of demise. As Goku prepared to transfer energy, he noticed that the dark energy was retracting. Puzzled, Goku lowered the spirit bomb and observed that as it descended, the dark energy began to dissipate. It appeared that the spirit bomb had the power to suppress the dark energy, so Goku placed it upon Raditz. As the spirit bomb made contact, the dark energy surrounding Raditz gradually faded away. Goku retrieved a fairy bean from his pocket for Raditz to consume before checking on Bick, whose arms had been completely severed. Upon seeing Goku, Bick's eyes brimmed with excitement. "Goku, you finally arrived." "Yes, eat the fairy bean," Goku urged, and Bick quickly consumed it, his body rapidly healing. Goku also fed a bean to Vegeta, who, upon seeing Goku, wore a displeased expression but stubbornly turned away. Goku then roused Tianjin Fan, who awoke and ingested a fairy bean. As the bean took effect, the wound on his back began to heal. "Goku, is this the spirit bomb?" Tianjin Fan inquired, glancing at Goku, who nodded in affirmation. Suddenly, they sensed several powerful energies approaching, one of which was Ram, while others bore a resemblance to Frieza's strength. Could it be Frieza? That seems plausible given the timeline. Raditz remarked, observing Goku. "Don't think that just because you saved me, I will show gratitude, he added, turning towards Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, are you alright? Raditz asked. I'm fine, Vegeta replied, while Raditz scrutinized the spirit bomb in Goku's hands, questioning the nature of its power. Meanwhile, Pool awoke to find the soul trap missing from his grasp. What should I do? Bulma and Lanchi are doomed now. How could I lose the soul trap? Pool lamented, bursting into tears and searching for the missing item. Bick, with his keen hearing, caught wind of Pool's distress and quickly flew to her side. Bick, where are you going? The others questioned, perplexed by his sudden movement. Goku, Tianjin Fan, and Bick, feeling guilty, consoled Pool, who was delighted to see them while still mourning the loss of the soul trap. Don't cry, what's wrong? Goku asked, struggling to manage the spirit bomb. Goku devised a plan, channeling energy into a staff to prop up the spirit bomb. Pool, why are you still here? Tianjin Fan and the others were puzzled by Goku's instructions to Pool. Goku quickly explained that he had instructed Pool to stay behind while he retrieved the fairy beans. I lost the soul trap, Pool sobbed. Soul trap? What is that? The others inquired curiously. Pool recounted what he had overheard from Ram, detailing the soul trap's significance. Do you remember the last time you saw the soul trap? Bick pressed. Before I fainted, it was right here, Pool recalled, leading Goku to the spot where she had lost consciousness. The soul trap must be somewhere nearby. Let us search, Goku commanded. The group began scouring the area for the lost item, while Vegeta and Raditz observed with disinterest, focusing instead on the impending threat posed by Frieza. Prince Vegeta? Frieza is coming. What should we do? Raditz instinctively sought Vegeta's counsel. Uncertain of the outcome, if Lamu harbors animosity toward Frieza, we could seize the opportunity to pilfer their spacecraft while they are engaged in mutual destruction. Vegeta is acutely aware of his own limitations at present. He stands no chance against either Sun Wukong or Frieza, and Lamu is indeed formidable. Rather than confront them head-on, it would be prudent to retreat for the time being. Casting a glance at Sun Wukong, he muses, Kakarot, I shall surpass you. Prince Vegeta, do you recall the legend passed down by the Namekians? The Dragon Balls, if one gathers all 7, they can grant any wish. He reflects, Kakarot cannot possibly be as formidable as he seems. It must be that he has utilized the Dragon Balls. Raditz shares his conjecture with Vegeta. Vegeta, gazing at Piccolo, smirks. He envisions wishing for eternal life, allowing him to grow even stronger. The Scions possess the genetic predisposition for battle. Should he survive near-death experiences, he would only emerge more powerful. And then he could usurp Frieza to reign over the universe. The more he contemplates this, the more exhilarated he becomes. Let us depart, he declares, leading Raditz toward Frieza's domain. They aim to sneak away in the spacecraft amidst the chaos of battle. Piccolo overhears the exchange between Raditz and Vegeta and informs Sun Wukong and the others. Understood, I will not allow them to proceed. He is aware that if Vegeta and Raditz were to acquire the Dragon Balls, it would be disastrous. Vegeta remains the proud prince, his eyes brimming with ambition for universal dominance. Meanwhile, the Scions grow stronger with each encounter, and he recalls Vegeta's desire for immortality. This would enable Vegeta to become even mightier in the face of death. Moreover, with the unsettling glint in Vegeta's eyes, should he attain immortality, it would place himself in a precarious position. What to do? Wukong still has not located Puar, causing great concern. I have a plan, Tien Shinhan states, promptly excavating the ground. Did anything roll down? No, Puar shakes her head. Puar, is that it? Wukong catches sight of a black orb lodged within the fissure. Let me see. Puar zooms over to inspect. Yes, Wukong, it is the soul trap, Puar exclaims, brimming with excitement. Fantastic, we found it. I shall retrieve it. As Piccolo extends his arm into the crevice. Once secured, he unleashes a key blast upon the ground, causing further cracks to emerge. Piccolo retrieves the orb and ensures its authenticity. This is indeed the soul trap. Tien Shinhan, come here. The soul trap is of utmost importance. They plan to escort Puar to Bulma and the others to avoid conflict, as protecting Puar amidst battle would prove challenging. What is it, Wukong? Tien Shinhan queries. Observing Sun Wukong's demeanor, Sun Wukong instructs Tien Shinhan to raise a spirit bomb. Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, I will take Puar to Master Roshi's place, and I will return soon. Just as Sun Wukong converses with them, an explosion reverberates through the air, shaking the ground. The battle has commenced. Countless energy orbs bombard the earth. Perhaps I should take you there. Tien Shinhan expresses concern for the strength of Frieza and Lamu. No, I wish to stay and fight, Tien Shinhan and Piccolo resolutely decline, insisting they will confront the battle together. Very well, Puar, let us depart, Wukong declares, instantaneously transporting Puar to the spacecraft. Chapter 131. The tormented Frieza. The interstellar pirates have captured Bulma and Lanchi, taking the spacecraft back with them. Wukong teleports inside the empty ship, pondering the whereabouts of Master Roshi and the others. Sensing the energy on the planet, he realizes their combat abilities are lacking in the face of danger. Master Roshi and his companions should be capable of holding their own. Puar, I must take my leave, Wukong states, departing with the senzu beans. Upon returning, Sun Wukong distributes senzu beans to Tien Shinhan and Piccolo, then launches the spirit bomb toward their adversaries. High above, Sun Wukong elevates the spirit bomb, with Piccolo and Tien Shinhan trailing behind. Suddenly, Wukong spots Lamu's residence, his eyes narrowing. Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, you go ahead. Tien Shinhan, catch the spirit bomb. After handing it to Tien Shinhan, he proceeds toward Lamu's dwelling. Piccolo, understanding Wukong's intent, follows suit. Piccolo, let us move, Tien Shinhan urges, noticing Piccolo lost in thought. All right. Piccolo diverts his gaze and ascends toward Lamu and Frieza's aerial skirmish. Frieza, as I promised, I shall return. Lamu strikes Frieza squarely in the face, distorting his features and causing saliva to spill forth. Grasping Frieza's tail, she envelopes her hand in dark energy and delivers a powerful blow. Frieza, aware of Lamu's intentions, attempts to extricate himself, but her grip is unyielding. As dark energy engulfs Frieza's tail, he experiences excruciating pain, compelling him to sever it. Frieza transforms into his third stage, significantly enhancing his speed, engaging Lamu in close combat, yet is still overpowered. Lamu seems to deliberately prolong the confrontation. With each strike against Frieza, she savors the satisfaction. Subsequently, soaring high above, Lamu unleashes a barrage of dark energy orbs toward Frieza. While he evades the assault, his subordinates are not so fortunate. They are engulfed in dark energy and plummet from the skies. Amidst the fierce battle, Vegeta and Raditz stealthily infiltrate the spacecraft, eliminating Frieza's guards. Lord Vegeta, one of Frieza's subordinates, bewildered, gazes at him. Without a word, Vegeta swiftly dispatches him. Vegeta and Raditz reach the control room, slaying those within, and commandeer the ship, setting course for another planet. As the countdown commences, the spacecraft trembles violently. The lights flicker and extinguish, and the screens flash before going dark. Outside, dark energy orbs collide with the ship, striking its engines. The vessel begins its rapid descent, causing Vegeta and Raditz to brace themselves. They were so close to escaping. And Vegeta grips the control panel, delivering a blow to the ceiling before taking flight with Raditz. With a resounding crash, the spacecraft plunges into molten lava, gradually vanishing. Vegeta and Raditz, realizing their sole chance of escape has evaporated, find themselves stranded without a means to navigate the cosmos. Vegeta observes Piccolo and the others from a distance, questioning their lack of concern. Surely they must possess another craft? No, he had already verified that there were no other ships. Ultimately, Vegeta finds himself left with no choice but to confront the situation head-on. Raditz, we shall approach. Vegeta clenches his fists, soaring toward Piccolo and the others. Witnessing the clash between Frieza and Lamu. They're coming, Tien Shinhan notes, glancing at the furious Vegeta and Raditz as they approach. With their spacecraft destroyed, they are now trapped on this planet. Piccolo, arms crossed, narrows his eyes, blocking Lamu's path. Where's Kakarot? Vegeta inquires, noticing Sun Wukong's absence. Wukong is occupied with other matters. Tien Shinhan refrains from revealing that Wukong could teleport to other planets. How do you plan to leave this planet? Vegeta directly questions Piccolo and the others regarding their escape. We have our methods. Piccolo understands Vegeta's intentions, suspecting they aim to steal away. Then we shall depart with you. Raditz insists. Is that the demeanor of one seeking assistance? Just then, Wukong returns, hovering behind Vegeta. Vegeta and Raditz turn to face the suddenly reappearing Sun Wukong. Why have you appeared so unexpectedly? Vegeta probes, testing Wukong. Perhaps it is because you are simply too weak, Wukong retorts. Prince Vegeta pondered whether the instantaneous movement would remind Raditz of the time they arrived when Sun Wukong had suddenly vanished from their sight, only to reappear moments later. Realizing this, Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong, understanding why they had permitted their companion to leave in a spaceship. Vegeta, if you wish to depart from this planet, you must plead with me. Sun Wukong intentionally teased Vegeta. Kakarot, I am your brother. Raditz played the familial card. You claim I am your brother. Then I could just as easily assert that I am your father. Sun Wukong retorted, glancing at Raditz the amusingly frustrated expression, a mix of anger and reluctance to retaliate. If you call me brother, I shall take you away, Sun Wukong proposed. However, it was implausible, as they were all older than Sun Wukong, with Raditz being his elder brother. Then you must remain here. Sun Wukong shrugged nonchalantly. Prince Vegeta turned to Raditz, who looked back at him. Vegeta refused to address the lower-class warrior Kakarot as his brother. Raditz also turned away, keeping his lips pressed tightly together. Wukong, have you found anything? Piccolo inquired, curious if Wukong had discovered Raditz's weakness. Yes, I now know how to deal with that fellow. Ram, Sun Wukong replied, tossing a book to Piccolo. It revealed that the dark energy surrounding Ram stemmed from a realm of darkness, possessing the power of destruction and able to absorb energy to replenish its strength. Its weakness lay in light, specifically the essence of living beings. Indeed, the essence blast. Let me see that. Tianjin Fan leaned closer to Piccolo. Wukong, continue, Tianjin Fan remarked, gazing at the essence blast in his hands, feeling its weight. All right, Sun Wukong responded, as they all watched Frieza being overwhelmed by Ram, who was infuriated with Frieza, leaving his face bruised. Ram struck Frieza's arm with dark energy, causing Frieza to, in pain, sever his own arm. Then he considered whether to cut off his thigh. Forced to choose between severing his limbs or succumbing to the spreading darkness, a brutal decision indeed. In Chapter 132, as Frieza struggled against Ram, the latter reveled in his misery, laughing heartily. Frieza, how does it feel? I will seize the empire you built, and your family shall join you soon. Relishing his villainous triumph, Ram approached the battered Frieza, who had but one leg and one arm remaining. Frieza attempted to flee, but Ram swiftly struck him, causing him to crash to the ground. Dream on if you think you can escape. Ram prepared a massive sphere of dark energy to hurl at Frieza. Wukong, we have a plan, Piccolo observed, noting Ram's focus on Frieza, considering a stealthy attack. I understand. Sun Wukong ascended above Ram, holding the Essence Blast. He hurled it toward Ram, proclaiming, Essence Blast, go. Ram sensed Wukong's presence, turning just in time to see the large Essence Blast approaching. He redirected the dark energy sphere intended for Frieza toward Wukong. The clash of the white Essence Blast, embodying light and justice, against the black energy sphere filled with malevolence, was imminent. The darkness began to dissipate, and Ram could hardly believe his eyes. Why was Wukong's energy sphere not being overpowered? Instead, his own dark energy was being shattered. Ram intensified his power, attempting to resist Wukong's Essence Blast as it pushed back. Sun Wukong exerted all his strength, radiating golden energy as their powers clashed. For a prolonged period, their powers were evenly matched, resulting in a stalemate. Tianjin Fan, let us assist Wukong. Piccolo and Tianjin Fan sped toward Wukong's back, channeling their energy to him. With their support, the Essence Blast surged toward Ram, who, despite his continued resistance, found himself unable to push it back alone. Realizing he lacked the absolute power to counter the blast, Ram ceased his energy output, attempting to evade the impending attack. The Essence Blast posed a significant threat, suppressing him. However, evasion proved futile, as the Essence Blast relentlessly pursued him, leaving him no escape. While Sun Wukong battled Ram, Frieza seized the opportunity to flee, oblivious to their identities, prioritizing his own escape. Vegeta and Raditz watched as Ram struck Frieza down. Observing Sun Wukong engage with Ram, Vegeta refrained from intervening, knowing Frieza would likely exploit the chaos to escape into space, leaving them unable to pursue him. Raditz, our plan is finally unfolding. Vengeance is at hand. Vegeta recognized that Frieza had destroyed their home planet, and the opportunity for retribution had arrived. With Frieza gravely injured, they possessed the strength to confront him without issue. As Frieza reveled in his escape, Vegeta suddenly appeared before him, startling Frieza. Vegeta, what are you doing here? Are you his ally? I am no ally of his, Vegeta smirked, delivering a punch to Frieza's face. Though Frieza was overmatched by Ram, he still felt confident against Vegeta. The traitor. He retaliated, striking at Vegeta with his remaining foot, inflicting pain. Vegeta rose and attacked Frieza again, who narrowly dodged his strikes. Raditz attempted to join the fray, but his attacks barely phased Frieza due to their limited strength. Huh, defeating me. Dream on, Vegeta. You will forever remain my slave. Frieza, fueled by anger from his defeat at Ram's hands, unleashed his wrath upon Vegeta. Though he had lost a limb, his power remained formidable. The odds were now 14-1 in favor of Frieza. Vegeta's Scion battle genes allowed him to grow stronger with each fight, while Frieza's energy waned from his previous battle. Consequently, their strengths had become closely matched. Let me handle this, Vegeta declared, driven solely by the desire to vanquish Frieza. Raditz, stay back. I will defeat Frieza myself. Understood. Raditz retreated. Frieza's speed initially overwhelmed Vegeta, who struggled to keep pace. However, as the battle progressed, Vegeta grew more adept, gradually matching Frieza's speed. Frieza, taken aback by Vegeta's increasing strength, found himself faltering. Cursed be this. Had it been my former self, I would never have allowed you to last this long, he thought. Vegeta, exhilarated by the fight, declared, after I defeat you, I shall acknowledge your power. Feeling his own strength surging, he unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Frieza, who found himself on the defensive, though the resilience of his body allowed him to withstand Vegeta's formidable strikes. Frieza sensed the imminent threat to his existence. Vegeta, release me, and I shall grant you half of my empire. Half? Huh. What I desire is everything, Vegeta retorted. Do you think I am as naive as my father? If you survive, I will surely perish. You would never let me go. With that, Vegeta concentrated his immense energy into a colossal sphere and hurled it towards Frieza. No. Frieza exclaimed in terror, desperately attempting to flee, but his strength had already waned. Raditz harbored equal resentment towards Frieza and conjured a massive energy sphere of his own. A resounding explosion echoed as the energy struck Frieza, engulfing him entirely. Frieza's voice gradually faded into silence. Following the detonation of Vegeta's energy sphere, Raditz launched his attack. When the dust settled, only Frieza's heart lay shattered on the ground. Vegeta soared over and crushed it underfoot. Chapter 133. The Destruction of Planet Troya after defeating Frieza. Both Vegeta and Raditz felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Vegeta reclined on the ground, gazing at the sky with a haughty expression. Meanwhile, Son Goku and Ram had been locked in a stalemate for quite some time, with Ram evading the Spirit Bomb's pursuit through rapid flight. However, it proved futile, as the Spirit Bomb caught up with Ram, who, in desperation, unleashed a wave of energy to counter it. Goku and Piccolo united their strength to propel the Spirit Bomb forward. Ram watched helplessly as the Spirit Bomb approached, his own energy suppressed. His output diminished, and the white Spirit Bomb illuminated the darkness, engulfing Ram's entire being. A grotesque expression crossed Ram's face as he slowly disappeared within the Spirit Bomb. With a resounding explosion, Ram's body vanished alongside the Spirit Bomb. Piccolo noticed that, following the explosion, the malevolent heart of Troya fell to the ground, which he swiftly caught. Goku, how should we handle this? Piccolo asked, handing the heart of Troya to Son Goku. Goku received the heart, realizing that the prior explosion had failed to obliterate it. We should investigate Ram's quarters further. During our last visit, we did not conduct a thorough search and may have overlooked vital clues. Then, Goku, let us proceed, Tien Jinhan suggested as they flew towards Ram's abode. Prince Vegeta, they are heading that way, Raditz remarked, glancing at Vegeta for his approval. We shall follow, Vegeta declared, consuming a Senzu bean to instantly restore his vitality. What a marvelous item. Goku, they are approaching, Tien Jinhan noted, expressing his disdain for Vegeta and his companions. Ignore them. They still require my assistance. There are no spaceships here, so I am not concerned about any disruptions they may cause. Upon arriving at Ram's dwelling, Piccolo and Tien Jinhan pushed the door open to investigate. Goku gazed at the ceiling and commanded, Piccolo, Tien Jinhan, step aside. He effortlessly removed the ceiling and demolished a wall. In doing so, he uncovered a hidden chamber, its walls inscribed with the heart of Troya and alien script. None could decipher the writings. Who should we inquire about this? They pondered, troubled. This heart of Troya must be destroyed. Otherwise, it could be exploited by nefarious individuals, namely Vegeta and Raditz. I am uncertain, Goku replied. The inhabitants of this planet have all become petrified. Prince Vegeta, I recall that Ram became immensely powerful after consuming the heart of Troya. What do you think, Raditz? Raditz fixated on the heart, feeling a sense of imbalance, as Kakarot, a mere low-class warrior, had surpassed them. Vegeta contemplated Ram's newfound strength, particularly the dark energy surrounding him. If this continued, he could dominate the universe. King Kai, Goku, you should consult with him. He may possess knowledge, Piccolo interjected. Indeed, how could I forget? Goku slapped his forehead, realizing he had overlooked King Kai. Piccolo, Tianjin-Han, I will visit King Kai, Goku declared, taking the stone tablet with him to King Kai's planet. King Kai was leisurely cruising on King Kai's planet when Goku suddenly appeared before him, causing his vehicle to crash into Goku, crumpling it and scattering its tires. My car! King Kai exclaimed, propelled into the air due to inertia, surveying the wreckage. Goku, why did you appear so abruptly? King Kai inquired, bewildered. As he prepared to retrieve tools to repair the vehicle, Goku placed the stone tablet down and produced the Heart of Troya. King Kai, this is a significant matter. Goku recounted the events concerning planet Troya. King Kai, sensing the wicked energy emanating from the heart, removed his sunglasses to scrutinize the inscriptions on the tablet, which were written in divine script. Ah, so that is the case, he nodded thoughtfully. King Kai, please do not keep it to yourself. Explain what has happened, Goku urged, poking King Kai's forehead. It is sufficient that you understand, King Kai replied. To destroy the Heart of Troya, we must obliterate planet Troya first. Afterward, utilize the collected spirit bomb to annihilate the heart, King Kai elucidated. Understood, King Kai, Goku affirmed. By the way, King Kai, what about Bulma and launch? Goku recalled Puer's mention of the soul-trapping pearl and inquired how to proceed. Let me investigate, King Kai responded, searching thoroughly. Goku then took King Kai directly to Grand Kai's planet to seek his counsel. Upon hearing the situation, Grand Kai instructed Goku to shatter the soul-trapping pearl. However, he cautioned that not everyone could return once shattered. Those trapped for over 10 years could not be rescued. All right, I understand, Goku replied before instantly departing. Hey Goku, take me back to King Kai's planet. King Kai sighed, boarding his vehicle to return to his own realm. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Tianjin-Han clashed with Raditz and Vegeta. The conflict ignited when Vegeta inquired about the Dragon Balls, seeking further confirmation. Piccolo claimed ignorance and instead questioned Vegeta about the situation on Namek. As tensions escalated, an argument ensued. Vegeta and Piccolo were at odds, with Piccolo harboring disdain for Vegeta. Raditz probed Tianjin-Han regarding Goku's strength on Earth, insinuating that Goku's power was fabricated. Piccolo, enraged by Raditz's comments, clenched his fists and struck out at him. Goku's strength is a result of his relentless efforts, Piccolo asserted, holding great respect for Goku and refusing to allow anyone to tarnish his name. Tianjin-Han, equally displeased, joined the fray. Thus, a chaotic battle erupted. Tianjin-Han fought Vegeta while Piccolo faced Raditz, with the skirmish escalating further. When Goku returned and witnessed the conflict, he intervened. Piccolo, Tianjin-Han, cease this at once. We must locate Bulma and the others. Goku insisted, concerned for Bulma and Gohan, fearing Gohan, the emotional child, would weep for ages upon finding Bulma unconscious. Vegeta, Raditz, do you not wish to depart? Goku threatened. Vegeta and Raditz crossed their arms, compelled to halt their skirmish. Before we proceed, we must first annihilate this planet. The petrified inhabitants had vanished along with Ram after being consumed by the Heart of Troya. Similarly, Nappa had also disappeared, while Bulma and Launch remained unaffected, as Ram had utilized the heart to eradicate the virus afflicting them. Goku concentrated, gathering a tremendous energy sphere capable of obliterating an entire planet. He hurled the energy sphere towards the ground, exacerbating the already fractured planet, which erupted into streams of lava. Hold on to me, Goku shouted, preparing to escape as the planet neared destruction. Chapter 134. Yamcha and the others have been sold in the underground prison. Gohan clutched the iron bars, yearning to escape. Uncle Krillin, Yamcha, Uncle Chaozu, will we ever see Dad again? Unbeknownst to them, Wufan was comforted by Kellen, who assured him that Wukong would soon come to their rescue. Initially, Kellen and his companions had planned to escape by using the Kamehameha wave to break through the walls after being captured. Yet, the unpredictability of their situation led the interstellar pirates to swiftly shackle them with handcuffs that suppressed their energy, rendering them unable to harness their powers. Wukong, oblivious to their plight, was certainly searching for them, as Yamcha consoled his friends. Kellen gazed at the unconscious Lan Chi and Bulma, wondering about Wukong's whereabouts. Although Bick felt anxious, he maintained a facade of composure in front of Wufan. Wufan, seated beside Bulma, wept for his unconscious mother. Silence, barked the interstellar pirates as they entered, taking Kellen, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi away. Don't take Uncle Kellen. Wufan cried, his tears flowing anew. Yulong quickly covered Wufan's mouth, warning him to be quiet before it was his turn. The pirates, annoyed, clasped their ears and shut the door. Where are you taking us? Yamcha inquired. Be quiet. One pirate hissed, striking Yamcha with a whip, who was unable to defend himself and sustained an injury to his back. Yamcha, don't act rashly, Kellen urged, internally hoping for Wukong's swift arrival. The pirates brought Kellen and his companions aboard a spaceship teeming with individuals from various planets, all similarly shackled. Once inside, Yamcha and the others were unceremoniously thrust into the cramped quarters. Don't touch me, Bick growled, stepping forward defiantly. The cabin was overcrowded, and as the door sealed shut, a hypnotic gas began to seep in through the vents, causing Kellen, Yamcha, Jiaozi, and the others to gradually succumb to unconsciousness. Captain Gua, transport these individuals to T-Star, commanded the interstellar pirate, turning to head toward the underground dungeon. This child has such tender flesh, he looks delectable. Take him to the Leader's chamber, instructed Pirate A. While Pirate B prepared to take Wufan away, Yulong, clutching Wufan, was suddenly knocked unconscious with a single punch from the pirate. Enraged, Wufan swung his fist at Pirate B, knocking him down and bruising his face. Infuriated, Pirate B seized Wufan and hurled him against the wall, which crumpled upon impact, yet Wufan emerged unscathed. Clutching his head and sobbing, Pirate A and B regarded Wufan with renewed interest, finding him even more appetizing. Pirate B pressed a button on his device, and a mechanical arm extended from his back to grasp Wufan. Grab that pig too. It looks quite tasty, Pirate A remarked, while Yulong, feigning unconsciousness, trembled at the prospect of being eaten by the pirates. Thus, Yulong and Wufan were taken away. What shall we do with these two women? Pirate B asked. Let them sleep, they're no trouble. Clean them up and deliver them to the Leader's bed by nightfall, Pirate A replied, shutting the door behind them. Wufan, in tears, cried out, please don't. Annoyed by the noise, Pirate B fitted Wufan with a sound-suppressing helmet. Yulong, regaining consciousness, surveyed the surroundings, noting the guards stationed nearby. Seizing an opportunity, Yulong transformed into a bird and soared away, but Pirate B noticed the sudden lightness on his back and, upon glancing back, spotted Yulong fleeing. He fired a shot, narrowly missing Yulong, who darted away but was hit in the backside, causing a fragrant aroma reminiscent of roasted meat to waft through the air. Yulong fell from the sky, horrified, but quickly transformed into a bat and fled. Hurry and take the child to the Leader. I'll retrieve the other one, Pirate A commanded, taking off in pursuit of Yulong. Pirate B, meanwhile, brought Wufan to the Leader's chamber, placing him among a pile of provisions. The pirate leader remained asleep as Wufan, now in an unfamiliar environment, ceased his cries and began to observe his surroundings. Meanwhile, Pol, returning from Tuali Star, sensed something amiss on the ship and checked the surveillance monitors, discovering that Kellen and the others had not exited but had been taken captive. Just as Pol prepared to leave, the ship lurched, and he peered out the window to see the interstellar pirates directing the vessel into a massive container. Taking advantage of the moment the container closed, Pol opened a window and transformed into a butterfly, escaping into the air. He deftly avoided the pirates' guards and found refuge in a nearby room. Listening to their conversations, Pol learned of Kellen and the others' location, stealthily making his way toward the underground prison. As he passed a cabin, he glimpsed a monitor displaying Kellen, Jiaozi, and Yamcha with the words T-Star emblazoned above. Pol frowned, puzzled by the situation. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and quickly morphed into a spider, hiding atop a cabinet. W-Star needs 20 more slaves. Those slaves are wearing out too quickly, one pirate remarked. Why worry about them? The faster they are used, the more profit we make, another replied. Pol's mind raced. Yamcha and the others were to be sold. In a desolate expanse, Wukong, accompanied by Bick, arrived on a barren planet. Vegeta and Raditz exchanged glances before soaring off in search of a spaceship, intent on harnessing Frieza's power now that he was deceased. Wukong, this is outrageous. Not even a simple thank you. Tianjin Fan expressed his dissatisfaction with Vegeta and Raditz's demeanor. Let us not concern ourselves with them. We must find Bulma, Wukong observed. unable to sense Kellen and the others' energy. The planet appeared desolate, lacking habitation, yet there were numerous energy signatures ahead. Kellen and the others must be nearby. Help! Yulong called. Having transformed back into his original form after 5 minutes, hiding behind a rock and cradling his head. Fool! Your backside is exposed. Pirate A exclaimed upon spotting Yulong. He fired a shot, causing Yulong to panic and transform into a whirlwind. There's a sound. Vic halted, recognizing it as Yulong's voice. Tianjin Fan and Wukong also paused, sensing something amiss. I think I heard Yulong, Vic stated as they soared toward the sound. They witnessed Yulong being pursued by a pirate brandishing a firearm. Wukong dashed forward, positioning himself in front of Yulong. Who dares? Pirate B shot at Wukong, but the latter deftly dodged the onslaught. Yulong, seeing Wukong, clung to his leg, weeping profusely. How despicable! Pirate B scowled, firing several shots at Wukong before hastily retreating in his flying vehicle. Tianjin Fan leaped in front of the craft, grasping it and hurling it to the ground, where it shattered upon impact, leaving Pirate B sprawled on the ground. Report. An enemy has invaded, Tianjin Fan announced, crushing the communicator underfoot and capturing the pirate. Wukong, I thought I was done for. Yulong lamented, believing he was destined to be roasted. Yulong, you smell delicious. I'm feeling rather hungry, Wukong remarked, eyeing Yulong's enticing scent. What do you mean? I'm in this predicament, and you're thinking of eating me? My backside hurts. Yulong cried, feeling betrayed by Wukong's words. Sends a bean, Vic insisted, feeding Yulong the magical bean, revitalizing him instantly. Wukong, stop teasing Yulong. What on earth happened? Where is everyone? And how did you arrive here? Who is pursuing you? Vic interrogated Yulong relentlessly. Wukong, it's bad. Master Rashi and Kellen are in trouble. As soon as we arrived on this planet, we were ambushed by interstellar pirates. The spaceship was seized by them, and the wise Master Guaxian was unaware of their whereabouts. They sought to capture individuals. During my abduction, I transformed into a small bird and managed to escape. By the way, Wufan is in danger of being devoured. Oolong informed Sun Wukong of the situation. Upon hearing that Wufan was to be eaten, Sun Wukong felt a pang of anxiety and immediately grabbed Oolong and took flight. Tianjin Fan, who had taken someone away, inquired about the situation, turning to see Sun Wukong interrogating the interstellar pirate B, urging him to inquire while en route, fearing that Wufan would be endangered if they delayed. Who are you? Wufan asked, fearfully retreating from the masked man before him. I am the boss here, and I prefer my meals steamed. Clean this food thoroughly, he commanded, tossing Wufan into the water as they began scrubbing him with brushes. That hurts. Wufan protested as his delicate skin was painfully scrubbed, causing him great irritation. He snatched the brush away and discarded it, leaving Interstellar Pirate C astonished by Wufan's strength. Is it clean yet? I'm hungry, the leader's stomach grumbled. It is clean, replied the pirate, as Wufan was lifted onto the steaming rack, shyly covering himself. It's so hot here, I don't want to go, Wufan complained, feeling overwhelmed by the heat. Pirate C increased the temperature to maximum, causing it to become unbearably hot. Wufan cried out in discomfort, radiating energy as he burst forth, knocking over the steaming rack. Daddy, Mommy, he sobbed, cowering on the ground, unable to capture Wufan. Pirate C was tossed aside by the leader, who aimed to eliminate Wufan first. The leader grasped Wufan by the neck, making it difficult for him to breathe. Sun Wukong sensed Wufan's distress and immediately teleported beside him. Witnessing the leader's grip around Wufan's neck, his eyes burned with fury, and he swiftly struck, breaking the leader's arm. Releasing Wufan, he caught him as Oolong fell to the ground. How dare you harm my Wufan? Sun Wukong fumed, seizing the leader by the neck and lifting him before casting him aside. Wufan, quickly eat this, Sun Wukong urged as he offered a healing bean. Wufan struggled to swallow due to the constriction around his throat. However, upon instinctively swallowing, he felt a slight pain, but after fully consuming it, he felt rejuvenated. Seeing Sun Wukong, he embraced him tightly, crying, Daddy, Daddy, I thought I would never see you again. Do not cry, Daddy is here, Sun Wukong reassured him. Noticing the fleeing leader, in a flash, he appeared before him and kicked him into the wall. The leader, grievously injured, clutched his chest, pleading, Do not strike me. Spare me. Wukong, do not be impulsive. Ask him where Master Guaxian and the others are, Oolong interjected, blocking Sun Wukong. Where are my companions? Sun Wukong demanded, gripping the leader's clothing. Clin, Bulma, where are they? They are here, the leader said, activating a computer screen. Master Guaxian was trapped in another room filled with old men, while the sea turtle was in the kitchen. As Sun Wukong and the others were distracted, the leader cunningly pressed a button, vanishing before Wukong could seize him. Damn it! I should have knocked them out with a single blow? Wukong exclaimed, striking the wall in frustration. Boom! Wukong, Piccolo, and Tianjin Fan shattered the wall. Piccolo, Tianjin Fan. Let us split up to rescue Bulma and the others. They nodded and rushed out, capturing an interstellar pirate to threaten them into guiding them to Bulma. The frightened pirate opened the door, and Sun Wukong, holding Wufan, found Lan Shi and Bulma, who had been cleaned and dressed in transparent attire from their planet. Mom. Wufan rushed to Bulma, while Sun Wukong draped a garment over them. Piccolo located Master Guaxian and rescued him along with others. Tianjin Fan found Puar, who informed him of the circumstances under which Piccolo and Klin were sold off. Understood. Puar, Oolong, stay close to me and do not wander off, he instructed. As the interstellar pirates attempted to attack Tianjin Fan, Piccolo and Tianjin Fan combined their efforts to subdue them, causing them to flee in fear aboard their spaceship. Tianjin Fan, they have hidden our ship, Puar recalled, leading Tianjin Fan to the warehouse to retrieve it. Wukong, Piccolo, Klin, and Yamcha have been sold to Planet T. Tianjin Fan updated Wukong. Alright, but first we must rescue Lan Shi and Bulma. I trust Klin will be fine, Sun Wukong declared, raising his hands to gather energy for a spirit bomb. Piccolo tossed the soul capture pearl, which Wukong struck, shattering it. 2 golden orbs of light flew into Lan Shi and Bulma's noses, restoring their souls. Wufan, Wukong. Bulma opened her eyes as Sun Wukong held her. Mom. Wufan joyfully embraced Bulma. Are you feeling all right? Sun Wukong asked with concern. I'm fine, Bulma replied, springing to her feet. In another corner, Lan Shi and Tianjin Fan shared a tender moment, with Lan Shi initiating a kiss. Ahem, Master Guaxian interrupted, teasing them. Upon his reminder, Tianjin Fan blushed, feeling bashful as their affectionate display was noticed. Thank goodness you're all right, Bulma said, approaching Wukong to give him a kiss, as Wufan watched in curiosity. Oolong covered Wufan's eyes, warning, the child is still here, be mindful. There's a saying, showing affection leads to misfortune, Oolong added with a hint of sarcasm. Klin, Yamcha, and the dumplings have gone to Planet T. Let us hurry to their aid, Puar urged. Sun Wukong shook a dazed interstellar pirate awake, asking, do you know the coordinates of Planet T? The pirate complied, revealing the interstellar location to Sun Wukong. Bulma set the star map on the spaceship. Let us depart, they agreed, but just as they boarded, the ship trembled violently. A massive laser beam struck the vessel, and Sun Wukong swiftly evaded, intercepting the attack. It was the interstellar pirate leader, returning in his mech suit to exact revenge. The mech was formidable, yet it posed no real threat to Wukong. Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful punch against the mech, causing it to stagger. The leader activated battle mode, and the mech transformed, engaging Wukong in rapid combat. Wukong leapt onto the mech's arm and delivered a decisive blow. The mech spun, generating a tornado that ensnared Wukong, leaving him struggling for breath. Yet, he tightened his fists, summoning energy to disrupt the vortex. Piccolo and Tianjin Fan refrained from intervening, confident in Wukong's victory. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan and Bulma leisurely enjoyed their noodles, famished after the ordeal. They watched Wukong battle, noting that although the mech was powerful, its bulk made it unwieldy. Wukong's punches are incredibly fast, Piccolo remarked. The leader, in frustration, activated a fiery assault against Wukong. Rising up, Wukong prepared for a counterattack, unleashing the Kamehameha wave. The blast struck the mech, causing it to overheat and ultimately disintegrate. With the mech defeated, Wukong departed, leaving the lifeless leader behind. Bulma, I'm so hungry, Wukong said as Bulma initiated the spaceship's launch. Once they exited the atmosphere, she prepared a meal for him. As he ate, Bulma and Lan Shi listened as Tianjin Fan recounted the events of their fainting. Bikuru ventured into the gravity chamber for training, recognizing his shortcomings after the fierce battle. Bulma, how long will it take to reach T-Star? Sun Wukong, having devoured all the meat on the table, clutched his belly, feeling quite satisfied. It will take 6 hours, Bulma replied while gently wiping Gohan's face. Gohan had cried excessively, but upon seeing his parents return, he peacefully drifted off to sleep. Bulma carried Gohan into the room and then headed to the bathroom to wash up. Sun Wukong followed her in. Wukong, why are you here? She asked. I broke a sweat. Let's wash together, he replied, swiftly closing the door and shedding his clothes. Bulma, leisurely removing her pants, was assisted by Sun Wukong. As he turned on the shower, he pulled Bulma into his embrace. She stood on her toes, looking up at him, and they shared a deep kiss. A passionate French kiss. Wukong then began to wash Bulma's back while she sat on his lap. They both lathered themselves with shower gel, slippery and soapy. As Bulma's hair swayed, Wukong lifted her up, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, her legs around his waist. The bathroom was engulfed in steam, their figures entwined in a tender embrace. Meanwhile, Krillin and Yamcha were dragged out by the interstellar pirate's driver. King T, we've delivered the goods you requested. Do not remove the handcuffs from these three, or they will escape, warned the interstellar pirate driver. Very well, a pleasant cooperation, King T replied with a broad smile, gesturing for his guards to escort Krillin, Yamcha, and Chaozu away. To which mine shall we send this batch of slaves? A guard inquired respectfully. Krillin, Yamcha, and Chaozu awoke to find themselves on a strange planet, surrounded by aliens resembling snakes. They had been sold. Yamcha, I'll take this guy down. Chaozu, control him. Krillin instructed with a glance. Yamcha and Chaozu nodded in agreement. Krillin made a forceful leap, attempting to headbutt King T, while Chaozu reached out to subdue the guard. And Yamcha jumped to kick. Careful, shouted King T, as his guards shielded him from the assault. How dare you attempt to hit me? King T scolded, infuriated. The guard lashed out with a whip, striking Krillin's head and drawing blood, which also affected Yamcha and Chaozu adversely. Enough. Don't kill them. That would be a waste of my money, King T ordered, signaling the guards to halt and toss them back. Administer medication to them, he commanded. The guard approached with a long syringe, jabbing it into their backsides. Ah! Krillin yelped as the needle pierced him, feeling the pain surge through him. I will behave. Can I skip the injection? Yamcha pleaded with King T. Such cowardice, Krillin scoffed, unwilling to let Yamcha escape the needle. What is cowardice? Yamcha retorted, dismissing its value. Enough chatter, the guard ordered, injecting Yamcha. Clenching his fists, Yamcha cried out in pain, and then it was Chaozu's turn. After all three had received their injections, they found themselves utterly drained of strength. Upon arrival at the mine, Yamcha and Chaozu were given another injection, their energy slightly replenished. All of you, get to work, commanded the T-beings, brandishing their whips menacingly. You three, move the boulders. You lot, push the carts. You few, dig for ore. Their commands were issued rapidly. Krillin and Yamcha struggled to lift boulders heavier than their own bodies. Under normal circumstances, this would have been manageable, but their powers were suppressed, allowing them to barely move the stones. Come on, Wukong, hurry. Krillin longed for his friend. No whispering. A whip lashed towards Krillin, who instinctively dodged and resumed his labor. Grandpa, please, don't make him work. He has already toiled for 5 consecutive days. On the other side of the mine, the workers from other planets were exhausted. The T-beings continued to strike with their whips. Don't be so excessive. The old man is about to collapse. Chaozu protested indignantly. You're being too cruel. The elder is worn out. Yamcha chimed in. Chapter 137. The T-Star Combat Team's Trio of Sisters. Haven't you been punished enough? One T-being lashed out at Krillin. Yamcha eyed the hose in their hands, then noticed the hot coals underfoot. An idea sparked. He moved the stones, and while their attention was diverted, he smashed the coal underneath. Please, he implored. The alien guards were distracted, and with one swift motion, Yamcha broke the shackles. After the shackles on his hands were shattered, the control chip malfunctioned, restoring Yamcha's full strength. What are you doing? They shouted at him, but Yamcha seized the whip and retaliated. Yamcha, splendid. Quickly, help us break free, Krillin urged. Yamcha swiftly defeated the guard, then rushed to aid Chaozu and Krillin in breaking their chains. Krillin, exhilarated, unleashed his energy, and the surrounding workers, seeing the guard vanquished, continued their labor instead of fleeing. Why don't you escape? Chaozu asked them. It's futile. We lack a spaceship to return to our planet. Our people have been sold, and we don't know where they are. Our planet was sold too, and we have no place to live, lamented a small alien boy calling for his grandfather. We will help you find your kin, Yamcha offered. You troublemakers. The T-Star's main force arrived, armed with laser guns. Hide, Krillin directed them, and the three of them soared into the air to fight alongside one another. They were not a match for Krillin and his companions. Oh no. The slaves are rebelling, requesting reinforcements. In an instant, numerous reinforcements arrived, and Krillin ascended, joining the T-Star combat team, the mightiest fighting force in T-Star. You lowly, despicable beings. One of the enemies, clad in a red transformation suit, struck Krillin with a punch. So fast, Krillin exclaimed as he rose to engage. But the enemy's speed was overwhelming, leaving him on the defensive. Yamcha faced a stunning blue-clad warrior, whose body transformed into a serpentine form, ensnaring him. My dear, the warrior whispered, pressing her head against Yamcha's. He attempted to collide with her, but she evaded. Yamcha exhaled forcefully, striving to break free. The warrior pouted and leaned in for a kiss. Yamcha shook his head vigorously, attempting to avoid her lips. Dream on if you think you can escape my kiss. She taunted, gripping Yamcha's head and slowly bringing her lips closer. Under normal circumstances, Yamcha might have succumbed, but this was too grotesque. He pushed against her, momentarily creating space. Seizing the opportunity, he slammed his head into her nose, causing blood to flow. In pain, she released him, and Yamcha retaliated with a Kamehameha wave, striking her. She remained unharmed but touched her nose, noticing the blue blood trickling. How dare you? You have the audacity to strike my nose. She seethed, her anger intensifying as she lunged at Yamcha. Meanwhile, Chaozu found himself immobilized by another enemy in orange, who manipulated his body to dance. You think you can escape my control? That's impossible. The enemy laughed as Chaozu struggled against the hold, trying to break free. After separating from Sun Wukong, Vegeta seized a spacecraft with the intention of assaulting Frieza's headquarters. He harbored immense confidence in his ability to defeat Frieza, believing he could vanquish both Frieza's Ginyu Force and Cybermen. Suddenly, an alert sounded. The spacecraft's energy reserves were critically low, necessitating a recharge. Vegeta, arms crossed, gazed into the vastness of space, contemplating the nearest energy station, which lay a day's journey away. He realized that the current energy would only sustain them for half an hour. Consequently, he decided to divert to the nearby T-planet to commandeer another ship. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and his companions peered out the window. Bulma inquired about their estimated arrival time. 5 more minutes, she replied, glancing at the navigation display. Sun Wukong stretched his neck, preparing for battle. Beep, beep, beep. The spacecraft system alerted them to an approaching vessel. Bulma pressed a few buttons to enlarge the screen, revealing Vegeta and Raditz. She calculated that their trajectories were identical. With their ship's speed surpassing Vegeta's, they quickly drew alongside. Hey, Vegeta, Raditz, it's good to see you again. Sun Wukong called out. Vegeta, aloof, closed his eyes and ignored him. Raditz, contemplating the potential of recruiting Kakarot to dominate the universe together, kept his thoughts to himself, aware that Vegeta would vehemently oppose such an idea. Soon, Sun Wukong's ship overtook Vegeta's. Prepare for landing. Hold on tight. Bulma instructed, securing Gohan in a safety harness. With a swift motion, the spacecraft broke through the atmosphere and stabilized. Bulma selected a safe landing zone. Upon descent, Sun Wukong and Piccolo sensed energies nearby, noting 3 distinct power signatures. Bulma, launch, let's head over first. You two wait here, Sun Wukong suggested, affectionately stroking Bulma's cheek. Sun Wukong, the ship's energy is running low. I'll join Master Roshi and the others to find a power source, Bulma replied, clutching the energy detector. Roshi, please take care of them, Sun Wukong said, patting the old master on the shoulder. Don't worry, you all go ahead, Bulma assured, grabbing a capsule and powering down the spacecraft to search for energy. She directed launch as they navigated the skies. Gohan beamed, leaning against the window, while Oolong, reluctant at first, was compelled by Bulma to join. With a pout, he resigned himself to the situation, noting even the turtle was coming along. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Raditz's spacecraft had completely depleted its energy and began plummeting. Unfazed, Vegeta unleashed an energy wave from the ship, while Raditz opened the door. Prince Vegeta, we must take action, Raditz urged, soaring through the air. Let us find another ship. Vegeta replied as they flew low. As they glided, an energy ball hurtled toward them. Vegeta deftly evaded the strike, but Raditz was struck in the face, igniting his fury. He shot forward, with Vegeta following suit. Chapter 138. The light of Sun Wukong Rowei gleefully manipulated Jiaozi, making him perform flips and even stripping him of his clothing. Pervert. Creep. Jiaozi shouted angrily, as his rising energy disrupted Rowei's control, leaving his underwear intact. Rola moved swiftly, and Krillin attempted to counter with a punch. But Rolla easily dodged. Rolla unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Krillin, who, already injured, could not withstand the relentless blows and lost his combat effectiveness. Rolla knocked Krillin to the ground, pummeling his face until it swelled and blood spewed forth. Meanwhile, Yamcha unleashed a barrage of energy waves at Broly, inhaling deeply. Broly's body expanded like a balloon. Yamcha's attack rebounded off Broly, striking him instead. Broly quickly reverted, coiling around Yamcha and tightening her grip. Yamcha struggled to resist, but as Broly leaned in to kiss him, he gasped, feeling as though his insides were being crushed and his breath was stolen. Observing Krillin's predicament, Vegeta considered their connection to Kakarot and prepared to depart, but Broly, captivated by Vegeta's striking visage and robust physique, could not resist approaching him. "Hey handsome, let us take a nap," she proposed, causing Vegeta to recoil in annoyance. "What madness is this?" he exclaimed, striking Broly's chest, which felt soft to the touch. Realizing her preference for playful antics, Broly transformed, ensnaring Vegeta. Raditz, witnessing the audacity of the planet's inhabitants, stood in shock. Vegeta attempted to strike Broly again, but she ensnared his arm, immobilizing him. As Vegeta focused his energy to break free, Raditz, finally regaining awareness, turned to confront Broly, though his attacks proved ineffective. Broly exerted all her strength, binding Vegeta and delivering punishing blows. Vegeta gritted his teeth, humiliated yet resolute. Gathering his energy, seizing an opportunity, he catapulted away just as Broly's tongue reached for him. Raditz, wishing to assist, was ambushed by Rowe. He executed a sweeping kick, but Rowe seized his leg, rendering him immobile. Raditz retaliated with a strike, but it was one-sided. "Your physique has improved. Become my prized possession, and I shall treat you well." Rowe grinned, her smile eerily unsettling, her mouth resembling a stitched-up wound. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Piccolo hesitated to reach Krillin, having encountered formidable foes. A dark-clad extraterrestrial named Roger ensnared Sun Wukong in a shadowy realm, where he could neither see nor sense anything. Piccolo faced the green-clad T-alien, Roland, who unleashed a tornado that swept him away. Despite Piccolo's efforts to resist, he became caught in the vortex, spinning uncontrollably. Struggling to break free, Piccolo was struck again, causing his leg to be forcibly pulled and twisted, resulting in a painful break. In retaliation, Piccolo unleashed a special beam cannon, striking Roland and diminishing the tornado's strength. Channeling his energy through his antennae, he finally escaped the cyclone, his leg regenerating as he gasped for breath, realizing he could not confront Roland head-on and would need to evade his attacks. Tianjin Han faced a challenging adversary in the blue-clad T-alien, Rory, whose body could disassemble its limbs and torso into weapons. Rory's hands came apart to assault Tianjin Han, who retaliated with a Kamehameha wave, but his attacks had little effect as Rory's limbs evaded the strikes. Rory's legs delivered powerful kicks to Tianjin Han's chest and back, showcasing their overwhelming force. Tianjin Fan was caught by the legs in front, while the legs behind continued to strike. Both hands launched a simultaneous assault on Tianjin Fan's face. However, he broke free from the encirclement and soared into the sky, gathering his energy. Through rigorous training, the activation time for his Qigong cannon had significantly diminished. With a single blast, the ground beneath him caved in, and he quickly glanced down to see Luo Rue's body reassembling. Tianjin Fan unleashed Yamcha's energy sphere in pursuit of Luo Rue. Meanwhile, Wukong found himself in a dark void, encountering trouble. It was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Even when he attempted to make noise, his voice was swallowed by the void. In this space, Wukong was relentlessly attacked. To evade the strikes, he flailed his arms about. But ultimately, he was struck. A punch landed on his rear, followed by blows to his head, abdomen, and back, leaving him utterly defenseless. After being hit, Wukong retaliated swiftly. Yet his strikes were evaded. He attempted to fly but found himself grounded, unable to unleash his energy attacks in this realm. No matter how fast Wukong ran, he remained vulnerable to the onslaught. He lost track of time in this dark abyss, where hunger and fatigue were absent, and the absence of temporal awareness drove him to the brink of madness. He resolved to devise a way to escape. Regaining his composure, Wukong closed his eyes, remaining motionless despite the blows he endured. A silver glow enveloped him, flickering and seemingly unstable. He began to sense the dark space around him. extending his hand to swiftly dodge incoming attacks and grasp the figure lurking in the shadows. Luo Jie stared at Wukong in shock, unable to believe he had been caught. Wukong, unfazed by the improbability, unleashed a flurry of punches upon Luo Jie. As he did, the dark void around Luo Jie shattered. In that instant, Wukong could channel his energy once more, rapidly amplifying it to obliterate the darkness surrounding him. Wukong observed as another version of himself emerged from the void, while Bik called out to him. Above, Roland witnessed Wukong's emergence from Luo Jie's dark space, bewildered by the unfolding events. Luo Jie, dazed from Wukong's energy, was caught by Roland, who rushed to support him. Wukong swiftly maneuvered behind Roland, knocking him down as Roland's tornado attack approached. Wukong retaliated with a Qigong wave, which pierced through the tornado and struck Roland. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong dashed behind Roland, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Luo Rui, witnessing his companion's plight, abandoned Tianjin Fan to assist Roland. Luo Rui split his body to attack Wukong, who caught his leg and ascended, using it to strike at Luo Rui's other forms. Wukong then seized Luo Rui's head and kicked it toward Bik, who caught it effortlessly. Bik smirked as he kicked Luo Rui's head back to Tianjin Fan. Luo Rui, Roland, and Luo Jie glared at Wukong and his allies, seething with anger. In unison, they launched their counterattacks. Roland conjured a massive tornado, while Luo Jie unleashed a miniature dark space aimed at Tianjin Fan. Despite their playful banter, Wukong and Bik remained vigilant. At that moment, Bik and Tianjin Fan soared into the air, and Wukong executed a dragon fist, which shattered the tornado and engulfed Roland, causing him to vanish entirely. Bik unleashed a Qigong cannon, which plummeted from above, pinning Luo Jie to the ground, leaving him unconscious. Bik then reassembled Luo Rui's fragmented body, enlarging it and crushing it underfoot. With the threat neutralized, Tianjin Fan exhaled in relief. Initially, Wukong and his friends had approached amicably, but upon hearing they were seeking Kuririn, a slave, they were met with hostility. "Let us go," Wukong urged, teleporting alongside Tianjin Fan and Bik. Vegeta and Raditz energy signatures were nearby, close to Kuririn and the others. Wukong suddenly materialized in front of Vegeta, greeting him cheerfully. Vegeta, however, ignored Wukong, focusing instead on pummeling Lola with relentless punches. Kuririn, Yamcha, and Jiaozi were relieved to find Jiaozi's heartbeat stable. Wukong tossed some senzu beans to Bik, who observed Kuririn's precarious state. Wukong and Raditz engaged in battle with Lola and her allies. "Vegeta, she's behind you," Wukong warned, prompting Vegeta to effortlessly counter the ambush. Vegeta's strength had evidently increased, proving his Saiyan prowess. "Bik, Wukong, you're here," Kuririn sighed in relief upon seeing them. Despite Vegeta's efforts, he struggled against two foes, taking considerable damage. "Aren't you going to help?" Kuririn questioned Wukong. "Bik, you go. Her body will elongate, just like yours," he suggested, prompting Bik to retort that he had no intention of emulating her. "I'm not like her," Bik clarified, then seized Lola as she attempted to entangle him, expanding himself to grasp her legs and head, swinging her around like a noodle. "Wukong, want to have some fun?" Bik offered, tossing Lola's legs toward Wukong. "Sure," Wukong replied, catching Lola's head and launching her away, leaving her dazed. Kuririn relayed the situation regarding the mine and the king to Wukong, while Bik urged him to stop playing and secure Lola for their imminent visit to the palace. Bik tied Lola up in a bow. "Vegeta, Raditz, we leave this to you," Raditz said, eyeing Wukong with mild irritation. Upon reaching the king, Kuririn and Yamcha commandeered a spaceship to rescue others. They encountered resistance, but all foes were swiftly subdued. "Help! Someone!" King T cried out, pointing at Wukong and his allies. "I've already knocked everyone out. Don't send more," Wukong retorted, dispatching King T with a single blow. Wukong and Bulma arrived aboard a spacecraft. "Aren't you supposed to be looking for energy? Why are you here?" Wukong asked as he welcomed Bulma aboard. "Lan Shi, find a clearing to land," Bulma instructed. "I found it," Bulma exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Wukong's neck and kissing him. "Mom, Dad, come down," Gohan shouted from below, watching Wukong and Bulma in the air. Kuririn and Yamcha returned with various extraterrestrial beings. "Are you all hungry?" "There's plenty to eat in the palace kitchen," Wukong said, leading Gohan to find food. The food of the T-species looked and tasted delightful. "Thank you so much." The rescued aliens expressed their gratitude to Kuririn and the others, while Lan Chi and Bulma gathered food to share. Bulma, pack a bowl of food for me. I'll take it to Vegeta, she instructed, filling a capsule with provisions. Wukong, be careful, Bulma warned, noting Vegeta's shorter stature. Wukong swiftly dodged to see Vegeta land a heavy blow on Lola, who failed to evade. Raditz contorted his body humorously, while Luo Wei's face became comically swollen, revealing a sinister grin. Leitais, would you perform a Latin dance for me? Sun Wukong took out food, savoring it while admiring Leitais' dance. Kakarot, hand me the food. After defeating Rolla, Vegeta, enticed by the aroma of Sun Wukong's meal, felt his stomach rumble. Vegeta, who are you, and why should I give you any? Sun Wukong arrogantly consumed his meal in front of Vegeta. If you refuse, I shall seize it. Vegeta attempted to grab it, but Sun Wukong caught his hand, rendering him immobile. With a swift strike, Sun Wukong severed the control line that Rolla had on Leitais. Rolla gazed at Sun Wukong in astonishment, questioning how he knew of her control line. I saw it with my own eyes, Sun Wukong declared, delivering a Kamehameha that vanquished her. Do you wish to grow stronger? Sun Wukong looked into Vegeta's eyes. Isn't that an obvious question? Vegeta rolled his eyes at Sun Wukong. Join me, for I sense your curiosity about my training methods. I did not rely on the Dragon Balls to enhance my power. I grew stronger through rigorous exercise. The more formidable my foes, the easier it becomes to surpass my limits, which piqued Vegeta's interest. Chapter 140, The Fishing Competition. Vegeta gazed at Sun Wukong, harboring an obsession to defeat Kakarot. As a prince, how could he tolerate Kakarot being superior? A disagreement led to them clashing, and Sun Wukong, without holding back, swiftly bested Vegeta. Fine, Vegeta conceded. Leitais, Vegeta has agreed. Do you wish to join us? Only with rivals can we progress rapidly. Prince Vegeta, shall we forego the Dragon Balls? Leitais was more inclined toward cosmic domination. Do you not find the notion of universal domination tedious? Aside from killing, what else remains? If you seek battle, you may find me. I can accompany you in training. Vegeta, with his formidable combat prowess, and Leitais, as a scion, should also possess considerable strength. Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. Do you not desire to achieve Super Saiyan status? It was unexpected that Kakarot was indeed the legendary Saiyan. Kakarot, why do you associate with Earthlings? Why not eliminate them? Leitais questioned Sun Wukong. They are my friends. We grew up together. Sun Wukong understood Leitais' implication. Have you lost your mind? As Saions, they are born with the instinct for battle, and they can transform as well. Indeed, the very essence has changed, Leitais mused. I have delicious food here. Are you hungry? Sun Wukong presented the meal. Vegeta and Leitais' stomachs growled. They had not eaten since defeating Frieza and had been fighting for quite some time. The two eagerly devoured the food. What do you think of this meal? I have pudding. Sun Wukong revealed his favorite treat. Vegeta and Leitais' thoughts remained clouded. Changing their mindset would require time. Once they finished the pudding, they found it delightful. The first time they had tasted such exquisite food, contrasting sharply with the remains of their previous foes. However, Vegeta and Leitais concealed their desire for more. Instead, observing Kakarot's joyous expression, Sun Wukong noticed their fondness for food. Rest assured, we have plenty of delicious meals. You shall not be disappointed. However, you must work to earn it. And as you know, Scions have a hearty appetite. With the addition of you two, my ship's supplies will dwindle significantly. I recall that the fish on this planet is particularly delectable. Let us go fishing, for otherwise, I cannot afford to sustain you. Sun Wukong discussed the fish with Bulma while dining in the royal kitchen, noting the distinct taste of their fish compared to Earth's, as their fish resembled meat and was exceptionally delicious. Humph, Vegeta, as a prince, was reluctant to heed the commands of a lower-class warrior like Kakarot. By the way, the spaceship has already set off, Sun Wukong reminded Vegeta. If he does not follow, he would be left behind. Sun Wukong seized Vegeta and Leitais, bringing them to the sea. Vegeta, Leitais, hurry up, do not be dawdling. Are you afraid I will catch more fish than you? Sun Wukong teased, highlighting their disparity. Indeed, Vegeta and Leitais could not tolerate such remarks and dove into the water. They began to throw punches at the fish, but due to the water's resistance, their ki blasts merely injured the fish. Sun Wukong surveyed the serene sea, his gaze sharp as he focused on the swimming fish. Diving straight down before the fish even had time to react, he grasped a fish by its tail, emerging from the water, and rendered it unconscious with a flick of his finger. He continued fishing, while Vegeta and Leitais soared above the surface, tossing their catches onto the ground. Observing Sun Wukong's astonishing speed, Vegeta engaged in a contest of speed, diving back into the water. Within 5 minutes, Sun Wukong had caught 10 fish, while Vegeta and Leitais managed 6 and 4, respectively. Comparing their catches, Vegeta and Leitais realized their fish were unrecognizable due to the gravitational pull. Sun Wukong produced a capsule, revealing 3 large refrigerators. He focused his ki into a knife, skillfully filleting the fish without leaving a morsel of flesh on the bones. Vegeta and Leitais stared in bewilderment at Sun Wukong's swift actions. Vegeta placed the fish meat in the refrigerator, but neither he nor Leitais moved to assist. Do you not wish to indulge in this culinary delight? Sun Wukong enticed them with the prospect of food. Surely, you are not incapable of such simple tasks? Sun Wukong mocked as Vegeta's expression soured, begrudgingly placing the fish in the fridge. As for Vegeta and Leitais' catches, they were utterly mangled. You have caught the fish alive. I have done the same. How else can you surpass me? Sun Wukong urged them to try again. Without hesitation, Vegeta soared to the ocean's surface in pursuit of fish, with Leitais trailing behind. Vegeta submerged, quickening his pace to locate fish. Upon finding one, the fish sensed Vegeta's murderous intent and darted away. Vegeta accelerated, ready to unleash a ki blast, but remembering Kakarot's desire for live fish, he halted. Leitais, still on the hunt, leapt from the ocean's surface to another section of the sea, diving beneath the waves. He spotted a fish trapped within a rocky cave, launching a ki blast to block its escape. A smirk crossed Leitais' face as he swiftly approached the cave, where the fish, now trapped, thrashed violently against the rocks. Once Leitais arrived, the fish charged at him, but he seized its mouth, wrenching it open, staining the water with red. Leitais swam behind the fish, gripping its tail as he ascended. Sun Wukong, engrossed in a video game on his phone, noted their sluggish pace, having completed a round of gaming. Leitais, observing Sun Wukong's gaming, tossed the fish onto him with an air of indifference. You are too slow. It took you 10 minutes to catch a single fish. Sun Wukong remarked in a neutral tone, devoid of sarcasm. I shall be faster. Leitais acknowledged his slowness but refrained from further comment, diving back in to catch fish. Fresh fish must be prepared immediately. Putting away his phone, he swiftly dispatched another fish. Wukong Dad. Wukong, Krillin and the others have arrived aboard the spaceship. They have concluded their business. Those aliens have boarded the ship, along with the minerals that Bulma has claimed. Bulma discovered that these minerals harbor immense energy, and she intends to take them back for research. Dad, what are you doing? Gohan approached and embraced Sun Wukong. Bulma, Master Roshi, Piccolo. I have arranged for Vegeta and Leitais to accompany us, so this food is prepared for them. Above all, the fish is delicious. Sun Wukong conveyed his decision. Chapter 141. Gohan must train too. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's decision, Piccolo and the others were taken aback, as they had observed the rather unpleasant personalities of Vegeta and Raditz during their interactions. Bulma and Lan Chi, who were unaware of this, wore expressions of confusion. Sun Wukong elucidated the identities of Vegeta and Raditz, while also revealing his own Saiyan lineage. Realizing the truth, Bulma carried Gohan to Sun Wukong's side, expressing her agreement. Wukong, I trust your judgment. The turtle sage regarded Sun Wukong, seemingly grasping his intentions. Wukong, it's your choice. Yamcha and Krillin harbored a distinct aversion towards Vegeta and Raditz. Observing Sun Wukong's demeanor, Piccolo had already made a resolution. Their protests would be futile. Ultimately, they consented to allow Vegeta and Raditz to join them. Wukong, their presence is acceptable, but they must contribute. Bulma expressed concern about the potential food shortage on the spaceship. No work, no food, she added sternly. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Why don't we roast some fish here? Krillin's stomach growled in agreement. Sure, Bulma retrieved cooking utensils from her capsule, including a massive barbecue grill, specially crafted for Sun Wukong. Lan Chi and Oolong went to fetch drinks while Tianjin Fan set up tables and chairs. Yamcha, let us go catch some fish, Krillin suggested as he removed his shirt. All right, Yamcha followed suit, placing his clothes aside. Wukong, Piccolo, everyone join in, Krillin urged. Let us see who catches the first fish. The loser will face a punishment, he added with a mischievous smile. What punishment? Yamcha inquired, puzzled. Krillin raised an eyebrow and produced a red dress, declaring, the loser must wear this dress and dance. Deal. Yamcha immediately accepted, confident in his abilities and curious to see Piccolo don the attire. Piccolo, understanding Yamcha's intent, crossed his arms in a childish manner. I believe this outfit suits you better, red and green, he retorted. Laughter erupted as they envisioned Piccolo dancing in a red dress. Pointing at the returning Vegeta and Raditz, Piccolo remarked, "What about them? They should wear it if they lose too." This posed a challenge, given Vegeta's current temperament, which made such a scenario implausible. "Are you afraid of participating, Piccolo?" Sun Wukong teased, raising an eyebrow at him. However, Piccolo remained unfazed. "What are you afraid of? You won't lose," Sun Wukong encouraged. "Fine," Piccolo relented. "But first, let me explain. Vegeta, Raditz, this bald guy is Krillin," he pointed out, earning an eye roll from Krillin. "I do grow hair," he protested. "This green fellow is Piccolo, the three-eyed one is Tianjin Fan, the turtle is Grandpa Turtle. The lecherous old man is Master Roshi, the pink pig is Oolong, and this is Puar, Lan Shi, my wife, and Gohan, my son." Vegeta and Raditz surveyed the group, noting their lower power levels. "I am your uncle," Raditz stated, looking at Gohan, who appeared frightened. Raditz frowned. "Kakarot, why is your son so timid and weak?" "Oh, Gohan is still young. Once he grows, he will be trained," Sun Wukong explained, having reached a compromise with Bulma. Naturally, a mother would not wish for her son to endure unnecessary hardship. Raditz and Vegeta shook their heads, deeming the situation futile and questioning the wisdom of their decision. "Let us get started," Krillin urged impatiently. "All right," Sun Wukong decided without further ado, as everyone took to the skies to sense their surroundings. They swiftly located their targets. Vegeta and Raditz observed in astonishment, wondering how they could so accurately detect fish without diving into the water. "You are puzzled by how Wukong finds his targets so quickly, aren't you?" The turtle sage approached them. "Yes, how did you know we were thinking that?" Vegeta asked, bewildered. "I can only offer you one clue. Chi. Every person has chi, which makes it easy to locate targets," the turtle sage stated cryptically before resuming his reading. Vegeta regarded the turtle sage calmly, noting the absence of a formidable aura around him. "Master Roshi is Wukong's teacher," Bulma reminded them. "Despite his lecherous tendencies, Wukong is indeed his disciple. Kakarot is the master." Vegeta pondered, contemplating the turtle sage's words about chi. Soon, Sun Wukong returned with fish, preparing them for storage in the refrigerator. "Kakarot, what is chi?" Raditz inquired. "This is chi," Sun Wukong demonstrated by channeling his energy towards Raditz. "Wukong, hurry and process the fish." "All right, take your time to comprehend," Sun Wukong replied, moving to assist. Gohan soared into the air, joining Puar and the others in the water. Oolong, leisurely sipping orange juice, remarked on the pleasantness of life. Gohan, with youthful exuberance, swam about, chasing after a fish. "Oolong, keep an eye on Gohan," Bulma cautioned as she prepared vegetables, worried for her son. "Understood. With Wukong's prowess, Gohan will be fine." Oolong dismissed her concerns. Gohan, holding his breath, spotted a fish swimming by and dove down. Oolong, wearing sunglasses and sipping juice, relished the moment. Gohan stealthily approached the fish, striking it with a punch. Despite his youth, his Scion heritage empowered his strength, and the fish swam away in distress. Gohan clung to its tail, refusing to let go, but soon found himself struggling for breath. "Oolong, where's Gohan?" Puar asked, noticing his absence. "Isn't he right here?" Oolong removed his sunglasses and peered into the water, spotting Gohan at the sea's bottom. "Wukong, something's wrong. Gohan is drowning," Oolong shouted in alarm. "What?" Sun Wukong set down his task and flew over, feeling a gust of wind as he rushed. Gohan, opening his eyes, was overjoyed to see Sun Wukong. Summoning his energy, he swam towards his father. Sun Wukong swiftly embraced Gohan, lifting him to safety. After this incident, Sun Wukong resolved to train Gohan. Bulma concurred, believing it would be beneficial for Gohan to grow stronger. Gohan, thrilled at the prospect of training alongside his father, beamed with joy. Chapter 142. A day of calm and merriment. Before long, Piccolo returned, followed by Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Krillin. As Yamcha surfaced, Krillin observed him alongside Tianjin Fan on land. "Looks like I'm the last one," Krillin remarked, racing forward as Yamcha foolishly looked back, trying to gain speed. The two arrived almost simultaneously. "I was here first," Krillin declared. "You can't be serious, Krillin," Yamcha protested. "Wukong, did you see who was the fastest?" Krillin asked, signaling with his eyes. Yamcha interjected, "You can't do this, Krillin, just admit defeat." Under Sun Wukong's guidance, Vegeta and Raditz fell into contemplation regarding Chi. True to his Scion Prince heritage, Vegeta quickly grasped that the Chi they spoke of was akin to battle power. Realizing this, Vegeta understood how their battle power could fluctuate, and that they could control it at will. Raditz, still pondering the nature of Chi, anxiously tugged at his long hair. Vegeta smirked, recognizing that Earthlings were not to be underestimated. Though their battle power was low, their intellect was quite agile. Lading observed the slight smirk on Vegeta's face, indicating that Vegeta had indeed grasped the concept of Si. Eager for answers, Lang eagerly approached Vegeta, inquiring whether the prince had comprehended the essence of Si. The term they referred to as Si was synonymous with our battle power. While Vegeta was an academic prodigy, Lang found himself lagging behind in understanding. However, after Vegeta's elucidation, Laditer quickly came to understand the concept. There's no need to dismantle anything. You may review the surveillance, Bulma suggested, eager to witness their performance. The surveillance revealed that Krillin was the last to touch the ground due to his short legs. Krillin, come here, Sun Wukong exclaimed, tossing a red skirt onto Krillin's face. It was a classic case of him bringing misfortune upon himself, as he had originally proposed the idea in an attempt to entertain Vegeta. Despite his own abilities, Sun Wukong, while curious to see Bakura, recognized that Bakura was swifter than he. Krillin, you must accept the consequences, Bulma said, prompting Wulong to produce some lively music. Yamcha lifted Krillin to change into the outfit, while also having Por transform into scissors to shorten the skirt, ensuring it wouldn't drag on the ground. Krillin, initially shy in the red dress, soon found his confidence, strutting in high heels as he joined in the revelry. He donned the turtle hermit's glasses and leapt with exuberance, moving to the rhythm of the music. The others joined in, though Tainfar and Bakura, with their reserved demeanor, abstained from such flamboyant dancing. Vegeta and Ladinu observed Krillin's antics with bemusement. In a moment of sheer delight, Krillin tossed the glasses into the air, only for them to land squarely on the turtle hermit's head. As the call for dinner rang out, Tianfan and the others brought forth fish and meat, with Sun Wukong taking the lead in slicing the meat. Lan Shi poured cola and, of course, some alcohol for those inclined to indulge. Vegeta, Laditu, stop pretending and come eat. It's quite delicious, Sun Wukong urged. The two scions pulled out chairs and sat down, pleasantly surprised that the meal was as delightful as before. With laughter and chatter, the group enjoyed their feast, reassured that there would be no leftover food with so many scions present. As they finished, the turtle hermit, emboldened by drink, attempted to make a move on Lan Shi, only to be thwarted by Infan, who seized his hand with a look of exasperation. Wong, come here, Bulma beckoned. Wong rolled his eyes, knowing that Bulma's summons were seldom benign. Wukong, our next destination should be the planet Fanmi, Wulong suggested. But Wukong, I think he began, but was interrupted. Bulma urged Wong to deceive the lecherous turtle hermit, casting a mischievous smile at the drunken elder. What a terrifying woman, poor Wukong. Wulong, with a playful grin, transformed into a voluptuous woman and approached the turtle hermit. Vegeta and Lanair exchanged bewildered glances at Ng's transformation. Meanwhile, Kun and Ajak quickly understood the situation, and fearing for the meat on the table, swiftly led the turtle hermit away. Hello, Wulong flirted, casting coy glances. The turtle hermit was entranced, his eyes sparkling with desire. Beautiful lady, I have a request, he stammered. May I touch your chest? He asked, his hands itching with anticipation. Of course, Wulong replied, feigning innocence. In a blissful daze, the turtle hermit forgot their extraterrestrial surroundings, his excitement causing a flood of blood to surge forth, splattering Vegeta and Ladita. Enraged, Vegeta almost ruined the gathering, but Sun Wukong appeared just in time. You see, the turtle hermit can't help himself around women. Don't be angry, or you may have to stay here, he joked. With their tempers cooled, Banyu flew off to the sea to wash their faces. Krillin and Lan Shi observed the turtle hermit and the hapless Sung, while everyone else remained oblivious to Filong and Bing's antics. Fearing for the turtle hermit's health, Krillin pulled him away, concerned that the elder might faint from blood loss. In a state of bliss, the turtle hermit closed his eyes, relishing the moment, while Wulong returned to her seat, expressionless. Remember, no funny business, Bulma warned. Of course, she replied, knowing Bulma's promises were always kept. Mama, what are you laughing about? Wufan asked, finishing his bowl of rice. Oh, nothing. You did great finishing your food, Bulma replied, seemingly oblivious to his question. After the meal, everyone reclined leisurely, playing games, while Wufan perused through his book. With a commendable memory and intelligence, he had not inherited Bulma's scientific prowess. The day passed, and Beijia and her immersed themselves in the gravity chamber, diligently training day after day until exhaustion ensued. Sun Wukong trained alongside Wufan, guiding him through basic exercises. Inspired by Vegeta and Liu's progress, Bikura and Tinjinfan joined their training regimen, each secretly competing against one another. Now it was Sun Wukong's turn to train. He instructed Bulma to increase the gravity in the chamber from 300 to 500. Training in his normal state, he pushed himself to 400 times the gravity. A challenge even for his Super Saiyan form. Yamucha, why aren't you training? Bulma asked, noticing him lounging in the living room, lifting weights while watching a yoga program featuring beautiful women. I'm not like those crazy Saiyans, risking their lives in training. Their progress is absurd, Yamucha lamented, eyeing Vegeta's rapid advancement. It was no wonder that Kong was so formidable. Saiyans thrived on combat and grew stronger with each fight. Despite his efforts, Yamucha felt he would never catch up to them. After a brief training session, Yamucha retreated to the kitchen to brew coffee. Lanchi, Bulma, would you like some? He inquired. Yes, Yamucha, I'd like a spoonful of sugar, they replied. Meanwhile, the turtle hermit, captivated by the television, swayed his hips while watching the yoga instructor. Jiaozik, don't be a sore loser, urged, as she playfully pressed him for his next card. Wong, I'll give you a Javor, he said, grinning at his remaining card. Huh, you thought I lost? I have a royal flush, Wulong exclaimed, tossing her cards down and dancing in delight. Wulong, stop dancing, it's blinding me, Pu'er complained, shielding his eyes from her embarrassing display. Hee, come here and let me stick this on you, Wulong teased, placing a note that read Bidong on both Pu'er and Jiaojik's foreheads, leaving Jiaojik, with his shiny head, completely covered in notes. Bulma and Lanchi were engaged in a discussion about what to have for dinner that evening. In the training room, Vegeta gazed at his muscles, shouting loudly as he gradually increased his energy. Raditz also joined in raising his energy. Vegeta felt an overwhelming surge of strength within him, convinced that he could soon defeat Sun Wukong. Overcome by pride, Vegeta sought out Sun Wukong for a fight. Vegeta, this is a spaceship. The energy from our battle could lead to its destruction. We're nearing the next planet, and I must say, a fight with you will be exhilarating. However, Sun Wukong's current power surpasses ours by a significant margin. One of us alone would be insufficient for the challenge. Wukong, if you ever beg for mercy from us, we won't relent, Krillin remarked, hastening his training pace upon hearing Wukong's words. Gohan, I'm so exhausted I can hardly move. I never anticipated that my father would endure such rigorous training. Gohan, take my hand. Sun Wukong extended his arm. Gohan lifted his hand, grasping Wukong's, and then exerted force to lift himself. 1, 2, 3, 20, 21, 42. Upon reaching 42, Gohan released his grip and fell, but Wukong quickly caught him. Father. Gohan looked at Sun Wukong, fearing his father might think he was inadequate. Well done, Gohan. Take a moment to rest. Sun Wukong lifted Gohan and took him out, preparing warm water for a bath. Sun Wukong and Gohan soaked together in a wooden tub. Gohan, let us see who can hold their breath the longest. The loser must massage my back. All right, father, let us begin. Gohan pinched his nose and submerged himself in the tub. Sun Wukong made various faces to amuse Gohan, who closed his eyes. Sun Wukong playfully tickled Gohan, who held onto his father's hand and then pushed it away with force. Sun Wukong invited Gohan to attack him, and Gohan threw punches at Wukong's abdomen, which Wukong effortlessly caught. After several attempts, Gohan, having exhausted himself, surfaced using a frog stroke, gasping for air. Father, you're cheating. Gohan pouted, realizing that Wukong had deliberately encouraged him to attack, thus depleting his oxygen quickly. Competitions require strategy too, Sun Wukong remarked as he noticed the water cooling down, lifting Gohan out and applying shower gel on him. Gohan, wash yourself. The father and son duo washed their hair together and rinsed off the bubbles afterward, emerging feeling particularly refreshed. Gohan, how is your training? Is your father being too strict? Bulma pulled Gohan aside. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong remained in the kitchen, preparing a large bowl of cereal to satisfy his hunger. Lanchi retrieved meat from the refrigerator to defrost. Wukong, when will you and Tianjin Fan have children? Wukong inquired, curious, as Gohan was already over 3 years old. Well, I'm not quite sure, Lanchi replied nonchalantly, embracing whatever fate may bring. Wukong, come join us for a game of Do Di Zhu. The loser must forfeit, Pu'er urged Wukong over. Dumpling had removed his hat, with a paper note stuck to his head resembling hair, or rather, like a mop atop Dumpling's head. Laughter erupted as they found the scene utterly hilarious. Lanchi chuckled, covering her mouth, concerned not to hurt Dumpling's pride. There's no way around it. Dumpling is rather easy to tease, Wulong remarked mischievously. Dumpling, don't be disheartened. I shall avenge you, Wulong boasted, overly pleased with himself. After 3 rounds of play, Wukong emerged victorious. He placed a note on Wulong's pig nose, causing it to itch. Father, I want to join too, Gohan exclaimed, sticking a note on Wulong's forehead. Reflecting on son Wukong's prowess, Vegeta returned to the gravity chamber, setting the gravity multiplier to 200. Instantly, he felt crushed to the ground, gasping for breath as he struggled to exert any strength. Vegeta's face quickly turned red, then gradually purple. He could barely endure 100 times the gravity, and suddenly escalating to 300 was unbearable. Just as Vegeta was about to meet his father, Piccolo noticed and promptly alerted Wukong. Wukong entered and switched off the machine. Vegeta, I understand your eagerness to defeat me, but patience is essential. Should I arrive a moment late, you might find yourself in the afterlife. Chapter 144. Femi Star Vegeta felt humiliated as he was admonished by son Wukong, realizing he had been scolded by a lower-ranked warrior. Suddenly, the spaceship jolted, as if struck by a meteor. An alarm blared, warning, warning. The spaceship's engine has sustained damage. Immediate landing is required. Bulma rushed to the control room to locate the nearest planet. Fortunately, they were nearing Femi Star. Hurry, everyone, fasten your seatbelts. We are about to land. They gathered their belongings and secured themselves. Oh no, the spaceship cannot land safely. It will crash directly, Wukong exclaimed, as Bulma could not activate the landing jets. Son Wukong unbuckled his seatbelt and flew out through the window, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 and rapidly descending toward the plummeting spaceship. Using the Kamehameha wave, son Wukong aimed to slow the ship's descent, gradually ascending to meet it. Piccolo and the others felt the spaceship's speed decrease and followed suit, positioning themselves beneath it to brace it with their hands. Eventually, Wukong arrived, and together they managed to safely land the spaceship on solid ground. Breathing a sigh of relief, Bulma immediately checked the engine, noting significant damage. However, she assured everyone that with some repairs, it could be fixed promptly, though they were missing a crucial part that needed to be sourced. Observing the cityscape above, filled with numerous spaceships, Bulma concluded that they would surely find the necessary components. I should go find it myself, she decided. Wukong, who will accompany me to the city to purchase the parts? I will accompany you to Femi Star, a planet brimming with beautiful women and handsome men, Yamcha eagerly volunteered. Wulong and Master Roshi raised their hands, expressing their desire to join, and ultimately, Yamcha, Master Roshi, Pu'er, along with Dumpling and Lanchi would accompany Bulma, while Gohan was also taken along. Meanwhile, Wukong and the others prepared for a sparring match. Kakarot, receive my punch. Vegeta cunningly attempted a sneak attack, but Wukong deftly sidestepped and countered with a backhanded palm strike. The two engaged in an intense exchange, with Wukong employing his base form against Vegeta. Vegeta surged his energy to keep pace with Wukong's speed. However, to Wukong, Vegeta's movements appeared rather sluggish, allowing him to evade Vegeta's assaults with ease. Frustrated by his inability to land a hit, Vegeta grew anxious, causing his movements to become erratic. Kakarot, Raditz tightened his fists, channeling his full power to launch a ki blast at son Wukong. Wukong, as if having eyes in the back of his head, swiftly dodged the attack. Tianjin Fan observed the effortless display of combat, intrigued to learn Wukong's limits. Dong Dongbua. Tianjin Fan unleashed his technique, but Wukong countered with a small ki blast, resulting in a clash that neutralized both attacks. Employing the 4 wondrous fists, Tianjin Fan sprouted an additional pair of hands from his back, aiming to grab Wukong's legs and restrain him. Sensing the impending threat, Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, realizing that this was their opportunity to triumph. Wukong bent down, seizing one of Tianjin Fan's extra hands with a firm grip. Vegeta seized the moment to strike Wukong, forcing him to release his hold on Tianjin Fan and retaliate against Vegeta, who was knocked back. Subsequently, the group converged on Wukong, overwhelming him and preventing him from focusing solely on one opponent. Bulma, Could you please drive a little slower? Bulma drives recklessly. Her speed is particularly fast. And the road is winding. Could you, Bulma, reduce your speed? Along the way, many people from the Femi Xingqiu passed by. They are indeed strikingly handsome and beautiful, with the girls possessing the physique that Kame Sennin admires, and the boys are tall and strong. Bulma's eyes were glued to them, nearly causing an accident. Bulma, stop staring at the handsome boys and steer the wheel quickly, or we will crash. Soon, they arrived in the city. Bulma opened the car door and then stored the vehicle back in her capsule. Gohan approached, and Bulma tightly embraced him, feeling a sense of reassurance only when holding her son. Mom, I will protect you, Gohan declared, his face resolute. I believe in you, Gohan, Bulma said, playfully rubbing her face against his, filled with joy. The people on the street seemed to be seeing aliens for the first time, staring at Bulma and her companions with disdain, as if to say, how can there be such ugly people? However, Kame Sennin paid no mind. Upon seeing a beautiful girl fall, he hurried over to assist her, asking if she was hurt. Kame Sennin's eyes were fixed on her, noticing that the clothing worn by the inhabitants of this planet was especially short. He was slapped for his forwardness, yet Kame Sennin showed no anger, instead reveling in the moment, covering his face as if in bliss, having reached out as the woman struck him. Jiaozi shook his head, while Lanchi criticized Kame Sennin, gradually coming to understand his true nature, no longer viewing him with such innocence. Yamucha's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the beauties on the street. He styled his hair and approached a cafe, attempting to flirt with the girl. Hi, beautiful, do you have a boyfriend? Yamucha posed with a charming smile. Natasha assessed Yamucha's looks, though his hairstyle was somewhat unkempt. Overall, he appeared handsome. The inhabitants of Femi Xingqiu bore a resemblance to Earthlings. I don't have a boyfriend. Would you like to be mine? Natasha flirted back. I would. If that's possible, Yamucha, the rogue, quickly charmed the alien beauty. Oolong, feeling particularly jealous, transformed into a handsome man and approached with flowers, only to revert to his original form 5 minutes later, startling the girl into a scream. I've never seen such an ugly thing. Oolong instantly deflated but soon revived, spotting a bathhouse, and as time passed, transformed into a bird to perch on a window above. The group split up, with Bulma instructing everyone to regroup in 2 hours. Kame Sennin discovered the sea nearby and dashed to the shore to peek, holding a camera-like telescope. Lanchi followed Bulma to search for parts, with Gohan naturally accompanying her. Jiaozi, feeling no curiosity, stayed close to Bulma and Lanchi, ensuring their safety. Pu'er followed Yamucha, who was off on a date with the new alien girl. Watching Yamucha and the girl being affectionate, Pu'er regretted not sticking with Bulma. In Chapter 148, Kikisi, Bulma and Lanchi sought out a spacecraft repair shop when a handsome man approached, capturing their attention. Mom, Gohan called out, noticing Bulma lost in thought and promptly tapping her on the head. What's wrong, Gohan? Bulma turned to him. Mom, aren't we looking for parts? Gohan remarked, eyeing the flamboyant man with some apprehension. Ladies, are you looking for spaceship parts? I know where to find them. The handsome Kikisi raised an eyebrow at Bulma. Really? Thank you so much. Upon hearing someone willing to assist, Bulma hurried forward. How did you know we were looking for spaceship parts? Jiaozi questioned in confusion. Weren't you asking others? I accidentally overheard you, and my family sells parts. Kikisi winked at Lanchi. Bulma, should we follow him? Lanchi looked at Bulma, believing that with Jiaozi around, they would be safe, and considering Kikisi's attractive appearance, Bulma agreed, and they decided to follow the man. Jiaozi trailed behind them, while Gohan, observing the man's flamboyant demeanor, felt he didn't appear malicious. Do you have any photos of your parts factory? Bulma cautiously inquired. Yes, look. My family is the wealthiest in the world. Kikisi flashed a self-satisfied smile at Bulma and Lanchi. Let me see, Bulma requested, unable to view the photos clearly, but confirming the presence of the parts she sought. Then let's go. Thank you. What is your name, and why are you helping us? Bulma and Lanchi pressed Kikisi for answers. I'm helping you because you are both stunningly beautiful, Kikisi replied. Upon hearing this, Bulma and Lanchi beamed with pride. Of course, Bulma said, admiring her reflection in the cafe's glass, still as lovely as ever. They had searched nearly the entire city, yet found no parts for sale. Given his words, Lanchi and Bulma exchanged glances, concluding it was worth checking out. Jiaozi could protect them, and Gohan had grown stronger through Goku's training. Kikisi urged Bulma and her companions to follow him, with Lanchi and Jiaozi trailing behind, while Bulma continued to admire her image in the mirror. Mom, let's hurry, Gohan urged, pulling his self-absorbed mother along to catch up with Kikisi. Come on, keep up. Kikisi called, summoning a vehicle. Let me show you my latest sports car. It's incredibly fast. Bulma paid little attention to Kikisi's boasting. Her family had plenty of such cars. Get in. Kikisi instructed them to fasten their seatbelts before starting the engine. Whoa, brother, slow down. Bulma and Lanchi closed their eyes as the car sped away. Gohan and Jiaozi felt no discomfort, merely curious about their surroundings. In an instant, the light outside the car dimmed, causing Jiaozi to frown. Bulma, something feels off. Jiaozi grasped Gohan's arm, worried. Bulma opened her eyes to find utter darkness, and the driver continued to tempt her. Ladies, let me tell you, my family is everything. Kikisi smiled smugly. What does your family have? Tell us, Lanchi inquired, intrigued. You'll find out when you arrive, Kikisi replied evasively. Why are you helping us? Lanchi pressed. Didn't I mention? You are both beautiful, and men love beauty. Being so lovely, of course, I want to assist you. He turned the steering wheel, causing Bulma and Lanchi to collide with the dashboard due to inertia, rendering them unconscious. Gohan, shielded by Bulma, avoided injury, but he too succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta were engaged in a fierce battle. Vegeta and Piccolo charged forward to confront Goku, while Krillin gathered his energy for a Kienzan attack, which Goku evaded, countering with his own energy disc to neutralize Krillin's attack. Goku, watch my Teoken. Yamcha called out as Goku closed his eyes, his body instinctively dodging Vegeta and Piccolo's strikes. Raditz attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Goku caught Vegeta's shoulder and threw him down before delivering a kick to Piccolo. He then countered Raditz's assault, returning the attack. Yamcha rushed in to fight Goku. However, with his strength, it took only 3 exchanges for Goku to send him flying into a mountain. Vegeta charged in, landing a punch on Goku's chest, who retaliated. After 20 exchanges, Goku swiftly maneuvered behind Vegeta, who turned around only to be kicked down by Goku, crashing through the ground. Beaker extended his hand to grasp Wukong's arm, then soared through the air, intending to collide his head with Wukong's chest. In response, Wukong deftly seized Baiku's hand and, pivoting his waist, clamped Baiku's head with his legs before delivering a powerful kick. Baiku, momentarily disengaged, unleashed a kickaho towards Wukong, who countered with a swift kick, engaging Baiku for a brief skirmish before ascending to strike Tianjin Fan. Throughout this battle, Klin had exited the arena early, having been unceremoniously knocked off the stage by Wukong. Only Tianjin Fan remained, but as he attempted to unleash a kickaho, Wukong evaded with remarkable speed and delivered a precise chop to render him unconscious, sending him flying out of bounds. Observing Klin and Tianjin Fan being dispatched by Wukong, Baiku meticulously scrutinized Wukong's movements. As Wukong clashed with Vegeta, Baiku launched a Mafuba at Wukong, successfully hitting him. Vegeta smirked, seizing the opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks on Wukong, sending him hurtling downward. Just as Wukong was about to be thrown out of bounds, he executed a flip and released a kickaho towards the ground. Vegeta, aiming an elbow strike to send Wukong out, inadvertently fell himself, allowing Wukong to land atop him. Vegeta arched his back, and Wukong retaliated with a kick. Raditz and Baiku joined the fray against Wukong, who, noticing Raditz approaching, pushed himself up and stomped down on Vegeta. Vegeta exuded a formidable aura, struggling to avoid being pushed out. Raditz threw a punch at Wukong's face, only to have it caught, followed by a devastating elbow strike. Due to the force of inertia, Raditz plummeted into a hole, which conveniently led out of bounds. Baiku attacked from above, but Wukong evaded the strike, which, while direct, had little effect on him. Wukong then grasped Baiku, who attempted to drag him down. But Wukong broke free in the nick of time and soared upward, ultimately causing Baiku to be the one eliminated. In Chapter 149, Wufan's first real battle commenced, as the remaining fighter was Vegeta. Vegeta maximized his energy and charged at son Wukong, who swiftly dodged the attack. Wukong struck Vegeta repeatedly, leaving his face swollen and bruised. Vegeta bent down, grasping Wukong's waist and attempting to headbutt him. Wukong, in free fall, seized Vegeta's waist, amplifying his energy to suppress him. Vegeta, attempting to counter, found himself overpowered by Wukong's might and was ultimately sent flying out of bounds by Wukong's rapid assault. Have you all made significant progress? Wukong remarked to Tianjin Fan as he released Vegeta. Vegeta, filled with agony, reached out for Wukong's back to retaliate, but Wukong, radiating a silvery glow, evaded the attack effortlessly. Tianjin Fan and Baiku looked on in disbelief at Vegeta's underhanded tactic. Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy spheres at Wukong, all of which were skillfully dodged. Tianjin Fan and Baiku widened their eyes in astonishment at Wukong's speed, realizing his power had grown immensely. Kakarot, Raditz called out. Observing Wukong's effortless evasion, Raditz fired an energy sphere at Wukong, which similarly failed to connect. Suddenly, Wukong vanished from sight, prompting Baiku to search frantically for him. Wukong reappeared behind Raditz, delivering a resounding slap to his backside. Raditz turned in confusion, only to find no one there. The slap then landed on Vegeta, who quickly spun around, avoiding the full impact. You've lost, so why the anger? Wukong teased, delivering a cheeky blow to Vegeta. Vegeta, in pain, covered his rear, staring incredulously at Wukong. This is the consequence of your sneak attack. Be cautious, Wukong warned, as Vegeta, face flushed with rage, retaliated, showcasing impressive speed, yet ultimately fell to Wukong's prowess. Meanwhile, Bulma and Lan Shi were escorted to Kichizuo's home. Welcome to my abode, Kichizuo announced, revealing numerous robots serving tea, cakes, and ice cream. You are excessively gracious, Bulma remarked to Kichizuo, who raised an eyebrow, exuding charm. By the way, could you lead us to the spaceship parts? Bulma remained unfazed by Kichizuo's allure. Certainly, follow me. Kichizuo guided them to a room filled with spaceship components. Bulma quickly identified the necessary parts, stowing several into her universal capsule. Thank you, Kichizuo, she expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. I have a surprise for you. Kichizuo smirked mischievously. Lan Shi, why are you spinning around? Bulma queried, noticing Lan Shi's dizzying movements. What are you talking about, Bulma? You are the one spinning, Lan Shi retorted. No, you've been drugged. Bulma realized, pointing accusatorily at Kichizuo before collapsing. You've drugged them, Jiaozi exclaimed, striking Kichizuo squarely in the face. However, as Jiaozi continued to attack, the effects of the drug took hold, causing him to faint as well. Wu Fan, witnessing his mother and Jiaozi unconscious, discerned something amiss. You villain, stay away from my mother, Wu Fan declared, positioning himself protectively, his expression turning stern and fierce. Just a little kid, Kichizuo scoffed, pushing Wu Fan aside. I am not a child. I am a man defending my mother. Wu Fan, having undergone training, had learned to control his energy and struck Kichizuo with a powerful punch. Kichizuo, dismissive of the child, aimed a kick at Wu Fan, who caught his foot and, with surprising strength, hurled him against the wall. Wu Fan attempted to carry Bulma away, but due to her unconscious state, he struggled as robots pursued them and reclaimed Bulma. Wu Fan engaged in combat with the robots. However, lacking experience, he found himself overwhelmed. After falling, he quickly recovered and unleashed an energy wave at the robots from midair. The robots extended their mechanical arms toward Wu Fan, who, caught off guard, was ensnared. Channeling his energy, Wu Fan exerted force to detach the robotic grip. However, the inertia caused him to crash to the ground, just as a robot aimed to stomp at him. Wu Fan rolled to evade the attack, his gaze fixed on Bulma being taken away. He knew he had to defeat the robots before he could rescue his mother and Aunt Lan Shi. Kichizuo transported Bulma, Lan Shi, and Jiaozi to a laboratory, where he drew blood from Bulma with a syringe, followed by Lan Shi and finally Jiaozi, placing the samples into reagent vials. Mom, Wu Fan cried, feeling helpless and shedding tears as he fought. Recalling his father's words, he resolved to defeat them and save his mother. Wu Fan's energy surged, and he leaped, delivering powerful kicks. He soared upward, using his feet to strike the ceiling, denting the robot with a mighty punch. Wu Fan began to revel in the thrill of battle, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Growing increasingly adept, he unleashed a wave of energy that obliterated a robot's head. With a swift motion, Wu Fan struck forward, breaking another robot's neck and causing it to crash to the ground. The robot behind erupted in an explosion, causing Wu Fan to be thrust against the wall. His head collided with the surface, resulting in blood streaming from the back of his skull and his vision blurred. Mama, Mama, I cannot succumb to slumber. Wu Fan strained to remain upright, yet his legs weakened beneath him. Ha ha, Vegeta, you have made significant progress, he remarked, eliciting disdain from Vegeta at the praise for son Wukong. With a huff, Vegeta turned away, while Raditz approached his side, both casting cold glances at son Wukong. Wukong, your strength has advanced yet again. We are increasingly unable to keep pace with you, Tianjin Fan and Piccolo commented, walking over to pat Sun Wukong on the shoulder. Filled with profound emotion. Chapter 150. The Search for Bulma and Lanchi. Ha ha ha. Let us all strive together, Sun Wukong grinned widely. Krillin, shall we seek out Bulma and the others? I am rather famished. I wonder how the cuisine on this planet compares to Earth. Let us depart. Flying is indeed convenient. Piccolo and the others trailed behind, swiftly arriving in the city, where the inhabitants gazed in astonishment at the group of individuals soaring through the sky. The people on this planet resemble us closely. It seems the food should be similar to that of Earth. Bulma, Bulma. Sun Wukong lifted his phone to call Bulma, but there was no answer. She was likely off enjoying herself. Wukong, look over there. Is that Yamcha and Oolong? Why is Oolong stripped down to his underwear? Krillin caught sight of Yamcha and Oolong lounging by a rooftop pool, Oolong's head resting on his undergarments. Sun Wukong covered his face, noting Oolong's persistent fondness for women's underwear. What a disgrace, Krillin and Tianjin Fan lamented, wishing they could deny any acquaintance with them. Yamcha embraced a woman's waist, leaning in closely, while Oolong took it a step further, burying his face in her bosom. Puar sat on the rooftop, sipping juice, idly observing his surroundings. Upon spotting Wukong and the others, he promptly descended. Wukong, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, you have arrived. Puar, weren't you supposed to be searching for parts? How did you end up swimming? Krillin queried, confusion evident on his face. Ah, Yamcha and Oolong, those three rascals, are utterly entranced by beauty. They cannot seem to move when faced with lovely women. Puar sighed in resignation. What about Bulma and the others? Sun Wukong looked around, failing to spot Bulma and her companions, while Tianjin Fan also searched for Lanchi. Bulma and Lanchi are searching for parts. Puar recalled Bulma's previous words, assuring Wukong and the others not to fret. Very well, I am quite hungry. Let us first have a meal. After fighting, my appetite has grown even larger. Sun Wukong led Piccolo and the others upward, and the individuals in the pool gazed in awe at the group of men, their eyes sparkling with interest, quickly surrounding them. Vegeta, disdainful, floated to the dining table, where a buffet awaited. Sun Wukong maneuvered through the throng of women, making his way to the buffet. Raditz, equally famished, found himself more interested in the food than the women. Krillin's eyes sparkled as he beheld the beautiful women, who embraced him to the point where he nearly bled from his nose. Tianjin Fan's face flushed crimson at the sight of the lovely ladies, while Piccolo remained impassive, the women not casting a glance in his direction. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, along with their companions, quickly devoured the entire buffet, leaving the hotel staff astounded. Wukong, you all are remarkably swift, Krillin lamented upon noticing the empty table, regretting his oversight of the scion appetite. I am so full, he exclaimed after finishing the meal, only to find the women encircling Sun Wukong, pressing against him. I must go. I cannot withstand this. If Bulma sees me, I shall surely face her wrath. Piccolo, Vegeta, I shall go in search of Bulma. You entertain yourselves. Concerned for Bulma, he decided to investigate. The sheer number of people and the complexity of the atmosphere made it challenging to locate her. Sun Wukong soared through the air, meticulously examining each establishment and inquiring for information. After a thorough search, he still could not find Bulma and the others, and with the gathering time approaching, he returned to the pool. At the pool, the group of women danced, captivating Yamcha and the others. Master Roshi approached to witness the spectacle. Vegeta and Raditz observed from the sidelines, Vegeta glancing at Sun Wukong, indicating his relief at his return. As the performance concluded, it was time to assemble. Yamcha reluctantly departed, wishing to linger a bit longer. Everyone, let us reconvene. I shall return once I have completed my tasks. Oolong nestled comfortably in the embrace of a woman. A satisfied grin plastered across his face. Oolong, we must leave, he was urged from the woman's arms. Please, there are so many beautiful women. I cannot bear to part with them. Oolong protested, his reluctance evident. Handsome, why are you all leaving? The women pleaded, equally disheartened. Yamcha and Master Roshi clung to the pool's edge, refusing to budge. Everyone, let us gather first. Once we acquire the parts, we can return and play, they were assured. Not feeling rushed, allowing for a brief respite. Really? That sounds wonderful. Yamcha and the others' eyes gleamed with excitement upon hearing this. After securing their arrangements, the group gathered at the meeting point, waiting for an extended time without the return of Bulma and her companions. Wukong expressed concern. Puar, Did you truly set this time? Indeed, Bulma indicated so, Yamcha confirmed. They may have encountered difficulties. I searched the entire city, yet Bulma remains elusive. Wukong voiced his worries. Let us split up and search once more. Oolong, you stay here and await Bulma's return. If she arrives, message us, Wukong instructed the group. Vegeta and Raditz were displeased by Wukong's authoritative tone. All right, Tianjin fan acquiesced, and they dispersed to search. Vegeta and Raditz, unwilling to be commanded by Kakarot, crossed their arms in defiance. Vegeta, Raditz, should Bulma not return, we may find ourselves stranded here for eternity, and you will never track down Frieza's clan. Wukong threatened them with the specter of Frieza. Vegeta, with a fierce expression, begrudgingly complied, muttering about the hassle of searching for women. Finally, Vegeta moved, with Raditz following suit. Chapter 151, The Captured Experiment Table. In this unfamiliar bustling city, the group resembled startled birds, swiftly scattering to initiate a frantic search. Each individual harbored anxiety and urgency as the rescue mission commenced. Sun Wukong transformed into a golden blur, darting through the streets with the speed of lightning. He spared no potential nook, imprinting his hurried footsteps at every corner and alleyway. Eagerly inquiring of passers-by, his eyes gleamed with hope. Yet he was met with repeated disappointed shakes of the head. Tianjin Fan executed his remarkable aerial techniques, gracefully leaping between skyscrapers, his movements fluid like flowing water. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, leaving no hidden spot unexamined. Even the most inconspicuous alleyways were scrutinized meticulously. Krillin plunged into the vibrant marketplace, bustling with life and crowded with people. He resembled a seasoned detective, methodically investigating each shop and stall, leaving no subtle clue unnoticed. Vegeta and Raditz wore expressions of reluctance, their frustration palpable at being commanded by Sun Wukong. Yet, the thought of failing to seek revenge on Frieza compelled them to grit their teeth and join the search. Vegeta hovered high above, a flicker of yellow energy surrounding him, leveraging his Scion sensory prowess to discern Bulma's energy amidst the chaotic atmosphere. Raditz flew at a lower altitude, his eyes wide as saucers, scrutinizing every suspicious spot on the ground. Oolong remained at the rendezvous point, pacing anxiously like a restless ant on a hot skillet. He occasionally raised his head to glance around, his eyes filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Bulma and her companions. As time slowly passed, Oolong grew increasingly restless, muttering anxiously, "What on earth is taking Bulma so long? I hope nothing has happened." Son Goku searched for a considerable time, yet found no clues, his urgency mounting like fire at his brow. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he soared to the rooftop of a tall building, taking a deep breath as he maximized his ki. Instantly, a powerful wave of energy erupted from him, spreading outward like a surging tsunami. This energy acted like a precise flare. He hoped fervently that if Gohan and the others were still conscious, they would sense it and respond. At that very moment, within the hidden base of Kichizuo, Bulma and Launch slowly regained consciousness, realizing they were tightly bound to an experimental platform, surrounded by a plethora of peculiar devices emitting eerie glows. Din was also tied up nearby, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Kichizuo, bellowing, "You despicable wretch! What do you intend to do?" Kichizuo smirked, a smug grin curling at the corners of his mouth. "Your blood holds immense research value for me." Bulma struggled fiercely, shouting, "You will regret your actions. Once Goku and the others arrive, you will pay dearly." Kichizuo scoffed dismissively, his face etched with derision. "With your so-called friends? This city is vast. It's a fool's errand for them to find this place, like searching for a needle in a haystack." Just then, Bulma felt an unmistakably familiar energy. Her eyes brightened as if she had seen the dawn in the dark, turning to Kichizuo and declaring, "You're mistaken. Goku is already searching for us. You will soon pay a heavy price for your malevolence." A fleeting shadow of unease crossed Kichizuo's face, but he quickly regained his composure. Meanwhile, Gohan, who had fainted nearby, sensed Goku's presence through the haze of his consciousness. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he struggled to rise, releasing the faint yet resolute ki within him, hoping it would reach his father and signal for their rescue. After releasing his ki, Gohan succumbed once more to unconsciousness, mumbling, "Dad, please save Mom." Kichizuo, with a disdainful smirk, pressed a button, and an energy shield shimmering with blue light materialized around the base. Chapter 152. The response Son Goku felt Gohan's faint response and was jolted into action. Immediately pinpointing the location of Kichizuo's secret base and darting towards it like an arrow released from a bow. His speed reached its zenith, rendering the surrounding scenery a blur. Tien, Krillin, Vegeta, and Raditz sensed the shift in Goku's energy and swiftly set off in the same direction. Tien's brow furrowed as he executed his flight technique with increased urgency, silently praying that launch remained unharmed. Krillin was consumed by anxiety, urging himself to hasten. His mind filled with images of Bulma and the danger they might be in. Vegeta wore a scowl, still reluctant to be embroiled in this trouble. But knowing he needed Bulma to leave, he too flew with all his might. Raditz trailed closely behind Vegeta, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and excitement, anticipating the impending battle. Before long, Son Goku arrived at the exterior of the base, observing the energy shield glowing ominously around it. He wasted no time gathering energy with both hands at his chest, golden flames swirling around him. Kamehameha, he roared, unleashing a massive blue energy beam that surged toward the shield with cataclysmic force. The energy beam collided violently with the shield, producing a deafening roar and illuminating the sky as if it were day. The surface of the shield rippled like a lake disturbed by a boulder, cracks swiftly spreading across its surface. Inside the base, Kichizuo watched in horror as his face turned ashen, his hands frantically manipulating the control console in a desperate attempt to bolster the shield's energy output. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he cursed. How could these wretched fools possibly find this place? At that moment, Tien arrived, immediately unleashing his solar flare. In an instant, a blinding light erupted like a miniature sun outside the base, rendering Kichizuo and the robots inside momentarily sightless, surrounded by a blinding white void. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin maneuvered around to the side of the shield and, with his agile movements, launched a barrage of attacks at its vulnerable points. Fists and feet striking with the force of a tempest. Vegeta and Raditz joined the fray, with Vegeta conjuring a massive golden energy sphere and hurling it at the shield, causing the cracks to multiply and widen. Raditz unleashed energy beams from various angles, further exacerbating the shield's damage. Under the combined assault, the energy shield finally succumbed to the strain, shattering with a thunderous crash and dispersing into countless motes of light. Son Goku was the first to breach the base, and upon sighting Bulma, launch, and then bound to the experimental platform, rage ignited within him. He swiftly approached Kichizuo, seizing him by the collar and lifting him off the ground, fury blazing in his eyes. "What have you done to them?" Kichizuo, trembling with fear, stammered, his legs quaking, unable to utter a coherent word. As Son Goku prepared to deliver a lesson to Kichizuo, the surrounding robots began to awaken, converging upon them. These robots varied in form, some wielding sharp blades while others were equipped with energy cannons, buzzing ominously, poised to attack. Goku's fury flared, and with a menacing glare at Kichizuo, he flung him aside like a worthless piece of debris. He then pivoted to confront the encroaching robots. In an instant, golden flames erupted around him, a tempestuous wave of energy radiating outward, causing the surrounding machinery to emit sharp whines. "Down with all of you," Goku bellowed, his voice resounding like thunder as he charged into the swarm of robots. His figure darted through the dense mass like lightning, each punch carrying overwhelming force, causing any robot struck to twist and contort, parts scattering like snowflakes. Tien reacted swiftly, adjusting his stance and forming seals with his hands, executing the four wheels technique. In the blink of an eye, four identical versions of Tien appeared, strategically spaced apart. They launched a coordinated assault on the robots from different angles, their movements synchronized to perfection. The air crackled with the sound of their fists slicing through, pushing back the approaching robots. As Tien battled, he maneuvered closer to launch, his sole thought being to rescue her. Krillin, agile as a monkey, weaved through the gaps between robots. He targeted a robot wielding a blade, crouched, and propelled himself into the air, executing a swift somersault before delivering a rapid kick to the robot's head. The robot staggered back, and Krillin seized the moment, following up with an elbow strike that shattered its head. "Bulma, hold on a little longer," Krillin shouted, rallying himself. Vegeta looked on with unabashed disdain, scoffing at the robots. "These scrap heaps think they can stop me? How laughable." He continuously gathered energy with both hands, as golden orbs of energy rapidly formed in his grasp, which he hurled at the robots without hesitation. Each explosion sent fragments of metal flying, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In Chapter 152, Survival After the Catastrophe. Under the relentless onslaught of energy spheres unleashed by Vegeta, a substantial breach was torn in the encirclement of robots. Red Eyes, exhilarated, screeched as he charged into the gap, his hands moving swiftly, unleashing energy beams like a torrential downpour upon the surrounding robots. The cacophony of metal clashing and parts shattering filled the air. Suen Wukong barreled through the throng of robots, toppling them one after another as he fought his way toward the experimental platform where Bulma and others were bound. Suddenly, a colossal robot ambushed him from behind, its energy cannon fully charged, unleashing a blinding beam aimed directly at Suen Wukong. Sensing the danger, he deftly sidestepped, the beam barely grazing the edge of his attire before striking a nearby instrument, triggering a violent explosion. Utilizing the cover of smoke from the blast, Suen Wukong swiftly approached the giant robot, delivering a powerful punch that pierced its chest. However, more robots surged to fill the void, encircling him completely. Tianjin Fan, coordinating with his clones, had neared Lan Chi. He swiftly dispatched the robots obstructing his path, freeing Lan Chi from her restraints and shielding her behind him. Lan Chi, do not fear. I am here. Lan Chi rubbed her sore wrist, gazing at Tianjin Fan with gratitude. Tianjin Fan, you came. I missed you so much. Meanwhile, Colleen engaged in a fierce duel against several blade-wielding robots. These robots coordinated their attacks seamlessly, forcing Colleen to evade and dodge, sustaining several cuts from their blades. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, his resolve intensified. Seizing an opportunity, he lunged forward, grasping a robot's arm and twisting it with force, dislocating its joint. He then snatched the blade and swung it back, decapitating another robot. After dispatching a wave of robots, Vegeta turned his gaze towards Suen Wukong, noticing him ensnared by numerous adversaries. A thought crossed his mind. Humph, Kakarado, do not allow yourself to be ensnared so easily by these machines. Otherwise, how shall we seek vengeance upon Frieza? He hurled several energy spheres towards Suen Wukong, obliterating the encirclement. Suen Wukong leaped from the confinement, inhaling deeply as his aura surged once more. He rapidly gathered energy before his chest, forming an even larger Kamehameha than before. Kamehameha, he shouted, releasing a torrent of energy that swept toward the remaining robots. In the wake of this formidable attack, the robots were annihilated, reduced to mere scrap metal. Once the robots were vanquished, the group gathered at the experimental platform, rescuing Bulma and Jiaozi. Bulma rubbed her numb wrists and surveyed the devastated base. A shiver of fear coursing through her as she remarked, "Thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, we would be in grave trouble." At that moment, an urgent alarm blared throughout the base. Kikisuo, having inexplicably risen from the ground, dashed toward a concealed control panel in the corner and pressed a red button. "Since you refused to let me be, none of you shall leave alive." It was revealed that he had activated the base's self-destruct sequence, which would cause the entire facility to explode within minutes. Upon hearing Kikisuo's frenzied outburst, Suen Wukong's expression darkened. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted forward to halt him. However, upon pressing the button, Kikisuo triggered a temporary energy barrier that shielded him. Suen Wukong's fist struck the barrier with a dull thud, unable to breach the obstruction. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, urgency mounting within him. He understood that he must swiftly discover a method to disable the self-destruct sequence, otherwise, they would all perish. Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms. "Kakarado, do not squander time. We must find a way out." Tianjin Fan scanned the base, seeking an alternative route to the control panel. Everyone, remain calm. There must be a way to shut down this program. Colleen and Lan Chi supported Bulma and Jiaozi, searching for any useful clues. Red Eyes, however, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Ha! This is exhilarating. Perhaps we shall perish along with this wretched planet, dying a grand death." Vegeta shot him a glare. "Silence, fool. We still seek vengeance upon Frieza. We cannot die here." Suen Wukong took a deep breath, striving to steady himself. He closed his eyes, focusing his formidable perception to locate the energy lines of the base, attempting to discern the core of the self-destruct program. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan discovered a hidden circuit interface on the wall. He quickly retrieved his tools, attempting to hack the lines to disable the self-destruct sequence. Time slipped away, the alarm growing increasingly frantic, the lights of the base flickering ominously, heralding impending explosion. Suddenly, Suen Wukong opened his eyes, a glimmer of realization illuminating his gaze. I have located the core of the self-destruct program. It is on the lower level of the base. Without delay, the group surged toward the lower level, navigating through malfunctioning traps and debris as they raced against time. Upon their arrival, they found the core device encased in a massive energy shield, surrounded by defensive weapons that relentlessly fired energy projectiles at them. Suin Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances. Launching their attacks simultaneously, one unleashed the Kamehameha while the other conjured a golden energy sphere, together dismantling the defensive weapons. Subsequently, Kalin, utilizing his agility, identified a weakness in the energy shield's seams. He concentrated his strength and unleashed a flurry of attacks upon the weak point. At last, the energy shield cracked, then shattered explosively. Tianjin Fan rushed forward, commencing the decryption of the core device. In the final seconds of the countdown, he successfully disabled the self-destruct sequence. The alarm ceased abruptly, plunging the base into a brief silence, followed by a collective sigh of relief as the joy of survival washed over them. Kikisuo, witnessing this turn of events, collapsed to the ground, despair etched across his face. Suin Wukong and the others approached him, prepared to deal with this instigator of chaos. In Chapter 153, Interrogation. Smoke and dust hung heavily in the air, the surroundings a chaotic ruin, remnants of the recent ferocious battle echoing in the broken walls. Suin Wukong, Yamcha, Vegeta, and others formed a semicircle, encircling the prostrate Kikisuo. Their gazes burned with intensity, sharp as the coldest stars, fixated upon him, as if seeking to incinerate the secrets hidden within his heart. Why did you abduct Bulma and the others? What is your true intention? Suin Wukong stepped forward, an invisible aura of pressure emanating from him, his voice deep and powerful, reverberating through the debris. Kikisuo hung his head, disheveled hair hiding his face, only a deranged and disdainful laugh escaping his lips. Haha, why should I tell you? You extraterrestrial scum. His laughter sliced through the tension like a serrated blade on their nerves. Daddy. At that moment, as the standoff between Kikisuo and the others persisted, Pike rushed into the chaotic battlefield, cradling the injured Suin Wufan. Pike's breath was slightly labored, while Suin Wufan lay unconscious in his arms, his youthful face marred by exhaustion and pain, clothing tattered and stained with alarming blood. Wufan. Bulma's voice soared, filled with immeasurable concern and urgency. She hurried to Pike's side, carefully taking Suin Wufan from him, her hands trembling slightly as her eyes locked onto his wounds, her gaze reddening with tears. Mom, I am fine. Sun Wufan gradually opened his eyes. Despite his feeble voice, it emanated a distinct resilience and stubbornness inherent to the Scion race. With his formidable Scion physique, such pain was but a fleeting inconvenience, easily recoverable in a short span of time. Well done, Wufan, exclaimed Sun Wukong, his eyes brimming with pride and appreciation. Were it not for the aura radiating from Wufan, he might have struggled to navigate the intricate structure in search of Bulma and the others, leading to a far less seamless rescue. Upon hearing his father's commendation, Wufan, who had appeared somewhat disheveled, instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, akin to a beacon of light piercing through the clouds, alleviating the tense atmosphere. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Wufan turned to Piccolo, his eyes filled with genuine gratitude. During the fierce battle earlier, the entire building had trembled violently, with debris cascading like raindrops. Had Piccolo not arrived in time, he would have likely been buried beneath the rubble, his life hanging by a thread. Piccolo merely nodded coldly, his stern visage betraying little emotion. Yet a subtle glimmer of satisfaction flickered within the depths of his gaze. Bulma, in a state of frantic urgency, rushed to the ruins of the laboratory. Once a haven of precise scientific instruments, it now lay in disarray, fragments scattered across the floor. Her gaze landed on a barely recognizable device displaying peculiar data and symbols, reminiscent of ancient Earth scripts. Furrowing her brow, determination and confidence sparkled in her eyes as she unhesitatingly bent down to retrieve the remaining tools in the lab. Swiftly immersing herself in the intense research, her slender fingers deftly manipulating the device, wholly absorbed in the realm of decryption. Kikisuo remained obstinately tight-lipped, enduring relentless inquiries from the group, his mouth firmly sealed. It was as though he had erected an insurmountable barrier, unwilling to divulge a single word about the extraction of Bulma and the others' blood, viewing it as his final trump card. If he refused to speak, We shall find our own means of discovery, won't we? The genius, Bulma, Yamcha commented, as he skillfully tied Kichizuo up with ropes, preventing any further resistance or escape. Indeed, there is nothing I cannot accomplish, Bulma replied confidently without lifting her gaze, the device in her hands emitting a gentle hum, as if rallying in support of her self-assurance. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Sun Wukong persisted in their interrogation of Kichizuo, continuously varying their questions in an attempt to extract crucial clues from the subtle shifts in his expressions and fragmented utterances. Each inquiry struck like a sharp dagger against Kichizuo's psychological defenses. Vegeta, observing the nearly lifeless Kichizuo who remained obstinately silent, felt an inferno of fury igniting within him, growing more intense with each passing moment. Unable to contain himself any longer, he stepped forward abruptly, delivering a resounding slap to Kichizuo's face. His voice chillingly cold. Enough with the nonsense. The tone carried an icy dread that sent shivers down one's spine. Vegeta, don't kill him. Sun Wukong swiftly intervened, extending his arm to block Vegeta, fearful that in a moment of impulsiveness, he might eliminate the sole individual privy to the secrets, thereby severing the trail of clues. What a nuisance! Vegeta seethed, his pent-up rage yearning for release as he focused solely on resolving the matter at hand, eager to seek vengeance against the Frieza clan. Frustrated, he turned away and struck a nearby wall with a powerful punch, the force splintering the structure and sending debris flying like cannonballs. At that moment, Kichizuo's countenance shifted dramatically, darkening ominously. He discreetly placed his hand behind him, moving with great stealth as if plotting something nefarious. Meanwhile, the group's attention was ensnared by Vegeta's explosive reaction, leaving them oblivious to Kichizuo's subtle yet perilous maneuver. Vegeta, don't be so rash. Look, the wall is collapsing, Tianjin Fan exclaimed, witnessing the precarious state of the wall. He hurriedly stepped forward, using all his strength to push the crumbling structure away, averting an impending disaster. Cough, cough, Vegeta, you're insane. The dust cloud raised by the fallen wall caught Bulma, who was engrossed in developing a translation device, off guard, sending her into a fit of coughing and igniting her ire. Oof, you're the insane one. Vegeta retorted defiantly, returning fire with scorn and fury in his gaze. Bulma is right. Vegeta, you truly have issues. You've shattered the wall. What if the nearby machines are damaged? Sun Wukong, incensed by Vegeta's scorn towards his wife, stepped forward in defense of Bulma, his expression resolute and filled with rage. Seeing Sun Wukong standing up for Bulma ignited Vegeta's combative spirit. Locking eyes with Sun Wukong, they seemed to share an unspoken understanding, and in an instant, they charged at each other, engaging in a fierce battle. Their figures intertwined like lightning, fists and feet colliding with resounding thuds, distorting the air around them with their immense power. Piccolo, observing the brawl between the two, sighed in exasperation. Why do these scions have such a penchant for fighting? His voice tinged with confusion and resignation. Humph, fighting is in our scion nature, and the more we fight, the stronger we become, Raditz proudly explained from the sidelines, his face adorned with a hint of arrogance, as if showcasing the uniqueness of the scion lineage. Tianjin Fan, where are Master Roshi and Oolong? Lan Shi, after receiving comfort from Tianjin Fan, gradually calmed down, suddenly realizing the absence of Master Roshi and the others. Oh, Master Roshi is behind. They won't be here so soon. Tianjin Fan quickly clarified upon noticing their absence. I bet Master Mateto is currently admiring some beauties. Yamcha conjectured with a chuckle, confident that the crisis had been averted and that Master Mateto, sensing their energy, would know their situation had stabilized. He speculated that Master Mateto and the others would be waiting for their return outside. Yamcha's guess proved accurate. Upon sensing the diminishing energy from Sun Wukong and the others, Master Roshi surmised that they had located Bulma. Coincidentally, their vehicle had run out of energy, prompting them to land in a nearby city where the inhabitants were clad in cool, short-sleeved attire, proudly showcasing their figures. Captivated by the sights, Master Roshi and Oolong decided to wait for Sun Wukong and the others to return before making their way back.